I just skipped a boring English class that everyone hated. I was reported by the female class monitor who had a crush on me. Got me blacklisted by the only arcade in town. He was even dragged back to the class to serve as a negative example. When the teacher asked me what I wanted to do if I didn't study hard in the future, I answered without hesitation that I'd go lay bricks. My answer caused the entire class to burst into laughter. But I didn't care at all, because I clearly knew it. None of you here are any different from me. In the end, you're just a cog in the capitalist machine. But Teacher Jiang didn't see it that way. Let me hear about everyone else's aspirations too. At this moment, the class monitor stood up. I want to be an architect when I grow up. Let everyone live in a house I designed. After listening, Teacher Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at me with eager anticipation. Seems like trying to ignite my fighting spirit. But he never expected. My next response actually angered him to the point where his face darkened with fury. Isn't that perfect? What exactly? I simply shrugged, while the class monitor built a house. I just happened to go carry bricks for him. Teacher Jiang must have been ticked off by me. Raised his hand to hit me. But the slap never came. Finally pointing at the trash can in the corner of the classroom. Let me stand in the corner with it. I obediently followed instructions. I had planned to go back to my seat and take a nap as soon as the teacher left. Unexpectedly, the class monitor Zuo Qian walked up to me. I glanced at her. I reckon she's probably itching for some official power. Get lost. I didn't expect to be shut down just like that. Zuo Qian's tears flow as effortlessly as tap water. But I showed no mercy toward her. Instead, he stepped onto the podium once again. I ask you guys, who snitched on me for skipping class? With that, I scanned the classmates seated below the stage. Only Zuo Qian, who was lying on the desk, did not deny it. Seeing me storming angrily towards Zuo Qian, Deputy Class Monitor Kangol stepped forward. Fang Yuan, don't go too far. Me, go too far? Who in the class doesn't dislike tattletales? Why should I put up with Zuo Qian just because she reports on me? Because she's the class monitor. Even if she reports on you, it's for your own good. Who told you to skip class anyway? But I was angry at the time, completely unaware of the trace of timidity in Con Li's tone. What's her relation to you that you defend her so fiercely? Is she your mom? What everyone said back then about who snitched, we'd all ignore her collectively. Now you're standing up for her. Any other classmate would have been openly targeted by now. But just because that person happened to be Zuo Qian, everyone instinctively forgot the previous agreement. Rules can vary from person to person. I scanned the classmates besides Zuo Qian. They are just like a bunch of sycophantic lackeys who curry favor with the powerful. Disgusting. Fang Yuan, forget it. Zuo Qian was just trying to look out for you. I don't care either way, then let's all suffer together. Who doesn't know how to tattle? Since no one is resisting, I suppose I'll have to join in. Hearing me say this, a few students sitting in the back row grew anxious. I reckon Fang Yuan is absolutely right about this. If everyone starts tattling like Zuo Qian, how's that gonna work out for anyone? More and more folks are choosing to stand by me these days. Kangol saw that the situation was no longer in his favor. A bit guiltily, he asked, so what do you want to do? But I couldn't be bothered to waste words on him and just pushed him away. Standing in front of Zuo Qian, she took out her paper and pen and handed them to him. Write a pledge, promising never to be a lackey again. I didn't tell on anyone, it wasn't me who told Teacher Jiang. Zuo Qian cried with tears streaming down her face like raindrops on pear blossoms. But I remained unmoved. Will you write it or not? I won't write it, or I'll put a toad in your desk tomorrow. A child's threat might be quite naive, but this was the most vicious way of retaliation I could think of at the time. Under threat. Soon a tear-stained letter of guarantee was placed in my hand. I glanced behind me. He tucked the guarantee into his pocket, and the matter was dropped. To my surprise, when I got home that night, my father looked at me with a worried face and asked, "What did you do this afternoon?" His tone instinctively made me step back. No, not much, just attending classes. At this point, I already had a bad premonition. Because my dad wouldn't ask this for no reason. Still lying, who told you to skip class and go to the arcade? With that, he took out a willow branch and lashed it viciously across my back. This was the first time he hit me since I can remember, but I still stubbornly refused to admit it. Because I made a deal with Teacher Jiang, he promised me. Just cooperate with him and return to the class to serve as a negative example. He wouldn't tell my dad about skipping class. I cried out in protest, claiming my innocence. Just as I began to suspect whether Teacher Jiang had deceived me, my father struck even harder. Did I wrong you? Skipping classes to play games and even bullying classmates. Forcing someone to write a guarantee letter under duress. My dad struck again and again. Each time it lands precisely on my back without fail. I feel like if I keep fighting, I might not survive. Taking advantage of the moment he raised his hand, he scrambled out in a frantic rush. I ran all the way along the country path, until the silhouette of the town was no longer in sight. I only dared to stop and catch my breath. I wasn't afraid of the deserted dirt road. Nor does it fear the unseen scenes beneath the night's veil. There was only misunderstanding and hatred towards his father in his heart. So I decided that even if I had to beg, I wouldn't go home again. I can't remember how long I walked that night. Finally, I was so sleepy that I couldn't stay awake anymore. He just curled up in a roadside haystack and fell asleep. Just as I was sound asleep, a bright light flashed into my eyes. That was the beam of a flashlight. In the dark night, when someone across from you shines a flashlight toward you, you can't even make out his features clearly. Until that person called out my name. I just realized that was my dad. Hearing his voice, I instinctively turned and ran. Fang Yuan, don't run, I won't hit you anymore. His voice was hoarse, chasing after me desperately. That night he ran faster than I did. The moment he caught me, my mind was engulfed with nothing but fear. I was trembling all over with fear, but unexpectedly, he held me tightly, as if trying to meld me into his very being. At that moment, I noticed his body was trembling even more violently than mine. It's my fault as a father. Dad's way of education is wrong. His trembling hand wiped away my fearful tears. I don't know how he found me. I have no idea what mood he was in when he came looking for me. I couldn't understand his feelings then. But that moment made me realize my father truly loves me. There's something strange about familial bonds. Just a moment ago, I was utterly terrified of my father. Yet now, I feel completely at ease. The journey back feels much longer than the way here. After walking some distance, my stamina is clearly not keeping up. In the end, it was father who carried me back home. I can't remember what time we went home that night, because I had long since fallen asleep on his back. When I opened my eyes, it was already noon the next day. There was no sign of my father at home. He must have gone out to work in the fields. Having not rested well the night before, he wouldn't want to delay the next day's work. Walking into the kitchen, the sugar-coated eggs in the pot had already cooled down. Since my father had to go to the fields during the day, he would always prepare the meal and leave it in the pot. When I got hungry, I could just reheat it and eat. Back then, there were no rice cookers. We cooked everything on a stove. I loved this traditional way of cooking. Every time I cooked, I would throw in a piece of corn or sweet potato. The flavor was indescribably delicious. Eating the sugar-coated eggs my father had cooked for me, this was how we made them in our hometown. First, bring the water in the pot to a boil, then add an appropriate amount of brown sugar and place the eggs in the pot. The egg whites would quickly solidify, enveloping the yolks. When you took a bite, the yolks were still half solidified, and the sweet and rich flavor left a lasting impression. My father isn't skilled in the kitchen, but he said he wanted to make sugar eggs for me, so he made them today. He didn't consider that sugar eggs are best enjoyed fresh, and reheating them causes the yolk to solidify as the temperature rises, significantly altering the texture. I proudly presented a big bowl of sugar eggs. As I walked to the door, burping contentedly, I saw Mouse waving at me from a distance. Fang Yuan, where did you go last night? Your dad came all the way to my house looking for you last night. The mouse ran over, curious about my nighttime adventure. I'm sure my dad searched everywhere I could possibly be last night. Never mind that. Did you know someone tattled on me to my dad, saying I skipped class to play games and got caught by Mr. Jiang, and that I bullied my classmates? Just thinking about it made me seethe with anger. This was clearly someone targeting me. And I'm certain it was someone from our school. No way, who would do that? Mouse looked astonished. Students tattling on teachers to teachers is understandable, but going straight to the parents is pretty rare. It must be someone who has a grudge against me. After analyzing it carefully, I concluded that Fang Yuan and Zuo Qian were the most suspicious. Fang Yuan, seriously, Zuo Qian isn't a bad person. I think you might have misunderstood her. After hearing my guesses, Mouse sat on the tree stump by the door and said, "She's not bad?" I snorted disdainfully, glaring at Mouse. "If you dare to speak up for her in front of me, our friendship is over. Why do you get so worked up whenever her name comes up?" Laozi looked at me curiously, glancing left and right. To be honest, I don't know why either. I just can't stand her. If she were a guy, I'd beat her up. I didn't understand why I hated Zuo Qian so much, but I just did. Before you figure it out, don't jump to conclusions. Otherwise, it might lead to a misunderstanding. Seeing my angry expression, Mouse was worried I might cause trouble. Besides her and Kong Lu, who else would be so shameless as to come knocking on our door to complain? I had only been suspicious at first, but the more I thought about it, the more certain I became that this was the work of Zuo Qian and Kong Lu. No way, this can't just be swept under the rug. I'll give them a taste of their own medicine. I kicked the tree stump. But Zuo Qian is a model student. What can you accuse her of? Mouse asked. Everyone in the class knew that Zuo Qian was a renowned model student, consistently earning the title of 3 good students every semester and serving as a role model for everyone. Reporting her would be no easy task. If there's no opportunity, create one. When faced with difficulties, overcome them. I've never been one to give up easily. Watching the couples holding hands on the street, a malicious plan formed in my mind. I never considered myself a good person, but this time I would create a stir and use others to achieve my goals. You want to spread rumors? That's not a good idea. After hearing my plan, Mouse shook his head repeatedly. What slander? Don't you think Kong Lu has a thing for Zuo Qian? I tempted Mouse. In truth, at my age, I didn't really understand what it meant to like someone, but I knew this was something teachers absolutely despised. As for whether Kong Lu truly had feelings for Zuo Qian, that wasn't my concern. All I cared about was revenge. If someone doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if someone provokes me, I will definitely provoke them back. Chapter 7, Crossing the Yellow River. But no matter how much I pleaded with Mouse, he refused to help me. Driven by my desire for revenge, I refused to give up on this plan. After a heated argument, Mouse and I parted ways in anger. What a so-called good friend, just a selfish jerk. I stormed home, furious. In my eyes, Laozi's refusal wasn't because my plan was so evil, it was simply because he wasn't the one who was betrayed, so he wanted to stay out of it. I spent the weekend at home in peace. However, with Zuo Qian, the informant, in my class, I dared not skip school again in the short term. Now, my situation with my classmates was completely reversed. They sat in class while I stood, and they stood during breaks while I sat. There was nothing I could do. Mr. Jiang's orders were orders, and I dared not disobey. Fang Yuan, want to go play cards? During recess, Mouse came over to invite me to play. I glanced at him but didn't say anything. I was still angry with him. Just then, a dispute arose between our class and the neighboring class over the title of model class. According to the usual rules, the winner would be decided by a game called Crossing the Yellow River. The so-called Crossing the Yellow River was an extremely violent competition. Each class drew a small house, with only a narrow passageway in between. Both sides sent 10 people, who had to pass through the passageway one by one, reaching the opposite small house. Successfully crossing earned 1 point, and the first team to reach 10 points won. The rules are simple. When an opponent is crossing the passageway, you kick them out with your feet. To protect their teammates, opponents will also use their feet to attack the other side, ensuring their teammates can pass safely. No one is allowed to cross the line. If someone crossing the passageway is kicked into the house, they fail. If someone inside the house crosses the line, they are immediately eliminated. All participants must use only their feet, except for those in the hallway, who may use both hands and feet. If someone inside the house is grabbed by the feet, they are typically pulled out and eliminated. This is a violent upgrade of the traditional jumping house game. Setting aside the rules, it's almost like a brawl. I have no idea who invented this game, but at the time, it was the best way to resolve conflicts and settle scores. As the strongest student in the class, I naturally joined in. Though the students in the back rows weren't academically outstanding, we still had a strong sense of collective honor. In the Crossing the River competition, we won more than we lost and never feared the neighboring class. Ignoring Mouse, I joined my classmates and headed downstairs to the open area, which was our battlefield with the neighboring class. The neighboring class had a guy named Shinhu, who was big and burly. He was their main fighter, with exceptional leg skills, often kicking opponents flying with a single kick. However, I wasn't afraid of him. If he dared to kick me, I was confident I could take him out of the fight. Both sides marked out their territories, with a 1-meter-wide corridor in between, making it easier to dodge and rely on teammates to draw fire, giving us a chance to succeed. Generally, if 3 out of 10 people succeeded, that was considered a good outcome. Navigating the passageway in such an environment was inherently dangerous. What surprised me was that Kong Lu, that skinny guy, was also in the lineup. What are you looking at? Class honor ISNT just for you. Seeing me look at him, he still looped. Go back to studying. This game isn't for you. I waved him off. A weakling like him would end up with a few more footprints on his body and be of little use to the team. This ISNT your decision. I might not be any worse than you. Kong Lu puffed out his cheeks, dismissing my warning with a sneer. He clearly hadn't been through the hardships of life yet. I said nothing more, thinking to myself that he'd get his comeuppance later. In the early stages of the game, verbal sparring was inevitable. The two classes had been rivals for years, and the game was just an excuse to settle old scores. There was an unwritten rule in the game: no matter what injuries occurred, no one was allowed to report them to teachers or parents. Playing this game meant no one came out unscathed by the end of a round. Everyone was covered in bruises. Kangol was the weakest, so he went first. The advantage of going first was that the risk was lowest, and it was also the easiest way to get through, because at the beginning, everyone would hold back and not hit too hard. However, as both sides started to really go at it, injuries were inevitable. At this point, anger would continue to rise, and with the score gap widening, the competition would become more intense as it went on. Kangol stands at the entrance of the corridor. Judging by his expression, he must be planning to charge straight ahead without hesitation. This is the most foolish approach. Those who pose no threat will end up suffering the worst fate. One should proceed slowly, keeping a close eye on the opponent. When the opponent makes a move, pull them out of the fight. Once out, they are permanently eliminated and lose even the chance to score points by walking through the corridor. With a significant numerical disadvantage, the odds of winning are slim. Unfortunately, Kong Lu didn't understand this principle. He was just a novice. After building up momentum for a long time, Kangol charged toward the hallway with lightning speed, intending to take advantage of the enemy's surprise and pass quickly. The corridor was 1 meter wide and only about 3 meters long. In terms of speed, it should only take 2 seconds to pass through quickly. In the world of martial arts, speed is the ultimate advantage. Unfortunately, he wasn't Barry Allen with the speed of the Flash. Before he could take 2 steps, he was kicked flying by Qianhu. No one expected Qianhu, the main force, to act first. Kangdal didn't fall to the ground because when he was leaning toward our side, I used my foot to push him back. Don't think I'm helping him. I haven't forgotten that he betrayed us to Zuo Qian. A statesman may have a heart as vast as the sea, but I'm no statesman. Revenge is my creed. Seeing that Kong Lu hadn't fallen, the group across from us immediately launched their swift kicks, and the fierce battle erupted in an instant. Kangdal in the corridor had no idea how many kicks he had taken, some even from our own side. The chaos was too intense, with shouts and curses echoing non-stop. Seeing Kangdal standing in the hallway, neither advancing nor retreating, I began to wonder if the kid had been kicked into a stupor. As long as he didn't fall or retreat, both sides wouldn't stop attacking him. In the hallway, he was essentially a human punching bag. I braced myself on the shoulders of 2 classmates, jumped up, and kicked him in the butt, sending him flying out of the hallway. That's how we scored the first point. Looking at Kangdal, covered in dirty footprints, I couldn't help but shake my head. If I hadn't kicked him out, he would have been kicked into a honeycomb. This game is like American football, it's all about physical strength and the ability to take hits. Kong Lu isn't suited for it. I've tried to him, but he won't listen. In such an environment with such rules, no one can come out unscathed. Even Huang Feihong would get kicked a few times. Chapter 8, Rumors. When we played within our class, we were careful not to hurt each other too badly. But when the opponents were from another class, things got more intense, and the hits got harder. Stop. Stop. Just as we were celebrating scoring first, Zuo Qian rushed over. Stop fighting. This game is too dangerous. She spread her arms and stood in the hallway. What are you doing? Get out of here. This is men's business. I really didn't understand why she was always meddling. I'm the class monitor. What I say goes. She looked at me, not backing down an inch. Hey, a bunch of big men being controlled by a woman. Seeing this, the others immediately started mocking us. I'm the class monitor. What I say goes. Some even mimicked her tone, and the mocking laughter grew louder. Zuo Qian blushed, but she remained standing in the hallway, refusing to budge. Get out of here. I don't need your help. I grabbed her and pulled her out of the hallway. It felt like she had embarrassed the entire class. Fang Yuan, if you keep causing trouble like this, I'll go tell the teacher. Left Qian said with tears in her eyes. Go ahead and tell on us if you want. All you ever do is tattle. I glared at her angrily, thinking to myself, this woman is such a busybody. We're working hard here, isn't it all for the class's honor? Come on, let's continue. Ignoring Zuo Qian, the competition continued. Due to their mockery, we were all seething with anger. This round was their contestant walking down the aisle like a small sailboat crossing the Yellow River, all rough waters. Everyone on our side was giving it their all. Especially Kong Lu, who jumped up and kicked with a vengeance. Like a slap fighting contest, the more you got hurt, the angrier you got, and the more intense the fight became. However, the game wasn't over yet. The other side suddenly stopped attacking altogether, like startled mice, fleeing in panic. A bad feeling crept over me. I turned to look and saw Zhang Lasher standing beside Zhang Qian, his face as dark as Bao Zhang's. The anger and intensity of the battle seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water. Keep playing. Keep going, Mr. Jiang said, his face dark and grim, looking like he was going through a particularly heavy period that hadn't stopped for 8 months. Why stop playing? There's no one to play with? I'll play with you then. She walked to the hallway and stood there motionless. Out of respect for teachers, even the worst students wouldn't dare hit a teacher. She had calculated this perfectly, so she felt completely unthreatened. Stop studying and learn to fight instead. Ms. Zhang's slap landed precisely on my head. We're not fighting, we're competing. I tried to defend myself. A competition? You kick me once, I kick you once. What kind of competition is that? Why don't you compare your grades instead? Seeing my rebuttal, Ms. Jiang's face grew even darker. What can I do if I'm not smart? I can't learn it, I said stubbornly. Besides, it's not just our class competing. Why don't you say something about the class next door? And they started it first. To be honest, I was a bit resentful because, in my eyes, I was fighting for the class, which was honorable. If a hero doesn't have the dignity a hero should have, then any effort is worthless. You still have the nerve to argue? Mr. Jiang pulled my ear until we returned to the classroom. During that class, the 10 of us boys stood in a line along the wall. Zuo Qian kept glancing back at me, but due to the distance, I couldn't tell if she was feeling guilty or gloating. This tattletale was like a rotten apple in the class, disrupting our harmonious and friendly group. Because of this incident, during the flag-raising ceremony the next day, Mr. Jiang specifically mentioned that dangerous games like crossing the Yellow River were strictly prohibited, both inside and outside the school. Anyone caught playing such games would be reported to their parents. Every student's ultimate fear was being called to the principal's office, which meant getting a beating at home. Ms. Jiang seems to have it out for me. Everything I like, she bans. She won't let me cross the Yellow River. Does she want me to jump rope or play hopscotch like a girl? All of this was the fault of Zuo Qian, that wicked woman. She tattled on me for skipping class to play games, and she tattled on me for crossing the Yellow River. It was as if she had a personal vendetta against me. Because of her meddling, the only thing left for me to do at school is play card games. Fang Yuan, I heard that Kong Lu and Zuo Qian are dating in your class. A classmate playing paper cards gave me a knowing look. He was a year younger than me, short and stocky like a little dwarf. At our age, we didn't really understand these things, we just heard a few words from our elders or saw vague concepts on TV. Who told you that? I was startled, nearly dropping the paper cards I was holding. It's just a rumor. I don't know if it's true. You're not in the same class as Zuo Qian, are you? The short guy looked at me curiously. After he finished speaking, a few other students nearby also looked at me curiously. I don't know, I shook my head, thinking to myself that I hadn't even started spreading the rumor, yet it had already spread. Hearing this news, I lost all motivation to play cards. My heart was racing. When I returned to the classroom, I saw Zuo Qian lying on the desk, seemingly crying, with Kong Lu sitting beside her, saying nothing. They must have heard the rumor too. After all, the school isn't that big, and everyone in my card-playing circle knows about it. They wouldn't have any reason not to know. As soon as I entered the classroom, Kong Lu glared at me. In the past, I would have said something to him, but for some reason, I felt a bit guilty this time. But I didn't start the rumor. I was just thinking that I hadn't even started anything yet, so what could I have done wrong? I looked at Mouse, and he was also staring at me with a strange expression. Did you say it? I asked in a low voice. The idea to spread the rumor was mine, but Mouse knows I didn't do it, so it must have been him. It wasn't me, he shook his head in denial. Not Mouse? Then who could it be? I could swear to heaven that I hadn't started acting yet. Why is Kangol looking at me like that? Did you betray me? I quickly realized what was going on. I didn't say anything, they figured it out on their own. Mouse kept his head down. I believed him, he didn't say it, but he didn't deny it either. Kangol asked him if I was the one who spread the rumor, and he didn't deny it. That's as good as admitting it. I'm sorry, Fang Yuan. I really thought you did it. The mouse looked at me, apologizing repeatedly. I turned my head and saw that the entire class was staring at me, their eyes filled with contempt, almost grinding my nerves into powder. In all my life, I'd never been so wronged. If I'd done something wrong, even if everyone pointed fingers at me, I'd admit it. But this unfounded accusation weighing on me was like a 1,000-pound stone, crushing me until I could barely breathe. Chapter 9, That Ray of Sunshine. Kangol, Fang Yuan, and Zuo Qian, the three of you come to the office immediately. Teacher Jiang appeared at the classroom door like a ghost. Such a targeted summons left no room for doubt about the reason. I swallowed hard, terrified, but more than that, I felt utterly wronged, as if I couldn't wash away the injustice even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Mouse's silence only served to confirm my innocence. Zuo Qian's tears kept falling, soaking her sleeves. She looked at me with red, confused eyes, unable to understand why I had done such a thing. I kept my head down, unsure how to explain, for any explanation would be futile. As I walked toward the office, I could already foresee what was about to happen. Teacher Jiang would certainly believe Zuo Qian and Kong Lu, as they were the model students in the teacher's eyes, while I was just a troublemaker who needed to be dealt with. First, they would pull my ears and interrogate me, then hit my palms to intimidate and bribe me. Once I confessed, they would call my parents and say with a superior tone, "This child is beyond our teaching. Take him home." I knew there was no escaping it, so I might as well admit it and spare myself the physical pain. Once inside the office, the three of us stood in a line. Kangol was furious. As soon as he entered the office, he began complaining to Teacher Jiang, while Zuo Qian kept crying. Only I remained silent, staring at my shoes. The process didn't matter to me because no one would believe me. All I could do was admit to everything and accept the punishment. Ms. Jiang comforted Kong Lu and handed tissues to Zuo Qian to wipe her tears. After listening to the entire account, she stood up and closed the office door. The heavy door blocked out the light, and the office felt eerily gloomy. I knew what was coming next, the interrogation. She would bring out the ruler, make me extend my hand, and strike me hard with it for every wrong word, until I admitted my mistake. Fang Yuan, is that how it happened? Ms. Jiang's tone was different from usual. Yes, I replied, keeping my head down and struggling to hold back the tears welling up in my eyes. They must not fall. No matter how much I felt wronged, I had to endure it. At least no one would think I was weak. I didn't want Ms. Jiang to think it was her skillful interrogation that had uncovered the truth step by step. From the very beginning, I was the murderer, no evidence was needed to prove it. I extended my hand, waiting for the ruler to fall. No one would believe me, not even the mice thought I did it. My innocence was known only to the one who had spread the rumors. However, the ruler did not fall. A pair of strong hands gripped mine tightly. I looked up in surprise to see Ms. Jiang gazing at me with tenderness. I don't believe it, she shook her head, her eyes no longer holding the usual sternness. What don't you believe? I stood there, my mind a blank. I don't believe my student would spread such rumors. Fang Yuan, you are indeed mischievous, but your teacher can see that you are not a bad person at heart. Although you don't like studying, poor grades don't mean you have a bad character. Ms. Jiang pulled me close and spoke to me earnestly. I had imagined countless possible outcomes, but I never thought Ms. Jiang would believe me. But I did think about doing it. Tears streamed down my face. You're still young. Often, the human heart is like this office, dark, damp, and cold. It can harbor vengeful thoughts toward people or things we dislike. But as long as you open your heart, the sunlight will shine in. Ms. Jiang opened the office door, and the sunlight fell on my face. I knew I would never forget that ray of light, it was so warm. You thought about it, but you didn't do it, right? Mr. Jiang looked at me calmly. I nodded. I had indeed thought about doing it, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. Don't admit to something you didn't do. I'll look into this. Go back to class for now. Ms. Jiang gently touched my forehead. This was the first time I had felt her gentleness. In my memory, she was like a hawk, with sharp eyes and a ruthless demeanor. Sometimes I would even dream about her and shiver uncontrollably. On the way back to the classroom, the sunlight fell on my shoulders, and my heart felt warm. The feeling of being trusted by someone was so beautiful. I was relieved that I hadn't carried out my so-called revenge plan. If I had, Ms. Jiang would have been deeply disappointed. When my classmates saw me return to the classroom unharmed, they looked puzzled. In their eyes, someone who had done such a thing would surely be in for a beating. I let you down. Ms. Jiang said she'll investigate thoroughly. She believes this has nothing to do with me. I lifted my head proudly and said to everyone, Fang Yuan, I'm sorry. I should have believed you. Laozi looked at me with a guilty expression. It's okay. I was suspicious of you at first too, and you're right, we shouldn't have done that. I patted Mouse on the shoulder. Thinking about it now, I was indeed too harsh. Not only did I come up with such a cruel plan, but I also forced Mouse to join me. Friends always argue, and Housey and I are no exception. Zuo Qian and Kan Lu returned to the classroom very late. I didn't know what Jiang teacher had told them, but after they came back, Kan Lu wasn't as hostile toward me anymore, though he still didn't want to talk to me. This didn't affect me much, because I didn't want to hang out with those good students anyway. All I could think about now was catching the person who spread the rumor. I did jump up and kick them in the face. The hole they dug for me almost destroyed me. Unfortunately, I'm not a detective, and neither is Mr. Jiang. A week has passed, and although the teacher has explicitly forbidden students from spreading rumors, such things are hard to stop. Occasionally, some gossip still leaks out. The only solution is to catch the instigator and make them make a public apology during the flag-raising ceremony, so the rumors will dispel themselves. Zuo Qian is, after all, a girl with a thin skin. I've seen her secretly wipe away tears several times, but I don't know how to comfort her, and besides, we're not close and have had our share of conflicts. So, I just watched. Students, today we're going to rearrange the seats. The final exams are coming up soon. The students with better grades should help those who are struggling, so we can all improve together. Ms. Jiang stood at the front of the classroom and announced the start of the new round of peer tutoring activities. Every semester, as the final exams approached, there was always this show of unity and friendship, but I wasn't interested in such things. In elementary school, there were only two main subjects, Chinese and math. I was average in Chinese, and I always failed math. What was there to improve? Zhang Hao, sit next to Zhou Huan. Kangol, give Xia Wu a hand. Fang Yuan. Mr. Jiang looked at me, who was standing at the back of the classroom, his brows furrowed. Just sit next to Qian. Chapter 10, Graduation Gift. Mr. Jiang's decision was undoubtedly explosive. Everyone turned to look at me and Zuo Qian. Everyone in the class knew that Zuo Qian and I were like oil and water. Ms. Jiang. I raised my hand to refuse. That's final. Move your seat after class. Ms. Jiang saw me raise my hand, but she chose not to listen to my opinion. Zuo Qian turned to look at me. Most of the time, her expression was unclear to me, just a blur. I'm sure she didn't want to sit next to me either. After all, as a poor student, I was completely out of place with her. The bell rang, and I moved my desk and chair next to hers. Don't worry. I'm being punished to stand all day now. I only get to sit during class breaks. Zuo Qian didn't say anything. She kept her head down, working on her problems. Feeling unwelcome, I decided not to speak to her anymore. As school was about to end, she handed me a few pieces of paper problems she had written herself, asking me to do them and bring them back tomorrow for her to check. You don't have to take this seriously, do you? With my grades, is there even a need to improve? Looking at the neat handwriting on the paper, I rolled my eyes. She slung her backpack over her shoulders and said nothing more. Watching her leave, I turned around and folded the paper she had given me into paper cards, just what I needed since I had run out of them today. The next day, as soon as I put down my backpack, she reached out to check. I didn't do it. I threw it away. I said casually. She looked at me for a while, then lowered her head and ignored me. This little act of unity and friendship should have ended there. Since I didn't want to talk to her or have any contact with her, I didn't return to my seat during recess and stood against the wall all day. Take it back and write it. I'll check it tomorrow. If you don't want to write it, you can keep throwing it away. At dismissal, Zuo Qian handed me the paper filled with questions again. I won't write it. I don't know how, and I don't need your help. You don't need to do these boring things either. I took the paper, folded it into a card in front of her, stomped on it several times, and then stuffed it into my desk. To me, whether it was a homework notebook or a textbook, its greatest significance was that it could be folded into a card and that was all. I walked out of the classroom with my backpack, unaware that Ms. Jiang had seen everything clearly. Fang Yuan, you've been standing there for so long. Have you thought it through? I thought Ms. Jiang was going to scold me, but instead she asked this question. During this time, I had grown accustomed to standing at the back every day. Because being a laborer isn't as promising as being an architect, I answered honestly. That's why when I said I wanted to be a laborer, the students below laughed, but when Zuo Qian said she wanted to be an architect, they clapped. Do you think the teacher looks down on laborers? Ms. Jiang knelt down and helped me adjust my sleeves. I didn't say anything because I felt Ms. Jiang's attitude was already clear. Fang Yuan, you have choices. At your age, you can't just focus on having fun. Society is developing quickly. You must keep striving and learning to avoid being left behind. The teacher doesn't look down on laborers, it's just that I don't want your horizons to be limited to that level. If, in the future, you work hard but the results aren't ideal, and you end up doing manual labor, at least your life won't be filled with regrets. But now, what lies before you are countless possibilities for the future. Mr. Jiang patted my shoulder. Her words were too profound for me to fully grasp. Understanding half meant not understanding at all. I nodded, pretending to understand. I had mastered the art of admitting mistakes by the 3rd or 4th grade. Go home and think about it. Your clever little mind will rust if you don't use it. She smiled and touched my forehead. This was her last semester with us. After the final exams, we would be moving on to middle school, where we would have new teachers, and she would welcome a new batch of students. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to stand anymore. Sit down and pay attention in class. As I was about to leave, she waved her hand dismissively, forgiving me for everything. With only about a month left until the final exams, even the god of literature himself wouldn't be able to help me. And math was especially difficult. If I missed one class, I might not even understand the next one. I had already missed N+1 classes, and now math class felt like reciting a spell, complicated and boring. I knew Ms. Jiang was doing this for my own good, but when you're in school, you can't always do as you please. In the days that followed, Zuo Qian continued to give me practice questions every day, and I continued to fold them into flashcards. She fulfilled her role as a tutor, while I fulfilled mine as a struggling student. However, during these days, I overheard several classmates discussing what gifts to give Ms. Jiang after graduation. I'm not interested in studying, but as Ms. Jiang's student, I also want to give her a gift. But gifts cost money, and I'm short on cash. I've saved up a few dollars by running errands for classmates, but that is clearly not enough for a gift. Howsy, do you have any money? Let us give Ms. Jiang a gift too. I tapped Howsy on the shoulder and said. Just buy a greeting card. We're students, we don't have money to buy gifts. Mouse rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested. I had considered sending a greeting card, but too many people do that, and it wouldn't stand out as a sign of my respect for Ms. Jiang. Plus, I noticed that Mr. Jiang's pen was already quite old, so giving him a pen would be a good choice. But pens are expensive, a decent one costs $70 or $80. If only I were an adult, I could work a day as a laborer on a construction site and afford it. Just running errands to make money, I wouldn't be able to afford a pen even after graduation. Just as I was worrying about money, things took a turn for the better. At that time, small Coke bottles were very popular at school. Paired with a soft tube, they became the most popular drink on campus. Those rubber tubes weren't like the straws we have now. You could cut them to any length, but the longer they were, the harder it was to suck through them. Many students would use their textbooks to prop them up while drinking during class. This was quite inconvenient and easily noticed. However, if you drilled a hole in the desk, it would be much more convenient and safer. You could place the small cola bottle inside the desk, insert the tube, and have it extend out through the small hole. Then, you could simply lower your head to drink the delicious cola without worrying about being caught. At that moment, I saw a business opportunity. I had the necessary tools at home, a drill and a screwdriver, and I had seen my dad drill holes before. It wasn't difficult at all. The desk was only 2 or 3 centimeters thick, more than enough. I decided to act on it right away. I told Xia Wu about my idea, and he agreed immediately. He wanted 2 holes, one for drinking Coke and another larger one for passing spicy snacks. It's no exaggeration to say he was a genius when it came to eating. He could apply one idea to another in an instant. Chapter 11, Defiance. I've always been a person of action. Once Xia Wu agreed, I rushed home to get the tools. As the saying goes, like father, like son. Although I had only watched my father do it, it seemed like I was born to do this kind of work. The screwdriver felt right in my hands, and in no time, I had drilled 2 holes of different sizes on Xiaowu's desk. Perhaps I'm just not cut out for studying. I was born to be a laborer. 1 hole was 50 cents, 2 holes were $1. That's better than running errands. I proudly put the dollar in my pocket, feeling quite satisfied. Over the next few days, I kept looking for customers in the class, but fewer and fewer people wanted holes drilled, as only a handful of students in the class liked snacks. Looking at the pile of loose change in my backpack, it seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was only around $10. I was still far from being able to buy a fountain pen. I had to find new customers. It was like fishing when there were no fish in the pond, you had to move to another pond. So I set my sights on the neighboring class. Though our 2 classes were usually at odds, I wasn't too afraid to lose face for the sake of making money. Every class has its share of snack lovers. I convinced a few of the back row students in the neighboring class, and many of them placed orders with me. I jotted down their names and went around punching holes for them after school. After making around $10 from the neighboring class, the hole punching business plummeted. After all, this wasn't a consumable item, and no one would buy it repeatedly. This left me so stressed that I couldn't sleep at night. By now, I hadn't even made half the money I needed, and I had no idea how I'd buy the gifts. Our town isn't very big, and there are only 2 6th grade classes. Out of desperation, I expanded my business to the 5th grade students, then the 4th grade, and finally the 3rd grade. The 3rd graders were just kids who didn't know anything. I taught them into it, but I didn't charge them much, just 2 cents per hole. It wasn't because I was kind-hearted, it's just that kids their age really don't have much money. That's how I managed to earn over 40 yuan. For me at the time, that was a fortune. Every night before I went to sleep and every morning when I woke up, I had to take a look at it and count it carefully. That feeling was amazing. Money gave me a sense of security, and I desperately wanted to grow up and earn more money. School was a small community with a tight-knit circle. Before long, the teachers found out about my hole punching business. I don't know who ratted me out, probably someone who was jealous of my earnings. Still not satisfied? Showing your teeth and wanting to fight? Ms. Jiang hit my palm with a ruler, clearly angry. But I was even angrier. If I found out who the snitch was, I'd beat them up for sure. I didn't steal, I didn't rob, I earned this money through my own efforts. What's wrong with that? I didn't understand why adults praised others for making money, calling them capable and skilled, but when I made money, Ms. Jiang called me unproductive and a speculator. You're a student now. Studying hard is the most important thing you should be doing. At such a young age, you're already so greedy for money. Tell me, what do you need all that money for? Are you planning to skip class again to play video games? Ms. Jiang was about to hit me again, but seeing that my palm was already red from the blows, she angrily slammed the table. I kept my head down and didn't say a word because I felt she didn't understand me at all. Give all the money back to your classmates. Seeing that I wouldn't budge, she sighed in frustration. I won tea. This is money I earned. Why should I give it back to them? I was so angry I could barely breathe. I worked so hard after school every day, punching holes, and earning all this money. Was it easy for me? You don't even listen to your teacher anymore, do you? Ms. Jiang pulled my ear. Every time I made a mistake, she would pull my ear, and then I would admit my mistake and apologize. I may be a troublemaker and always make mistakes, but I've never dared to defy her. But this time, I felt I was completely in the right. You're just making things difficult for me on purpose. I don't want to be your student anymore. I forcefully shook off Ms. Jiang's hand and ran out of the office. At that moment, I felt she didn't deserve the gift I had prepared for her. She wasn't a good teacher, at least not to me. Back in the classroom, I angrily took out my backpack. Forget this school, I'm not going anymore. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Zuo Qian grabbed my backpack and demanded. None of your business, I snatched my backpack forcefully. Don't go. School isn't out yet. She stretched out her arms to block the door. Sometimes, I really wanted to kick her. Why was she so nosy? I'm not going back. Get out of my way. My palms were throbbing from the punishment, and the humiliation and resentment from being scolded by Ms. Jiang made me want to leave immediately. At your age, what else can you do if you don't study? Listen to me, go back to your seat first. If there's anything, I'll accompany you to talk to Ms. Jiang later. Zuo Qian brought up Ms. Jiang's name. In the class, no one dared to disobey Ms. Jiang's orders. But I was already seething with anger toward Ms. Jiang. Mentioning her only made me angrier. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? I'm telling you, get out of here right now, or I'll fight you. I pulled away from Zuo Qian with all my strength, but I didn't notice how hard I pulled, causing her to fall to the ground. Her palm was scraped by the cement ground, and blood kept seeping out. I'm the class monitor, you have to listen to me. Left Qian ignored her injury, got up from the ground, and clung tightly to my sleeve. I looked at her, noticing her determined and persistent gaze. Although I hated her, I wouldn't really hit a woman, especially not when my sleeve was covered in her blood. I didn't argue and let her pull me back to my seat. The overwhelming anger suddenly vanished, and I sat down, feeling uneasy inside. There were many onlookers, but whether I stayed or left, whether I continued studying or not, they didn't care. But when they saw Zuo Qian injured, they rushed to hand her tissues and handkerchiefs, comforting her with care, showing her more concern than they would their own mothers. Zuo Qian, you shouldn't have gotten involved with Fang Yuan. Let him wallow in his own misery, said Wang Min, who was close friends with Zuo Qian, speaking angrily. Look at your hand. It must hurt, she said, gently wiping the wound on Zuo Qian's hand with a tissue, then glancing back at me with a scowl. It doesn't hurt. Left Qian bit her lip, furrowing her brows. Everyone could tell she was lying. Some people are heartless. Even if you do something for them, they won't appreciate it, they just think you're meddling in their business. Wang Min almost named names. There was some truth to what she said. I did think Zuo Qian was meddling. Did you get locked into a gossip circle? Why are you talking so ambiguously? Wang Min's attitude really annoyed me. I never indulge people I can't stand. Chapter 12, All Efforts in Vain. I don't understand what it means to be considerate. Adults always say that men shouldn't argue with women, and since she's a girl, you should give in to her. Why should men always accommodate women? Gender equality means treating everyone equally, right? When cleaning the classroom, the heavy lifting is always done by the boys. When arguing, men are supposed to give in to women, as if that's just the way it is. But everyone keeps emphasizing gender equality. In my view, giving way to women isn't a virtue, it's clearly discrimination, a sign of looking down on them. If men and women are equal, then she should be treated as an equal, the same class, the same treatment. That's what respecting women means. I can accept gender equality, and I can accept gender inequality. But I cannot accept inequality when it is to her disadvantage and equality when it is to her advantage. That is an insult to women. As for me, I absolutely respect women and have always followed the three no's policy: do not compete, do not yield. Who are you calling two-faced? Fang Yuan, everyone in the class knows you're just a troublemaker. Wang Min stood up and pointed at me, shouting. You called me a troublemaker? Hearing her words, I didn't get angry. Instead, I laughed. If it's not you, then who else could it be? Wang Min had a fiery temper. Though she was quite attractive, her speech was coarser than that of most men. If I'm a troublemaker, then aren't you the mess? I didn't get angry at all, because a troublemaker is just a stick, and it's clear who the mess is. Stop arguing. The teacher said students should help each other and be united and friendly. Seeing that Wang Min and I were getting more and more heated, Zuo Qian quickly stepped in between us. Zuo Qian, why are you always taking his side? Do you see any sense of camaraderie in him? He acts like a good-for-nothing, always trying to make money off his classmates, like he has fallen into a money pit. Wang Min said angrily. Does earning money bother you? I didn't take your money. Mind your own business. I retorted angrily. Why does everyone think I'm in the wrong? I haven't cheated or deceived anyone. Earning money through labor is honorable. How did it become something shameful? Labor is glorious, and the working class leads everything. That's the highest principle. I earn money with my own hands. I'm in the right wherever I go. Speculation and profiteering, you're just a rotten apple. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Running errands for others all day long, earning a few cents and feeling proud of yourself. Wang Min mocked. Her family is better off than mine. She always wears new clothes and has much more pocket money than I do. She simply doesn't understand how important money is to me. I don't feel ashamed. It's people like you who only know how to ask your parents for money who are shameful. I shrugged indifferently. I know my dad doesn't make much money either. Since I started running errands to earn money, I haven't asked my dad for pocket money. If I want to buy snacks, I can buy them myself. What's so shameful about that? Wang Min wasn't very good with words, and I had her so flustered she couldn't say a thing. Her little mouth puffed out in anger, looking like a toad. Maybe that's why I don't have any luck with women. I never spoil them. Ever since I can remember, no female classmate has ever wanted to play with me. Women are such strange creatures. Take Wang Min, for example. At first, she was angry, gritting her teeth and glaring at me, then she started cursing, but when she realized she couldn't out-argue me, she ended up crying herself to tears. Just then, Ms. Jiang walked into the classroom. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Wang Min crying with her face on the desk, and I was standing right in front of her. Fang Yuan, why is it always you? Can't you just spare me some trouble? Ms. Jiang furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed on me. I wanted to ask her back, why is everything always my fault? I didn't provoke Wang Min, she provoked me. She's the one at fault. Why does she get to cry and then I'm the one blamed? I didn't respond to Ms. Jiang's words, not because I didn't know how to reply, but because I didn't feel like it. I felt she was clearly biased. Never mind, we'll talk about this later. Fang Yuan, return the money to your classmates. I'll reimburse you for what you've already spent. Ms. Jiang sent Zuo Qian to comfort Wang Min, then turned to me and told me to return the money I had earned. This is like going after my livelihood. From childhood to now, I've never had this much money. $50+, why should I give it back? I clung tightly to my backpack, refusing to give up a single penny. Seeing my firm stance, Teacher Jiang grabbed my backpack forcefully. Anyone who paid money, come to me to get it back. She pulled out the money I had saved for a long time and distributed it to the students one by one. She then went to other classes and returned all the money I had earned over the past few days. I hated her, suddenly I hated her so much. She wanted to be a good person, but she used the money I had worked so hard for to do a good deed. Looking at my empty backpack with not a single penny left, I bit my lip tightly, my nails digging deeply into my palms. I couldn't cry, I couldn't let anyone see me like this. You were greedy. Now you've got nothing left. Seeing me humiliated, Wang Min stopped crying and wore a smug expression. That smug expression was truly infuriating. The matter of punching holes for money was put to rest. Ms. Jiang didn't say anything else, but in my heart, I no longer respected her. The next morning, before dawn, while my father was making breakfast, I ran to the vegetable garden and struggled to catch 2 toads, the kind that were especially fat and looked ugly yet cute. I stuffed the toads into my backpack, hurriedly finished breakfast, and headed to school. My father curiously asked why I wasn't sleeping in today. To get revenge, I wouldn't just get up early, I could stay up all night if I had to. The classroom door was locked, and the key was kept by the class monitor. However, the back door of our classroom was broken, so we usually propped it open with a desk. With a strong push, it opened easily without needing a key. I arrived early on purpose, slipped into the classroom before anyone else arrived, and placed the toad in the backpacks of Zuo Qian and Wang Min. Then I slung my backpack over my shoulder and walked around to the school gate, pretending to have just arrived and walking side by side with some classmates I knew. Zuo Qian and Wang Min were walking ahead of me. I deliberately made a lot of noise and played around with my classmates to catch their attention. This way, I could avoid suspicion. When we arrived at the classroom, the class monitor hadn't arrived yet, and a few people were waiting at the door. Few knew about the broken back door, I had discovered it by chance. After waiting for a few minutes, the class monitor hurried over. As soon as he opened the door, I deliberately played around with the students, running around the classroom, so no one noticed me. Under everyone's watchful eyes, I quietly pushed the desk back to its original position, blocking the back door. All I had to do now was enjoy the expressions of shock and surprise on their faces. Chapter 13, Revenge. Zuo Qian was as usual, chatting and laughing with her classmates while putting her backpack into her desk. I sat beside her, closely observing her expression. Her smile froze on her face, her eyes widened, and she pulled out a large toad from her desk. She stared at the toad for several seconds, her face filled with disbelief. The smile didn't fade, it just shifted to my face. Seeing her shocked expression, I almost burst into laughter. With a shriek, she threw the frog several meters away. It landed with a splash and jumped onto me, clinging tightly to me. No matter how hard I pushed, she wouldn't let go. She clung to my neck like an octopus, wailing and crying, her tears and snot mixing together. What are you doing? Your snot is all over my clothes. I tried to pull her away with disgust, but her strength was surprisingly greater than mine. She was crying loudly, as if she had been scared out of her wits, but that was exactly the effect I wanted. Meddling in others' affairs comes at a price. If she hadn't stopped me, I would have left school long ago, and Ms. Jiang wouldn't have had the chance to take back the money I worked so hard to earn. Moreover, my feud with Zuo Qian wasn't something that had developed overnight. She was the one who reported me for skipping class to play video games, and she was also the one who called Mr. Jiang when I crossed the river. I'm the kind of person who never forgets a grudge. If I don't settle this now, I won't have the chance during the final exams. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, the toad from Wang Min's desk jumped onto her, one person and one frog, staring at each other. She screamed like she had seen a ghost, jumping up and down while shaking her skirt. But the toad was clinging to her and wouldn't let go. She dared not reach out to grab it, so she could only scream hysterically. Finally, a male classmate helped her grab the toad and threw it out of the classroom. I could watch this scene 100 times and never get tired of it. It was simply too funny and so satisfying. Can you let go? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. I grabbed Zuo Qian's south arm. The close proximity made me feel uncomfortable. Right, I'm sorry. She sniffled and pulled her arm back, carefully looking at the frog on the ground. Her face was bright red. I couldn't tell if she was scared or embarrassed from losing her composure in public. What bad luck. I rubbed my damp clothes on my shoulder impatiently. Fang Yuan, did you put the toad in my desk with Zuo Qian? Wang Min took a moment to compose herself before accusing me. It wasn't hard to guess, after all. We had just argued yesterday, and today I was being targeted. I was a prime suspect. But suspicion is just suspicion, and guesses are just guesses. Without evidence, I wouldn't be stupid enough to admit it. Did you eat a rainbow this morning? You come in and start talking nonsense about a rainbow-colored spinning top? If you say I did it, then I did it? I could just say you did it yourself. I retorted immediately. You're the one talking nonsense. Why would I put a toad in the desk for no reason? Wang Min was so angry she was grinding her teeth, but she had no evidence, so what could she do to me? How would I know? Maybe you watched the Frog Prince so much you went crazy and grabbed a toad to be your Prince Charming. My words caused the classmates to burst into laughter. You're such a jerk. Wang Min lunged at me, grabbing my hair and scratching my face, typical tactics for a girl. Wang Min, stop it. It might not have been Fang Yuan. He's in a lower-level classroom than us. Zuo Qian stepped in front of me, blocking Wang Min's attack. I don't know when he did it, but besides him, no one else would do something like this. Wang Min was convinced it was me. It must be said that she was much smarter than Zuo Qian. Zuo Qian's mind was entirely devoted to studying. She knew nothing about human relations or right from wrong. This kind of girl is the easiest to fool. You could call her innocent, but to put it bluntly, she's just a naive fool. Without evidence, you can't just hit someone. Zuo Qian stopped Wang Min. She wasn't someone who advocated violence. Even if there was evidence, she would only tell the teacher, and that was it. Actually, I was the one who did it. What can you do about it? I leaned close to Zuo Qian's ear and whispered. What I hated most about her was her bossy, meddlesome attitude. She had to interfere in everything others did, as if being class monitor meant everyone had to obey her. Zuo Qian turned to look at me, her eyes wide with surprise. I wonder if she has really read too many books and lost her mind. What is there to be surprised about? I thought my motives were as clear as day, but she still looked like she couldn't believe it. I saw no need to hide it. Everything I did was to leave no evidence. That way, even if Zuo Qian found out it was me, as long as I denied it in front of Teacher Jiang, they'd have no proof, and it would all be swept under the rug. Why did you put the leprous treasure in my desk with Wang Min's? Zuo Qian's brows furrowed in confusion. She asked me why. After opposing me for so long, she still didn't understand why I did it. Of course, it was for revenge. What are you talking about? Who put the leprous treasure there? I looked at Zuo Qian with an innocent expression. She wasn't from around here, so she called the toad Lai Bao, and the name actually had a cute ring to it. Although I admitted it, I couldn't admit it publicly. I only told Zuo Qian because I couldn't stand her saintly behavior. Even Wang Min guessed it was me, yet she still defended me. I have a phobia of stupidity. I can't stand people as dumb as her. Compared to the stability of hiding behind the truth, I prefer seeing the other person hate me yet be powerless to do anything about it. Zuo Qian looked at me, so angry she started crying. I noticed she never made a sound when she cried. I could only see her tightly pursed lips and tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. I watched her silently, feeling no remorse. I wondered if she wasn't as innocent as she appeared. When she reported me to Mr. Jiang, she might have felt the same way I do now. Schadenfreude, smug satisfaction. And the truth turned out exactly as I had predicted. After failing to get any answers, Ms. Jiang let the matter drop. Even if she suspected it was me, there was no evidence. The most valuable lesson I learned here was that an error without evidence is not necessarily a real error. This concept is like the entrance to Pandora's box, turning me into a brown bear that tasted honey. A little bit of sweetness lured me in, but in the end, I was stung all over my head. Chapter 14, Friends. The final exams were approaching, and most students were studying diligently. But for someone like me, who didn't care about grades, being first or last didn't matter. Both would get me into middle school. A certificate is just a piece of paper. It's not even worth 2 coins at the arcade. Since Mr. Jiang had spoken to the arcade owner, he wouldn't let me in anymore. I hadn't experienced the joy of gaming for a long time. Before, earning money every day had made me less eager to play, but now that I had nothing to do, my mind was filled with Three Kingdoms Chronicles, and I even dreamed about operating Zhuge Liang and his invisibility cloak picking up the flaming sword. Fang Yuan, want to play card games? Mouse tapped his pocket full of cards and said to me. It seemed like he won a lot lately. Forget it, I'm not going. I leaned on the desk, responding with little enthusiasm. What's wrong with you these days? You're so listless. Mouse sat down next to me, which was Qian's usual spot. I want to play video games, but I can't get into the arcade. Just thinking about it made me sigh. After school, come to my house. My mom bought me a Xiaobao game console and several game cards: Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Snow Brothers, and Adventure Island. They're so much fun. Mouse boasted proudly. At that time, these games were extremely popular. Hearing him talk about it made me so eager to go to his house right after school. Housy's family was slightly better off than mine. At least they had a TV, and the Xiaobao game console needed to be connected to a TV to play. But my family didn't even have a TV, otherwise I would have saved up to buy one no matter what. Zhang Hao, class is about to start. Please go back to your seat. Left Qian returned just as Mouse and I were engrossed in our conversation about games. Oh, okay. Mouse blushed and stood up. But class hasn't started yet. What's the big deal if someone sits in your seat for a moment? I grabbed Mouse and pulled him back to Zuo Qian's seat. I really don't understand why Teacher Jiang had to move me next to Zuo Qian. I was so happy sitting in the back row with Mouse. No, it's okay. You guys keep talking. I'll just stand here for a bit. Zuo Qian waved her hand, but she didn't leave. She just stood next to Mouse. Forget it, I'll just go. Mouse shrunk his neck and hurried back to his own seat. He went back on his own. I didn't push him, Zuo Qian said to me after sitting down. You're standing there staring at him. How could he sit down? I glared at Zuo Qian. She was clearly doing it on purpose. The mouse has a thin skin, especially around girls. If it were me, I wouldn't just sit there comfortably, I'd cross my legs too. We don't need to be at odds with each other. The teacher said that classmates should be united and friendly. Left Qian had been sitting down for less than 2 minutes before she adopted a condescending tone, as if lecturing a subordinate. What do you mean? Are you trying to be my friend? I looked at her impatiently. We've been at odds for ages. The semester's almost over, and we'll be moving on to middle school soon. We probably won't even be in the same class anymore. Just for this short time, we should mind our own business and not bother each other. Why go through the charade of pretending to be friendly? Is that okay? Zuo Qian pursed her lips and looked at me. You want to be friends with me? You're just afraid I'll put more toads in your desk again, aren't you? I rolled my eyes. Her little schemes were transparent to me. No, I want to be friends with you. After all, we're classmates, and constantly arguing isn't good. Zuo Qian looked at me. Her eyes were clear, but I couldn't help but feel that her smile hid an invisible threat. Once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope. She is Ms. Jiang, a spy, a traitor who tattles on others. If I trust her and befriend her, all my secrets will be exposed to Ms. Jiang. Whether it's Zuo Qian or Mr. Jiang, in my heart, they're all snakes and rats in the same nest. You're willing to be my friend? I'm really touched. I didn't expect you to be so generous. After everything I did to you, you're not angry? I asked. I'm not angry. It's no big deal for classmates to have a little conflict. Zuo Qian waved her hand dismissively. So we're friends now? I asked again. She nodded, flashing her playful little fangs at me with a smile. Shouldn't friends help each other? Of course, Zuo Qian seemed in a good mood. Oh, well, I accidentally bought an extra pen. Since we're friends, I'll give it to you at the original price. I pulled out the ballpoint pen I'd just bought from my pocket and offered it to Zuo Qian. Why don't I return it for you? I use a fountain pen, and I can't use this one. Zuo Qian looked at me and said. If I could return it, I would have already done so. The shop owner won't let me return it. I sighed. But I don't need it either. Zuo Qian looked at me with a hint of reluctance. You don't need it now, but you might need it someday. If you really don't want it, just forget it. After all, friends are just words. Saying this, I pretended to take the pen back. All right, how much is it? I'll buy it. Zuo Qian took the pen. 2.5 yuan. I answered honestly. I wasn't lying to her. I had saved up my pocket money for several days to buy it. It was different from the ordinary pencils I used. It could be used indefinitely, and when the ink ran out, you could just replace the refill. This type of pen was very popular at the time. Though not as fashionable as a fountain pen, it was infinitely better than a regular pencil. I only have 2 yuan. Zuo Qian pulled out the money from her pocket, counted it, and found she only had 2 yuan. It's okay. Friends should trust each other. You can pay me back when you have the money. I took the money from her hand and reminded her that she still owed me 50 cents. All right, don't worry about it. Zuo Qian opened her pencil case and placed the pen at the bottom, probably because she didn't need it and didn't want it to be in the way. Soon the bell rang, signaling the start of class. It was Chinese language class, and we had to write down the words silently. Everyone took out their notebooks and waited quietly for the Chinese teacher to call out the words. Zuo Qian. I gently tugged at her skirt. She turned her head in confusion. I don't have a pen. You have a ballpoint pen, right? You're not using it anyway, so can I borrow it? I boldly asked my friend for help. Under her shocked, confused, and bewildered gaze, I casually opened her pencil case and took back the pen I had just sold her. You just said you didn't need it. Look, now you do. I tested it, and the pen worked perfectly. No wonder everyone likes to make friends. Mutual help and friendship are truly wonderful things. Pen, you went out for a walk and came back looking so silly, you're now a silly pen. I muttered under my breath as I silently wrote down the words. Chapter 15, Friendship. The closed loop of friendship is when two people rush toward each other only to discover that their paths are crossed dead ends. I don't know if I taught Zuo Qian a lesson, but the 2 yuan I gained from it was real money. Friendship can be a means to maximize gains, and this played a crucial role in shaping my future life. My friendship with Zuo Qian lasted less than 10 minutes. She had always been better than me academically, but this time I outperformed her in the word dictation because she was daydreaming the whole time. She was probably confused by my logical thinking. She knew I was trying to trick her, but a well-planned scheme is always unbeatable. If she wasn't willing to help me, it meant she wasn't truly interested in being my friend. Given her personality, she wouldn't go back on her word over $2.50. Don't forget you owe me 50 cents. The final exams are coming up soon. Pay me back as soon as possible. After school, I quickly packed my backpack, eager to go to Mouse's house to play games. Before leaving, I didn't forget to remind Zuo Qian. Mouse's house was just him and his mom. His dad used to be an electrician but died in an accident, leaving his mom a widow. She was surnamed Chang, so I called her Aunt Chang. Aunt Chang was in her early 30s and quite attractive. Though rural women dressed rather plainly, she stood out as much more beautiful than others in the same attire. I often went to Mouse's house to play because they had snacks like sunflower seeds and peanuts. Mouse and I would fill our pockets with snacks and climb onto the roof, chatting and eating while we were up there. This time, when I returned with Mouse, I saw a man coming out of his house. He looked well educated, wearing a suit jacket and glasses. I had seen him before once when I was playing with Mouse. I saw him hugging Aunt Chang. I didn't tell Mouse about this. This man might become his stepfather in the future. Actually, it's no big deal, it's just like my dad. If my dad were to find me a stepmother, I wouldn't object at all, I'd wholeheartedly agree. I don't understand romantic love or the feelings between men and women, but I'm not stupid. I know that adults are meant to be in pairs, and single-parent families like mine and Aunt Chang's must have some flaws. However, Mouse seems to really dislike this glasses-wearing uncle. Every time he sees him, his face drops. "You little brat, why don't you say hello to people?" Aunt Chang raised her hand, pretending to scold the mouse. She is different from my dad. She just pretends to hit him, but my dad really hits him. I still remember how painful those willow branches felt when he hit me. "Fang Yuan, let us go." The mouse turned around and pulled me away, not wanting to stay home for a single moment. "Don't go. That man is leaving soon. Let us go back." I tried to persuade him, unwilling to give up. I didn't care whether Mouse liked the glasses-wearing uncle or not, I just wanted to go to his house to play video games. There was a large pond in town. Mouse kept walking with his head down until we reached the pond's edge. Though I was reluctant, he had left, and I couldn't very well go play video games at his house alone. "Fang Yuan, I hate him," Mouse said, skipping stones on the water toward me. I knew he was talking about the guy with glasses. Why? I couldn't understand. The old man didn't look like a farmer, he must be in business and probably has some money. Aunt Chang was a woman with no land or job. The compensation money from Mouse's father was probably all spent. If there was a man to take care of them, wouldn't that be better? I always think about things from my own perspective. If a woman were willing to marry my father and buy me good food, I'd be more than happy. He has a wife. Howsy threw the stone into the pond with all his strength, and the calm water immediately rippled. This is our local dialect, meaning he has a family. Does Miss Chang know? To be honest, I was a bit surprised to hear that. Does that mean Miss Chang is the other woman? The mouse didn't answer me. He kept throwing small stones into the water, it was his way of venting. His behavior told me that Aunt Chang knew, and at my age, I had no idea how to comfort someone, let alone in such a complicated situation. Never mind, let the adults handle it. How about I take you to a secret spot? I pulled Mouse's hand, seeing him looking so downcast, and I felt uneasy inside too. What secret base? Mouse asked curiously. We were roughly the same age, but sometimes I felt he was really immature because he was so easily swayed by others. I was just trying to distract him, and he quickly forgot about the glasses-wearing uncle. But that was fine. At least I didn't want to see him looking so down. I wasn't lying to him, I really did have my own secret base. I led Mouse through the fields, across the stream, and over the small hill, arriving at the bamboo forest on the mountain. This was my base, my own little kingdom. I built a small roof there, though it's not really a roof since it doesn't even block the rain, it's made from fertilizer bags I found. Every kingdom needs an iconic palace, and mine is no exception. The 3 fertilizer bags covering this area are my palace. I spread the dry grass from the mountain on the ground to make a simple carpet. Though it was crude, lying here made me feel exceptionally at ease. You're the first person to come to my secret base. A friend from afar has come to visit. No, what was the rest of that saying? I pondered for a while, trying to recall the rest of the phrase but couldn't remember it. How delightful. The mouse chimed in. I couldn't believe it. His dumb head was actually a bit smarter than mine. I pulled out the spicy snacks I had hidden in the base. I had saved up to buy them a whole bag that cost me $2 whole. I had hidden them for a long time and hadn't dared to eat them yet. Many times I wanted to open it and eat a piece, but I was worried I wouldn't finish it, and if it rained, it would get wet. So every time I just looked at it and then hid it away again. Ever since I got this bag of spicy noodles, I've never envied those classmates who eat spicy noodles during breaks until their mouths are dripping with oil. Because whenever I think about having a whole bag of spicy noodles, I feel so happy inside. But today, I decided to open the bag and share it with the mouse. Because he is my best friend, and to make him happy, I'm willing to share even the spicy noodles I wouldn't dare eat myself. A friendship where both parties give without expecting anything in return is a one-sided effort, a selfless act of giving. Chapter 16, My Kingdom. This was probably the most satisfying time I've ever eaten spicy noodles. A whole bag of them. Usually I buy them one by one, lick them first, then bite off a piece and savor it slowly. This time, I stuffed my mouth full and chewed until my cheeks ached. Take the weapon. After finishing the spicy snacks, I handed Mouse a sharpened bamboo stick. This was the best, straightest bamboo pole I'd found in the bamboo grove. I'd smoothed the joints until they were perfectly smooth and even rubbed it with sesame oil I'd stolen from home. It was, without a doubt, my dream weapon. Every boy has a monkey king living in his heart. Back then, Sun Wukong didn't have a suitable weapon, so he caused chaos in the East Sea. I'm better than him because my weapon was forged by my own hands. Cool scenes played out in my mind countless times. The passion of youth was fully expressed when I fought with Mouse using the bamboo stick. We were so engrossed in our imagined battles that we had a blast in the bamboo grove. Take this from old son. The Mouse swung his stick, completely forgetting all his troubles. Great sage, I see that we have reached Lion Camel Ridge. The little demons are waiting for us. I knelt on one knee, clasped my hands together, and imitated the actions of the minor characters on TV. This is only because he's in a bad mood today, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to play the role of the Monkey King. Follow me, my little ones, and let's fight to our heart's content. The mouse was completely immersed in the role, rushing toward the rapeseed field ahead. Not far from the bamboo grove was a field of rapeseed flowers, blooming in patches. Though not as vibrant as fresh flowers, they had their own unique charm. The mouse was like a tiger descending from the mountain, swinging his stick with such force that it created a whirlwind. With each strike, he knocked over rows of rapeseed stalks. At this stage, the stalks were full of moisture and broke easily. The mouse and I were like generals plucking the heads of dogs from the midst of 1,000 soldiers, beating the rapeseed flowers until they could no longer stand upright. That day, we destroyed countless rapeseed plants, completely unaware of the impending disaster, for in my kingdom everything was under my control. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. A pair of strong hands lifted me and Mouse up like chickens. Whose kids are these? You've ruined my rapeseed. The man who caught us was a rough-looking man in his 40s. His hands were like iron clamps, and I couldn't break free. Where are your parents? He didn't want to waste any more words on us. It was clear he was looking for our parents. I don't have parents, I lied, because I dared not let my father know, fearing a beating. The man didn't believe me at all. Maybe my lying skills were too poor, he saw right through me. He then turned his gaze to Mouse. Mouse was just like a real mouse, shrinking his neck, not uttering a sound, his whole body wilted. Are you students from Jinguang Primary School? The man asked, looking at my school uniform. No, I found the clothes. I've never been to school. Even though I knew he wouldn't believe me, I stubbornly stuck to my story. You little brat, how dare you lie like that? The man grabbed my ear angrily. Come with me. He dragged me and the mouse toward the other side of the rapeseed field. I want to go. You're a human trafficker, kidnapping children. I refused to get up, clinging to the ground. I'll show you I can handle you. Come back with me. Today, I'll make sure Jiang Minghui sees who you belong to. You're such a troublemaker. The Jiang Minghui he mentioned was our homeroom teacher, Miss Jiang. Hearing his words, I immediately flew into a rage. If Miss Jiang found out, she would definitely call our parents. What asked this Jiang Minghui? I don't know her. The name alone sounds shady. I clung to the grass roots on the ground, determined to stay there no matter what. Jiang Minghui is just our homeroom teacher, Miss Jiang, Mouse asked me blankly. At that moment, I really wanted to push his head into the ground. I stood there dumbfounded for a while. You should have kept your smart mouth shut when you shouldn't have spoken. Oh, you're the class teacher? The man let go of me and Mouse. What are your names? Why should I tell you? I looked at the man, terrified. The fear of having done something wrong was slowly creeping up on me. Kangle, don't say anything either. Did you hear me? Otherwise, Xia Wu won't recognize you as his friend anymore. I looked at Mouse, intentionally calling him by the wrong name, intending to shift the blame onto Kangle and Xia Wu. In just a few breaths, my lying skills skyrocketed. I no longer made things up on the spot but instead set traps, deliberately giving false answers to make the man think he was in control, thereby reinforcing his belief in his own answers. Perhaps lying is in my genes. Just because my previous lies were exposed, my deception skills have gradually become more refined. This was an innate ability, and I had a natural talent for crafting lies. When speaking to the mouse, I deliberately adopted an urgent tone laced with a hint of threat, as this made my words seem more authentic. When the man heard what I said to the mouse, his eyes lit up. His expression betrayed his thoughts. He had fallen for it. I hid my inner joy, waiting for him to release me and the mouse before slipping away. The man stared at me, and I stared back just as intensely. At that moment, I couldn't lower my head or avert my gaze, otherwise, he would have suspected something. This is the lesson I learned from my intellectual battles with Ms. Jiang. Before, I didn't understand why she could immediately tell when I was lying. Later, I realized that every time she asked me a question, she would look me straight in the eyes. As soon as I panicked and avoided her gaze, she could see right through me. Fang Yuan, what are you talking about? I'm not Kangle. The mouse looked up at me. Ms. Jiang always says my brain isn't stupid, but I don't know if that's true. But Mouse's brain is stupid. I glared at him angrily, truly puzzled as to how I could have such a friend. Originally, the man had already decided to let me and Mouse go, but now he was furious, dragging me to report us to Ms. Jiang. Lying on the ground wasn't working anymore. The man pulled me up forcefully. Thinking about it, it made sense. An adult almost fell for a kid's trick. He must be furious. He dragged me and the mouse to Mr. Jiang's house. As soon as Mr. Jiang saw me, his eyebrows furrowed instinctively. After hearing the whole story, Mr. Jiang nodded. How much is the damage? I'll compensate you, Mr. Jiang said to the man. How can I let you pay? Their parents should compensate you and discipline them properly. Especially this little brat. He didn't say a single truthful word. The man pointed at me, speaking angrily. I'm their homeroom teacher. I also have a responsibility to discipline them. Mr. Jiang went into the house and brought out a few blue bills. At that time, 100 yuan was blue, and my father had a dozen or so in his cabinet. I had seen them a few times. After some back and forth, the man took the money and left. Mr. Jiang, don't tell my father. I'll repay you later. I kept my head down, unable to meet Mr. Jiang's eyes. Chapter 17, The Break of Friendship. Mr. Jiang looked at me for a long time before finally sighing. Write a self-criticism, then go home. It seemed she had completely lost interest in lecturing me. After so many years of school, I was already well versed in writing self-criticisms, which often required more words than homework assignments. First, I outlined the events that had occurred, then deeply recognized my mistakes, expressed sympathy for the farmer's hard work, and finally vowed never to do it again. I wrote quickly and kept it simple. Glancing over at Mouse, he was still writing, having filled an entire page. I skimmed at just one page, and my name appeared over 30 times. Are you an idiot? So it's all my fault, right? I grabbed the paper, my face turning red with anger. If it weren't for his gloomy expression, would I have brought him to my kingdom? I didn't mention him in my self-criticism, yet he had written down everything I did in detail. No, a self-criticism letter is supposed to record what happened, isn't it? The mouse turned to look at me, his pen still moving. You old fool. I wanted to give him a kick so badly. If he had written about us destroying the rapeseed field, I could have let it go, but he actually wrote down the lies I told. What's the commotion? Ms. Jiang finished grading the assignments, walked over to us, and picked up Mouse's self-criticism essay. The more she read, the deeper her frown grew. Jiang Hao, go home first. Fang Yuan, stay behind. After putting away the self-criticism essays, Mr. Jiang said to us. Mouse gave me an apologetic look before leaving Mr. Jiang's house. Sometimes I can't tell if he's really that stupid or if he's intentionally trying to frame me, digging me into a hole time and time again. Is what's written here the truth? Ms. Jiang sat in her chair, her brows furrowed so tightly she could probably crush a fly. I nodded. Although I wanted to deny it, lying had become second nature to me. But Mouse, this treacherous friend, was unlikely to align with me, so lying wouldn't make much sense. Besides, Ms. Jiang wasn't easy to fool. She was asking me, but she already had her answer. Have you realized anything? She tapped the table and looked at me. I deeply recognized my mistake. I shouldn't have lied or deceived others, and I certainly shouldn't have destroyed the farmer's crops. I kept my head down, knowing the standard answer without even thinking. Lying to avoid trouble is human nature. Destroying crops, I can forgive you for being playful. I won't blame you. Ms. Jiang's expression was serious. Lying isn't my fault, and destroying crops isn't my fault either. So what else could I possibly have done wrong? But she let the mouse go home and left me behind alone. It's obvious she doesn't like me. I'm probably going to get a spanking on my palm. At this point, as long as she doesn't tell my dad, I'll endure the beating. I've always said you're smart. Your mind works quickly. If you studied seriously, you'd definitely be no worse than Zhou Huan and Zuo Qian. But you've wasted your brain on mischief. Ms. Jiang sighed, looking at me with disappointment. But I have no interest in studying at all. I get annoyed just looking at textbooks, and I don't like solving complicated problems. Failing to improve your grades is my responsibility as a teacher, but academic performance alone doesn't define a person. In life, especially for boys, you must stand tall and act boldly. Making mistakes isn't, but shifting blame onto others is a flaw in character. Ms. Jiang spoke sternly, clearly angered by my attempt to shift the blame onto Kangol. But at that age, I couldn't understand her words. I automatically filtered them out and kept apologizing. Teacher, I won't do it again. When I said this, I didn't think much about it. I just wanted to get the matter over with as quickly as possible. Fang Yuan, I know you can't fully understand what I'm saying right now, but as your teacher, it's my duty to teach you the principles of life. I won't punish you for damaging the crops, but framing and slandering your classmates is absolutely unacceptable. Ms. Jiang took out the ruler, and I voluntarily extended my hand. I hope you will remember this lesson for the rest of your life. Mr. Jiang struck me 20 times with the ruler, harder than ever before, leaving my palms red and swollen, making it difficult to even clench my fists. Tears fell onto my palms, and the pain grew more intense. I kept rubbing my hands against my pant legs, hoping to ease the pain, but it did no good. I wasn't crying because I regretted what I had done, nor because I recognized my mistake. I was simply in excruciating pain, unbearable pain. This beating filled me with hatred for Mr. Jiang, a hatred that came from deep within. I lowered my head, clenched my teeth, and forced myself not to speak. I'm not afraid you hate me. I'm only afraid you'll go down the wrong path. Fang Yuan, as a boy, you must be upright and honorable. Mr. Jiang waved his hand, telling me to go home and think it over. I want you to come back. On the way home, I kicked stones with all my strength, cursing her entire family in my mind. I couldn't help but hate her. My hands were so painful I couldn't even eat, and her teachings were long forgotten. Her cruelty was etched into my memory. That beating did make me behave myself a lot more. I had no energy left to cause trouble. While all my classmates were studying hard for the exams, tackling various practice questions, I was lying on the desk, too exhausted to move. Fang Yuan. Fang, you old hag, get out. When Jiang Hao tapped my shoulder, my anger erupted. My angry shout was so loud that the entire class turned to look at me and Mouse. Hao Z's face turned bright red. After all, he had lost face in front of so many people. After yelling at him, I felt a bit guilty, but I did have a grudge against him. If it weren't for his self-criticism letter, my hands wouldn't be swollen like pig's hooves. Hao Z opened his lips slightly but said nothing, only returning to his seat dejectedly. Despite realizing I had gone too far, the stubborn me refused to apologize. This became the last conversation between Mouse and me in elementary school. Fang Yuan, you shouldn't have been so mean to your classmate, said Zuo Qian, who was sitting next to me, as she watched Mouse's retreating figure. Why are you always meddling? What does it have to do with you, class monitor? I deliberately called her class monitor to imply she was overstepping her bounds. I'm not speaking as class monitor but as a friend. Zuo Qian pulled out 50 cents and placed it on my desk. I couldn't figure out Jiang Hao's mind, and I couldn't figure out Zuo Qian's mind either. She knew I didn't consider her a friend at all, yet she was still foolishly giving her money for this non-existent friendship. We're not friends, and we never will be. I shoved the 5-cent coin back into her hand. I couldn't explain why I hated her so much, but I just did. I hated her voice, her appearance, and her pure, innocent character. Chapter 18, Elementary School Graduation. Time flew by, and the final exams were approaching. These days, I hadn't spoken a single word to Mouse or Zuo Qian. Daydreaming in class and playing paper cards during breaks had become my daily routine at school. My math textbook had been folded into paper cards, and with the exams approaching, the book was useless. Combined with my hatred for Ms. Jiang, I had grown to despise school to the extreme. I wanted to drop out, but the 9-year compulsory education system restricted my future. Since I no longer respected Ms. Jiang, I no longer feared her. I owe her nothing. I've even returned the knowledge she taught me. Oh, wait, she did pay back the money for the rapeseed field that I and Hao Z damaged. Once I earn enough to repay her, I'll truly owe her nothing. The final exams weren't strict because attending middle school was mandatory. Grades were merely used for class placement. Top students went to class 1, slightly lower ones to class 2, and so on. The middle school was quite large, and students from several nearby towns would gather there. Based on my grades, I estimated that I would most likely end up in class 4, which was the worst class. I didn't feel ashamed about it, because I had no desire to study. I felt that class 4 was where I belonged, no teachers to bother me, and I could skip class whenever I wanted. That was the life I wanted. Looking at the mouse in the back row, he was probably destined to be in the same class as me. At that time, elementary school didn't have English yet, it was just math and Chinese. My Chinese grades were decent, just barely passing, but I couldn't understand math problems at all. For multiple choice and true-false questions, I just held the dice and let fate decide. The exams ended quickly. Unlike the college entrance exams, elementary school students had to continue attending classes after the exams until the scores were released. Only after the graduation photos were taken did my elementary school career finally come to an end. When the test papers were distributed, I scored 67 in Chinese and 19 in math. The combined score of my two subjects was still lower than the score of one subject for Zuo Qian, but this result was exactly what I had expected. I didn't care about my grades at all, they were all the same to me. Even if compulsory education were abolished today, I wouldn't care. After the test papers were distributed, it was time for the award ceremony. Students like Kong Lo, Zuo Qian, and Zhou Huan were guaranteed winners, the geniuses of the class. Fang Yuan. Just as I was daydreaming, I suddenly heard someone call my name. I looked up and saw Ms. Jiang on the podium. Come up here. She held out the award certificate and looked at me. Me? I pointed at myself, thinking I must have heard wrong. Is there another Fang Yuan in the class besides you? Ms. Jiang smiled at me. Me, a certificate, and a model student? 3 completely unrelated words, yet they were somehow connected. I've never received a certificate in my entire life. With my grades, I'd be lucky to get reported to the principal. It wasn't just me, many others in the class were also stunned, their mouths wide open. Ms. Jiang, with my grades, I shouldn't be getting a certificate. Did you make a mistake? I walked up to the podium, looked at the certificate being handed to me, hesitated to take it, afraid of the disappointment that might follow. Being a model student isn't just about grades, Mr. Jiang said, placing the certificate in my hand with a serious expression. The certificate isn't worth much, but it's an honor. Saying you don't want it is a lie. Who wouldn't want to hang it up at home and show it off? Holding the certificate in my hands, I felt that this thin, delicate piece of paper was incredibly heavy. People may not be outstanding, but what matters is self-awareness. Whether it's grades or character, I don't deserve this certificate. Thank you, teacher. I didn't ask any more questions and accepted the certificate because I wanted it. Even if I don't deserve it, I still want it. Soon you'll be entering middle school, and other teachers will take over to teach you more knowledge and the principles of life. You must be sensible, obedient, and study hard. After distributing the certificates, Ms. Jiang looked at the students below, her voice choked with emotion. She had been our teacher from 1st grade to 6th grade and had grown attached to us. Some of the girls began to cry, looking up at Ms. Jiang on the stage with reluctance. I didn't look because I was too busy. My eyes were fixed on the award certificate in my hand. When I got home, my dad would see it, and he'd be so happy. Maybe I'd even get to eat a big bowl of fatty braised pork. Just thinking about it made my mouth water so much I almost drooled on the certificate. After the certificates were distributed, elementary school life was basically over. Next, there would be a class meeting where students would perform programs, and the teachers would buy some snacks. We'd push the desks and chairs together, watch the performances, and munch on sunflower seeds. Many students performed, but after all, it was a small rural area. While they called it talent, there wasn't much talent to speak of. Most were just singing off key, as we had never been exposed to anything sophisticated like pianos or violins. I hadn't even heard of those things when I was in elementary school. The only person in the class who performed a dance was Zuo Qian, since she had lived in the city before and knew more than us. The boys clapped wildly, almost breaking their hands, while I sat under the table, munching on spicy snacks. These free snacks, each one I ate was one less for later. What's the point of watching a dance? What's in your stomach is what's yours. I had no interest in performing on stage because, well, I'm just not talented. If I had to sing, it would be an insult to my classmates' ears. I know my limits. Speaking of which, sometimes I really feel that fate is truly unfair. Take Zhou Huan, for example. That guy not only excels in his studies and has great interpersonal skills, but he is also better than me at playing card games. Plus, he can sing and he sings beautifully. I feel like he sings better than some celebrities. When I hear his voice, to be honest, I feel a bit envious. Compared to him, I'm just a mess. He is better than you in everything studying, playing it's enough to make you furious, but all you can do is blame the heavens for their unfairness. After playing around all morning, in the afternoon, the school invited a photographer to take photos. After the graduation photos were taken, the photographer didn't leave right away. At this point, students could gather in groups to take photos, some with their best friends, others with their teachers. These photos weren't free, they cost 50 cents each. I hadn't planned to take photos. 50 cents? Why not go play video games instead? Photos can't feed you, can they? Watching the students pose with scissors hands for photos, I felt nothing but childishness. Fang Yuan, come over and take a photo with the teacher, Ms. Jiang beckoned to me. I don't have any money, I said, clutching the last dollar in my pocket. I still harbored resentment toward her, so I didn't want to take a photo with her. I'm a petty person, I guess. I hold grudges, and I've never denied that. Come on, the teacher wants to keep some memories with you too. Ms. Jiang softened her usual stern demeanor. Today she was unusually gentle. So, with a sour expression on my face, I was dragged over by Ms. Jiang and took a photo with her. In the photo, she gently stroked my hair, looking like a kind-hearted mother. I didn't look at the photo to see how it turned out, because even if it was developed, I wouldn't come back to pick it up. I didn't even want to see Ms. Jiang again. Chapter 19, The Fun of Summer Vacation. Mouse kept looking over at me. Noticing his nervous expression, I knew he wanted to take a photo with me. After all, we were about the same in popularity in class, and I only had him as a friend, just like him. But I was still angry with him, so I walked away. As I passed the playground path, Zuo Qian and Wang Min had just finished taking photos. Seeing me approach, Zuo Qian cautiously asked if I wanted to take a photo together. Would I take a photo with her? There is no way I'd ever appear in the same photo frame as her. My brain didn't even need to think about it. I refused her without hesitation. Wang Min, who was standing nearby, immediately came to Zuo Qian's defense. Sometimes I really wonder if Wang Min has some ulterior motive towards Zuo Qian. Every time Zuo Qian suffers the slightest injustice, she is the first to jump to her defense. It's like the toad I left on her desk, it just pops out the moment you open the drawer. Fang Yuan, what is that expression on your face? Left Qian wants to take a photo with you, and you're so impatient. Don't you know how many male students would kill to take a photo with Left Qian? Wang Min was clearly displeased with my attitude. I felt she hated me just as much as I hated Left Qian. Just seeing her made me feel uneasy. You're crazy. I didn't even bother arguing with her. It was the last day of school, and she was still trying to ruin my day. Ignoring Wang Min's muttering behind me, I took a quick step and stepped out of the school. The free breeze surrounded me, and I thought it was time to break the seal. I took the dollar in my pocket, went to the arcade, bought a few tokens, and played all afternoon to my heart's content. The owner didn't want to let me play, but I told him I had already graduated. He thought about it for a moment and then let me be. In our small town, the only people who came to play arcade games were kids my age. Those who were older were middle school students. That's how he made his money. The long-awaited battles in the game brought a great sense of fulfillment to my heart. When the tokens ran out, it was almost time to go home. When I took out the certificate, my father was speechless. He looked at me in disbelief, as if he had won 5 million in the lottery. I rarely saw him so happy. He took the certificate and hurriedly stuck it on the living room wall, layering it with tape, making sure it was secure and dust-free. That night, I finally got to eat the braised pork I had been craving. It was so delicious. With each bite, the pork skin had that perfect balance of fat and lean meat. I chewed it slowly, savoring every bit, unwilling to swallow even when it was completely tender. A bowl of braised pork took me a full hour to finish. Even when it grew cold, I couldn't bring myself to eat the last bit, saving it for the next day so I could enjoy it warm again. I knew our family circumstances well. Although my father loved me dearly, eating meat was a rare treat, so I often had to find snacks to satisfy my cravings. For example, tomatoes and cucumbers from the vegetable garden, or even scallions. The scallions back then weren't as large as they are now, but they were sweet. I often chewed the white part of the scallions with cucumbers together. The taste was a bit odd, but I actually liked it. During summer vacation, I didn't stay home every day because there wasn't much to do. I had lost all my playing cards, and the last few books I had were also gone. During the day, I would go out with my father to weed the vegetable garden and tend to the fields. My father was an honest farmer who worked tirelessly all day, carefully tending to the family's fields. I couldn't sit still, so I'd sneak off to play after a while. I'd catch frogs, chase cicada nymphs, or sneak into someone else's field to pick a corn cob, light a grass pile, and roast it. I'd even throw the frogs I caught into the fire, and even without any seasoning, I'd eat it with relish. I loved this life and felt completely content. I never felt ashamed of our poverty and truly enjoyed the peace and comfort my father provided. Until it was almost time for school to start, I discovered something even more fun, a slingshot. At the small store, they sold them for 3 yuan each. The bow frame was made of iron wire, which was easy to bend if you pulled too hard, and the rubber bands were few and had little elasticity. It was clearly a low-quality, mass-produced item. How did I know it was junk? Because I begged my father for 3 yuan to buy one, and after playing with it for less than an afternoon, the frame bent. The shop owner said not to use too much force. I really wanted to jump up and kick him. A slingshot is meant for shooting birds. If you don't use enough force, the birds fly too high to hit. After arguing for a while, he finally refunded me $1. I wasn't really concerned about the dollar. I genuinely enjoyed the feeling of using a slingshot. However, the product had significant flaws, so I spent the dollar on rubber bands and decided to make my own slingshot. An ideal slingshot naturally needs a sturdy frame. I searched the mountains alone for a long time before finally selecting a tree branch that wasn't too thick or too thin, just right for holding in my hand. Near my home, there was a bike repair shop. I asked the owner for 2 sheets of sandpaper and spent hours sanding the bow frame until it was smooth as glass. I then soaked it in sesame oil, let it dry, sanded it again, and repeated the process 3 times before it was finally ready. My father found out I was soaking the slingshot in sesame oil and almost beat me again, but he managed to hold back. Sesame oil, which we rarely used for cooking at home, was indeed a luxury for soaking a slingshot. But how could he understand my obsession with it? I could go 3 days without eating, but the slingshot in my hands had to be just right. After the bow frame was ready, I drilled holes at both ends. Drilling holes was second nature to me after all. I drilled holes in every desk in elementary school. After drilling the holes, I carefully wrapped rubber bands around the frame, layering them one by one. It took dozens of rubber bands before the bow felt sturdy enough to pull back. Now the bow frame and rubber bands were ready, but I still needed a leather pouch, the part that connects the rubber bands and holds the stones. I tried various fabrics, but none met my standards. That night, I took a pair of scissors and sneaked out again. I went back to the same bike repair shop, shone my flashlight around, and rummaged through the tires. This material was tough and elastic, perfect for a leather pouch. The next morning, amid the shop owner's curses, I carried my beloved slingshot and raced up the mountain. Today, I was determined to dominate the mountain and claim half the territory. Chapter 20, Middle School starts. There was one thing I had to give myself credit for: this slingshot was absolutely perfect. It had plenty of power and could handle being used with force. When it came to hitting bird nests, it was devastating. A single pebble could completely destroy a nest in the tree. The sparrows perched on the branches were dead if hit. Of course, I wouldn't let these trophies go to waste. I'd put them in a bag and take them home for a feast. For nests that were lower, I'd climb the tree and raid them. Sometimes I'd even get some eggs, though they were hard to carry and often broke, staining my clothes. There weren't just kids like me on the mountain. There were a few older children also playing with slingshots. The ones they used were bought from a small shop, and compared to mine, they were like night and day. "Hey, where did you get that slingshot?" Seeing the slingshot in my hand and its destructive power, the other kids all looked at me enviously. "I made it myself," I said proudly, holding my head high. "Do you sell this slingshot?" one of the children asked. I had never even considered selling slingshots, and I was really reluctant to part with the one I had. "How much would you pay for it?" Driven by the desire for money, I blurted out the question. $15. I'll pay you right now. The child reached into his pocket and pulled out the money, ready to buy the slingshot from me. 15 yuan was no small amount to me. Seeing me hesitate, the child emptied his pockets, adding the last $2, making a total of 17, and handed it to me. The look in his eyes clearly showed how much he wanted the slingshot in my hand. I spent several days making this slingshot. I remained hesitant. Actually, by this point, I had already decided to sell it. $17. The cost of the slingshot was no more than $3, most of which was for the sesame oil. But when I saw his desperate expression, I knew $17 wasn't his limit. As I expected, he immediately borrowed money from his friends, eventually gathering 6 more yuan, which, combined with his own 17 yuan, totaled 23 yuan. When the money was handed to me, to be honest, I was grinning from ear to ear, but I still pretended to be reluctant as I handed him the slingshot. Once he had the slingshot, he hurriedly loaded it with stones, gave it a try, and was very satisfied. He then took his friends to play. Holding the money in my hand, I felt incredibly excited. This was a windfall. A slingshot could fetch over 20 yuan. Why bother hunting birds? What could be more enjoyable than making money? With that thought, I lost interest in continuing to raid bird nests. I put the loot away, grabbed a plastic bag, and headed straight for the mountain. By nightfall, I had managed to find 5 suitable bow frames. I went to the small shop and bought 5 yuan worth of rubber bands. Following the same steps, I made 5 slingshots. This time, however, I was smarter and bought sesame oil from the street instead of using the oil at home. This oil could be reused, so it wasn't really a waste. Once the slingshots were ready, I headed to the mountains to sell them. Rural children had little in the way of entertainment, so these little gadgets were their way to pass the time. The slingshots sold quickly. I sold each one for 15 cents, and all 5 were sold by midday. Some children didn't have enough money and asked me to come back in a couple of days. Need I say more? If it weren't so hard to find the slingshot frames, I'd come back every day. $75. I held it in my hand and it felt heavy. It was indeed a bit heavy because there were many coins, but as long as it was money, I loved it, and no matter how heavy it was, I could lift it. Days passed one after another, but eventually slingshots became harder to sell. Those who could afford them had already bought them, and those who couldn't were learning to make their own. Most of the children in the mountains now had their own slingshots, so this lucrative business had run its course. I sold the remaining slingshots I hadn't sold to a small shop for 3 yuan each. My slingshots were clearly better than his, so I could have sold them for 10 yuan each, but he paid me right away. Counting the earnings from this period, over 300 yuan, I dreamed of holding that money tightly at night, sleeping soundly. I was a money grabber, but I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If Ms. Jiang found out, she'd lecture me again. Luckily, I graduated from elementary school, so she couldn't discipline me anymore. Even if she found out now, she couldn't force me to return the money. I truly hoped I'd never have to go back to school, but what was meant to happen would happen. On the first day of middle school, I reluctantly slung my backpack over my shoulders. Sure enough, I was assigned to class 4 of the first grade. What a beautiful pun, first grade, die already, hurry up and be destroyed. Who in their right mind would send their child to school? After receiving a backpack full of textbooks, I wanted to tear them all up and make them into paper cards. Class 4 was the worst class, full of troublemakers like me. But what surprised me was that Mouse was assigned to class 1. Who would believe that? He was in the same class as Zuo Qian and Zhou Huan? Are they from the same world? With his grades, is there any difference between him and me? Later, I found out that it was Hao Z's mother who pulled strings to get him into class 1. My dad is just a simple, honest man. He doesn't have any of those underhanded tricks. He thought that the school had already decided which class everyone would be in based on their grades. But this world isn't like him, everyone isn't honest. Fortunately, I was content with my situation. Class 4 had lax discipline, and I felt like a fish in the ocean. 2 words, free and easy. My desk partner was a 4-eyed kid named Liang Qiwan. Just like the characters in Stephen Chow's movies, he looked polite but was actually a scoundrel. He is a bit psychologically twisted, really. I'm not slandering him. Back in 7th grade, he was already reading adult comics. At that time, I didn't even have such concepts in my mind. All I cared about was playing and eating. We weren't from the same world, but strangely enough, we became good friends. This person had an indescribable impact on my life, and the details of that will unfold in the stories to come. Zuo Qian was selected as the school beauty in middle school, though it wasn't an official competition. This was just something people talked about. Many male students in school regarded her as their secret crush. I truly don't understand how their minds work. They're so young, yet they're fixated on such trivial matters. I couldn't care less about that. Women? What's the point? Unless her family owned an arcade. Chapter 21, The Crying in the Girls' Restroom. I think they're all crazy. Sometimes during breaks, when I'm lying on the desk sleeping, I can hear them talking about how pretty someone is. In those TV dramas, the female leads are still clueless about relationships even when they go to college. I wonder if that's even true, because some of us in middle school already know what's going on. Liang Qiwan is one of them. You've never seen the world, Liang Qiwen snorted disdainfully upon hearing the classmates' whispers. You're the one who has seen the world, right? I leaned on the desk, yawning, planning to take a nap and skip class in the afternoon to play games. Of course. Someone like Zuo Qian and Wang Min can't be called the school beauty. They have no taste. He seemed to look down on Zuo Qian, which piqued my curiosity. Everyone else thought Zuo Qian was beautiful, but I didn't. At that moment, I felt like I'd found a kindred spirit. You think so too? I suddenly felt that only Liang Qiwen and I were normal in this class. Flat-chested and flat-bottomed. Even if her face is pretty, what's there to find attractive? Liang Qiwen adjusted his glasses, clearly disagreeing with the mainstream aesthetic. Want me to take you see the real thing? He was eager to share, and I was actually a bit curious. I wanted to know what kind of heavenly beauty he considered the ultimate. Liang Qiwen dragged me to the first-year class, pointed to the girl sitting by the window in the third row, and said to me, "Look, that's what I call the ultimate beauty." I studied the girl he was talking about. Besides her delicate features, I couldn't see what was so appealing about her. Until the girl stood up and shook her surprisingly ample chest, which didn't seem appropriate for her age. Oh. I rubbed the back of my head, filled with regret for coming here with this guy to sneak a peek. What could possibly be going on in his head? To be honest, I really don't want to know you. I muttered under my breath, pacing back and forth to shake off my sleepiness. I decided to skip class and go out to play for a while. Liang Qiwen didn't return to the classroom either. Instead, he joined me in skipping class to play video games. He was poor. The only thing of value on him was probably his glasses. At the time, Liang Qiwen and I weren't very familiar with each other. I wouldn't be generous with someone I didn't know well, so I played while he watched. Everyone knows I'm a very ambitious person. I only wanted to play with someone richer than me so I could freeload. Liang Qiwen might have thought the same, but he miscalculated. No one could freeload off me. Because I'm very stingy. This is my flaw. No, this is my virtue. How else would I save money if I weren't so stingy? The 300 plus from selling slingshots, plus what I saved by being frugal, I managed to save exactly 400. This money isn't for eating, drinking, or having fun. It's to pay back Mr. Jiang. Earlier, when I was picking rapeseed flowers with Mouse, she paid for us, and I need to repay her. Mouse probably doesn't remember, but I won't forget. I don't like owing people things. What I feel most regretful about is the rapeseed flowers we destroyed that day. They weren't worth that much money, yet Ms. Jiang, as a sharp math teacher, made such a mistake at a critical moment. If it were me, I would have paid at most $100. I spent the whole afternoon at the arcade with Liang Qiwen. He is such an oddball. He could watch others play and find it fascinating. If it were me, I'd be dying to try. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore and gave him 2 coins. That guy must have been a first-timer. He was a complete novice. The game ended in less than 10 minutes. What a waste of coins. On the way back to school, he kept analyzing his mistakes in the game, saying he'd do better next time. You've got to be kidding me. He actually wants to try again? I've made up my mind from now on, when I skip class, I'll have to watch out for the teachers, but more importantly, I'll have to watch out for this guy. With 10 minutes left before the last class ended, Liang Qiwen and I climbed over the school wall. The school walls were tall everywhere except near the restrooms, which I had scouted out on my first day of school. As a pro at skipping class, observing the school layout was essential. Liang Qiwen looked so proper and delicate, but when he climbed the wall, his movements were smooth and precise, not a single mistake. With such good reflexes, it's a shame you don't go stealing things, I muttered to myself as I struggled to climb over the wall. The wall was 2 meters high, and if it weren't for 2 small holes in the middle to use as footholds, I wouldn't have been able to climb over it, as I was only about 1.6 meters tall at the time. But this height was no challenge for Liang Qiwen, as he looked utterly relaxed. We sneaked into the classroom through the back door, and the teacher didn't notice us at all. He continued teaching carefully, but he taught his lesson while the students did their own thing. Except for the few students in the front row, the rest were either sleeping or reading novels, and the teacher didn't bother to stop them. I lay on the desk and fell asleep soon after, as I had been taken to the second classroom by Liang Qiwen to look at beautiful girls during nap time, leaving me sleep-deprived. Even though class was about to end, I couldn't resist the urge to sleep. When I opened my eyes, it was already dark. I stretched lazily. The nap had been quite comfortable. If it weren't for the urge to urinate, I could have slept a little longer. All the classmates had already left, and the entire school was very quiet. I hummed a tune as I went to the restroom to relieve myself, but I heard sobbing coming from the women's restroom next door. Just 2 days ago, I borrowed a horror novel from a classmate that was about a ghostly incident in the school restroom. Hearing those sobs now, I was so scared that my urine flowed intermittently. What the hell are you crying about? It's almost dark. Are you trying to scare me? I shouted, but it was really just to try to calm myself down. Because there was a line in the novel that I remembered clearly: evil spirits fear the brave. Sure enough, after my loud shout, the crying from the women's restroom stopped. The ancients were indeed honest. They didn't deceive me. I shook my little brother and carefully put him back in the one-room apartment, then prepared to leave. Just then, a sob came from the women's restroom. Are you Fang Yuan? The voice sounded familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere before. Zuo Qian? I asked, confused. If it hadn't been the women's restroom, I might have gone in to take a look. It's me, Zuo Qian replied, her voice trembling. Hearing her answer, my anger flared up instantly. It's already after school, and you're not going home. You're pretending to be a ghost in the women's restroom, almost giving me prostate inflammation. What are you crying about in the women's restroom? I thought there was a ghost. I've never been a gentleman, let alone a gentleman. After the initial shock, all that was left was anger. Chapter 22, Let me see the wound. I didn't mean to scare you. Her sobs made her voice come out in broken sentences. As the sky grew darker, the leaves around the restroom rustled in the wind, making the atmosphere feel eerie. But I'm only afraid of ghosts, not people. Knowing it was Zuo Qian in the women's restroom, I was furious. We've never gotten along, and if she weren't a woman, I might have gone in and kicked her. Forget it, I'm not going to bother with you. I exhaled deeply and turned to leave. As for why Zuo Qian was crying, that wasn't any of my business. Without any hesitation, I walked out of the school gate. There was a small convenience store right at the school gate. I sat inside, munching on a bag of snowball candy that cost a dime, and estimated that about 20 minutes had passed, but I still hadn't seen Zuo Qian come out. The school only had 2 gates, and the back gate was locked. Left Qian wasn't me, she couldn't climb over the wall to get out. She had to come out this way. But it was almost dark, and she still hadn't come out. I told myself that whether she lived or died wasn't my problem, but my feet wouldn't listen, and I walked back into the school. When I reached the girls' restroom, I cautiously asked, Zuo Qian, are you in there? I'm here. She probably didn't expect me to come back, and her voice sounded a bit excited. Have you eaten yet? It's already dark, why aren't you going home? I had no idea what she was doing hiding in the restroom. In my memory, Zuo Qian wasn't just a good student, she was a model girl who went straight home after school every day. Unlike me, who sometimes played card games or slingshot until it was dark and didn't want to go home. She didn't answer my question, probably because she was caught red-handed doing something in the restroom and had no way to deny it. Did someone bully you? After a few minutes of silence, I asked. After all, we were classmates, and it was getting dark. Leaving her alone here made me feel uneasy. In our small town, school bullying was common. After school, at the school gate or in the small forest, you could often see students fighting. Among them, there were not only boys but also girls who were even more brutal, slapping faces, pulling hair. I couldn't even remember how many times I'd seen it happen. And when women fight each other, it's truly brutal. I once saw a girl being cornered at the bathroom door by another girl, who slapped her dozens of times. No, nothing, Zuo Qian replied. I was overthinking it. Left Qian's father is a town official, so no one dares to bully her at school. Bullying is about picking on the weak, not facing the strong. If there is nothing wrong, why didn't you go home? You've been in the bathroom for so long, crying like a ghost. Since nothing happened, just go home quickly. The bathroom isn't a garden, you can't linger there. Fang Yuan, can you please not speak so harshly? Zuo Qian's voice was soft and delicate, but to me, it sounded like she was making a big deal out of nothing. She stammered for a while, unable to explain herself properly. I'm an impatient person, I really don't have the patience to waste time with her. Get out here and go home. If you don't come out, I'm coming in. I didn't want to get involved in her nonsense, but leaving like this made me uneasy. Seeing her dragging her feet, my temper flared up again. Don't come in. I'll go back soon. Hearing that I was going into the women's restroom, she jumped in surprise and hurriedly tried to stop me. Now, immediately, get out right now. If it weren't for the fact that we were once classmates, I wouldn't care about you at all. My patience was completely gone, and my tone had become extremely impatient. Seeing that she wasn't coming out and wasn't giving any reason, I just walked into the women's restroom. In small towns, the women's restrooms are different from those in big cities, just rows of squat toilets with no partitions. As soon as I entered, I saw a figure half squatting there, but not on the pit, instead, she was squatting on the ground. Why are you defecating on the floor? Be civilized and set a good example. Even someone as uncivilized as me knows not to defecate in public. I didn't. Zuo Qian stood up. She wasn't using the restroom, she was just wearing a long skirt, and squatting on the ground made it easy for others to misunderstand. I pulled her out of the restroom. This woman must be mentally ill, she likes to squat in the restroom. How could that smell be pleasant? You're just taking up space. Go home if you have nothing to do. I can't be as refined as a poet, just like Zuo Qian said, I speak harshly. She looked at me nervously, biting her lip, saying nothing. The setting sun's rays fell on her face, casting a faint blush. I hated her personality very much. If there was something on her mind, she wouldn't say it, as if she expected someone else to guess. She is so shy and unassertive. Come on, do you expect me to carry you? I urged her. She looked up at the sky, her expression conflicted. Then you go ahead, she said softly. I didn't say a word and started walking. She followed me all the way to the school gate and stopped again. The small shop at the gate was closing up, with a few people bustling about. No matter how much I urged her, she refused to come out, leaning against the wall, hesitating, saying she wanted to wait until the people from the snack shop left before she would go. My impatient temper couldn't stand it anymore. I grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the school gate. Zuo Qian hurriedly covered the back of her skirt, but my eyes were sharp and quick. Even a fleeting glimpse was clear to me. This was the sharp vision I had developed from practicing slingshot bird hunting. There was a distinct bloodstain on the back of her skirt, so obvious it was hard to miss, especially since she was wearing a white dress. Zuo Qian looked at me in embarrassment, her face flushed with shame, her big eyes filled with tears. Why are you bleeding? The bloodstains on her skirt hadn't even dried yet, seeping out in concentric circles. As a young boy, I knew nothing about the anatomy of the opposite sex, since I was the only son in my family and my father wouldn't have taught me such things. No. Zuo Qian leaned against the wall, desperately trying to hide it. You're still saying no. Let me see how bad the wound is. I knelt down, lifted Zuo Qian's skirt, and tried to examine it. At that moment, my mind was filled with one thought: I hope she wouldn't bleed to death on the way. The faint smell of rust and blood filled my nostrils. Her snow-white, straight legs came into view. Left Qian's legs were straight and very proportionate. Just as I lifted my head to take a closer look at the wound, Zuo Qian suddenly turned sideways and clutched the hem of her skirt tightly. Chapter 23, Strange Knowledge. At that moment, my understanding of gender differences was limited to avoiding suspicion when using the restroom. I didn't even know why we should avoid each other, and I had no idea about the anatomical differences between men and women. In the backward rural area where I lived, there were no biology teachers to teach such things. When I lifted Zuo Qian's skirt, it wasn't out of any ulterior motive. I was just concerned. That said, her legs were really pretty, unlike mine, which were thick and muscular, with no sense of beauty. What are you doing? Zuo Qian looked at me with a mix of shame and anger, leaving me completely confused and at a loss for words. Don't you feel the blood? I was just trying to help. Her expression seemed so wrong that it made me feel annoyed. Do you know what it means to be a gentleman? What you're doing is very impolite. Zuo Qian tightened her skirt, afraid I'd try to peek again. I'm the one being impolite? If we weren't classmates, would I bother? I should let you stay in the bathroom until dark and let the wolves take you away. I didn't know why I always lost my temper when facing Zuo Qian. I'm not blaming you. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, girls go through this every month. Zuo Qian bit her lip, seeing I was angry, and tugged at the hem of my shirt. Every month? Hearing her words, I was completely stunned. My knees were scraped raw, and it hurt so much, yet they could survive bleeding so much every month. That's amazing. Zuo Qian explained to me that this is called menstruation, a normal monthly occurrence for girls. Thus, I learned some completely useless knowledge. If you're fine, why were you hiding in the bathroom and now you're too scared to come out? My skirt is dirty, and I'm afraid someone will see it. I was planning to wait until it got dark before going back, Zuo Qian explained. That's why I say women are such a hassle. I thought it was something serious, but it's just this. Such a drama queen. When I play card games with my friends, sometimes my pants are covered in mud, and I still go home smiling. Come here, I beckoned to Zuo Qian. She was a bit scared but still came over obediently. Zuo Qian was very slim, just as Liang Qiwen had described, flat-chested, narrow hips, and not much meat on her bones. When I placed my hand on her waist, I could feel her body tremble. She looked up at me nervously, unsure of what I was going to do. Her skirt had no pant legs, so I spun her skirt around once, so the bloodstains were now in front. Come up. After adjusting her skirt, I knelt down and patted my own back. What for? She asked, looking at me with a puzzled expression. She actually asked me what I was doing when my intentions were so obvious. I really wondered if she had read too many books and lost her mind. She is just a bookworm, studying until she is brain dead. Come on, I'll carry you. If you keep dawdling, I'm leaving. With her being so slow and hiding from people, when would we ever get home? When would we ever get dinner? I didn't understand her behavior, but I knew the stain on her skirt made her feel embarrassed. If I covered it, I could carry her on my back. Seeing me say that, she finally climbed onto my back slowly. She does everything slowly, while I'm an impatient person. I carried her on my back and walked quickly toward the exit. Zuo Qian directed the route from my back, and I became her pack animal. Fortunately, she wasn't heavy, and for a child running around the mountains, it was manageable. Thank you, Fang Yuan, she whispered in my ear as we neared her home. The warmth of her breath made my ear itch. No need to thank me. Don't hide in the bathroom and cry anymore. You scared me half to death, and you can't afford to compensate me. I set her down and rubbed my ears vigorously, but the tingling sensation didn't fade. This is my first period, so I'm scared. She kept her head down, and it was already dark, so I couldn't see her expression. I learned something new. Apparently, girls start menstruating around the age of 14. Just as I was about to leave, Zuo Qian's mother came out looking for her daughter and happened to see me with Zuo Qian. Her mother didn't resemble her at all. She was plump and well-fed, with rings on her fingers that glinted golden in the darkness. Qianer, why aren't you home so late? What are you doing here? Her mother grabbed Zuo Qian and gave me a suspicious look. It was as if I were trying to abduct her daughter. Auntie, I'm left Qian's classmate. I came to send her home. My father had told me to always be polite to elders. So even though left Qian's mother's gaze made me extremely uncomfortable, I still greeted her politely. My Qian doesn't need you to send her home. Stay away from her in the future. I never expected those harsh words to nearly drive me to the brink of anger. Even though she was an elder, she shouldn't speak so rudely, right? I was about to retort, but then someone else came out from behind her. It was a man, probably Zuo Qian's father. He looked at me, said nothing, and turned to send Zuo Qian and her mother home. I had known for a long time that left Qian's father was an official in the town, and his authority was truly formidable. He even dared to bully a child like me. Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together. The entire family is eccentric, and not a single one of them is decent. Even Zuo Qian is the same. I kindly offered to send her home, but now she doesn't even utter a word, acting as docile as a puppet in front of her parents. I glared angrily at the three of them until they reached the corner where the streetlight illuminated their faces. That's the middle-aged man who's been sleeping with that woman. I never would have guessed he was Zuo Qian's father. But no wonder, given his wife's appearance. Ugh. Unfortunately, I didn't know at the time that someone in his position couldn't afford to have any moral issues. Otherwise, I would have reported him first. On the way home, I wanted to slap myself. Why did I have to be such a good person? Now I'm so angry, and there's nowhere to vent it. Chapter 24, The Divine Being in the Wilderness. My father had already gotten used to me coming home so late. Lately, I've been out bird hunting every day, so I've been coming home late. The food in the pot was still hot. My father always waited for me to come home and eat together, no matter how late it was. After dinner, I returned to my room and took out the $400 I had earned through hard work. This was a substantial amount of money, enough to buy 2 bicycles. My father didn't even have a bicycle, so compared to that, this amount of money was quite significant for me and even for my family. But I still planned to return the money to Ms. Jiang. Owning her this debt made me feel guilty all the time. I had been to Ms. Jiang's house before, so I knew the way. Her house was located between the village and the town, a considerable distance away, taking about half an hour to walk there. When I arrived at her house, she was at the window grading homework. Her brows were always furrowed, as if she always had something on her mind. Perhaps among the students she is teaching, there are some mischievous ones like me who are giving her a headache. She didn't lock the door, so I placed the 400 yuan on the table in her living room. I didn't call her and didn't want to give it back to her in person because I hated her and didn't want to see her again. I can't forget how she returned the money I had worked so hard to earn to my classmates, nor can I forget the pain of her hitting my palm with a ruler. After returning the money, the weight on my heart was finally lifted. Though I now had nothing, I felt a sense of relief throughout my body. Walking along the rural path, I hummed a tune, enjoying the peaceful night. There were the croaks of frogs in the fields and the chirping of unnamed insects. I plucked a rice leaf, folded it into a rustic whistle, and blew into it, producing only a faint whoosh sound. I love this land so much. Just reminiscing about it makes me crazy with the desire to return to my childhood. As I approached the village entrance, a running figure collided with me, sending me flying over a meter away, half my body landing in the rice field. I got up ready to yell, but realized it was none other than my good classmate, Liang Qiwen. What's wrong with you? Running so fast at night? I always thought I had decent reaction skills, but I didn't even notice him coming until he collided with me. Run! Someone's chasing me. He looked panicked, didn't have time to say more, and grabbed my hand, dragging me along as we ran frantically. The force of his collision, combined with the rapid running, left me feeling like my internal organs were out of place after just a few hundred meters. I refused to run any further. Besides, they were chasing him. Why should I run? Liang Qiwen dragged me behind a nearby tombstone. Don't make such a fuss. This desolate area has many tombstones. As long as we stay away from the houses and avoid the fields, anyone can be buried here. Who was chasing you? I asked, panting heavily. The people watching the peach orchard, Liang Qiwen said, pulling a black bag from his chest. He opened it to reveal several freshly picked peaches, probably 4 or 5 in total. There was a peach orchard on the nearby mountain, with peach trees covering the slopes. They were beautiful when in bloom, and I had visited before. To be honest, I was truly impressed by this guy. It was so late, and instead of staying home, he went to the mountains to steal peaches. That was truly remarkable. Want some? He raised his eyebrows at me. Sure. Why not? Besides, I didn't steal them. Liang Qiwen and I hid behind the tombstone for a while, making sure no one was coming, before daring to come out and wash the peaches. To be honest, the peaches he stole were sweet and crispy, quite delicious. Liang Qiwen was devouring the peaches in big bites, like he hadn't eaten all day. Didn't you eat dinner tonight? I said this with a mocking tone, implying that he was eating like a starving ghost. What is so good about rice? Liang Qiwen shrugged, picked up another peach, and started munching on it. Want some watermelon? After finishing the peaches, he still seemed hungry. I swallowed hard. Watermelon, that was a real treat, something you couldn't get every day. Steal it? I asked, looking at him. Are you going to pay for it? He rolled his eyes, as if I were saying something ridiculous. I wanted to eat the watermelon, but I didn't want to do anything wrong. Liang Chuan must have sensed my thoughts. He told me to wait nearby while he handled the dirty work. I hesitated and followed him to the foot of the mountain. He told me to wait there, then disappeared into the woods. I had always thought of myself as a child of the earth, capable of providing for myself, roasting corn, catching frogs for a snack. But it turned out Liang Chuan was a mountain deity. The farmer's fruits were just a buffet for him. Before long, Liang Chuan emerged carrying a watermelon, having also picked up a few prickly chestnuts along the way. He soaked the watermelon in a nearby stream, saying that the summer water was cool and refreshing, and the watermelon would taste better after soaking for a while. I had no idea where he got his experience, but he spoke with such conviction. Seeing how serious he was, I figured soaking it for a while wouldn't hurt. Liang Chuan was very familiar with this area. He must be a regular here. He placed his feet in the stream, used nearby stones to crack open the chestnuts, and handed them to me. Raw chestnuts are actually better, crispy and sweet, unlike the powdery texture after cooking. I followed his example, feeling the coolness of the stream water with my feet, eating the chestnuts while chatting with him. I asked him if he'd ever been caught stealing, and he shook his head, saying no one could catch him. How can eating be called stealing? Filling your stomach is above the law. Those were his exact words, meaning that eating to survive is more important than any truth. Don't your parents cook dinner at night? I asked curiously. Upon hearing my question, a fleeting look of unease crossed his face. The watermelon is almost ready, Liang Chuan said, pulling the watermelon out of the water while avoiding my question. He opened the watermelon in a very violent manner, smashing it open with a fist, then breaking off a large piece and handing it to me. He seemed to give me everything first, which made me feel a bit embarrassed. Thinking back to how I had given him 2 game tokens earlier that afternoon while playing video games, I felt like I had wasted them, and my face burned with shame. Since I had already eaten dinner and a peach, my stomach couldn't hold much more. The watermelon was delicious, but the piece he had torn off was too large for me to finish. Liang Chuan had a good appetite. To be honest, he had quite an appetite. He had already eaten 4 peaches and half a watermelon. Seeing that I couldn't eat anymore, he finished off my portion as well, then patted his stomach contentedly. Food shouldn't be wasted, otherwise, you're really doing something wrong. He told me that every time he takes something, he only takes enough for himself and never takes more than he needs, let alone waste any. Chapter 25, The New English Teacher. Days passed one after another, and junior high school life was so boring. The 9-year compulsory education had become a shackle binding me, though there was no teacher to oversee me in class. Yet the school walls still blocked the breeze of freedom. It wasn't that I didn't want to skip class to play video games, it was just that my pockets were empty, and I had no money. Since I had returned all the money to Mr. Jiang, I was once again penniless. I didn't tell Mouse about Left Qian's father's situation because Mouse and I were already like strangers. He had new friends, and so did I. I heard the new English teacher who transferred here today is really beautiful. Liang Chuan flipped through that worn-out adult storybook, not forgetting to share the gossip he'd heard with me. I could only roll my eyes at that. Teachers aren't beautiful. In my mind, all teachers are the same as Jiang teacher. If I had to describe them, 2 words would suffice, which? In class, she lectures endlessly, and in private, she spouts life philosophy. It's both boring and pointless. I rested my head on the desk, my mind filled with thoughts of how to get some money so I could freely go in and out of the game arcade. What are you thinking about? A crisp female voice rang in my ear, and a pair of gentle hands stroked my hair. I looked up and saw a face that was almost perfectly beautiful. Gentle, elegant, with a sweet smile on her lips. I stared at her mesmerized, for she was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. It wasn't just me, many of the boys in the class were staring at her intently. Little guy, if you're going to attend my class, you can't just lie on the desk and daydream, she said, winking and returning to the lectern with a smile. As the distance grew, I could truly appreciate her beauty. She wore a light blue dress that flowed like lotus leaves on a pond, highlighting her delicate features and giving her an ethereal, otherworldly charm. Good morning, everyone. I'm your new English teacher. You can call me Ms. Chen. She wrote her name on the blackboard, Chen Xingying. What a beautiful name. So she was the English teacher who transferred today. She was indeed very beautiful. Rumors aren't always untrustworthy. This class was the only one I had ever paid attention to since I started middle school. I didn't even have time to look at the note Liang Chuan had passed me. Unfortunately, I couldn't understand a word. English was like hieroglyphics to me, just looking at it gave me a headache. The only reason I listened so attentively was because Ms. Chen has such a pleasant voice. The class flew by quickly. 45 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. I watched Mr. Chen walk away reluctantly, wishing every class could be English. I was right, wasn't she beautiful? Liang Chuan said smugly. I didn't know what he had to be proud of. What did Ms. Chen's beauty have to do with him? I heard that Miss Chen doesn't have a boyfriend yet, Liang Qiwen whispered to me with a sly smile. Please throw away that trashy book. You're ruining your mind, I said, looking at him in disbelief. Miss Chen, no matter what, has nothing to do with us. She is our teacher and we're her students. Besides, we're still so young. I started school late, and at 15 years old by Chinese age, I'm already one of the older students in the class. Miss Chen must be at least 25, which is a whole generation older than us. I just said she doesn't have a boyfriend, and you jumped to defend her. Did I hit a nerve? Liang Qiwen gave me a smug look as if he knew everything. Forget it, I'm not bothering with you. The sound of forget it came from both my mouth and nose, signifying my disdain. I have no feelings for Miss Chen. It's just that beautiful people or things naturally catch your eye. I think that's human nature. Fang Yuan, Miss Chen wants you to come to her office. Just as I was arguing with Liang Qiwen, a classmate walked over and said, Oh. Hearing Mr. Chen call me to his office alone, Liang Qiwen barked like a monkey beside me. I glared at him and walked toward the office. Mr. Chen's arrival caused quite a stir at school. I noticed that many male students were lingering near the office door, glancing in from time to time. After calling out report, I entered the office and closed the door behind me. What's there to see? Once you've had your fill, you turn on those who helped you. That's my specialty. They can't see anything now. I can take my time. One word, beautiful. Mr. Chen, you called me? I walked over to her, smiling brightly. There was an unfamiliar fragrance on her body. Years later, I realized it was the scent of lilies. Fang Yuan, come sit over here. Miss Chen pulled an empty chair next to her and gestured for me to sit down. I didn't refuse after all. This was something I had always wanted. Your English grades. Miss Chen pulled out the previous mock exam papers and couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. She didn't need to finish her sentence, as I was well aware of my own performance. I had never scored above 20 in English. Are you not interested in English? Miss Chen looked at me, her bright eyes making me stutter. I had no interest in English whatsoever. This one do. You're neglecting one subject. You can score 60 in Chinese, so you should at least get 50 in English, Miss Chen said earnestly. But her tone sounded odd to me. 50 points? That's not even the passing grade. What's the difference from now? For a moment, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stop laughing. Be serious. She deliberately frowned, looking quite stern. Starting tomorrow, you must hand in your English homework for me to check. As a teacher, she was well aware of her authority. Checking students' homework was her responsibility. This left me completely flustered. Since I started middle school, no teacher in our class had ever checked homework, and I hadn't written in my homework notebook in ages. But I couldn't refuse. I was a student, and she was a teacher. Her request was reasonable and in accordance with the rules. I never would have thought that this beautiful teacher, in her first days on the job, would start with such a fiery demand, the first of many that would leave me completely overwhelmed. Chapter 26, Staying after school to do homework. I went there full of excitement, but came back feeling utterly defeated. Reality dealt me a harsh blow. We were all assigned to class 4, and now we have to deal with homework as well. Just thinking about having to do homework every day makes my scalp tingle, and my worries are about to burst out of my head. How lucky you are to get to spend time alone with Mr. Chen. Not everyone gets the chance, Liang Qiwen said sarcastically from the side. But I'd rather not have that opportunity. That night, I still didn't do my homework because I found what I thought was a good excuse. My family is poor, we can't afford homework notebooks. Actually, my dad had given me money to buy notebooks, but I refused. I told him we had plenty of notebooks because I never planned to go to high school, and spending money on notebooks was a waste. My father had saved every penny, relying on those few acres of farmland, and barely made enough to get by each year. Our family was one of the poorest in the village, so I always tried to save wherever I could. 9 years of compulsory education are tuition-free, and the tuition fees are refunded. Sometimes the refund is even more than the tuition fee, so I haven't caused much financial burden on my family, except for 3 meals a day. The next day, when Miss Chen checked the homework and heard my excuse, she widened her eyes in disbelief, her beautiful eyes staring at me in shock. I wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in my throat. Alright, that's a good reason, Miss Chen patted her chest, trying to suppress her anger. Then come to my office after school. I'll buy you a new homework notebook. She didn't expose my lie but instead went along with my story, giving me an offer I couldn't refuse. I felt like she was targeting me. There were so many students in the class who didn't do their homework, but she seemed to ignore them all and fix her gaze solely on me. Just because she caught me daydreaming on her first day of class, she singled me out as an example, making an example of me to scare others. For me, this was a complete injustice. I couldn't escape it, and I was afraid that if I angered her, she would report me to my father. After all, in front of my dad, I've always pretended to be a good student. In the days that followed, I lost all my freedom. After school, while the other students went home, I had to go to the office and finish my homework under Miss Chen's strict supervision before I could leave. This was unbearable. Every time I picked up my homework, I felt uneasy all over. Every time I started writing, I'd lie and say I needed to use the restroom, preferring to stay in the bathroom rather than return to the office. On hot summer evenings, it was extremely hot. After sitting in the bathroom for a while, I would be drenched in sweat. Moreover, the restroom was in poor condition with no proper drainage, and sometimes I could even see maggots crawling up the walls. I would take a branch I had broken off a tree and crush the maggots that had crawled up with great effort. This was the only pleasure I found in squatting in the bathroom. I heard from classmates that these maggots would crawl to dry places, harden slowly, and eventually turn into flies. I didn't know if it was true because I didn't have time to observe them. Only when my legs went numb would I return to the office to continue my homework. There was also a part of me doing this out of spite. I deliberately wrote slowly, hoping she would think I was beyond help and shift her attention to other students, leaving me alone. But no matter how much I dragged my feet, even if I wrote until midnight, she would be there beside me preparing her lesson, keeping an eye on me. She seemed to have nothing else to do. I really wanted to tell her, I'm beyond help. Most of the students in class 4 are beyond help. Don't waste your time on us. You'd be better off going out to have some fun. Fang Yuan. Your letters are all crooked and look like worms crawling, Ms. Chen said after checking my homework, looking very angry. When she pulled out the ruler, I felt like my soul had left my body in that moment. I hid my hands behind my back and shook my head repeatedly. You really need a spanking. She probably guessed I was doing it on purpose. Despite her usually kind nature, she couldn't hold back anymore. Miss Chen, I'm just not cut out for studying. I don't like reading. Could you please stop paying attention to me? I get a headache just looking at homework. She had been watching me every day, depriving me of my leisure time, so I decided to be honest with her. You've never even tried your best. How do you know you can't do it? Miss Chen leaned closer to me and said. Her teeth were very white and her lips were bright red. Every time she spoke, I couldn't help but look at her. Earlier, I had glanced at a few pages of Liang Qiwan's erotic novel, and there was a line that stuck with me. Her words were unspoken, but her breath was as fragrant as orchids. This is a line from Chao Zhi's The Lady of the Luo River, but unfortunately, we hadn't been exposed to literature of that caliber at the time. Miss Chen's appearance evoked the pinnacle of beauty. Her lips must smell wonderful, though that was just my imagination. Just like the vegetable vendor across the street from my house, Aunt Huang, whose yellow teeth are covered in tartar. When she eats a strawberry, it looks like tomato and egg stir-fry, and her breath must stink. Like most ordinary people, I judge others by their appearance. No matter how hard I try, I won't achieve much. Can I really do better than Zhou Huan? I asked Mr. Chen. That oddball, he was always first in elementary school, and now that he's in middle school with 4 classes, he's still first in the grade on the midterm exams. If he studied hard every day, that would be one thing, but he plays card games every day without fail. I often see him playing around, yet his grades are still so good. Someone like him is a true genius made for studying. No matter how hard I try, I can't compare to him. I believe you can, Mr. Chen said, looking at me intently. I didn't know why she had so much confidence in me. Even I thought it was impossible. What class is 4th period on Wednesday morning? She suddenly asked me an unrelated question. Math class, of course, I answered without thinking. What about the 2nd period on Thursday afternoon? English, your class. How many PE classes are there next week? Which days and which periods? Ms. Chen continued to ask. There are 3 in total, Monday afternoon, 1st period Wednesday afternoon, 2nd period and Friday morning, 4th period. I answered very quickly. By the time she finished asking, the answer was already in my head. I just posted the schedule this afternoon, and you can remember it so clearly after just one glance. Why can't you do the same when it comes to studying? She pulled me closer, almost pressing her face against mine as she asked. The schedule changes every week. On Fridays, Ms. Chen posts the schedule for the following week. Every time she posts it, I take a quick look because I need to plan my time to skip classes. Some classes can be skipped, while others require attendance, so I categorize them and arrange my schedule accordingly. That's why I remember it so clearly. You're so smart, she said, gently stroking my head. Chapter 27, A Small Wish. I don't know when it started, but I began to hate reading. I vaguely remember that I used to do well in school. Maybe it was in 3rd grade, when I no longer held the class monitor position. If you promise the teacher to study hard from now on, I won't interfere with you anymore, and I'll grant you one small wish. How about it? Ms. Chen glanced sideways, fixing her gaze on my eyes. In an instant, I felt my face flush. What exactly does studying hard mean? I couldn't help but ask. Her definition of studying hard had no clear standard. Was it an 80, a 90, or did it have to be a perfect score? You're being pretty clever now, Ms. Chen said with a smile, pinching my nose. Finishing in the top 10 in the grade, that shouldn't be too high a standard for you, right? There were 4 classes, roughly 100 students, including children from several nearby villages. Given my current grades, making it into the top 10 was honestly quite challenging. I wasn't even exaggerating if I said I was at the bottom of the class. But I also knew that achieving a wish couldn't be too easy. Is there a deadline? Can it be any wish? I was very suspicious, afraid that it would all be for nothing in the end. Before the high school entrance exam. It can't be too extravagant. If you ask me to buy you a house, I can't afford it. She bit her lip and shook her head playfully. I don't think I'll have such an unreasonable wish. Alright, deal. I extended my pinky finger to make a promise with Miss Chen. Alright, pinky promise. She smiled at me, and in the light, her smile was so sweet it melted my heart. Stepping out of the office, I walked home in small steps, lying on the bed with a satisfied smile. Read a book? No way. I wouldn't really go through all that trouble for such a vague wish. Agreeing to Miss Chen was just to placate her, so she wouldn't keep an eye on me every day. At least for now, she'd think I was studying hard, and I'd enjoy every day I could. That was my motto. The reason I kept asking and setting boundaries was just to confuse Miss Chen, making her think I was really invested in this wish. To deceive others, you must bait them, making them think their schemes are working. This is the lesson I learned after getting caught picking rapeseed flowers. You can be the smartest person in the arena, but you must make the other person think they are the smartest. Without Miss Chen's constraints, I'm free as a bird again, though now I have an English class I can't skip. But with my time management skills, I can easily avoid that problem. Days passed, and for some reason, the school suddenly became obsessed with exchanging pen pals. Students would give themselves flashy names and find a pen pal willing to chat, then have other students deliver the letters daily. Liang Qiwan was deeply affected by this trend. He would write letters every day and hand them to a classmate to deliver to class 2. Clearly, he had actually connected with that girl. From him, I learned that the girl's name was Xiaohan. Liang Qiwan gave himself a rather silly name, Shui Shui Wan. When I saw his pen name, I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. The reason was simple, Liang Qiwan had nothing to do with being handsome, and from the first day I met him, he was already associated with being sleazy. I didn't know what he and Xiaohan talked about because he always hid from me whenever he wrote letters, acting all mysterious, and refused to show me the contents no matter what. I don't understand their sense of fun. Can't they just say it to each other's faces? They're only separated by a classroom, why write letters? Why not just send them by horse-drawn carriage? The letters he sends to Xiaohan are delivered by a specific classmate. Despite his poverty, he actually spent $2 to hire someone to deliver them regularly. I think he is obsessed. Even when I offered to deliver them for free, he refused, afraid I'd peek at the contents. I squinted my eyes, sensing a potential money-making opportunity right in front of me. After all, even Liang Qiwan, who has no money to his name, is willing to pay someone to deliver letters. If I find one person per class to collect letters and distribute them separately, that's a whole industry chain. It's a purely manual operation with no costs. Long-term delivery, $5 per person, and even if each class only has a few students, $50 shouldn't be too hard to make. From 7th grade to 9th grade, there are 12 classes in total, which is $600. I'd just split half his wages and pocket the remaining $300. It's like hiring someone for $25 to collect letters from their class and coordinate with other delivery people. The job is incredibly easy. $25 isn't a small amount. A plate of stir-fried noodles with shredded meat on the street only costs $2. Plus, with this pen pal craze, who knows when it'll die down. Then I won't have to deliver letters anymore, and I won't have to refund the money. The more I think about it, the more feasible it seems. It's basically free money, why not take it? Plus, I'm broke right now and need money for games. Once I decided to do it, I thought finding someone to deliver the letters would be easy, and those who have pen pals would definitely be willing to pay that amount. But when I stepped out of the classroom, I suddenly put the idea on hold. What if some jerk uses this pen pal line to confess their feelings? If it gets traced back, I'll be the one taking the blame. Early romance is a very serious offense. The school would definitely call my parents. I shook my head and decided against it. This place is full of people in trouble. I shouldn't take the risk. Are you Fang Yuan? Just as I was dwelling on this abandoned idea, a girl called out to me. I turned to look at her. She was quite pretty, with an oval face and thick bangs covering her eyebrows, giving her a non-mainstream style. As far as I could recall, I didn't recognize her. Yes, I am, I replied politely. I'm Xiao Yu from class 1. I'd like to be pen pals with you. She smiled and handed me a letter. I'll be your pen pal. The word mom didn't come out of my mouth because I thought it wasn't appropriate to say something rude to a stranger. I don't like pen pals. I prefer to say things in person. I rejected her outright. What a weirdo. I don't even want to do my homework and she wants me to write a letter. Xiao Yu looked at me in surprise, probably not expecting me to refuse her. Really? Won't you consider it? My refusal left Xiao Yu feeling awkward and her face turned red. I really don't want to. I hate writing. I answered honestly. I didn't dislike this girl I'd only met once. After all, I'd just learned her name. There was no reason to dislike her. But pen pals? No thanks. What if I said the person who wants to be pen pals with you is Zuo Qian? Xiao Yu asked tentatively. Tell her to get lost, I replied coldly. Last time I walked Zuo Qian home, her parents' expressions were unforgettable, and Zuo Qian followed behind them without saying a word to defend me, making me look like a pesky little kid clinging to her parents. Chapter 28, The Lapdog. You're such an odd person. Do you know how many male classmates want to be pen pals with Zuo Qian? Xiao Yu tilted her head and looked at me. It was as if my choice was completely unnatural. That's none of my business. Zuo Qian's mother's words were still fresh in my mind. She told me to stay away from Zuo Qian and not to bother her. What about this letter? Do you want it? Xiao Yu pulled a piece of paper out of her pocket. It was clear she was Zuo Qian's messenger. I shook my head. Getting involved with Zuo Qian never ends well. Fang Yuan, you don't even want the letter from Left Qian, the school beauty? Liang Qiwen had somehow appeared beside me, giving me constant winks. If you want it, take it. I shrugged and returned to the classroom. Liang Qiwen didn't take the letter and instead slung his arm around my shoulder with a gossipy expression. He was always interested in anything related to relationships between men and women. Even if they're just normal friends, in his mouth, it's always a sign of something more. You're pretty close with Zuo Qian, right? Does she like you? Liang Qiwen buzzed around my ear like a fly, asking the same question over and over. When will your brain start working properly? We're just in middle school. What do you know about liking someone? You think you're so wise? I rolled my eyes at him. He thinks he is so wise after reading 2 erotic novels, like he knows everything about love and relationships. At our age, do we even know what liking means? At least I don't, and I'm not interested in figuring it out. What's wrong with middle school? In the late Qing dynasty, people got married and had kids at 15. Liang Qiwen said unconcernedly. Seeing his defensive expression, I didn't feel like arguing with him anymore. At school, early romance was strictly prohibited, but no teacher ever told us how to maintain proper boundaries. When it came to relationships between boys and girls, they avoided the topic like the plague, as if discussing such matters with students was something shameful. Someone like Liang Qiwen, who was so mature for his age, was like a ticking time bomb. Let's go play video games. Want to come? I changed the subject. Sure. At the mention of games, his eyes lit up. I only have $1. 2 coins each. I had eaten the peaches and watermelon he had stolen earlier, so I figured this was compensation. When he heard I only had $1, his expression grew a bit disappointed. Seeing his expression, I was really annoyed. $1 only gets 4 coins, and I'm splitting it with him, yet he is looking at me like that. Originally, I could play all afternoon with $1, but splitting it with him meant I wouldn't even get to play for long. If he is not grateful, that is fine, but now he is even looking down on me. Why don't we bring Yitong along? He has money. Liang Qiwen looked at the boy sitting in the corner, his little eyes darting around. He wanted to use Yitong as a sucker to spend his money. Why bring that sissy? He talks so gross. I didn't want to bring Yitong along either. There were no other boys in the class who wanted to play with him. Yitong's parents seemed to be in business, and his family was well off. Just the pencil case he had, which was several layers thick, was something no one else in the school could match, and it must have cost a fortune. However, he himself was short, skinny, and spoke without any masculinity. In short, he was quite off-putting. Although the boys didn't want to play with him, the girls were quite friendly toward him because Yitong was quite delicate-looking. At that time, the trend was to look gloomy and melancholic, and he fit the bill perfectly. His long bangs covered his eyes, and he always sat alone in the corner of the classroom. The girls said he was melancholic, but I just thought he was a big jerk. This morning I saw him buying something at the snack shop. He must have had at least a few $100s in his pocket. Let us invite him to play with us and buy him some game coins, Liang Qiwen whispered in my ear. Hearing his words, I felt a bit annoyed. That's just a sycophant. But living without money was indeed tough. Since I had returned the 400 yuan to Mr. Jiang, life had been bitterly hard. This $1 was the only money I found in my father's pocket this morning. Seeing that I wasn't being too firm, Liang Qiwen wrapped his arm around my shoulder and walked over to Yitong. Yitong, let's go out and play this afternoon. Liang Qiwen looked like a sycophant, which was pretty creepy. Where should we go? Yitong looked up at us with a timid expression. Seeing his behavior, I really wanted to shake off Liang Qiwen's hand and go out alone. I really couldn't stand a grown man acting so timid and feminine. Let us go play video games. It's really fun. Liang Qiwen acted like a creepy uncle trying to lure a child away from school, tempting Yitong to skip class and go to the arcade with us. But I don't know how to play, Yitong said hesitantly. Can you just say yes or no? Go if you want to, or don't. Just give me an answer, I said impatiently to Yitong. He always dragged out the last syllable of his words. If he couldn't play video games, he should just say he couldn't. Why did he have to say he couldn't play? Ugh, I couldn't stand it for even a second. Oh, okay. Yitong nodded. I clenched my fists, my teeth grinding together, wanting to punch Yitong on the head. Don't get angry. Think about how fun the game is, Liang Qiwen patted my shoulder, signaling me to calm down. I snorted coldly, didn't respond, and turned toward the bathroom. Liang Qiwen followed behind with Yitong. Climbing over the wall with Liang Qiwen was second nature to me, but Yitong stood there struggling for ages, nearly falling over. In the end, Liang Qiwen had to go down and help him, and he finally managed to climb over the wall. When it came to being a lackey, Liang Qiwen really knew his stuff, taking care of Yitong with great attention to detail. Once we arrived at the arcade, I didn't bother with the two of them and went straight to buy $1's worth of game tokens to play. The glory days of Three Kingdoms Chronicles were long gone. The hottest game in the arcade now was a fighting game, the King of Fighters 97, though it was extremely challenging, especially the one-on-one battles. A single game token would be gone in just 2 minutes. With 1 coin, you could play Three Kingdoms Chronicles for an entire afternoon, but with the King of Fighters, you probably couldn't last through a single class period. Watching others fight with such intensity, I couldn't resist the urge to join in. I couldn't resist the temptation and joined the fray. Unfortunately, I wasn't very good at the game, and my coins were gone in just a few minutes. I regretted it and slapped my forehead, thinking that I should have played Three Kingdoms Chronicles instead. I could have played all afternoon. Just as I was wallowing in regret, a box of game coins was placed in front of me. There were at least 30 or 40 in it. I turned around to see Yitong and Liang Qiwen each holding a box in their hands. "Here, take them and play," Yitong said sincerely, looking at me. Behind him, Liang Qiwen gave me a smug wink. Well, I won't refuse then. Accepting someone's kindness for no reason made me feel a bit guilty. But if they were game coins, my lips couldn't help but curl into a wide smile. Chapter 29, Can't Handle This Job. Being a sycophant sure has its perks. Yitong not only bought a lot of game coins for me and Liang Qiwen, but also bought a soda and snacks. The three of us ate and played games together. It was like a dream come true. If it weren't time to go home, I wouldn't have wanted to leave. I have no idea how much Yitong spent on game coins. He seemed to have an endless supply of money. Once he ran out, he'd just go buy more. By the time we were ready to leave, our pockets were still stuffed with game coins. Liang Qiwen said Yitong has hundreds of dollars, and I think it's true. How can he be so rich? It's truly enviable. The allure of money made him seem less annoying. We returned the same way, and this time, I helped Yitong climb over the wall. It's not that I don't stick to my principles, it's just that he gave me too much. The game coins jingled in my pocket, and my self-respect faded into the shadows. "You were looking down on me just now," Liang Qiwen snorted coldly, clearly disdainful of my current fawning manner. "Are you going to play after school?" Yitong seemed unsatisfied. "No, I should go home for dinner," I replied. "How about I treat you guys to some fried noodles or cook a few dishes? We can keep playing after we eat." Yitong seemed possessed, just like when I first encountered a video game console. "Sure." Liang Qiwen agreed immediately. I shook my head, not wanting to stay out too late, afraid my dad would worry. There is plenty of time to play later. "I'll pass today." "Then, will you still play with me in the future?" Yitong looked at me cautiously. Perhaps he had been isolated for too long and was desperately seeking friendship. He thought Liang Qiwen and I were trying to be his friends, but in reality, we were only attracted by the money in his pocket. I bit my lip and didn't say anything, because from the start, I had planned to go back to normal after today. I was in a hurry to go home, not because I was worried my dad would be concerned, nor because I was hungry and wanted to eat, but simply because I wanted to put the game coins in my pocket at home. That way, I could take a few out each day to play and wouldn't have to interact with Yitong anymore. Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge, turning one's back on someone after they've helped you, that was my original plan. Now that he asked, I really couldn't refuse him outright. After all, one can't bite the hand that feeds them. I'd eaten and played all afternoon, and turning my back on him as soon as we got back to school seemed too abrupt. "Well, if you don't speak so awkwardly in the future, I can take you along to play." I frowned, speaking reluctantly. "All right," Yitong nodded, forcing himself to swallow the at the end. I sighed and could only accept this reality. Being friends with Yitong wasn't something to be proud of after all. He was the class's acknowledged sissy. I wasn't like Liang Qiwen, that guy with no principles who never cared about others' opinions. The next day, as soon as I entered the classroom, I saw a packed lunchbox on my desk. Opening it, I found a plate of stir-fried noodles with plenty of meat strips, looking so delicious it made my mouth water. Even though I had already had a bowl of plain porridge for breakfast, seeing the hearty fried noodles made my appetite surge. With this amount of shredded meat, it'll probably cost $4 a bowl. "Eat quickly, this is what Yitong bought for you." "It tastes great," Liang Qiwen said to me with his lips covered in oil, clearly having already finished his portion. "Where is he?" I looked toward the corner, but Yitong wasn't at his seat. "I don't know, probably went to the bathroom." Liang Qiwen belched contentedly and rubbed his stomach. "He is fine, why did he buy fried noodles for me?" I asked. "He is rich. He is treating you to food, and you're not even grateful. If you don't want it, give it to me, I can eat it." Liang Qiwen pretended to reach out, but I blocked him. I picked up my chopsticks and took a big, satisfying bite. The feeling of fulfillment was almost overwhelming. It was truly delicious. The smooth, tender, and elastic noodles mixed with the aroma of meat strips were absolutely amazing. Yesterday after you left, I had a meal with Yitong at a restaurant. Goodness gracious, it cost over $40, and he didn't even bat an eyelid. Do you know how much pocket money he gets in a month? Liang Qiwen looked at me mysteriously. How much? I asked, my mouth full of stir-fried noodles. Liang Qiwen looked at me and held up one finger. At first, I thought it was 100, but then I realized that 100 a month wouldn't even cover Yitong's spending habits. 1,000? I sucked in a sharp breath. Is this guy even still in middle school? Is this still the poor little town I know? Don't even mention 1,000. Even if you gave me 100 a month, my life would take off. It's been like this all along. I heard his dad does business in Xinguang City and makes hundreds of thousands a year. They even have a Santana. There are only 2 cars in the entire town. One belongs to the town mayor, and the other is his family's. Tens of thousands? That must be enough to fill several sacks. I couldn't imagine how impressive tens of thousands would look piled up. While no one is paying attention to him, let us build a good relationship with him. We'll definitely be in for some good times. Liang Qiwen was scheming, a smile on his lips. That doesn't seem right. I hesitated. Approaching Yitong with such ulterior motives, using friendship to gain benefits, felt morally wrong. What's so bad about it? How much money can he give us? Liang Qiwen shrugged indifferently. Given our spending habits, 100 yuan a month would cover everything for us, and for Yitong, it's just a few meals. He back. Let us not talk about this anymore. Liang Qiwen glanced toward the door and, seeing Yitong return, hurriedly reminded me. Good morning, Yitong said as he entered the classroom, raising his hand to greet me. The other students in the class looked at me in surprise. I quickly lowered my head, pretending not to notice. Yitong was truly different from the rest of us. If I saw Liang Qiwen, I would never say good morning. I'd probably say, hey, you idiot, why are you here so early? Was the noodle soup good? Yitong didn't notice that I was deliberately ignoring him and happily sat down next to me. It's pretty good, I replied vaguely. Then I'll buy you some every day from now on. Are we going to the arcade today? I practiced for a long time last night. We can play together now. Yitong spoke to himself, completely oblivious to the strange glances from his classmates. Fang Yuan, when did you start hanging out with this sissy? Exactly, didn't you say he talks all twirly and it's gross? A few male classmates teased with a laugh. Yitong had been ostracized by us before, and I had indeed said some unkind words. The stir-fried noodles, which had tasted so good earlier, now tasted bland. I guess I just can't stomach this soft rice. Who's hanging out with him? I don't even know what he's saying, all that gibberish. I closed my lunchbox and threw the remaining half bowl of fried noodles into the trash can. Chapter 30, The Small Forest Behind the School. Hearing my words, Yitong's clear eyes darkened instantly. He silently returned to his corner and looked out the window alone. For a moment, I felt a pang of guilt. But it was only for a moment. You went too far this time, Liang Qiwen said casually, picking up the well-worn little yellow book. Then go play with him yourself, I said, pouting slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. I admit I'm not a good person, let alone a kind one. Liang Qiwen didn't say anything else, just kept flipping through the pages. I felt the game coins in my pocket, but I no longer had any desire to skip class and go out to play. My mind was foggy all day, unable to concentrate on class or muster the energy to play. I felt like a useless person. Fang Yuan, someone's looking for you. A classmate called my name at the door. I stood up and went out, only to find that the person looking for me was Zuo Qian. What do you want? I leaned against the doorframe, sounding annoyed. I haven't thanked you yet for last time. Zuo Qian's face turned bright red. She held out a to me and continued, this is the chocolate my dad bought for me. It's really delicious. Try some. I don't want it. I wouldn't dare eat your stuff. Otherwise, your mom will think I forced you to give it to me. I didn't take the box from her hands and mocked her. No, I'm sorry. My mom didn't mean what she said that day. She didn't mean it on purpose, she did it on purpose. Don't come looking for me anymore. I turned and walked away without looking back. I didn't have much of a good impression of the Zuo family. That chocolate bought by her father tasted like. Hey, Fang Yuan. Zuo Qian reached out and grabbed my sleeve. Are you annoying or what? I forcefully shook off her hand, sending the chocolate flying away. She looked at me with red eyes, looking so pitiful. I hated her weak personality the most. She always cried over nothing. What a pain in the ass. Fang Yuan, how could you treat your classmate like that? Just then, Mr. Chan walked past the classroom and witnessed everything. I kept my head down and didn't say a word. It wasn't because I knew I was wrong, but because I knew that no matter what I said, Mr. Chen wouldn't believe me. It's okay, Fang Yuan is probably just in a bad mood. Zuo Qian wiped her tears, her body trembling. What are you pretending to be a good person for? When your mom was talking about me that night, you didn't say a word. I didn't do anything wrong, but now she is crying, and it's like I'm the one at fault. Fang Yuan. Mr. Chen glared at me, signaling for me to stay silent. I stormed back to my seat, my already gloomy mood now boiling over with anger. I couldn't stand looking at anyone. After school, I was the first to leave the classroom. Liang Qiwen caught up with me from behind, slinging his arm around my shoulders. Why aren't you going to be Yiton's lackey? Why are you following me? I shot him a disapproving glance, still annoyed by his earlier attitude. I was just trying to tag along and get some benefits. Who knew you'd be so direct? Liang Qiwen spread his hands, looking helpless. ID had a falling out with Yitong, so he didn't feel comfortable continuing to hang out with him either. Actually, Yitong isn't a bad person. I just mentioned offhand that you like fried noodles, and he bought some for us early this morning. He is a bit effeminate, but it's not a big deal, is it? Just because others dislike him, does that mean we have to dislike him too? Liang Qiwen tried to persuade me, having already been won over by that bowl of fried noodles. I turned my head away, not wanting to say another word about Yitong. If I hadn't said so many disparaging things about Yitong earlier, I wouldn't be in this awkward situation today. I could have just played with him normally. I wasn't excluding Yitong because others were, but I felt ashamed for having looked down on her before and now tagging along to benefit from her. I didn't have the face to do that. Fang Yuan, look over there. As we walked to the small grove at the back of the campus, Liang Qiwen suddenly pulled me toward a group of girls in the distance. I looked up and saw 7 or 8 girls surrounding a very frail girl. Her delicate face was already marked with several handprints. School bullying is quite common around here. What is bullying? It's not just about the strong picking on the weak. It's about being bullied without any chance to fight back. That's how I understand it. When I first started middle school, Wei Chang from the neighboring class didn't like me. He found 2 seniors from the second year and ambushed me after school. I didn't consider that bullying because while I was injured, Wei Chang wasn't much better off either. In my view, it was just an uneven fight. Later, I went to Wei Chang every day, sitting outside his classroom and cursing him. When he called his friends after school, I fought back. After a few times, he didn't gain any advantage, so he dared not bother me anymore. Bullies aren't afraid of you fighting back, they're afraid you'll keep coming back and won't give up. However, it was clear that the girl being bullied wasn't like me. She was wearing a shirt that was almost faded from washing, and she kept her head down the entire time, apologizing. She probably didn't even understand why she was being bullied like that. I shook my head. People like her are born to be bullied. Should we help her? Liang Qiwen asked from the side. How? Protect her 24/7? Or should the 2 of us, as men, charge in and beat up those girls? I had no intention of helping her, because she was a woman. It wasn't gender discrimination, I simply didn't have the habit of hitting women. Even if I had gone in and taken her away, she would have been bullied even worse tomorrow or the day after. If she can't learn to fight back, she'll just have to accept it. Tell the teacher? Call the police? Don't be ridiculous. I can only tell you it won't do any good. When faced with bullying, you can only fight back. If you can't fight back, tell your family and make as much of a scene as possible. If your family doesn't care, well, then just stand there and watch? Liang Qiwen felt some sympathy, but not much. The girl was being pushed around by the bullies, occasionally receiving a slap across the face. She hung her head in humiliation, but the bullies wouldn't let her get away with it. Bullying, the greatest pleasure, was watching the victim's pained and helpless expression. They grabbed the girl's hair forcefully, forcing her to face them, while continuously hurling insults at her. Boys and girls bullied in different ways. Boys tended toward physical violence, while girls inflicted mental and emotional torment. While insulting the girl, they forced her to open her mouth, taking turns spitting into it and making her swallow everything. Faced with the threat of violence, the girl could only obey and open her mouth. Her pleading gaze fell on the beautiful yet heartless girls before her, but she received no mercy. But how could she know that these people were just there to see her in such a pitiful state? Damn it, what a waste, Liang Qiwen shouted, interrupting the girl's abuse. Get the hell away from here, a woman in charge shouted at us, though to be precise, she was pointing at Liang Qiwen, as I had not spoken a single word the entire time and had even wanted to leave sooner. Stop bullying her. Can I take her place? Quick, drip wax oil on me, stuff small balls in my mouth. Liang Qiwen's face was filled with desire, his expression so despicable it was hard to believe. Chapter 31, The Blood Clot Cleared. His expression was so lecherous, as if the bully's methods were a form of blessing to him. Several women looked at Liang Qiwen with disgust. They felt proud forcing the girl to swallow saliva, but spitting it into Liang Qiwen's mouth felt like an insult to themselves. Get out of here immediately. Do you know who my father is? The leader spat out a string of curses. I've never seen a woman with less manners than her. Did your mom not tell you who your dad is? Are you that pitiful? You're already in middle school and still don't know who your dad is? Fang Yuan, is her dad you? Liang Qiwen mocked with an exaggerated expression. I had just laughed at his words, but the next moment, the trouble was directed at me. Are you Fang Yuan from class 4, grade 7? The girl frowned. From her expression, she must have heard my name before, otherwise she wouldn't know I was from class 4. Yeah. I shrugged. The school was so small denying it wouldn't make a difference. But in my heart, I was already cursing Liang Qiwen from the 18th generation to the year 2080. What is your relationship with Su Wenqin? The girl asked, pointing at the girl being bullied. Fang Yuan has nothing to do with her. He just saw you, an ugly freak, bullying a little girl, so he stepped in to help. Liang Qiwen, acting like nothing had happened, stood by and stirred the pot. I really suspected this guy had a personal vendetta against me. He was practically throwing me into a fire. Attacking a woman's appearance, every word could deal a ton of damage. Sure enough, the girl's face turned dark with anger upon hearing Liang Qiwen's words. This guy is crazy. Don't pay attention to him, I said to the girl, pointing at Liang Qiwen. Actually, you're very beautiful. It's just your hairstyle is too flashy. Look at you, you have a great figure, delicate features, and your eyelashes are much longer than most girls. I think if you dressed up a bit, you'd be even more beautiful than Zuo Qian. I said to the girl, turning my body slightly. You, what are you talking about? Her face suddenly turned red, and her companions looked at me in confusion. I'm not making things up. Look at this sister over here, she's so beautiful. I was just passing by. Seeing all these beautiful girls, I couldn't help but stop and take a look. You all looked so elegant when you were hitting each other. Seeing the girl blush, I felt like years of blood clots in my brain had suddenly cleared. Maybe a different approach would work better. I showered the girls with so many compliments that they couldn't even bring themselves to scold me. Exactly. Someone who didn't know would think you were playing a game. I'm so tempted to join in. Liang Qiwen widened his eyes and quickly changed his tone. The girls rolled their eyes at him. Forget it, let Su Wenqin go. The leader turned to her companions and said. Fang Yuan, come here. She suddenly called me over, startling me. I wasn't as perverted as Liang Qiwen. I didn't like such twisted games. I won't hit you. Come here, I need to talk to you. Seeing my startled expression, she feared I might misunderstand. I hesitated, looking at her, wondering if I should just run away. If a fight broke out, I didn't know how to hold back. From the way she spoke earlier, her father must have some influence. Come over here. Seeing that I didn't move, she grew impatient. Seeing that she really didn't intend to attack me, I slowly walked toward her. After all, they were just a few girls, and I was a grown man. What was I afraid of? The girl took my hand and led me straight into the small grove, stopping only when we were a safe distance away from her companions. After a brief conversation, I learned her name was Zhang Ying, a senior in the 3rd class of the 8th grade. I had heard of Zhang Ying before. She was a troublemaker, often getting into fights and bullying female students, and her father was a police officer. Do you really think I'm pretty? Zhang Ying said this with a slight blush on her face. I wondered what the hell she meant. Acting shy? Could she possibly have a crush on me? Zhang Ying wasn't ugly, but her style was pretty over the top. To be honest, she was average looking, not ugly, but definitely not attractive either. Complimenting her beauty was just to feed her vanity. I never thought about finding a girlfriend who was super pretty. After all, I'm not that handsome either. I'm just a little better looking than the bookworms here, but I really don't have any interest in women right now. You're pretty. Sister, I'm being honest. You should dress more normally tomorrow and smile more. A girl who smiles is the most attractive. Now that I've said it, I have no choice but to stick with it. But I regretted saying it as soon as I did, because she smiled happily after hearing my words, and her wide mouth looked like it could eat someone whole. Yi Tong is in your class, right? She said this while looking down, a bit shy. My mind was instantly pierced by Cupid's arrow of love, and I realized what was happening. She has feelings for Yi Tong. She's in our class. What's up, sis? I called her sis repeatedly, sounding so cheerful. Nothing, I just wanted to get to know him. Since you're also in class 4. Zhang Ying flipped her bangs, looking a bit uneasy. There was a hint of joy that she couldn't hide. No problem, sis. Since everyone's exchanging pen pals now, why don't you write a letter tonight and I'll pick it up from your class tomorrow. You two can get to know each other first. I immediately took charge and took the matter into my own hands. Alright, thanks a lot. Zhang Ying said. But sis, I have to tell you, Yi Tong has a very introverted personality. He really hates violence. If he finds out about your usual behavior, well. I only said half of what I meant, but the implication was clear. If she kept bullying her classmates like that, there was no way she could ever be with Yi Tong. Not even friends. I won't do that anymore. Remember to come pick up the letter tomorrow. She nodded, seeming to make up her mind in an instant. I really admire myself for resolving such a major issue for the school. I wish the rice cooker, our principal's nickname, would hold a commendation ceremony for me. When Zhang Ying and I walked out of the small grove, Liang Qiwen's gossipy eyes scanned us from head to toe, as if he had infrared vision, trying to see through us completely. What were you two doing in there? He asked in a low voice. We went in to dig you a grave. We'll kill you and throw you in later, I replied sarcastically. If it weren't for this turtle-like jerk dragging me into this, would I have to strain my brain to come up with such nonsense? Don't be like that. I was just trying to help you improve your quick thinking. Think about it, you've been in school for so long, and you've only ever complimented girls who are either this or that idiot. Now you've learned how to flatter girls, so finding a wife won't be so hard in the future. Seeing that I wasn't really angry, Liang Chuan started teasing me for fun. Chapter 32, Praying to the Gods. The next morning, I went to class 3 of grade 8 early. Jiang Ying's letter was already written, and she even gave me 2 large white rabbit milk candies, one for me and one for Yitong. I smiled and took the letter, then chewed the 2 candies as soon as I stepped outside. Those big white rabbit candies were truly delicious back then, with a rich milk flavor. Yitong was so wealthy he had tasted all kinds of candies, so there was no need for him to have them. I brought the letter back to the classroom and handed it to Yitong. He looked at me with a calm expression, neither happy nor sad. "What's this?" he asked coldly. "This is a letter from Jiang Ying, a senior from class 3, grade 8. She wants to be friends with you," I said honestly. "I don't want it." Yitong looked out the window, showing no intention of taking the letter. I was so sure he'd accept it I even ate all the candy. I never expected this outcome. I thought Yitong would definitely be happy to accept the letter, after all, he was pretty lonely and must have wanted a friend too. "Why don't you want it?" "She just wants to be your friend," I asked, completely confused. "Who I want to be friends with is my choice," he said stubbornly, his face set in a firm expression. To be honest, this stubborn attitude was much better than his previous shy and hesitant personality. "I know you want to have a boyfriend, but what are you talking about?" Before I could finish, Yitong suddenly stood up, startling me. I realized I had said the wrong thing. I meant male friends. I swear, I never doubted Yitong's sexual orientation, I just spoke without thinking. "Actually, you should find a female friend instead. That would stimulate your testosterone, and you'd eventually become a real man like us." I patted my chest and blurted out a bunch of nonsense. "Mind your own business. We're not even close." Yitong glared at me angrily, clearly still upset about yesterday's incident. No wonder anyone would be angry with me. Looking at him like that, I knew I was in for a rough day. "Really, trust me. Look, you don't even have a Adam's apple yet." I reached out to touch his neck, but he reacted violently, forcefully pushing my hand away. "I've taken it, okay? Just leave me alone from now on." Yitong covered his neck and snatched the letter from my hand. "Just remember to reply, so I can get this done." Seeing his reddened eyes, I hurriedly said one more thing and left. I was afraid he might start crying, and that would be a hassle. I don't even know how to comfort women, let alone men. "Do you think Yitong is acting a bit strange?" As soon as I sat back down, Liang Chuan whispered in my ear. "When has he ever been normal?" I lowered my voice, afraid Yitong would hear us talking about him. "Don't you think he acts like a girl?" "Of course he does, he's a sissy." I rolled my eyes at Liang Chuan, thinking to myself, "You idiot, why are you saying such nonsense?" I didn't feel like arguing with him anymore, because the English exam was about to start. Just thinking about the score after the exam made me feel like Mr. Chen's gloomy face was already forming in my mind. "How do you pronounce this word?" I picked up the English textbook and pointed to one of the words, asking Liang Chuan. "You're asking me?" He widened his eyes, looking at me in disbelief. I was so flustered, how the hell would Liang Chuan know? The exam is this afternoon, and I can't even remember a few words. What's the point of taking the exam? Why don't we just cheat and aim for a passing grade? Liang Chuan said nonchalantly. He wasn't in a hurry, getting a 0 wouldn't matter to him. But I couldn't afford that. If I didn't improve at all, Mr. Chen would see through my scheme, and he'd be watching me all day long. How would I survive? Thinking of this, I hurriedly found the English class representative and humbly asked for his help. Although he was surprised that I would ask him about academic matters, he patiently answered my questions. He was a nice guy. During the entire morning break, he helped me catch up on my studies. As the saying goes, last-minute cramming may not guarantee success, but it can make you shine. I knew I couldn't remember much in just a few hours, but I wanted to learn as many new words as possible. When the afternoon exam came, just as I had guessed, Mr. Chen's gaze kept lingering on me. Cheating? There was no chance. I had to rely on myself, so I answered the questions carefully. Although there were still many parts one didn't understand, I wasn't completely lost like before. I managed to answer some questions, especially the listening and multiple choice sections. I felt I did pretty well on those. I handed in my paper quickly, being the first in the class to do so. Since I had no idea about the parts one didn't understand, there was no point in checking. I didn't like pretending to check. The sooner I handed it in, the sooner I could relax. Miss Chen looked at my paper, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, occasionally scribbling notes with her pen. This was the first time I'd been so nervous about my exam results. I really didn't need to score perfectly. As long as I improved and passed, that would be enough. I even started praying to the gods, begging them to let me pass this exam. I'd even be willing to date 3 of the school's most popular girls at the same time. Unfortunately, the gods didn't grant my wish. When Miss Chen handed me the exam paper, it was, as usual, below the passing grade. 56 points, the red ink stamp was glaring. You've improved a lot compared to before, and this time the questions were harder than usual. It's clear you put in the effort. The gloomy expression I had imagined didn't appear. Mr. Chen smiled at me. Her smile was beautiful, warmer than the winter sun. Of course, we have a promise, don't we? Hearing her say that, I felt a weight lift off my chest. While showing improvement, I didn't forget to tighten the screws on my forehead. I believe in you. Miss Chen seemed very happy. Seeing her students improve must give her a sense of accomplishment. She probably thought it was our agreement that motivated me to work hard, but she never imagined I was just trying to impress her. English isn't that difficult. I can memorize those words after a few repetitions. We only started learning English in middle school, so they're all basic terms with no real challenge. Having successfully dodged a bullet, I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment as I had managed to fool Miss Chen. As school was about to end, I went to find Yi Tong to get the letter. He reluctantly handed me a folded piece of paper. I looked at it in confusion. The paper was very thin, and you could see some faint traces of writing on the other side. Jiang Ying's letter from the morning was filled with words, but Yi Tong's reply seemed like a blank sheet of paper. I opened it and saw only 4 light-hearted words. Okay, I understand. This wasn't a reply, it was a response. Rewrite it, I said, tossing the paper into the trash bin. If I took this back to Jiang Ying, she'd probably eat me alive. She's not exactly a saint. I can't write it. Yi Tong turned her head away, picked up her backpack, and was about to leave. I couldn't just let him leave like that. Ignoring the strange looks from my classmates, I stepped in front of him. Chapter 33, Rejected Affection. Fang Yuan, yesterday you looked down on him and said you wouldn't play with Yi Tong. Why are you stopping him now? A few onlookers chimed in with their snide remarks. What is it to you? I didn't want to play with him yesterday, but today I do. From now on, I'll even take him with me when I go to the bathroom. What is it to you? Hearing this, my anger flared up. Seeing that I was truly angry, the others dared not say more and left with their backpacks. You're so bossy. I don't want to be friends with that Jiang Ying. Yi Tong, seeing he couldn't escape, leaned against the wall, trembling with anger. Anyway, you can't write it like that. It's too half-hearted. Jiang Ying was already ready to reform, but seeing Yi Tong's response, it was like he was forcing her to go back to her old ways. At the time, I didn't realize how unreasonable I was. Because I had promised Jiang Ying, I forced Yi Tong to do something he didn't want to do. Perhaps from the moment I was born, I carried self-serving genes within me, always thinking only of myself. Then you write it, okay? Yi Tong's eyes were red, and I had cornered him into sitting down. Though he reluctantly agreed, I had no idea how to write a letter. I dreaded communicating with women. Yi Tong and I stared at each other, unable to come up with a single word. I saw you chatting and laughing with the girls in class before. Just write back like you're chatting. How could you not know how to do that? I suspected he was deliberately making things difficult for me. Although Yi Tong wasn't well liked among the boys, he was good-looking and quite popular with the girls. I didn't believe he couldn't even manage to write a reply. I really don't know how to reply to this kind of letter. Yi Tong handed me the letter he had written that morning, gesturing for me to read it myself. I picked up the letter and started reading it on my own. I couldn't believe replying to a letter was harder than writing an essay. How do you read this character? I was a half-baked student who had finished elementary school but couldn't even read a letter. A budding heart, unable to control one's feelings. Yi Tong frowned as he explained it to me. What does that mean? I looked at him in confusion. Did you even graduate from elementary school? You don't even know that? It just means liking someone. Yi Tong said, his face turning slightly red. This guy blushes at the slightest thing. He is really hopeless. I couldn't help but shake my head. Jiang Ying really has no taste. How should I reply to this letter? I won't do it. And there is no chance between us. If you keep pushing me, I'll tell the teacher you're forcing me into an early romance. Yi Tong refused to budge. That's easy. Just say you're too young and should focus on your studies. Liang Chuan suddenly spoke up, startling me. I thought he had already left. Academic studies? We're in class 4, you have no idea. Academic studies? What academic studies? I replied sarcastically. Even if I'm just making an excuse, I should at least find a decent one. Just do as you think. Even if you reject her, it's fine, but be more tactful. Although I was pressuring Yi Tong to reply, I wasn't that heartless as to force him into an early romance. I hadn't read Jiang Ying's letter. When I took it, I had no idea what it said. Women who mature early are the most troublesome. After hearing me say that, Yi Tong finally picked up the pen and wrote a reply. As for what he wrote, I didn't peek. Though I'm not a good person, I have principles. Between Jiang Ying and Yi Tong, my role is just to deliver the message. After reading Yi Tong's letter, Jiang Ying's originally excited and expectant expression turned very disappointed, but she didn't get angry. It seemed Yi Tong had indeed listened to my advice and written it in a more tactful manner. To be honest, sis, Yi Tong looks like a heartless bastard. Don't be fooled by his good looks, he is just a sissy. Since there was no way forward, I might as well shut the door completely to prevent Jiang Ying from harboring any more hopes. I know you're trying to comfort me. It's okay. Jiang Ying waved her hand. You're right. You're beautiful and kind-hearted, you'll figure it out eventually. I said with a smile. I thought to myself, I'm not comforting you. I just don't want you to take your anger out on innocent classmates. I don't like seeing bullying in school, whether it's the bullies or the victims. They're one bullying the weak and the other is weak and helpless. Both of them make me feel disgusted. Jiang Ying didn't respond to me. She probably realized that since she couldn't use me to get close to Yi Tong, I had lost my value to her, so she ignored me completely. I was happy to be left alone, at least the trouble was over. My sense of responsibility only goes so far. I thought things had come to an end, but women, after all, aren't worth much. Jiang Ying didn't make things difficult for me or take her anger out on me, but she blamed everything on Liang Qiwen. If it weren't for Liang Qiwen meddling, she wouldn't have met me, and none of this would have happened. I don't know how humiliating it is to be rejected, but Jiang Ying hates Liang Qiwen with a passion. Her emotional needs are something I simply cannot comprehend. After all, we're all still minors. What do we know about love? Liang Qiwen said my emotional intelligence is non-existent, and he might be right. I truly know nothing about romantic relationships. I'm not interested in that either. After this incident, the rift between Yi Tong and me diminished significantly. I, and Liang Qiwen, the three biggest troublemakers in our class, formed a truant squad, spending almost every day at the arcade. Yi Tong was very wealthy, truly extremely wealthy. When we hung out with him, Liang Qiwen and I never had to worry about money. Eating, drinking, and having fun. The money in his pocket seemed endless. However, this was also because our expenses were relatively low. The three of us didn't spend much at all. Though I didn't know why Yi Tong liked hanging out with us, Liang Qiwen and I definitely took advantage of him, that was for sure. I was fine, but Liang Qiwen had a face thicker than a city wall. He practically ate all 3 meals a day off Yi Tong. I just go home to eat every day. At first, I looked down on Liang Qiwen. Though I also took advantage, I only took a few game coins, unlike Liang Qiwen, who acted like a vampire. Later, I overheard his village classmates talking and found out that Liang Qiwen lives with his aunt. His uncle treats him very badly, so he rarely goes back home and avoids eating their food as much as possible. Liang Qiwen had only moved to our area at the start of 7th grade. He wasn't from around here. Plus, he never talked about his parents. I sensed that his parents were probably already gone, so even if his uncle treated him badly, he had no choice but to stay there, because he had nowhere else to go. He told me that once he turns 18, he'll leave and make his own way in life. This is similar to me. I'm also waiting until I'm 18, then I'll go work on construction sites with the laborer next door. From disdain to sympathy, and finally to understanding, I realized that Liang Qiwen, despite his outwardly sleazy appearance, actually thinks very openly and lives quite freely. He can ignore others' opinions, shamelessly freeload off others, and sneak out at night to pick fruits to fill his stomach. He is stronger than me. Chapter 34, Yi Tong's Departure. Liang Qiwen doesn't like this place, but he can adapt to any harsh environment. As he puts it, no matter where he is, he can survive. This is something I find hard to do. If I were as isolated as he is, I might not survive, even though I have some basic knowledge and can manage to feed myself, like stealing some corn or pulling up a radish. But I couldn't live like that for the long term. Compared to him, I'm relatively fortunate because I still have a father who loves me. My father isn't particularly skilled or wealthy. He is not as good at making money as Yi Tong's father. But his love for me is no less than anyone else's. As time went on, we grew up little by little in middle school and learned more and more. My father's control over me grew weaker, and sometimes I would sneak out at night, tiptoeing out the back door to meet Liang Qiwen. We would go to the mountains to steal peaches and watermelons, but he was very principled about food. We only took enough for ourselves and never took more. Yi Tong couldn't go out at night. Once it passed 9 o'clock, he couldn't leave the house. His family lived in a 3-story bungalow, unlike my family's flat. He lived on the 2nd floor, so there was no way he could sneak out. I don't know if I was born to be a night owl, but I loved the pitch-black night. It made me feel safe, calm, and comfortable. Besides picking fruits, Liang Qiwen and I occasionally went to construction sites in town to collect scrap metal to sell. I remember one time we picked all night long and sold it at the scrapyard when it was just getting light. We struggled to carry the steel bars, but they only sold for $10. It was clear the boss saw we were kids and intentionally paid us less. I hated such dishonest merchants, but there was only one scrap dealer in the area. Liang Qiwen wasn't new to selling scrap here. He clearly knew the boss's true colors. He calmly took the 10 yuan and split it with me. I guess that the 2 yuan he had given the messenger earlier must have come from this. Holding the 5 yuan in my hand, I felt a bit guilty because most of the rebar was actually brought by Liang Qiwen. He looked frail, but he worked very hard. For example, when there were pieces of rebar stuck in the cement, I would just give up, but he would use a rock to pry them out. $5 wasn't a small amount for me, but it wasn't much either. After all, at my peak, I had $400 in my pocket. I wanted to give him all the money, since he needed it more than I did, but Liang Qiwen was firm. He said that since we worked together, we should share the money. Even if I picked up less, staying out late at night to earn money with him was enough to deserve half. If I refused, he'd rather throw the $10 into the pond. So I used the 5 yuan to treat him to a bowl of stir-fried noodles at a noodle shop, adding an extra sausage for each of us, which just about covered the cost. Then he returned to his usual goofy, lecherous expression, slurping the noodles with relish. Every single penny he earned, he would neatly fold and wrap in a small piece of cloth, then tuck it into the innermost pocket of his pants. This was the money he had saved for his journey after he turned 18. He rarely spent money. The only time I saw him buy anything was when he spent $2 to hire someone to deliver letters to Shaohan. I've never seen him buy anything else, not even a bottle of water or a piece of eraser. As a poor student, I was slightly better off than him. At least I had stationery and could lend him a pen during exams. I calculated the time, after graduating from middle school and waiting another 6 months, we would both be 18. Originally, we were just getting by day, but just before the final exams, Yiton left. He was taken away by his father, who said he was dropping out of school and wouldn't return until the second year of junior high. This annoying guy, who had become someone we both grew accustomed to in our daily interactions, was now gone. "I'll be back next year, and we'll go out together again," Yitong said, his voice choked with emotion as he got into the car. He was still so effeminate, not much had changed. "When you come back, I hope you'll be more manly." I didn't like being sentimental when parting, so even as Yiton left, my tone was stiff. "Fang Yuan, remember me." Yiton kept waving at me from the car. "Don't worry, I'll definitely remember." I nodded in response. After all, he's the only effeminate guy in the entire school. How could I possibly forget him in just a year? Yiton's departure caused my living standards with Liang Qiwen to plummet. Plus, during this season, there wasn't much to eat on the mountain. Liang Qiwen only had 2 steamed buns a day, and even someone as heartless as me felt a pang of sadness. So every night, I would take my meal outside and eat it there. I would give him a bowl first, then go back to eat mine. My father even said I had increased my appetite, though I didn't gain any weight. I thought the biggest disaster after Yiton left was that Liang Qiwen and I lost our economic support, but I never imagined that even bigger troubles were yet to come. Zhang Ying's seal seemed to have been broken the day Yiton left. She started bullying her classmates again, turning into that bully again. Perhaps she felt there was no need to pretend anymore, or that there was no point in pretending. Women hold grudges, and with Zhang Ying's personality, how could she possibly forget her hatred for Liang Qiwen? She has an older cousin named Zhang Tao, a senior in junior high school and the school's top bully. No one dares to mess with him. One day after school, Zhang Tao blocked Liang Qiwen at the school gate. 7 or 8 people pinned him to the ground and beat him mercilessly. When I arrived, Liang Qiwen was holding his head with both hands, lying on the ground, too scared to fight back. I've said before that I hate weak people, and Liang Qiwen is exactly that kind of person. But he was my friend, and I couldn't just stand by and watch. So I charged forward and started fighting with him. Although I was in decent shape, facing 7 or 8 older students, I couldn't gain the upper hand. In the end, both Liang Qiwen and I were kicked until our bodies were covered in bruises. I don't hate Zhang Tao, I hate Liang Qiwen even more. Even when I fought with that group for him, he didn't have the courage to stand up and help me. He cowered in the corner like a turtle, wishing he could crawl back into his shell. I wiped the blood from my nose with my hands and kept slapping the footprints off my body. I never brought these marks home to worry my father. "Are you okay?" Liang Qiwen put his glasses back on. Even after being beaten by 7 or 8 people, he managed to keep his glasses intact. I didn't want to talk to him anymore. With all these footprints on my body, did I look like I was okay? "If something like this happens again, don't bother helping me." Seeing that I didn't respond, he continued. "I don't give a damn about you. Even if you get beaten to death, I want to help you. Youthful friendships are always impulsive and reckless." I hated Liang Qiwen's weakness, his willingness to take a beating rather than fight back, which made me look down on him deeply. Chapter 35, Run, My Youth. I didn't understand his thinking at all. Fighting back means getting beaten, and not fighting back means getting beaten anyway. Does not fighting back mean the opponent will go easier on you? I'm not the kind of person who accepts being wronged. If someone bullies me, I will, and I definitely have to fight back. No matter who it is, even if it's Zhang Tao, the school bully, I'll make him suffer. By the small stream beside the school, I took off my pants to wash them. The footprints on them wouldn't come off no matter how hard I scrubbed. With each wash, the hatred in my heart boiled up. "Forget it, don't even think about revenge," Liang Qiwen said from the side. He was acting like he didn't care, saying those cold words. The whole thing started because of him, and now he's playing peacemaker. Damn it. Hearing his words, I wanted to kick him into the stream. Bad company corrupts good character. Even if he had told me there were too many people earlier, we should have held back. Now let's figure out a way to get revenge later. I could have forgiven him. But he actually told me to just let it go. I was kicked countless times because of him, and he told me to just forget about it. I'll be damned if I'll forgive him. The female classmates who passed by saw me wearing only underwear and muttered curses under their breath before turning away quickly. I knew this was uncivilized. After washing my pants, I didn't wait for them to dry and put them on. I didn't bother with Liang Qiwen and turned to go home. In the past, I would always bring Liang Qiwen home for dinner, but at that moment, I decided to cut ties with him forever. Whether he can eat his fill is his own business, it has nothing to do with me. That night, I lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. How should I deal with Zhang Tao? After all, I was outnumbered, and I wasn't a thug. I had to come up with a foolproof plan. I couldn't act impulsively. Haste makes waste. So the next day, I composed myself and went to school as if nothing had happened. The school was a small community, and the news of Zhang Tao beating up Liang Qiwen and me had already spread. Many people were gloating and making snide remarks. As I walked into the campus, I could see people pointing and whispering about me. Fang Yuan, you can't do that. Buy a pack of cigarettes, and I'll talk to Zhang Tao for you. My brother is in the same class as him. The fat kid in the class walked over to me and said. He meant well because he was honest and not the type to get into fights. He said that to make things easier for me at school. But am I the kind of person who avoids trouble? Even if Zhang Tao doesn't cause trouble for me, I'll cause trouble for him. You tell Zhang Tao for me. I can't afford cigarettes, but there's a coffin shop on the street. I can buy him one on credit. Even if it's like hitting a rock with an egg, I won't back down. To make me bow down and give Zhang Tao face? He doesn't deserve it. How can you not recognize a good heart? The fat guy sighed and returned to his seat. I'm not ungrateful. I know he means well, but I'm not Liang Qiwen. I can't be weak. That's just who I am. Liang Qiwen had been lying on the desk all morning, saying nothing. Now, just seeing him makes me furious. I borrowed 2 mao from someone and planned to go to the small store to buy 2 bags of snowball to cool down. But before I even stepped out of the school gate, I bumped into Zhang Tao and his friends. Hey, you're pretty tough, aren't you? Acting like nothing happened, Zhang Tao said mockingly, holding a twig in his mouth. People like them have one major trait, they love to act tough in front of the weak. I ignored him and walked straight toward the convenience store. I hadn't figured out a plan yet, so I had to endure it for now. Although I didn't want to cause trouble, trouble always seemed to find me. Seeing that I ignored him, he grew more aggressive, blocking my path and refusing to let me pass. Good dogs don't block the path. I looked him straight in the eyes, showing no fear. He wanted to use violence to make me afraid and submit, but that'll never happen. Even if I die and end up in a coffin, my knees will still be straight. What did you say? Zhang Tao glared at me menacingly. In front of his friends, being insulted by a middle school student was a blow to his pride. I said you're not a good dog. I knew he didn't have the guts to lay a finger on me during recess at school. Fine, we'll settle this after school. He slapped my shoulder and left with a threat. Go home and tell your mother. Settle this with your birthplace. I scoffed, using the national art form. He had already come looking for me, so I wasn't going to back down. I had originally planned to bide my time and wait for the right moment. Go Jian endured hardships to avenge his father, but I just wanted to pierce Zhang Tao's bitter heart. Zhang Tao's face turned red with anger, but the teacher's office was just a short distance away, so he dared not act. You little bastard, with such a dirty mouth. Wait until after school, and I'll teach you a lesson. He could only keep threatening me, but this tactic might work on others, but I wasn't afraid at all. I loved seeing him like that, wanting to hit me but unable to, getting more and more furious. You scared me to death. You're so tough. The school bully, huh? Besides picking on the weak and outnumbering the few, what else can you do? Dare you fight me one-on-one? Are you brave enough? If it weren't for your numbers, I wouldn't even look at you. Let me stretch my muscles. I wonder why your mother even bothered to give birth to you. You're just a good-for-nothing bully picking on younger students to make yourself look tough. Let me tell you, you're just a pile of stinking dog. My voice was loud, and many students around us looked over. I didn't care at all, because the one who was losing face wasn't me, but Zhang Tao in front of me. You wait, he said, pointing at me and leaving with a threat. At least that way, he could save face. I knew he wouldn't let it go. After school, he would definitely be waiting for me at the school gate. I didn't go back to the snack shop but returned the 2 cents to my classmate. The incident started because of Liang Qiwen, but now it wasn't about his feud with Zhang Tao, it was about me. Many classmates witnessed the scene. They urged me to tell the teacher to handle it, or else I'd get beaten up badly after school. You shouldn't have provoked him again, Liang Qiwen said, looking at me with a complicated expression. This wasn't my business to begin with. If I had just kept quiet, Zhang Tao might not have bothered me again. But that's just a possibility, and besides, I've already made up my mind to take revenge. Even if Zhang Tao doesn't provoke me, I'll provoke him. I didn't respond to Liang Qiwen because I had already cut ties with him last night. His affairs were none of my business, and he had no right to interfere in mine. As the school bell rang, the students began to leave in small groups. I slowly stood up and saw Zhang Tao and his group glaring at me angrily as they walked toward the school gate. I flipped them off with a middle finger, making a dismissive gesture. I wasn't afraid at all because they couldn't block me at the gate. I had another way out. That was to climb over the wall near the restroom. Climbing over the wall with ease, I didn't run quickly but instead took a detour and returned to the school's main gate. From a distance, I could see a large crowd gathered at the entrance. Many students had come to watch the commotion, as Zhang Tao's threat to beat me up after school was known throughout the entire school. Zhang Tao and his group were sitting at the entrance of the small store, keeping a close eye on the students coming out. They were trying to spot me among the crowd, but they never would have guessed that I had already left. But if you think I'd turn around and leave, you're wrong and badly wrong. Zhang Tao, your mother is dead. Why are you bringing so many people here to mourn her? From over 100 meters away, I shouted at the group of people. Seeing it was me and being insulted so viciously, Zhang Tao and his gang charged at me like mad dogs. I immediately took off running, not forgetting to turn back and yell a few more insults. The path was filled with students heading home, all staring at the commotion. I ran as fast as I could, knowing that if I was caught, my fate would be terrible. Zhang Tao and his men were being chased like dogs, their anger reaching its peak. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Run, my youth. Chapter 36, Borrowing the Tiger's Might. In my opinion, an Olympic long-distance running champion is just average exaggeration. After all, being chased by several people, my running speed had already surpassed the limits of my body. At this point, I had no choice but to give it my all. Thanks to my experience hunting birds in the mountains, my stamina was decent. In contrast, Zhang Tao and his men, after their initial burst of speed, were already struggling to keep up. I sprinted all the way back home. Facing Zhang Tao's violent threats, there were two safe places, the school grounds and my home. Zhang Tao didn't dare to come to my house to beat me up. The next day, I went to school early to avoid running into Zhang Tao. When my classmates saw me, their eyes widened in surprise. They thought I wouldn't come today. After all, I managed to escape once, so I couldn't escape twice. But I insisted on coming to school, walking around openly and proudly. I wanted to humiliate Zhang Tao and make him lose face. I wanted everyone to know that Zhang Tao wasn't all that. No matter how tough he acted, he was just an ordinary person with limited abilities, nothing to be afraid of. During recess, I deliberately went to Zhang Tao's classroom and stood at the door, smiling at him. You run so slowly, how do you even make a living? You think you can block me like this? Go back to where you came from and start over. Just like yesterday, the victor always adopts a haughty attitude. I mocked him in front of his entire class. Zhang Tao and his few companions were so angry they clenched their teeth, but they didn't dare to fight him at school. They couldn't do a thing to me. Yesterday you climbed out through the bathroom window. Let's see how you run today. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth, eager to beat me up right then and there. I didn't expect him to figure out my escape route so quickly. I'm not running. I'm standing right here. Come and hit me if you dare. I'm giving you a chance, but you're useless. I looked at his flushed face and mocked him relentlessly. Zhang Tao was so humiliated in public that he dared not touch me or respond. In a verbal battle, I could outmatch all of them alone. You better kill me, or I'll insult you every time I see you. You bastard. I pointed at Zhang Tao, listing his family members one by one. His companions suddenly stood up, clearly unable to tolerate it anymore. Hey, don't get angry. I wasn't talking about him, I was talking about all of you. You're all bastards. I thrust my face forward, eager for them to beat me up. At school and outside of school, the consequences of getting beaten up are completely different. If I get beaten up at school, the teacher is held fully responsible, and Zhang Tao won't get off lightly either. If it happened outside school, the teachers wouldn't get involved. Let us see how long you can keep gloating. Clearly, Zhang Tao was well aware of this. He stopped his companions from attacking me. Seeing that provoking him wasn't working, I had no choice but to turn and leave. A day passed quickly. I couldn't run away from the bathroom today, but I wasn't going to let them beat me up for nothing. So I walked into the teacher's office and found Mr. Chen. She was surprised to see me, as I rarely approached her on my own. Changed your ways, huh? Did you run into some trouble? Miss Chen was referring to academic issues. But I didn't even read my books, what problems could I possibly have? Disputes between students aren't something people would deliberately tell a teacher, so Miss Chen wasn't aware of the conflict between me and Zhang Tao. I saw her holding a stack of homework, presumably preparing to grade them at home. I hurried over and took the homework from her arms. It's so heavy, how can you carry it as a girl? Let me help you. I said, trying to be helpful. Sure, then you can walk me home, Miss Chen said with a smile, gladly accepting my kindness. That's right, I wanted to use Miss Chen's influence to walk out of the school gate openly. Have you been studying hard lately? Miss Chen asked as we walked. I nodded vigorously, my mouth full of promises to study hard. Along the way, I chatted and laughed with Miss Chen. Just as we stepped out of the school gate, I saw Zhang Tao and a few others waiting for me at the small store. There were many other students nearby waiting to watch the commotion. When they saw me come out, they all widened their eyes, ready for a show. But upon noticing the teacher standing beside me, they scattered in an instant. Why are you all gathered here instead of going home after school? Mr. Chen looked at the students near the snack shop, his brows furrowing. The teachers didn't want to see students fighting, but such incidents were impossible to completely prevent. Mr. Chen, we're just here to eat something and chat, Zheng Tao and his friends said, no longer showing any arrogance. They dared to be harsh with weaker students, but they would never dare to offend a teacher. In this day and age, teachers hitting students was considered normal. If you dared to complain, you'd get another beating at home. Go home early. A bunch of people gathering here, what does that look like? Mr. Chen scolded them sternly. Exactly, what kind of behavior is that? Beating someone on the ground like a thug, no manners at all. I immediately chimed in. Zheng Tao's face turned red with anger, but he dared not retaliate. Like this, I followed Mr. Chen, walking away proudly and arrogantly, not forgetting to make a few faces at Zheng Tao and the others as we left. Fang Yuan, you mustn't be like them, just wasting your days away. After graduation, you'll end up with any job, and your future will be as clear as day. Mr. Chen turned to me and admonished me. I was so focused on thinking about how to deal with Zheng Tao that I didn't notice Mr. Chen had stopped. I kept walking forward and bumped into him. She was, after all, a woman. The impact knocked her off balance, and she almost fell. I quickly dropped the homework in my hands and wrapped my arms around Miss Chen's waist. Her waist was slender and soft, with not an ounce of excess fat. The delicate fragrance of lilies wafted into my nostrils. Looking at her face so close, with her delicate features, it felt as though a lily was blooming in my heart. Fang Yuan, let go of the teacher. Miss Chen's cheeks turned slightly red, and she looked at me awkwardly. Hearing her speak, I quickly let her go. After that awkward moment, neither of us spoke for the rest of the way home. She walked silently ahead, and I followed quietly behind. This was my first time visiting Miss Chen's home, yet the journey felt oddly familiar. We're here. Miss Chen stopped in front of a house. I looked up and my heart skipped a beat. Isn't this Miss Jiang's house? I asked, swallowing nervously. Yes, she's my mother, Miss Chen replied proudly. Clearly, as Miss Jiang's daughter, she felt very proud. But your last name is Chen, isn't it? This news came as a complete shock to me. Because my dad's last name is Chun. Maybe my question was too silly. She patted my head and covered her mouth with her hand, laughing out loud. Chapter 37, Dining at the Jiang family's house. Miss Chen is actually Miss Jiang's daughter. Damn it. I handed my homework to Mr. Chen and turned to leave. Because I didn't want to see Miss Jiang at all. Miss Chen grabbed my collar from behind, clearly not willing to let me leave so easily. You're already at my house. Why not come in and meet my mom? She's always talking about you. Mr. Chen pulled me into the house. It's too early. There's no need to meet the parents so soon. I tried to struggle but dared not use too much force. You dare to joke with your teacher? She gently tapped me on the head. Mom, look who I brought back. Miss Chen entered the house and cheerfully called out to the room. She didn't seem like a teacher at all, she looked more like a little girl showing off to her mother. I heard her clearly, she said catch, not bring. It seemed like she had already decided to deal with me at school. Miss Jiang came out from the inner room and seemed quite happy to see me. Fang Yuan, it's you. She gently stroked my head. I noticed that both mother and daughter like to touch my head. If they like it so much, I might as well cut it off and give it to you both. Yes, hello, Miss Jiang. Even if I didn't want to see her, I had already seen her, so at least I should be polite. It's been half a year since I last saw you. You've grown taller again. I just finished cooking. Why don't you join us? Miss Jiang added a set of bowls and chopsticks on the table. No, thank you, Mr. Jiang. My dad is waiting for me at home. I hurriedly refused. With 3 people at the table, 2 of them teachers, I couldn't possibly eat anymore. I have a fear of teachers. Alright, then go home. But starting tomorrow, come to my office after school to do your homework. You can't leave until you're done. Miss Chen exercised her authority to the fullest. That's not necessary, Miss Chen. You know I've been studying hard lately. I feel more at ease doing my homework at home. Going to the office makes me nervous, and when I'm nervous, I can't concentrate. That would not only delay your work but also keep you from going home to have dinner with Mr. Jiang. I was utterly unwilling. Having to stay in the office every day after school to do homework was no different from being in prison. Miss Chen didn't say a word, she just kept eating her food. In this situation, I dared not slip away. It's just a meal. It's okay. Miss Jiang pulled me to the table and placed the chopsticks in my hand. I'll take you up on that, thank you, Miss Jiang, thank you, Mr. Chen. I nervously picked at the rice in my bowl, thinking I needed to finish quickly and get out of there. Miss Jiang's family was much better off than mine. After all, she and her daughter were both teachers, and these days, teachers were in high demand with great benefits. For dinner alone, Miss Jiang had prepared 3 dishes, a plate of braised fish, plus 2 vegetarian dishes. The fish alone looked so tempting that I couldn't help but drool. I carefully reached out with my chopsticks, ready to take a bite, not even remembering the last time I had eaten fish. Cough cough. Mr. Chen coughed several times. I quickly turned away, avoiding the fish, and picked a few pieces of vegetables into my bowl. Ha, Mr. Chen covered his mouth and laughed. Mom, you were right. This little guy really knows how to read the room. I finally figured it out. Mr. Chen was just teasing me. You're the one being funny. How can a teacher act like that? Ms. Jiang tapped her daughter's head gently with her chopsticks and added a few words of advice. Fang Yuan, if you want something, just help yourself. After saying that, Ms. Jiang picked a large piece of fish and placed it in my bowl, reminding me to eat slowly and be careful of the bones. I've never had a mother since I was a child, but at that moment I felt a warm glow in my heart. Ms. Jiang rarely showed me such kindness. In my memory, she was always strict and would hit my palms with a ruler. I glanced at Mr. Chen, who wasn't looking at me, and eagerly began eating the fish. Ms. Jiang was an excellent cook, far better than my father. Eat slower. No one is going to take it from you, Ms. Chen said, wiping her mouth. She didn't eat much. I saw she had only finished half a bowl of rice. The entire plate of braised fish was almost entirely eaten by me alone. I had already finished 2 large bowls of rice, and there was still half a fish left untouched. After all, I was eating at someone else's house, and eating too much would be rude. I've known that since I was a child. If I were at home, I could pour some fish soup over the rice and eat 2 more bowls. Are you full? Ms. Chen asked, looking at me. I'm full, I said, rubbing my stomach and nodding reluctantly. If you're full, wash the bowl. In our family, whoever finishes last has to wash the dishes, Mr. Chen said, pointing to the empty bowl on the table. You're an adult, why make a child do the work? Ms. Jiang smiled affectionately, quickly clearing the table with her hands. I quickly snatched the bowl and chopsticks from her hands. She was being polite, but I couldn't be too polite. If you eat for free, you have to do the work. That's etiquette, and it's also the rule. If my father found out I was eating at Teacher Jiang's house and letting her wash the dishes for me, he'd scold me soundly. I'll do it. I quickly gathered the bowls and chopsticks and began washing them in the sink. These chores were routine for me at home, and I did them efficiently. How do you say work in English? Mr. Chen leaned lazily against the doorframe, taking the opportunity to quiz me. I wished I had anemia so I could faint the moment I stood up. Who knows how to say that? I shook my head. I could make up anything else, but I just didn't know English. I couldn't fake it. Work, Mr. Chen whispered. Her voice was pleasant, especially when speaking English standard and full of vitality. What the? I repeated in confusion. The pronunciation of the word work was damn it? It must be those lazy foreigners who kept complaining while working, saying damn it, and eventually used that word to mean work. Hearing my awkward pronunciation, Miss Chen laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. To be honest, I thought my pronunciation was almost as good as hers. No wonder I saw you wrote the Chinese pronunciation next to the English words in your textbook. Mr. Chen's words made my face turn red. I had indeed written the Chinese pronunciation of the words in Chinese characters, such as English with washing in a gutter written below. Many students in the class do the same, and I think it's quite useful. But one thing was certain, our pronunciation was far from standard, while Mr. Chen could speak it perfectly. Stay after class, and I'll give you some extra help. Mr. Chen stretched lazily and walked into the house. I felt like I had walked into a den of thieves. As soon as I entered Ms. Jiang's house, it was as if I had been locked in a cross-shaped noose, with each ring tightening around my neck, leaving me no chance to escape. I dared not disobey Ms. Chen's words. After all, I was only in 7th grade this year, with 2 more years to go. If I offended her, how difficult would my life be in the future? Chapter 38, I became a free laborer. I nervously entered Ms. Chen's room. The entire room smelled just like her. Mr. Chen was holding an English textbook and sitting in the room waiting for me. I hated reading, really hated it, even when I was with Mr. Chen. She kept correcting my pronunciation, making me read it over and over again until she was satisfied. This must be the harshest form of torture in the world. It wasn't until it was almost dark that she finally let me go home. Thinking back on today's experience at Mr. Jiang's house, I really felt it would have been better to be beaten up by Zhang Tao at the door. It was like being slaughtered with a dull knife, painful and terrifying. I'd made up my mind no matter what, I wanted to go to the office to find Mr. Chen tomorrow. The next day, I went to school early as usual, only to find out that after I left with Mr. Chen yesterday, something else had happened. Zhang Tao didn't catch me, so he took out his anger on Liang Qiwen. A few people surrounded him and beat him up badly. This time, he didn't fight back either, and no one came to help him. When he came to school in the morning, there were obvious bruises on his face. I turned my head away, not wanting to have anything to do with that coward. During the 3rd period break, I heard the same fat guy from before say that he saw Liang Qiwen buy a pack of cigarettes for Zhang Tao. A whole pack of Manhwa cigarettes, which cost 11 yuan. That Liang Qiwen, who wouldn't even spend a dime, spent over 100 yuan to buy cigarettes for Zhang Tao. Hearing the fat guy's words, I was so angry I felt like my heart was going to explode. Normally, he wouldn't even buy me a 2-mao bag of shuabao. This cowardly bastard doesn't deserve to be my friend. Not long after, Liang Qiwen walked into the classroom. He looked at me, but I didn't bother to say a word to him. It's all settled now. Zhang Tao won't bother you anymore, Liang Qiwen said as he passed by me. If he doesn't bother me, I'll bother him, I said, so angry I almost flipped the desk over. You can't beat them. Just give it up, Liang Qiwen said, sitting on the chair with his head down, so I couldn't see his expression. Forget it, forget it. Seeing his attitude of sweeping things under the rug, I was so angry I couldn't contain myself. They're ting on our faces, and he's not even fighting back, he's praising them for how good their smells. Zhang Tao started the fight, he was in the wrong. Yet it was Liang Qiwen who bought cigarettes and apologized to him. Oof. I can't beat them because I'm alone, but I won't be as cowardly as you. You bought cigarettes for Zhang Tao and apologized, that's your business. Don't drag me into it. My voice was loud, and the entire class turned to look at Liang Qiwen and me. I bought him cigarettes so he wouldn't bother you anymore. Liang Qiwen looked up at me and said. You're afraid he'll cause trouble for you, afraid they'll beat you up. Don't act like you're doing it for me. If you're a man, go back now and demand the cigarettes back. He's just a middle school student, what does he deserve to smoke? I shouted at Liang Qiwen. If he dares to take the cigarettes back today, I'll take the beating after school. I can handle it. Liang Qiwen remained silent for a moment, his head bowed as if he were already dead. Coward, I spat, forcefully straightening the desk. Just as I was sitting on the chair, fuming with anger, Mr. Chen called my name at the door. She pulled me to the tree behind the classroom and kept staring at me. Her gaze made my skin crawl. Miss Chen, why are you staring at me like that? My tone was sharp because I was still angry. What's that? Do you want to hit your teacher too? She sneered, clearly implying something else. I wouldn't dare. I'd never hit you in a million years. I've always respected teachers and never even considered hitting one. Yesterday when you came to see me, I knew something was up with you. If I hadn't asked others, I wouldn't have known you were so bold as to go to the 9th grade class and make threats. What do you think you're doing? Do you want to be a little thug? Miss Chen was furious. She grabbed my ear, just like Mr. Jiang had punished me before. This mother-daughter duo had remarkably similar techniques and strength, and the pain made tears well up in my eyes. Can you at least find out what happened before accusing me? It was Zhang Tao and his gang who bullied me first. I retorted. I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to handle this in my own way. He bullied you, and you didn't tell me? Miss Chen let go of my ear, her chest rising and falling with anger. What's the point of telling you? Can you expel him? Even if he promises in front of you not to hit me again, he'll probably do it behind your back. I had already seen through it. The reason such things kept happening was because the students were minors and felt they could get away with it. Even if they hit someone, it's just a matter of apologizing with words, it doesn't mean anything. That's why most students, even if they're bullied, choose to tell the teacher. At least I can protect you. Mr. Chen looked at me firmly, and his words shut me up. From now on, I'll walk home with you every day. Let's see who dares to bully you then. She was determined to protect me, but I couldn't help feeling like things might end up even worse. That's not necessary, I frowned, trying to decline. There is. We can go to my house, and I can help you with your homework. Miss Chen grew more convinced that this was a good idea and wouldn't allow me to refuse. That damn Zhang Tao, he ruined my freedom. This grudge is unforgivable. By the way, Mr. Chen, I saw a pack of cigarettes in Zhang Tao's backpack earlier, and he has been sneaking into the bathroom with his classmates to smoke every day, making it all smoky in there. Just as I was about to head back to the classroom, an idea struck me. I couldn't let Zhang Tao get away with this. I had to trip him up. The cigarettes were bought by Liang Qiwen, and the part about smoking in the bathroom was made up, but if they find the cigarettes in Zhang Tao's backpack, he wouldn't be able to deny it. Plus, he wouldn't dare admit the cigarettes were Liang Qiwen's, as that would make him even more guilty of bullying a classmate. He'd have to swallow his pride and keep quiet. Just thinking about him taking the fall made me feel so satisfied. When school let out, Miss Chen was indeed waiting at the office door, and as usual, she handed me her handbag and homework, asking me to hold them for her. I suspect she wasn't protecting me at all, she just wanted a free laborer to exploit. Miss Chen didn't go straight home that day, she went to my house instead. My father, seeing the teacher at the door, was extremely polite. He pointed at me and said to Miss Chen, if the child disobeys or does something wrong, feel free to discipline him however you see fit. Even if you have to beat him, I won't interfere. As long as you can teach him properly, I won't ask for anything else. I just want him to grow up to be a good person. Back then, education at home was entirely up to the teacher. It's nothing like today, where you can't hit or scold children. If I ever came home crying and said the teacher had hit me, my father would only say, good for him. No pain, no gain. Chapter 39, 2 Generations of Teachers. Fang Yuan is very well behaved and obedient, Mr. Chen said, patting my head and smiling at my father. Then why did you come today? My father, seeing the teacher's home visit, instinctively thought I had gotten into trouble or done something wrong. Because generally, teachers don't make home visits. It's like this, I noticed Fang Yuan's grades aren't very good, so I thought I'd have him come over after school for some extra tutoring. He can have dinner there as well. Mr. Chen didn't single me out in front of my dad. That's great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. Hearing that Mr. Chen would tutor me, my dad was naturally delighted. Who wouldn't want their child's grades to improve? Even if he doesn't amount to much in the future, learning more knowledge is always a good thing. Fang Yuan eats a lot. How much should I give for his meals? My dad never takes advantage of others. Since I'm eating at Mr. Chen's house, I should pay for it. It's only fair. Mr. Fang, how about this? Fang Yuan can come to my place for tutoring every day and help me with some chores as payment for the meals. Mr. Chen smiled naturally, but I couldn't help but sense a hint of cunning in his smile. Students helping their teachers is only fair. No matter what, we can't let you feed him for free. My father pulled out some money from his pocket and tried to hand it to Mr. Chen. If you insist on giving it, I won't tutor Fang Yuan anymore. The school has rules. We can't accept gifts from students' parents. You're making me break the rules. The teacher was indeed a teacher. One rule was enough to silence my father. Then please take good care of my son Fang Yuan. Seeing that the teacher truly wouldn't accept it, my father couldn't refuse any further. I really wanted to reach out and slip the money directly into Ms. Chen's hand, making her break the rules and give up on tutoring me. Fang Yuan, when you're at the teacher's house, listen to her. Do whatever she tells you to do, and be diligent. My dad kept reminding me, afraid I'd cause trouble for Ms. Chen. He also told me to help the teacher with more household chores. As we left the house, Ms. Chen looked smug. My father's words were like a royal decree granting her authority. In her presence, I had no rights at all. If you don't listen to me in the future, I'll tell your dad. Ms. Chen hummed a tune as she walked toward her home, while I followed behind her with a sullen expression. Ms. Jiang didn't find my arrival at all unusual. She was correcting homework, and the table was already set with dinner. You two eat first, don't wait for me. Ms. Jiang was always very dedicated to her work and didn't like to be interrupted while grading. Ms. Chen told me to eat quickly so I could study afterward. After finishing my meal, I washed the dishes and placed the leftovers on top of the rice in the pot. Back then, we ate from large pots, and the food stayed warm for a long time. This way, by the time Ms. Jiang finished grading, we could still have a hot meal. I didn't know if Ms. Chen was genuinely offering to tutor me. She kept asking me to pour her a cup of tea or wash some fruit for her. As a student still in school, I already felt the hardships of being treated like a servant. Fang Yuan, where did you get the 400 yuan you gave my mother? Ms. Chen leaned against the bed, biting into an apple as she asked. Her room wasn't very big. There were only 2 places to sit. The desk and chair she used for work had become my tutoring spot. What 400 yuan? Don't pretend. I saw it with my own eyes. You put 400 yuan on the table and ran off. I even called you back. Ms. Chen called me out on my act. That day, I was indeed in a panic, and someone who didn't know the situation might have thought I was there to steal money. That was money I earned. How did you earn it? That's almost half a month's salary for me. Mr. Chen asked curiously. Why should I tell you? It's my personal business. You've forgotten what your father told you? You have to listen to me about everything. Mr. Chen used my father's words to pressure me. I really can't stand this woman. She's making a big deal out of nothing. But I couldn't do anything about her, so I told her about how I made a slingshot to sell for money. You're actually pretty clever, Ms. Chen said, giving me a rare compliment. You might make a fortune in business someday. Forget it. The first time I tried to do business, Ms. Jiang caught me and confiscated all my money. I still can't understand Ms. Jiang's actions. That was money I had earned by punching holes, and I had planned to use it to buy her a fountain pen. Instead, she gave all my money back to the other students. You have the nerve to say that? You damaged school property. If it weren't for my mom cleaning up your mess and finding someone to fix the desk, your dad would have beaten you senseless. Mr. Chen snorted disapprovingly, glaring at me. Help me throw the apple core in the trash can. After finishing her apple, she told me to take the core and throw it away. Ms. Jiang fixed the desk for me? She never mentioned it to me. I took the core in shock, not expecting this to be the case. What else could she do? That's school property, not private. You made so many holes in it. What will the next students use? Ms. Chen gave me a disapproving look and leaned back lazily on the bed. I never realized Ms. Jiang had gone to so much trouble for me, yet I had been harboring resentment toward her all along. Thinking about it, my eyes suddenly stung. Don't get emotional. Study hard. My mom said you're very smart. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll definitely amount to something. Studying hard is the best way to repay her. Ms. Chen kept yawning, seeming very tired. Soon, she began to breathe evenly. I put down my English book and studied Ms. Chen's face carefully. She was truly beautiful, with an urban elegance that set her apart from the girls in the village, who were so down to earth. Even in her peaceful sleep, she exuded the grace of someone well-read. I dared not look at her like this normally, as I had an innate fear of teachers deep down. Just as I was engrossed in my observation, she suddenly opened her eyes, startling me so much that I fell backward onto the ground. Why were you getting so close? She touched her lips and looked at me suspiciously. I was just checking if you were asleep, I said, rubbing my butt. This Ms. Chen isn't very mature, she just likes to tease kids. If I'm asleep, you can just leave, right? Go write the vocabulary words we learned today 50 times. I'll check them later. She rolled over and went back to sleep, not forgetting to give me a hard time. I returned to my desk, sighing as I wrote the words. The Jiang family's 2 generations of teachers were both my nemesis. They've been controlling me since I was a kid. I don't believe they can keep controlling me for the rest of my life. Chapter 40, Be a Good Child. Mr. Chen said he'd check later, but he actually slept until it was dark and didn't wake up again. I closed my homework book and left it on the desk. Before leaving the room, I took the blanket and covered Ms. Chen with it. It was still pretty cold at night this time of year. In the living room, Ms. Jiang was eating dinner. When she saw me come out, she waved me over. I obediently sat down on the chair next to her. Since finding out what Ms. Jiang had done for me, I felt deeply guilty. How's life in middle school? Are you keeping up with your studies? Ms. Jiang was no longer my homeroom teacher, but she seemed more kind and caring. I nodded. I hadn't been very interested in my studies, so whether I could keep up or not didn't matter much to me. You little rascal, you've been avoiding me since you graduated. You didn't even come back to pick up your graduation photo. Ms. Jiang put down her chopsticks and her once stern expression was gone. I pouted. It was true I had been avoiding her all along. Even if I saw her on the street, I would deliberately avoid her. I'm sorry, Ms. Jiang. My eyes stung and tears began to fall. I had always thought she was targeting me, but I never realized how kind she had been to me. Why are you crying? Ms. Jiang gently wiped away my tears. Even though you're a bit mischievous, I've always thought you're a good child. You must study hard and grow up to be someone who contributes to society, understand? She gently stroked my head. If my mother were still alive, she might have looked just like her at that moment. Ms. Jiang and I weren't related by blood, yet she was so kind to me. I was truly moved. So I decided to listen to Ms. Jiang and Mr. Chen from now on, and follow their advice in everything except studying. Studying is harder than planting rice under the blazing sun. Every time I see a book, a tingling sensation runs from my head to my toes, making me feel uneasy all over. Yes, I will definitely be a good child. I nodded firmly. As for studying hard and becoming a person who contributes to society, I didn't mention a word. Just as I was about to go home, Ms. Jiang brought out a photo from the house. It was taken when I graduated from elementary school, with her holding my hand. In the photo, I had a sour expression on my face. Looking at it now, it was so childish and ridiculous. It had only been half a year since graduation, yet it felt like I had entered a new phase of life, with my understanding and mindset having undergone significant changes. At 15, I was already half an adult. On the way home, the more I looked at the photo, the funnier it seemed. In Ms. Jiang's eyes, I was just a temperamental child. Having worked as a teacher for so many years and taught countless students, perhaps that's why she is so respected by so many people. Because she truly treats her students like her own children. As I approached the village, I saw people arguing in the fields. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was my father and the Jiang family. The Jiang family's field is adjacent to ours, and there's a ditch upstream that's used to irrigate the fields. However, this family is unreasonable and always blocks the water flow whenever it's time to irrigate, diverting it to their own fields so the water doesn't reach ours. My father had already negotiated with them many times. The ditch was for public use, and the water source was a branch of a mountain stream that never dried up. There was no need to block it, everyone could use it together, though it would be slower. However, the Jiang family has always done as they please. Whenever they irrigate, the fields downstream remain dry, and only after they finish can others use the water. It's not just my father, many villagers have grievances against the Jiang family. However, the Jiang father and son are quite intimidating, so everyone has to endure it. Fang Shozhong, no one else is saying anything, yet you're the only one complaining every day, Zhang Ping, the eldest son of the Jiang family, said, pointing at my father. Fang Shozhong was my father, and like his name, he was a man of integrity and honesty. It's so hot now, and every family needs water for their fields. If you block it, what will happen to the crops in other people's fields? You can't be so selfish. My father tried to reason with Zhang Ping, but someone like him wouldn't listen. So what if I'm selfish? I'm upstream, so I have the right to use it first. What he said was technically correct, but this ditch was for public use. He could use it first, but he couldn't monopolize it. I'll tell you this, old man, I hope your crops all die of drought. Zhang Ping's arrogant demeanor was infuriating. My father couldn't take it anymore and picked up his hoe to dig open the blocked ditch. But Zhang Ping kicked my father to the ground with one foot, still cursing angrily. Seeing this, I was filled with rage, my anger surging through my chest and into my brain, shattering my thoughts. I grabbed a sickle that someone else had been using, hid it behind my back, and walked toward Zhang Ping. At that moment, all I wanted was to slice his neck with the sickle and use his blood to irrigate our parched fields. My father was the person I loved most in the world. I knew he wasn't very capable and couldn't earn much money. In the eyes of many, his honesty and kindness were seen as weakness, but I wouldn't allow anyone to bully my father. Anger had consumed my reason, and there was only one voice in my mind, kill him, kill him. I gripped the sickle tightly, every cell in my body pulsing wildly. I didn't scream in anger because I wanted to strike his throat with one blow, leaving him no chance to escape. Just as I was 20 meters away from Zhang Ping, a figure tackled me to the ground. His strength was immense. Even with my adrenaline surging from anger, I couldn't break free. What are you doing? This will ruin your life, Liang Xuan's voice echoed in my ears. I don't care. He bullied my father, he deserves to die. From childhood, I had never bullied others or learned to back down. Zhang Ping dared to bully my father, so I would make him pay tenfold, 100-fold. Put down the knife. Liang Xuan forcefully wrenched the sickle from my hands. In the struggle, I slashed his arm with the sickle. His long robe was also torn open. Liang Xuan pinned me down in the field. I tried to speak, but ended up biting into the mud. He used all his strength, afraid I'd break free and go after Zhang Ping. I'll avenge you. I'll help you, Liang Xuan whispered in my ear. You coward, what can you do? I glared at him and said. He had been beaten by a group of school thugs and dared not fight back, even buying cigarettes to apologize. How could he help me take revenge? If you want to take revenge on them, you don't need a knife. Just destroy what they cherish most. Remember tonight. Tell your dad to go to the village square to watch the play. The rest is up to me. Liang Xuan's expression was ruthless, sending a chill down my spine, something I had never seen before. In my memory, he had always been the cowardly, sleazy type. It was hard to believe that a 15-year-old boy could instill such fear in me with just a glance. If you trust me, take your father home right now. Otherwise, use this knife to destroy the hopes of both you and your father. Liang Xuan thrust the sickle into the ground, leaving me with only his lonely silhouette. Chapter 41, Alibi. I stared at the sickle stuck in the ground, desperately trying to deny Liang Xuan. For years, he had been unreliable. Relying on him to avenge me was pointless. The sickle was far more decisive. But the chilling look in Liang Xuan's eyes earlier made me unable to resist trusting him. Well, be it. I'll trust him this once. If nothing happens tonight, then tomorrow, I'll use this sickle to give Zhang Ping and his son a lesson in morality. I brushed the dust off my body and walked toward my father, who was not far away. Zhang Ping, upon seeing me arrive, finally shut his cursing mouth. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here? My father was also covered in dust, with dirt from the ground clinging to his clothes. Dad, let us go home. I didn't say much, just pulled my father back toward home. My father looked at Zhang Ping, then at the blocked ditch, and seemed about to say something. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. I helped my father turn and leave. There were quite a few people in the field watching this farce. Out of respect for the Jiang family's usual arrogance, only a few spoke up for my father, while the rest just watched the show. Coward, you don't even dare to say a word, Zhang Ping sneered at me, seeing that I hadn't done anything. I clenched my fists, suppressing the urge to kill, and walked slowly toward home. The whispers of the villagers behind me echoed clearly in my ears. They said I was a coward, only daring to bully those weaker than me, and that I was too scared to even speak up when my own father was being beaten. Each cold remark felt like a sharp knife piercing my heart, and even if I pulled it out, it would still carry traces of blood. I suddenly thought of Liang Xuan. These days, countless classmates had been gossiping about him behind his back. How had he endured it all and still act as if nothing had happened? You did the right thing, son. Such a bully isn't worth getting into a fight with. My father didn't get angry at all with my actions, he even seemed a bit relieved. I clenched my teeth and didn't utter a word. In my heart, this approach was never right. My father's honesty and integrity, in my eyes, weren't really virtues. When I got home, my father asked about the tutoring session at Mr. Chen's house, asking if I had helped Mr. Chen with any chores and telling me to work harder at his house. He seemed to have forgotten about being bullied by Zhang Ping and his father, acting as if nothing had happened. He took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Knowing I had already eaten at Mr. Chen's house, he didn't bother to cook dinner. He cut a piece of tofu, drizzled a few drops of soy sauce on it, and that was his meal for the night. Every evening after dinner, he would chat with the neighbors and smoke a cigarette. Just as he was about to visit the neighbors, I pulled him and asked him to accompany me to the square to watch a play. My father pulled out $1 from his pocket and handed it to me, telling me to go watch the play myself, as tickets were required, and he never went because he couldn't bear to spend the money. I insisted on buying 2 tickets for us, and we finally got to enjoy the play. I didn't know what would happen tonight, or if anything would happen at all, but I had already chosen to believe Liang Xuan. Occasionally, a traveling performance troupe would come to the village to put on shows, singing unfamiliar operas. The first half was fairly conventional, but by the second half, the female actors would start dancing provocatively on stage and begin to undress. The old men in the village would whistle wildly. I didn't know what they were so excited about. Seeing the women with their upper bodies bare, they seemed to have turned into monkeys from a May mountain. Just as my father was pulling me away to leave the theater, a man ran in. It was Zhang Ping's father. He was frantically searching for his son. I knew Zhang Ping was also in the theater because when the female actress was performing the erotic dance, I saw him rush forward and touch the actress's buttocks. Son! Son! Just now, when I passed by the field, I saw someone pulling up our rice plants, and the vegetables on the field ridges were all destroyed. Jiang's father cried out hoarsely. I stood by coldly watching, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Who the hell was it? Zhang Ping heard this and flew into a rage, his face red and neck bulging like a mad dog barking. It was too dark to see clearly, Jiang's father said, tears streaming down his face. But no one pitied him. This father and son had no one in the village who liked them. If you had the time, why didn't you go catch him? Why come here to bother me? Zhang Ping angrily scolded. By the time they had exchanged words, the person had already fled. I went, but he ran away as soon as he saw me. I chased him all the way to our family's pond, and that bastard threw 2 bottles of pesticide into the pond. Jiang's father threw the pesticide bottles he had retrieved onto the ground, crying bitterly. Poisoning the fish pond was a devastating loss. The Jiang family's main source of income was this pond, which they cherished dearly. Even when someone came fishing, they would chase them away with sticks. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Ping collapsed to the ground, his body going limp. Damn it, it must be Fang Yuan and his son. After a dispute earlier that afternoon, such an incident occurred that night, and Zhang Ping immediately suspected me and my father. You're full of it. My dad and I have been here the whole time. When did we go to your fish pond? Hearing his words, I quickly stepped forward. I suddenly understood why Liang Qiwen had asked me to come with my father to watch the show. This way, we had an alibi and wouldn't be implicated in the trouble. Many villagers stepped forward to vouch for me and my father, while Zhang Ping glared at me menacingly. Even if it wasn't you must have hired someone to do it. Admit it, did you hire someone? Zhang Ping seemed to have found a lead, getting up from the ground and relentlessly pressuring me to confess. I didn't bother with him. Seeing him act so, I felt a sense of satisfaction deep down. Desperate, Zhang Ping grabbed my neck and shook me violently. In that moment, I felt like my neck was about to snap, unable to breathe. Just then, my father, with bloodshot eyes, kicked Zhang Ping away. He had never fought with anyone in his life, and even when others took advantage of him, he would just laugh it off. This was the first time I had ever seen him like this, his eyes red and fierce, as if he were ready to kill. Zhang Ping was so scared by my father's appearance that he backed away repeatedly. He was just a paper tiger. He had always bullied my father because he saw him as meek and timid, but when it came to a fight, his small frame wasn't a match for my father. The villagers held my father back, and I rushed forward to pull him away. At that moment, I suddenly feared my father might do something reckless. I always thought he was too honest and too kind-hearted, never standing up for himself when bullied. But today, he had fought with Zhang Ping for my sake, and I was afraid he might end up in prison, afraid I'd never see him again. In the afternoon on the field embankment, perhaps Liang Qiwen felt the same way I did at that moment, which is why he desperately tried to stop me. It was he who prevented me from being consumed by anger and losing my reason. It was also he who allowed my life to continue, without being twisted by that scum Zhang Ping. If that sickle had really severed Zhang Ping's neck, I think I would have spent the rest of my life as a murderer. Chapter 42, The Struggle with the Enforcers. If you care about someone, even if they make you suffer, you still hope they can live a good life. It's not about fighting and brawling that makes a real man. To throw yourself into prison over someone unworthy is a vulgar and ridiculous thing to do. The person mentioned by the Jiang family was likely Liang Qiwen. At first, Jiang's father said someone had pulled up their rice plants and damaged their vegetables. I assumed Liang Qiwen was only capable of that, though the losses weren't significant, it would at least vent their anger. But I never expected him to either not do anything or go all out, even going as far as destroying the Jiang family's fish pond. I have no regrets whatsoever. Now I only hope that Liang Qiwen isn't recognized by anyone. He was indeed avenging me, and I certainly won't turn him in. Poisoning a fish pond is no small matter, even the police were called. But Jiang's father couldn't even recognize the person who poisoned the pond, so the police couldn't do anything. There were no surveillance cameras back then. Zhang Ping insisted it was me who ordered it, and the police questioned me as well. When the police looked at me with a stern gaze, I stood up straight and stared back at him without blinking. Back in elementary school, during my confrontations with Mr. Jiang, I had already learned how to lie. That meant keeping your eyes fixed straight ahead, no matter how afraid you were inside, and looking the other person straight in the eyes. Hiding the truth is pointless. Even when you're cornered, you have to make the other person believe you're telling the truth. You really didn't tell someone to do it? The police officer narrowed his eyes, sizing me up. His gaze made me feel uneasy all over. No, I said, pulling out a packet of spicy snacks from my pocket and crunching them loudly. The spicy snack was indeed fiery. As I chewed, I deliberately inhaled the heat, letting the spiciness surge down my throat, causing me to cough until my face turned red. This way, he couldn't read any micro-expressions on my face. According to Zhang Ping, he had an argument with your father this afternoon. Were you there? Cough, I was there. I saw him kick my dad. What were your feelings at the time? The police officer continued. To be honest, I was furious. I wanted to kill him with a sickle, but I couldn't do that. My dad said we can't break the law, or he'll disown me. I kept breathing, trying to reduce the spiciness in my mouth. Really? Seeing your father being bullied, you didn't want to take revenge? He looked at me, speaking softly, with a confident expression. These police officers love to play mind games, saying things that don't make sense to break down the prisoner's psychological defenses. Hey, uncle, are you Zhang Ying's father? I saw you pick her up from school before. I looked up at the police officer who had spoken to me. Yes, she is my daughter. The police officer nodded. So you also have the surname Zhang, and Zhang Ping also has the surname Zhang. Are you related? I asked curiously. I just wanted to throw him off guard, but I never expected they were actually related. Zhang Ying and Zhang Ping were cousins. No wonder the police officer was staring at me so intently. The loss from the fish pond was a significant amount of money. The Zhang family wouldn't just let it go. They needed to catch the culprit to claim compensation. If they couldn't catch them, it would be like losing money to the wind. Mr. Zhang, you're a police officer, you must be a good person. Why does your daughter, Zhang Ying, bully her classmates at school every day? I saw her hit a girl with her hands last night after school, and her face was swollen. Is it because she has a police officer for a father that she acts so brazenly? I steered the conversation toward Zhang Ying while observing his expression. He frowned, clearly unwilling to discuss the matter. Zhang Ying is so bad there must be students who have reported her to the police, yet she continues to go to school as if nothing happened. There must be some story behind this. Whether she's my daughter or not, if she breaks the law, she'll be treated the same as anyone else, you included. His face turned grim, and I saw a flash of anger in his eyes. He wasn't angry because he heard his daughter bully her classmates, it was my questioning that annoyed him. Then go to school tomorrow and arrest your daughter. I'll be a witness. I've seen her bully classmates before. Lock her up. I didn't let his words affect me. Instead, I looked at him expectantly. The police don't need a kid like you telling them what to do. He was getting angry. To be honest, he wasn't qualified to be a police officer because he had always been led by my rhythm. Since you know I'm just a kid, why are you asking me all these questions? Even if I told you right now that I poisoned the fish pond, you have no witnesses and no evidence. How would you prove I'm not lying? If I'm making things up and say I told Zhang Ying to poison the pond, what can you do about it? I looked at him, and the last trace of fear I had for the police had vanished. He seemed like nothing more than a man in uniform, with no real power beyond the authority his uniform conferred. Do you know what your behavior is called? Providing false information is also illegal. His voice was loud, but I wasn't afraid. This was proof that I had one. Well, to be honest, this has nothing to do with me. You don't believe me, and you're insisting on getting something out of me. I really don't know anything. If you keep asking me, I'll have no choice but to give you false information. And I'm not even 15 yet. Even if I give you false information, can you really arrest me and send me to jail? I suddenly realized that the police weren't so scary after all. He wasn't nearly as clever as Mr. Jiang. From the time I could think for myself, my experiences of outwitting Mr. Jiang had made me completely unafraid of Zhang Ying's father's crude interrogation. I didn't learn any knowledge at school, but I learned how to lie, argue, and hide. He looked at me, silent for a moment. My father, who had finished questioning me, came over to take me home. My father knew nothing about this, and the police couldn't have gotten any information from him. At most, they might suspect my intentions for bringing my father along. This was my first time facing law enforcement. On the way home, I felt proud of myself, applauding my own cleverness. When my father returned home, he turned on the light and carefully examined my neck, fearing that Zhang Ping had choked me. He held me close, and the smell of tobacco on his body made me feel safe. This family wasn't wealthy, but my childhood and youth were filled with deep affection for this home. My father was such an honest man that he could brush off being kicked by someone as if nothing had happened. But when I was hurt, he would fight tooth and nail. The look in my father's eyes at the theater, I'll never forget it. I gently hugged my father. Being his son was truly a blessing. If one day I were to kill someone, my father would be the one to help me bury the body. After going through this, I silently swore to myself that from now on, I would always act with caution and never be reckless, because I didn't want my father to worry. Chapter 43, A Peaceful Life. The next day, I went to school as usual. When I arrived, Liang Qiwen was quietly lying on the desk. I am someone who holds grudges but also remembers kindness. Liang Qiwen had really helped me out this time. I patted his shoulder. There was no need to say anything, I believed he would understand. He looked up at me with a sly smile. Neither of us mentioned last night's incident, we pretended to know nothing about it. Only this way could Liang Qiwen remain safe. If he were caught by the Zhang family, I dared not think about the consequences. But he still did it. I don't care if he broke the law. I only know that he considers me a good friend. Putting myself in his shoes, I'm not sure I could do the same for him. To be perfectly honest, at this age, loyalty is everything. I could even take a knife for him as long as he didn't die, but poisoning someone that's illegal, I'm not sure I'd dare to do that. I'm not afraid of going to prison or being beaten up, but I'm afraid of my father's disappointed gaze. Plus, my personality is different from Liang Qiwen's. I'd probably find a way to help him get revenge and beat the other guy up. Liang Qiwen, on the other hand, is a bit cunning and reckless. He usually doesn't think about the consequences of his actions. I asked my dad for a few bucks this morning. Let us go eat fried noodles for lunch. I wrapped my arm around his shoulder and said, all right. He flipped through his porn magazine, nodding happily. Yesterday, I tattled to Mr. Chen about Zhang Tao hiding a pack of cigarettes in his backpack. Mr. Chen passed the information on to Zhang Tao's homeroom teacher, and the outcome was predictable. Zhang Tao's cigarettes were confiscated, and his parents were called to school. According to classmates, Zhang Tao's father nearly beat him to death in the office. I don't have much good feelings toward the Zhang family now. Zhang Tao and Zhang Ying are relatives, and Zhang Ying and Zhang Ping are also relatives. After all, they're from the same village, so there are plenty of distant relatives. It's strange, but I don't have any relatives. During the new year, my father doesn't even need to take me to visit relatives. From childhood to now, I've only ever received New Year's money from my father. Sometimes I envy my classmates. They have so many relatives who love them, not just on their father's side but also on their mother's side. As for me and my dad, it's like we were born out of a rock. If my family had some relatives in the village, Zhang Ping wouldn't dare to bully my dad like that. During recess, I was playing in the hallway with Liang Qiwen when we happened to run into Zhang Tao. He gave me and Liang Qiwen a cold snort but didn't bother us further. The cigarettes had already been bought for him, and if the teacher took them away, it was his own fault. He couldn't blame others. In this world, everyone values loyalty. Since he took the cigarettes, he wouldn't deliberately pick a fight. I really don't understand. You're not exactly a coward, so why are you afraid of him? I really don't get Liang Qiwen. He dared to throw pesticides into Zhang Ping's fish pond, but when Zhang Tao beat him, he didn't dare to fight back. I can't cause any more trouble. I just want to wait quietly until I'm an adult. Liang Qiwen looked up at the sky. Sometimes, he seemed pretty melancholy. His melancholy was completely different from Yi Tong's. Yi Tong was utterly isolated and lonely, while Liang Qiwen seemed to be harboring countless unspoken sorrows deep within his heart. At that time, I wasn't observant enough to notice the word again he used. Life returned to calm, and to my surprise, Zhang Ying's father never came looking for me again. Logically speaking, he should have suspected something since he knew my father had been dragged into the theater by me. The Zhang family wouldn't have wanted to let it go so easily, but the matter was quietly resolved. Much later, I learned that from the moment the incident occurred, my father had already figured everything out. He didn't tell the police that I had dragged him into the theater. They say a father knows his son best. Given my personality, if I saw someone being bullied and just walked away without a care, there must be something fishy going on. After the incident with Zhang Tao, Liang Qiwen also learned his lesson. Now, whenever he sees school bullying, he never gets involved. He just quietly leaves, as if he hadn't seen anything. This is something we're very much in sync about. We don't gawk at the spectacle or meddle in others' affairs. We just skip school every day to play video games, getting by day. We're all waiting to grow up and go to Star City to work and make money. Liang Qiwen has become a regular at my house. He now eats dinner there openly because one night I secretly went out to bring him food and my dad saw me. My father didn't get angry. Even though our family wasn't wealthy, he didn't oppose me making friends and was willing to give Liang Qiwen a meal. Liang Qiwen isn't picky at all. Even with just stir-fried cabbage, he can eat 2 bowls of rice with the soup. After learning about Liang Qiwen's circumstances, my father set up a bed in my room for him. But Liang Qiwen refused to stay, saying that eating at our house was already embarrassing enough, and staying there would only be a bother. He really had strong boundaries. After every meal, he insisted on washing the dishes, leaving me with nothing to do at home. My father noticed his clothes were worn out, so he bought him a cheap set of clothes. But when my father was visiting neighbors, Liang Qiwen took the opportunity to split all the accumulated firewood. My dad often says he is hardworking and capable. Such a good kid, and yet his uncle doesn't like him. There is something wrong with him. Liang Qiwen spends more time with my dad than I do, because I have to go to Mr. Chen's house for tutoring every day. Liang Qiwen eats dinner with my dad at our house, while I eat with her and her mom at Mr. Chen's house. What kind of arrangement is that? I didn't do a single chore at home, but I didn't miss a single task at Mr. Chen's house, because my dad said that since we were eating at their house and Mr. Chen was even tutoring me for free, I had to be quick and efficient. To the point where later, when Miss Chen was lying in bed, she was too lazy to even cover herself with a blanket. She just opened her mouth, and I went to do it. The worst part isn't that. It's the academic struggles. I never thought I'd be so overwhelmed by schoolwork. Every day of tutoring was mental torture for me. Mr. Chen taught English and Mr. Jiang taught math. After English, it was math. My life was like a spinning top. During the day, I would sneak out of class to play games. My life grew increasingly exhausting, but my relationship with the Jiang family grew closer. Their neighbors even said I resembled Ms. Jiang's son. By the time the final exams rolled around, I scored 67 in English and 78 in math, just barely passing. Mr. Chen told me to keep going, that getting into high school and then a vocational college shouldn't be too difficult. But I've never even thought about going to college. I didn't even plan to go to high school. I really don't understand why Miss Chen is so fixated on me. There are so many students in the class, couldn't she find someone who actually likes studying to teach? I suspect that the Jiang family has education in their blood. They can't get enough of teaching at school, so they have to keep teaching at home after work. Ms. Chen treats me like her personal errand boy, and I feel like her servant. She seems to enjoy it, and my father is proud to have such a good teacher guiding me. No one cares about my feelings. Chapter 44, Times are changing. After the exams, it's winter break, and during this time, I don't have to go to Ms. Chen's house anymore. Which made me overjoyed. I didn't even know where I had thrown my winter homework. Besides occasionally helping my dad with chores, I spent every day roaming around like the Monkey King. I loved the breeze in the fields, faintly carrying the scent of earth. Liang Qiwen would occasionally go to the construction site to collect scrap metal, and sometimes I'd go with him. The scrap dealer always cheated us out of money, and I'd have loved to put a sack over his head and give him a good beating. Vacation is paradise for every child, and I was no exception. This kind of life was carefree, and Liang Qiwen would take me fishing. He could make fishing hooks out of the embroidery needles from home, and we'd use branches as fishing rods, spending the whole day by the pond. I remember once I caught a very big fish. Liang Qiwen and I brought it home, and my father made us a big pot of delicious fish soup with tofu. That fish soup was truly delicious, perhaps because we had caught the fish ourselves, so it tasted especially good. The only downside was that my father set aside the fattest part of the fish belly and cooked it separately, telling me to take it to Mr. Chen. I reluctantly went to Mr. Chen's house, as it was nearly New Year's and the weather was cold. By the time I arrived, the fish soup had already cooled down. Mr. Chen pulled me over to sit by the fire pit. Back then, every household had a heating stove, and placing your feet on it would warm your entire body. I curled up by the fire, enjoying the rare comfort. Mr. Chen's house had plenty of snacks. With the new year approaching, his family had stocked up on New Year's provisions and dried fruits. Mr. Chen was even more of a foodie than I was. He could watch TV and eat non-stop for an entire afternoon. Happy New Year. How do you say that in English? Ms. Chen looked up from the TV and suddenly turned to ask me. I felt an indescribable fear toward her, afraid of her habit of asking questions out of the blue. It's getting late, I should go home. I didn't want to stay there another moment. Ms. Chen immediately stepped on my foot and said I couldn't leave until I answered. Happy New Year. After saying that, I quickly pulled back the blanket covering the fire pit, but my eyes couldn't help but linger on Ms. Chen's beautiful legs. What's that? I stared at her legs curiously. The flesh-colored socks extended all the way from my feet to my legs. I had never seen such strange socks before, and they were very similar to skin, making my legs look smooth and beautiful. These are leggings. Wearing these will keep you warm, Ms. Chen said, tugging at the hem of her pants. I only then noticed that, even on such a cold day, she was still wearing a skirt. You won't feel cold in these? I wasn't convinced, as the pants didn't look very thick, and I was already shivering in 2 layers of woolen pants. Yes, Ms. Chen replied confidently. Do you have any more? I want to wear one too. I really wanted one because I was wearing too many layers and it was inconvenient to move around. You want to wear leggings? She asked, looking at me in surprise. I didn't understand why she looked that way. Could she wear them and I couldn't? Is this expensive? If it is, I won't take it. I thought to myself that something this good must be pricey. It's not expensive, but it's just not something many boys wear. If you want it, I'll give you one. She walked to the wardrobe, took out an unopened one, and handed it to me. I couldn't help but feel there was something else behind her smile. But that didn't dampen my excitement at all. When I got home, I put on the leggings right away. To be honest, they were really warm. With them on, I didn't even need to wear those thick cotton pants anymore. Just a pair of long pants was enough to keep me warm. It felt just like when the Monkey King obtained his weapon, exactly how I felt at that moment. This is definitely a great item, not only warmer than woolen pants, but also lightweight and convenient. It seems like this type of pants isn't available on the market yet, which has me thinking about starting a little side business. If I could get some of these leggings and sell them, I might make a decent profit. But I quickly abandoned the idea. First, I have no suppliers, and second, I don't have the money to stock up. Although I missed out on a chance to make money, wearing these pants makes hiking much more convenient. Liang Qiwen said only women wear these pants, but I don't believe him. Such a useful item, why should it be exclusive to women? I don't see anything wrong with wearing them. Because of this, Liang Qiwen said I'd end up like Yi Tong, turning into a sissy. If he hadn't run away so fast, I would beaten him senseless. Before long, it was New Year's Day, and every household set off firecrackers to welcome the new year. There was a custom in our area where, on the morning of the first day of the new year, every household would set off a large string of firecrackers in front of their homes. Liang Qiwen and I held lit incense sticks in our hands and went to other people's doorsteps to pick up the firecrackers that hadn't been lit. At that time, there were already firecrackers that could be lit by friction, like skyrockets and black diamonds, but they were very expensive and not suitable for poor kids like us. Despite this, Liang Qiwen and I still had a lot of fun. Even the firecrackers without fuses, we would pry open, pour the black gunpowder onto the ground, and light it with incense. I remember once, the spark from the incense went out, and we couldn't light the gunpowder on the ground. Liang Qiwen then used a stone to hit it, and surprisingly, it caught fire. My father gave Liang Qiwen and me each a red envelope with 50 yuan inside. In the past, my red envelopes were mostly 10 yuan, but maybe because prices had risen quickly, my red envelope had also increased. That year, many street vendors appeared on the streets, selling snacks we hadn't seen before, like fried skewers and grilled sausages. People's spending had clearly gone up. A few skewers cost several dollars. Liang Qiwen and I clutched our red envelopes in our pockets, licking our lips, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to buy any. Even fried noodles had gone up in price. What used to cost 2 yuan per bowl now cost 4, doubling the price. People's spending habits were completely out of sync with the money in my pocket, but at least game tokens hadn't gone up in price. Liang Qiwen and I could play all day for just 2 yuan. In the past, the game arcade was always crowded, and it was hard to get a machine. But gradually, fewer people came, and sometimes when Liang Qiwen and I went to play, there were only the three of us in the store. Later, I found out that a cybercafe had opened in town. Back then, computers weren't something ordinary people could afford. I don't understand how times can change so quickly. Last year, I was still munching on spicy snacks while playing games, and now there's this high-end entertainment spot called an internet cafe. An hour costs $1.50, and if you play for an afternoon, it's $7 or $8. When did everyone become so wealthy? It seems like only I'm still stuck in the past. Our family's situation hadn't improved either. Even color TVs, which were already widespread, weren't in our home. Everyone else was secretly making money, but our family was left out. Could it be that the government distributed money, but my dad forgot to collect it? Chapter 45, The Story in the Bamboo Forest. I snuck into an internet cafe once. The "No one under 18 allowed" sign at the entrance was just for show. At that time, the most popular game was Counter-Strike, and I watched others play for a long time. No wonder the arcade business was getting worse. Computer games are way more exciting than game consoles. So much so that I even dreamed about playing Counter-Strike at night, holding a gun and showing off. But the cost of going to the internet cafe was something I couldn't afford at the time. My biggest strength is self-discipline. I can play video games for hours with the same amount of money, but going online for a few days would drain my wallet. So I continued to choose entertainment options that suited me. As for Liang Qiwen, that tightwad, he wouldn't waste money on the internet either. At the beginning of the year, when everyone was setting off fireworks, he would take a plastic bag to collect cardboard boxes. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to make money. I'd accompany him, but most of the time I'd just run around playing. This guy is different from me. He is very serious about what he does. Even if he only makes less than $10 in a day, he'll stick with it. I just don't like doing things that don't pay much. Maybe I'm just a bit of a dreamer. These firework paper shells are a hassle. You have to crush the yellow mud at the base, otherwise the scrap collectors won't take them. The entire winter break, Liang Qiwen was busy making money. On the day of the Lantern Festival, he bought my dad a pack of cigarettes, red one, which costs 170 yuan per pack. My dad usually smokes small red tower cigarettes that cost 7 yuan per pack. How to put it? Liang Qiwen knows how to show respect to my father. As his biological son, I didn't do anything except eat the dumplings my father made on the Lantern Festival. My father seemed to like Liang Qiwen more and more. Besides his tragic background, he was sensible and obedient, and I even benefited from his kindness. My dad didn't want to accept Liang Qiwen's gifts. After all, he knows how hard Liang Qiwen works for his money, but he couldn't refuse. So on the Lantern Festival, my dad bought a few big pork knuckles, stewed them until they were fragrant, and said they were for Liang Qiwen to nourish himself. Liang Qiwen and I each had two, eating until our mouths were greasy, and even drinking the soup clean. During dinner, Jiang Hao came to find me, wanting to make up with me, but I refused him. I wouldn't be friends with someone who betrayed me. Luckily, it was just about the rapeseed flowers. If he had betrayed me in something else, how could I ever recover? Take the matter of Liang Qiwen poisoning someone, for example. If the rat found out, I doubt he'd keep his mouth shut when facing the police. Friends who are unfaithful to friendship are a danger. The more you have, the more trouble you'll face. After dinner, Liang Qiwen took me up the mountain, saying we were going to catch a badger. It's an animal similar to a wild dog, with firm meat, but it's hard to catch because it runs very fast in the mountains. Liang Qiwen set traps on the mountain, checking them every 2 days. His traps were crude, just a large pit covered with branches and leaves, with bait inside. He waited patiently for the animals to fall into them. This method of hunting was highly inefficient, with most attempts ending in failure. However, during the winter, when food was scarce, it was still possible to catch small animals like rabbits or hedgehogs. If he managed to catch a badger, it could fetch over $200 at the market. I followed Liang Qiwen up the mountain. It wasn't dark yet, and the path was easy to navigate. Liang Qiwen was very familiar with this mountain trail. He checked several traps but found nothing. Fortunately, there was a foolish rabbit in the middle. Liang Qiwen grabbed its ear and said he'd bring it home for me, so my father could slaughter it for meat. The rabbit was quite cute, with big, frightened eyes staring at us. I remembered Mr. Chen had mentioned wanting to keep a rabbit, so Liang Qiwen simply handed the rabbit to me, telling me to bring it to Mr. Chen's house when we passed by later. Out of 6 traps, we only caught 1 rabbit, so Liang Qiwen was a bit disappointed. I followed him to the last trap at the foot of the mountain. The traps on the mountain hadn't caught any badgers, and the ones at the foot of the mountain were even harder, so we didn't hold out much hope. As we passed the bamboo grove at the foot of the mountain, it was once my secret hideout. It was there that Jiang Hao and I had once raced through the rapeseed fields, only to be caught and separated. "Someone's there," Liang Qiwen whispered, looking toward the bamboo grove. "If there is someone there, I said, shrinking my neck, just wanting to finish checking the traps and go home. This mountain is rarely visited in winter, but it's not exactly private property. What's so unusual about encountering someone?" Liang Qiwen grabbed me by the arm. He pointed at the bamboo grove, as if he had discovered a new continent. Following the direction of his finger, I did indeed see a figure, but it was too far away for me to see clearly. "Want to see something exciting?" Liang Qiwen grinned lewdly. "What kind of excitement?" I asked curiously. "In this desolate mountain foot, what could possibly be exciting?" "Let's go take a look," he said, pointing at the figure in the bamboo grove. Liang Qiwen had much better eyesight than me. All I could make out was a vague figure, and the distance made everything else blurry. So I followed Liang Qiwen toward the bamboo grove, and he told me not to make any noise, lest we scare them away. As I got closer, I heard a woman's moans, sounding like cries of pain. I'd heard the old lady next door making gak sounds while feeding her chickens, but this was the first time I'd heard someone making sounds in the bamboo grove at dusk. What is she doing? The closer I got, the more frightened I felt. A woman making such strange noises in the bamboo grove at night was pretty unsettling. "You haven't figured it out yet?" Liang Qiwen made a shushing gesture, signaling me to stay quiet and watch. At that moment, Liang Qiwen and I were hiding behind a large tree beside the bamboo grove. I had no idea what he meant by exciting. Could this woman be a ghost? This is way too thrilling for me to handle. I peeked through the bamboo leaves and realized there wasn't just one woman in the grove. It was just her silhouette overlapping, and from a distance, it looked like one person. The woman was facing us, and I realized she was Aunt Chang. Besides her, there was a man left Xian's father. The two of them were hugging and kissing in the bamboo grove, looking very intimate. "Got it now?" Liang Qiwen raised his eyebrows at me. He looked as though he knew everything. Chapter 46, Taking Advantage of the Situation. "You can't even figure that out?" Liang Qiwen looked at me as if I were a little kid. "But I really don't understand what the point of bumping into each other is." Liang Qiwen made a gesture with his hands, as if they were fighting each other. "Just say what you mean. Why make gestures?" I was speechless. "They're having a wild fight," Liang Qiwen whispered. "Wild battle?" That term was too new to me. I'd never heard it before. "It means having sex, consummating a marriage, mating, procreation, copulation." Liang Qiwen rolled his eyes, seeing I was still confused, and decided to explain it clearly and bluntly. I get it. I hurriedly stopped him from continuing, fully understanding what he meant. "How about it, exciting? What's so exciting about that?" Besides Aunt Chang's voice sounding a bit seductive, there was nothing to it. "You'll understand once you experience it yourself." Liang Qiwen's tone carried a sense of frustration, like talking to a wall. "Let us get out of here before they notice." He slowly backed away, but when he saw I wasn't moving, he gently tapped my shoulder. "Let us go. Are you addicted to watching? Do you actually want to join in? Is that even possible?" I asked. "Why are you asking me? If you're so brave, go ask them yourself." Liang Qiwen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hearing his words, I decisively stepped out from behind the tree and greeted the two people in the bamboo grove. "Miss Chang, Mr. Zuo, good evening." My sudden appearance clearly startled the two of them. Chang Yanti hurriedly let go of her skirt, while the man quickly zipped up his pants. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here?" Chang Yanti's face turned bright red as she looked at me awkwardly. "I came up the mountain to catch rabbits and saw you and Uncle Zuo, so I came over to say hello." I held up the rabbit in my hand and said. Mr. Zuo, with a gloomy expression, stood silently beside them. "I need to discuss something with your Uncle Zuo. It's late, and it's not safe for you to be out here. Go home immediately." Aunt Chung hurriedly covered up, thinking I was just passing by chance. "What business? Is it about planning to have another child for Jiang Hao? What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing my words, Mr. Zuo Qian's father exploded in anger. He was a town official, and everyone called him Secretary Zuo. "I'm making things up? I have witnesses. Liang Qiwen, come out. What are you hiding behind the tree for?" I shouted in the direction where Liang Qiwen was hiding. Hearing my shout, Liang Qiwen emerged with a grim expression. Seeing that I wasn't alone, Aunt Cheng's face turned red all the way to her neck. She turned away. "Fang Yuan, have you lost your mind? Why did you come out and drag me along?" Liang Qiwen glared at me. Secretary Zuo's face turned as black as charcoal. "What do you want?" he asked. "We didn't mean anything. We saw an elder and thought we should greet them." People should be polite, right, Secretary Zuo? I said coldly. Last time I sent Zuo Qian home, her entire family gave me the cold shoulder. I haven't forgotten that. Fang Yuan, you're a good kid. You can't tell anyone about tonight. Otherwise, I won't be able to live. Auntie will buy you lots of good food tomorrow, Aunt Cheng said, her eyes red with tears, pulling my hand and begging. As a widow with a bad reputation, if this got out, she wouldn't be able to stay here, and Jiang Hao would be mocked at school. Aunt Cheng, he has a wife. His wife is as fat as a pig. If you follow him, will you be able to live in luxury? Will he marry you? I didn't spare left Qian's father any face. Aunt Cheng kept crying. She understood many things better than I did, but those trapped in a quagmire often cannot save themselves. You don't want this to get out and have the whole town know, do you? I whispered softly into Cheng Auntie's ear. Her body stiffened, and she shook her head repeatedly. Fang Yuan, you've been friends with Jiang Hao since childhood. Please, as your aunt, don't tell anyone about this. Cheng Auntie held my hand tightly, pleading with me. Fang Yuan, you wouldn't really want to. Liang Qiwen looked at me, hesitating to speak. Fang Yuan, I'll give you anything you want, just don't tell anyone about this. Aunt Cheng was completely distraught, frantically pulling at me, desperately hoping I would agree. Aunt Cheng, look, you're crying so hard, and that man is standing there, unmoved. If he truly loves you, how could he let you suffer like this? I looked at the man beside me, but he remained silent. Jie Ge, say something. Aunt Cheng looked at the man, her eyes filled with utter disappointment. If you hadn't insisted on coming here, would anyone have seen us? If this gets out, you won't be able to face anyone either. Hearing this, Mr. Zuo's expression changed slightly. If this gets out, it'll be a matter of conduct, which will affect his future career. They're just two kids. No one would believe them. Left Qian's father remained firm, wielding his official authority. The more baseless the rumors, the more people will talk about them. I'll make sure to spread the word about your glorious deeds, comrade left secretary. I pulled Liang Qiwen and prepared to leave. I knew he didn't have the guts to let things escalate. Playing these games with me? You're not qualified to intimidate me. Hey, just say what you want. Seeing that I was about to leave, he hurriedly stopped me. I said nothing, just kept rummaging through my pockets. The meaning was clear. Someone as shrewd as him couldn't possibly miss it. 100 should be enough, right? Zuo Qian's father pulled out 100 yuan and handed it to me. Put. I didn't even take it, just snorted disdainfully. 200. 300. He kept pulling money out of his wallet, but I still didn't take it. You little brat, how much do you want? He glared at me coldly. I held up 5 fingers, unflinching under his gaze, staring straight back at him. Alright, I'll take the loss. He pulled out $500 bills and handed them to me. But I still didn't take it. What do you mean? 500 isn't enough? Do you want 5,000? He shouted angrily, glaring at me. I nodded. This is mine, but there are 2 of us here. I pointed at Liang Qiwen. Liang Qiwen looked at me in surprise. He never expected me to ask for so much. You're desperate. This is extortion, it's illegal. Left Qian's father shouted angrily. I didn't ask for it. You insisted on giving it to me. I shrugged. Without giving him much time to think, I grabbed Liang Qiwen and started to leave. At this point, I had to push him into a corner so he'd fall into my trap. Sure enough, seeing that I wasn't haggling at all, he stepped in front of me and Liang Qiwen again. I only have 4,000 yuan. He turned his wallet upside down and handed all the cash to me. I took it without hesitation. Do you think I need a watch or something? I said to Liang Qiwen in a playful tone. The watch on Zuo Qian's father's wrist was clearly worth a fortune. Clearly, he understood my meaning and reluctantly took off his watch. Since we were taking advantage of the situation, we couldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. We had to take as much as we could while we could. Alright, you can go now. We'll keep this between us, I grinned widely at him. This heartless bastard merely glanced at Cheng Auntie, who was sobbing beside him, then turned and left without saying a word. Aunt Cheng watched his back, her eyes filled with sadness and disappointment. She smoothed out the wrinkles in her skirt and was about to leave when I stopped her. Aunt Cheng, I promised to keep his secret, but I didn't promise to keep yours. You don't want Jiang Hao to find out about this either, do you? Chapter 47, The Genius Criminal. Aunt Cheng looked at me with a hint of panic. Clearly, my words had hit her where it hurt. Jiang Hao was her son, her whole world. Fang Yuan, but Auntie doesn't have that much money. Aunt Cheng reached into her pocket and I glanced at it. No more than 200 yuan, scattered in small bills. Her life wasn't easy. As a single mother raising a child, she could barely save a few cents. Though her family background was slightly better than mine, it was only by comparison. Aunt Cheng, I don't want your money. I stopped her from reaching into her pocket again. Then what do you want? She paused, looking at me and Liang Qiwen with a complicated expression. It was a dark and windy night, facing 2 men in a dense, deserted bamboo grove, with the other holding something over her. Just think about it, not a single word. Liang Qiwen pulled me aside. He frowned and asked, "You wouldn't really want that, would you?" "It's not possible. Go home and burn those dirty books right now. You've really lost your mind. Your thoughts are utterly disgusting." I kicked Liang Qiwen. Though I'm not a good person, I'm not that shameless, especially not to an elder. I walked up to Aunt Chang, facing the mother of my former playmate, and felt nothing but respect. "Aunt Chang, if you agree to one condition, I'll keep this secret forever." "What condition?" "Just say it." Aunt Chang will agree to anything. Chang Auntie had no other choice at that moment. "Break up with that man. He's no good." That was my only demand. Although I had already cut ties with Mouse, I had eaten so many snacks from his family, and Aunt Chang had always been kind to me. I decided to help her make a decision. Actually, he has been pretty good to me. She hadn't expected my request and was both surprised and conflicted. "Is he really good to you? You're trying to shut me up. You can't even pull out 200 yuan from your pocket, and if that man truly cared about you, he wouldn't have abandoned you." I had seen Left Qian's mother with my own eyes. The gold on her hand shone brightly even in the darkness. If he truly cared about Miss Chang, her living conditions would definitely be better than most people's. If you keep seeing him, even if I don't say anything, others will eventually find out. Then, how will Zhang Hao face people? Think it through. Even if you're going to find a man, you should find one who is willing to marry you. I pulled out 2 bills from the stack of money in my hand and stuffed the rest, along with the watch, into Chang Auntie's hands. This is what she deserves. Zuo Qian's father, that scum, lusted after Aunt Chang's body but wasn't willing to give her money. He's truly despicable. The words have been spoken. This is your chance to cut ties. With me meddling like this, as long as Aunt Chang is firm, we can completely sever all contact. This money? Aunt Chang looked at the money in her hands and asked in confusion. From the start, I had intended to create a conflict and extort some money from Left Qian's father, but I never planned to keep the money for myself. That guy has plenty of money. I'm just getting it back for you from that rat. If you want him to hold his head up high, you have to cut all ties with him completely. I didn't even have to use my imagination to picture the villagers pointing at Zhang Hao and his mother and making snide remarks once they heard the news. "Alright, Auntie agrees." Chang Auntie nodded, her eyes sincere, not like she was lying. That was all I could do for Zhang Hao. I didn't want to reconcile with him because he wasn't suitable to be my friend, but helping him out wasn't a big deal. Besides, he had already said he didn't like Left Qian's father being with Aunt Chang. The key is that I also find Left Qian's father extremely unpleasant, and making him feel disgusted gives me a sense of relief. I bet he'll be so angry on his way home he'll spit blood. Not only did he lose the money, but he also lost the woman. You should know that Chang Auntie is the village's famous attractive widow. She has got a good figure and looks great. She is too good for him. I'm just that kind of petty person. I hold grudges and make sure to get back at anyone who wrongs me. Liang Qiwen and I escorted Aunt Chang back to the village, then took the back road home. The whole way, I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from curling upward. My mood was absolutely fantastic. I pulled out the 200 yuan I had taken earlier and gave 100 to Liang Qiwen. Those who do dirty work deserve to be paid. That's the rule. Fang Yuan, you're really bold. Aren't you afraid that the guy surnamed Zuo will report you for extortion? Liang Qiwen's sleazy features contorted, and his sleazy aura intensified. What is there to be afraid of? If he dares to call the police, things will get out of hand, and his family will be turned upside down. I was certain he wouldn't dare to make a sound. You're a born criminal. Liang Qiwen tucked the 100 yuan note into the innermost pocket of his pants. You're full of it. I'm just doing what's right, standing up for the weak and upholding justice. I couldn't stand Liang Qiwen's evaluation of me, as if I had done something wrong. To be honest, I don't think you act like a middle school student at all. Those 2 adults don't have as much cunning as you do. Just like the villain in the novel I read yesterday, a genius criminal. Liang Qiwen rolled his eyes. He said some people are born with a criminal gene, bold, daring, and intelligent, but they just don't do good things just like me. Stop spouting nonsense. I couldn't help but kick Liang Qiwen. I had promised my father I'd be a good person. Really, I'm not joking. There are a few other traits you match too. Liang Qiwen jumped back a meter, afraid I'd hit him again. What traits? I thought Liang Qiwen was talking nonsense. How could I possibly be related to a criminal? Respecting your parents. Are you out of your mind? I was so angry I started laughing. This was a criminal? This was a Chinese virtue? This guy is definitely not reliable. I'm not finished yet. Respecting your parents, but having a cold-hearted nature, caring only about your own family and indifferent to the lives of others. Liang Qiwen continued. Isn't that supposed to be the case? I didn't see anything wrong with it. What does it matter to me if others live or die? Skilled at manipulating human nature, with an innate ability to read people's minds and assess the situation. I don't have that ability, I hurriedly denied. You do. You didn't see how you threatened others just now. You looked like a seasoned criminal. We're just kids, where would we get the nerve to do that? And you didn't seem scared at all. I think you were pretty calm. Liang Qiwen's words reminded me of 6th grade in elementary school. Because Zuo Qian tattled on me, I skipped class to play video games and got caught by Teacher Jiang. Afterward, I went after Zuo Qian, but almost the entire class sided with her. Back then, I thought of dividing the classmates, forcing them to choose sides, and thus opposing Zuo Qian. No one had taught me how to handle such situations, yet I seemed to know instinctively, even handling it with ease. That doesn't count. What else? I frowned and denied it. Oh, right, there's one more. You fit it perfectly. You have no interest in women and find them particularly troublesome, Liang Qiwen said with a smirk. They're just naturally troublesome, I blurted out without thinking. Turning to see Liang Qiwen's smile, I knew he was teasing me on purpose. I kicked him with all my strength, sending him flying into the nearby field. Chapter 48, Another Conflict. Liang Qiwen and I continued to playfully fight and laugh all the way, our laughter echoing across the open fields. Fang Yuan, I'm serious. There's something wrong with you mentally. My little yellow book, all the boys in class have borrowed it to read, but you're not even interested. Don't you have any fantasies about any girls? At your age, you're already in puberty. Liang Qiwen asked, puzzled. What fantasies? That's such a hassle, I couldn't help but complain. The few female classmates I knew were all trouble-nosy, meddlesome, and overly sensitive. If I had fantasies about them, that would be the real sign of a mental issue. What about Ms. Chen? Liang Qiwen suddenly asked. Miss Chen is indeed very beautiful, but she's lazy, greedy, and always causing trouble. She also asks questions all the time. Now, seeing her is scarier than seeing a ghost. If Miss Chen were mute, she'd probably be likable. Liang Qiwen rolled his eyes at me and declared I was beyond hope. I thought he was the one who was truly beyond help, with his head full of unrealistic fantasies. As for me, all I think about is eating, drinking, having fun, and making money. That's what a normal brain thinks about. By the way, how's things with your friend Xiaohan? When the topic turned to female classmates, I couldn't help but think of Liang Qiwen's pen pal. She said I wasn't manly enough, and that was the end of it, Liang Qiwen sighed. The incident where Zhang Tao beat him up so badly he couldn't fight back had already spread throughout the school. She's a normal person. No issues. I nodded. At least Xiaohan wasn't an idiot after all, even I didn't want to bother with Liang Qiwen back then. Damn it, Liang Qiwen cursed. What's the point of fighting? I couldn't help but argue back. How can it be meaningless? It's to make him pay a higher price for bullying his classmates. If everyone is like you and doesn't fight back, he'll think he has something special. I retorted angrily. If everyone knew how to fight back, Zhang Tao would have to think twice before bullying someone. Although I promise Liang Qiwen not to provoke Zhang Tao anymore, if he really pushes me too far, I'll make sure the situation escalates to the point of no return. On this matter, my stance and Liang Qiwen's are completely at odds. However, I'm not the type to start trouble. As long as Zhang Tao doesn't pick on me, I won't provoke him. But things just happen to be so coincidental. Zhang Ying knows I tattled on her to her father, so she holds a grudge against me, and since Zhang Tao is her relative, he naturally has to stand up for her. Last time, it was because of this that Zhang Tao beat up Liang Qiwen, and this time, she has turned her sights on me. After the Lantern Festival, school was almost back in session. I'd even dream about going back to school and wake up in a cold sweat. The day before school started, I threw all my winter break homework into the stove and burned it to ashes. These days, few people play card games anymore, and homework books have lost their meaning. On the first day of school, all the familiar faces were smiling and happy, and I had no idea what they were so happy about. A boring environment, boring people, doing boring things. Just thinking about having to go to Ms. Chen's house for tutoring in the evening makes my head ache. I gave the little rabbit to Ms. Chen, and she loved it. She even said she'd tutor me more diligently from now on. I really appreciated her twisted desire to tutor me. At that moment, I had no idea I'd already caught Zhang Tao's attention. I acted like nothing was wrong, went to the bathroom, and planned to sneak out as soon as the bell rang to play games. I didn't bring Liang Qiwen with me because that guy went out last night to pick up scrap metal and was sleeping like a pig when he came in this morning. I advised him not to earn such hard money, always being cheated by that junk collector, earning only $10 a night. With today's prices, $10 is only enough for 2 bowls of fried noodles. Liang Qiwen wouldn't listen no matter what I said. He claimed that money could accumulate over time, and since he had nothing better to do at night, he might as well earn a little bit. I simply can't stand earning money through exploitation. That scrap collector is just like Joe Baopi. He works hard to collect scrap metal, and with just a word from him, you lose half the money. I'd rather not have that money than give others the chance to exploit me. As soon as I reached the restroom, Zhang Tao and a few of his friends came walking toward me. I kept my head down, not wanting to get involved with him. Hey, isn't this the coward who bought me cigarettes and then apologized? Zhang Tao mocked me deliberately. I ignored him. It was Liang Qiwen who bought the cigarettes, not me. Ignore him, ignore him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Seeing that I wasn't responding, Zhang Tao blocked my path. I thought you were tough before, but you're just a coward. You didn't even have the guts to buy cigarettes yourself, you had that Liang Qiwan buy them for you. He slapped my face hard, and several classmates were watching nearby. You're saying those cigarettes were bought by me? I looked at Zhang Tao, my anger rising bit by bit. It turned out that Liang Qiwan had bought the cigarettes to apologize, using my name. No wonder Zhang Tao looked at me with such contempt the next day. He must have thought I was the one who told Liang Qiwan to do that. That bastard Liang Qiwan knew I would never agree to that plan, yet he deliberately kept it from me. Even if he had helped me resolve this matter, I wouldn't be happy. But I don't blame him. He just didn't want me to be constantly harassed by Zhang Tao. Move aside, I need to use the restroom. I thought Zhang Tao was just trying to show off in front of others, so I didn't bother to argue with him. Seeing he didn't move, I gritted my teeth and tried to go around him. But Zhang Tao grabbed my hair from behind and slapped me twice across the face. The burning pain on my face left my mind in a daze. I didn't expect him to attack suddenly. By the time I reacted and tried to fight back, he kicked me hard in the stomach. I'm a reasonable person. Last time you bought cigarettes and apologized, I let it go. But this time I hit you because you tattled on me to my uncle. Zhang Ying told me to teach you a lesson. Zhang Tao knelt down, smacking my face with a smug expression. He was relishing the attention and feeling powerful in front of everyone. That kick was very hard, hitting me directly in the stomach. The pain was so intense that I could barely stand up, let alone fight back. I'll block you here every class period unless you don't go to the bathroom. After saying that, Zhang Tao left with his companions. He wasn't sure he could block me after school, especially since I always walked with Mr. Chen every day, giving him no opportunity. He dared not act in the classroom building, but in the restroom, if he was beaten, it would be as if he had been attacked by a ghost. Even if I told the teacher, he wouldn't admit it. I knew exactly what Zhang Tao was thinking. He wanted to pull the same trick again, making me buy him another pack of cigarettes to apologize. That way, he could vent his anger on behalf of Zhang Ying and get some benefits out of it. Unfortunately, I'm not Liang Qiwan. I wouldn't give him a single cigarette. I've said it before, if Zhang Tao provokes me again, I'll make sure this gets blown out of proportion, causing a huge commotion. Chapter 49, To destroy someone, first drive them mad. I rubbed my stomach, feeling as though my internal organs were out of place. The excruciating pain left me unable to catch my breath for a moment. As the bell rang, the students hurried back to the classroom. I leaned against the wall for a long time, my anger growing with every passing moment. Damn it, I can't let this go. As the saying goes, anger rises from the heart and evil thoughts come to mind. This time, I had to take drastic action. Stumbling back to the classroom building, I didn't return to my 7th grade class but instead knocked on Zhang Ying's classroom door. Which student are you looking for? The teacher on the podium asked me. I pointed at Zhang Ying. She looked at me with a smug expression and didn't come out. Zhang Ying, you're too scared to come out, aren't you? You're so cowardly. How are you going to make it in this world? I glared at her coldly. Student, if there's anything you need, you can talk to your homeroom teacher or come talk to me. Zhang Ying's teacher noticed something was off and immediately intervened. I ignored him and continued to glare at Zhang Ying. This woman had harmed others time and again. Did she really think violence could solve problems and allow her to bully others? Respectable teacher, here's what happened. Zhang Ying from your class has been bullying her classmates and even had her cousin, Zhang Tao from the 9th grade, beat me up in the bathroom just now. I publicly reported her in front of the entire class. Oh, I see. I'll have a talk with Zhang Ying about this. You can go back to class now. The teacher dismissed me with a casual wave of his hand. I had already anticipated his attitude. At most, he would give Zhang Ying a stern warning, and that would be it. Zhang Tao is blocking me in the bathroom during every class. I'm really scared and dare not go to the bathroom. I said the most cowardly words with a blank expression. The teacher will handle this. Don't worry. Thank you, teacher. I'm counting on you. I bowed deeply, bending at the waist 90 degrees. After saying that, I continued upstairs, all the way to the 3rd-year classroom where Zhang Tao was. Mr. Zhou, I'm looking for Zhang Tao. I knocked on the classroom door, interrupting Mr. Zhou's lesson. He was Zhang Tao's homeroom teacher, and I had seen him a few times before when I was looking for Mr. Chen. Student, this is class time. If you have something to say, wait until after class. Mr. Zhou looked at me with a displeased expression. It'll be too late after class. He already scared me earlier, and he said he'd wait for me at the bathroom every class period and hit me every time he sees me. I'm here to apologize to him. I stood at the classroom door, neither humble nor arrogant, my back straight. He hit you? Mr. Zhou looked at me and called Zhang Tao to the door. Yes, he's not the first time he's hit me. I didn't mention it before, but now he waits for me at the bathroom as soon as class ends, not letting me go. As soon as I approach, he hits me. I'm really scared now and dare not go to the restroom. I spoke loudly, expressing my helplessness. Not only Zhang Tao's classmates, but even students from the neighboring class were peering over to look at me. They were whispering among themselves, and I saw many of them covering their mouths to suppress their laughter. Mr. Zhou slapped Zhang Tao on the head. It was clear he was well aware of Zhang Tao's behavior. Zhang Tao glared at me angrily, clearly displeased with my tattling. Don't worry, I promise he won't dare to hit you again. The textbook in Mr. Zhou's hand became the most convenient tool for disciplining Zhang Tao. He rolled the textbook into a cylindrical rod and struck Zhang Tao's head with it repeatedly. I stood across from Zhang Tao, coldly watching him get beaten by the teacher. Coward, you only dare to tattle. He dared not fight back, his eyes fixed on me like a starving wolf. He couldn't take the blame for assaulting the teacher, but he wasn't afraid to bully me. Teacher, have you finished educating him? Ask him if he's going to block the bathroom again. I asked. In truth, I already knew the answer. Zhou teacher beating him wouldn't stop him. On the contrary, it would only backfire. Zhang Tao shook his head, saying he wouldn't hit me again, but his cold, menacing gaze never left me. After receiving Mr. Zhou's affirmative response, I bowed again in gratitude and turned to leave, ignoring the whispers of the other students. They stared at me like I was a clown, their mocking laughter echoing around me. But I didn't care. Compared to what I was about to do, this was nothing. In the span of a single class period, I had become the biggest coward in the entire school. No matter where I went, students would point and whisper about me. Fang Yuan, how could you tell the teacher? Now things have gotten so out of hand it'll be even harder to resolve. Liang Qiwen looked at me with a worried expression. He knew that telling the teacher wouldn't solve anything, it would only make things worse and provoke Zhang Tao's even harsher revenge. I just want to make this a big deal, so big it can't be resolved. I want Zhang Tao expelled. He enjoys bullying others, doesn't he? He loves seeing others afraid of him, doesn't he? Fine, I'll give him what he wants. I'll make sure everyone knows that I'm terrified of him. As soon as class ended, I headed toward the restroom. Liang Qiwen wanted to accompany me, but I refused. His presence would only mean one more person getting beaten up. Isn't that the guy who was beaten by Zhang Tao and dares not go to the restroom? I heard he went to Mr. Zhou to tattle on him, crying so pitifully. Hearing the gossip trailing behind me, I knew my reputation at school was already ruined. But I didn't care. I had enough of being bullied by Zhang Tao whenever he felt like it. As I expected, Zhang Tao was already waiting for me by the restroom. But he didn't expect that when I saw him, I didn't turn away. I walked straight toward him. You dare show your face in front of me? Zhang Tao's eyes were bloodshot. After being beaten up by Mr. Zhou in front of the entire class, losing so much face, how could he not be angry? Good dogs don't block the way. I need to go pee. I didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Do you think just because you told Mr. Zhou, I won't dare to hit you? He grabbed my hair and slapped me hard across the face. I clenched my fists but didn't fight back. In the eyes of the onlookers, I looked like a coward being bullied by Zhang Tao without mercy. You hit so lightly. Did you even eat today? Go home and have your mom buy you some spinach canned food. I whispered into Zhang Tao's ear. Hearing my sarcasm, he raised his fist and struck my nose with all his strength. Instantly, blood gushed out of my nose. I wiped the blood from my nose, dragging it down to my neck, trying to make myself look as serious as possible. To be honest, it was already pretty bad. The nose is very fragile, and when I was hit hard, I almost fainted. Throughout the entire ordeal, I didn't fight back. No matter how hard he hit me, I just stood there and let him hit me. To destroy someone, first drive them mad. In the crowd, I saw Zuo Qian's panicked, beautiful face. She was running toward me at full speed. Chapter 50, The God of Wealth. I had long grown accustomed to the indifference of my classmates and never expected anyone to help me. Zuo Qian was an exception. She ran to my side, spread her arms wide, and shielded me firmly behind her. I won't let you hit him. If you do, I'll tell the principal. Zuo Qian trembled with fear. Such school violence was something she, as a girl, had never witnessed before. Especially with my face covered in blood, I looked terrifying and grotesque. Get out of the way. I pulled her behind me. This woman is such a hassle. Always pretending to be the good guy. No, Fang Yuan, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Zuo Qian broke free from my grip and once again stood in front of me. Despite her own fear, she didn't back down. This time, I'll let you off. But you'll pay for this. Zhang Tao glared at me menacingly. As a man, he wouldn't dare hit a woman. Especially not a delicate woman like Zuo Qian. He couldn't bring himself to hurt her. After Zhang Tao left, Zuo Qian turned to look at me, her tears streaming down like broken beads. Drip, drip, every drop fell onto my clothes. Fang Yuan, are you okay? Let me take you to the hospital. Her fingers trembled as they touched the blood on my face, and she couldn't help but cry out. Why are you crying? I'm not crying. I didn't know why she was crying. Even if I died, it wouldn't be her place to mourn me. I angrily slapped her hand away. Fang Yuan, Jianshan was just trying to help you, and you're saying that to her? Wang Min scolded from the side. Do I need her help? Mind your own business. I touched the dried blood on my nose and said impatiently. You're such a jerk, ungrateful for kindness. Wang Min angrily pulled left chin away, not forgetting to glare at me one last time. Meddler. I snorted coldly, enduring the intense pain as I walked toward the office. Before I even entered the door, I heard Mr. Chen's angry voice. I don't care. Zhang Tao bullied my student. I won T, just let this go. This isn't the first time. Such a troublemaker must be expelled. I had never seen Ms. Chen this angry before. She was pounding the desk, and her beautiful eyes seemed ready to burst into flames. When she saw me standing at the door with blood all over my face, Ms. Chen rushed over. She examined my wounds carefully, her brows furrowing deeper with each glance. What happened? Was it that Zhang Tao again? She asked, looking at me. I nodded. Hearing my answer, Ms. Chen's chest rose and fell rapidly. She pointed at Mr. Zhou and said, Is this what you meant by it won't happen again? Fang Yuan just told you about this in the last class, and now this? It's completely out of control. This won't do. We have to call the police. We can't just let this go. Ms. Chen pulled out her phone and dialed the emergency number. The police arrived quickly and immediately took statements from Zhang Tao and me. There was no suspense. Many people had seen Zhang Tao assault me, so they took him away in the police car. Zhang Tao's father also arrived and negotiated a settlement of 1,000 yuan. I didn't expect the police to arrest him and send him to jail. After all, it was just a schoolyard fight, and the worst that would happen is paying compensation. I didn't tell my father about this incident. I didn't want him to worry or know that I was being bullied at school. Mr. Chen hugged me tightly and kept comforting me. She thought I was scared, but I wasn't. From the moment I was beaten to when the police arrived, I remained calm throughout. After finishing the statement, Ms. Chen took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood off me at the sink, being careful not to hurt me. If you're not feeling well, go home and rest for a few days. I'll come to your house tonight to tutor you. Ms. Chen stroked my head gently and said softly. Goodness, even at this hour, she was still thinking about tutoring. I bet even if I really had to be hospitalized, she'd bring the textbooks to the hospital. It's nothing. This is just a minor injury. Why rest? I shrugged my shoulders, not taking it seriously. If you feel unwell anywhere, tell your teacher, and I'll take you to the hospital to check. She urged me with concern. I nodded and hurried out of the office. I had thought she might let me skip tutoring for a few days because of my injury, but I was wrong. I bought 2 bottles of soda at the snack shop and walked back to the classroom with a carefree stride. Liang Qiwen noticed the bloodstain on my collar and frowned. Are you okay? He asked, looking at me with concern. What's the matter? I made 1,000 yuan. Hee, I'm feeling pretty good. I flipped open my pocket to show him the money inside. I saw the police come earlier. How is Zhang Tao? Liang Qiwen asked. They caught him, but he should be out by now. I handed the soda to Liang Qiwen. Security in small towns is like that. As long as Zhang Tao's father paid the fine, he'd be released quickly and probably back to school tomorrow. Do you think the school will expel him? Of course not. It's not enough yet. If it were that easy to get expelled, Zhang Tao wouldn't still be in school. But he met me, even the principal can't keep him. The classmates in the class all looked at me at the same time, some with sympathy, others with schadenfreude. Let's go online later. We'll have money then. I patted my pocket and said to Liang Qiwen. You still have the nerve to play? He was almost laughing from anger. I just got slapped a few times and made 1,000 yuan. I'm in a great mood. This money would last me a long time. My injuries looked severe, but aside from a swollen face and a sore nose, I was fine. It's possible that Zhang Tao's injuries from being beaten by his father are much worse than mine. As I expected, Zhang Tao returned to school 2 days later. I guess his father must have given him a good talking to, because now he doesn't bother me anymore. But my revenge has only just begun. This isn't a game he can just start and stop whenever he wants. By the restroom, I encountered Zhang Tao again. He glanced at me before looking away. Mr. Fortune, why aren't you saying anything? I asked timidly. He remained silent with a dark expression. If you hit me a few more times, I could buy a computer, I said, shaking my head mockingly. I wasn't afraid of his violent threats at all. From the very beginning, I had never been afraid of him. When dealing with someone like him, you can't be afraid. You have to be both persistent and disgusting. Don't think that if you don't provoke me, you'll be fine. You hit me 3 times, and I remember every single one. Even if you're about to graduate, I'll make sure you get expelled. Just wait and see. I washed my hands and smiled at him. It's not just him, there's also Zhang Ying. I won't let any of you get away. You bunch of damn bullies, I'll kick each and every one of you out of school. Just wait and see. Anyway, I'm already infamous at school, and I've lost all face. What's there to be afraid of? Chapter 51, The Bottom Line. Facing threats, I feel no fear. Facing violence, I am not afraid. I feel like a stone in a latrine. Mr. Zhou came to see me once. He said Zhang Tao wouldn't lay a finger on me anymore, as the principal had already warned him any more fights, and he'd be expelled. But now it's not him picking a fight with me, I'm the one looking for trouble. I shook the water droplets off my hands and waited for the bell to ring before walking back to Zhang Tao's classroom. Mr. Zhou, Zhang Tao threatened me again just now. He said he'd kill me. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise before I could finish, Zhang Tao jumped up. He's lying. Zhang Tao pointed at me, his face red with anger. I didn't say a word. I didn't threaten him at all. Mr. Zhou, I'm so traumatized now that I'm too scared to go to the bathroom. I huddled as small as possible, trying to look as frightened as I felt. Lying was second nature to me. No one could prove my words, and no one could prove Zhang Tao's either. Everyone, show what you've got. Zhang Tao, you're just a dog that can't change its spots. Do you even want to graduate? Do you want to go to high school? Mr. Zhou slapped Zhang Tao across the face and scolded him angrily. I never thought that with Zhang Tao's grades, he still had a chance to go to high school. Teacher, I really didn't do it. Why don't you believe me? Zhang Tao shouted, his neck veins bulging. Unfortunately, given his character and the things he'd done in recent days, Mr. Zhou had lost all hope in him and couldn't possibly believe him. I knew better than anyone how wrong Zhang Tao was, because I was the one who had framed him. This was frame up, and I actually enjoyed the thrill of revenge. Watching him so furious yet helpless was truly satisfying. Mr. Zhou, look at him. If you told me he was going to kill someone, I'd believe you. How am I supposed to stay in school now? I backed away in fear. Zhang Tao, get back to your seat. Mr. Zhou pointed at Zhang Tao and scolded him. He wanted to protect Zhang Tao. I could tell. The harsher he was on Zhang Tao, the more he was trying to appease me, so as not to escalate the situation. Fang Yuan, don't worry. What happened before will never happen again. Mr. Zhou said in a firm voice. You said the same thing last time. What happened then? If it's the same this time, I'm not a robot, I feel pain when I'm hit. I didn't back down at all. I couldn't back down either. This time, I'll finish him off completely. I won't leave any room for him to come back. No one can guarantee Zhang Tao's promises, not even Zhang Tao himself. As long as I don't risk my own safety, they can't shut me up. Mr. Zhou, with such a big threat, do you think I dare go to the bathroom? Even if I go with my friends, if Zhang Tao really wants to attack, who can stop him? Who will be responsible for my safety? These questions completely stumped Mr. Zhou, because no one could take on such responsibility, and no one could guarantee my safety 100%. Even if I tied Mr. Zhou to my waist with a belt, he couldn't guarantee that he could protect me if Zhang Tao went berserk. Then what do you think we should do? He asked cautiously. He wanted to test my bottom line. But my demand was simple. That was to expel Zhang Tao. The principal said to give Zhang Tao another chance. Mr. Zhou looked at me with a complicated expression. Because Zhang Tao didn't hit him. Why should my safety be used to make him look good? In the end, it's because I'm not important enough. If Zhang Tao had hit the principal or the principal's son, he would have been fired long ago. Why give him another chance to cause harm? I gave Zhang Tao a chance. Who will give me a chance? I put my own face on the ground for others to trample on, and he just shakes it off and wants to continue going to school, even high school? Dream on. Dropping out and working is his only way out. Mr. Zhou, I'll ask you one thing, how am I supposed to use the restroom? Who will guarantee my safety when I go? I asked. I'll go with you, okay? Mr. Zhou was at a loss, unable to ignore me but also unable to resolve the situation. You'll accompany me? Can you beat Zhang Tao and his gang? Are you a martial arts champion? Even if you are, why should I trust you to protect me? What if you run away? I continued to demand stubbornly. I was just being stubborn and unreasonable. How could I possibly be satisfied with the conditions he proposed? Then what should we do? Expel Zhang Tao. Otherwise, I dare not use the restroom at school. After all, that was my only demand. Go back first. I'll discuss it with the school and see how to resolve this matter. Mr. Zhou passed the buck. I knew he wouldn't fire Zhang Tao so decisively, and he didn't have the authority to do so. Without saying another word, I turned and left. After 2 classes, I was called to the principal's office. Zhang Tao was there too, along with Mr. Qian and a few others. Fang Yuan, Zhang Tao has deeply recognized his mistake and hopes you'll give him another chance. Tomorrow, I'll have him apologize to you in front of the entire school and publicly promise not to cause you any trouble. Does that sound acceptable? Principal Electric Rice Cooker, with his bulging belly, looked every inch the authority figure. Are you asking me, or informing me? I knew this was a decision they had already made, and they had called me in just to inform me. Of course I'm asking for your opinion. The principal looked at me with a kind expression. At this point, no one would continue to cause trouble, as that would make the principal and all the teachers look bad. I have one question, who can guarantee my safety? I looked at the principal and asked. Zhang Tao has already guaranteed that he won't cause any more trouble with you. He promised? He promised Joe teacher once before, and look what happened, he beat me until my face was covered in blood. Now he is promising again? I also promised Mr. Chun I'd get into the top 10 in the grade, and I didn't do it either. I didn't give the principal any face. I noticed that when dealing with these high-ranking officials, my mind remained unusually calm. I don't need Zhang Tao's guarantee. The school can keep him enrolled, but as long as he's still here, I won't dare go near the restroom again. Then I'll just have to relieve myself anywhere on campus. After all, I can't let myself die from holding it in. I've had enough of threats. Today it's Zhang Ying, tomorrow it's Zhang Tao. If the school doesn't expel such people, I'll cause a scene and keep causing scenes. I'll use my own bottom line to challenge the school's bottom line. The rice cooker's eyebrows were almost wrinkled to the sky. He didn't expect me to be so stubborn. If he dares to say one word, I'll go out, take off my pants, and pee at his office door. Mr. Chen, look at this. He turned his gaze toward Mr. Chen. After all, I was her student. Principal, I can't handle this. Student safety comes first. If something happens, how will I be held responsible? Ms. Chen clearly sided with me. I can ignore everyone else in this office, but if Ms. Chen tells me to just let it go, I'll listen. But if she did, I wouldn't respect her anymore. Chapter 52, Walking the Dog in Front of the Teaching Building. 2 days passed without incident, and the school administrators made no further moves. The matter seemed to have been resolved without my knowledge. They no longer mentioned it, and even the incident where Zhang Tao apologized to me in front of the entire school was swept under the rug. This was their usual modus operandi to gradually downplay the matter, assuming I would let it go. As a student, standing up to the school was like trying to stop a cart with your arms outstretched or hitting a stone with an egg. Even if I said I wouldn't continue my studies, they wouldn't be afraid and wouldn't change anything. They don't care about students' feelings. Unless I die, this matter won't be taken seriously. But I'm not that foolish. I won't risk my life to force the school to expel Zhang Tao. Why don't we just let it go? Zhang Tao won't bother you again this time. During recess, Liang Qiwen once again became a coward. Actually, I know Zhang Tao won't bother me anymore. After all, this incident wasn't small. The principal already knows about it. If he hits me again, the principal would expel him to save face. I could tell that Zhang Tao still wanted to go to high school. With only a few months left before the high school entrance exam, he would definitely hold back. I won't just let this go. You'll see, I said, patting his shoulder and pointing at Zhang Tao's figure outside the window. I walked out of the classroom, taking deep breaths to remind myself to stay calm. I walked over to Zhang Tao and looked at him calmly. He looked back at me. In his eyes, I saw smugness, a triumphant arrogance. These school administrators, eating the people's food but not doing their jobs. If it weren't for their inaction, school bullying wouldn't be so common here. Are you feeling pretty smug, thinking you're off the hook now? Zhang Tao didn't say a word, just looked at me with disdain. In this school, the principal's word is law. If he doesn't want to pursue it, it will be swept under the rug. During recess, many students were chatting in the hallway. Since the incident between Zhang Tao and me had become common knowledge, we were both the focus of attention in the school. Looking at the students in the hallway, from 7th to 9th grade, boys and girls alike, I thought I should do something. Have you ever seen a toad spit water droplets? I smiled at Zhang Tao, having already steeled myself mentally. As he looked at me in confusion and the other students stared in shock, I undid my belt, pulled down my pants, and stood by the school building entrance, urinating as if no one was there. Many female students blushed and called me a hooligan, but I pretended not to hear. Once the water dried up, I shook my little guy and put it back in the one-bedroom apartment. As long as I have no morals, it can't restrict me. I didn't believe the principal didn't care about the school's reputation. Fang Yuan. A loud shout rang out, and I saw someone emerge from the crowd. It was Mr. Chen. Her face was red, and I couldn't tell if she was ashamed or angry. She must have seen everything I had done. How dare you? Urinating in public? Where is your shame? She walked up to me and skillfully grabbed my ear. It hurts. It hurts. I wailed, crying out in pain. She was truly furious, and I could feel it, as her grip was much tighter than usual. Ms. Chen angrily pulled my ear until I entered the office, then let go. Explain yourself. You already knew about it, didn't you? Zhang Tao was blocking the bathroom, so I dared not go. I pouted and spoke confidently. I've already notified everyone who needed to know. It's the school administrators who aren't doing their job. I think you did this on purpose. You sure know how to pick a spot right at the entrance of the classroom building. You must love having everyone watch you perform, right? Mr. Chen could see right through him. If I really didn't dare go to the restroom, I'd find a secluded spot to take care of it, not do it in front of everyone. But I can't hold it anymore. What can I do? Even if everyone knows I did it on purpose, I'll deny it to the end. What can they do to me? Alright, Fang Yuan, I really didn't realize you had such a thick skin. Mr. Chen was so angry he paced back and forth in his office, several times wanting to lose his temper but holding himself back. Yet here I am, on the side of reason, and still the underdog. I've already informed the school administrators and done everything a student should do after being bullied, but they've done nothing. Now I'm so scared of Zhang Tao that I had to back down in public. It was the only option. As long as I don't give in, no one can touch me. Those leaders think my sense of shame will prevent me from doing something so humiliating. They overestimate me. Once I decide to do something, I'll go all out. I am a joke and the school is a joke too. Let us see who can hold on longer. Mr. Chen pointed at me, so angry he couldn't speak for half a minute. Teacher, have a drink of water to calm down. I poured her a cup of water. Serving tea and water, I'd been doing it almost every day at her house, so I'm used to it. How dare I get angry with you? If I push you too far, who knows what you'll do? Miss Chen took the cup, her cheeks puffed out. Teacher, don't get involved in this. Just pretend you don't know. I'll handle it myself. I told Miss Chen. In the entire school, I was the last person who wanted to get into a dispute with her. How will you handle it? You're a student, just focus on your studies. Zhang Tao's matter, the teacher will help you resolve it. Miss Chen said after taking a sip of water. She truly cared about me, I knew that, but she couldn't resolve this matter. Even if she kept going to the principal, it wouldn't make much difference. Did you wash your hands just now? She asked, noticing the water cup in her hand. I didn't have time. You dragged me here by the ear the whole way. I felt guilty and dared not move. You. Just as she was about to scold me, the rice cooker walked in. As soon as he saw me, his chubby face darkened as if it were about to rain. You're such a good-for-nothing. After teaching for over a decade, I've never seen such a good-for-nothing student like you. As soon as he entered the office, he pointed at me and started yelling. I didn't want to do it, but getting beaten up is better than this. I stubbornly stuck out my neck, saying the most cowardly words I could think of. You're just making excuses. The rice cooker slammed the table hard. Mr. Chen, is this the kind of student you've taught? The government is promoting civility and setting new standards. His behavior will have a huge impact on the school. The pressure was immediately directed at Mr. Chen. It seemed like all of this was because Mr. Chen hadn't taught me properly. Principal, what does this have to do with Mr. Chen? I told you clearly a few days ago that Zhang Tao threatened me. What did you do? You did nothing. What kind of civility are you talking about? Suffering in silence at school is civility? He bullied a classmate and you pretended not to see it. Do you know how I've been living in fear these past few days? He hit me twice and no one intervened. Now he's sitting in class as if nothing happened. I'm the victim. Don't make it seem like everything is my fault. What do you want me to do? Should I just keep taking his beatings every day and keep quiet? Or should I write misery on my face so you can see my situation? Chapter 53, Psychology. Ever since I started middle school, I knew no one cared about school violence. Otherwise, bullying at the school gate wouldn't be so common. This garbage school, this garbage system. No one cares? Fine, I'll take care of it myself. Zhang Tao acts so brazenly because everyone who gets bullied stays silent. Mr. Chen, call his parents to school and let them see what their son has been up to. The rice cooker pointed at me and said. All right, you call them. Tell my dad that his son is too scared to even go to the bathroom at school, and you, as the principal, are covering for the bully. Go ahead and call them. I'm not afraid of losing face. Your school isn't afraid of me, so why should I be? I wasn't intimidated by his threats. You. He was so angry he almost fainted. The tactic that usually worked on students had no effect on me. If you don't expel Zhang Tao, when the provincial teachers come to observe tomorrow, I'll defecate at their classroom door. After all, it wasn't just my face that would be lost, but the school's as well. You dare. The rice cooker shouted angrily. He was furious, as if I were the one at fault. Even when facing bullying or Zhang Tao, he had never gotten this angry. But I'm not the type to give in to pressure. Sigh, no, I don't give in to either soft or hard pressure. I didn't say another word. I picked up the tissue from Mr. Chen's desk, opened the office door, stood at the entrance, put the tissue in my mouth, and started taking off my pants. The students looked at me with strange expressions. Among the crowd, I saw familiar faces, Zuo Qian, Wang Min, and Laozi. I pulled my pants down to my ankles and slowly squatted down amid the screams of the female students. I did this to prove one thing, to expel Zhang Tao, I was willing to do anything. A pair of strong hands pulled me into the office. The rice cooker glared at me, furious, as if he wanted to beat me himself. Under Mr. Chen's urging, I slowly pulled up my pants. Go back first. I'll handle this in the afternoon. The rice cooker finally backed down. He had no choice otherwise. If the provincial leaders came tomorrow and saw what I had done, the school would really be in trouble. I nodded and walked toward the classroom. Along the way, everyone's eyes were on me. They must have thought I was crazy, beaten senseless by Zhang Tao. That's right, I was beaten senseless by Zhang Tao. That's exactly what I wanted everyone to see. No matter how big the commotion becomes, I will always be the victim. They looked at me like I was a clown, but I didn't feel ashamed. As I passed through the corridor, they all made way for me. They weren't doing it out of respect for a teacher or fear of Zhang Tao, but because they despised dog and didn't want it to touch their clothes. I'm really impressed by you, Liang Chuan raised his thumb. He never imagined I could do something like this, forcing the principal to expel Zhang Tao. All the students would obediently follow the teachers and principal's orders, but I was the only one who wouldn't conform to the rules. Liang Qiwen said my way of thinking was different from others, but I didn't know if that was true. Deep down, I didn't think I was wrong. If my family had money and connections, I wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures. It may seem like a reckless move, but it's actually the most effective one. Did the principal agree to expel Zhang Tao? Liang Qiwen asked. I nodded, confident that the rice cooker wouldn't change its mind this time. We need to be careful in the coming days. Zhang Tao has been expelled, and he'll definitely be looking for revenge, Liang Qiwen said with some concern. I'm just afraid he won't come. I felt the brick in my backpack. Expelling Zhang Tao wasn't the final step in my plan. Using violence to counter violence, that was my true objective. The rice cooker acted quickly this time. During the second period of the afternoon, an announcement was made over the school intercom, expelling Zhang Tao from the school. Zhang Tao, carrying his backpack, walked past my classroom window. His face was filled with anger, and he pointed at me with his finger, signaling that he wanted to teach me a lesson. I flipped him off in response. After school, Miss Chen kept a stern face the entire time. She handed me a bag of carrots, clearly displeased with what I had done today. I knew I had dragged her into trouble with the principal, so I kept my head down, accepting whatever punishment came my way. How dare you take off your pants in front of so many people? You're acting like a hooligan, with no manners. On the way home, she repeated this every time she spoke, unable to resist scolding me each time. When we arrived at her house, I washed the carrots, and the rabbit and I each got one. Now I not only have to be Ms. Chen's servant but also take care of her rabbit. If I had known it would be like this, I should have just killed it and eaten the meat. At Ms. Chen's house, I spend half the time studying and the other half doing chores. Whether it's Ms. Jiang or Ms. Chen, there are some tasks they're not good at, like splitting firewood. I've been doing these kinds of things since I was a child, so they're a piece of cake for me. Over time, being at Ms. Chen's house felt as relaxed as being at my own home. The tutoring did improve my grades. With intensive study, I managed to pass every exam. But I really have no interest in studying. Miss Chen's room had many books, including several on psychology. Though I didn't like reading, I was deeply interested in those books. Sometimes I'd lose track of time until it got dark. Mr. Chen noticed this and gave me those books. At home, I'd read them all night long and think deeply about them. Psychology covers a wide range of topics, and trying to understand others' thoughts is both fascinating and highly rewarding. I began to observe people and events around me in detail, gradually gaining some insights of my own. This is far more interesting than reading for exams. A single expression or action can reveal one's inner thoughts. While observing others, I also learned how to hide my own feelings. Those few books were soon worn out from my constant reading. I couldn't memorize the classical Chinese text, but I could recite the annotations by heart. So I asked Mr. Chen to buy me some psychology books in the big city. I never thought I'd end up spending money on books. These books have shaped my entire life. Liang Qiwen and I skipped class less and less. He read his little yellow books, and I read my psychology books. Fang Yuan, I just saw Zhang Tao at the school gate. Don't go out during break, Liang Qiwen reminded me. He knew I'd be with Mr. Chen after school, so there was no need to worry. I nodded. That guy couldn't resist after all. Because of the incident where I urinated in public at school, except for Liang Qiwen, none of the other students would even speak to me. They looked down on me, despised me, and thought I was a cowardly wimp. Zhang Tao had bullied many people, but almost no one dared to stand up to him. Even those who had been bullied by him were now gloating and looking at me with disdain. As for the girls in the entire school, the first time they saw me, they would instinctively turn their heads away, their faces filled with disgust, as if I had dirted their eyes. Chapter 54, Self-Defense Counterattack. Zuo Qian hesitated several times when she saw me, and as for Wang Min, every time she saw me, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. But that is fine, I didn't care about them anyway. Zhang Tao had been lurking outside the door for several days. As soon as school let out, I could see a few figures hiding near the small grove, but since Mr. Chen was there, they didn't have a chance to act. One night, just as I was about to go to sleep, I heard the sound of glass shattering. I quickly turned on the light and saw that the window had been smashed with a rock. By the time I ran outside, I only saw a few familiar figures. My dad heard the noise too. He knocked on the door and asked what happened. I threw the stone out the window and just said I accidentally broke the window. My father didn't think much of it and just told me to be careful of the glass shards, saying he would find someone to fix it tomorrow. I knew this wasn't an accident, and I knew who had broken the window. That night, I clenched my fists and fell asleep. Early the next morning, I got up early and ate a bowl of stir-fried noodles with extra toppings on the street. The noodles cost 4 yuan, and I added 6 yuan worth of meat, just like the portion Yi Tong had bought for me before. I ate the noodles in big bites, finishing the bowl, yet still feeling a bit hungry. So I ordered another portion, ate a third of it, and took the rest to Liang Qiwen. Damn, you added so much meat, did you hit the jackpot? Liang Qiwen asked, devouring the noodles. An empty stomach isn't good for moving around. Today, I'm going to make Zhang Tao suffer a bit. Liang Qiwen didn't notice the hidden meaning in my words. His attention was entirely on the delicious fried noodles. Every time there was a break between classes, I would peek out the door to see if Zhang Tao had come. Heaven rewards those who are diligent. During the third period, I saw him eating instant noodles at the snack shop. Gritting my teeth, I walked out of the school gate and clenched the brick I had deliberately placed at the entrance in my hand. Zhang Tao saw me and perked up, clearly surprised that I dared to leave the school grounds. He approached me with a few blonde-haired companions, clearly not students from the school. I wasn't the least bit afraid. I gripped the brick even tighter. "You dare to show your face?" Zhang Tao pointed at me and started cursing, but I didn't give him the chance to continue. I raised the brick and swung it down toward his head. He had bullied me enough, but he dared to come to my house. I swung the brick with all my might, hoping to take his life. Zhang Tao reacted quickly, raising his arm to block the blow. After fighting so many times, he had some experience. As he stepped back, his companion kicked me hard, sending me flying to the ground. I'm in decent shape, but I rarely fight. After my sneak attack failed, I was almost pinned to the ground and beaten. At that moment, I felt no pain. All I saw was Zhang Tao, that bastard. I struggled to charge at him, but failed every time. "Stop fighting! Stop!" Liang Qiwen burst out of the crowd. "Zhang Tao, tell them to stop. I'll buy you cigarettes, one each. Deal? One for each of them." Seeing that Zhang Tao didn't respond, Liang Qiwen kept raising the stakes. With Zhang Tao included, there were 6 of them. 6 packs of cigarettes would cost nearly 1,000 yuan. Given Liang Qiwen's financial situation, he'd have to pick up rebar all night, without eating or drinking, for 100 days to earn that much money. Upon hearing that Liang Qiwen was offering to buy each of them a pack of cigarettes, the group immediately stopped. Liang Qiwen pulled out the money from the innermost pocket of his pants. It was every penny he had saved up. Taking advantage of the moment, I rushed behind Zhang Tao and grabbed his neck. I really wanted him dead. At that moment, I had no other thoughts. Every time anger took over, my rationality vanished completely. Zhang Tao's face turned red. His companions pulled my hands away and beat me mercilessly. I felt like I was about to die. My consciousness was starting to fade. Liang Qiwen threw himself on top of me, taking the brunt of the attack. Even as he was surrounded and beaten, he didn't fight back. This time, he wasn't protecting his glasses, he was protecting me. Those glasses were the most valuable thing he owned, and they were crushed under someone's foot. Zhang Tao grabbed Liang Qiwen and kicked him flying. As the sound of tearing fabric echoed, Liang Qiwen's shirt was ripped apart. In the chaotic environment, I heard the sound of countless people gasping. Liang Qiwen stood there bare-chested, with several gruesome knife scars spreading across his chest, a sight that was truly horrifying. His body was covered in countless wounds, resembling the armor of a demon. Just looking at him was terrifying. He stood in the middle of the crowd, coldly surveying his surroundings. His ruthless gaze sent chills down my spine. This was the second time I had seen that look in his eyes. Some students, under his gaze, were so scared they started hiccuping. Without his glasses, Liang Qiwen's sleazy demeanor vanished, and he exuded a dangerous aura. He stood there, and no one dared to approach him. A few young men with dyed hair swallowed nervously, unsure of how to react to this sudden change. They didn't know, but I did. I struggled to get to my feet and kicked Zhang Tao to the ground with a single blow. His companions tried to help, but upon glancing at Liang Qiwen, they hesitated. Zhang Tao was so terrified he couldn't even fight back. In his eyes, I saw deep fear. He wasn't someone who enjoyed fighting, he just enjoyed the thrill of bullying others. Those who truly enjoy fighting don't fear pain, it only makes their adrenaline surge, fueling their excitement. But Zhang Tao was just kicked a few times and was already screaming like a pig being slaughtered. I lifted my foot and stomped on his leg, once, twice. "Shoo, don't make a sound." I sneered at Zhang Tao lying on the ground. I had sworn to take him down in one go. I was surprised to discover that human bones could be so hard. I stomped on them over a dozen times, and they didn't break. I bent down and found the brick I had lost during the fight. "People don't learn unless they remember," I said, raising the brick and smashing it into Zhang Tao's knee. He cried out in pain, tears and snot flying everywhere. It was truly disgusting. Just as I raised the brick again, a classmate intervened. "Fang Yuan, stop it. If you keep hitting him, something bad will happen." I looked at him, a person I didn't even remember the name of, someone I'd only seen a few times in class, and he dared to stop me. Earlier, when I was being beaten senseless, he had just stood by and watched coldly. Now that I had the upper hand, he came out to play the hero. It wasn't because he suddenly felt a sense of justice, he just thought I was an easy target. When the bad guy was doing wrong, he was cowardly. When the good guy fought back, he spoke with righteous indignation. I pointed my finger at him, and he immediately took a step back in fear. "Do you know what it means to turn the tables? Today, I can cripple you, and I won't have to take any responsibility. That is called self-defense." I raised the brick and smashed it hard against Zhang Tao's knee again. A crisp sound echoed, the sound of bones shattering. I dropped the brick and looked at the crowd gathered around. These indifferent people, not a single one of them was innocent. Chapter 55, Spring Outing. Liang Qiwen said I didn't look like a middle school student, and I didn't think he looked like one either. Compared to his experiences, I was probably more normal. At the school gate, Liang Qiwen and I became famous after a fight. This wasn't a good thing, because both Liang Qiwen and I were taken to the police station. I took off my clothes and put them on Liang Qiwen. The police conducted an investigation at the school and quickly determined that I was the victim. Everyone at the school knew I was too scared to even go to the bathroom after being intimidated by Zhang Tao. This time, I had no choice but to fight back. They wouldn't believe a middle school student could be so cunning. My father was called to the police station, which was unavoidable. When he saw me sitting on the chair naked, with a black eye and a swollen face, he took off his jacket and draped it over me. The police took statements and then released me and Liang Qiwen. On the way home, my father didn't say a word. He bought a few pig's feet at the market, stewed them in a large pot, and made us eat them. From the police, I learned more about Liang Qiwen. He had previously attended school elsewhere, frequently got into fights, and was once arrested for assault with a weapon, receiving a suspended sentence. His mother passed away due to illness, which is why he came to our area to repeat a grade. He wanted to reform himself, which is why he behaved himself. Even when Zhang Tao beat him brutally, he never struck back. Even when mocked by others and forced to buy cigarettes to make peace, he never thought of revenge. Qiwen, I don't want Fang Yuan to go down the wrong path. My father placed a large piece of pork knuckle in Liang Qiwen's bowl. I know, Liang Qiwen said, lowering his head in silence. The incident at Zhangping's fish pond was also your doing, wasn't it? My father continued. Liang Qiwen didn't say anything, he admitted it silently. Dad. I was about to speak but was glared at by my father. Uncle, I know what to do. I'll keep my distance from Fang Yuan from now on. Liang Qiwen spoke slowly. Every parent who knew his past would never allow their child to associate with him. I didn't say that. It's not your fault. I know you're a good kid. You shouldn't bully others, but you also shouldn't let others bully you. All I ask is that you promise me you won't do anything illegal again. My father didn't blame Liang Qiwen or look down on his past. If the people who influenced me the most were the Jiang family mother and daughter, then the person who influenced Liang Qiwen the most was my father. Though he never went to school, he understood the principles of life better than anyone else. Liang Qiwen looked up at my father in disbelief. Uncle, please believe me, I've truly changed. Liang Qiwen said tearfully. No one had ever believed him. In fact, if it hadn't been for me that day, Liang Qiwen would never have poisoned the fish pond. Today is the same. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have set foot in the police station again. He has truly changed. I believe you. Hurry up and eat. Once you're full, I'll take you to buy some clothes. My father said, then picked up a large piece of meat and placed it on his plate. I was completely ignored beside them. I even began to doubt whether Liang Qiwen was really my father's biological son. When my father saw the scars on Liang Qiwen's body, the corners of his mouth twitched. No one could have imagined the hardships Liang Qiwen had endured. My father took him in as his adopted son, and I didn't object because I also felt sorry for him. Liang Qiwen's needs were simple, a place to shelter from the rain and enough to eat. But he still didn't live with us. He knew that his uncle's house was where he belonged. If he didn't live there, he'd have to go back to the welfare home. He worked so hard to earn money because he had to pay his uncle $180 in rent every month. There was no familial bond between them, it was more like a transaction. After that incident, no one at school bullied me or Liang Qiwen anymore. Zhang Tao completely backed down and disappeared from my life. The looks the other students gave me were filled with fear. The battle at the door had shattered the image of a coward they had of me. To put it bluntly, I could have walked around the school like a bully, just like Zhang Tao used to, but I didn't. I deeply remembered what my father had told me. Besides, I didn't like bullying classmates. In mid-June, the 7th grade class organized a spring outing, supposedly for sightseeing, but it was really just a hike. These leaders were just idle. The village was surrounded by rolling mountains, why did they need to organize something? Everyone had climbed them before. My father prepared 2 portions of dry rations and asked me to bring one for Liang Qiwen. Each class formed a small team and set off toward the mountains. I had planned to sneak away with Liang Qiwen, but Miss Chen was at the back of the group, and I felt like she was deliberately watching me. Behind us was class 3. Liang Qiwen kept glancing backward, and following his gaze, I saw the girl named Xiaohan. This guy puberty really hits early. I followed the main group forward. After walking for an hour or so, the students who were physically weaker had already sat down on the stones by the roadside to rest. Zuo Qian and Wang Min were among those struggling. Their cheeks were covered in sweat. Useless, I muttered under my breath. Having grown up running in the mountains, I didn't feel tired at all. I admired the beautiful scenery on either side of the road, watching the birds spread their wings. I wished I had a slingshot right then. I'd roast them on the spot and make those karami birds drool with envy. Along the way, I occasionally picked wild fruits or dug up white roots from the soil, eating them with great delight. Once we reached the mountain, it felt like I had returned home. Fang Yuan, is that fruit tasty? I didn't notice when Wang Min and Zuo Qian had caught up behind me. Not good. I kept stuffing the fruit into my mouth. These wild fruits were sour and sweet and didn't fill you up so you could eat them all day without getting tired of them. Give us some. Wang Min swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the fruit in my hand. I don't have enough for myself. If you want some, pick your own. There weren't many of these fruits, and sometimes we had to walk a long way to find a single plant, and the yield was low. Wang Min pouted angrily, but I didn't bother with her and continued picking the fruits. Fang Yuan, don't run around. Don't get separated from the group. Mr. Chen called out from the back of the line. Don't worry, I'm just picking some fruit. I'll be back soon. I replied casually. Wang Min, as if in a huff, walked toward the other side of the mountain, pulling left Qian along with her, still muttering about how stingy I was. I filled my bag with fruits and hurried back toward the group. Our destination this time was a scenic spot called Turtle Cave. It was quite famous in our area. The cave was home to many small turtles, and the rocks at the entrance resembled turtles, hence the name. Turtle Cave is halfway up the mountain, and this was my first time there. Inside the cave is a small pond where you can see tiny turtles swimming around. I caught a turtle but had nowhere to put it, so I gave up on the idea of keeping it. By the pond, I kept flipping over rocks and caught a few small crabs, which I chewed in my mouth with a crisp sound. There were also semi-transparent river shrimp in the water, which were harder to catch, but fortunately, there were several small puddles near the pond, where a few river shrimp occasionally appeared. I removed their heads, peeled off their shells, and popped them into my mouth. These river shrimp were delicious even raw, with a hint of the sweetness of mountain spring water. Chapter 56, Better Dead Than Poor. Pairing the river shrimp with wild fruits, I ate with such delight. That beast Liang Qiwan, I shared some wild fruits with him, but he turned around and gave them to Xiaohan. I should have known better than to give him any. The students were in small groups, playing in the water or snacking, enjoying the fun of the outing. I was having a blast catching crabs. The small ones were crispy, and I removed the legs from the larger ones, placing them in a lunchbox. I throw them into the stove when I got home, and they smell absolutely delicious. Has anyone seen Zuo Qian and Wang Min? Mr. Jiang from Class 1 shouted, sweating profusely. We saw them resting on the rocks by the road when we came up, several students replied. I searched all the way back and didn't see anyone, Mr. Jiang said anxiously. If something had happened, it would be a real disaster. Maybe they found the mountain too tiring and decided to rest somewhere until we came back, Teacher Chen comforted him. Teacher Jiang paced restlessly, his face filled with anxiety. Fang Yuan, do you know where Zuo Qian and the others went? Teacher Chen whispered to me, who was busy catching crabs. Earlier, when I was picking fruit, Mr. Chen must have seen Zuo Qian and the others talking to me. When I left, I saw them heading toward the other side of the mountain. I was too engrossed in catching crabs to care about what happened to Zuo Qian. They haven't come back yet. Why don't you go look for them? Mr. Chen didn't use his usual commanding tone, but instead spoke with a hint of pleading. I couldn't help but furrow my brows. To be honest, I was having a great time here, eating wild fruits and seafood, feeling so relaxed. Now she wanted me to go out in the blazing sun to find those two meddlesome women. If it weren't for Mr. Chen, I wouldn't bother with her at all. Maybe they'll come over soon, I muttered, reluctantly climbing out of the pond. Just help the teacher out, okay? Ms. Chen said softly. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. As an upright, kind-hearted, and caring young man, I couldn't refuse her request. Then you have to peel an apple for me tonight, I quickly proposed a condition. Though I was doing it for the safety of my classmates, I couldn't let myself get the short end of the stick. Alright, find them and bring them back quickly. Ms. Chen agreed readily. I left my small backpack behind and hurried back the same way. Upon reaching the path where the apples were being picked, I headed toward the other side of the mountain. Zuo Qian, Wang Min. I called out their names as I walked. Those two troublemakers, how could they have gone so far? I'd been walking for over half an hour and hadn't seen them anywhere. I really suspected they had already gone back, even too lazy to join the group and had sneaked back to school. The mountains here stretch endlessly, one after another, with some areas never visited by anyone. I dared not venture too deep into the mountains. I hesitated whether to turn back, lest I end up getting lost myself if I couldn't find them. Just as I was about to turn back, I spotted a piece of cloth hanging from the thorn bushes in the distance. Upon closer inspection, the cloth strip resembled the skirt Zuo Qian was wearing today. Looking down, I saw a steep slope behind the thorn bushes. Could those two have rolled down there? Zuo Qian, Wang Min, are you down there? I shouted downwards. We're here, came Zuo Qian's cries from below the slope. They really did roll down there. Stay there, I'll go get help. I assessed the angle of the slope and realized it wouldn't be easy to go down. After much deliberation, going back to get the teacher seemed like the most reliable option. As I turned around, I didn't notice that the grass beneath my feet was hollow. My feet slipped and I rolled down the slope. My knees and elbows were scraped raw by small stones, and the pain made me wince. Zuo Qian and Wang Min were sitting behind the slope. They were pretty smart, finding a shady spot. Fang Yuan, how did you get down here? Zuo Qian was surprised to see me. I really wanted to slap her across the face for asking such a rhetorical question. Didn't she see how pathetic I looked after sliding down? I surveyed the surroundings. There were thorn bushes all around, making it difficult to move, but staying there waiting for help wasn't an option either. After thinking it over, I decided to rely on myself and not just sit around waiting to die. Let's wait here for the teacher. It's dangerous to wander around, Wang Min said urgently as I started to leave. Now you know it's dangerous? If you hadn't been running around like an idiot, would I have come looking for you? Would I have fallen down? Hearing Wang Min's words, I was furious. I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you being so mean? Wang Min pouted, looking hurt. Why are you sticking your lips out like that? Do you think you're cute? If you want to wait here, go ahead. I'm leaving. I had no intention of staying here with them. We don't even know when the teacher will come looking for us. Fang Yuan, can you stay with us? Zuo Qian looked around. In this remote mountain area, the two girls were quite timid. Stay with your mom. People have to rely on themselves. Either you come with me, or you can wait here to be fed to the wolves at night. I found a stick and cleared away the thorns around us. I didn't know if there were wolves here at night, but if they insisted on staying, we'd each have to fend for ourselves. As soon as they heard about the wolves, the two of them jumped to their feet. The slope was too steep to climb without tools. If they could return the way they came, Zuo Qian and Wang Min wouldn't be waiting here foolishly. There was only one option left, head down the mountain. This place was completely deserted, with overgrown plants and thorn bushes everywhere. Navigating through the forest was extremely difficult. Zuo Qian and Wang Min followed closely behind me. Fortunately, after passing through the thorn bushes, we came to a forest where the trees were spaced apart, forming natural paths that were much easier to walk on. I could only follow my instincts in the direction I felt was right. As long as we could get out of the forest, we would find a way home. As we walked, the sky grew dark. Mountains stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. Fang Yuan, how much longer do we have to walk? Wang Min asked, leaning against a tree trunk. After walking for several hours, she and Zuo Qian were already exhausted. Shut up, I snapped impatiently. We couldn't find our way out, and I was growing increasingly frustrated. The sky was growing darker, and I had never been here before. I couldn't even tell which direction we were heading in. I was more anxious than they were. The mountains weren't safe at night, but I had to pretend to be calm and lead the two of them. We were walking slowly, dragging our feet. Why are you being so mean? Wang Min burst into tears. Having been spoiled since childhood, she was nothing like me, a wild child. Her family is much better off than mine, and her parents spoil her rotten. But I wasn't her father, and I certainly wasn't going to spoil her. Ignoring Wang Min's tantrum, I kept walking forward. There were no lights in the mountains, and at night it was pitch black, as dangerous as it could be. Better dead than poor, I had to survive. Chapter 57, Walking Through the Mountains. Zuo Qian at least had some sense. She knew that following me was her best bet right now. She pulled Wang Min, who was still wiping away tears, and followed closely behind me. The further we went, the more uncertain I felt, because I wasn't sure if we could ever get out of these mountains. Rest here, I said, furrowing my brows. It was already dark, and moving in the dark was too dangerous. We had to wait until the moon was high enough to provide enough light before continuing. Wang Min lay on the rocks, completely exhausted, and soon began to snore softly. What a pig, she could just fall asleep in a situation like this. I sat at a nearby crossroads, ready to run if any wolves appeared. That sleeping pig would distract them from me. Fang Yuan, aren't you going to rest for a bit? Zuo Qian sat down across from me and said. I dare not sleep, I replied honestly. Sleeping on the mountain was like a joke. Thank you for coming to find us today. I'm sorry you had to suffer with us. The moon hadn't risen yet, so I couldn't tell if she was being sincere or not. At this moment, I really didn't feel like exchanging polite banter with her. After a moment of silence, her stomach spoke first, growling continuously. It wasn't just her, I was actually starving too. The rations I prepared were all in my small backpack, and I hadn't brought them alone. Fang Yuan, do you have anything to eat? We've been walking all day and haven't eaten anything. Zuo Qian asked. Mentioning that only made me angrier. I had food and water in the turtle's den, but now I was stranded in the mountains because of them. I don't have any on me, but finding something to eat shouldn't be too hard. I picked up a stone from the ground and said. Really? That's great. Zuo Qian jumped up in joy. Wait, hold Wang Min's hands and feet down. I'll hit her with a rock. Her meat will be enough for us to eat for several days. I lowered my voice and whispered into Zuo Qian's ear. Fang Yuan, you're joking, right? Zuo Qian was so scared she sat down on the ground. Even without any light, I could imagine the terrified expression on her face. You started it. If I had any food, I would have eaten it already. There's only the three of us here. Do you want to eat tree bark? I said irritably. After saying that, I stood up and sat further away from Zuo Qian. I really didn't want to say another word to her. No matter how hungry I was, I had to endure it. I'd wait until the moon came out and see if I could pick some fruits or dig up some white roots to stave off the hunger. Why do you hate me so much? Left Qian's voice drifted over in the darkness. I couldn't bring myself to answer, so I just ignored her. The fact that you skipped class earlier wasn't my doing, and you put that prank item in my desk that was payback, right? Seeing that I didn't respond, she continued. The moon is out. Let us wake her up and keep going. I glanced at the rising moon and said. I couldn't tell the difference between Zimu, Yin, and Cho. It was so late and she was still talking nonsense, wasting our energy. Because we were starving, the three of us walked very slowly. I walked while searching for something to eat. In this forest, finding something to eat was really difficult, almost impossible. However, thankfully, the heavens provided, and I found a ginseng root. I dug it up, peeled it, and started chewing. It was incredibly bitter, like an old bitter melon, and the texture was terrible. But having something to eat was better than starving, so I used a rock to break the yam into 3 pieces, one for each of us. If you're starving, take a bite, but don't eat too much. This stuff is hard to digest when eaten raw. Zuo Qian and Wang Min took a bite and immediately spat it out. This was probably the worst tasting thing they had ever eaten. But they knew this was their only food for now, so they grimaced and ate a bite before putting the rest in their backpacks. Didn't you bring any food when you came out? I looked at their backpacks. Logically speaking, they should have brought some food when they went out for a spring outing. We did, but we already ate it all. Zuo Qian had brought 2 apples, and Wang Min was even more resourceful, bringing a few pieces of chocolate. The 2 of them rolled down the slope and devoured the food, leaving not a single crumb behind. At least they had brought water, so they wouldn't die of thirst. The bitter taste of the ginseng made my mouth dry, so I reached out to take a sip from Wang Min's water bottle. But she quickly moved aside and clutched the bottle tightly to her chest. I've already drunk this water, you can't drink it. Wang Min said that men and women shouldn't share things, and using the same water bottle mouth to mouth was like an indirect kiss, which she couldn't accept. You can drink mine. Zuo Qian handed her water bottle to me. She could share it with Wang Min. I didn't reach out to take it, and you can imagine how grim my expression was at that moment. I chewed on the bitter, tough kudzu root, thinking to myself, don't come begging me later. I walked ahead in silence, with the 2 of them following behind me, neither of us saying a word. Fang Yuan, wait up. Zuo Qian called out from behind. I turned to look at her. This woman really had a lot on her mind. Wang Min needs to use the restroom, Zuo Qian explained. Wang Min stood beside her with a sour expression, clearly not wanting to acknowledge me. Just go if you need to. We're in the middle of nowhere, no one will see. I suspected they were both crazy, needing to report to me even for something like that. Both of them shot me a look, and I finally realized what was going on. They were trying to stop me from peeking, and they were also afraid I'd leave them behind. Who cares if you pee? I turned away with a cold expression and sat down on a nearby rock. I thought to myself, I'm not a pervert, am I going to do something like that? I'm not like you, with no shame. The whole school has seen you pee, Wang Min snorted, walking to a nearby patch of grass. In just a few hours, I had made up my mind to leave them behind over 180 times. Just as I was angrily cursing them in my mind, a scream came from the bushes. Fang Yuan, there's a snake. Zuo Qian, who was closest to Wang Min, noticed the situation first. Don't move, or it'll bite you. I hurried toward the bushes. If we encountered a venomous snake in the mountains, a single bite could be fatal. Wang Min was crouched in the grass, and the snake was coiling around her feet, hissing and flickering its tongue. Upon seeing the snake's appearance, I sighed in relief. It was just a common earth snake, thankfully non-venomous. Women have an innate fear of creatures without legs, and Wang Min was no exception. Her legs were trembling, and she dared not move an inch. Fang Yuan, get rid of it quickly. Wang Min's voice was trembling with fear. I had caught this type of earth snake a few times while fishing for crayfish before, so I had some experience with it. I slowly approached the grass, crouching down to calculate the distance between me and the snake. Fang Yuan, close your eyes and don't look. Wang Min was both ashamed and angry. I only then noticed that she was still crouching down, with her pants pulled down to her knees. Close your eyes and I can't catch it. Anyway, it's not poisonous. Let it bite you, then stand up yourself. I stood up and turned to leave. Damn it, I'm not afraid of getting a needle in my eye, and you're afraid of being seen. Chapter 58, Catching a Snake. Seeing that I really turned and walked away, Wang Min was so anxious that she burst into tears. Come back. Get it away from me. The snake had completely terrified her. I'm closing my eyes. I can't do it. Look, isn't that enough? Please, I beg you, get rid of it. Wang Min pleaded tearfully. This is such a hassle. I knelt down and slowly crept toward the snake. Once I was close enough, I suddenly pounced, grabbing the snake by the back of its neck to avoid being bitten. Wang Min must have been too nervous the moment I grabbed the snake. A thin stream of yellow liquid sprayed directly onto my face. Damn it. Before I could finish the word, the stream hit me right in the throat. I didn't drink a single drop of water from the kettle, and not a single drop of urine escaped. The taste? You can imagine hot and salty, just like the brine from my dad's pickled cucumbers. Just like the ads say, it's smooth on the lips and hits the throat in a single line. Ah! Wang Min's shriek nearly scared the snake in my hands half to death. Zuo Qian froze in place. Not just her, I was so shocked I forgot to dodge. Ugh. I leaned against the nearby rock, feeling like I could vomit bile. I suspected I was really incompatible with women. I'd never been this unlucky in my life. Fang Yuan, you bastard. Wang Min sat on the ground, burying her head in her arms, crying until she was hoarse. I tried to save you, and you don't even say thank you. You peed all over my face, and now I'm the asshole. Even a clay figure has its limits. If we weren't deep in the mountains, I'd have run away long ago, afraid they'd be left to rot in the wilderness. Wang Min, this really isn't Fang Yuan's fault. Zuo Qian walked over to Wang Min, hugging her gently to comfort her. Whoa, he must have seen everything. Wang Min cried so hard she could barely breathe. Cut it out. It's all in my eyes. What could I possibly see? Who cares about you? I was completely focused on the snake. I didn't have any other thoughts. I'm the victim here, why are you crying? I kept spitting, utterly disgusted. Hearing me say that, Wang Min's crying subsided slightly. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to tell anyone about this. She lifted her head and glared at me angrily. Are you crazy? Would I go around telling everyone about this? Wang Min's brain must have been eaten by zombies. How could she say such a stupid thing? Is this something to be proud of? Don't I have any dignity? Forget it, stop arguing. Let's get out of here. Our parents and teachers must be worried sick. Zuo Qian hurriedly spoke up. I snorted coldly, grabbed Wang Min's water bottle, and rinsed my mouth furiously. This time, she only glanced at me and didn't say another word. I didn't give her the water bottle back. With her spoiled princess temper, she wouldn't want it anyway. As dawn approached, we found a small stream and followed it downstream. Where there was water, there was food. We ate some river shrimp and crabs, and my stomach felt much better. Those two women, even with river shrimp to eat, were frowning as if they couldn't swallow it. We followed the stream for a long time, resting on rocks when we grew tired. After 2 days of walking, we finally emerged from the mountains and arrived at an unknown village. I quickly borrowed a landline from a villager and called the police station. The reason was simple, I didn't want to call home, but my family didn't have a phone. Soon, a police car arrived and took the three of us back. It was then that I learned the village was over 70 kilometers from our own. It was on the opposite side of several mountains. Over the 3 days, I felt my physical condition deteriorate significantly. The two women were disheveled and looked like mad women. We slept when we were tired and continued walking when we woke up. Our mental state was extremely poor. We ate raw river fish and wild fruits. I couldn't even remember how many times I had diarrhea, but if we didn't eat, we wouldn't have the strength to keep going. If it weren't for the determination in my heart, I might have died in the mountains. The police said they had searched the mountains for us for several days but couldn't find us. I never imagined it would take so long to get out of the mountains. Maybe if I had listened to Zuo Qian and waited in place, I might have returned long ago. But sitting around waiting for death has never been my principle. When faced with a problem, I think about solving it instead of waiting, because I don't trust others. Zuo Qian's parents were the first to arrive at the police station. When they saw the three of us in such a state, her mother immediately slapped me across the face, insisting that I had lured Zuo Qian into the mountains. Given her build, the slap was hard enough to leave my head spinning. Despite Zuo Qian's constant attempts to explain, her mother wouldn't let it go. 3 whole days, I had been holding back my anger. At that moment, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I took a running start, jumped up, and kicked her hard enough to send her flying to the ground. You old hag, you're left Qian's mother, not mine. My own father wouldn't even hit me. What gives you the right? I charged forward, ready to stomp on her face again. Most of the time, even when I'm angry, I try to control myself and hold back. But when I can't take it anymore, I don't hold back at all. If the police hadn't stopped me, I would given that old woman a good beating. The police knew the whole story and didn't approve of Left Qian's mother's brutal temperament. After all, she started it first, so defending myself was only natural. Since Zuo Qian's father is a town official, the police didn't press charges. With such a wife, he probably felt embarrassed. He said a few words and then dragged his wife and daughter away. Zuo Qian looked at me with an apologetic expression, but I turned away and ignored her. Wang Min's parents also arrived quickly. They were completely different from Left Qian's parents. Upon learning that I had gone to find Wang Min and brought her out of the mountains, they grabbed my hand and kept thanking me. They only have this one daughter, whom they spoil rotten. After what happened, they hadn't slept for 2 days and 3 nights. Seeing Wang Min's exhausted appearance, the family hugged each other tightly. The scene was incredibly heartwarming. My father isn't very good at expressing his feelings, so such a scene was unlikely to happen. I figured that when he arrived, he would only ask if I was hurt, if I was hungry, and then go home to cook me a good meal. He loves me deeply. I felt it deeply when I ran away from home that time. That's how he shows his love. But what I didn't expect was that the first person to come pick me up wasn't my dad, but Mr. Chen. As soon as she entered the police station and saw me covered in dirt, she immediately embraced me tightly. She held me so tightly that I could barely breathe. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you go alone to find Zuo Qian and the others. It's all my fault, all my fault. Miss Chen's tears streamed down her cheeks and landed on my lips. I bit my lip. Even the most beautiful woman's tears are salty. She held me tightly for a long time, refusing to let go, constantly apologizing to me. I noticed that her sleeves were covered in scratches from thorns. I'm sure these past 3 days haven't been any easier for her than they've been for me. Chapter 59, The Rainbow Spinning Top. I didn't blame Miss Chen. It was just an accident. I didn't want it to happen, and neither did she. These past 3 days must have been filled with anxiety and regret for her. I'm fine, I said, inhaling the scent of Miss Chen's perfume, and comforted her in return. Miss Chen was slender, and as I patted her back, it felt as though she was the one who had been wandering for 3 days, walking a long distance. Her back felt uneven to the touch. I curiously fiddled with the strap on her back, wondering why she had tied the elastic band there. So I pulled it hard, and it snapped with a loud snap, startling me. A few police officers nearby looked shocked, quickly turning their gaze away and pretending not to notice. Miss Chen, who had been clinging to me, stepped back several paces, raising her hand in a mix of shame and anger. I didn't know why she was angry, but I could tell she didn't like it. It must have hurt. I'd been hit by a rubber band before, and it felt like being whipped. But I hadn't even pulled hard just now. Miss Chen looked at me, biting her red lips. Perhaps seeing how disheveled I was, she didn't hold it against me. Just then, my father arrived at the police station. As I had expected, he didn't rush to ask questions. He only asked me if I was hungry. Looking at his swollen black eyes, I knew he hadn't slept a wink in days. The love he showed me was hard for others to understand, but I did. I happily followed him and said goodbye to Mr. Chen. As soon as I got home, I saw Liang Qiwen standing at my front door. When he saw me, he was overjoyed, as if he'd found money. I felt I was already in a mess, but to my surprise, Liang Qiwen was even dirtier than me, not much better off. His shoes were dirtier than mine, covered in mud, and there were a few strands of grass hanging from his hair. It turned out that over the past 3 days, Liang Qiwen had searched every mountain near the turtle hole. He hadn't even gone to school. Having such a friend truly made me feel fortunate. After dinner, I lay in bed and never felt my small bed was so comfortable. Compared to the rocks in the mountains, this was like a heavenly retreat. Why did you go off to the mountains with Zuo Qian and Wang Min? Liang Qiwen lay beside me, curiously asking. If you hadn't been so fixated on Xiaohan, would you have even noticed I was gone? I spat out a cold snort. Usually, Liang Qiwen and I are inseparable, but on that spring outing, he was chatting away with that Xiaohan and completely forgot about me. He had even said he wasn't in contact with Xiaohan anymore, but I have no idea when they started talking again. But seriously, did you do anything with Zuo Qian and Wang Min? 2 school beauties, deep in the mountains, spending 2 days and 3 nights together. Liang Qiwen looked at me with a lecherous grin. Ugh. Just hearing Wang Min's name made me feel sick to my stomach. A bunch of immature idiots who read a few novels and label any slightly attractive girl as a school beauty. School flower? More like a dog's tail flower. What's wrong with you? Liang Qiwen saw me feeling sick and hurried to pat my back. I'm warning you, don't ever mention Wang Min's name in front of me again. Ugh. That damn woman, if she weren't a woman, I'd kick her to death. It's not that bad, is it? Liang Qiwen looked at me in astonishment. Even if you don't like Wang Min, there's no need to react so strongly. I told you not to mention that woman's name again. I turned around and glared at Liang Qiwen. Thinking about what happened in the grass, I could still taste Wang Min's disgusting flavor in my mouth. Alright, I won't mention it. Ah, Fang Yuan, why do you still have a piece of wild yam root in your pocket? It's perfect for your godfather to dry and use. It's a valuable thing. Liang Qiwen looked at it like it was a treasure, holding it in his hands and examining it. This was wild ginseng root. When dried and steeped in water, it had quite good effects. If you like it, take it back and brew it yourself. I can't stand the smell right now. For the past 3 days, I've been surviving on ginseng root and river shrimp. Just the smell of it makes my stomach churn. Liang Qiwen was also exhausted, but he still didn't stay overnight at my place. As soon as I fell asleep, he left. I slept straight through until noon, ate lunch at home, and then lazily went to school. I'm sure Mr. Chen won't blame me for skipping class after something like this happened. As soon as I entered the classroom, several classmates bombarded me with questions about my experiences over the past few days, but I only gave them brief, vague answers. There wasn't much to say. It was just a lot of hiking and climbing, with no thrilling wilderness escapes or dangerous encounters. Fang Yuan, someone's looking for you, a classmate at the door called out to me. I went out and saw it was Wang Min. What are you doing here? I asked, furrowing my brows. If I could, I'd never want to see her again in my life. Thank you for that day. Here, this is for you. She handed me a bottle of Wangzi milk with a cold expression, as if she didn't want to acknowledge me but couldn't help but do so. I don't drink your stuff. I've had enough already. I shot her a disdainful glance. What do you mean? She snapped, glaring at me angrily. Ugh. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly felt a wave of nausea and couldn't hold it back, vomiting right there. 3 days of jungle life had left my stomach empty, and after eating a heavy meal last night and at noon, consuming too much fat had caused the nausea. Seeing me vomit, Wang Min's face turned red, and tears welled up in her eyes. She ran away while wiping her tears. Watching her leave, I couldn't help but think this woman was utterly unpredictable. She came without reason and left in an equally mysterious manner. So women are really troublesome, you never know what they're thinking. I didn't bother to guess. I vomited until I was dizzy in the corner, making sure to clean up afterward. After all, I'm a model student who cares about hygiene. A few classmates envied me for having the chance to be alone with Zuo Qian and Wang Min. I really wondered if they had something wrong with their brains. Envying something like that? If it weren't for Mr. Chen calling me over that day, I wouldn't have cared if they lived or died. I'm not some damn saint. I'll help out with small favors, but something that almost cost me my life? I'll stay as far away as possible from now on. I avoided like the plague. Those who risk their lives to attract the attention of the opposite sex don't need to defend themselves. They're nothing but colorful spinning tops, glowing brightly as they spin. Especially big and especially stupid ones. Chapter 60, 50 Squats. The only good thing that came out of this was that Ms. Chen gave me 3 days off, so I didn't have to go to her house for tutoring. I hadn't breathed free air in ages. As soon as school let out, I dragged Liang Qiwen to the snack shop to munch on spicy snacks. There was a new flavor called stinky tofu, which was delicious, with a fragrant aroma. I had no idea how it was made, but it was both numbing and spicy. After eating a lot of snacks, I realized that spicy noodles were the tastiest. I ate several bags in a row, and the spiciness made me keep spitting out saliva. I had to buy 2 more bags of Snowball, one for each of us, and we walked home while slurping them down. Tomorrow's Saturday. Want to go pick tea? Liang Qiwen stuck out his tongue, clearly feeling the heat. There are many tea trees on the back mountain of the village, and helping the tea farmers pick tea earns some money. If Liang Qiwen weren't underage, I'm sure he'd already be working on a construction site to earn money. This guy never misses an opportunity to make a buck. I have no idea where he heard about these money-making schemes. It's pitiful how he earns a little money and still enjoys it so much. How much do you make a day? I asked, slurping on my Snowball. It's paid by weight, 1 yuan per liang. Liang Qiwen replied. 1 yuan per catty means 10 yuan per pound. Tea leaves are as light as chicken feathers. Someone who doesn't know how to pick them properly might only manage 2 pounds in a day, which is already considered decent. I'm not going, I shook my head. Working under the blazing sun all day for less than $20 isn't worth it. Liang Qiwen didn't pressure me. He was determined to go. It was better than picking up scrap metal, and besides, that construction site was almost finished, and there wasn't much left for him to pick up. Hey, is there anyone watching you when you pick tea? I pulled Liang Qiwen's sleeve and asked. No one watches. Once you're done, you go to the tea farmer to weigh it, then they pay you. Liang Qiwen explained. Then I'll go tomorrow too. Come to my house to wake me up. Hearing him say that, I thought maybe this could work. As I passed by the small forest behind the school, I saw Zhang Ying, that woman, bullying a classmate again. I hadn't forgotten about the time she had asked Zhang Tao to bully me. I'm the kind of person who holds a grudge. Not just recent things, but even something that happened long ago, like when I ran away from home. If I found out who told my dad, I'd definitely beat them up. Zhang Ying and her companions had surrounded a girl. The scene was exactly the same as the first time I saw Zhang Ying. She was still so arrogant, cursing at the girl and slapping her face repeatedly. Hey, hey, hey. This time, I didn't turn a blind eye. I walked straight over and blocked Zhang Ying's hand. You girls, did your parents die and leave you with no one to teach you how to behave? Do you think bullying others is fun? I pointed at Zhang Ying and her friends and shouted. Fang Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. Zhang Ying looked at me warily. The fight at the school gate had shattered the facade of the paper tigers, and now these petty thugs avoided me like the plague. How ruthless I was that day, that's how terrified they were of me. That's not how it works. If you bully others, you have to accept being bullied yourself. If you can hit her, I can hit you. Being polite before getting tough was my only virtue. Are you even a man? You hit women? Zhang Ying took a step back, clearly intimidated by me. You're not a woman in my eyes, you're an enemy. Don't you remember telling Zhang Tao to deal with me? I raised my hand, and she instinctively raised hers to block it. I didn't hit her, I just elegantly adjusted my stylish side-swept bangs. My father is a police officer. If you hit me, he'll arrest you. Zhang Ying swallowed nervously. Her father's status was her only source of strength. If I wanted to, I could beat you 3 times a day. Do you believe me? With what you've done, you'd be the first one arrested. You act like a female thug all day, thinking you're cool? With 6 or 7 ear piercings on one ear. I wouldn't dare to spoil Zhang Ying. Her father wasn't a good person either. He must have issues to raise such a daughter. You dare. She raised her head and glared at me. After all, in front of her friends, she had to save face. But her eyes and subtle expressions told me she was afraid of me. I'll count to 3. Take those earrings out, or I'll throw you into the river. I didn't argue with her, I said it coldly. 3. 2. When I reached 2, she was clearly panicking. Given the brutality with which I had interrupted Zheng Tao's henchman, she couldn't be sure if I would really throw her into the river. She dared not take the risk. I didn't rush to shout 1 because she was already taking out her earrings. My goal wasn't to throw her into the river, but to give her a test of obedience. Once she surrendered from the heart, it would be hard to resist the wind. All that psychology I've been studying hasn't been for nothing. Bullying classmates for no reason? I think you're just bored. Do 50 squats before you leave. I looked at Zhang Ying with satisfaction. I wouldn't bully her otherwise. What would make me any different from trash like Zhang Tao? If I ever catch you bullying someone again, add 50 more each time. I don't hit women, but I won't let her off that easily. Zhang Ying glared at me with hatred, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. She wasn't truly remorseful, she just felt humiliated in front of her peers for being challenged by me. 3, 2. I stared at her, my gaze growing increasingly menacing, constantly increasing the psychological pressure on her. Under my watchful eye, Zhang Ying willingly did some squats. Hey, I didn't say that about you, did I? 50 squats, you can't leave until you're done. I pointed at Zhang Ying's companions. These people, not a single one of them was any good. Seeing that Zhang Ying dared not resist, they all obediently started doing squats. I sipped my snowball while counting for them, letting one go after each set. Zhang Ying looked fierce, but she was actually the weakest. She was the last to finish, and as she left, she glared at me with a fierce look. I didn't bother with her. This kind of little tough girl was all bark and no bite. She posed no threat to me. Now, anyone who dared to mess with me would have to think twice, especially with Zheng Tao's fate hanging over them. Thank you, the bullied girl timidly approached me. That faded white shirt looked familiar. What is your name? Su Wenqin, right? I looked at the girl. She was the one who had been bullied by Zhang Ying's group last time. Yes. She lowered her head, timid and shy. Every time I saw her, she had that downtrodden expression. Thank you for helping me, Su Wenqin said in a very soft voice, so quiet that someone with poor hearing might not have heard her. I didn't help you, and I won't help you. People have to rely on themselves. Don't think I'm only punishing them. You're the same. Do 50 squats before you leave. I looked at Su Wenqin's delicate features, feeling no pity for her. She looked at me in surprise but dared not resist. I have all the time in the world. You can stand there until midnight, but you won't leave until you finish those 50 squats. It's your personality that keeps you getting bullied by Zhang Ying. Your cowardice only fuels their arrogance. This isn't victim blaming, but sometimes not fighting back is no different from being their accomplice. Chapter 61, Tea Picking. Su Wenqin had a weak constitution. After doing 20 squats, she couldn't even stand up, weaker than Lin Daiyu. I didn't urge her or let her leave, I waited until she finished. Many students gathered around to watch the spectacle. These people didn't care about the reason behind it as long as it didn't involve them, they became spectators. Since no one was stopping the bullying, I would take care of it. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Liang Qiwen rushed to my house to wake me up. At that hour, even my father was still asleep, and breakfast hadn't been prepared yet. This guy was desperate to make money. My dad knew we were going to the mountains to pick tea today, and he never opposed such things. So he bought some buns and fried dough sticks on the street for us to take with us. I followed Liang Qiwen for several miles until we reached the tea garden on the back mountain. The tea plants were everywhere, too numerous to count. Liang Qiwen took out 2 plastic bags and started working. At this time of year, you only pick the tips of the leaves. I don't know how to taste tea, but I know that the younger the leaves, the more fragrant the tea will be. This tea is unique to our area, and many people love it. A pound can sell for over 300 yuan. Liang Qiwen was very skilled at this work, and his picking speed was far beyond mine. I felt like a complete failure. I couldn't study, and I couldn't work either. I'm also particularly arrogant and unambitious, not even bothering with jobs that pay 10 or 20 a day. Under the blazing sun, I was already drenched in sweat by noon, but Liang Qiwen was still working tirelessly in the tea garden, as if he wasn't even tired. Tea picking is extremely monotonous work. The mechanical nature of the task makes it utterly devoid of any enjoyment. So I found a shady spot and picked tea while daydreaming. Liang Qiwen didn't stop for a moment. By evening, his bag was full to the brim, while mine was only half full. Let's go weigh it. I think I've got 4 or 5 pounds, Liang Qiwen said, pulling his bag toward me as the sky grew dark. Raw tea has a high moisture content and hasn't been roasted yet. According to the ratio, 4 pounds of raw tea can only be roasted into about 1 pound of finished product. Wait, what? Come with me. I grabbed Liang Qiwen and started walking in the opposite direction. Where are we going? We should go to the tea farmers to weigh it, that's how we'll get paid. Liang Qiwen was getting anxious. Those 4 or 5 pounds of raw tea could fetch $40 or $50. Just follow me. Don't ask questions. I carried the bag, bypassed the tea farmers' homes, and dragged Liang Qiwen back home. We fetched 2 buckets of well water, took a cold shower, and the fatigue from the day vanished. Light the fire, I said to Liang Qiwen, pointing at the stove. 4 pounds of raw tea, when processed into finished product, could sell for over 300 yuan, but selling it to the tea farmers only fetched 40 yuan. The difference was more than 7 times the price. Moreover, the tea I picked today barely amounted to 2 pounds, fetching only a few dozen dollars. Selling it to them would be a disservice to all the sweat I poured out during the day. You want to roast the tea yourself? Liang Qiwen asked in surprise. 7 times the profit? Why should they get it? I rolled up my sleeves and carefully wiped the stove. That's tea they grew themselves. Liang Qiwen didn't understand my motivation. He saw himself as just a laborer responsible for picking tea leaves, earning money for his physical labor, not the value of the tea itself. Picking the tea leaves and then roasting them yourself is no different from stealing. This guy who spends his days stealing peaches and watermelons from the mountains is now lecturing me on morality. Nonsense. The back mountain is our village's public resource. Since he has contracted it, the villagers should get a share of the profits. Those miners and coal diggers haven't given us a single penny over the years. They all split it with the village chief. That mountain isn't theirs, it belongs to every villager. I shot Liang Qiwen a disdainful glance. I took this tea with a clear conscience, and I did it because I believed it was right. Taking back what SR's isn't stealing. The village chief and those tea farmers have made a fortune, treating public resources as private property. If I had any real power, I'd make them pay for it. From the very beginning, I never intended to sell the tea leaves to the farmers. Every extra penny they earned meant deeper exploitation of us. Liang Qiwen was speechless, silently adding firewood to the stove. But Fang Yuan, can you even roast tea? Liang Qiwen asked. I don't know how to roast tea. I've never even touched it in my life. Of course you can. Just make sure you control the heat properly and don't make it too high. I puffed myself up and forced a smile. Tea roasting is indeed a skilled craft, even harder than cooking. Even for a novice like me, achieving even heat distribution is challenging. Fang Yuan, it smells burnt. Liang Qiwen asked, craning his neck. At that moment, I was already drenched in sweat. His question made me panic. Some of the tea in the pan was still crispy, while others were already burnt and yellow. This batch wasn't even finished yet and had already turned into a half-finished product. It's all your fault for turning the heat too high. I immediately shifted the blame onto Liang Qiwen. No way, Fang Yuan, you always blame others. Liang Qiwen's face was as dark as the pot. Fortunately, Liang Qiwen's bag of tea hadn't fallen into the pot. This half-finished batch was mine. I quickly stirred the tea leaves, though they were a bit overcooked, the fresh aroma of the tea was still clearly detectable. It should be drinkable. Just then, my dad came back with a hoe on his shoulder. He sniffed the air and knew exactly what we were doing. Where did you get the tea? My dad put down the hoe and asked, looking at the plate of burnt tea leaves in my hands. Oh, I saw some wild tea leaves on the mountain today, so I picked some. I didn't dare tell my dad the truth. He was a man who didn't like to take advantage of others, and even the excuse I gave him didn't sway his stubbornness. You can't fry tea like that, it's all burnt. Why didn't you wait for me to come back? My father pinched the tea leaves between his fingers, looking deeply regretful. At this time of year, the tea leaves are tender buds, the best kind. Seeing so many good leaves wasted, how could my father not feel regret? Dad, can you fry tea? I asked in surprise. Seeing my father nod, I quickly brought out Liang Qiwen's large bag of raw tea. So much. This tea looks really good. My father took the tea, raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked surprised. These are picked by Liang Qiwen. Dad, could you help me roast them? I pulled my father to the stove. My dad really knew his stuff when it came to roasting tea. The tea he roasted was incredibly fragrant, with no hint of bitterness, and smelled amazing, a world apart from my own work. After roasting the entire bag of raw tea, we ended up with just over a pound of finished product. I packed the tea into a bag and handed it to Liang Qiwen. Take this tea to your uncle. It'll cover this month's rent. This tea was picked by Liang Qiwen, so I wouldn't dare keep it for myself. This bag of tea could easily fetch $300 or $400 at the market, more than enough to cover a month's rent. This way, Liang Qiwen wouldn't have to worry about money every day. His uncle is really a despicable person. At least they're related by blood, yet he still demands rent every month. He has no humanity. Chapter 62, The Vicious Dog. Liang Qiwen insisted on giving some to my father, but my father wouldn't accept his things. I pinched a handful of tea leaves, brewed a cup of tea, and let Liang Qiwen take it back. My dad also feels sorry for him. He offered to let him stay at our house, but Liang Qiwen refused, even when my dad offered him money. He felt guilty enough about eating at our house every day, and besides, he could earn his own money. Dad, this tea is a bit burnt, but it's still drinkable. After Liang Qiwen left, I brewed a cup of tea I had roasted myself. Though it was a bit bitter and burnt, it was still passable. My father also loves tea, but the tea he drinks is very cheap. The leaves are as big as tree leaves, probably not as good as the tea I roasted. The line isn't great, the raw material is good. Put it on the tea table. I didn't expect to be able to drink tea you gave me. My father looked at the bag of tea with a sense of satisfaction. That bag of tea contained the filial piety of his children. What parent wouldn't appreciate that? I'll give it to you, but I can't just give it away for free, right, Dad? Your son worked hard all day today. Don't you think so? I fidgeted with my fingers, the meaning already clear. Hey, you little rascal, you're running the business right under your dad's nose. How much should I pay for the tea? My father reluctantly reached into his pocket. I won't ask for much. This half-pound of tea just give me $50 as a token of appreciation. I thick-skinnedly smiled and flattered him. This tea is already roasted like this, and you want 50? 30 at most. My dad immediately started haggling. Add a little more. Look at my arms, they're sunburned and peeling. I pointed to my sunburned arms to evoke sympathy. After some persistent haggling, the bag of tea was finally sold for 40 yuan. I happily took the 40 yuan, ran back to my room, and put it into my savings box. After all my efforts, I had saved over 600 yuan. The 1,000 yuan Zhang Tao's father had given me earlier had been spent on many psychology books. Saving money is my greatest hobby. I love looking at the colorful bills and counting them every day. Tomorrow is my birthday, so I decided to treat myself to 2 packets of instant noodles in different flavors, 2 sausages, and a small bottle of cola. Don't let the money fool you. I have strict standards when it comes to spending. Instant noodles are a luxury for me. Liang Qiwen and I usually just snack on spicy noodles and drink 1-cent snowball drinks. Why buy instant noodles in a bucket instead of a packet? Because bucket-style noodles are more upscale and stylish. I've seen others eat them before and have always wanted to try, so I waited until my birthday to finally treat myself. 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 slices of ham, and a bottle of Coke. It cost me 9 yuan. Just think about it, a bowl of stir-fried noodles only costs 4 yuan. How extravagant is that? Just as I finished shopping and was about to go home, the big yellow dog at the village entrance suddenly lunged at me. When I was in 6th grade, it bit me once. It belonged to Lai Laosan's family. Several children in the village had been bitten by it. Lai Laosan, just like his surname, was a complete bully. Relying on his connection with the village chief, he bullied others on a daily basis. His dog was even more aggressive than other dogs. Many people had told him to tie up his dog, but he refused. When he saw the dog scaring the children, he would clap his hands and laugh. I tried to bend down to pick up a stone to scare it, but it charged at me too quickly. I was so scared that I could only throw whatever I had in my hands at it. That damn dog had set its sights on my sausage. When I threw the sausage away, it stopped chasing me. It's just like a human being. I watched from a distance as it tore into the sausage, eating it with such relish that I was seething with anger. It even tore open my bucket of noodles. I had finally splurged on some good food to treat myself for my birthday, only to end up feeding a stray dog. After finishing the sausage, it turned around and glared at me menacingly, barking non-stop. Eating my food, blocking my way home, forcing me to take a detour. This dog is completely out of control. When I got home, I was so angry that I went out to find Liang Qiwen to discuss a plan. We have to get rid of this dog. I couldn't bear the anger. I don't even remember how I got to Liang Qiwen's house. All I remember is that I was shaking with anger. Liang Qiwen didn't say a word after hearing my story. He grabbed 2 sticks and a rope, then followed me out the door. We bought a few more sausages at the convenience store as bait, and under the cover of night, Liang Qiwen and I rushed to Lai Laosan's house and threw the sausages at the dog's feet. It was eating eagerly, and I slowly lured it to the village entrance. Just then, Liang Qiwen tied the rope around the dog's neck, pulled it back with all his strength, and the dog was hanging from the tree. I raised the stick and struck its head repeatedly until the stick broke. Liang Qiwen said the dog had to be hanged to death. Beating it with a stick wouldn't kill it, so that's why we came up with this plan. Thinking about how the dog had bullied children, especially me, made me seethe with anger. Only when it was dead beyond any doubt did we lower the dog to the ground. We then dragged the dog to the back of the mountain and buried it in a sack. On the way home, I was still regretting the 2 buckets of instant noodles and sausages. Burying the dog seems a bit of a waste. Liang Qiwen glanced back at me. Our eyes met, and I instantly understood what he meant. I'll go home and get a knife and some seasoning. You go to the vegetable garden and pick some chili peppers and scallions. We divided the tasks, and I dashed home, grabbed the tools, and headed straight for the back mountain. Liang Qiwen picked a bunch of chili peppers, chopped them finely, and mixed them with garlic paste, filling a small bowl. We dug the dog out of the ground again. Liang Qiwen handled the cleaning, while I took care of the seasoning and starting the fire. We used a few flat stones to build a makeshift stove on the hillside. Liang Qiwen skewered the dog meat and made a grill. We used whatever we could find to quickly set up a barbecue station in the darkness. There was plenty of dry wood on the mountain, so we didn't have to worry about fuel. The dog meat sizzled on the grill, filling the air with an enticing aroma. I used radish roots as a brush to apply the seasoning layer by layer onto the dog meat. The flavor was simply amazing. One word: delicious. After grilling for a long time, Liang Qiwen and I each grabbed a dog leg and devoured it, our mouths dripping with grease. The dog meat was truly delicious, fatty yet not greasy. With each bite, the meat was tender and springy, instantly satisfying my cravings. You always scold me, so I'll just give you a physical lesson, I said, chewing on the dog meat, feeling utterly satisfied. There was no sense of guilt. This dog deserved to die for the village's sake. Who knows how many children it had bitten. I didn't get to eat my birthday instant noodles, but I did get to enjoy a feast of dog meat. After eating our fill, I dug a big hole with Liang Qiwen and disposed of the body. That arrogant, vicious dog could no longer bark menacingly at me. Chapter 63, discovered by Mr. Chen. I finally understood why I could hang out with Liang Qiwen. Because he could do bad things with me. I don't need someone telling me what I can or can't do. What I need is a companion to brave the world with me. The next morning, Liang Qiwen arrived at my house early and, for the first time ever, offered to treat me to fried noodles. This stingy guy actually offered to treat me? I had to give him the courtesy. As we passed the village entrance, I saw Lai Laosen frantically searching for De Huang. Keep looking, you'll never find that hole on the back mountain. He doesn't know how to take care of his dog, so don't blame me for not being kind to dogs. Liang Qiwen and I exchanged a glance, and the corners of our mouths couldn't help but curl upward. Are we still going to pick tea today? After finishing the stir-fried noodles, Liang Qiwen seemed to have tasted success and wanted to make another quick buck. Pick what? There is too much tea anyway, and we can't sell it. If the contractors find out, they'll cause trouble for us. I shook my head repeatedly. This kind of thing shouldn't be done often, otherwise, trouble would eventually come knocking. Things that can't be sold for money are pointless to do, and besides, I can't keep lying to my dad that it's wild tea. There is no way there is that much wild tea. Sigh, the construction site in town is finished too. Liang Qiwen sighed. Losing his source of income made his life even tougher. Finished is good. That scrap collector always cheats on the weight. I thought a $10 job for a night wasn't worth it. Better than nothing. Little by little, it adds up. Liang Qiwen said, belching. The effort doesn't match the reward. That's not how you make money. Even if Liang Qiwen could sell scrap metal for 50 yuan a night, I wouldn't say that. $10 for a night's work, the effort isn't any less than a day laborers, and they make 80 a day. You have to endure the hardships. Hey. I quickly stopped Liang Qiwen from continuing. Do you really believe that last part? Are you out of your mind? Look at the village chief, has he ever suffered? Don't believe that kind of self-comforting nonsense. My father suffered his whole life, and all he ended up doing was farming at home. What kind of person you become has nothing to do with whether you suffer or not. Take Zuo Qian, for example. She wants to be an architect. Her parents can provide her with opportunities, and she can study hard on her own. She can achieve her dreams without having to endure hardships. Look at me, I'm not good at studying, and my family can't afford it. Even if I spend my days following Liang Qiwen around picking up rebar, I'll never become someone better off. We want to become successful, so we should just choose the path that avoids hardship. Got it? At least effort and labor should be proportional. Who wants to eat that kind of pie? Real life isn't a game where you can accumulate energy and unleash a powerful move when you're full. There is no energy bar above your head. No matter how much suffering you endure, you can't change the course of your destiny. I've accepted my fate. I accept my mediocrity and live day by day. Fang Yuan, you're a man without ideals, Liang Qiwen said, rubbing his belly. Hey, I'm actually being looked down on by this guy. If you want to have aspirations, you should study hard. That's the only way to advance. If you can't endure the hardships of studying, how can you endure the hardships of life? I scoffed at this. A poor student should have the mindset of a poor student. No rush. You can try harder in 9th grade. First, save some money. Otherwise, my uncle will send me away. Liang Qiwen's situation was different from mine. My father loved me unconditionally, but Liang Qiwen was dependent on others. Most of the time, he needed to earn money and fill his stomach. I dismissed his words as nonsense. What good would trying harder in 9th grade do? Was school that easy to pass? Under the intensive tutoring of Jiang teacher and Shen teacher, I barely passed. At best, I could get into high school. As for college, that was out of the question. I wanted to help Liang Qiwen, but my abilities were limited. After all, we were still middle school students, and no one would hire us for work. Go pick tea these days and just weigh it and sell it honestly. This was Liang Qiwen's only source of income, so I naturally wouldn't stop him. But stealing tea was out of the question. He works quickly and can earn 40 or 50 yuan a day. Though not much, it's acceptable. Unlike me, picking tea only earns me 20 yuan at most. After chatting for a while, Liang Qiwen went to the back mountain to pick tea. I didn't go because I couldn't accept working under the sun all day for just 20 yuan. It's like going to a construction site to pick up rebar. I occasionally accompany Liang Qiwen, but I don't go every day. I prefer to earn money in an easier way. On the way home, I saw someone selling hats and decided to buy one for Liang Qiwan so he wouldn't get sunburned while picking tea. The summer sun is really more ruthless than a stepmother. Fang Yuan. Just as I was picking out a hat, I heard someone calling my name. I turned around and saw it was Miss Chen. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. She smiled at me. Hello, Miss Chen. Goodbye, Miss Chen. I picked up the straw hat, paid for it, and was about to leave in a hurry. Hey. Miss Chen grabbed my hand, looking displeased. Did you see that your teacher was unhappy? She asked. I'm not happy at all. How could I be happy seeing you on the weekend? If she starts asking questions and giving extra lessons later, how am I supposed to have fun? Today is my birthday, after all. I don't want to have nightmares tonight. But facing Miss Chen, I dared not speak my mind. Happy? Of course I'm happy to see the teacher, I replied with a forced smile. Since you're so happy, why don't you accompany me shopping today? That way, you can see me all the time and stay happy. Miss Chen said with a wink. Actually, there's no need to be so happy. I took a step back. My fear of teachers made me want to stay away from her. What did you say? Miss Chen raised her eyebrows and asked. She seemed very dissatisfied with my answer. Nothing. Miss Chen, I'm not trying to avoid you. It's just that Big Yellow, my best friend, is missing from the village entrance, and I'm going to look for him. Lai Laosan had been shouting for Big Yellow with a megaphone at the village entrance since early morning. Miss Chen's house was nearby, so she must have heard it too. It was the perfect excuse. Really? Miss Chen looked at me skeptically. Really, I swear. I'm really close with Big Yellow. Every time I walk past the village entrance, he greets me and plays chase with me. Now that he has gone, how could I possibly go shopping? I pounded my chest, looking utterly heartbroken. Alright, then go ahead. Mr. Chen nodded, looking very understanding. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I'll go now. I turned around, wanting to run away as fast as I could. This Mr. Chen was way easier to fool than my mom. Oh, and remember to look around the back mountain. There are a lot of pits there, maybe Big Yellow is there. Mr. Chen's voice echoed from behind me, sending chills down my spine. I turned around in surprise to look at her, but she was still smiling sweetly. Miss Chen, what do you mean by that? I swallowed nervously, asking with a guilty conscience. You know, I'll keep your secret forever. Miss Chen leaned in close and whispered softly. Chapter 64, Shopping. Miss Chen had seen what Liang Qiwan and I did. Otherwise, how could she have said that? Mr. Chen, I don't quite understand what you're saying. I pretended to be confused. Alright, if you don't understand, never mind. I'll go tell Lai Laosan. Miss Chen wasn't one to spoil me. She turned and started walking out. Miss Chen, don't go. The weather is so nice today, let me accompany you for a stroll on the street. Seeing her about to leave, I hurriedly stopped her. Oomph, you little brat, she glanced at me and snorted coldly. Then she hung her bag around my neck. She didn't treat me like an outsider, nor did she treat me like a person. Miss Chen wasn't as composed as Miss Jiang. Sometimes she could be quite sentimental. Our relationship was more like that of an older sister and younger brother. Of course, most of the time, I felt more like a servant, as she always had me running errands for her. There's a bustling street in town where people often come to stroll around. Both sides of the street have food stalls and clothing stores. Does this dress look nice? Miss Chen picked up a floral dress and asked me. I have no idea about such things. You look good in anything, I replied ambiguously, but I wasn't lying. She truly looked beautiful in everything she wore. That sounds like something a person would say. Miss Chen nodded approvingly. How much is this dress? She clearly liked it too. 140. The shopkeeper replied. I noticed Miss Chen furrowing her brows slightly. The price of the dress was probably beyond her budget. She looked left and right, hesitating. Can you make it cheaper? This dress is really not expensive at 140. Look at the fabric and the craftsmanship. The cost alone is over 100. I don't make much profit on it. The shop owner shook his head, looking quite reluctant. If you really like it, I'll let you have it for 130. Please support my business in the future. The shop owner took out a bag. He had been doing business here every day and could tell that Miss Chen truly loved the dress. Miss Chen hesitated for a moment before reaching for her bag to pay. I flung my neck back, sending my bag swinging behind me. Who haggles over the price of something they're buying? Isn't that just asking to be taken advantage of? How expensive could things be in a small town? A worn-out dress for 130 yuan? 40, and I'll wrap it up for you. I grabbed Mr. Chen's hand and said to the shop owner. You're such a kid. $40 can buy such a nice skirt? That's not even enough to cover the cost price. The shop owner waved his hands repeatedly, showing no willingness to negotiate. If you want to sell it, that is fine. There are other stores around. Let us go, sister. I pulled Miss Chen toward the exit. That shopkeeper's acting was nothing special in front of me. Seeing us about to leave, the shop owner hurriedly called out, I'll sell it to you for 180. 70. He kept lowering the price, but I didn't stop. Ms. Chen's movements paused slightly at this price. She seemed willing to accept it. After all, it was a rare-finded dress she liked and she didn't want to miss out. Sensing her thoughts, I pulled her forcefully toward the exit. Final price, 50. This is the lowest I can go. Upon hearing the price, Ms. Chen immediately agreed, happily reaching into the bag on my back, pulling out $50, and handing it to the shop owner. Your brother sure knows how to haggle, the shop owner said to Ms. Chen while packing the dress. Today, if it weren't for me, he would have made a fortune. Earlier, he had seen Ms. Chen about to pay, but I had pulled her back. That's right, he's so shrewd, Mr. Chen patted my head proudly. It's not that I'm shrewd. Who would ask the shopkeeper to lower the price like she did, timidly asking if it could be cheaper? Once those words are out, everyone knows you're an easy target. Haggling, especially when buying clothes, is like using a Qinglong Yenues or just cut straight to the deal. $40 is already too much. Fang Yuan, you're really great. You saved me 80 yuan. Mr. Chen held the bag, smiling broadly. Here's a reward, a candy-coated hawthorn on a stick. She didn't even ask if I liked it, she just bought one and shoved it into my hands. Later, when I buy something, help me haggle. Ms. Chen was in a particularly good mood today, dragging me here and there, buying quite a few things. I wonder which unlucky guy will end up marrying this spendthrift woman. This set of sportswear suits you well. Ms. Chen held up a blue and white sportswear set and tried it on me. What's suitable about it? White gets dirty easily. I waved my hands. I rarely wear white clothes, they're not durable and don't suit my active personality. But it looks good on you. Try it on. She impatiently pushed me into the fitting room. When I stepped out in the outfit, Ms. Chen's eyes lit up and she couldn't stop making admiring sounds. Clothes really do make the man, Fang Yuan. I never would have guessed you were such a handsome young man. I rarely heard such praise from Ms. Chen. She was very beautiful, but her eyes weren't the best. Everyone knows that only 3 people can represent Asian beauty. Lian Lai and Chao Yun Fat are already old, and now I'm the only one left holding out the torch. I wonder how much longer I can keep it up. After being praised by Ms. Chen, I actually started to think the tracksuit looked pretty good. But I didn't bring any money. Just this one. The boss will wrap it up. Ms. Chen didn't hesitate and insisted on buying the clothes for me. I kept waving my hands, refusing to take it. I can't accept others' gifts, that's what my father has always taught me. You call me sister, so buying your brother a new outfit is only natural. Besides, you saved me a lot of money today. Ms. Chen didn't care at all whether I refused or not, she never even listened to my opinion. She wrapped the clothes and shoved them into my arms, ignoring everything I said. After shopping all morning, Ms. Chen finally left the village reluctantly. She shattered my preconceived notions about teachers. Before, I thought every teacher was as strict as Ms. Jiang, never smiling, and always following the rules to the letter. Ms. Chen is different. She is more like an ordinary person, she cries, she laughs, and being around her doesn't feel stiff. As long as she stops her habit of asking questions at the drop of a hat, she is great. Why don't you have lunch at my house? My mom mentioned you yesterday and said you shouldn't fall behind in your studies. I can help you catch up this afternoon. As we approached Ms. Chen's house, she suddenly said this. I was so startled that I quickly shoved my bag into her hands and ran off without looking back. She only gave me 3 days off, and her craving for tutoring has struck again. It's more frequent than a drug addiction. Chapter 65, Bravely Rescuing a Drowning Dog. The fear of knowledge sent my adrenaline skyrocketing. I even briefly doubted whether I was running faster than an Olympic champion. Panting heavily, I ran back home, but my dad hadn't returned from work yet. I had to cook my own lunch. At home, eating a meal was simple: slice some cucumber, munch on a tomato, and call it a meal. I pouted, thinking my dad had forgotten my birthday, feeling a bit disappointed. But when I saw the cake in his room, I couldn't help but smile. After filling my stomach, I grabbed a piece of nylon string and a basket and headed out. On special days, I deserve a special dinner. There are many wild ponds in the suburbs, and this season is abundant with crayfish, especially the large red ones, referring to those with black and red bodies, whose meat is firm and much tastier than ordinary small crayfish. Passing by the fields, I caught a frog, peeled off its skin, and used it as the best bait. If I could catch a local snake, it would be a bountiful day. Compared to frog meat, snake meat is even better. Often, as soon as you put the bait in the water, you can catch a few crayfish. Since it's the weekend, I'm not the only one here to catch crayfish. By the time I arrived, there were already many people fishing by the pond. The good spots were already taken, so I had to find a random spot. Fang Yuan, you're here to catch lobsters too, a voice called out from behind me. I turned around and saw it was Zhou Huan. Since we started middle school, he's been in class 1 and I've been in class 4, so we don't usually cross paths. Can I borrow your lobster trap? I'll give it back later, Zhou Huan said, glancing at the basket I was using to catch lobsters. This guy came empty-handed, not even bringing any bait. Is catching a frog that hard? Reluctantly, I picked out a skinny lobster and handed it to Zhou Huan. He peeled off the lobster meat, tied it to a string, and started fishing. This is really weird. The two of us were sitting together, and the lobster's eyes seemed to be covered by Nia Xiaoqian. It didn't eat the tasty frog meat but instead ate its own kind. Before long, Zhou Huan had caught more lobsters than me. I started before him and used better bait, yet I didn't catch as many as him. This made me so angry that I immediately moved to another spot. I really doubt this guy is human. He is smart, popular, sings well, and even beats me at card games. Now he is catching more lobsters than me. You need to move the bait up and down to attract the lobster's attention, that's how they bite. Just as I switched spots, Zhou Huan ran over to me again. I suppressed my jealousy and listened to his constant chatter. Are you done yet? Do I really need you to teach me? I've been catching lobsters on my own since 5th grade. I'm experienced enough to need his guidance? I don't know why, but I just don't like these academically gifted people. Maybe that's just the gap between the underachievers and the top students. No, it's just small talk. Want some water? I just bought 2 bottles of Coke here, have one. Zhou Huan paused for a moment, didn't he get angry at all, and handed me a bottle of soda. The sun was so intense, I was already parched. There wasn't even a stream around to drink from. Looking at the soda he was offering, I hesitated. As the saying goes, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. Take it. It's so hot out. Seeing my hesitation, he shoved the soda into my hand. I'll go check across the street. Maybe there are more lobsters over there. After saying that, he left with his basket. He probably noticed I didn't want to talk to him and left on his own. This whole situation left me feeling a bit uneasy and guilty. But who cares? I opened the Coke and took a big gulp. This soda, the first sip is the best, but it's not cold, which is a bit of a flaw. I tried using Zhou Huan's method of moving the bait up and down, and it was indeed much more efficient than before. Zhou Huan was sitting alone on the other side of the pond. Although he is pretty popular at school, I feel like he is pretty lonely. Even with so many people around, not everyone can become close friends. Just like me and him. A model student like him wouldn't form a spiritual connection with me. At least he wouldn't do something like killing a dog and eating its meat, but Liang Qiwen would. There were plenty of crayfish in the wild pond, and by evening, I had already caught a basketful. Zhou Huan also had a good catch. I saw him packing up and getting ready to leave. Fang Yuan, heading back to the village? He walked toward me carrying the basket. Seeing how he was struggling to carry it, I guessed it must weigh quite a few pounds. I nodded. This was more than enough to eat, and we still needed to go back to pick out the shrimp lines and clean them up before it got dark. So I started packing my things. Just as I stood up, I heard a splash, and water flew everywhere. The embankment of the wild pond was covered in mud and very slippery. It was easy to slip and fall if you weren't careful. Help! Zhou Huan was flailing around in the water, clearly a non-swimmer. Though I didn't feel much sympathy, we were classmates after all, and I had just drunk his soda. I couldn't just stand by and watch him drown. Without even taking off my clothes, I jumped into the water. Perhaps because he felt like death was pulling at his pants, he was too frightened. When I grabbed him, he instinctively pushed me underwater to keep himself afloat. Damn it! I swallowed a mouthful of water, nearly drowning just 3 meters from shore. He was holding me down so tightly that I couldn't even swim back or surface to breathe. If I died like this, that would be so damn unfair. I didn't want to die heroically saving someone. So I reached my hand above the water and slapped him hard across the face. While he was stunned, I quickly started struggling toward the shore. Fortunately, by then, someone on the shore had reached out to help, and Zhou Huan and I managed to get ashore safely. I can't remember how much water I drank, but my stomach was definitely full. This birthday almost became my death day. I was so angry that I kicked Zhou Huan, who was bending over to spit out water. Thinking back to what happened in the water, I still feel a chill run down my spine. If something had happened to me, my father would have been heartbroken. Fang Yuan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Zhou Huan was soaking wet, his face filled with apology. I knew he didn't mean it, but I was still furious. Because I almost ended up drowning with Big Yellow. The fear of death made my legs tremble, and it took me a long time to gather my strength and pick up the basket to leave. Zhou Huan kept apologizing non-stop, and it was getting on my nerves. Drinking a whole bottle of Coke from him nearly cost me my life. As they say, you get what you pay for. You're not all-knowing either, you can't even swim. Having narrowly escaped death, I realized there was one thing I was better at than Zhou Huan. At least I can swim, and he can't. Chapter 66, Birthday Banquet. Seeing Zhou Huan covered in mud and looking pitiful, my anger faded away. Fang Yuan, you saved my life. I'll repay you someday, Zhou Huan said sincerely, looking at me. Mr. Jiang once said that Zhou Huan would eventually achieve great things, and who knows, maybe he'll end up relying on this big tree in the future. Thinking about that, I felt that saving him was a pretty good deal. When you become a big boss, just remember to give me a cut. I'm just that kind of person greedy for money. All right. Zhou Huan patted his chest and agreed wholeheartedly. When he pulled the basket out of the water, he realized that he had accidentally knocked off the lid when he fell in, and the lobster had already escaped. All his efforts for the afternoon were wasted. He plopped down on the ground, sighing heavily. Just come back and fish another time. I couldn't stand watching him act like that, as if he'd lost money. There are plenty of lobsters out there. I'll just go fishing again after school tomorrow. Skipping one meal won't kill me. Today is my birthday, and I was hoping to catch some lobsters for a special meal. Sigh. Zhou Huan shook his head, looking at the empty basket in his hands, feeling bitter inside. You're also celebrating your birthday today? Hearing his words, I couldn't help but pause. He was the same age as me, which meant we were born on the same day of the same month of the same year. You too? He stood up and looked at me, as if he had discovered a new continent. I nodded in agreement. We were born on the same day, yet we're so different. I'm such a good swimmer, but he's a complete novice. He's way worse than me. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm just that talented. Never mind, I'll share some with you. Considering we were born on the same day, month, and year, I opened the basket in my hand and shared some lobsters with Zhou Huan. Fortunately, we caught quite a lot today, so splitting it in half was enough for a big bowl. It's just a shame we can't eat our fill. That's the only downside. Thanks. He wasn't shy at all and didn't refuse. If you ever have any problems with your studies, feel free to come find me in class 1 anytime. He closed the lid and smiled at me. I chuckled. The only problem I had with studying was Ms. Chen, who forced me to study every day. But Zhou Huan couldn't help me with that. By the way, my dad bought me a set of mock exam papers from the city. I'll copy them for you when I get home to help you reinforce your understanding of the key points. Zhou Huan flashed a row of white teeth, seeming in a good mood. Hearing his words, I stopped in my tracks and tilted my head to look at him. Are you serious? Mock exam papers? For me? I saved you, and you want me to do the exams? Those who act nobly are often butchers, while those who betray are often scholars. Hand it over. I snatched the basket from his hands. Forget about the lobster. Go home and do your practice exam. I didn't even return the basket to him and turned away, leaving him stunned and confused. It's like 9 road rollers and 1 breaks down, leaving 8 to do the work. You're such a jerk, ungrateful. Looking at him like that, he'll never amount to anything. He's got a screw loose. I took the 2 baskets home, carefully washed the lobsters, as wild lobsters are quite dirty and need to be scrubbed with a brush to get clean. Then I removed the heads, picked out the veins, and ended up with a whole basinful. With so many lobsters, we'll definitely have a feast tonight. Good thing I didn't give any to Zhou Huan, otherwise we'd only get a taste. After that, I picked some chili peppers from the vegetable garden. I prepared all the ingredients and waited for my dad to come home to cook. It's not that I'm lazy, it's just that my cooking skills are worse than my dad's, and I didn't want to waste all those ingredients. Before long, my dad came back with some meat. He had the same idea as me to add a dish for dinner. So I started the fire and he cooked the vegetables. We were both busy and having a great time. The aroma of the dishes made my stomach growl. Just then, Liang Qiwen also returned, bringing a fish with him. Tonight's meal was the hardest and most abundant we'd ever had, with 2 side dishes to boot, filling the table to the brim. Just as we were about to start eating, there was a knock on the door. I opened the door in confusion. At this hour, everyone was at home having dinner. Who would be visiting? When I opened the door, a middle-aged couple stood there, smiling at me. I felt like I recognized them, but couldn't place them until I saw Wang Min behind them. Who are you? My father walked to the door and asked curiously. You must be Fang Yuan's father. We came specially to thank Fang Yuan. A few days ago in the mountains, thanks to Fang Yuan, my daughter was able to return safely. Wang Min's father entered the house and immediately took my father's hand, as if they were old friends. They brought a lot of things, which they started placing on the ground. There were over a dozen bags containing cigarettes, alcohol, fruits, and various snacks. I already knew that the Wang family was well off, but they sure were generous. Wang Min's father was very savvy in social etiquette, constantly expressing gratitude and offering cigarettes, making my father feel awkward. No one had ever been so polite to him before. Wang Min stood there with a stiff expression, seeming reluctant to be there, as if she had been dragged along against her will. You're being too polite. Their classmates helping each other is only natural. My father was as honest as ever. In his eyes, this was simply the right thing to do. Not just my dad, even I never expected Wang Min's family to come all the way to thank me. The parents exchanged polite small talk, while I stood there awkwardly with Liang Qiwen, constantly forcing a smile. It was so uncomfortable I couldn't stand it. After all, they were being so polite we couldn't be rude. Have you eaten yet? Why don't you sit down and have something to eat? There is not much to eat, my father politely invited. Wang Min's father had already gotten up to leave, but after hearing my father's words, he actually sat back down. Fang Yuan, bring the bottle of wine from my room. While my father went to the kitchen to get bowls, he didn't forget to remind me to bring out the good bottle of wine from home. Usually, my dad drinks only cheap, bulk-bottled wine at home, which costs just a few dollars. The bottle of good wine in his room was something he had never brought himself to drink. The adults drank and chatted, while the 3 of us younger ones were in charge of eating. It was supposed to be my birthday, but it felt like a gathering for them. The dishes that were enough for 3 people were barely enough for 6. Wang Min's father also realized this and immediately had his wife buy some braised dishes. Wang Min, that woman, has 2 faces. When she talks to my dad, she is all smiles, but when she looks at me, she acts like she is in pain, as if I owe her money. A whole bowl of lobster, and she ate the most. Like a pig. But since her parents were there, I didn't dare say anything. Adults seem to have endless topics to discuss. Even though they'd only just met for the first time, I have no idea where they found so much to talk about. Why are you staring at me instead of eating? Wang Min said coldly in a low voice. What is there to eat? You've already eaten it all. I turned my head and glared at her from an angle where her parents couldn't see. This was something I had worked hard to catch, and with outsiders around, I didn't dare to eat much. But she was showing off, and the entire bowl of lobster was gone. It was uncle who told me to eat more, Wang Min replied matter-of-factly. I really didn't know if she was pretending to be ignorant. My dad was just being polite, but she wasn't. Do you think this is your house? Chapter 67, Calling Out Zhang Ying. Wang Min shot me a disdainful glance, then proceeded to peel the lobster with abandon. She took a big bite, sucked the tail into her mouth, and then made a series of slurping sounds. It's so delicious. Uncle, you're such a great cook. She swayed her body, clearly enjoying every bite. My dad was already drunk out of his mind. Hearing Wang Min's praise, he laughed happily and kept urging her to eat more. I couldn't help but frown. How could she eat like that? If she kept this up, I'd drain the pond tomorrow and the entire pond wouldn't be enough for her. You're eating the legs too? Just throwing them away is such a waste. I looked at the claws in front of her with a hint of pity. She wouldn't eat the head or the claws, just the tails. Even if she ate another bowl, she still wouldn't be full. I just love eating the tails. If you like the legs, you can have them. She placed the claws into my bowl. I'll eat your grandmother's legs. Out of respect for her parents, I could only mutter under my breath. Liang Qiwan wasn't much better than me. He was quietly picking at the vegetables in front of him, too shy to stand up and pick the meat. My dad seemed to really like Wang Min. After dinner, he even brought out the cake that was supposed to be mine and cut a piece for each of us. In our family, we never sang happy birthday songs on birthdays. After eating dinner and cake, the birthday was over. That's how I've always celebrated birthdays. I carried a piece of cake to the courtyard wall, away from the elders, and quietly enjoyed the sweet cream by myself. Is today your birthday? Wang Min walked over, eating her cake, asking the obvious. I rolled my eyes at her and didn't say anything. The cake wasn't very big to begin with, and the piece Wang Min had taken was the largest, making it seem more like her birthday. She didn't eat the rice, just picking out the good parts. I looked at her with genuine disgust. I didn't know it was your birthday. Here, take this as a birthday gift. Wang Min took a jade pendant from her neck. It was a delicate green butterfly, intricately crafted by hand. This must be very valuable, I said, admiring the jade pendant from all angles. I bought it in Starlight City. It's not worth much. Wang Min replied. Then why did you give it to me? I threw the jade pendant back at her, thinking it was something valuable, only to find out it was just junk. You're so greedy, she said, looking at me disapprovingly. I've always been greedy. You're not the first person to notice. I knew Wang Min looked down on me. Back in elementary school, I ran errands and punched holes for money, and she always looked at me with disdain. Hearing my words, she angrily put the jade pendant back around her neck. Just then, the adults finished their conversation, and Wang Min's parents called her home. I'm leaving then. She put down the plate and looked at me. Go ahead then. You're not going to linger, are you? Do you want to stay and wash the dishes? I said sarcastically. She snorted coldly and gave me a final glare before leaving. Although my father loves drinking, his tolerance for alcohol is really nothing to write home about. Wang Min's family had only been gone for 10 minutes when he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The table was in complete disarray, and only Liang Qiwan and I were left to clean up. Fang Yuan, do you think tonight feels like an engagement party? Liang Qiwan teased while washing the dishes. I raised my hand to give him a slap on the head. This guy never has a kind word to say. Cursing me at night. I think Wang Min is pretty. You wouldn't be at a loss. Liang Qiwan ducked his neck to avoid my attack. Eating 5 pounds of lobster in one sitting? Who could afford to keep her? Even when I lay in bed at night, I regretted not eating more. Happy times are always short-lived. The 3-day break Mr. Chen gave us has ended. As soon as school let out, I had to go to the office to pick her up, help her carry her heavy textbooks, and trek through mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships, to safely deliver her to the devil's lair that tortures me. Here, I endured mental torture. To be honest, I could help her chop firewood all afternoon, but I couldn't endure an afternoon of tutoring. The textbooks were just a few thin pages, and every time I flipped a page, it felt like a hammer striking my young heart. That day was no different. I dragged myself out of the school gate, following Ms. Chen, and saw Zhang Ying and a few others lurking around the entrance. Just seeing their demeanor, I knew they were up to something. because when they looked at me and Mr. Chen, they would instinctively avoid our gaze. And I was about to return home with Mr. Chen. They seemed to have learned their lesson and avoided me to prevent me from seeing their clumsy actions. Jiang Ying. I waved her over. She looked at me reluctantly, but under the threat of my gaze, she walked over. What are all of you doing here instead of going home? I asked. Can't we even have a snack, she said, looking at me with displeasure. But her acting was too poor. I could tell she was lying at a glance. Mr. Chen didn't say anything, he just stood there waiting for me. Who's that girl? I pointed at the girl who had been standing with her earlier. She is a classmate from our class, she replied, her expression slightly uneasy. The girl stood between them, her expression completely different from the rest of the group, filled with confusion and fear. Changing targets, huh? Bullying Su Wenqin isn't fun anymore? I knew exactly what was going on. Jiang Ying and her gang were waiting for me to leave before carrying out their violence. I knew school bullying wouldn't disappear just because I showed up, but I never thought Jiang Ying would be so stubborn. It had only been a few days, and she couldn't resist anymore. I realized I posed no real threat to her. Even when I caught her and forced her to do squats, she only felt tired, not afraid. Without fear to control her, she was fearless. The letter you wrote to Yitong is still with me. If I see it, or even hear you bullying your classmates again, I'll post it on the bulletin board. I whispered into Jiang Ying's ear. Don't, Jiang Ying's lips twitched, resisting with all her might. If I really did that, she wouldn't have the face to stay in this school. The strange glances from her classmates alone would make her feel like she died 1,000 deaths. You know I'm capable of anything, I said with a smile, looking at her. I wouldn't spare her just because she was a woman. I understand, Jiang Ying replied, frowning. I handed Chen Teacher's textbook to Jiang Ying and then stood on the table at the entrance of the school store. I rolled up my homework notebook into a megaphone shape, placed it by my mouth, and shouted loudly, from today onward, anyone who sees Jiang Ying bullying her classmates should come to class 4 of the first year and find me. I'll reward them $100 on the spot, no lies. It was dismissal time, and there were many students at the school gate. Upon hearing my shout, they all turned to look at me. Given what I'd done in recent days, there were few people in the school who didn't know me. To put it bluntly, even if I covered my face and took off my pants, they could still recognize me. Chapter 68, Rumors. Countless people looked at Jiang Ying with strange expressions. She stood in the crowd, unsure of what to do. Jiang Ying had a terrible reputation. She had been bullying her classmates for a long time, and many people knew about it. Amidst the whispers of her classmates, I jumped off the desk and grabbed the textbook from Jiang Ying's hands, holding it close to my chest. Keep your sisters in line, or I'll hold you responsible. I knew Jiang Ying was the leader of this group of women. You have to take out the leader first. I ignored the tears falling on the textbook and followed Mr. Chen out of the classroom. She might feel humiliated, but compared to the students she had bullied in the past, this punishment was already lenient. I gave her chance after chance, but she didn't appreciate it. She kept bullying the weak, even after seeing what happened to Zhang Tao. What leverage do you have over Jiang Ying? She seems to listen to you so well, Mr. Chen asked curiously. What she has isn't important. What matters is that she can be a good student. I didn't realize you had such awareness. That's impressive. She turned to look at me, her lips curving into a slight smile. As a teacher, she didn't want the school to be filled with violence. But often, she was powerless to do anything about it. Miss Chen, you're the one who's impressive. I pulled my hand away and gave her a thumbs up. Oh, really? Because you managed to keep someone as amazing as me in line. You're the most amazing person here. I flattered her. You're quite the smooth talker. Copy today's vocabulary words one more time. Miss Chen covered her mouth and laughed softly, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze, beautiful and captivating. But her words were too harsh. I praised her, and she punished me. A woman's heart is truly as unpredictable as the depths of the sea. You can never predict what she'll do next. By the way, Fang Yuan, come to the teacher's house on Saturday morning. Why? Hearing Miss Chen's words, I instinctively wanted to refuse. There are only 2 days in a week. If even the joy of the weekend is taken away, what's the point of living? I'm really afraid she's gotten addicted to tutoring and won't even let me have the weekend off. Just come. It's something good. She said it mysteriously. But looking at her smile, something just didn't feel right. Let us make a deal, no tutoring on weekends. After getting Mr. Chen's approval, I finally agreed. A week went by quickly. Jiang Ying had become much more well-behaved, and incidents of violence on campus had decreased significantly. Every time I saw bullying, I stepped in to stop it. Whoever was fighting, I would fight them back. It was that simple. But sometimes, I would just watch quietly. For example, if 2 people were arguing and ended up fighting, it was best for the teacher to handle it, and I wouldn't get involved. My target was only those who bullied others by taking advantage of their strength. There are plenty of troublemakers in school, some of whom have been fighting for years and aren't afraid of me. But no one is afraid of Liang Qiwen. If I weren't close friends with him, I'd be scared of him too. That scar on his chest, you can only imagine what kind of experience could leave such a wound. Some even say Liang Qiwen is a murderer. Such rumors, for kids our age, are like a nightmare. Even the timid ones would cry if they accidentally bumped into him after school. Fortunately, Liang Qiwen doesn't do anything at school. He sleeps through class and saves his energy for making money at night. His life is simple: eat, sleep, make money. He's a natural-born factory worker, a top-notch screwdriver. However, with his scars, he probably won't even get into a factory. His future prospects are likely to be working on construction sites carrying bags, just like me. Not very promising. The rumors grew louder and louder, eventually reaching the ears of the rice cooker. This principal, who usually doesn't bother with such matters, suddenly took responsibility. It was probably because some parents had pressured him, and under that pressure, he approached Liang Qiwen to talk to him, hoping he would drop out on his own. After all, which parent wouldn't be afraid to hear that their child was in the same school as a murderer? After leaving the principal's office, Liang Qiwen's face was as dark as coal. He hadn't done anything wrong at school, not even retaliating when Zhang Tao beat him up. Now he was being pressured to withdraw because of rumors. Why are you getting involved? It's compulsory education for 9 years. It's not up to him. As long as you haven't caused trouble, he has no right to expel you. I patted his shoulder to comfort him. Liang Qiwen had been at the school for nearly a year. During that time, he hadn't fought or caused any trouble. What right did they have to expel him? Unless the incident where he poisoned the fish pond was exposed, the school would have no grounds to expel him. Only the two of us know about this, so he is absolutely safe. If the rice cooker really had that kind of power, it wouldn't be expulsion. It would be the same as Zhang Tao, who was expelled directly. Actually, I don't think there's much difference between reading and not reading. With brains like mine and Liang Qiwen's, reading is just a waste of time. But I can't stop studying. Even if it's just for my dad and Mr. Chen, I can't drop out. At least I need to graduate from middle school. If I can't get into high school, I'll just go out and find a job. For students like us, no one really cares. 1 or 2 fewer 1T make a difference. It might even be better for the graduation rate. The rice cooker saw this as an advantage, which is why they let Liang Qiwen drop out on his own. After all, such poor students are of no use to the school. Give it some time, the rumors will die down. It'll be fine. Just toughen up. I was truly afraid Liang Qiwen would get stuck on this, and then I'd have no friends left at school. I promised the rice cooker that if I fail the next exam, I'll drop out myself. Liang Qiwen looked up at me and said, I really doubt his brain has been eaten by parasites. He dares to say such things. He is always at the bottom of the class, yet he talks so boldly. Even if you say that, at least give yourself more time. Like, wait until 8th or 9th grade. By then, he'll have forgotten about it. Passing is that easy? That's like walking into a trap. Hearing his words, I was so angry I couldn't contain myself. With that IQ, he should just give up on exams. He doesn't even know how to cheat. Mr. Chen tutors me every day, and I barely pass. What does he have that I don't? There are only 5 days left until the midterm exam. You just study. If the questions are difficult, I can't even guarantee that I'll pass. Liang Qiwen is just too impulsive. Even if the principal's words were harsh, just ignore them. What's the big deal? I've been scolded by Mr. Jiang since I was a child. I've gotten used to it by enduring it. Give it a try. Liang Qiwen tossed the little yellow book into his backpack and pulled out the textbook he hadn't touched in ages. I want to go out to earn money these days. I'll study seriously. He frowned, looking quite focused. I wonder if he can even understand it. Why don't you come with me to Mr. Chen's house for tutoring after school? I suggested, since I couldn't help him with his studies. No, I can manage, he refused without hesitation. In such a short time, how could he possibly catch up on all the previous material? He wasn't a genius, after all. Going to Mr. Chen's house for tutoring might give him a chance to pass. Looking at his serious expression, I hesitated to say anything else. Chapter 69, The Ideal Job. On Saturday morning, I had a bowl of porridge at home and went to Mr. Chen's house. From a distance, I could see several people gathered at the door. Fang Yuan, you're here. Mr. Chen saw me and smiled in a way that was anything but friendly. Teacher, why are there so many people here? I asked, looking at the people at the door in confusion. Oh, we're building a fence around the yard today, Mr. Chen said, but I realized what he had called me there for before he finished. I slowly backed toward the door, thinking that in 10 steps, I could escape this witch's grasp. But as soon as I took 2 steps back, she noticed my intention and grabbed my collar. Didn't you tell my mom that your dream was to be a laborer? Today, I'm fulfilling your wish. Aren't you happy? She smiled innocently. Thank you so much, living devil. I wanted to be a laborer, not a free laborer. I was truly speechless. A laborer gets paid, helping you is free. How can they be the same? I didn't ask you to work for free. It's the same as them 70 yuan a day. How about that? Mr. Chen had actually changed his tune today. Usually, when he asked me to work, it was in a commanding tone. Today I actually get paid, and it's 70 yuan. All right. I agreed immediately. This is basically like an early internship. This is work experience. When I graduate and go to a construction site to work as a laborer, if the foreman asks if I've done this before, I can proudly say, when I was working as a laborer, you didn't even know where you were. But there is one thing I need to make clear, since I'm paying you, you have to work as hard as everyone else. No slacking off, I'll be watching you, Mr. Chen said, patting my head. Ms. Jiang was grading papers nearby. She glanced at me and just smiled without saying a word. Of course, boss, you can count on me. I'll make sure it's done perfectly. I immediately took on the responsibility. Even the way I addressed him had changed. I no longer called him teacher but boss. Plastering walls is a skilled job for bricklayers. I was responsible for carrying bricks, fetching water, and mixing cement. At first, I was full of energy and worked as hard as I could. Back then, there were no wheelbarrows, so we had to carry the bricks on our shoulders using I don't even remember how many trips I made in the morning. But gradually, my shoulders started to ache unbearably, and after each trip, I had to switch shoulders. Fang Yuan, you're too slow. I've already paid you, Ms. Chen said at the door, cracking sunflower seeds. Every time I stopped, she urged me on. But she was right. I was getting the same pay as the two other laborers, and my work was indeed slower than theirs, and it was getting slower by the day. I gritted my teeth, pretending my shoulders weren't mine and the pain wasn't mine, and kept carrying the as hard as I could. Those two young workers must have been raised on something special. They kept going non-stop, as if they weren't even tired. Finally, it was noon. Jiang teacher had prepared the meal, and I sat down to eat with the other masters. In our area, working for the family means you get fed. Jiang Laosher was a generous person. The meal had fish and meat, and she didn't skimp on anything. The masters ate and chatted as if nothing had happened, while I, feeling pitiful, could barely lift my arm to pick up food. Fang Yuan, your performance this morning was just average. You'll need to try harder this afternoon. Mr. Chen added a chicken leg to my bowl with a smile and said to me. Got it. I had to make sure I did a good job today. After dinner, Mr. Jiang gave each of us a pear as a dessert. There was supposed to be an hour of rest after lunch, but the master mason, the bricklayer, said that Teacher Jiang had prepared such a delicious meal that he felt guilty, so he immediately promised to work overtime and finish the job in 2 days. This meant no rest time. I looked at him as if he were an alien from another planet. You're paid by the day, don't you have any sense? Once you're done, you'll go home and starve. Complaining aside, they went to work, so I couldn't slack off. I had to grit my teeth and keep up. Ms. Jiang was highly respected in the village, and these bricklayers' children might have been her students. Working for her, they naturally gave their all. If a job could be finished in 2 days, they wouldn't leave it for a third day. The afternoon sun was brutal. I felt like I hadn't stopped sweating, and even my hair was soaked. If it weren't for Mr. Chen buying us some ice pops halfway through, I might have collapsed right there. After gritting my teeth and finishing the day's work, I returned home to take a shower. My shoulders were so sore I couldn't even touch them. They hurt just to the slightest touch. This persistent pain is really hard to endure. I applied some toothpaste to my shoulders, hoping it would help heal faster. I pulled out the 70 yuan from my pocket. This money was hard-earned. I had thought that manual labor just required hard work, but this job wasn't about that at all. It was a test of both physical endurance and mental resilience. I drifted off to sleep in a daze until the next morning. My body and mind were both resisting waking up, but I forced my eyes open. Today, I have to go. I promised Mr. Chen I'd keep going today. My shoulders were swollen, and after sleeping all night, there was no improvement. I was the first to arrive. When Mr. Chen saw me, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Fang Yuan, you're here early. Earning money makes me happy, I said with a toothless grin. How did you feel after working all day yesterday? Are you tired? She handed me a fried dough stick. Compared to her sinister smile yesterday, she was much gentler now. Not tired. Earning 70 yuan a day feels great. I ate the fried dough stick, shrugging my shoulders indifferently. The foreman hadn't arrived yet. They usually started around 8:30. After yesterday's work, I already knew what to do. After finishing the fried dough stick, I started moving bricks, arranging them in a pile with small gaps between them. Fang Yuan, the master, and the others haven't arrived yet. Take a break. Mr. Chen saw me working alone and hurriedly reminded me that it wasn't tea time to start yet. I work slower than them, so I'll start earlier. I can't let you spend your money for nothing. I didn't stop what I was doing and continued working diligently. As time passed, the other masters gradually arrived. Seeing that I had already started, they smiled and praised me for being hardworking. My shoulders were gradually becoming worn and the pain grew stronger, but I was stubborn by nature. I would even go against myself. If it hurts, I'll make it hurt more. So I gritted my teeth and worked from morning until noon, ate lunch, and didn't rest for a moment, continuing until evening, until the courtyard wall was finished. Even Mr. Chen said he had never seen a child as resilient as me. But only I knew the truth. I couldn't endure this kind of hardship. This might be my last day as a laborer. Mr. Chen shattered all my plans for the future. Chapter 70, The Belated Graduation Gift. I used to think that even if I couldn't study well, I could still get by doing odd jobs. After all, you could make 70 a day, and in the city, wages were even higher, sometimes 80 or 90, which was enough to live on. But the hardships of this work were something I had never imagined. I thought I was pretty capable at physical labor. Doing chores at home never felt tiring to me. Running around the mountains every day, my physical strength was still okay. But it turns out that doing manual labor is so exhausting. This isn't work for humans. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying that the level of hardship and physical demands of this job are not something ordinary people can handle. Don't even mention 70. Even if they doubled the pay, these workers would still deserve it. Fang Yuan, what is wrong with you? Mr. Chen walked over to me and asked, looking at my shoulder. I turned my head and saw blood seeping through my shirt. Probably just a scratch. It's nothing, I waved it off nonchalantly. All I wanted was to go home and lie down. What is fine? You need to disinfect it. She pulled me back into the room and brought out cotton balls and alcohol. The shirt and the wound had stuck together, and when I tried to take off my shirt, I couldn't help but gasp. It hurt so much. Being the stubborn person I am, I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of Ms. Chen, so I gritted my teeth and didn't make a sound. Ms. Chen let out a startled cry. I turned my head to see that a large patch of skin had been scraped off my shoulder. The wound is so severe, you shouldn't continue. Her tone was reprimanding, but there was more concern than blame. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. I moved my shoulder, pretending nothing was wrong. It's fine, it's fine. You say it's fine, but I can't tell if it's really okay. Ms. Chen angrily poured alcohol on my shoulder, causing me to stand at attention in pain. Why are you standing up? You said it didn't hurt. She pulled me back and disinfected the other shoulder as well. Women, no matter their age, are best not to be offended. They can be both cruel and terrifying. Is being a laborer a good job? Ms. Chen turned my face toward her and looked me in the eyes. It's pretty good. I looked into her beautiful eyes without flinching. I thought to myself, your mother trained me for so long, and you, a little girl, are trying the same trick. Can you really read my mind? Teachers always like to pry into others' thoughts. Really? She asked again, clearly skeptical. Faced with my sincere lie, she found it hard to believe. After all, I'd only worked for 2 days and already ended up covered in injuries. Yeah, call me next time there's work like this. I love it, I enjoy it, I was born to do this kind of work. I showed my extreme passion for the job of a laborer. From the moment she asked me to do the menial work, I knew what she was thinking. She wanted me to give up, to know how tough being a laborer was, and to give up on this idea and focus on my studies. I knew what she meant. I did give up on that idea. The intensity of the work was indeed too much for me to handle. I'm sure Liang Qiwen could have stuck it out. Being a laborer is a physical grind, but studying is no less of a mental ordeal. I couldn't go down either path. You're hopeless, Ms. Chen said angrily, poking my forehead with her finger. The only reason I'm gritting my teeth and persevering is to shut Ms. Chen up. Otherwise, she'll get her way and lecture me endlessly, then force me to study hard. But she underestimated my resolve. After all, it only takes 2 days to build her family's courtyard wall. 2 days I can endure it by gritting my teeth. That's why I managed to get out of bed this morning. I knew clearly that as long as I got through today, everything would be fine. Ms. Chen, can you settle the payment for today? I rubbed my hands together, not forgetting to ask for today's wages. Here you go, little money grabber. She pulled some money out of her pocket and handed it to me. Thank you, boss. See you later. I clutched the money tightly and ran off as fast as I could. Ms. Chen glared at me angrily. Those whose schemes fail always get so worked up. Over 2 days, I earned a total of 140 yuan. Holding the money, I ran all the way to the stationery store and bought a fountain pen. I had wanted to give this pen to Ms. Jiang for a long time. Back then, I had been punching holes to earn money, all for the sake of buying this pen. But later, Ms. Jiang returned all the money I had earned to my classmates, and I harbored resentment toward her for a long time. With prices skyrocketing, the pen wasn't the same as before. It was now a full 120 yuan, but I didn't hesitate for a moment. Because Ms. Jiang deserved it. Even though she was strict and often spanked my hands, that didn't change the fact that she was a teacher worthy of respect. As for today's matter, I don't even need to think about it, it was definitely Ms. Jiang's idea. Otherwise, how would Ms. Chen know about my plan to take on odd jobs? They didn't do this to mock me or out of boredom, they did it for my own good. I know this deep down in my heart. I just don't like studying, but that doesn't mean I can't tell right from wrong. Holding the pen I had wrapped in my hand, I returned to Ms. Chen's house. By then, it was already getting dark, and Ms. Chen was about to close the door. Seeing me, she couldn't help but look surprised. Why are you back? Did you change your mind? Ms. Chen was still lost in her thoughts. I'm looking for Mr. Jiang. I walked straight inside. Her house was now as familiar to me as my own. I walked to Ms. Jiang's door and knocked. Fang Yuan, didn't you go back? Ms. Jiang opened the door. The desk lamp in her room was still on. She must have been preparing lessons or grading homework. When it comes to education, Ms. Jiang is truly dedicated. Teacher, this is for you. I handed the gift box to Ms. Jiang. "What's this?" she asked, looking at me in surprise. "A graduation gift." This gift was nearly a year late. Ms. Jiang looked at me for a moment without saying a word. "You were punching holes in the desk earlier, weren't you, just to give me this gift?" She took the gift box, her eyes filled with a touch of warmth. She knew that Ms. Jiang had always known everything. I nodded. "You are the teacher I respect most, even though I'm not a good student. I've done many wrong things, starting from elementary school lying, cheating, and causing trouble, but Ms. Jiang has always patiently guided me. You just don't like studying, but in a teacher's eyes, you've always been a good student." Mr. Jiang stroked my head, speaking with great warmth. Her affirmation was undoubtedly the greatest encouragement for me. "Fang Yuan, have you thought about what gift to give me?" As I was about to leave, Ms. Chen looked at me with sparkling eyes. I've never received a gift from a student before. Ms. Chen had only been teaching for less than a year and had never experienced Teacher's Day. A gift from a student, even something as simple as a flower picked by the roadside or a greeting card, is a sign of appreciation for the teacher. Ms. Chen grew up under the influence of Mr. Jiang, which is why she wanted to become a teacher. She must hope to gain her students' recognition. I haven't thought about it yet. I darted away in a flash, leaving no trace. "You little rascal, I've been so kind to you." Ms. Chen's voice carried a hint of resentment, sounding quite wronged. Chapter 71, Born to be Bad. Since spending more time with Liang Qiwen, I feel myself becoming increasingly, as we say at home, cunning and wicked. I do bad things in secret, scheming behind people's backs. For example, the old carpenter at the village entrance. His mouth was as foul as a dead rat pulled out of a sewer. Every time I passed by his house on my way to school, I'd mutter a few choice words under my breath. It all started because one day I went to find Liang Qiwen and accidentally broke his pumpkin vine. Ever since then, he has been cursing me every day, saying I have a father but no mother to teach me right from wrong. I apologized to him, but it didn't work. He not only cursed me but also cursed my father, saying he hadn't raised me properly. If it weren't for my dad always teaching me to be a good person, I'd have broken every bone in his body. One time I couldn't take it anymore and snapped back at him. Who knew he'd pour a bucket of cold water over me from head to toe? Am I the kind of person who just swallows my anger? The anger from the previous night could have given me a stroke. Lying in bed, I forced myself to stay awake until midnight, then grabbed a knife and headed straight to Old Man Ma's vegetable garden. Old Man Ma's vegetable garden was full of pumpkins. When he had nothing else to do, he'd take them to the street to sell. Business was decent, but if it weren't for his big mouth, his business could have doubled. He has no manners at all. He is always talking about how he is being filial to his parents, but he is full of vulgarities. I carefully made my way into the pumpkin patch, selecting a larger one. Such pumpkins were the best for selling, big enough and visually appealing, making them easy to sell. I cut a hole the size of a bottle cap on the pumpkin with a knife, then pinched my nose and squeezed the collected chicken manure inside bit by bit. Anyone who has kept chickens knows that chicken manure has a strong, foul odor, especially in summer, which is a torture for the respiratory system. I endured the nausea and finished the task, making sure to cover the pumpkin with its lid so the chicken manure could ferment inside. Every time I do something wrong, I feel like my blood is on fire, as if it's a desire coming from the very marrow of my bones. July is just around the corner, the perfect time for eating pumpkins. I'm sure Old Man Ma will be bringing his pumpkins to the street to sell soon, and his expression will be priceless when he arrives. So every morning, I go to the early market to see if Old Man Ma has arrived. Perseverance pays off. 2 days later, I spotted him at his stall in the morning market. Pumpkins for sale. Fresh pumpkins. Old Man Ma shouted at the top of his lungs. When he saw me pass by, his eyes widened like cow's eyes. "You good-for-nothing brat, coming here to bother me first thing in the morning." Though he didn't shout very loudly, his words still reached my ears clearly. I clenched my fists, thinking, go ahead and curse. You'll see what's coming. The morning market was bustling with people buying vegetables, and many had gathered around Old Man Ma's stall. In our area, pumpkins are sold sliced, unless you have a large family and buy a whole one. After all, not many households have refrigerators, and sliced pumpkins don't keep well in the summer heat. I crouched at a nearby stall, keeping a close eye on Old Man Ma's movements. "How about these pumpkins?" A middle-aged woman pushed her way through the crowd, patting the pumpkins on the stall and asking. "My pumpkins are the best. Go around the morning market and see if anyone else has better ones," Old Man Ma replied harshly, as if challenging her. The middle-aged woman, who had been smiling, turned pale upon hearing Old Man Ma's words, but she didn't want to argue with him further. "Weigh this pumpkin for me, please." After carefully selecting one, the woman pointed to the best-looking pumpkin on the stall. "Just take one then, so you don't have to come back tomorrow." Old Man Ma's words were harsh, unlike other merchants who smiled and spoke gently. His tone sounded almost like he was forcing a sale. "No, half is enough. It's hot, and it'll spoil easily." The woman frowned, not wanting to argue with Old Man Ma, just wanting to buy and leave quickly. Old Man Ma muttered under his breath as he picked up the pumpkin. With a swift swing of his knife, the pumpkin split open. A foul odor that was hard to describe filled the air, leaving Old Man Ma stunned. The customers around him quickly covered their noses and stepped back. "Hey, old man Ma, did you pour manure into the pumpkin? It's so stinky." One of the customers, choked by the smell, spoke harshly. It wasn't entirely his fault, after all. The chicken manure had been fermenting inside the pumpkin for 2 days, and it had been unusually hot during that time. The smell was simply unbearable. "What the hell are you talking about? A few rotten ones are normal, aren't they? Your vegetables don't get bugs or rot, do they?" Old man Ma held the pumpkin tightly open it. The smell was unbearable even for him. The fermented chicken manure had already liquefied, and it wasn't something he could just cover up. An unknown liquid was slowly seeping out from the cracks in the pumpkin, and Old Man Ma's entire hand was black and sticky, emitting a foul odor. The stench spread rapidly from his stall, causing even customers at neighboring stalls to pinch their noses, fearing that inhaling even a whiff would poison them. "Selling these pumpkins is heartless," I whispered from the back of the crowd, pinching my nose. "Exactly. Old Man Ma, how could you sell such pumpkins? Your heart must be made of stone. I bought half a pumpkin yesterday, and I knew something was off about the taste." The crowd grew angry, and everyone began to scold Old Man Ma. Even those who had bought pumpkins earlier came forward demanding refunds. "Heaven is my witness, the pumpkins I sell are always the freshest. I have no idea what's going on with this one." Old Man Ma held the pumpkin in his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. After growing pumpkins for so many years, how could such stinky ones grow in his vegetable patch? "You have no conscience. You insisted that the lady take the whole pumpkin earlier. If she takes it home and it's rotten, will you admit it? I think you knew it was a rotten pumpkin all along, that's why you made the woman take the whole thing." I was enjoying the spectacle and couldn't resist pouring gasoline on the fire. The woman, hearing my words, was furious and increasingly suspicious of Old Man Ma's insistence that she buy the whole melon. "I really didn't," Old Man Ma stammered, his face red with embarrassment, but he couldn't explain himself clearly. "I can see you're a thoroughly corrupt person. Your mouth is foul enough, but the melons you sell are even worse. I'll never buy your melons again." The woman stormed off angrily. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the once bustling stalls suddenly became deserted, with not a single person in sight. I blended into the crowd, avoiding Old Man Ma so he wouldn't see me and suspect me. With his sharp tongue, he must have offended countless people, and besides, he couldn't possibly understand what had happened. After this incident, Old Man Ma's pumpkins were practically unsellable. The town was small, and everyone knew each other. Once his reputation was ruined, it was completely ruined. The underworld isn't about violence, it's about schemes and intrigues. Chapter 72, The Genius Youth. I am a good person, at least, I want to be a good person. But I'm the kind of person who can't stand being wronged. Swallowing my anger isn't my style. When it comes to Zhang Tao, I can go head to head, but when it comes to Old Man Ma, I have to resort to underhanded tactics. I don't mind using underhanded methods as long as I achieve my goal. I wonder if everyone feels the same way. After doing something bad, especially when seeing your schemes succeed, do you feel particularly happy? On my way to school, every time I thought about Old Man Ma's expression earlier, I couldn't help but smile. Fang Yuan. Along the way, I heard someone call my name. I turned around and saw it was Zuo Qian. Seeing that woman, the smile on my face vanished. I didn't want to acknowledge her, so I pretended not to hear and kept walking. "Are you still angry?" Zuo Qian, carrying her backpack, jogged alongside me. "No," I replied coldly, not wanting any contact with her. "I'm sorry. I know it was my mama's fault last time." Zuo Qian looked at me with a guilty expression. "When has your mom ever been right? This family not a single decent person. I've only met Zuo Qian's mom twice. The first time she gave me the cold shoulder, and the second time she slapped my face. My dad has never hit me in the face. I'm apologizing for her. Please don't be angry." Zuo Qian grabbed my sleeve. "I can't accept that. Just stay away from me. Every time I see you, I have bad luck." I shook off her hand and started walking quickly, leaving her far behind in no time. This family is unreasonable. I won't even mention that I saved Zuo Qian. At least I didn't abandon her in the mountains. I found food and shared it with her, so she didn't starve to death. But how did her mother repay me? Without any regard for the situation, she slapped me across the face. Do you have any idea how much psychological trauma a slap can cause to someone under 16? Although I don't like Wang Min either, at least her parents know the basic principles of being human. I would at least say thank you to someone. Left Jen's parents are grown adults. What's the point of having a mouth if you can't use it properly? They're just leeching off the people's taxes. Such a family of officials, what kind of good official could her father be? Such parents can't possibly raise a good child. No wonder Zuo Qian has always known how to tattle on teachers. As soon as I entered the classroom, I saw Liang Qiwen lying on the desk asleep. Today is the midterm exam, and he is still so careless. How's your studying going? Do you think you'll pass? To be honest, I really don't want Liang Qiwen to drop out of school. He's the only friend I have at school. It's easy. Don't worry. He yawned lazily, his dark circles as heavy as a panda's. Seeing him like that, I knew he hadn't slept at all last night. He must have gone to the construction site to pick up rebar again. In this condition, you still feel confident? I think giving up is more like it. Wait until the exam, and you can copy mine. I had to pull out my last resort to help Liang Qiwen cheat. Every day, I'm forced to attend tutoring sessions by Mr. Chen. I can't say I'm great at exams, but passing should be, probably, maybe, hopefully, no problem. Anyway, it's definitely better than Liang Qiwen's random answers. He has never scored over 20 on a math exam. Soon the bell rang, and the first exam was math. When the test papers were handed out, I looked at the questions and my mind went blank. When it came to doing something wrong, I had plenty of clever ideas, but during exams, my mind felt like it had been stolen, leaving only confusion. Today's exam was crucial for Liang Qiwen's future, so I had to give it my all. So I carefully read the questions, proved each step with caution, and did my best, but I was very slow. I had never felt time pass so quickly during an exam. By the time the bell rang, I hadn't even finished the last problem, and there was no chance to let Liang Qiwen copy my answers. I was sweating profusely. When I turned around, Liang Qiwen was already asleep on the desk, with snot bubbles on the desk. This really annoyed me, and I slapped him on the head. What time is it? You still have the nerve to sleep? What's wrong? Liang Qiwen shivered and looked at me blankly. You're asking me what's wrong? You're going to fail and get expelled, and you're still sleeping? Don't worry, it's okay, he yawned, unconcerned, and even started speaking English. Seeing his careless attitude, I was so angry I didn't want to talk to him anymore. The second class was Chinese, and Liang Qiwen had already laid his head on the desk. You should know that the last question on the Chinese exam is an essay, and he fell asleep on his desk so early. He probably didn't even touch the essay. For a poor student, Chinese is the subject most likely to pass, but Liang Qiwen was clearly giving up. The third English exam was in the afternoon, and Liang Qiwen must have slept well, as he handed in his paper halfway through the exam. I really wanted to follow him out and ask what his plans were, but as soon as I stood up, I met Miss Chen's gaze. Since I hadn't finished my exam, I timidly sat back down. Finally, the exam ended. I saw Miss Chen's eyebrows furrow slightly and hurried over to ask about Liang Qiwen's grades. Although the scores hadn't been graded yet, Miss Chen had a general idea. He did very well, Miss Chen said, using the word very well instead of pretty good. That meant Liang Qiwen's score must be quite high. Will he pass? I was still unsure, because this was Liang Qiwen, the same Liang Qiwen who had failed all 3 subjects in every exam. Full marks. Mr. Chen turned to look at me and said it very seriously. This answer was like a sledgehammer to the back of my head, planting a high-explosive grenade in my brain, leaving me numb. I'm asking about Liang Qiwen, teacher. Did you hear me wrong? I suspected that Mr. Chen had misheard the name, as the English class representative in our class was named Lu Xiwen, and the 2 names sounded similar. I'm talking about Liang Qiwen. Full marks. He handed in his paper early, so I already checked it. Miss Chen furrowed her brows slightly, probably not expecting Liang Qiwen to score so high. In 7th grade English, there's no essay, and the scores are fixed. Since Miss Chen was so certain he got a perfect score, there couldn't be any mistake. Could there really be geniuses in this world who don't need to study, just put in a little effort before exams, and outperform everyone else? The only person I can think of who's like that is Zhou Huan, but who knows how hard he studies at home. Some people pretend to be playing around but secretly study hard and act like they don't care about learning. But I know Liang Qiwen too well. He doesn't have time to study. He works at night and sleeps during the day at school. If he is really studying secretly every day, I just don't believe it. But if he is really that smart, how did he end up being the worst student in class 4? A student like that, which teacher wouldn't like him? He could have changed his fate through education. Unlike me, I'm just not cut out for studying. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been tutoring for so long and still be hovering around the passing grade. Chapter 73, I am an upstanding citizen. How strange people are. I feel sad when Liang Qiwen fails, but when he gets a perfect score, I feel even sadder. I thought we were all underachievers, struggling together in the depths of intellectual mediocrity, but it turns out he was just biding his time. I walked out of the classroom and saw Liang Qiwen leaning against the railing in the hallway, lost in thought. Without a word, I walked up and slapped him on the back of the head. Mr. Chen said you got a perfect score on your English exam. More or less. I didn't even check. Liang Qiwen rubbed his head, showing no surprise. He must have known exactly what his score was. You're so smart, yet you lied to me. I said irritably, having worried about him for so long. After all that, it turned out I was the most foolish one. I see you sleep all day and don't pay attention in class. How could you learn just by reading books? I really didn't believe anyone could teach themselves English. Just the grammar and pronunciation alone were giving me a headache. I didn't sleep in English class. Miss Chen is so beautiful I couldn't even take my eyes off her. Liang Qiwen pointed at Miss Chen's departing figure. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed like that was indeed the case. The male students in our class rarely miss English class. What we're learning now is all basic knowledge, it's not hard. As long as you study seriously, you'll definitely master it because you're much smarter than the rest of the class. Liang Qiwen turned around and spoke to me with rare seriousness. Ms. Jiang also said I'm smart, but I've never felt it. I think studying is so hard, except for Chinese. You're doing so well on exams, why not study harder? I thought that if Liang Qiwen were serious, he might not be any worse than Zhou Huan. Even if you score well, what's the point? Fang Yuan, I'm different from you. Studying has no future for me. Even if I go to high school or university, which big boss would hire someone with a criminal record? I'll never get into the system either. Liang Qiwen's words were very pessimistic and I didn't understand them at the time. I didn't know how a middle school student could think so deeply. This was completely foreign to my way of thinking. My ideas were as simple as ever, graduate and go out to work, that's all. If manual labor was too tough, I'd just go work in a factory. I didn't feel anxious about studying because I didn't think I was cut out for it, but Liang Qiwen could study yet education wasn't his path. Everyone has only one chance, and I've already lost mine, Liang Qiwen sighed. He had already given up on education, so exams were meaningless to him. If it weren't for the bet with the rice cooker, he wouldn't even bother to pick up a pen for the exam. Liang Qiwen has a criminal record, it's an undeniable fact. This stain will follow him for the rest of his life. No wonder he told me never to make a mistake or else my life would be ruined. It's as if we were given the wrong scripts. If I had gone through what he did, I dare not imagine what kind of person I would have become. If he were me, he'd probably be very happy, a model student, get into college, and live a normal life. It's okay. There's always a way out. Even if you don't go to school, you can't starve to death, can you? I comforted Liang Qiwen dismissively. Big shots have their own way of living, and small-time losers have their own kind of happiness. I believe that Liang Qiwen and I can make something of ourselves with our own hands. Actually, you're much smarter than me. At least you have other ways to deal with people you dislike. Liang Qiwen was too stubborn back then, which is why he ended up in this situation. Although he has now learned to play dirty, it's too late. I'm not like him. I have many ways to seek revenge while avoiding risks. To put it bluntly, I can stab someone in the back without anyone noticing. That is true, I said, rubbing my head with a smug smile. When it comes to scheming and playing mind games, most people can't match me. I won't boast about other things, but when it comes to dealing with others, the moment the idea crosses my mind, I already have a plan in place. Take the old man Ma's pumpkins, for example. Who could have guessed that my plan was so cunning? With just a little effort, his pumpkin business was ruined. Thinking back to what Liang Qiwen said earlier, that I was a born criminal, it actually made sense when I thought about it. Because every time I do something bad, I don't feel the slightest bit nervous, I'm actually thrilled. Being a bad guy is actually harder than being a good guy. Good people just need to stay kind, but bad guys need to think strategically, be logical, and know how to pretend, and I fit all those criteria. Plus, my desire for revenge is extremely strong. Anyone who crosses me rarely ends up well. Even if it's just a dog that provokes me, it'll end up like Big Yellow. By 6th grade, I had already come up with a plan to frame Huang Yao. That's the mark of a born criminal, isn't it? This reflection seems to confirm my journey as a criminal. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. I rub my cheeks and keep telling myself, you're a good person, a good person. A law-abiding citizen, a very law-abiding citizen. Just as I was trying to calm myself down, someone tapped my shoulder, startling me into a panic response. I grabbed their hand and twisted it hard. What are you doing? Wang Min screamed in pain. Who told you to tap my shoulder? Seeing it was her, I reluctantly let go. I wished I had hit her harder earlier. After all, I was in the right, and opportunities to bully her were rare. Don't you know that's very ungentlemanly? It's not attractive at all, Wang Min said, rubbing her hand and looking at me with teary eyes. If you don't like me, that's your problem. I'm not the one who can't be liked. I rolled my eyes at her. This was clearly her own issue, how could she blame me? My dad really likes me, you know. I'm a girl, can't you just let me win? Wang Min's punch carried the unique strength of a woman. Alright, one-on-one. I'll let you have the first 3 moves. I bowed my head in a martial arts gesture. She glared at me, her lips puffed out like a tire about to burst. Spit it out already, I said impatiently, seeing she wasn't moving. I just wanted to ask for your QQ number. Wang Min said with a pout. I knew what she was talking about, it was a computer program I'd seen others use at an internet cafe, shaped like a little penguin. What for? To add you as a friend so we can steal each other's vegetables. Wang Min stared at me with her big eyes. I suspected she was crazy. I could steal any vegetable I wanted in my garden, why would I go to an internet cafe to steal them? At the time, I didn't know that stealing vegetables was a game. After all, the things Wang Min and I were exposed to were different. Her family had a computer, while mine didn't even have a color TV. Most of what I knew came from overhearing others' conversations. Although I did go online, internet fees were so expensive that I wouldn't waste time chatting. CS and Meteor Butterfly Sword were already enough to make me feel on top of the world. Chapter 74, Greedy. Do you not have an account? I can create one for you, Wang Min said, looking at me. No need, I waved her off, pulling out some stinky tofu and spicy noodles from my pocket. Even if Wang Min got me an account, I wouldn't spend a fortune on internet cafes just to chat. Why are you still eating that spicy snack? Didn't you hear it's made with corpse oil? Wang Min took a step back, looking at the stinky dried tofu in my hand with horror. What kind of oil? I froze, doubting my own ears. Corpse oil. Someone saw merchants going to the graveyard at midnight to steal corpses and refine oil. It's south all over the place, you didn't know? Wang Min shuddered after saying this. Just imagining the scene sent a chill down my spine. Oh, I see. No wonder it tastes so good. It must be the real thing. I picked up a piece of stinky tofu and crunched it between my teeth. Chiwen, do you want some? I turned to ask Liang Chiwen. He didn't say a word, just picked up a piece with his hands and put it in his mouth. The two of us ate it with such relish. Wang Min watched us eat with relish, scared stiff, and turned to leave, occasionally making gagging sounds. Watching Wang Min's departing figure, Liang Chiwen and I exchanged a smile. What a fool, believing such rumors. Going to all that trouble to refine corpse oil, just to make spicy noodles that sell for 5 cents a bag? This was clearly the work of a competitor. I could pull that trick off when I was in 6th grade. This woman is truly stupid. She can read, but she has no common sense at all. Hey, Chiwen, do you think the rumors even fooled Wang Min? Do you think the small shop at the entrance believes them? I pondered. Whether they believe it or not, if it has an impact, they definitely won't sell it anymore. Liang Chiwen thought for a moment before replying. Let's go to the small shop. I grabbed Liang Chiwen's hand and rushed toward the small shop. When others abandon something, there's a chance it might be on sale now. As soon as we entered the store, we couldn't find Zhou Xiaoling's spicy noodles among the other snacks. Owner, where is the stinky tofu? Oh, I threw them all away. With all the rumors flying around, who would dare to sell this spicy snack now? The shop owner sighed. After all, this spicy snack had been quite popular before, but then this incident happened out of the blue. Thrown away? Where? These stinky tofu snacks were my favorite. They were thrown into the trash pile in the back. Oh, we just received a whole box of it. We're going to lose a fortune. Hearing this, I exchanged a glance with Liang Chiwen, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. That's why I like hanging out with him. We don't need to say much, a single glance is enough. Behind the small shop, not far away, was an empty lot piled with trash, which was cleaned up every day. Liang Chiwen and I picked up some sticks we found and started rummaging through the trash heap. Before long, we found the box of stinky tofu that the convenience store had discarded. Protected by the box and plastic bags, the stinky tofu was spotless. I picked up the box, as happy as if I found money. We squatted down and started dividing the loot with Liang Chiwen. There were exactly 500 bags in the box. At 50 cents per bag, that is $250. Ha? 250? That number isn't auspicious, so I immediately ate one bag, making it 249.5, which sounds better. One bag for me, one for you. I gave myself the first one, so the last one would still be mine. Ha, even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. Without spending a single penny, we got to enjoy the freedom of spicy snacks early. Liang Chiwen and I carried the spicy snacks home, eating them with such delight that even our burps smelled like stinky tofu. This was the best spicy snack I've ever eaten in my life, without a doubt. Even after trying many different flavors as an adult, none could compare. Rumors are really scary. Even after the stinky tofu snack manufacturers issued statements everywhere to clarify the situation, it couldn't change the fact that production had stopped. This, my favorite spicy snack, has completely disappeared from this world. After the midterm exams, Liang Chiwen ranked 10th in his grade, and that was without even writing an essay in Chinese. The rice cooker looked at the report card and couldn't say a word for a while. Liang Chiwen managed to stay in school, which was also a happy thing for me. On that day after school, Mr. Chen announced some news. Due to an earthquake in a certain area, students were asked to make voluntary donations. Though it was called voluntary, everyone had to donate, and it had to be at least 10 yuan, anything less wasn't acceptable. It was essentially a mandatory donation. I asked Miss Chen about it, and she said it was arranged by higher-ups. I'm not opposed to donating for disaster relief, but shouldn't such matters be done according to one's means? Those with money can give as much as they want, while those without should be allowed to give 3 or 5 yuan. Should kindness really be measured by money? The school's policy made me feel uneasy. However, I didn't think too much about it. After all, it's a good deed. Doing good deeds can accumulate virtue, and hopefully make up for any virtue I may be lacking. For this reason, I opened my piggy bank, didn't take any loose change, and selected several 10 yuan notes plus one 50 yuan note to make exactly 100 yuan. I also wrote a line in small characters on top, hope for the reconstruction of the disaster-stricken area, Fang Yuan. Why did I write that? Because I'm afraid that if I do a good deed, the blessings won't find me. It's just like how my father prays to the Buddha on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. He always whispers, "Please protect my son Fang Yuan and keep him healthy." Without naming names, he burns the yellow paper and incense, and the deities 1T even know who you are. Liang Qiwen donated 20 yuan. For him, 20 yuan is already a lot. This guy wouldn't even buy a bottle of coke even if his throat was dry, so 20 yuan is a big sacrifice for him. Good deeds are rewarded, that's the principle my father instilled in me from a young age. Ms. Chen took the money from my hand, looking surprised. She never expected someone as greedy as me to be so generous this time. I may love money, but I've never earned a single penny dishonestly. Every penny I have is rightfully mine. Being greedy isn't wrong, but being greedy for ill-gotten gains is. Most of my classmates were quite enthusiastic about this donation. At our age, we're full of kindness. But a few days later, when I bought something at the small store, one of the bills the owner gave me had my signature on it. In that moment, I realized that the money the students had donated hadn't been sent to the disaster area at all. It had ended up in the pocket of some school official. Even every teacher had a share. I took the money and stormed into Ms. Chen's office. Facing my accusations, she looked just as confused, clearly unaware of what had happened. I wouldn't let this matter drop. I didn't care about the money others had donated, but I demanded an explanation for my own 100 yuan. My personality won't allow me to take this kind of loss silently. Whoever took my money must return it. Fang Yuan, don't get so worked up. I'll look into it for you. Seeing that I was about to storm off to find the principal, Ms. Chen stepped in to calm me down. She knew I was impulsive and sometimes acted irrationally when angry. To be so greedy for such a small amount of money, you're worse than an animal, I muttered angrily, clutching the money in my hand. All along, I've always thought of myself as an extremely greedy person, but I never imagined that some people aren't even human. Chapter 75, Winning the Lottery. Miss Chen, I want to go with you. I promise I won't act impulsively. I didn't want to wait. I wouldn't sit idly by and let things happen. At least I wanted to see how things developed. Mr. Chen couldn't persuade me, so he agreed. The rice cooker had its own office. When Mr. Chen and I arrived, he was leisurely sipping tea. Upon seeing Mr. Chen, he lowered his crossed legs and took the time to adjust his tie. I couldn't help but think to myself, a pig in a suit, still caring about his appearance. Mr. Chen, please sit down. What's the matter? The rice cooker eagerly pointed to the chair across from him and said with a lecherous expression. It's like this, the donation money from Fang Yuan appeared at the school store, and I wanted to ask what happened. Mr. Chen spoke very directly. Although she was a teacher and knew more than me, in my eyes, she seemed like an innocent young girl, overly frank and naive. How can you say that? Money all looks the same. How can you be sure it's his? The rice cooker furrowed his brows, looked up at me, and said. There was no surprise in his eyes, only a hint of impatience and irritation. Damn it, looking at his expression, he must have known about this all along. Principal, look, this is the money Fang Yuan donated. His name is written on it. Teacher Chen handed the money to the rice cooker and pointed to the place where I had signed my name. What proof is that? There are plenty of people named Fang Yuan in the world. Maybe some teacher wanted to exchange some change and took his money out. No need to make such a fuss. The rice cooker replied casually. His first reaction wasn't to question where the donation went, but to outright dismiss it. This has nothing to do with him. I'd rather die than believe it. How could such a coincidence happen? Principal, I think we must investigate this thoroughly. Mr. Chen argued forcefully. Mr. Chen, you have a point. Alright, I'll look into it and give you an answer. Seeing that Mr. Chen wouldn't let it go, the rice cooker nodded. This was a clear case of brushing it off. I'm sure it won't be long before he comes up with a plausible excuse to make everything seem reasonable, and in the end, the truth will fade away like the wind, leaving no trace. As soon as the rice cooker spoke, I could already see the outcome of the entire incident. Mr. Chen's trip was pointless, but I'm almost certain the rice cooker was involved, or perhaps he was the mastermind behind it all. I remained silent throughout, as quiet as a frog. So you're just letting it go? After leaving the office, I returned to the classroom. Liang Qiwen couldn't believe I was so calm about it. What else can I do? He's the principal, the most powerful person in the school. What can I do? Beat him up or threaten him? I rolled my eyes. Don't think I won in the Zhang Tao incident. It was just that the principal didn't want the school's reputation to be tarnished over one Zhang Tao. But this matter involves his personal interests. As a student, I have no way to threaten him. Should I go puncture his tires, pee outside his house at night, or do some other childish, ridiculous act of revenge? Why did I pour chicken manure into old man Ma's pumpkin patch? It's because I wanted to ruin his pumpkin business, not just to prank him. Sigh, that's how it is nowadays. Who isn't corrupt? I wish I hadn't donated $20. Liang Qiwen sighed. He thought it was better that I didn't seek revenge. After all, the other party was the principal, and we couldn't match him. That's the truth, a terrifying reality, because I'm just a student with limited abilities. If I were in power, I'd drag this guy to the execution ground, shoot him for 3 days and 3 nights, and make sure every hair on his head was split. Qian, can you ask each class how much they donated and what the total is? I twirled my ruler, constantly calculating in my mind. If you're not going to say anything, why ask? Liang Qian asked in confusion. Just ask them clearly for me. On the way back from the office to the classroom, at least a dozen plans were racing through my mind, but none of them were feasible. This stems from the gap between my status and that of a rice cooker. It was hard to confront him, but I could praise him. Liang Qian left the classroom and returned shortly afterward. The donations from each class had been tallied. 12 classes total 17,638, Liang Qian said, looking at the numbers on the paper. 17,000, that's no small amount. And that's just from the students adding in the teachers, it's probably over 20,000. I don't know exactly who embezzled the money, but the rice cooker was definitely involved. On the way home, Ms. Chen told me that the rice cooker had approached her. The matter had been investigated, and it turned out that Mr. Zhou had bought something and didn't have enough change, so he exchanged some bills to get the change for my donation. All the money had already been sent to the disaster area, and she told me not to worry about it. Ms. Chen furrowed her brows slightly. I suspect she didn't fully believe the explanation herself, but she emphasized it to reassure me. Alright, that's good. I nodded, without any suspicion. After finishing my tutoring session with Ms. Chen, I returned home, took out paper and pen, and wrote a lengthy essay praising the rice cooker to the heavens, filled with sympathy and a strong sense of justice. The next morning, I dragged Liang Qian to town. We found a copy shop and made 200 copies of the essay. I planned to post it all over town. Will this work? Liang Qian asked, munching on a bun. As long as people pay attention, it will work. In cases like this, good deeds are usually highlighted as examples. As long as it attracts enough attention, the rice cooker won. Dare to keep the money. Don't move, Fang Yuan, you won the lottery. Liang Qian looked at me with wide eyes. Ha? I was confused. I hadn't bought a lottery ticket. What prize had I won? Immediately, Liang Qian plucked a strand of hair from the corner of my mouth. It's just a strand of hair. I shrugged it off. Finding a strand of hair in a bun isn't that unusual. Sometimes you find a hair in fried noodles too. I just pick it out and keep eating. There's no need to be so picky. This one is straight, but this one is curly. You mean? I noticed Liang Qian staring at my crotch and felt a chill run down my spine. If it curls from the root, it's male. If it curls from the tip, it's female. After examining it closely, Liang Qian said with a relieved expression, thank goodness, it's female. The age is estimated to be between 15 and 22. What the hell is so good about that? And what are you relieved about? You can tell the gender by the root hair and even the age? How can you be so full of yourself? I could tell he was just making stuff up to gross me out. One curve means 15 to 22 years old, 2 curves mean 23 to 30 years old, and 3 curves mean over 30 years old. How about that? Pretty professional, right? Liang Qian blinked his eyes, looking quite proud. Chapter 76, I'll protect you from now on. Seeing his confident expression, I felt as though I had swallowed a fly. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged from the dumpling shop. Su Wenqin, the girl who was often bullied but dared not fight back. Seeing her hands still covered in flour, I couldn't help but think of what Liang Qian had just said and wanted to ask for clarification. Hey, you, come here. I pointed at Su Wenqin, gesturing for her to come to me. She looked at me, surprised, but more afraid. She always looked like a timid, bullied person. Is this your family's dumpling shop? I asked, pointing at the shop. It's my aunt's, Su Wenqin replied softly. Her aunt must not treat her well, otherwise, she wouldn't be wearing such ragged clothes, so worn out they were almost white. Did you make the dumplings? I asked again. My aunt and I made them together, Su Wenqin answered honestly, unaware of my intentions. Her aunt must be at least 40 years old, so she could be ruled out as a suspect. The real culprit must be the woman standing right in front of me. This hair is yours, isn't it? I picked up the evidence in my hand and held it in front of her face, asking aggressively. Hey, hey, hey. Liang Qian pushed me aside. Fang Yuan, are you stupid? You actually believed her? He looked at me in surprise, clearly not expecting me to be so gullible. Are you pulling my leg? Generally speaking, I'm not easily fooled, but I can't analyze everyone's micro-expressions to determine if they're lying. Moreover, what Liang Qian said did indeed touch on my knowledge blind spots. How can you be so smart one moment and so stupid the next? Your IQ must be fluctuating. Who would use their pants to knead dough? It's obviously hair. Look at the hair by Su Wenqin's ear, it's clearly curly. Liang Qian whispered. I trusted you, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to fool me. I'm being completely honest with you, and you're calling me stupid. Great, Liang Qian, you're just using me for fun, aren't you? Is there hair in the dumpling? Should I get you another one? Su Wenqin looked at me nervously. Are you afraid of me? I walked up to her and asked. Don't mention it, this girl is quite pretty, she looks quite pleasant, it's just her timid personality, sigh. Even if she's being abused at home, she wouldn't dare speak up. A classic doormat. Yes, a little. She couldn't even speak loudly. I haven't bullied you. Why are you afraid of me? I'm not some big bad guy, I'm a good person. Because you're always so mean and you make me do squats. Su Wenqin's expression was so pitiful that anyone watching would think I'd done something terrible to her. You really can't tell right from wrong. Even a pig knows how to be grateful. Her words really got under my skin. Although I didn't want to get involved in Jiang Ying's affairs, I did save her from danger, right? No matter what, I helped her escape the bullying from Jiang Ying, didn't I? The more I talked, the angrier I got. I made her do squats because I wanted her to learn to stand up for herself. How did it end up sounding like I was bullying her just like Jiang Ying? I didn't. She bit her lip and looked at me, her eyes filled with tears. I could tell she was about to cry, and I hated seeing women cry. Don't cry. Wipe them back. I pointed at her angrily. I can't make them go back, Su Wenqin pouted, and tears started falling down her cheeks. Oh, don't cry. I didn't do anything to you. Seeing her cry, I felt completely at a loss. Women are such a hassle, harder to deal with than a rice cooker. I didn't do anything, she just started crying on her own. Fang Yuan, go comfort her. If her aunt sees this, she'll think you came here on purpose to bully her. Liang Qiwen leaned against the wall at the alley entrance, speaking sarcastically. He was right. If Su Wenqin's aunt saw this, there would be no way to explain it. Stop crying. I'll protect you at school, okay? Really? Su Wenqin lifted her tear-filled eyes and looked at me. Really? Don't cry anymore. It's upsetting to watch. I nodded and said. Hearing my words, Su Wenqin stopped crying, but her body still trembled slightly. Like she'd been electrocuted. I grabbed Liang Qiwen and prepared to leave this trouble spot, getting as far away from women these flood-like beasts as possible. You didn't stick it properly with tape. There asked glue in the store. Do you want some? Su Wenqin said, looking at the small essay I had just posted on the wall. During the spring festival, the couplets at home were all pasted on the walls with paste, which was very convenient. But since we had left in a hurry this time, we hadn't prepared any. Yes, I said decisively. She was right, tape wouldn't hold properly. Then wait here for a moment. Su Wenqin wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and walked into the dumpling shop. A moment later, she emerged holding a bowl of white paste. What are you doing with this? She asked, handing me the paste. Mind your own business, kid. I turned and walked away, holding the paste. I'm really fed up with you, Fang Yuan. You're truly heartless. Liang Qiwen followed behind me, still muttering under his breath. I glared at him. If it weren't for his nonsense, would I have even crossed paths with Su Wenqin? Always causing trouble for me. Liang Qiwen and I darted through the streets and alleys, and soon we had finished posting everything. No one paid us any attention, and in the end, I kept a dozen or so posters and stuck them at the village entrance and the school gate. I wonder what the rice cooker would think if it saw this. Would it get so frustrated it wanted to dig a hole and bury itself? All I had to do now was wait quietly and see how things unfolded. What I didn't expect was that Mr. Chen came to my house that evening. Did you write this? Mr. Chen asked, holding up the torn-off essay. No, what is this? I pretended to glance at it and shook my head repeatedly. You're lying. I'm not lying. I stubbornly stuck out my neck. When it came to lying, I was a master, and Mr. Chen had no reason to suspect me. This is your handwriting. I've been watching you for over a year, how could I not recognize it? Mr. Chen was certain it was me, otherwise he wouldn't have come to confront me. There are many people with the same handwriting. The rice cooker said that there are many people named Fang Yuan in the world. If there are many people with the same name, there must be many with the same handwriting too. As long as no one else identifies me, I'll never admit it. You're still lying to me. I know it's you. Mr. Chen couldn't argue with me, so he just went straight for it. These two mother and daughter are both like this. I knew you were up to something. Why are you being so obedient all of a sudden? What are you trying to do? Ms. Chen asked angrily. What did I do? I just wanted to praise the principal's noble character. What did I do wrong? I don't think I did anything wrong. I don't have the money, otherwise I'd erect a monument for him. Chapter 77, The Extra Su Wenqin. If the rice cooker really donated that money, I'd praise him. He deserves it. Even if they erected a monument for him, he'd be worthy of it. What's there to be afraid of? If one day I can stand on a mountain peak, give my all to save others, and someone erects a monument for me, I'd damn well thank them. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Do you know what the consequences of this will be? Mr. Chen was very angry, and I could tell. If you know what I'm thinking, that means you're just as aware that what I'm doing is completely wrong. I clenched my teeth, refusing to admit fault or back down. This was the first time I had ever defied Ms. Chen. She had bullied me all along, but I had never taken it seriously. But I would never accept the oppression of darkness. The word compromise doesn't exist in my dictionary. As long as I believe something is right, I will do it. Your mother is right, you're just being stubborn. Ms. Chen pouted, but I didn't feel sorry for her, she was the one acting wronged. Ms. Jiang wouldn't think I'm wrong. I didn't believe Ms. Jiang would know I was wrong and not say anything. She doesn't tolerate any wrongdoing. Since I can remember, I've done all sorts of bad things, even breaking up a pair of conjoined dogs on their wedding night, but today, I feel I'm on the side of justice. Tell the teacher where you stuck it. Ms. Qin didn't want to argue with me because she felt guilty. She must have known that the rice cooker was filled with her own money. I know she doesn't want me involved. I've posted them all over town. Tearing them down won't do any good. I posted them this morning and it's already evening now. You're really driving me crazy. Besides you, who else knows about this? Ms. Chen pressed. Liang Qiwen and Su Wenqin both know. Actually, quite a few people in town saw that I was the one who posted them. Can they keep your secret? Mr. Chen let go of her hand, furrowing his brows slightly. She usually always had a smile on her face, but ever since she met me, she seemed to frown a lot. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed like every teacher who encountered me would inevitably frown. They should be able to. I trust Liang Qiwen, but that Su Wenqin, I'm not so sure about her. I'll pretend I don't know about this. Just pray no one finds out it was you. Ms. Qin glared at me, seemingly unsatisfied, then tapped my forehead. This gesture was also a favorite of Jiang teacher. It was clear she was his biological daughter. She must have inherited the gene for tormenting me. Actually, I don't care at all that the rice cooker noticed all this. What can it say to me? That I shouldn't have praised it? At worst, he'd just make things difficult for me. What could he do? Fire me? He has no reason to. Even if he did, I'd just drop out. I'll help my dad with farm work for 2 years and wait until I'm an adult. As the old saying goes, when a young man turns 18, he goes out to work and laughs all the way. The influence of the short essay is still quite significant. Besides a few people who don't know the truth and now respect the rice cooker, most people just see it as a joke. But there is one thing they all know: the rice cooker organization donated a lot of money to the school. In a town with little entertainment, idle chatter is the main pastime after meals, and rumors spread slowly but surely. Fang Yuan, someone's looking for you, a classmate shouted from the door. As I stepped out, I heard the student mutter, "Why is there always a pretty girl looking for him?" No need to ask, it's obviously because of his good looks. Why are you here? What do you want? Seeing that it was Su Wenqin, I was still a bit surprised. Here, have these. She handed me a few buns. You're forcing me to buy them. I don't have any money. I didn't take them because I actually didn't like buns. It's free, take them. She shoved the buns directly into my hands. You're taking so many buns. One tea your aunt scold you? I asked, looking at the buns in my hand. No, my aunt is very kind to me. Su Wenqin smiled rarely. That's strange. If her aunt really treats her well, why is she wearing such clothes? My family is so poor, but my dad still buys me clothes, even if they're not brand name ones, at least they fit. Your parents are dead, aren't they? Only children without parents would end up like this. Su Wenqin paused for a moment. No, they just don't like me. Because I'm not a boy. They think I'm unnecessary and only love my brother. Then you really are extra. I nodded while munching on a bun. Unloved by both parents, why were you even born? Material things aren't essential for the next generation, but love is irreplaceable. Like my dad, our family was so poor we could hear the coins jingling, but my dad loved me and I never felt wronged. I am one of the happiest people in the world. Do you feel the same way? Su Wenqin pouted. To them, you were always unnecessary. This way, you're an independent individual, just live for yourself. You say your aunt was good to you, so she is your mother. Your biological mother is dead, so what's the big deal? Since they don't love you, just love yourself. I burped. To be honest, her family's dumplings weren't very good. Is that okay? Su Wenqin looked conflicted. People are free. Do whatever you want. I see you're not living well either. Don't be a fool for filial piety. Otherwise, you might end up sold to a crippled butcher who beats you 3 times a day. Given Su Wenqin's personality, I actually thought it was possible. I understand. Are the buns good? Su Wenqin looked up at me, her eyes full of hope. They're okay. I was about to say they're not good, but seeing her expression, I held back. Then I'll bring you some tomorrow. Hearing my answer, she smiled happily. Giving someone else food for free and still smiling. Has she been beaten senseless by her parents? Then bring 2 meat buns. The vegetarian ones get stuck in your teeth. I said, picking vegetable leaves off my teeth. Su Wenqin nodded and returned to her own class. Wow, you're really popular, aren't you? So early in the morning, and you already have a female classmate bringing you breakfast. Liang Qiwen said sarcastically. I ignored him. This guy's mind is full of impure thoughts. The more you explain, the more he'll get into it. Let's go online later. Are you coming? Seeing I wasn't responding, Liang Qiwen hooked his arm around my shoulder. You're paying? I shot him a disdainful glance. Yeah, I'll pay. You're paying? His words startled me. After knowing him for so long, this was the first time I'd seen him be so generous. The fat guy's MP3 needs to download some songs. 10 yuan. Might as well make some money. Liang Qiwen nodded. Back then, kids from wealthy families already had MP3 players, but to download songs, you had to go to town. 10 yuan got you 200 songs. Liang Qiwen had only watched someone else download once, but he had already figured it out. Besides, after downloading the songs, you could still spend a few hours online. Why not? Chapter 78, Idle. Liang Qiwen was quick to adopt new things, while I only accepted things that interested me. That day, we spent the entire morning at the internet cafe, mainly because we didn't have to spend our own money, and it was super fun. At that time, the internet had already become widespread, and there were still quite a few people online, though internet fees weren't exactly cheap for us. Mr. Jiang was absolutely right. The pace of societal development is incredibly fast, so fast that I can barely keep up. It's not just computers, even semi-smartphones have already been released. Nokia, just 2 words, high-end. Unfortunately, my family wasn't too well off, so I couldn't afford to get my hands on these things early on. But time doesn't care whether you can access these things or not, it will gradually spread from the cities to the rural areas. Fang Yuan, look. Just as I was enjoying myself, Liang Qiwen pointed at someone else's screen, as if he had discovered a new continent. I put down the mouse and turned to look. It was a netizen watching adult content. The internet cafe was divided into front and back halls. This was the back hall, with only 10 computers, not many people. The netizen was sitting in the farthest corner, watching intently. This computer is truly amazing, it can not only play games but also watch such things. Liang Qiwen stopped playing his game, pulled his chair over, and sat next to him to watch together. Seeing that the other person was about to run out of time, he logged off his own computer and used the remaining credit to extend the other user's session. This left the netizen completely confused. Even though he was about to log off, he ended up watching the entire movie. What's so good about it? You're drooling all over yourself. On the way back, I couldn't help but look down on Liang Qiwen. This is better than CS? CS is the ultimate poison for men. I really doubt you're properly developed. Don't you feel anything watching that? Liang Qiwen turned the tables, actually implying there was something wrong with me. It's all pixelated. What is there to feel? It's all blurry. What is there to watch? The entire movie was just about drooling. Use your imagination. Imagine it's your favorite girl. Liang Qiwen closed his eyes, and his lecherous expression almost made me vomit the steamed bun I had eaten that morning. I don't have a girl I like. I replied honestly. I don't know what like means. Those girls are all just after one thing. I can't even stand them, let alone like them. Mr. Chen, don't you like her either? Liang Qiwen turned to ask me. I only have respect for Mr. Chen. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you? I shot him a disdainful glance and said irritably. Fang Yuan, you must be underdeveloped, haha. Liang Qiwen laughed as he ran away. Because he was running a bit slower, he was about to get beaten up by me. We played until the afternoon before returning to the classroom. As soon as I entered the classroom, I noticed that all the students were staring at me. Damn it, something must have happened. Before I could ask what was going on, an unknown student at the door told me to go to the principal's office. I immediately realized that the incident with the note had been discovered. Liang Qiwen looked at me with concern, but I waved him off, unconcerned. I strolled slowly to the principal's office, didn't even knock, and walked right in. As soon as the principal saw me, his eyes widened like those of a monster ready to devour someone. He slammed a piece of paper on the desk and demanded, "Did you write this?" I didn't try to deny it. Since they had already found me, admitting it would end the matter. Who told you to do this? What are you doing posting these things around town? He demanded angrily. I admire your integrity, praise your noble character, and hold you up as a role model to learn from. Is there a problem with that? I asked, feigning confusion. You little brat, are you deliberately trying to oppose me? The rice cooker had always looked down on me, especially since I hadn't given him any face in the Zhang Tao incident. Principal, how can you say that? Lei Feng is my idol, and you are too. You're both good people who help others without expecting anything in return. Lei Feng had comrades to promote him, and you have me to promote you. This is a good thing. I stood on the moral high ground. No matter what you said, I had plenty of excuses. I've been a principal for so many years, and I've never seen such a stubborn student as you. The rice cooker seemed pretty upset. His chest rose and fell, paired with his large beer belly. He really looked just like the rice cooker about to boil over. Principal, what you're saying is wrong. As our principal, you've done so many good deeds. I'm promoting you, which is also promoting our school. As a member of this school, I feel honored. I may not have much else, but my sense of collective honor is quite strong. Insulting someone might be wrong, but praising someone can't be wrong, can it? You. Fine, very fine. The rice cooker was so angry from what I said that it almost exploded on the spot. He was angry because he didn't live up to his reputation. It was a shameful anger, known as accumulated shame leading to anger. I think you don't want to study anymore. He said it with a threatening tone. I don't like studying. Otherwise, how could my grades be so bad? But you have to give me a reason to expel me. What did I do wrong? Being expelled for praising the principal? Although the principal is the most powerful person in this school, everything has specific requirements. This isn't his personal fiefdom. If he really expels me for this, he'll be in bigger trouble than I am. Just then, a teacher knocked on the door, saying that the higher-ups were here. The rice cooker didn't bother to put on a show. His hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. He hurriedly told me to go back to the classroom and went to meet the higher-ups himself. He may be in a position of authority, but that's only within the school. There are many people outside who are more powerful than him. He acts like a big shot in front of the students but like a yes man in front of the superiors. Just as I had expected, the superior had indeed come to praise him. The rice cooker was overjoyed, his mouth stretched wide like a teapot. The news spread, and even if the rice cooker wanted to be greedy, he dared not do so anymore. Otherwise, if it came to light, it would be a devastating blow. It would be better to donate the money for a good reputation. As a student, I naturally have no power to stand up to the principal, unless all the students join me, but that group of people are unreliable. This was the only way. Although the principal didn't punish me and even praised me, at least the money the students donated went to where it was truly needed. On the way home, Mr. Chen looked at me as if I were an alien. I really doubt you're even in middle school. How did your brain develop like this? You're good at nothing but studying, but you've got more tricks up your sleeve than the devil himself. She ruffled my hair like she was rolling a bowling ball. Are you impressed by me? I felt a bit proud. Little brat, Ms. Chen chuckled softly. In her eyes, I was just a child, a clever but unmotivated one. I followed Ms. Chen through the rural paths, stepping over the rice stalks scattered on the field ridges. Her slender figure moved gracefully, like a butterfly fairy descended to earth. Chapter 79, Logic Problems. On the way back to Ms. Chen's house, we passed through the streets between the village and the town. At the village entrance, people would set up night markets every so often. There were vendors selling popcorn, cotton candy, and some games where you could win stuffed animals. At such times, the streets become bustling with activity. Villagers might not buy anything, but they would walk around and look. I loved this kind of atmosphere, walking slowly and stopping here and there, sometimes even spotting some interesting new things. Mr. Chen kept urging me to hurry back for tutoring, but I ended up lingering at a fan stall, looking left and right, or trying on beautiful earrings and bracelets at a jewelry mirror. As we walked along, Mr. Chen and I came across a stall with fun games. If you could write down a character from 1 to 300, you'd get a doll for free. If you lost, you'd have to pay $20. Do you like that doll? I asked Mr. Chen, noticing him staring at the prize. I do like it, but it's too hard. I've tried a few times before, Mr. Chen said with a look of difficulty. How hard can it be? I couldn't help but laugh. The doll looked like it was practically free. You don't know. You start writing, and your mind goes blank, then you make mistakes. Do you think these vendors make money for free? Mr. Chen dismissed me with a glance. Hearing her say that, I immediately felt challenged and decided to join in. Young man, which doll do you like? The shop owner asked with a smile, pulling out paper and pen. I pointed to the Doraemon plush toy. Oh, this one? It's the biggest toy in the store. It's different from the others. You have to write from 1 to 500. The shop owner explained that he'd been selling toys for years and no one had ever managed to complete the challenge. 500 it is, I nodded and agreed. The rule is once you start, you can't stop. You have to keep writing, the shop owner added. Only continuous silent writing would cause the brain to make mistakes, otherwise anyone could do it. I picked up the pen and started writing. I didn't know why Mr. Chen said it was difficult, but I felt it was very easy, with no difficulty at all. Young man, keep going, you're almost there, the boss encouraged me as I reached 300. I looked up and glared at him, because he wasn't being nice, he was just trying to disrupt my rhythm. Such a childish trick wouldn't work on me. The person who truly wants me to succeed is Ms. Chen. She has been standing behind me from the very beginning, not making a single sound to disturb me. I lowered my head and continued writing silently, calm and composed, making sure every number was clear and legible. Hand it over, I said, handing the paper to the boss and pointing to Doraemon. At that moment, the boss's expression was completely different from his previous politeness. His face was as dark as charcoal, and he reluctantly handed the doll to me. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll keep writing and take all the dolls off your stall. Seeing his defiant expression, I felt a bit annoyed as well. In business, you have to be honest. If you can't handle it, why bother setting up a stall? When you make money, you smile and laugh, but when you don't, you act like a jerk. This kind of mindset is unacceptable, especially when you're using public resources to set up a stall. Hearing my words, the boss turned his head and didn't say a word. It's yours. I handed the doll to Mr. Chen. Ha, Fang Yuan, you're really amazing. Do you know that I couldn't even get a doll for 300? Mr. Chen hugged the doll and laughed happily. Let us go home. Ha, I'll give you some extra tutoring. She walked ahead, her smile as bright as a flower, while I followed behind, feeling a bit embarrassed. I think my expression at that moment was exactly the same as the vendoress beside me. No matter what age a woman is, you shouldn't be too kind to her, otherwise, she'll only repay kindness with ingratitude. As soon as Miss Chen arrived home, she placed the doll on the bedside table, admiring it from every angle, finding it more and more delightful. Poor me, as soon as I entered the house, I had to feed the rabbit first, then bring the meals to the table, set the bowls and chopsticks, and call Miss Chen to come out and eat. In her house, I was a slave, a servant. I knew it. The rabbit was in its cage, making mmm sounds, while I was at the table, making slurping sounds. Xingying, you can't be so lazy. You're always telling Fang Yuan to do the work. You're a teacher, how can you treat your students like that? After dinner, Jiang teacher came out and saw me washing the dishes, so she scolded Chen teacher. I'm just training him, right, Fang Yuan? Miss Chen called out to me. Ah, right, I replied without looking up. Don't you know how lazy you are? Every time I go back to the room, you either ask me to bring tea or wash some fruit. It's like you've become the emperor. Oh, Mom, look at this. Ta-da! Fang Yuan won this back for me today. Mr. Chen proudly pulled out the doll to show off. You have the nerve. Fang Yuan won back the doll you've been longing for, and you're still making him do things for you. Ms. Jiang couldn't stand it anymore and told me to go back to my room to study while she washed the dishes. It's okay, I'll wash the dishes anyway. I washed the dishes, not minding the chores. After all, which rural child doesn't help out at home? After finishing the chores, the real torture had just begun. No vocabulary today. Do this problem instead. Mr. Chen rummaged through the cabinet for a while and pulled out a set of practice questions. Logical reasoning? Why do we need to write this? It won't be on the exam, will it? I'd never heard of this being on the high school entrance exam. Just write it. Stop asking so many questions. Miss Chen gave me a disapproving look. Sometimes she was like that, she didn't feel like explaining and wouldn't let you ask questions. I reluctantly took the test questions. This type of problem really tests logical thinking, and while I'm not good at other subjects, this is my forte. Plus, I found this way more interesting than English. Usually, when I do homework, I feel like ants are crawling all over me, but today, the more I thought about this problem, the more interesting it seemed. Fang Yuan, are you tired? Have an apple. Miss Chen had come over to my side without me noticing, holding a washed apple in her hand. Usually, she just lies down and tells me to wash it, so this was the first time I got to eat one that was already prepared. Not tired at all. I took the apple and started munching on it. Do you feel a sense of helplessness spreading throughout your body? Miss Chen asked softly. Weakness? Did you put something in it? I looked at the apple in my hand in surprise. I knew something was off. Why would she be so kind as to wash fruit for me today? I'm talking about the question. Where did your mind go? Miss Chen glared at me disapprovingly and tapped the test paper on the desk. No, it's pretty interesting. I mumbled as I continued eating the apple. Hearing my answer, Mr. Chen leaned in closer and examined the test question carefully. At that moment, she was very close to me and I could clearly see the veins on her neck, even the tiny hairs between her nostrils. Smelling the faint scent of lilies wafting from her body, I couldn't help but swallow hard. How could this happen? Miss Chen didn't notice my expression. She was completely focused on the exam question, her brows furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Chapter 80, Stealing the Joy. What's wrong? Seeing her expression, I thought I must have done poorly. Logic questions are different from exam papers. Some have standard answers, while others don't. It was my first time doing this type of question, so I had no idea if I had done it well. Promise me you won't commit any crimes in the future. I'm afraid the police won't be able to catch you. Miss Chen turned her head, her red lips slightly parted. Her features were so delicate and flawless that the closer I got, the more beautiful she seemed. But no matter how beautiful you are, you still have to speak properly. Do you really want me to be arrested by the police and sent to prison? Teacher, I won't commit a crime, and I won't get caught by the police. You're overthinking it. I looked at her speechlessly. I've never seen anyone else do this kind of problem like you, sitting here for 4 hours without getting impatient. Miss Chen flipped through the test papers, her brows furrowed with concern. I looked out the window. It was already dark. Turning back to the clock, it was nearly 10 o'clock. At this time, I would usually be lying in bed asleep. Oh no, it's too late. I packed my things and prepared to go home. If I hadn't called you, you would have stayed here all night, Miss Chen said, biting into an apple. She had already taken a nap and woke up to find me deep in thought, so she didn't disturb me. Seeing that it was so late, even Jiang teacher was preparing to rest, she finally reminded me. This is really strange. I've never been this focused on homework before. Teacher, I'm leaving. Don't give me these kinds of problems again. They're too time-consuming. I said, still chewing on an apple as I rushed out the door. My dad doesn't care what time I come home, but the light in his room only turns off when I'm back, and that's when he can finally sleep soundly. Even when I went to see Liang Qiwan at night, I always snuck out secretly. I didn't want him to worry. Fang Yuan, it's too late. Let me walk you home. Mr. Chen held a flashlight and was about to leave with me. No need. If you take me home, you'll have to walk back yourself, and I'd feel even more uneasy. I waved my hand and turned to leave. I know this road well, there's nothing to be afraid of alone. If Mr. Chen had to walk home alone at night, he might run into trouble. I ran all the way home. Sure enough, the light in my father's room was still on. After I closed the door, he turned off the light and got ready to sleep. He never said much to show his concern for me, but I could feel his love as a father. A week passed quickly, and on Friday, Miss Chen specifically asked me to go to her house early on Saturday morning. She had good news. Now, whenever she mentioned something good, every joint in my body ached. Last time I worked for her as a laborer, I nearly lost my life. But under the threat of Miss Chen's authority, I had no choice but to nod and agree. I got up early, had a bowl of congee, and headed to Miss Chen's house. The process was similar to last time, but I hoped it wouldn't be any more backbreaking work. I hope they let me go back in the afternoon so I can go to the wild pond to catch some crayfish for a snack. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Mr. Chen wearing a white long dress, dressed up exceptionally beautifully. She looked at me and smiled, leaving me speechless. Are you getting married today, Miss Chen? I had never seen Miss Chen dress up so beautifully before. Especially the white dress, which looked just like the brides on TV in the city. No, today is my best friend's wedding. I'm taking you out for a big meal. Miss Chen was smiling happily, and anyone would have thought she was the one getting married. I don't think I should go, I felt a bit awkward. Wedding banquets usually involve bringing family members, not students. There's a reason I'm bringing you along, Miss Chen said, giving me a once-over. You want me to do something, don't you? Seeing her calculating expression, I knew she wasn't being kind. She had specifically invited me to the banquet. It's nothing big. Just keep an eye on the bride when she comes out so no one steals her good fortune. Miss Chen explained. There was a rumor that if you walked in front of the newlyweds when they entered the venue, you could steal the guests' blessings and the couple's good fortune. As an atheist, I didn't believe in such things, but some people did. On such a joyous occasion as a wedding, doing something like that could indeed ruin the mood. Moreover, those who steal the joy are usually relatives of the bride or groom, so it's inappropriate for anyone else to step in. Ms. Chen's close friend wanted her to call someone to help out, so there wouldn't be any lingering feelings on such a joyous occasion. And the person Ms. Chen called was clearly me. There might not be anyone who steals the bride, but just in case, you go there and eat. When the couple makes their entrance, just be careful. It'll only take 2 minutes. Seeing that I didn't respond, Ms. Chen thought I wasn't willing. I didn't know why Ms. Chen had chosen me, but since she had asked, I wouldn't refuse. Alright, since you asked me to help, I replied, feigning reluctance. Even if it's a simple task, I'll pretend to be reluctant to do it, so that Mr. Chen will remember my kindness. Maybe he'll feel bad about asking me to do things for him in the future. Her best friend is from the next town over, and it takes about 40 minutes by motorcycle. When we arrived, the bride was already dressed and sitting in the room. Upon seeing Miss Chen, the bride was very happy, and the two of them sat on the bed chatting away, like two little ducklings. In the afternoon, the wedding car arrived to pick up the bride. The scene was bustling with activity. Miss Chen was hiding shoes and demanding red envelopes, having a great time. I leaned against the wall, feeling out of place in the festive atmosphere. Whether they were the groom's relatives or the bride's relatives, everyone had a smile on their face. The only exception was an old woman in a red coat who kept asking the groom for a red envelope. And when she received the red envelope, she opened it immediately. Upon seeing only $5 inside, the wrinkles on her face seemed sharp enough to kill a fly. Wedding money isn't about the amount, it's just about sharing the joy. No one takes it seriously. But she was an old woman in her 60s or 70s, mingling among young people, just trying to get a little advantage. It was a bit disrespectful of her age. Many people found her behavior off-putting, ruining the festive atmosphere. But on such a joyous occasion, no one wanted to cause a scene. The groom knew Mr. Chen, and when he heard I was brought by Mr. Chen, he insisted on giving me a large red envelope and 2 packs of cigarettes. I said I don't smoke, so he told me to take them home for my father. He was so polite it made me feel awkward. Following Mr. Chen, I ended up taking food and gifts. The old woman saw that my red envelope was bigger than hers and that I had 2 packs of good cigarettes, and her eyes lit up. As soon as the groom left, I heard her mutter under her breath, dressed all in white like someone attending a funeral, and you gave him money. I was indeed wearing all white, but it was a tracksuit, and Mr. Chen had bought it for me. If it weren't for Mr. Chen's best friend's wedding today, I would have scolded her until she was speechless for acting so old and superior. I forced myself to hold back my anger and walked out of the room, out of sight, out of mind. Wedding banquets are usually held at the groom's house, with tables and chairs set up in the courtyard, and several master chefs hired to cook. The aroma of the food could be smelled from miles away, making one's mouth water. Before the banquet began, I was in the kitchen nibbling on turtle shells. The dishes hadn't even been served yet, but I was already eating, chatting with the chefs in the kitchen. From the inner hall to the courtyard, there was a red carpet. After the banquet began, the groom and bride would walk along the carpet into the courtyard to toast the elders. I was covered in oil from eating in the kitchen, but the chefs all said I had a lucky face. Though I was greedy, I didn't forget my task today. My eyes were fixed on the inner hall, waiting for the newlyweds to come out, at which point my job would be done. The guests were all seated waiting for the banquet to begin. Besides a few servers and some playful children, no one was moving around. Mr. Chen had said that if children ran around, it was fine. Children bring wealth, and adults literally steal joy, but here it means to take part in the celebration. Just when I thought nothing unexpected would happen, the bride and groom stepped out, and the old woman in red immediately stood up. I felt an uneasy sensation. Without even wiping my hands, I hurried to the entrance. As the newlyweds entered, all the guests' attention was on the beautiful bride, and no one noticed the old woman in red. She stepped on the red carpet and was about to rush past the threshold before the newlyweds. I grabbed her by the arm, but to my surprise, someone actually dared to do such a heartless thing. She had to ruin the couple's special day. Old hag, you didn't get the bride's luck. I see your days are numbered. You probably don't have much time left. I leaned close to the old woman's ear and muttered the curse under my breath. Chapter 81, Yi Tong returns. For a superstitious old woman, she believed in the superstition of stealing the bride's luck. If you curse her to death in her ear, she'd go berserk on the spot. Unfortunately, I didn't give her the chance. Today was Chen Lasher's best friend's wedding day, and I didn't want to argue with this old hag, as it would ruin the atmosphere. As she turned her head, I crouched down and slipped around the table to the kitchen door. When she turned back, she didn't see a single shadow. She was about to burst into curses, but couldn't find a target. Her old face was as red as a pickled cucumber in a jar. The anger couldn't be released, bottled up in her chest. She could be furious for 3 days and 3 nights, even waking up in the middle of the night to curse. I wasn't afraid of her making hand gestures or stomping her feet. When it came to cursing, 3 old women combined wouldn't be enough to match me. It was just the wrong place. Mr. Chen followed behind the bride, and I saw her give me a thumbs up. Clearly, she had seen everything that had just happened. When the banquet began, I sat down at the table with a calm demeanor, my mouth opening like the purple gourd of the golden horned demon, sucking in food voraciously. There aren't many opportunities to attend banquets. My family doesn't have many relatives, and we only get invited when the neighbors next door have a wedding. The glutinous rice meatballs sprinkled with sugar were gone in one bite, and the steamed pork was so greasy it dripped from my mouth. You must be a starving ghost reincarnated. Just as I was enjoying myself, Mr. Chen sat down next to me and gently patted my head. Is it delicious? I couldn't even stop talking. The chef hired by the groom's family was truly skilled. I saw you whispering something to that old lady earlier. Mr. Chen, as a teacher, truly had high standards. I just call her old lady. I repeated what I had said earlier to Ms. Chen. She paused for a moment, then covered her mouth and giggled. Only you would do something like that. Ms. Chen's smile was particularly charming. Everyone else looking at the bride, and you're the only one just eating. Well, that's exactly what I was doing. While they were distracted, I ate as much as I could. Everyone gets what they want, right? The bride isn't as pretty as you, I said, tearing off a chicken leg and starting to eat it. It's not that the bride isn't pretty, but when she stands next to Ms. Chen, it's easy to tell who is more beautiful. Nonsense. On her wedding day, a woman is the most beautiful person in the world. Mr. Chen pursed his lips, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at the bride. You'll be the most beautiful woman in the world on your wedding day. It's hard to imagine how stunning Ms. Chen will be on her wedding day. Oh, when did you become so eloquent? Ms. Chen turned her beautiful eyes toward me with a smile. I'm not being smooth, I'm just telling the truth. By the way, Ms. Chen, why don't you have a boyfriend? I was curious. Someone like Ms. Chen should have plenty of suitors. Because my salary is only enough for me. Dating is expensive. Ms. Chen spoke slowly while eating. I felt she wasn't treating me like a child. She clearly saw me as her little cutie. That excuse was way too half-hearted. Then you could get 2 jobs, and you'd have money. I followed up on her words. If Ms. Chen really took 2 jobs, she wouldn't have time to tutor me every day. It would be a win-win situation. Hearing my words, Ms. Chen clenched her teeth, as if she wanted to hit me. You want the teacher to work herself to death so no one will take care of you, right? She glared at me angrily. I just don't get how she thinks. Earlier, when she looked at the bride, she was clearly envious, but she doesn't even date anyone. Does her boyfriend come with the package or something? Women are so unreasonable, and Ms. Chen is no exception. Even if her excuses are flimsy, you can't argue back, or else you're just causing trouble. This banquet left my stomach so full I could barely walk home, and I almost threw up on the way back. Ms. Chen saw me like this and was both annoyed and amused. She called me good for nothing, saying I couldn't resist a banquet. I've been good for nothing for years. I have no grand ambitions and don't think I'll amount to anything. Final exams are coming up soon, and that guy seems to have started a study craze across the entire school. The sounds of reading and memorizing vocabulary are as loud as the geese next door, quacking away. Yi Tong is back today, Liang Qiwen whispered as I was lying on the desk reading psychology. How do you know? I asked curiously, lifting my head. I saw his dad as Santana this morning. He'll probably come to school tomorrow. I really miss the days when he was at school. Liang Qiwen winked at me, his abacus beads almost jumping onto my face. He was thinking about Yi Tong, but it was clearly because he wanted to take advantage of him. But to be fair, with Yi Tong around, our lives were definitely easier. But it's been almost a year since we last saw him. Maybe he's already forgotten about us two losers. We haven't been in touch during this time, so I wonder if his wife's nagging personality has changed. Liang Qiwen was right. Yi Tong did come back to school the next day. When he saw me, he stared at me with wide eyes and waved his hands repeatedly. "Long time no see," I said, walking up to him and giving him a big hug. He was so small and short. If we were fighting, I could knock him out with one punch. "I brought you gifts." Yi Tong opened his backpack and took out 2 boxes. "What's this?" I've never received many gifts in my life, so I eagerly opened the boxes. The latest MP4 player. It's only available in the city. Not only can you listen to music, but you can also watch movies. Look here. Yi Tong picked up the MP4 and started demonstrating it. "You smell so good. Did you spray perfume?" Yi Tong was close to me, and I could smell an indescribable fragrance on him. In contrast, Liang Qiwen and I only smelled of sweat. "It's probably the shower gel," he said, his expression stiffening slightly as he moved a little further away. The living conditions of the wealthy are truly different. I use soap every day, not even scented soap, and there's no fragrance at all. Liang Qiwen was holding the MP4, loving it so much that he immediately wanted to go to an internet cafe to download some songs and movies to watch later. So the 3 of us decided to sneak out over the wall. "Let us go quickly, or else Su Wenqin will come looking for us." I pulled Yi Tong and ran out. Ever since that day when I ate a few of her buns, she has come looking for me every day after school. "Fang Yuan, don't you want to play with girls?" Yi Tong asked, puzzled. "I'm not sexist, but I just don't get along with girls. You can't pee in the same pot as girls, you know." "What are they playing? Jumping rope and kicking shuttlecocks? Those are things men play with. Or maybe I took them skipping school to go online, or up the mountain to swim and raid bird nests? We're just not the same kind of people. You can play other things. You don't have to swim or dig bird nests. I don't know how to do those either." Yi Tong still didn't understand. "I like playing with rational people. For example, if you see an old lady fall on the street, what would you do?" Seeing that Yi Tong was as mischievous as Lan Mao, I decided to give him an example. "Of course I'd help her up and take her to the hospital." Yi Tong answered without hesitation. Hearing his answer, Liang Qiwen and I were taken aback, turning to look at him in unison. Chapter 82, A Strange Dream. The main reason I dislike playing with girls is their overly compassionate nature. Sometimes it's as if they're mentally challenged. It's like when we used to play crossing the Yellow River. No one cared if they got kicked a few times. We didn't care, but they found it hard to accept. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Yi Tong swallowed nervously, glancing at me. "Qiwen, you say it." I pointed at Liang Qiwen. "Do nothing. But what if she gets hurt?" Yi Tong pressed. "Minor injuries don't need help, she can stand up on her own. Severe injuries definitely shouldn't be touched to avoid causing secondary harm." Liang Qiwen's thoughts were surprisingly in line with mine. "But if we don't help her, what if she falls and dies? If she is already dead, why bother helping her?" I couldn't help but give Yi Tong a light tap on the head. "We're a small group now. We're all in this together. We need to think as one and not be sentimental." Yi Tong was clearly not our kind of person. This single issue alone proved it. But there was one thing he was better than women at: he didn't argue with you. If Zuo Qian had heard that, she could lecture you for 2 hours on morality. Yi Tong's heart is still pretty kind. Just this one thing means we can't bring him along for any bad deeds in the future. It's not that I'm afraid he'll drag me down, it's that I'm afraid he'll drag me down. Kindness requires wisdom, but even more so, it requires sharpness. Although my father always tells me that good people are rewarded, I also consider the circumstances when doing good deeds. "Fang Yuan, such philosophical words coming from your mouth?" Liang Qiwen looked at me in astonishment. Even I was a bit surprised. I had memorized all of this from psychology, and I couldn't believe I remembered it all. Yi Tong's return was like adding a gold border to my life and Liang Qiwen's. Now we have no financial pressure online. His money seems endless, and he's not cut out for studying. With me and Liang Qiwen, we're a perfect team. Unfortunately, I'm not as free as the two of them. After school, I still have to go to tutoring. Liang Qiwen is truly precocious with a touch of psychological abnormality. Every time he goes to the internet cafe, besides downloading songs for his MP4, he also downloads several movies, saying he'll watch them at home later. Yi Tong must have seen such movies for the first time. She hurriedly covered her eyes, blushing with embarrassment. Liang Qiwen and I laughed at him for being so naive. At the internet cafe, you could always see people watching adult movies at night. Though I wasn't interested, I'd seen them many times before. I patted Yi Tong on the shoulder and pulled his hands away from his eyes. "You're a big guy, what's there to be shy about? Look at Liang Qiwen, he's watching it openly." I wanted to change his effeminate personality. What else with all the shyness from a big guy? Men have to watch this kind of thing. Yi Tong turned his head, speechless. Well, unless you're like Fang Yuan and have no interest in women. Liang Qiwen chuckled with a mischievous grin. I slapped him across the face. Why did he have to drag me into this? Fang Yuan, you're not watching, yet you insist on making me watch. Yi Tong glared at me in displeasure. To be honest, I think the game is way more interesting than watching this. But as soon as Yi Tong said that, I immediately shut off the game. I grabbed his head and forced him to look at Liang Qiwen's screen. I didn't believe it. I couldn't get Yi Tong's testosterone going. So the three of us hid in the back room, watching the screen filled with pixelated images, occasionally making a comment or two. Visual stimulation was undoubtedly the greatest temptation for us young people. Back then, if I happened to catch a glimpse, I'd immediately look away, feeling nothing out of the ordinary. But this time, watching with Yi Tong for an extended period, I gained a basic understanding of the differences between the sexes. I suddenly felt a bit parched and my body started to react. Even when I lay in bed that night, my mind was filled with the images I had seen during the day. That night, I had a very strange dream where I became the male lead in the scenes. This dream opened the door to my journey of becoming a man. I felt a mysterious force shaping me into a sphere, stuffing me into the pouch of a slingshot, and then with a baya sound, bang. In that instant, an indescribable sense of comfort washed over me. In the dream, I wanted to see the woman's face clearly, so I urgently turned her face toward me. It was Ms. Chen. Her dazed eyes exuded endless temptation. As she slowly approached me, her voice, as enchanting as a succubus, whispered in my ear. Fang Yuan, it's time for tutoring. Hearing those words, I suddenly snapped back to reality. Holy crap, that was terrifying. I shook my head, trying to push the terrifying image out of my mind. But to be honest, that bio sound just now was indescribable. Taking advantage of the early morning light, I went to the well to take a bath and washed my underwear as well. There were some embarrassing scenes I didn't want my dad to discover. The cold water poured over my body, extinguishing any lingering heat. After calming down, I felt deeply guilty. How could I have dreamed about Ms. Chen? She had been so kind to me, taking care of me like an older sister. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but slap myself twice. I really shouldn't have done that. When I arrived at school, I couldn't help but tell Yi Tong about it, though I didn't mention Ms. Chen. As for Liang Qiwen, that old fox, I wouldn't dare tell him he'd just mock me. Yi Tong seemed pretty innocent and easy to talk to. Did you have the same experience last night? No. He kept a straight face, acting like he didn't know anything. But he didn't know that I'm the best at spotting when someone is lying. His expression was clearly off. We're all guys, what is there to be shy about? Let us discuss it together. I really wanted to talk to someone about it, but who knew Yi Tong was so introverted? What are we discussing? Maybe I know. Seeing me and Yi Tong whispering secretly, Liang Qiwen suddenly spoke up, nearly scaring me to death. Fang Yuan had a wet dream last night. Yi Tong blushed and shifted the topic onto me before rushing back to his seat. This unfaithful dog sold me out the moment he could. Hearing Yi Tong's words, Liang Qiwen pointed at me and laughed so hard he was bending over. I knew he'd do that. Relax, it's normal. I'll tell you, all men go through this phase. Liang Qiwen comforted me while chuckling. He couldn't stop laughing. Can you stop laughing already? I glared at him, feeling my face burn. Liang Qiwen said okay, but the smile on his lips was harder to suppress than an AK-47. I was so angry I went straight back to my seat, not wanting to say another word to him. In my eyes, this was an extremely embarrassing situation. Chapter 83, Thinking of You 5 times a day. Seeing that I was truly upset, Liang Qiwen finally stopped smiling. Fang Yuan, there is nothing to be ashamed of in this kind of thing. It feels pretty good, right? Liang Qiwen said with a raised eyebrow. Actually, I didn't feel much. It was just a moment, I said, trying to sound calm. I'll tell you, I do this all the time, Liang Qiwen said, leading me out of the classroom. Finding a secluded spot, he began teaching me the art of self-reward. Men love to fantasize, it's a skill passed down through generations. Liang Qiwen successfully diverted my attention and began sharing his experiences at length. It was mainly that momentary feeling that was a bit addictive. We were so engrossed in our discussion that we didn't notice someone approaching us. That's disgusting. Talking about such vulgar things at school. People can really scare each other to death. Wang Min's sudden voice startled both me and Liang Qiwen. No, you're the one with the problem. You walk without making a sound. I'm going to give myself a heart attack from being startled like this all the time. You're the one with a guilty conscience, that's why you got scared. Talking about this kind of thing in broad daylight at school? Do you have any shame? Wang Min crossed her arms and looked at me with disdain. I looked at the wall behind me. This was already the farthest corner of the school. Couldn't I even talk about private matters with Liang Qiwen in the corner? We weren't even discussing it openly. What thief? What guilty conscience? You eavesdropped on others and then accused them first. I spit on you. Wang Min's words made me furious. I wished I could spit in her face. Who knows what disgusting things you were talking about? Wang Min puckered her lips. She was the one eavesdropping, yet she still thought it was our fault. I know this isn't something to be proud of, but Liang Qiwen and I had already hidden to talk. She was the one who came over to eavesdrop, and now she is acting like she is the one who has been tainted. What's so disgusting about it? Every man would do the same. I didn't steal or rob anyone. I'm happy. What can you do about it? I had felt embarrassed about it too, but her mockery made my anger flare up instantly. Shameful, disgusting. Wang Min saw how confident I was and her momentum immediately weakened. I'm warning you, Wang Min, don't speak so harshly, or I won't hold back. I pointed at Wang Min and said. This woman has disliked me for a long time. You, what are you doing? You're hitting a woman. Wang Min saw my aggressive stance and grew afraid. I don't hit women. Otherwise, I would have beaten you up already. Though I was despicable, I didn't like hitting women. A real man never bullies the weak. Then what can you do to me? Hearing that I don't hit women, Wang Min exhaled deeply, even feeling a bit smug. She thought I couldn't do anything to her. I won't hit you, but I can think about you at night and do things that make you feel disgusted. What can you do about it? I leaned close to Wang Min's ear and whispered. You're shameless and disgusting. Don't dare think about me. Wang Min was so angry her face turned red, glaring at me. She kept cursing, but it was always the same few words, and I was already tired of hearing them. You can restrict my body and my words, but you can't restrict my thoughts. I won't just think about it today, I'll think about it every day, 5 times a day. What can you do about it? I scratched my ear nonchalantly. Trying to outsmart me? I'm the master of this game. Fang Yuan, how can you be so unreasonable? Wang Min, being a girl, started to tear up after being wronged. But she couldn't do anything to me. She couldn't beat me into a mindless fool, could she? Oh my, you're not pure anymore, Wang Min. Let me remember your pretty face. I leaned in close to her and studied it carefully. Hearing my words, she quickly covered her face with her hands and ran crying back to the classroom. Fang Yuan, you're really something. Liang Qiwen stood beside me, giving me a thumbs up. If Su Wenqin cried, I decomfort her because I caused it, and she was pretty pitiful. But Wang Min was different, she brought it on herself. Men were chatting and she came to eavesdrop. Who else should I confront? That's strange. Haven't you noticed how popular you are with women? Liang Qiwen wrapped his arm around my shoulder, his tone a bit annoyed. No, I haven't noticed, I said honestly, because I really didn't think I was very sociable. I can't really get along with many people. Zuo Qian, Wang Min, and Su Wenqin, don't you think they're always coming after you? Especially Su Wenqin. She brings you breakfast every day. Look, speak of the devil. As we approached the classroom, Liang Qiwen gestured for me to look at the classroom door. Su Wenqin was standing at the entrance of our classroom, looking around. She does come every day, and after Liang Qiwen mentioned it, it seemed like it was true. Su Wenqin, you don't need to bring me breakfast every day. I walked over and said to Su Wenqin. Oh, I thought you liked it. She still handed me the steaming buns. At that moment, many gossipy classmates in the class peeked out to look at us. Actually, your buns aren't very tasty. Even if they were good, eating them every day would get boring. Oh, then I'll bring you something else tomorrow. Su Wenqin lowered her head, her face turning red. She wasn't good with words and was very shy, just like the buns in her hands, soft and sticky. If you punch them, they'd dent, but they'd never bounce back. Even if I told her she was a big, she wouldn't argue. Do you like me? I looked at her and asked. No, I didn't mean that. Hearing my words, Su Wenqin's face turned red with panic, and she desperately tried to explain. I could tell she wasn't lying or trying to hide anything, she genuinely wasn't interested in me. I can't say anything else, but lies have no place in front of me. At least at this age, I can see through them clearly. It's all Liang Qiwen's fault. He is always talking nonsense, making me think I'm so confident, like I'm the center of the universe. That's good. Su Wenqin, you don't need to flatter me. I said I'd protect you, and I'll keep my word. I said while munching on a bun. She probably sees me as an older brother or someone to rely on, not wanting to be bullied anymore, so she has been trying so hard to please me. You don't need to bring me breakfast anymore. If you want to come over to play or chat, feel free. Just don't mind my harsh words. Su Wenqin wasn't in a good situation, and I wasn't some gangster demanding protection money. Besides, I rarely bought breakfast on the street, I usually just had porridge at home. This is for the buns. Since we're friends, I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of friends. I pulled out 10 yuan and handed it to Su Wenqin. She'd given me enough buns to eat for the past few days. No, it's my treat. She looked at me timidly, refusing to take the money no matter what I said. Taking it makes us friends, not taking it makes us strangers. If you're going to be polite, then I won't be polite either. This girl is tough, she doesn't give in easily. If I don't be firm with her, she won't listen. Chapter 84, Stealing Pears. As it turned out, what Liang Qiwen said was complete nonsense. I also think that a woman who hasn't been mentally unstable for 3 years probably wouldn't like me. Do you know what it takes to date someone? After Su Wenqin left, Liang Qiwen came over again. Like a fly in the bathroom, buzzing around my ear all day. What does it take? I asked, yawning. I just ate and want to sleep. It takes a man and a woman. Nonsense. I felt my intelligence had been insulted. Exactly, and a bunch of nonsense. Liang Qiwen said most people use nonsense to get closer. He thought I was too direct. How could you ask a girl like that? Are you just pretending to be a master? Did Xiao Han even acknowledge you? Liang Qiwen and I are on the same level, big brother. Don't laugh at your younger brother. He is even showing off in front of me. I can be certain of one thing, Su Wenqin doesn't feel anything for me. That's not something that can be cultivated with empty talk. Fortunately, I wasn't interested in such things at the time. My relationship with Su Wenqin was just normal. She was a good girl who never skipped class, and most of our fun times were spent outside of school. After the final exams ended, we welcomed the free summer vacation. My father bought each of us, me and Liang Qiwen, a used bicycle, making it much more convenient to go to town. Yi Tong often came over to play with me, and sometimes I'd be taken to the mountains to swim and roast corn. Unfortunately, he was a complete non-swimmer and never went in the water. There wasn't much to do in the village, so Yi Tong would take me to town to eat delicious food. Every time we went to town, I would invite Su Wenqin along. Gradually, Yi Tong and Su Wenqin grew closer. Sometimes I thought that if these two ended up together, it wouldn't be a bad thing. After all, Yi Tong came from a wealthy family, and Su Wenqin was such a pitiful girl she could at least enjoy some comfort in life. That night, I was sleeping soundly when I heard someone knocking on my window. In the middle of the night, it was pitch black. Through the moonlight, I saw a figure outside the window and asked, "Are you scared?" "Who is it?" I asked, turning on the light. "It's me, Yi Tong." I opened the window and looked at him in confusion. Why was he here so late at night? "Let's go steal some pears on the mountain. Want to come?" He looked at me mysteriously, like a thief. I really started to think he was crazy. Just as I stuck my head out to tell him to go back to bed, I noticed 2 more people following him. Besides Liang Qiwen and Su Wenqin, who else could it be? These 3 guys, going to the mountain in the middle of the night to steal pears. I wonder who came up with that idea. In this line of work, you rely on betraying your brother's weight. No, you rely on loyalty. Since they came to call me, I can't just not go. I quickly put on my clothes and slipped out the door. Going out at night is more fun than during the day. Yi Tong, Su Wenqin, how did you 2 sneak out tonight? I couldn't help but ask curiously. My dad went to the city and won't be back for a few days. Isn't it because Liang Qiwen said sneaking out is thrilling? So I brought Su Wenqin along to play. Yi Tong looked full of anticipation. He thought this was thrilling and fun. I was speechless. Liang Qiwen was stealing food to fill his stomach, while Yi Tong was just bored. I have no idea how he convinced Su Wenqin to come along. That woman, who was as timid as a mouse, actually dared to come out at night with 3 men to steal things on the mountain. For this, Yi Tong even dressed in all black, looking like an assassin. Seeing how excited he was, jumping around, you'd think he was going off to battle. You're really brave, coming out so late. Aren't you afraid of getting eaten? I looked at Su Wenqin behind me. The 3 of us guys coming out at night wasn't dangerous, but she's a girl, it's not safe. I'm not afraid. You're here to protect me. After spending some time together, Su Wenqin had become much more outgoing. Stay in a safe spot and keep watch. We'll go up and pick them. I noticed her long dress. If she was spotted, she wouldn't be able to run away quickly. Su Wenqin nodded. Even if she were asked to steal, she wouldn't dare. She had come out purely to accompany us. Yi Tong wasn't stealing the pears for food, he just wanted to experience the process. Actually, picking a couple of pears in broad daylight on the mountain, right in front of the farmers, wouldn't have drawn any attention. The area behind the mountain was a large orchard with only peach and pear trees, and an old man was watching at the entrance. Liang Qiwen led us around in a circle and directly entered the orchard from the mid-slope. Su Wenqin stayed nearby to keep watch for us. Yi Tong was fully equipped. As soon as he entered the orchard, he pulled out a plastic bag and began carefully selecting pears from the trees. It was like Sun Wukong entering the peach garden. He must have been doing this for the first time, with a mischievous smile on his face, utterly thrilled. In contrast, Liang Qiwen found this routine. He casually picked a pear, wiped it clean with his shirt, and started munching on it. Are you having that much fun? I couldn't help but ask Yi Tong out of curiosity. Rich kids have such strange hobbies, don't they? Yeah, it just feels like something's missing. Yi Tong mimicked Liang Qiwen and started munching on the pear. Do you think it's not exciting enough? Liang Qiwen raised his eyebrows and asked. Yi Tong nodded in agreement. I suddenly had a bad feeling, because I knew Liang Qiwen too well. Whenever he had ulterior motives, he would unconsciously raise his eyebrows. Help! Someone's stealing pears! Liang Qiwen suddenly shouted loudly, shattering the quiet of the night. The light in the small house at the entrance flashed on instantly. I muttered under my breath, "This is bad," stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and sprinted down the mountain. Yi Tong was so startled by the shout that he dropped the pear he was holding, which rolled to the ground. Seeing that Liang Qiwen and I were already running away, he didn't bother with the loot he'd stolen and followed us down the mountain. Behind us, the gardener's shouts echoed, telling us to stop and not run. Who would listen to him? I sprinted away as fast as I could, diving into the trees. "Liang Qiwen, what the hell are you shouting about?" Seeing Liang Qiwen running alongside me, I couldn't help but yell at him. My father hated these kinds of sneaky, thieving deeds. If we got caught and sent to the police station, my father would beat me senseless. Just ask yourself if it's thrilling. Liang Qiwen was running very fast. He had said before that no one could catch him. But Yi Tong was just a skinny little kid. When I looked back at him, he was already lagging behind us by a good distance. What a pathetic sight, bragging about coming to steal pears. Yi Tong, hurry up. The main road is just ahead. Once we got through the pear orchard, it was the path down the mountain, and we'd be able to escape. Yi Tong was panting heavily. His stamina was already average, and running through the forest was even more exhausting. Weak and exhausted, he seemed like he might collapse at any moment. Chapter 85, The Ghost Monkey. The mountain path was treacherous at night, and running made it even harder. Yi Tong was moving as slowly as a turtle, his speed visibly slowing down. Hurry up! I stood at the intersection, urging him impatiently. I really can't run anymore, Yi Tong gasped, leaning against a tree trunk, his strength completely depleted. As the gardener's lantern grew closer, I didn't hesitate. I turned back and hoisted Yi Tong onto my back. His body was light, and I carried him as I sprinted forward. But the gardener was relentless, chasing us all the way to the main road and still refusing to give up. He was determined to catch us. Hurry up, he's catching up. Yi Tong glanced back and shouted urgently. I didn't respond, as speaking would risk dispersing the tension building in my chest. Running at full speed was extremely exhausting, and soon I too began to feel my strength waning. Carrying Yi Tong on my back, I knew I couldn't outrun the gardener. If he kept chasing us, it was only a matter of time before he caught us. When we reached the corner, I dropped Yi Tong onto a patch of ground covered by rocks and hid behind them. It hurts, he moaned, rubbing his buttocks. I quickly covered his mouth and pinned him down tightly. Under the moonlight, our eyes locked, and I was certain he could see a string of curses in my eyes. Even now, he's still afraid of pain. If he gets caught, he'll be in for a world of pain. Yi Tong beneath me twisted his body like a snake, desperately trying to break free. This enraged me, and I slapped him hard on the head. That single blow left Yi Tong completely subdued. Through the cracks in the stone, I saw the gardener slowly approaching my direction. I struggled to calm my ragged breathing, making sure not to make a single sound. At that moment, I was terrified. The heartbeat of Yi Tong beneath me pounded loudly. This guy wasn't running very fast, but his heart was beating pretty fast. I was afraid the gardener would follow the sound of his heartbeat and find us. Fortunately, the gardener didn't notice us hiding behind the rocks, and we managed to escape unscathed. Your heart must be racing like a motor. I pretended to slap his chest, but he dodged me swiftly. Of course your heart races when you're scared, Yi Tong said, turning his head. You're scared, yet you still insisted on coming to steal. Although I was a bit nervous earlier, I wasn't afraid. The more nervous I get, the calmer I become. I peeked out to look in the direction of the gardener, but the path was pitch black. After the turn, there was a straight road. He had no reason to run that fast, yet in just a few breaths, he disappeared from sight. No human could move that fast. Let us hurry up and leave. Otherwise, Su Wenqin will be waiting impatiently. Yi Tong got to his feet and was about to leave. I grabbed him and pulled him back. I suddenly realized that the gardener might not have gone far. If I could think of that, he might have too. We weren't that far from him to begin with. After turning the corner, he couldn't see us anymore. He wouldn't be so foolish as to keep chasing us straight ahead. So he was lying in wait, deliberately turning off his flashlight and hiding to wait for us to come out. What's wrong? Seeing my serious expression, Yi Tong asked in confusion. The gardener hasn't gone far. He should be nearby. I peered through the cracks in the rocks, carefully observing the surroundings. The quiet forest was still, with the evening wind whistling through the trees. As I shifted my gaze, a blurry human face came into view behind a peach tree not far from us. I swallowed hard. In this environment, especially at night, seeing this scene was truly unsettling. The gardener had hidden his entire body behind the tree, leaving only his face exposed, staring intently in our direction. From a distance, it looked like a peach tree with a human face. Yi Tong followed my gaze and saw the same scene. His face was filled with terror, his mouth wide open, clearly about to scream. I quickly covered his mouth. Making a sound now would give away our position. Back up slowly. Once we pass the corner, we'll be out of sight, I whispered into Yi Tong's ear. Yi Tong's body was trembling. He turned to look at me, taking a moment to compose himself. We used the rocks as cover and retreated slowly. Once we were past the corner, we stood up and walked in the opposite direction. That was terrifying, Yi Tong said, his legs trembling. What just happened was indeed a bit scary. Not just him, even someone as burly as me felt a jolt in my heart. With that kind of courage, you still insist on going up the mountain to steal pears? I gave him a disdainful look. That scene was the worst psychological trauma of my life, he said, patting his chest and feeling his heart race. What's the big deal? I've seen much scarier things in the mountains before. I casually plucked a pear and started munching on it as I walked. Sometimes I even admire myself for still having the appetite to eat. What did you see? Yi Tong was scared but curious. Yin Yang ghost monkey. What kind of monkey? Hearing this name, Yi Tong was completely baffled. You don't even know that? You really haven't seen much of the world. According to the old folks, long ago, a group of eunuchs passed through this area and were all killed by local bandits, then buried in these mountains. Those eunuchs died unjustly and tried every means to seek revenge, but they couldn't leave the mountains. So they possessed the monkeys. These monkeys have human faces and usually hide in the trees. Who knows, maybe one is hiding in a tree right now, watching us. I squinted my eyes and scanned the surroundings. To be honest, the atmosphere in this mountain forest at midnight was indeed eerie, especially the rustling sound of leaves in the breeze, sending chills down my spine. He's looking at us. Yi Tong's teeth were chattering, and even the slightest movement made him tremble with fear. He's looking for a substitute. Think about it, eunuchs aren't complete men, so they can't possess a man's body, but they don't want to be women either. So he's up there watching, looking for those who are neither male nor female to possess. If he finds one. I paused, tossing the fruit pit to the side of the path. What happens if he finds one? Yi Tong swallowed nervously, his fingertips trembling. If he finds one, he'll just slip into the other person's body. I reached out and deliberately pinched Yi Tong's butt. Ah! Yi Tong screamed and ran forward frantically. The ghost monkey bit my butt, he cried, running away. In the dead of night, I felt he was more terrifying than the ghost monkey. If it weren't for the story I made up on the spot, I almost believed it myself after being scared like that. I clenched my fist. I didn't expect Yi Tong, with his small frame, to have such a perky butt. Chapter 86, Theft. Yi Tong sprinted away, even faster than when he had been running earlier. I could barely keep up with him. Liang Qiwen, that unprincipled guy, had already slipped away. By the time Yi Tong and I reached the foot of the mountain, he was already there with Su Wenqin. Upon seeing Su Wenqin, Yi Tong finally had someone to confide in. He cried like a baby, clinging desperately to Su Wenqin's embrace. What's going on? You're so scared, Liang Qiwen asked, chewing on a blade of grass, looking puzzled. A ghost monkey bit me, Yi Tong stammered. What kind of monkey? There are no monkeys around here. I think you're just trying to take advantage of Su Wenqin, Liang Qiwen said dismissively. There were no rare animals in these mountains except wild chickens and badgers. Fang Yuan, you're lying to me. Yi Tong turned around and glared at me. To be honest, I never expected him to be so gullible, and his cowardice was terrifying. Yet he still saw thrills. I told you it was just a legend. Why did you take it seriously? I rolled my eyes and said. Women are really strange. When their maternal instincts kick in, they can just wrap their arms around a man and pull him into their arms. Su Wenqin was hugging Yi Tong, and anyone watching would think they were very close. If you can't find a partner, just act like a woman and be best friends with women, you'll get plenty of benefits. Fang Yuan, telling ghost stories in the middle of the night? You're really brave. You scared Yi Tong so much her eyes are wide open. Liang Qiwen licked his lips and said. I know exactly what he's up to. He's not concerned about Yi Tong, he's clearly jealous of her hugging the girl. No light, you bastard, you gave the light to Digimon. I wasn't talking about you. There was nothing wrong to begin with. Why did you shout so loudly? We almost got caught. Thinking about what Liang Qiwen had done, I was furious. I didn't know Yi Tong's short legs were so slow. Besides, he was the one who said it wasn't exciting enough. Liang Qiwen dodged my powerful punch and laughed heartily. He was used to running mountain trails and thought everyone was as fast as him. Enjoyed that? Go home and sleep now. I said to them in a bad mood. In the middle of the night, he dragged me out for an intense workout, making me run around like crazy. Why don't we all go to my place? We're already out, and we can watch DVDs together. My dad bought a bunch of new DVDs. Yi Tong suggested. Su Wenqin and Liang Qiwen immediately agreed, but I wasn't interested at all. I yawned and prepared to go home. Staying up this late to watch DVDs? That's just crazy. I have a computer at my place, Yi Tong said as I was about to leave. Thinking it over, it was so late, and the three of them going home alone wasn't safe. As someone who values loyalty, how could I let them walk home alone at night? If something happened, how could I live with myself? So I took a detour and walked back to the three of them. Under the bright moonlight, the four of us chatted and laughed all the way to Yi Tong's house. His place was huge. As soon as the door opened, the scent of wealth hit me in the face. The sofa in the living room was so comfortable I could almost moan. As soon as I lay down, I sank into it, soft and cozy. Yi Tong skillfully turned on the DVD player. The three of them sat on the sofa watching a movie, while I sat in the study playing on the computer. This must be Yitong's father's study. There wasn't a single game on the computer. I called Liang Qiwen over and downloaded Counter-Strike, but this wasn't an internet cafe, so there was no one to play with on the local network. Playing against the computer wasn't much fun, so after a while, I lost interest. On the desk was a photo of a couple, probably Yitong's parents. His father looked ordinary, but his mother was quite pretty. Yitong resembles his mother in some ways, especially their big eyes. I guess he inherited his mother's good genes, which is probably why he's so popular with girls. I think those women have no taste. Yitong may be good-looking, but he lacks the masculine charm I have. A man should be handsome with a touch of masculinity. That's the ideal choice. Yitong has never mentioned his mother, and last time he left, it seemed like only his father was in the car. His dad must treat him well. The house is well stocked with food and drinks, and there are even boxes of Wangzi milk on the table. There's also a Wangzi gift set. I've only seen that on TV. I wish my family could have that kind of treatment someday. Liang Qiwen in the living room really doesn't act like an outsider. He is sitting there eating and drinking, laughing like a little kid. I can hear his laughter all the way to the study. Actually, I really admire him. He knows how to enjoy himself when he should, and when it's time to work, he is extremely diligent and never slacks off. We spent the night at Yitong's house, and when we parted in the morning, Liang Qiwen said he had to go back to help his uncle harvest corn. I was truly impressed. He knew he had to work during the day, yet he stayed up all night having fun and didn't even take a nap. I wanted to help him, but I was too tired to do anything. I was so exhausted that I went home to sleep with dark circles under my eyes. I slept straight through until noon, then got up, washed up, and headed out to find Liang Qiwen to take his place for a while so he could get some rest. Mentioning his uncle made me want to vent my frustration. Liang Qiwen is only 16, not even 17 yet, and he has to pay rent to live in his uncle's house. He also has to do chores for them from time to time. Even capitalists would feel ashamed. As I passed by the supermarket, I thought about buying 2 bottles of water. I hadn't eaten anything at home, and I was worried that Liang Qiwen might collapse and die in the fields. When I reached the other end of the shelf, I saw a familiar figure. Yitong. Just as I was about to greet him, I saw him stuff a bag of potato chips into his backpack. He was actually stealing. I didn't know whether to be surprised or not. After all, we had gone to the mountains last night to steal pears, but I never thought he would come to the supermarket to steal something. Looking at his bulging backpack, he definitely didn't just take 1 bag of potato chips. I knew he wasn't short on money. He was just enjoying the thrill of stealing. He then walked past the counter with a bottle of water in his hand, paid without batting an eyelid, and left. I followed closely behind him and stopped him at the intersection a short distance away. Fang Yuan. He looked at me with a hint of joy. You'll never guess what I was doing just now. He held his backpack in his hands and showed me his loot. I saw it. You stole it, didn't you? I glanced inside the backpack, which was filled with snacks. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? I was really worried I'd get caught when I paid, but I acted calm and managed to get away with it. Yitong laughed happily, clearly proud of himself. It was as if he had done something truly remarkable. That's illegal, you know? Although Liang Qiwen and I occasionally went up the mountain to steal some fruit to eat, we had never done anything like stealing. Just like tea leaves, the fruit farmers occupy the mountain slopes to grow fruit trees, and the villagers should benefit from that. I could convince myself that stealing some fruit was what I deserved, but stealing from a supermarket is theft. Even I couldn't convince myself. I know, but it's really thrilling. Looking at Yitong's genuine smile, I couldn't help but freeze in place. Chapter 87, Harvesting Corn. He was once just a student sitting by the window with a melancholy expression. He was bullied and mocked by others. Since he started hanging out with me, he has indeed become much more cheerful and optimistic. But he had also visibly started to go down a bad path. Mr. Jiang once said, "It's hard to learn to be good, but it's very easy to learn to be bad." Whether it's my dad, Mr. Jiang, or Mr. Chen, they've all been telling me to be a good person. Yet I still keep doing bad things. Yitong really has been led astray by me and Liang Qiwen. What he did today can be said to be the responsibility of both me and Liang Qiwen. Give it back, I said coldly. He looked up at me, confused. Why? I finally managed to get it out. You didn't take it, you stole it. I looked at Yitong and said each word slowly. So what? We stole pears together yesterday, didn't we? Don't give me that look. I'll split it with you, okay? Yitong shrugged indifferently, pulling out some snacks to share with me. That's different. I didn't take what he offered. What's the difference? It's all stealing. Because he doesn't owe you anything. Do you understand? You can't just steal someone else's stuff for no reason. Although I often did bad things, I had my own reasons, at least reasons I could convince myself of. I didn't use societal standards as my bottom line, but I had my own limits. You're just letting the officials set fires while forbidding the common people from lighting lamps. You can do bad things, so why can't I? Yitong said angrily. I'll light your grandmother's leg. Even if I do something wrong, I'll choose my targets. If that shopkeeper bullies you, tell me, and I'll come break all his windows at night. But you can't just cause trouble for the sake of excitement and make others suffer for no reason. Seeing his defiant expression, I was so angry I couldn't contain myself. My classmates all say I'm domineering and mean, but I only take issues with actions, not people. I wouldn't just kick someone for no reason. Anyway, I'm not paying. It's none of your business. Yi Tong clung tightly to his backpack. Fine, today, as long as you say we're not friends, I won't interfere. Even if you kill someone or start a fire, if I try to stop you, I'll change my last name. I wanted to hit him with a stick. But you're not even a Zhou. Yi Tong stared at me with wide eyes. So I'll look out for you until I die. Give it here. I snatched his backpack and glared at him angrily. You're so bossy. Yi Tong tried to take back his backpack, but seeing my glare, he quickly pulled his hand back. Stay here. If you dare to leave, you'll regret it. I walked toward the supermarket, still holding his backpack, and turned back to warn him. With Yi Tong's personality, if I let him take it back himself, he'd never be able to save face. The supermarket wasn't very big, with just the owner at the front counter. When I walked in, he glanced up at me, then went back to playing with his phone, smiling like a little kid. I dumped everything from my backpack onto the counter: spicy noodles, potato chips, you name it. Where did you get all this? The owner asked, looking at me in shock. I stole them. You stole it? He stood up and looked me over. If I had stolen it, would I give it back to you? You run a store and don't even bother to keep an eye on things. You're not even motivated to make money. I shook my head, wondering what kind of person he was. Liang Qiwan and I wanted to make money, but we had nowhere to go. He had the opportunity but didn't take it. If this were my store, I'd be selling things all day long. What about the thief who stole it? The boss looked at me suspiciously. I let him go. I'm not obligated to catch thieves for you. Here is your stuff back. I turned to leave. Don't you dare leave. The boss grabbed my sleeve and wound let me go no matter what. Hand over the thief, or I'll send you to the police station. He was convinced I knew the thief. That is true, I do know him, but I won hand over Yi Tong. Besides, I've already helped him recover his losses. I took a deep breath to stay calm. The thief isn't me. What good would it do to send me to the police station? Besides, you haven't suffered any losses now. I clenched my fists, struggling to control my emotions. But if he comes back to steal again, I'll hold you responsible. The boss Woon T let it go. I had helped him recover his losses, yet he was still being so unreasonable. Then stop playing with your phones so much and keep an eye on your store. No one will come to steal if you do. This isn't even my store. Of course I'll keep an eye on it. What kind of attitude is that? This is my attitude. Let go of me. Or I'll sneak over and smash your store up tonight and the police won't even find any evidence. I'm really fed up with his interrogation-style attitude. I'm not a criminal, for God's sake. If you really push me, I'll commit a crime just to show you. I can't stand this nonsense for even a second. The boss, startled by my outburst, quickly let go of my hands. He is a big shot with a lot to lose. He wouldn't dare pick a fight with me, and he certainly wouldn't bet against me. He was afraid of one thing: what if I really did something? Then he'd be in big trouble. I stormed out of the supermarket, saw Yi Tong standing in the sun, too scared to move, and gave him a hard slap on the head. I really don't know how Mr. Jiang could have been so patient with me back then. Now, just looking at Yi Tong makes me angry. Now that everything has been returned, can I go? He said, still frowning at me. He is probably still resentful that I took his loot. I think he is just too full and bored. Follow me today. Wherever I go, you go. I didn't give him a friendly look and dragged him along to find Liang Qiwan. Under the blazing sun, I could see Liang Qiwan working in the fields from a distance. I threw the water I had bought at him and told him to go lie down in the shade for a while. He hadn't slept all night, and the sun was still so strong. Don't let him die from heatstroke. Liang Qiwan kept yawning and fell asleep on the field embankment in no time. Go harvest the corn, I said to Yi Tong, pointing at the corn in the field. What? Me? Pick the corn? He looked at me, completely disbelieving. What are you looking at? You're good at stealing, but you're too lazy to work. Hurry up. I plopped down on the ground. In this sweltering weather, just standing there made me sweat profusely. I don't know how. Yi Tong stood there, unsure of what to do. He was indeed spoiled and had never even harvested corn before. Use the sickle to cut them off and lay them neatly on the ground. I yawned, listening to Liang Qiwan's snoring, which was making me drowsy. Can I not do it? Yi Tong held the sickle in his hands, looking at me with a pout. Sure. You don't have to cut the corn. Just cut my neck, and then you can go home. I mimicked Liang Qiwan's lazy posture, lying on the field ridge and pointing to my own neck as I spoke to Yi Tong. Chapter 88, Feeling the Wind. Overwhelming drowsiness was consuming my consciousness. I didn't even remember how I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already past 3 o'clock. That meant Yi Tong had been working in the field for 3 hours. I rubbed my eyes and looked out at the field. Goodness, it took him half an hour to harvest that little bit of corn. He really wasn't good at this work. His clumsy movements showed he wasn't used to using the sickle properly. If he kept this up, the corn would probably sprout right where it was. I thought you were going to help me. Making Yi Tong do this is worse than waiting for me to wake up and do it myself. Liang Qiwen had also woken up by then. Seeing Yi Tong's handiwork, he was speechless. The cornstalks were scattered everywhere, not even neatly arranged. It'll be a hassle to harvest them later. I didn't know he was so weak. At least he has the strength to use. I told Liang Qiwen to go back and get 2 more sickles. With 3 of us working together, it didn't take too long, and the field wasn't that big. Upon closer inspection, Yi Tong's eyes were red, probably from crying while working. Tears had soaked his hair, which was much longer than mine. Back then, the non-mainstream style was in, with a soft, feminine vibe. Unlike me, with my buzz cut I didn't even need scissors at the barber shop, they just shaved it off. Harvesting corn was indeed hard work. Not only was it physically demanding, but it also made your whole body itch. Even I was afraid of it. That's not how you use the sickle. I snatched the sickle from Yi Tong's hands and demonstrated how to do it. Do it like me. After demonstrating, I handed the sickle back to him. I'm so tired. Can I rest for a bit? Yi Tong complained. You're not tired. Keep going. I ignored him and stood by to supervise. When Liang Qiwen returned, the 3 of us worked together. By the time it was almost dark, we finally finished the field. Yi Tong was so exhausted he couldn't straighten his back, accusing me of mistreating him. I didn't argue at all, I just nodded. I had brought him along because he was idle, and it was a good opportunity to help Liang Qiwen with the farm work. Can I go now? Yi Tong looked as dejected as a horse or ox that hadn't been paid. Wait, I'll take you somewhere. I didn't let him leave. Where? He was uninterested, having worked all afternoon and was already exhausted. You like thrills, don't you? I'll take you to steal something tonight. I broke off a few corn cobs and used a stick to start a fire. We ate it as dinner. Are we going to steal pears again? Yi Tong couldn't hide his excitement at the idea of doing something mischievous. What's so exciting about stealing pears? I'll take you to steal something that can be sold. I poked at the fire, glancing at Yi Tong's expression out of the corner of my eye. This guy, he really hasn't given up his thieving ways. Liang Qiwen narrowed his eyes at me, then relaxed. He must have guessed what I was up to and knew I had my limits. But you didn't say I couldn't steal things, did you? Yi Tong nibbled on the charred corn cob, glancing at me cautiously. He thought I was testing him, so he said that, pretending to be coy. Just say whether you're going or not. If you're not, I'll take Liang Qiwen with me. I snorted coldly. With his limited skills, he dared to try to gauge my intentions. Go, go, go. He. Yi Tong hurriedly agreed, afraid that even a second's delay would cost him the opportunity. By the fire, Yi Tong was full of anticipation. Liang Qiwen smiled without speaking, and I, haha. Let us make it clear, since you're going, you can't give up halfway. You can't start something and then stop. Before leaving, I emphasized this again. Yi Tong agreed without hesitation. As we passed by my house, I deliberately went back to tell my father that I would be playing at a friend's house and would return late, so he didn't need to wait for me. I rode my bike with Yi Tong to the construction site in town. That old scrap collector, did he think I forgot about you? A dog that passed by stepped on my foot. 3 years later, I'd still slap it if I saw it, let alone the heartless merchants who cheated me and Liang Qiwen. What are we doing here? Yi Tong looked at me in confusion. To steal stuff, I rolled my eyes at him and looked toward the scrap collector's house. Steal money? Yi Tong widened his eyes. I felt like if I nodded, he'd actually do it. Who knows where he hid the money? Let us steal some rebar. Actually, I did know where the money was, but I wasn't really a thief, and I certainly wouldn't let Yi Tong steal it. What's the use of stealing rebar? Yi Tong looked disappointed. Stealing rebar can be sold for money, which is the same as stealing money. We agreed from the start not to give up halfway. Seeing his expression, I immediately encouraged him. All right, then. Yi Tong nodded and joined me as we crouched on a distant earthen slope. What we were stealing didn't really matter to him. His family had plenty of money. He enjoyed the process, the thrill of doing something wrong. He was different from me. He was purely in it for the thrill of doing something wrong. Yi Tong and I crouched on the dirt mound for over an hour, waiting until the scrap collector fell asleep before cautiously approaching. He was in charge of keeping watch, while I went into the yard. Every profession has its own slang. Grave robbers are called gold diggers, and thieves are called wind diggers. As the name suggests, they even touch the wind that passes by. I took out the prepared snakeskin bag and carefully loaded the rebar inside. Maybe I was born for this line of work. I wasn't afraid at all while working, staying calm and steady as an old dog. Before long, the bag was filled to the brim. This heartless merchant cheated me and Liang Qiwen out of money. It's not just this little bit. I slung the bag over my shoulder, only to realize how heavy it was. I almost lost my balance and fell to the ground. I estimated it must weigh at least 80 pounds, otherwise it wouldn't be this difficult to carry. As I stepped out of the courtyard gate, I saw Yi Tong hiding quietly behind the wall. I motioned for him to follow me. You're so clever. I saw the light in that room turn on, but you didn't leave. Yi Tong hurried up behind me, patting his chest nervously. I didn't hear any noise. He wouldn't just come out for no reason. I was confident in myself, handling everything carefully so as not to make a sound. With absolute certainty, that's why I brought Yi Tong along. Even if the old man did come out, he couldn't outrun me. I could easily slip away. It's all up to you now. I dropped the bag on the ground and gestured for Yi Tong to pick it up. He tried a few times, gritting his teeth and using all his strength to lift it, but after taking a few steps, he collapsed onto the ground. It was pretty heavy for me, and with Yi Tong's small frame, he could only hold it for a few seconds. Theft involves 3 stages: stealing the goods, transporting them, and selling them. Stealing is the hardest part. 1v done it, so you handle the transportation. I wasn't lying about that. Logically speaking, Yi Tong was getting the better end of the deal. During the theft, there is always the risk of getting caught, so it's the riskiest part. But this rebar is too heavy. Yi Tong frowned deeply. He wasn't unwilling, he simply couldn't lift it. If you want to go down this path, you can't even endure this kind of hardship. How do you expect to grow and become powerful? If you're going to steal, you can't just steal snacks. I'm not using societal morality to restrict you. I just want to see if you can endure this hardship. I won't be like Mr. Chen, gently guiding you. I can't spout any life philosophies either, because I think they're all nonsense. I'll only show Yi Tong through my actions that he's not cut out for this line of work. Just like when I worked as Chen teacher's assistant, the day it only took one try to realize how tough it was, and I gave up. Chapter 89, Those who associate with the black become black. The ancients said that there are 10 vices in human nature: eating, drinking, gambling, prostitution, smoking, cheating, swindling, stealing, and lying. Stealing is the lowest of the low, and I look down on it. As my friend, I won't let Yi Tong pick up such a bad habit. Pick it up. If you can carry this bag of rebar today, I won't bother you anymore. I grabbed the bag and hoisted it onto Yi Tong's slender frame. Liang Qiwen said I was heartless, but I didn't know. I just knew that at this moment, if I wasn't harsh with Yi Tong, the police would be even harsher with him later. I don't want to carry this. It's too heavy. Yi Tong struggled to carry the bag but dared not put it down. What did you say when we came here? Either don't do it at all or do it all the way. Don't give up halfway. I showed no mercy and urged him to keep going. Yi Tong, carrying the steel bars, walked about 50 steps before losing his balance and falling heavily to the ground. There wasn't even a concrete surface here, the ground was covered in small pebbles. He braced himself with his hands, which were scraped raw by the stones. Get up and keep going. I didn't look at his blood-stained hands and continued to urge him on from behind. Yi Tong didn't say a word, crouching on the ground as tears streamed down his face. I knew he hated me now. When I used to do bad things, Ms. Jiang stopped me, and I hated her too. You have to see things through to the end. I pulled him up from the ground and slung the bag back onto his shoulders. I won't steal anymore. Yi Tong threw the bag to the ground, and the rebar inside clanged loudly. What did you say? I can't hear you. I said I won't steal anything anymore. He shouted at me angrily. This time, he really gave up. I could tell he was angry, but he wasn't lying. I know you're angry now, but look at Liang Qiwen. He is living such a hard life, yet he doesn't steal. I think we're the ones who led you astray. I knelt down, feeling a mix of emotions I couldn't quite put into words. It felt a bit like guilt, turning a blank sheet of paper into a mess. Those who associate with the virtuous become virtuous, those who associate with the wicked become wicked. There was some truth to that saying. Liang Qiwen has his own principles, and so do I, but Yi Tong doesn't. He just copies others, thinking stealing pears is exciting. To seek that thrill, he steals snacks. This desire will grow. When snacks no longer satisfy his thrill, he'll steal more valuable things until one day he gets caught. I think you might not be suited to be our friend. These words came from the bottom of my heart, and I said them for Yi Tong's own good. A friend like Liang Qiwen is someone you might never find again in your lifetime. We're practically a perfect pair. So, you're going to cut ties with me again, right? Yi Tong looked up at me. He didn't have many friends, which is why he always hung out with us. I'm just giving you advice. But if you keep hanging out with us, there are certain things you'll have to listen to me about. This wasn't a threat, it was inevitable. Yi Tong's mindset wasn't as mature as mine or Liang Qiwen's. At first, we hung out with Yi Tong because he was rich, and Liang Qiwen and I could benefit from him. We never intended to corrupt him. One should accumulate virtue and do good deeds. I can't keep taking from him and then lead him into trouble. I understand, Yi Tong nodded. I stood up and kicked the bag filled with rebar to the side of the road. What about these things? Yi Tong asked. Just leave them here. That old man passes by here every day, let him pick them up himself. I wasn't that kind-hearted to return them to him. If someone else picks them up, let it be the old man's karma for always taking advantage of others. I rode my bike, dropped Yitong off at home, and went to find Liang Qiwen. The two of us took some soap and went to the reservoir behind the mountain. We stripped naked and dived into the water with a splash. All the fatigue of the day melted away in that moment. To be honest, I'd been itching all over since harvesting corn in the afternoon. If it weren't for wanting to teach Yitong a lesson, I would have taken a cold shower long ago. I knew you couldn't come up with anything good, Liang Qiwen said, jumping into the water and laughing at me. Under the moonlight, the ripples on the water's surface were clearly visible. I swam to the deeper part of the river, splashing water around while lathering myself with soap. After washing myself clean, I swam back to the shore, lay on the edge, and chatted with Liang Qiwen. Yitong is different from us. His family is wealthy, he'll live comfortably even if he does nothing. There's no need for him to act like us. Neither Liang Qiwen nor I knew what our futures held. He can endure hardship, so who knows, maybe he'll end up doing manual labor. I think I'll probably end up working in a factory doing some light work. The future is already set in stone, but Yitong comes from a wealthy family. When he grows up, whatever he does following in his father's footsteps will be 100 times better than what we can achieve. Don't let my tough exterior fool you, I know exactly where I stand. Once I step into the real world, I'll just be a small-time nobody. That's true, Liang Qiwen nodded in agreement with my viewpoint. He knew better than me what the consequences of breaking the law would be. There were no houses around the reservoir, and at night, we were probably the only two people swimming there. There's no other reason, it's just sheer boldness. That night, we made a decision. From now on, if we do something wrong, only the two of us will take responsibility. As for Yitong, we'll only take him along to skip school and go online, nothing else. My relationship with Yitong didn't plummet because of this incident. In fact, he knew deep down that stealing was wrong. Everyone quietly forgot about it, and we still went out to play together often. With the bicycles, we started going to town more often. The reason was simple, the internet cafe was in town, and the streets were lively. One day, as we were heading to the internet cafe, we happened to run into Mr. Chen, who was just leaving his house. I quickly turned the bike around, trying to take a detour and escape, but Mr. Chen had sharp eyes and spotted me from a distance. She told me to come over. How could I dare not go? I gritted my teeth and rode over. I was just heading to town to buy some things. Fang Yuan, give me a ride. She didn't act like a stranger at all, tucking her skirt and sitting on the back of my bike. It's no wonder I was scared. She was just like an NPC in a video game. Once you got close, she automatically accepted the quest. I'm just a kid riding a bike and having to carry someone. Couldn't she just take a tricycle? Mr. Chen didn't care if I was tired. He sat in the back seat and chatted with Liang Qiwen and Yitong from time to time. Poor me, I was sweating profusely, and sometimes when going up a small hill, I had to stand up and pedal. Finally, we arrived in town, and I was completely exhausted. I didn't expect Miss Chen, who looked so slim, to be so heavy. Do any of you want to go for a walk with the teacher? Mr. Chen got off the bike and smiled at us. I don't think that's necessary, I instinctively tried to step back. Mr. Chen tilted his head slightly, his gaze filled with a hint of warning. Chapter 90, Su Wenqin's Choice. Actually, there's not much to do anyway. Following the teacher around might be nice, and I could learn some useless knowledge. Feeling Mr. Chen's gaze, I stood at attention and quickly parked my bicycle. I thought to myself that the three of us following Mr. Chen wouldn't be too boring. But when I turned around, Liang Qiwen and Yitong had already shouldered their bicycles and run off. This was the only time I reacted slower than them. Where did they go? Mr. Chen asked with a pout, looking rather cute. Probably had something to do, I laughed it off. Those two jerks, they don't follow the rules of the underworld. You're the obedient one, Mr. Chen patted my head, pleased with my response. She had that little bit of power over me completely under her control. No wonder they say when women are in charge, the house falls apart. A little power and they run wild. Fang Yuan, you didn't come to study with me all summer. Did you go off and play? Mr. Chen, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around, startling me. No, I was studying at home, I replied stubbornly. Then Teacher, it's such a nice day today. Let's go out and have some fun. Don't ask any more questions. I could tell from Miss Chen's lip movements what she was going to say. She wants to test me again. I hadn't even glanced at my textbooks all summer. Now you're testing me? That's just making things difficult for me. Alright, I'll let you off this time. Miss Chen seemed to be in a good mood today and didn't punish me this time. After being tormented for so long, even a rare act of kindness made me feel grateful. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Teacher will treat you to some buns. I'll buy some later, and you can help me haggle. She had already planned this all along. No wonder she was so fixated on me. At this point, there's no way out. What else can I say? It's all my fault for not checking the almanac before leaving home. I got up early thinking I'd play some games today. Sigh. When I saw Mr. Chen going to buy buns, I stood at the alley entrance waiting, but I never expected to hear sobbing. And it sounded strangely familiar. I looked toward the alley and saw the slightly faded clothes. It was Su Wenqin's trademark outfit. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? I asked as I approached her. That day, right here at this alley entrance, I had promised to protect her. No, nothing. Su Wenqin stopped crying as soon as she saw me and wiped her tears with her sleeve. Do you know how hard it is for someone to lie to me? Especially with such a poor performance. I don't have the patience to reason with you. What is going on? Speak up. I looked at her and asked coldly. Given her temperament, if I tried to comfort her, it would take 2 hours just to get the full story. My mom won't let me go to school anymore. She wants me to stay home and take care of my younger brother. Su Wenqin choked out. Enough, don't say anymore. I interrupted her. Didn't you explain to her what compulsory education means? Does she have the right to stop you from going to school? The first time I met you, I knew you were a pushover. Anyone could punch you, and your mom tells you not to go to school, and you just obey? I pointed at Su Wenqin, speaking with disdain. I knew Su Wenqin's grades were decent. I didn't know if she could go to college, but she could definitely go to high school. But my mom. Su Wenqin lowered her head, unable to look at me. Seeing her attitude, I knew she hadn't even tried to fight for it. She was just hiding here and crying. What good does crying do? Your brother is mentally disabled, and you have to take care of him? I became independent in elementary school. Kids from the countryside aren't that spoiled. He's my mom's youngest brother, Su Wenqin explained. She already had an older brother in elementary school, and now there was another one. Why didn't the family planning officials come to your house? Your mom is so old, and she is still having kids? Su Wenqin was a year older than me, but we were the same age. I just started school later. Her mother must be over 35. I knew about the preference for sons in rural areas, but why have another one when they already had one? Why didn't you her? At her age, she is considered an older mother, and it's very dangerous. She could die at any moment. This remark carried a hint of a curse. I didn't have much respect for Su Wenqin's parents. Just looking at the clothes she was wearing, I could tell she was just a doormat at home. Money and how well you treat your children are two completely different things. Maybe my tone was a bit harsh, because Su Wenqin's tears started falling again. Tell me, do you still want to go to school? Seeing her cry made me feel annoyed. I want to, but my mom. Why do you care what she says? Look at the clothes you're wearing. Has she ever cared about you? If you listen to her, drop out of school to take care of your brother, and in 2 years, she'll marry you off to the pig farmer in the next village. I've read this plot in novels before. This predictable ending meant she'd never be happy in this lifetime. But she is still my mother. Su Wenqin lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and looked at me. Her attitude made me so angry I just wanted to curse her. Some people are just blindly devoted to their parents. You treat her like a mother, but does she even treat you like a daughter? You. Don't use that language. Just as I was about to curse, I heard Mr. Chen's voice from behind me. I didn't know when she had arrived. Interrupted by her, I didn't know what to say. All right, keep studying. I'll figure out a way to arrange your food and lodging, and I'll cover your tuition fees for now. You can pay me back later. I said with a frown. If she weren't my friend, I wouldn't bother with this nonsense. But my mom will definitely come to the school. Su Wenqin hesitated. She didn't want to miss the opportunity to study, but she was afraid of her mother. This timid personality really annoys me. When doing things, you need to have your own thoughts. When you can't have both, you have to stick to one path and see it through to the end. Just as I was about to scold her, I caught a glimpse of Mr. Chen standing nearby. If your mother has even a shred of affection for you and wants what is best for you, she wouldn't go to the school. If she really comes to the school, tell her that. You, Maja. I said to Su Wenqin in my broken English, after being forced to study intensively for a year under Mr. Chen's strict guidance, today is finally my chance to put it to use. I wouldn't dare advise her to talk things over with her mother. What a load of nonsense. If her mother could say such things, she clearly doesn't consider her a daughter. What's there to discuss? Either obey and be a puppet or resist and take control of your own life. People must rely on themselves. I was forcing Su Wenqin to make a choice between her mother and her life, a complete and final choice. If she is not mentally ill, she'll know what to choose. But if she really is mentally ill, then I have no choice. I'll walk away without looking back. Even when helping others, I have my own bottom line. As a friend, I will give her advice and offer assistance, but ultimately, it's up to her to choose. I absolutely respect others' destinies. If she wants to live a good life, I'll give her a hand. But if she throws herself into the fire, I won't stop her. Chapter 91, A String of Candy. People must have self-awareness and remain unwavering when facing major decisions. You only have one chance, Su Wenqin. Have you made up your mind? Deep down, I also hope she can break free from her original family and live her own life. I've made up my mind. I want to study and change my destiny. Su Wenqin looked up at me with a determined expression. Her attitude brought me some comfort. All right, you're not beyond hope yet. I nodded in satisfaction. I'll help you figure out where to live and eat. There are still a few days before school starts. I'll find you then. Looking at Su Qian, I felt a sense of accomplishment as if I were a savior. She's a decent person, but her temperament is too soft, like a sticky rice dumpling with no sharp edges. Fang Yuan, thank you. Su Qian bit her lip and I could tell she was about to cry again. What's there to thank me for? Friends should help each other, and besides, you owe me money. I didn't give it to you for free. I rolled my eyes, not wanting the mood to get too sentimental. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back. She agreed eagerly. After bidding farewell to Su Qian, I felt a bit worried. My abilities were limited, and if it was just the tuition fee of $100 or so, I wouldn't mind, because I had it. But food and lodging were the real problem. I didn't expect you to be so considerate of your friends, Mr. Chen said as we walked. It's nothing. This is an investment. Su Qian is a good student. By doing her a favor now, I'll get more back in the future. I scratched my head and laughed. You're smarter than a monkey, Mr. Chen said, speechless. I'm genuinely helping Su Qian, but this favor is also real. The more successful she becomes, the more valuable she'll be. Even if she doesn't achieve anything, it's fine, at least I fulfilled my duty as a friend. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win. I may love money, but making money is worth it, and doing it for a friend is even more so. Aren't you not into hanging out with girls? Mr. Chen asked curiously. Su Qian is a woman, but she is obedient. Other women have their own ideas, and between being obedient and disobedient, she chooses to disobey you. After all, women and men think differently. If Liang Qiwen used the wrong approach, I could tell him, and he'd listen and understand. But Su Qian might not understand or get it, yet she'd still do it. Some women, even if they don't understand, think they're right and will argue with you no matter what. She's stubborn and unreasonable. That's just male chauvinism. Women should also have their own opinions. Ms. Chen gently tapped my head with her finger, clearly dissatisfied with my answer. Just as I was struggling to come up with an example, I suddenly saw Zuo Qian and Wang Min coming out of the burger shop, holding cokes and burgers, chatting as they walked. I'll show you. I can trade one candy stick for all that good stuff they have. I pointed at Wang Min and Zuo Qian and said to Ms. Chen. Under Ms. Chen's puzzled gaze, I splurged and spent a whole $1 on a stick of candy. I pretended to be strolling around the street and accidentally ran into Zuo Qian. Zuo Qian, are you here in town to play too? I greeted her with a smile. Can't you see me? You only see Zuo Qian? Hearing that I only greeted Zuo Qian, Wang Min clearly looked displeased. I pretended not to hear and didn't even bother to respond. Yeah, that's right, you're alone, aren't you? Zuo Qian asked with a smile. Right, I thought I'd come to town to buy some sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick. This place's sugar-coated hawthorn is delicious. Have you tried it? Actually, I had bought it randomly on the street. Last time, Mr. Chen bought some for me, but it was sour and not tasty at all. No, I rarely eat sugar-coated hawthorn. Zuo Qian shook her head. She didn't eat many street snacks. Here, have this. I handed her the sugar-coated hawthorn. She looked at me hesitantly. It's really delicious. Try it. I urged her earnestly. All right, thank you. Zuo Qian took the candy apple, speaking shyly. Seeing her unwrap the packaging and take a bite, I couldn't help but smile. What did you guys buy? I asked, feigning ignorance. A hamburger and fries, Zuo Qian said, furrowing her delicate brows, probably because the candy-coated hawthorn berries were sour. Can I have your burger? I already treated you to the candy-coated skewered fruit. I looked longingly at the burger in Zuo Qian's hand. Well, okay, I'm not very hungry anyway. She handed the hamburger to me. Since you're not hungry, can I have the fries too? I took the burger and then set my sights on her fries. Fang Yuan, you're so shameless. Wang Min couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Zuo Qian toward me. I'm not being shameless. She said she wasn't hungry, so I gave her the candied hawthorn. I pouted. It's okay, you can have the fries too. Zuo Qian swallowed hard, reluctantly glancing at the fries. Zuo Qian, you just said you were really hungry. What will you eat now? Wang Min frowned at Zuo Qian, then turned to give me a disapproving look. Class monitor, you're so kind. It's a pity we're not in the same class anymore, but we're still in the same school, so we're still classmates. Classmates should be united and loving, right? I took the fries and ate one, dipping it in tomato sauce. The taste was excellent. As long as you think that way, Fang Yuan. Zuo Qian smiled brightly. Then give me your Coke too. The burger is a bit dry. I smacked my lips and said boldly. I gave you the only sugar-coated hawthorn on my stick. Seeing Zuo Qian biting her lip in silence, I added fuel to the fire. Enough, Fang Yuan. It was just one sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick, and you drank and took it all. Wang Min said angrily. She had always looked out for Zuo Qian since elementary school. That girl was as good as a sister to her. Whenever Zuo Qian was bullied, she was always the first to stand up for her. Fang Yuan, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I've already drunk this Coke. Zuo Qian said hesitantly. It's fine, I wouldn't dare look down on you. I reached out and took the cola from Zuo Qian, then took a big sip. One word, refreshing. Zuo Qian, you're way too easy to bully. A single candy stick and you let them take all your stuff. Wang Min gritted her teeth, speechless. Zuo Qian looked at Wang Min, shook her head, and signaled that it was okay. Fang Yuan, you're a big guy. How could you do that? Wang Min knew Zuo Qian's personality well and confronted me forcefully. What did I do? I also treated her to something, right, Zuo Qian? Is the candy apple sweet? I asked Zuo Qian. It's okay. Zuo Qian's expression was stiff. I could tell from the fact that she only took one bite that the candy stick was as sour as ever. She is the type who puts on a strong facade but is actually very easy to manipulate. A little kindness is all it takes to bind her with moral obligations. One day, I'll sell her off and she'll still sit there counting the money for me. Chapter 92, Logical Thinking. Anyone with eyes could see I was doing it on purpose, but as long as I played on Zuo Qian's personality and psychology, a single sugar-coated hawthorn berry was enough to make her hand over everything she had. The same method only works on Zuo Qian, it has no effect on Wang Min. That's why I only bought one string of candied hawthorn. I wouldn't spend an extra penny. You're not allowed to leave. Leave the things behind and I'll give you the candy stick back. Just as I was about to leave, Wang Min angrily blocked my path. Left Chen didn't say a word, and you're making such a big deal out of it. This is a fair trade. Do you understand? I don't want to talk to someone without a brain. I snorted coldly. Who are you calling brainless? You can't even pass an exam, and you're calling me brainless? Wang Min was so angry she was trembling all over. From the moment I arrived, I had deliberately ignored her. People are like that, the more you ignore them, the more upset they get. This moment was the culmination of it all. Fine, then I'll ask you a simple question. Everyone knows the answer. If you can answer it, I'll give everything back to Zuo Qian. But if you get it wrong, you have to give me your share too. Fair, right? Alright, deal. Wang Min agreed without hesitation. A little provocation was all it took to get her. I suppressed my inner joy. This girl had fallen for it. Wang Min, just let it go. Seeing my confident expression, Zuo Qian hurriedly tried to persuade her. But Wang Min was too angry to listen. I pulled out a 1 yuan coin and clenched it in my palm in front of her. Look closely. I won't move. Now tell me, if there's no coin, who wins? I asked. If you don't, you win, Wang Min replied confidently. I opened my palm, and the coin was still intact. If I didn't win, then you lost. I snatched the item from her hand. And you call yourself smart? You're the class monitor? Put. That doesn't count. I didn't hear you clearly just now. Wang Min froze in place, her mind unable to process what had happened. But she refused to admit defeat, so she resorted to a tantrum. Alright, let us do it again. This time, think carefully. I wasn't angry. After all, women have the privilege of being unreasonable. I reached out, took the coin, and clenched my fist. Ask again. If you have the coin, who wins? Wang Min frowned in thought. I didn't rush her but waited quietly. If you have one, you win. After thinking for a while, Wang Min said confidently. You won't change your mind? If you lose this time, you can't back out again. I said with a smile. I won't change it. Wang Min nodded firmly. If you have one, I win. If you don't, you lose. I slowly opened my palm, which was empty. How could this happen? Wang Min was completely dumbfounded, stuttering as she spoke. For a moment, her mind went blank. You lose, you lose. I'm outta here. I hugged the pile of food in my arms and quickly slipped away before Wang Min could figure out what was happening. I shared the burger I had tricked her into with Ms. Chen and stuffed the soda into her hand. How could you be so mean? Ms. Chen looked at me speechlessly. No, they all volunteered, I mumbled, chewing on the burger. How did you pull that trick earlier? Ms. Chen looked at me in confusion. She was just trapped in my logic and couldn't get out. Anyone who came would lose. I repeated the trick, placing a coin in my palm and asking Ms. Chen, if you don't have any, who wins? She looked at me, silent for a moment. Clearly, she was much smarter than Wang Min, because no matter how she answered, there was only one possible outcome, she would lose. If she said there wasn't any, I had it, so she lost. If she said there was, I had it, so she still lost. Wang Min is smart when it comes to studying, but when it comes to petty tricks, she is no match for me. They had their own ideas and were easily trapped by others' logic, yet they wouldn't listen to advice. At first, Wang Min tried to persuade Zuo Qian, then Zuo Qian tried to persuade Wang Min, but it didn't work at all. But if it were Su Wenqin, if I said I wasn't playing, she would definitely listen to me. From the very beginning, when I bought that string of candied hawthorn, I knew I could use moral pressure to control Zuo Qian. Wang Min was so protective of her, she would definitely stand up for her. I then used reverse psychology to pressure her. In short, she was too easy to manipulate. Now you know why I don't play with them, right? Today I could trick them into giving me so much food with a string of candied haws. Tomorrow, someone else could use a few flowers to trick them into going home. This kind of person is crazy. I really can't understand why women are so easy to deceive. There's no challenge at all. Fang Yuan, what you're doing is wrong. Mr. Chen said to me with a stern expression. Miss Chen, I'm doing this for their own good. I want them to learn a lesson so they won't get fooled by others when they grow up. I sipped my Coke and burped. You little devil, you're so cunning. Your brain is so smart, but you use it for all the wrong things. She tapped my head disapprovingly. Hey, Fang Yuan, have you ever deceived a teacher? Miss Chen furrowed her brows slightly, leaned in close, and asked, her forehead touching mine. Those beautiful eyes fixed on me, and I swallowed nervously, flashes of the dream playing in my mind. No, teacher, you're so smart. How could I possibly lie to you? I stammered in response. That's true. In front of me, your little tricks are no match for me. Miss Chen raised her eyebrows triumphantly. Seeing her smug expression, I thought to myself, you're just as gullible as they are. You think a little wish can make me study hard? You're so naive, even at your age. They were deceived because you're too cunning. You're young but full of tricks. Actually, girls are very rational. Haven't you heard? An 18-year-old girl might be easy to deceive, but in 2 years, when she's 20, it'll be much harder to deceive her. Mr. Chen said as he walked away. 2 years is enough. Then we can just find another 18-year-old to deceive, I said with a scoff. If you can't solve the problem, solve the root cause. So when you grow up, you'll just keep switching girlfriends? When I change girlfriends, they're also constantly changing me. Force is mutual, right, teacher? I looked up and asked, only to receive a sharp slap from Mr. Chen. The pain made me wince. When she couldn't argue with me, she always resorted to violence. Either pulling my ears or slapping my palms. I thought I was right. In any case, as long as I'm watching, you can't bully your classmates, you can't fall in love too early, and you definitely can't take advantage of others. Miss Chen pulled out $50 from her pocket. He told me to buy new ones for Zuo Qian and Wang Min. I took the money reluctantly, after all, it was all I had earned on my own. This is the blood and sweat of the working people. Chapter 93, The Mouse's Midnight Visit. Under Mr. Chen's threat, I reluctantly returned to the hamburger shop with the money and bought another meal for Zuo Qian and Wang Min. Wang Min was still there, repeatedly going over it, as if she had become obsessed. Actually, she had answered correctly both times, she just fell into a logical trap. With a little more thought, she would have figured it out. Left Qian remained vigilant toward my return and the items I was holding. She must have been scared by being tricked before and now learned to be cautious around me. At least she's learned her lesson, right? Stop overthinking it. Just eat. Mr. Chen bought it for you. I gave her a disdainful glance. Even if you're as clueless as you are, I wouldn't use the same trick twice. Hearing me say that, Zuo Qian cautiously took the food. Such a small amount of food, it must have cost nearly $30. Sure enough, these two girls come from wealthy families. I wouldn't have spent that much money, and besides, I didn't think it tasted that great. By the way, Fang Yuan, have you heard about Zhang Hao's family? I was about to leave when Zuo Qian spoke up. Mouse? What happened to his family? I turned around in confusion and asked. I hadn't been in touch with Mouse for a while, so I hadn't paid attention to his affairs. His mom was admitted to the hospital yesterday. I don't know the details, Zuo Qian said while eating French fries. Why are you telling me this? I'm not in contact with Mouse anymore. I frowned and said. But you used to be good friends, didn't you? That was in the past. We're not like that anymore. I said coldly, then turned and walked away. Morality can restrain Zuo Qian, but it can't restrain me. Since I'm no longer friends with Hao Zi, I won't bother with his affairs. On the way back, Miss Chen noticed I was quiet and thought I was upset, so she told me a joke. But she really had no sense of humor, and the joke wasn't funny at all. That night, I couldn't sleep. To be honest, setting aside Hao Zi, Aunt Cheng had always been kind to me. Every time I went to Hao Zi's house to play, she would fill a bag with sunflower seeds and peanuts for me. Revenge is my principle in life, I thought, but one should also know how to repay kindness. The Mouse's family consists of just him and his mother. They don't live well, and as an orphan mother and son, they're often bullied. Now that she is in the hospital, I have no idea what her condition is. Should I go visit her? I'm really torn. Just as I was dozing off, I heard someone knocking on the window. I forced myself to stay awake, turned on the light, and thought it was Liang Qiwen coming to find me. He has recently bought a few water traps and goes to the pond every night to catch eels and loaches, sometimes inviting me alone. But when I opened the window, it wasn't Liang Qiwen, it was Zhang Hao. Why are you here? I asked, surprised. I didn't understand why he was coming to find me so late at night. Fang Yuan, I killed someone. The mouse was trembling all over, and the look in his eyes was filled with fear of the unknown outcome. What are you talking about? Who did you kill? With his cowardly nature, who could he possibly have killed? Lai Lao San. I just hit him to death with a stick. Lao Zi's tears kept flowing down, clearly terrified beyond belief. Lai Lao San from the village entrance? So late at night, how did you run into Lai Lao San? I glanced at the clock, it was already past 11 o'clock. Don't ask anymore, Fang Yuan. You're the only friend I have. Take this money to the hospital for my mother tomorrow. Laozi sniffled, reaching out the window to hand me a cloth bag filled with money. Where did you get the money? What is going on? I glanced at the cloth bag. There were at least 2 or 3,000 yuan inside. Where did Mouse get so much money? Don't ask, Fang Yuan. I'm begging you. He wiped away his tears and refused to say anything else. I put on my clothes, leaned out the window, and slapped him hard across the face. Explain yourself or I won't help you, and I won't take the money to the hospital either. I glared at him coldly. He was always a man without a backbone, and under my relentless questioning, he finally confessed the entire story. It turned out that Aunt Chang had been beaten and sent to the hospital. When she arrived, she was already unconscious, and the medical bills totaled 2,000 yuan. The rat had no money, so in a moment of desperation, he decided to steal some from Lao San's house. Originally, Lao San had gone to Xinguang City on business and wouldn't be back for a while. But as luck would have it, just as the rat was stealing the money, he returned early. In a panic, the rat struck Lao San on the head with a stick and then ran to me with the money. What started as a burglary turned into a robbery and murder. Looking at the mouse, who was trembling with fear, I was so angry I could grind my teeth. Now you know to be afraid? Why didn't you think about that when you were doing it? I couldn't help but kick him hard. Fang Yuan, what should I do now? The mouse trembled, completely at a loss. Don't bother me. I growled under my breath, afraid of waking my father. My dazed mind slowly came back to me. I paced back and forth in the hallway. Damn it, I'm just a kid. How could this problem be dumped on me? What could I possibly come up with? I'm just an ordinary person. But seeing Mouse looking so pitiful, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Are you sure Lao San is dead? I turned and asked. I don't know. I saw him lying stiff on the ground, bleeding a lot. The mouse's courage was truly as small as a mouse's. Let's go to Lao San's house. I grabbed my jacket and, taking advantage of the darkness, rushed to the village entrance with the mouse. As we climbed over Lao San's wall, I wrapped my shirt around my hands and used my jacket as a step to avoid leaving any evidence. I heard that there are now instruments that can detect fingerprints, and I didn't want to get involved. As soon as I entered the house, I saw Lao San lying on the ground, bleeding from his head. I knelt down beside him and checked his pulse. Thank God, Lao San wasn't dead. He must have been knocked unconscious. If he wasn't dead, there was still hope. I grabbed the rat outside and dragged him inside, telling him to put the money back exactly where he found it. Breaking into a house and injuring someone is a much lesser crime than breaking in to commit murder or robbery. After doing all that, I quickly took the rat out of the house. We can't just leave Lao San like this. If we drag this out, he might really die. Someone had to step in. I can't do it. I can't very well say I couldn't sleep at night, went out for a stroll, and saw Lao San lying in his locked house. Stop crying, I slapped Mouse on the forehead. The whole way home, his crying made me even more upset. You can't avoid this. You have to step forward and take responsibility. We can't let Lao San die, otherwise, the problem will really escalate. Go find Lu Laoyi at the village entrance and have him take Lao San to the hospital. Don't mention the theft under any circumstances, or your life will be ruined. You only went to Lao San's house and hit him. Got it? I held his head and forced him to look at me. Lao San looked at me blankly. I was truly worried he'd be as gullible as before, letting others manipulate him with a few words. Chapter 94, A Reasonable Excuse. But what if someone asks me why I beat him? Mouse asked. You or Aunt Chang can say you have a grudge against Lai San. Any grudge will do. I knew Mouse wouldn't lie, so I had to come up with an excuse for him. Our families live far apart. We don't have any grudges. Oh, I remember now. My mom once scolded Lao San. Laozi said, slapping his head. When was that, and why? I asked hurriedly. Lao San said my mom dresses up all fancy every day and flirts with men, so my mom scolded him. But that was 2 years ago. Mouse said. Because of something said 2 years ago, going to his house tonight to beat him up doesn't sound very credible. Fang Yuan, do you think I'll go to jail this time? Laozi was already panicking, his fear written all over his face. Shut up. What good does it do to be scared now? You only come to me when something goes wrong. If you had come to me from the start, would this have happened? I glared at him. Even stealing was such a stupid idea. I didn't dare to come find you because you said we're not friends anymore. But Fang Yuan, from childhood to now, you're the only friend I've ever had. That day at Zhang teacher's house, I really didn't mean it. Laozi choked out, tears falling onto the ground. He was indeed very stupid at times, but he had always been kind to me. I searched my mind for any useful information, trying to minimize the punishment for Mouse. Howsy, listen to me. If you can't get through this, there's no turning back. This isn't just about going to the rapeseed field. You must remember every word I say. No matter who asks you, don't change a word. Do you understand? You only have one chance. This is the only chance you'll ever get in your entire life. I slapped his shoulders hard, trying to clear his mind. I promise I'll follow your instructions. Mouse nodded repeatedly. Remember, when you go to Lai Lao-san's house, it's purely for revenge. Got it? This is very important. I repeated the instructions to him. I'll give you a script now. You must memorize it perfectly. Don't even dare to get it wrong in your dreams. Lai Lao-san insulted your mother 2 years ago, so you've been harboring this grudge ever since. Remember, it was 2 years ago. The timing must be precise to prove you still remember it clearly. But you've been holding it in. Recently, on your way home from school, Lai Lao-san's dog kept chasing you. You got so angry that you killed the dog and buried it on the back mountain. Yesterday, you overheard Lai Lao-san telling Lu Dage that he planned to kill the dog thief to avenge his dog, and he said many offensive things. You were so angry that you went to his house tonight specifically to beat him up. You accidentally hit him on the head, so you rushed out to find Mr. Lu to take him to the hospital. That's the whole story, got it? I pieced together all the useful information about Lai Lao-san, mixing truth and fiction, and concocted a plausible excuse for Mouse. If the police ask you, just say the dog's body is under the willow tree on the back mountain, and Mr. Lu will testify for you, confirming that Lai Lao-san indeed said those words yesterday. You must stick to your story and never back down. I buried the dog myself, and I heard Lai Lao-san's conversation with Mr. Lu with my own ears. We have a witness, physical evidence, and a motive. Combined with the story I gave you, as long as you admit that Lai Lao-san was the one you hit, the police won't look elsewhere and will close the case quickly. Howsy, no one can help you this time. You have to be strong, be brave, and don't let others scare you into backing down. I still wasn't entirely reassured, but at this point, there was no way out. All we can do is see if Mouse can hold his ground. I understand. I won't back down this time. The rat looked at me, clenching his teeth. People must rely on themselves. I patted his shoulder and told him to go find Mr. Lu immediately. There wasn't much time left for him to prepare. Whether he could get through this or not, it was up to him. Watching Mouse's departing figure, I felt a pang of guilt. If I hadn't spoken so harshly that day, he wouldn't have been driven to such desperation and made such a mistake. At least he would have come to me for advice, and I could have stopped him. When I returned home, the sky was already beginning to lighten. I walked into the kitchen, cooked a pot of congee, and stir-fried 2 vegetables. Getting up so early to cook? The sun must be rising in the west. My father woke up and saw me busy in the kitchen, looking surprised. Don't say that. As a son, it's only natural to cook for your father, right, Dad? I said politely. Just tell me what you want to buy, my father snorted. School is about to start, so I want to buy a few practice test papers to review. I felt embarrassed even saying it myself. How much? 1,300. I said, biting my lip. How much? My dad was brushing his teeth with a cup of water in his hand. When he heard me, he looked completely stunned and plopped down onto the floor. 1,003. I couldn't even bring myself to say the number out loud. The electric tricycle next door only cost around 1,000 yuan. Tell me the truth, did you get into trouble? My father stood up, walked over to me, and toothpaste foam splashed onto my face. He looked anxious because I rarely asked him for money, and this time it was such a large amount. Ha, I was just joking. It's actually 13 yuan. Seeing how worried my father was, I couldn't bring myself to say it. Oh, you scared the life out of me. I thought you'd rented someone's house. My father sighed in relief, returned to the well to rinse his mouth, and told me to go get the money from the cabinet in my room. I looked at the scattered money in the cabinet, wanting to take it but not knowing how to explain it to my dad. I took the 13 yuan and left. Liang Qiwen had just returned from the pond, covered in mud. As soon as he saw me, he handed me the bag containing the eels, telling me to take them back for my father's dinner. Qiwen, do you have any money? I stammered. I had never borrowed money before in my life, and it felt strange. How much do you need? He asked, wiping the sweat off his face. 1,300. I estimated that 1,300 yuan, plus the money I had saved, would be enough to cover Aunt Cheng's medical expenses. That much? Liang Qiwen looked at me for a moment without saying a word. I didn't say anything either. I'll keep 200 for rent, and the rest is yours. He reached into the innermost pocket of his jacket, pulled out a small cloth bag, and opened it. Inside were a thick stack of bills. This was all the money he had saved up over more than a year, every penny of it. Chapter 95, The Punishment for Doing Wrong. I didn't hide the matter involving the mouse from Liang Qiwen. It's not that I'm a gossip, I simply trust Liang Qiwen completely. I'll pay you back. No need. I can earn money. Liang Qiwen waved his hand dismissively. This has nothing to do with you. I want to help the mouse, so I can't use your money for my own affairs. This is money I borrowed from you. If you don't want me to repay it, then I won't borrow it. For Liang Qiwen's hard-earned money of 10 or 20 yuan a day, if I don't repay it, am I even human? He doesn't know mouse, well there is no reason for him to spend his money on this. Seeing how serious I looked, Liang Qiwen didn't say anything else. Though he was usually stingy, even refusing to buy me a bottle of soda, when it came to helping others, he never hesitated. Fang Yuan, I've realized you're a real oddball. Are you really just a middle school student? Liang Qiwen ruffled my hair, looking utterly astonished. You can connect things that have nothing to do with each other and use them as an alibi. The fact that we killed a dog became Zhang Hao's motive for the crime. You're really Liang Qiwen thought for a while but couldn't find the right word. I just used everything I could think of. It's not like 2 years ago when Lao San's mother insulted him and he suddenly couldn't resist attacking Lao San last night. It just doesn't hold up. Everything you do needs a sufficient motive so others won't suspect you. This alibi wasn't very airtight, but at the time, I had done my best. Can Jiang Hao keep his mouth shut? If he spills everything, you'll be in trouble too. Liang Qiwen pondered. I've actually thought about that too. Whether Mouse can withstand the pressure is really hard to say. Back in 6th grade, when we went to pick rapeseed flowers together and got caught by Mr. Jiang, he was the first to turn me in. I'll go to the hospital first. I clutched the money in my hand. The outcome of this matter could only be determined step by step. Do you want me to go with you? Liang Qiwen asked from behind. No, go take a shower first. You're covered in mud and stink. I waved him off. You little brat, Liang Qiwen muttered under his breath, not insisting further. I knew which hospital Cheng Ai was at. Mouse had told me there were only 2 hospitals in town, so it wasn't hard to find. Soon I spotted her figure in the ward. She was already awake, with bandages wrapped around her head, lying on the bed looking dazed, staring blankly at the ceiling, unsure of what she was thinking. Even when I was in elementary school, I thought she was beautiful, and she truly still had her charm. Aunt Chang, I walked over and greeted her. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here? She looked at me, clearly surprised. Since our last meeting in the small forest, we hadn't seen each other much. Zhang Hao told me you were in the hospital, so I came to visit you. Who hit you? Was it him? I didn't mention his name, but Miss Chang knew exactly who I was talking about. It was his wife. Aunt Chang hung her head in shame. This wasn't something to be proud of. Being a mistress didn't give her the courage to hold her head high. I told you not to have anything to do with him anymore. He is not a good person. Did he come to visit you while you were in the hospital? If he really cared about you, he would have protected you. Such a simple truth I couldn't believe Chang Auntie didn't understand. Even if Big Huang was lost, Lai Lao San would know to look for him. Chang Auntie is in the hospital, how could he not know? He just doesn't care. I know, but Aunt Chang has her own reasons. Chang Auntie bit her lip. I can guess the reason. It's all about money. Aunt Chang is raising Zhang Hao alone with no income. The money I extorted from her last time must have already been spent, otherwise Mouse wouldn't have gone to steal money from Lai Lao San's house. She had no choice but to turn to that man, but such things are bound to be discovered eventually. This outcome was inevitable. Aunt Chang, people have to rely on themselves, you can't depend on others. Especially a man with no sense of responsibility. The Zuo family, is there a single decent person among them? A corrupt father, a bullying mother, and a daughter who is always tattling. Although I feel sorry for Aunt Chang and the mouse, this is her own choice. With her looks and figure, even as a widow, she could easily remarry, but she chose to be with a married man. That's the saying, isn't it? Those who are pitiful must also be despicable. Last night, Haozi went to Lai Lao San's house in the middle of the night to raise money for your medicine. I told Chang Auntie everything that happened last night in detail. How could this happen? Hearing that Mouse had stolen and injured Lai Lao San, Miss Chang trembled all over. He was her only son, her entire hope. Now that this had happened, he might even face imprisonment. How could she not be afraid? Aunt Chang, only you can help Mouse. As long as Lai Lao San agrees to settle, this isn't too serious. I looked at Chang Auntie and said, I'll go find him right now. Even if I have to kneel before him, I won't let my son go to jail. Aunt Chang struggled to get up. Miss Chang, you're a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. I believe in you can definitely persuade Lai Lao San. I held Miss Chang's hand and spoke softly. Women are inherently a sharp weapon against men. That's what I learned from books. The sooner Lai Lao San agrees to settle, the safer the mouse will be. If the mouse is safe, I'm safe too. Lai Lao San is just a thug. He won't get up early without a reason. Without some benefit, he'll never agree to a settlement, and Miss Chang clearly doesn't have the money to bribe him. I understand, Aunt Chang said, not grasping my meaning at first, and she paused for a moment. I sometimes feel pretty despicable myself. I have no principles in life. Once the mouse is out, sell the house and take him to live somewhere else. After thinking it over, I finally spoke my mind. If Mouse found out that Aunt Chang had sold herself to save him, he'd never accept it. Moreover, Lai Lao San is a gossip, and this matter would spread quickly, possibly even being used to blackmail Aunt Chang. I could already imagine what would happen next. At my age, I had already gained enough understanding of the darkness of human nature. Even if moving to another city couldn't solve the problem of Mouse's education, it wouldn't matter. With his limited intelligence, whether he went to school or not didn't make much of a difference. If his childhood was too repressive, it would only leave him living in guilt for the rest of his life. Making mistakes comes with consequences, and this is already the least he deserves. But this punishment was borne by Ms. Cheng on his behalf. As a friend who has already cut ties with him, I have done everything I should and should not have done. I have no regrets. Stepping out of the hospital, I looked up at the gloomy sky, which seemed ready to rain. But I should be able to sleep well tonight. Chapter 96, Selling Book Covers. Right now, Liang Qiwen and I are penniless, so poor we can't even afford hiking boots. These past few nights, I've been going with him to the pond to set traps for eels and such, then selling them to the seafood merchants at the market in the morning. We make about 34 yuan a day. There is no choice, poverty blunts ambition. Every single yuan I earn, I give back to Liang Qiwen, determined to pay him back as soon as possible. Sometimes I feel like I actually enjoy being poor but righteous, taking care of the Mouse's affairs and also looking out for Su Wenqin. These matters are different from school bullying because they require financial support, and what I lack most is money. School is about to start, and Su Wenqin's tuition was originally enough, but after the rat incident, my pockets are empty. This is nonsense. We can't keep going like this, I said angrily, throwing the cage aside. At this rate, it would take forever to pay back Liang Qiwen. I told you to hold off on paying me back for now. I don't need it right now. Liang Qiwen picked up the cage I had thrown aside and said irritably. He was clearly annoyed by my outburst and throwing his cage at him. Let's go borrow some money from Yitong and buy some book covers to sell. School was about to start, and making money off the students was much easier than catching eels here. A slightly nicer piece of old paper, used for wrapping books, can be sold for 1 or 2 yuan at the school gate. Why let the small shop make the profit when we can make it ourselves? Where should we get the supplies? Liang Qiwen stopped what he was doing upon hearing this. Yitong's dad goes to the city often, maybe he can take us with him. The city is so big there must be places to source supplies. Plus, the wholesale price for book covers must be cheap. We won't lose money, and the profit margin is huge. The more I thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, so I immediately went to find Yitong to discuss it. Hey, don't be so impatient. At least take the eels back to your godfather first. Liang Qiwen was speechless, carrying the bag as he followed behind. After putting the eels back home, we hopped on our bicycles and headed to Yitong's house. This little bastard really knows how to enjoy life. He had set up a hammock with a mosquito net in the courtyard. When Liang Qiwen and I arrived, he was lying on the hammock, looking incredibly comfortable. Hey, Fang Yuan, you came to find me, are we going online? Yitong was thrilled to see us. These past few days, Liang Qiwen and I have been setting traps every night, so we haven't had time to take Yitong out to play during the day. No, we wanted to ask you if we could ride in your dad's car to the city. I didn't beat around the bush, I've always been straightforward with my friends. What? Why are you going to the city? To have fun? Yitong's mind was only on playing. We're going to restock, make money, do you understand? I gave him a disapproving look. What kind of goods? Book covers. School starts soon, and we'll sell them to our classmates. Those students' money is so easy to make, just like the spoiled kids of landlords. How much can you make from that? Are you that broke? Yitong asked dismissively. Of course we're short on money. Who isn't? I was almost speechless. Only you aren't short on money, right? How much do you need? I've got some. What can you make from book covers? Only a couple of dollars each. Why not just go out and have fun? Yitong rummaged through his pockets, pulling out a few 100 yuan bills, which made me feel really uncomfortable. Your money is your money. We need to earn our own money. Could I just take Yitong's money? Am I that kind of person? Really? My dad went to the city this morning. He'll probably be back in 2 days. What book covers do you need? I'll ask my dad to bring them back. Yitong said with a dismissive smile. Alright, try to bring back as many as possible. Bring back 500 sheets. I roughly estimated that 500 sheets should be enough to sell. Alright, I'll call my dad. Yitong pulled out his phone from his pocket, making me and Liang Qiwen envious. He walked to a corner to make the call while I plopped down on the swing. Little did I know the net wasn't sturdy at all, it snapped right away. I saw Yitong swinging around up there without any issues, but I sat down and it broke. What a bummer. Fang Yuan. Yitong finished his call, turned around, and saw the swing had broken. His face turned dark instantly. His voice was trembling, clearly angry. It wasn't Tini who broke it. It was already about to break when you got up, I defended myself. Yitong, try to look on the bright side. At least it broke now. If it had broken while you were lying on it, your head would have hit the rocks, and you'd have ended up with a big bump. That would have been so dangerous. Don't play on that anymore. It's not safe. I nervously gripped the net in my hands. This time, I really didn't mean to. My dad said he'll send someone to the market later to check it out. They'll send me a photo, and I can pick a style. Yitong snorted angrily and stormed upstairs. Yitong, don't be angry. I hurried after her. Don't come up here. He turned around and glared at me. It was the first time I'd seen him get so angry, and he even sounded a bit intimidating. You're the one who's at fault. You're so big and strong, yet you're sitting there. What is the matter with you? Liang Chuan leaned against the doorframe with a provoking expression. If I owe, can I owe more than your mouth? I rolled my eyes at him. We waited at the door for a while. After about an hour, Yitong finally came downstairs. You decide the style and how many you want. I'll tell my dad. Yitong handed me his phone, but still didn't give me a friendly look. I didn't care about his expression because I was too busy looking at the screen. Regular book covers cost between 10 cents and 30 cents each, and the selling price is usually no more than 1 yuan, meaning the average profit is around 80 cents. Since transportation is handled by Yitong's father, we don't have to pay for it, saving us some money. There are also new book covers with plastic and stickers, which are more expensive at 50 cents each. These haven't been sold in our neighborhood stores yet. What's scarce is what's most profitable. Students' money is money to be made. I'll take 400 of the plain paper ones and 200 of the ones with plastic covers and stickers. Originally, I only planned to take 500, but seeing these new book covers, I felt like I could make a good profit, so I decided to order more. Yitong relayed my request to his father, and such a small matter was easily agreed to. Alright, that's a total of 160. Any excess will be refunded. Yitong coldly held out his hand to me. Actually, we came here for another favor. I said with a sycophantic smile. You wouldn't be asking me to cover it first, would you? Yitong scoffed. Brother, that's exactly what I meant, I said, moved to tears, gripping Yitong's hand tightly. You want me to let your dad take the goods and cover the cost? You're trying to get something for nothing. Yitong pulled his hand away, looking utterly disgusted. Come on, how can you say that? It's just a loan, I'll pay you back. I stubbornly argued. Friends should help each other, loyalty comes first. Fang Yuan, if I didn't have any money, would we still be friends? Yitong suddenly looked at me with intense eyes. Chapter 97, Su Wenqin's new home. No. I didn't beat around the bush, I replied directly and firmly. If Yitong had no money, from the very beginning, Liang Chuan and I wouldn't have approached him. If we didn't approach him, how could we possibly become friends? I knew it, Yitong said, her eyes reddening as she looked at me. He might be effeminate, but he wasn't stupid. You don't know anything. Before, we weren't friends yet, so approaching you obviously had a purpose. But now it's different, we're already friends. Whether you have money or not, we're still friends. I don't have any financial expectations of my friends. Although I initially approached Yitong because of money, it wasn't money that made us friends. If I didn't consider him a friend, I wouldn't have forced him to stop stealing, nor would I have discussed with Liang Chuan that we should avoid him when doing bad things in the future. No matter what, it doesn't change the fact that we're friends. Of course, having money is better, right? We can complement each other as strengths and weaknesses. I don't need to hide my greedy and opportunistic flaws. When a friend needs help, I'll do it without hesitation. When I need help, I'll seek it out immediately. Isn't that the very meaning of friendship? Is it just to skip class and go online together every day? Yitong, we'll always be friends, forever. I stepped forward and hugged him gently. Yitong froze, his body stiffening. So could you please cover this expense for me? I leaned close to his ear, whispering like a devil. Do you really have to say that last part? He pushed me away and glared at me angrily. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. 2/3 for you. I held up 2 fingers to Yitong. Since we were talking about splitting the profits, it had to be made clear up front. Friends shouldn't leave any room for misunderstandings. All right. Yitong had no concept of this, he didn't care much about money, so whatever I said went. Next, we just had to wait for the book covers to arrive, and we could start selling them on the first day of school. Though it's a small business, I have experience in this area. After all, I've sold slingshots before. By the way, Yitong, do you know where we can rent a place? I picked up a bottle of Wangzi milk. Every time I came here, I'd take one with me. Why are you asking that? Yitong looked at me in confusion. I promised Su Wenqin I'd find her a place to stay. The rent for houses in the village is cheap, but I don't know who's renting them out. There's basically no demand for it. My family has an old house. It's a bit run down, but if Su Wenqin doesn't mind, she can stay there. That's great, it'll save us some money. I agreed immediately. It's a bit run down, but we're in such a tight spot we can't be picky. Besides, Su Wenqin is a tough girl, she won't be picky. I immediately asked Yitong to take us to see the place, clean it up, and buy some essentials. We could have Su Wenqin move in within a couple of days. Yitong's old house was a bit of a distance from his current home. The 3 of us had to ride bicycles for over 10 minutes, and it wasn't even in the same village. We're here, Yitong stopped the bike and pointed to the 2-story house in front of us. Is this your old house? I asked, furrowing my brows. Yes, it's a bit run down, but after cleaning it up, it should be fine for living. Yitong took out the keys and prepared to open the door. I glanced back at Liang Chuan, cursing under my breath. This is a real letdown. This house is better than mine, and Yitong still calls it run down. My family still lives in a single-story house and hasn't even moved into a 2-story house yet. The furniture inside was complete, though everything was covered in a layer of dust. Moving in with just a suitcase would be no problem. I'll bring some pots and pans from home and buy some daily necessities, Yitong thoughtfully suggested. Su Wenqin isn't just my friend, she's also Liang Qiwen and Yitong's friend. Helping out for a friend is what they should do, I don't need to thank them. So Liang Qiwen and I gave the house a thorough cleaning from top to bottom, while Yitong went out to buy daily necessities. To be honest, I wanted to move in myself, this room is much bigger than where I'm staying now. Qiwen, why don't you just stay here too? I turned to look at Liang Qiwen. The place he was currently living in was barely livable, and he had to pay over $100 in rent every month. No, I can't move out. I need a guardian. Liang Qiwen had been staying at his uncle's house because he had gotten into trouble and wasn't yet an adult. Plus, Su Wenqin is a girl. If I stay here, what will people think? He refused without a second thought. This sleazy guy actually has some morals. This made me look up to him a bit more. If it were a man, he'd probably treat this place like heaven. By the way, how is the situation with Zheng Hao? Liang Qiwen asked me. It's taken care of, I sighed. The mouse was released yesterday. Lai Lao-san agreed to settle the matter, saying it was just kids playing around and nothing serious, so he wouldn't hold it against them. Aunt Cheng also took my advice, sold the house, and plans to take Mouse to Starlight City to find a job and start a new life. Although life will still be tough, it will definitely be much better than staying in this small village. At least there won't be any gossip, and at least he won't be looked at with strange eyes. This will be very beneficial for the mouse's growth. Everything settled, why the long face? Liang Qiwen patted my shoulder. I forced a smile, but for some reason, I felt uneasy inside. Soon, Yitong returned, carrying a large bag filled with various items. Shampoo, body wash, towels, toothbrushes, everything was there. I've never used shower gel before, I've always just used a bar of soap to wash my hair and body. You don't need to be so fancy. Don't end up spoiling Su Wenqin. I frowned. Once you start spending like this, it's hard to stop. You don't know anything. Girls are different from you. Yitong rolled her eyes at me, thinking these were basic necessities. You're the expert, aren't you? I retorted stubbornly. You're the one who acts like a girl. You're the one who understands girls' hearts, right? Poof. Look at you. After tidying up the house, we went to town together to share the good news with Su Wenqin. Su Wenqin's aunt was indeed very kind to her, even supporting Su Wenqin in cutting ties with her biological family. We agreed to wait 2 days until Yitong's father returned, then pick up Su Wenqin to move into the new home and sort out the book covers we planned to sell. Life seemed to be getting more interesting. Having something meaningful to do made me feel full of energy. Just thinking about making money soon made me feel so happy. I love the feeling of making money, especially watching others hand over their money. Chapter 98, The World's Highest Peak. That night, Laozi came to find me. He was leaving early the next morning with Cheng Ai to go to Xinguang City. Before leaving, he wanted to come see me. This parting meant that the next time we met, it would be who knows when, maybe never. Fang Yuan, thank you so much this time. I really don't know what I would have done without you, Mouse said sincerely, looking at me. Once you're in the big city, think carefully before acting. Don't be so impulsive. Not everyone will be there to clean up after you. This time you got off without a record, but you won't always be so lucky. I sighed. As Liang Qiwen said, people only get one chance in life. Once you have a criminal record, it's very hard to turn your life around. I understand, Mouse nodded seriously. He still believed that Lai Laosan had shown mercy and forgiven him, unaware of how much Cheng Auntie had sacrificed for him. I didn't tell him either, because I didn't want him to live with that guilt. I hope he learns his lesson and takes good care of Aunt Cheng in the future. Here is the stick back. Laozi came all this way just to return this to me. I took the stick. It was the one I had given him when we went to pick rapeseed flowers together, the stick he had always cherished. It was also during that outing that my friendship with Mouse completely broke down. The stick remained straight and slender, with visible traces of polishing. Fang Yuan, you'll always be my best friend. I'm leaving. With that, he turned and walked into the dark alley. I didn't say a word, I just silently put the stick away. To be honest, I didn't like this feeling of parting, as if someone had stolen my money. 2 days passed quickly, and days of making money were always exciting. Liang Qiwen and I went to town early to pick up Su Wenqin and bring her to our new home. Today was the first day of school, and also my day to make some money. Without bothering to tidy up Su Wenqin's room, I dragged them along, carrying the book covers to the school gate. We dragged the desks to the school gate, laid out the book covers, and there we were, a makeshift stall. There were many students today, including some freshmen in their first year of middle school, accompanied by their parents to register. This year's students were generally quite young. When I was in 7th grade, I was 15 years old, but this group looks like they're only 13. These days, kids start school earlier and earlier. I don't know why they haven't even had a chance to enjoy their childhood before being locked up in the prison of knowledge. Though they're young, I won't shortchange them a single penny. As I expected, these newly released plastic book covers and stickers are selling very well. They may not necessarily like reading, but which student doesn't want their books to look nice? Before long, a crowd of students gathered around the stall. Regardless of whether the book covers cost 1 or 2 cents to buy, they're all priced at $1 each, and if you buy 5, you get 1 free. As for the plastic stickers, they're 3 yuan each, no haggling. When classmates passed by, they all looked at us with curious glances. But Liang Qiwen and I didn't have time to care about that. We were too busy having a great time. Making money, what's there to be ashamed of? Fang Yuan, how much is this? Hearing someone call my name, I turned around to see it was Zuo Qian, holding a sticker book cover in her hand. I'm not doing business with you. I snatched the sticker cover from her hand. Seeing her just made me angry. Why not? You can sell it to others, why not to me? Zuo Qian looked at me with a puzzled expression. Because I don't want to sell it. No way. Seeing her reminded me of her despicable father and the scene of Chang Auntie lying in the hospital bed. Why won't you sell it to me? Wang Min and Zuo Qian were always inseparable, like conjoined twins. It's mine. I can sell it if I want to. What is it to you? Almost forgot about you. You won't sell either. I turned my head away and ignored them both. If you don't want to sell, don't sell. What are you showing off for? You're not the only one selling book covers. Wang Min, unwilling to give in, dragged Zuo Qian into the small shop at the school gate. But not long after, they came out with sad faces because the book covers with stickers were only available at my stall. The small shop hadn't restocked. Fang Yuan, can you sell me just one? Zuo Qian walked up to my stall, looking at me with pleading eyes. She seemed to really like that sticker. I won't sell it to you, but I can give you 2 for free. I was about to refuse, but suddenly had a better idea. Give me 1? Zuo Qian looked at me in disbelief. Is there a catch? Having been tricked before, she had learned to be cautious. No strings attached. Just help me sell some stuff. With so many people around, it was better to trick her into working for me than argue with her. But I don't know how to do that. She looked at me hesitantly. Just give them what they ask for. You don't have to keep track of the money. There are only 2 stickers left with this design. If you don't do it now, don't regret it later when they're sold out. Seeing her hesitate, I added fuel to the fire. Alright, fine. Hearing that, she quickly agreed. 2 stickers, market price 6 yuan, cost just 1 yuan. ID tricked a hard-working person into doing my work for me. Plus, it was buy 1, get 1 free. When Qian was too busy, Wang Min would help her out. It was quite a bargain. We worked until around 3 p.m., and most of the students who had come to sign up for books had already left. Here, this is for you. I handed Wang Min and Zuo Qian the unsold book covers and stickers as their payment for the day. I knew it was impossible to sell everything, and the leftovers would be useless. I couldn't keep setting up a stall at the entrance all the time. This business could only be done for 1 day. Zuo Qian took them with her head down. Seeing that I gave her more than we had agreed on, she kept saying thank you. This little cutie. I told you, if I sold her, she'd still count the money for me obediently. You work so slowly. If it weren't for the fact that you used to sit next to me in class, I would have fired you long ago. I complained sarcastically. Zuo Qian is the top student in her grade. Once she graduates, she won't need to do this kind of work, right? I had barely finished speaking when Wang Min spoke up in Zuo Qian's defense. So what if she is first? Is that so impressive? I scoffed, not impressed. Besides, Zuo Qian isn't always first. There is still Zhou Huan, her rival. Being first is impressive, of course. If you're so capable, why don't you try and get first place yourself? As soon as I mentioned Zuo Qian, Wang Min flew into a rage. Qiwen scored in the top 10 on the midterm exam last time. If it weren't for the essay, he might have even been first. Can that even compare to first place? How many points are we talking about? Why can't we compare? Seeing Wang Min's smug expression, I felt really annoyed. People only remember the first place, do you understand? Wang Min's nose was practically in the sky. I don't get it. From what she said, Liang Qiwen was completely incomparable to Zuo Qian. To be honest, I think Liang Qiwen is more outstanding than anyone else. He is hardworking, intelligent, loyal, and has so many virtues that I can't even list them all. He is so much better than Zuo Qian. Alright, then let me ask you this, what is the name of the tallest mountain in the world? Wang Min adopted a tone as if she were about to lecture me. I squinted at her, my mind racing. Everyone knows it's Mount Everest, I replied. What about the second highest? Wang Min looked at me smugly, thinking I wouldn't be able to answer. Yingqi Gulong Peak. What about the third? Seeing that I had answered correctly, both Wang Min and Zuo Qian looked at me in disbelief. Mount Baskerville. Wang Min kept asking from the 1st to the 10th, and I answered fluently. How is that possible? How do you know? Wang Min looked as though she had seen a ghost. I have no idea what you're trying to say. You're so weird. I muttered under my breath as I moved my desk back to the classroom, leaving Wang Min standing there in shock. She swung with all her strength, but her punch landed on cotton. It must have hurt like hell. Damn it, Fang Yuan, you're impressive. You know so much, even I don't know that. Liang Qiwen looked at me in astonishment. He had witnessed the entire scene. I don't know either, I shrugged. Then what did you just? Liang Qiwen froze. I was just making it up. She said it herself, people only remember the first thing, which means she doesn't know the second either. Since she doesn't know, why would I fool her? Who cares? Just play the part first. I just can't stand her smug expression. Didn't you see Wang Min's expression just now? One word, satisfied. I put my desk back in the classroom, and thinking about Wang Min's expression just now made me want to laugh. But if she checks, she know you're just making things up? Check what? Did you even remember the mountain peaks I mentioned earlier? I gave him a disdainful look. I just made that up on the spot, I couldn't even repeat it myself. How could Wang Min remember it? Even if she went back to check the answers, she'd only feel that what I said was wrong, but she'd never be able to point out exactly where it was wrong, because she'd already forgotten what I said. Although my test scores aren't as good as hers, when it comes to fooling her, I've got her beat. She even tried to give me examples to teach me a lesson, but she's still too green. Besides Mr. Chen, no one can talk down to me. Note, I've read every single comment. Poof. Chapter 99, Yi Tong's father. I counted today's earnings a total of 863 yuan. After deducting costs of 160 yuan, the net profit is 703 yuan. No wonder the elders say that those who make big money are in business. It's no different from outright theft. A single piece of information can manipulate customers into a frenzy. The price of new things is entirely determined by the merchant themselves. Take these book covers, for example, they cost 50 cents each, but I feel like I could sell them for 5 yuan and people would still buy them. Here's 300 for you. I counted out 300 yuan and handed it to Yi Tong. 2/3 profit is 140, plus the cost, which totals 300. The remaining 560 yuan was split evenly between me and Liang Qiwen. Su Wenqin helped today, but I didn't give her a share because I give her my portion. We didn't include her in the initial discussion, so we can't suddenly add her now when dividing the profits. You can't impose your own will on your partners. Give this money to Su Wenqin for her tuition. I didn't help much anyway, and I wouldn't feel right keeping it. Liang Qiwen didn't take the money. Alright. I didn't refuse. First, Su Wenqin needs the money now, and second, she is also Liang Qiwen's friend, so helping her a little is only right. Then I won't take this money either. I don't need it anyway. Yi Tong pushed the 300 yuan back. Alright, take back the 160 yuan you invested. I can't let you lose your principal. I naturally wouldn't refuse such generosity from a friend. The total was 703 yuan, enough for Su Wenqin to live on for a while. I handed all the money to Su Wenqin. She looked at us with red eyes. Don't cry. I hate it when women cry. I ruffled her hair. This girl was truly heartbreaking. We've had a successful day. Let's go out for a nice meal. After a long day's work, we shouldn't shortchange ourselves. You're so proud of making just a little money? Just as we were discussing what to buy for dinner, a dismissive voice came from behind us. It was like a bucket of cold water poured over my enthusiasm. I wondered who was so arrogant, not even caring about 700 yuan. When I turned around, it was Yi Tong's father. Dad, what are you saying? Yi Tong said to his father with a hint of displeasure. After working all day, to be looked down upon by someone even if that person was Yi Tong's father left a bitter taste in my mouth. Mr. Yi, I know you don't think much of a few hundred yuan, but for me, earning this much is already more than enough. You're an elder, so even if you told me I shouldn't speak so loudly on the street, I wouldn't argue with you. But today I must say it, I'm proud, and I should be proud. Why shouldn't I be proud? Is it because you're older and have a broader perspective? I won't accept your denial or lack of recognition. I didn't feel intimidated by his status. He earns hundreds of thousands a year. What does that have to do with me? I've earned this much today, so I have every right to be proud. Not using vulgar language is the greatest respect I can show to a friend as father. You, on the other hand, aren't being humble at all. He looked at me, and I looked back at him. But I couldn't read his thoughts. His eyes were as deep as a pond. Not only that, but I also had the illusion that he could see right through me. The last time I felt this way was when I was in elementary school facing Mr. Jiang. That feeling of being seen through to the core made my spine tingle. Is this what they mean by a cunning fox? In just one day, the principal was multiplied by 5. Of course I'm not being humble. We earned the money on our own, which allows our friends to continue their education. At this age, I feel pretty accomplished, and I won't accept any criticism. This is the most basic confidence. Uncle Yi, don't judge me, who hasn't even turned 16, with your narrow-minded perspective. What is the difference between that and judging ancient people with a modern mindset? In your eyes, isn't Zhuge Liang just a fool because he didn't invent the atomic bomb? Otherwise, the Northern Campaign would have succeeded long ago. Even if I can't see through him, I won't cower in fear. The word fear doesn't exist in my DNA. Should I avoid his sharp edges? Oh, you've read The Three Kingdoms? He looked at me with a hint of amusement on his lips. By the time I reach your age, my perspective may not be any narrower than yours. I stared straight at him, my gaze unwavering. Whether he is Yitong's father or a successful businessman, I don't need to show any weakness. Fang Yuan, stop talking. He is at least Yitong's father. Liang Qiwen pulled on my sleeve and whispered. He used to be so arrogant, but now he's so reserved. His experiences have smoothed out his sharp edges. Even if I keep my mouth shut, he might not even notice a coward like me. I didn't back down an inch. Alright, that's interesting. Yitong, get in the car. He didn't say another word to me but turned to look at Yitong. I didn't know what he meant, whether he was telling Yitong not to hang out with us anymore. No, we still need to go to the dinner party. Yitong looked reluctant and stayed put. Not today. Yitong's father left no room for negotiation, his tone firm. Yitong turned to look at me, looking dejected. Go back with your dad. I nodded and said. Of course, I couldn't treat Yitong's father the same way I treated Su Wenxin's parents. Yitong's father had his own ideas, but he was definitely thinking about Yitong's best interests. As friends, we had no right to interfere in a father's discipline of his child. As for Su Wenxin's parents, they didn't love her at all. If her father had forced her to leave, I would have already thrown a right hook at him. What about us? Liang Qiwen furrowed his brows slightly. Let's not gather today. Let's see how Yitong is doing, I said, rubbing my head. Without Yitong, we wouldn't have access to suppliers or funds, and we wouldn't be making any money. He's the one who deserves the most credit. Without him, the gathering would lack its soul. After cleaning up the remaining trash from the stall, the three of us returned to Su Wenxin's new apartment to help her tidy up the house. Fang Yuan, you were so cool just now. You didn't back down at all when facing Yitong's dad. Liang Qiwen looked at me, both shocked and impressed by my performance. Didn't that scene feel familiar to you? The novel you borrowed from me yesterday, the male lead shouted, don't underestimate the young when facing a stronger opponent. How passionate. Today was the perfect opportunity to use it. I flipped my non-existent bangs, feeling quite pleased with myself. No, novels are novels. They're not the same as real life. Liang Qiwen countered. Putting knowledge into practice, don't you understand such a simple principle? Novels are literature to discard the trash and keep the essence. You're not just daydreaming and then hugging the novel and giggling, are you? I looked at Liang Qiwen speechlessly. From his expression, I already knew the answer. You think you can flirt with girls like this? The evidence is right in front of your face and you don't even notice it. I snorted disdainfully. Although I'm not really into girls, I know what they're thinking and how to make a good impression. You didn't even flirt with any girls. The male lead in the novel charmed the female lead so much she couldn't resist. Who are you trying to charm? Yitong? Liang Qiwen scoffed. Wenxin, did I look cool just now when I stood up to authority and spoke so confidently? Seeing that Liang Qiwen was being stubborn, I turned my head to look at the only girl in the room. Her opinion was the most authoritative. You've always been cool, Su Wenxin said shyly. See? That's character development. If you don't establish a persona when flirting, how can you leave a deep impression on her? I looked at Liang Qiwen triumphantly. Wenxin, was there even a moment just now when you felt a flutter in your heart for me? I turned to ask Su Wenxin. I wasn't trying to flirt with her, I just wanted to show Liang Qiwen the flirting techniques I'd learned from books. No, not really, Su Wenxin blinked her eyes, looking innocent and naive. Chapter 100, Heaven's Arrangement. Not even a little? To be honest, I felt a bit crushed. This shouldn't be happening. At her age, she should be admiring heroes. I'm so rebellious, yet Su Wenxin doesn't even bat an eyelid. It turns out I'm not as charming as the punk kid outside the school. I thought I was pulling a fast one, but it turns out I just made a big mess. Can I not like you? Su Wenxin looked at me timidly. That pitiful expression made me feel like a thug who'd been rejected and was about to beat someone up. Fang Yuan, that is not flirting, that is coercion, Liang Qiwen said, laughing so hard he couldn't stop, seeing me at a loss. Poof. I snorted angrily to hide my embarrassment. Fang Yuan, don't be angry. You're actually very charming. Su Wenxin, probably afraid of hurting my pride, quickly tried to sugarcoat the situation. Too late. I'll tell you, even if you say nice things now, you've missed your chance. I snorted coldly. In truth, I wasn't angry at all, but as a teenager, I still felt frustrated over failing to act cool. Wenxin, you don't need to comfort him. He is not angry, he is just trying to hide his embarrassment. Liang Qiwen couldn't stop laughing. Exposed like that, I felt my face flush with embarrassment. I immediately started wrestling with Liang Qiwen. We stayed with Su Wenxin until it grew dark, then Liang Qiwen and I left. Mainly because I was worried she wouldn't feel comfortable or safe in an unfamiliar place. Do you think Yitong's father will forbid him from associating with us? Liang Qiwen asked as he rode his bicycle. After all, we're not on the same level as Yitong. To be honest, we're taking advantage of him. I don't know, I looked up at the night sky. Yitong's father's attitude is really hard to figure out. We've been playing together for so long, and we've gotten along pretty well. Though I don't like his personality, after spending time with him, it's not so bad I can accept it. There's no point in thinking about it now. We'll just ask Yitong tomorrow at school. But the next day, when I went to school, Yitong didn't show up. And he didn't come for several days in a row. I went to his house to look for him, but no one was there. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Even Mr. Chen, his teacher, had no idea where he was. These past few days have been torture for me. I started reflecting on whether I was really wrong that day, whether I shouldn't have argued with Yitong's father. Maybe he was so angry that he took Yitong and transferred him to another school. But I didn't have Yitong's contact information, so I couldn't reach him. I spent nearly a week in a daze, unable to muster any enthusiasm for anything. Fang Yuan. On my way to the restroom, I heard someone calling my name. I turned around, and that effeminate voice could only belong to Yitong. Where the hell have you been? I ran up to him and hugged him tightly. My dad took me to see my mom. Yitong lowered his head, his face looking a bit uneasy. At least say hello. Do you know how worried we were? Su Wenqin has been talking about you non-stop. I was so angry that I slapped his forehead. I was in a hurry, so I didn't have a chance to tell you. He looked at me apologetically. Never mind, as long as you're back. Wait a moment and apply for a QQ account for me. Add me as a friend. Otherwise, I won't be able to contact you if something happens. Yitong had a phone, but we didn't. QQ was at least a way to stay in touch. By the way, did your dad say anything? I fidgeted with my hands, pretending not to care. What did my dad say? He asked, looking at me in confusion. You know, the day I argued with him. Did he say anything about not letting you hang out with us? No, he didn't mention it at all. Phew, that's good. I exhaled deeply. I'd been doubting myself nonstop these past few days and couldn't even sleep properly. Later, buy me a Coke and some spicy snacks. It'll be your apology for leaving without saying goodbye. I wrapped my arms around his neck and said, sure, no problem. Yitong agreed readily. The convenience store is over there. He looked at me puzzled. Let us go take a leak first. I still didn't let go of him. I'll wait for you outside. Yitong insisted, refusing to accompany me. To be honest, he'd never gone to the bathroom with me before. I often went with Liang Qiwen, and we'd even compete to see who could pee higher. I suspected Yitong was like a mouse, with a shy urination issue. Some people can't pee if someone's watching. The bathroom is too dirty. I usually go home to use the restroom, Yitong explained. His house wasn't far from school, just a few minutes by bike, and his bathroom was indeed very clean, nothing like the school's. Rich kids being clean is normal. Unlike me, I can pee anywhere in the world. That day after school, I went to the office as usual to wait for Miss Chen, but she unexpectedly gave me the day off. The teachers were having a dinner gathering, so they didn't have time to tutor me. This made me overjoyed. I wished they would gather every day. Originally, Yitong was coming back, and we were supposed to gather today, but Liang Qiwen's new fishing net had a big hole in it yesterday, so we had to go back to fix it, and we had to postpone our plans. His money-making skills are growing. He used to set traps to catch eels, and now he also fishes. Because of this, our house always has a fishy smell. The red braised fish I used to love is now served every meal, and I'm sick of it. That hole is so big, how can you fix it with thread? Just buy a new one. I looked at the hole, which was bigger than my head, and thought it would be easier to just buy a new one. It can still be used, it would be a waste to throw it away. He lowered his head and carefully mended it. Asking him to spend money was harder than asking him to give up his life. Just then, Yitong arrived on his bicycle. Often, my house was the gathering place for our little group. Why are you here so late? I looked at the sky, which was almost dark, and couldn't help but feel curious. Yitong's father was still at home, and he couldn't go back too late every day. I just came from Su Wenqin's place. I was planning to go home, but I saw the rice cooker supporting Mr. Chen on the way. He looked like he was drunk, and I was worried something might happen, so I came to tell you. Yitong knew I was close to Mr. Chen and couldn't help but worry. Should we go check on him, or should we take Mr. Chen home? Everyone knew that the rice cooker wasn't a good person. Which road? I asked. The road leading to town. Yitong looked anxious. You're overthinking it. That's the way back to Mr. Chen's house. Besides, he's an adult. What could possibly happen? I said, casually cracking sunflower seeds. Liang Qiwen didn't even look up, continuing to mend the holes in the fishing net with care. But. There's no but. Go back quickly, your father will be worried. I patted Yitong on the shoulder. Seeing my indifference and Liang Qiwen's lack of concern, he had no choice but to get on his bike and leave. Once Yitong was out of sight, Liang Qiwen put down the fishing net and locked eyes with me. No words were needed. I picked up the stick by the door. Since the mouse had returned it to me, it must be fate. Heaven had already arranged it. Under the cover of night, Liang Qiwen and I sprinted away. Tonight, we would settle all our old scores once and for all. Over 100 chapters now. Humble Xiaohan, online seeking book reviews. Chapter 101, Acting Righteous. The night road was not only familiar but also comforting to Liang Qiwen and me, as many things remained undiscovered in the darkness. After leaving the house, I casually took the stockings the girl next door had left out to dry in the courtyard, one for each of us. I didn't intend to reward him, but it was the best disguise we had at the moment. I led Liang Qiwen through a shortcut to a fork in the road. One path led back to Mr. Chen's house, and the other led to the town. Fortunately, the principal didn't have a car, otherwise, he would have whisked Mr. Chen away in an instant. We hid behind a tree and waited quietly. Soon, we saw two people walking toward us. The moonlight wasn't very clear, so I couldn't see very well either. It's the rice cooker. Liang Qiwen had better eyesight than me. He slipped on a pair of stockings and was about to rush out to give the rice cooker a whack. Don't rush. I grabbed Liang Qiwen by the arm. Now wasn't the time to act. I couldn't possibly beat him up just because the rice cooker was leaning against Mr. Chen. That wouldn't make sense. As a person, one must act reasonably. Charging out there to beat up the rice cooker would just be venting anger, even though I really wanted to do it. But if he calls the police and says that Mr. Chen was drunk, he was helping him home, and he was attacked for no reason on the way, then Liang Qiwen and I would be the thugs. That's not how you commit a crime. Even if we want to beat up the rice cooker, we have to stand on the side of justice. Otherwise, if we get arrested, how will we explain it? Because I thought the rice cooker had ill intentions toward Mr. Chen, so I beat it first to prevent anything from happening? An act that hasn't been committed isn't a crime. At least the rice cooker hasn't done anything wrong yet, so we can't hit it. Otherwise, we'd be in the wrong. Besides, Liang Qiwen already has a criminal record. I can't push him into trouble just to save Mr. Chen. Just stand by and watch? Liang Qiwen asked in confusion. This guy covered his face, and his true nature immediately showed. 2 horizontal lines and 1 vertical, that's action. Yes, just watch. I stared straight ahead. Watching which path the rice cooker takes will reveal his intentions. If he takes Mr. Chen home, that's a good thing. He's doing a good deed, and you're hitting him? That's so impolite. But if he takes the other path, it's as obvious as Samsara's intentions. Everyone knows what he's up to. Don't blame me for being too harsh then. The rice cooker truly lives up to its name. It didn't let me down. Without any hesitation, he helped Ms. Chen walk toward the town. I was hiding behind a tree, and he walked right past me without noticing. I could even see his restless hands wrapped around Ms. Chen's waist. Principal, is this the way back to my house? In the darkness, I heard Ms. Chen's slightly lazy voice. She was clearly drunk, unable to recognize her way. Yes, don't worry. I'll make sure you get home safely. The rice cooker's oily voice carried a mix of lechery and excitement. Just hearing his voice made me feel uneasy. Why aren't you doing anything? Liang Qiwen, seeing I hadn't moved, grew impatient. Wait a little longer. In truth, I was far more anxious than Liang Qiwen, but this was precisely the moment when one couldn't afford to act impulsively. If I were alone, I would have beaten him up already, but Liang Qiwen couldn't afford to be caught again. I grabbed Liang Qiwen's hand to stop him from acting impulsively. Principal, don't do this. What are you doing? In the darkness, Mr. Chen's voice echoed. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and this was the signal I had been waiting for to act. This old fool, I knew he wouldn't stick to the plan. I clenched the stick in my hand and headed toward Mr. Chen. This time you're finished, rice cooker. Mr. Chen, I really like you. I liked you the moment I saw you. Under the moonlight, a wild boar grabbed Mr. Chen's hand and forced a confession. I took a swift step forward and swung the stick in my hand, landing it precisely on his pig-like head. Confessing your feelings, huh? Love at first sight, huh? Dare to harass a teacher? Didn't your mother teach you to respect your teachers? I struck the rice cooker with each blow. The bamboo stick couldn't kill him, so I put all my strength into every strike. I've had it with him for a long time. Last time, I didn't get the chance to settle the charity donation issue with him, and now he's come right to me. The rice cooker rolled around everywhere, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Liang Qiwen didn't say a word, he just kept kicking it with his feet. He had almost been fired by the rice cooker before, so he must have been holding a grudge all this time. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I'm the principal. The rice cooker shielded its head with both hands, still managing to flash its identity. Principal, huh? You're the one called rice cooker, aren't you? I was already tired from beating him, but when I heard his words, I mustered all my strength and hit him twice more. I'm going to call the police and have all of you arrested. His mouth was still pretty tough. Even after taking so many blows, he still had the air of a leader. Go ahead and call the police. Come on, call them now. You assaulted a female teacher, and I saw it with my own eyes. Don't you care about your reputation? Go ahead and call the police. We were just passing by and saw something wrong. I wasn't worried at all because we were in the right. How dare he report this? I didn't believe he had the guts. If it weren't for the fact that we still had to go to school and didn't want him to see our faces, I should be the one calling the police. He glared at us without saying a word, clearly just trying to scare us. What do you want from us? Before the rice cooker could finish speaking, Liang Qiwen kicked him in the face. Enough, stop kicking him. I grabbed Liang Qiwen, afraid he'd get carried away. We're heroes saving the damsel in distress, not thugs. Boo, help me home. Chen teacher placed his hand on my shoulder and said. In the heat of the moment, I almost forgot that Mr. Chen was still there. By all accounts, she should have been scared enough to run away. Wait, aren't you afraid we're bad guys? I looked at Liang Qiwen beside me. With a stocking over his head, he didn't look like a good person at all. Miss Chen actually dared to let us walk her home. What's wrong with her brain? Did she drink too much fake alcohol? I've already seen the bad guys, Miss Chen said coldly, staring at the rice cooker on the ground. The rice cooker turned its head nervously, meet her gaze. Alright, we'll take you home. I nodded. Miss Chen was drunk, and I didn't feel right leaving her alone. I supported Miss Chen, but no matter where I placed my hands, it felt awkward. Her steps were unsteady, and she clung to my arm as if she might fall at any moment. Carry me home, Miss Chen said, looking at me. That is not appropriate, I thought to myself, wondering why I didn't ask Liang Qiwen, who was so big and strong, to carry her. Hurry up, get down on your knees. Miss Chen didn't even bother to ask for my consent, speaking in a commanding tone. It was the same tone she used when she made me do chores during tutoring sessions. I bent over reluctantly. This was so disrespectful. I was even wearing stockings on my head. Could you at least respect my outfit? Is the teacher heavy? Mr. Chen was lying on my back, and the warm breath from his alcohol-scented breath blew against my ear. I furrowed my brows and didn't respond. How could it not be heavy? It felt like I was carrying the entire world on my back. Chapter 102, The Journey Home. Where did you get these stockings? Have you even washed them? They smell awful. Mr. Chen was still lying on my back, fidgeting with the stockings on my head. Don't move, I can't see the road. With a stocking over my head already blocking my vision, she was pulling it back and forth. You dare to talk back to me? You'll have to copy the vocabulary 5 more times tomorrow. Miss Chen's breath reeked of alcohol, and she was being so mean. Do you know who I am? How dare you punish me? I almost begged for mercy, but then I remembered I was wearing a hood. Do you think covering your face means I don't know who you are? Fang Yuan, square and round. She yanked the stocking off my head. With nothing to block my view, everything became crystal clear. Why are you hiding? Who else could be with me besides you? I saw Liang Qiwen standing far away from me and deliberately adjusted the stocking on my head before muttering under my breath. Now you know to keep your distance, but it's too late. Upon hearing me call his name, Liang Qiwen finally removed the stocking from his head. Mr. Chen, how did you know it was me? If she could guess it was me, could the rice cooker guess too? How could I not recognize your voice? She snorted coldly. No wonder she didn't leave back then and asked me to send her home. I was just too young and forgot to change my voice. Sigh, I glanced at Liang Qiwen beside me and kicked him. No wonder that guy didn't say a word earlier, just kept kicking. He must have experience, he didn't even warn me. I was trying to remind you. I've been giving you signals the whole time, Liang Qiwen said, rubbing his butt. It's late at night, pitch black, and you're wearing a hood. Then you give me a look. How am I supposed to see you? I was truly speechless. Well, I couldn't just blurt it out either, and you started yelling at me right away. There was no way I could stop you. Liang Qiwen kept his distance from me, afraid I'd kick him again. I always thought I was being careful, but I exposed myself in an instant. However, with so many students around, the rice cooker probably doesn't remember me. Fang Yuan, how did you know I was in danger? Mr. Chen asked softly. It was Yi Tong who saw it. I was just worried about you, so I came to check. You shouldn't drink so much in the future. It's so dangerous. I couldn't help but say. Hey, now you're lecturing me? She gently tapped my forehead. If you do something wrong, you deserve to be told off. I said discontentedly. Mr. Chen is so unreliable, he hasn't inherited any of Mr. Zhang's calmness. Well, you did the right thing. You wore a helmet and hit the principal. What if you'd been caught? Would you still be able to go to school? Mr. Chen adopted his teacherly demeanor again. I was saving you. This is being a hero. You should praise me, not scold me. I felt Mr. Chen was a bit ungrateful. Without me today, the outcome would have been unimaginable. What about the principal? Hitting him was the least of it. What about Zhang Hao's situation? Was that also doing the right thing? Mr. Chen's words made me jump. Zhang Hao? What's going on? I pretended not to know. Don't pretend you don't know. The dog from Lai Laosan's family was clearly killed by the two of you. I saw you eating dog meat on the back mountain. Mr. Chen's breathing was labored, likely a side effect of drinking. I kept my head down and said nothing. The lie had been exposed, leaving me speechless. Fang Yuan, sometimes I'm even a little afraid of you. After a moment, Mr. Chen spoke again. Afraid of what? I asked. I'm afraid you'll go down the wrong path. You're not even 16 yet, you're still a child. I rolled my eyes dismissively. 16 years old? Yubing was already a general at 16, leading troops into battle. Spending all day reading psychology books and trying to figure out what others are thinking will lead to trouble. Your youth shouldn't be like this. You know. I know. I know exactly what you're trying to say. Ms. Chen was definitely drunk. At least she wouldn't be talking to me like a friend if she wasn't drunk. Look, I haven't even said it yet, and you already know. Ms. Chen was slurring her words, her speech rambling and incoherent. So should I know or not? I was at a loss for words. Usually, when I say I don't know, she'd look down on me and say, "You don't even know that?" Now that I say I know, she thinks I shouldn't know. Women, no matter their age, are hard to communicate with. You should know what you're supposed to know, and not know what you're not supposed to know. Got it? She tapped my head. What do you even mean by that? Can you even understand what you're saying? The teacher is worried that you'll become arrogant, think you can do whatever you want, and make a big mistake that no one can stop you from doing. She muttered softly. Even the Monkey King has the Buddha to watch over him. You've been watching over me all this time. No one can control me. I'm already under your thumb. You punish me by making me copy words all the time. I wrote more words in 7th grade than I did in all 6 years of elementary school combined. Can I even speak up? Can I say no? I can't control you forever. Miss Chen's voice grew softer, and soon, faint snoring could be heard. Her heart must be truly vast to be able to sleep like that. Doesn't she fear I'll throw her into the reservoir? I slowed my pace and walked slowly while carrying her on my back. It wasn't so bad, though she could stand to lose a few pounds. Miss Chen wasn't overweight, but carrying her for a long time was still tiring. Fortunately, her house wasn't far and we arrived quickly. You take Miss Chen home. I'll wait here for you, Liang Qiwen said as we approached Miss Chen's house. I nodded. After all, Liang Qiwen and Miss Jiang weren't very familiar with each other, and it would be awkward if they met. I knocked on the door and soon heard footsteps inside. Miss Jiang opened the door. I made a shushing gesture and pointed to Miss Chen on my back. I'll take Miss Chen to her room first, I said softly. I was familiar with her room, so I carefully placed her on the bed. My task was complete, and with Miss Jiang taking care of her, I felt at ease. Fang Yuan, why did Qingying drink so much? Miss Jiang adjusted her reading glasses and asked me. They were at a colleague gathering, I guess they had a good time, I replied. I didn't mention the rice cooker, afraid Miss Jiang would worry. I just said I happened to run into Miss Chen and brought her home. This girl, even as a teacher, she's still so careless, Miss Jiang sighed. Once she becomes as steady as you, Miss Jiang, she'll definitely make an excellent teacher. I hurriedly offered her a sweet word. You've become much sweeter with your words. Thank you for bringing Qingying home today. Miss Jiang looked at me with satisfaction. Having been taught by her from 1st grade to 6th grade, I always felt she was overly strict. But after leaving elementary school, her teachings often came to mind. Perhaps the education one receives in childhood truly shapes one's entire life. But I'm no longer her student. I might have truly grown up. Ms. Jiang's attitude toward me no longer feels like that of a strict teacher, but rather carries a touch of politeness. Chapter 103, Eating the Big Melon. First, I would like to make it clear that I have absolutely no prejudice against women. But Miss Chen really went too far. She turned on me without a second thought. Last night, I risked my life, endured hardships, and went through great lengths to rescue her from danger. Yet, the next morning, she came to school and demanded that I write out 5 vocabulary words 5 times. I even carried her home last night, yet all she remembers is that she needs to punish me. So you see, you really can't be too nice to women. Mumbling under your breath, cursing me? Miss Chen leaned in close to me, glaring at me disapprovingly. Her sudden appearance was enough to scare someone to death. I'm going to die young someday. Facing Miss Chen, I dared not speak up. She and her daughter were my arch enemies. A new semester is starting, and we'll be electing class president and vice president in a week. Back in elementary school, everyone voted, and the results were counted and displayed on the blackboard. Now, there's no voting, it's all decided by appointment. The homeroom teacher just picks whoever they want. At first, I felt dissatisfied, but after thinking about it, I just didn't care anymore. Not just class president, even the village chief's election doesn't require a vote. Or maybe it's just that ordinary people like us don't need to vote. Speaking of which, I have to mention our homeroom teacher. Yes, Miss Chen isn't our homeroom teacher. She's a new teacher with little experience, and she teaches English, so she can't be the homeroom teacher. Our class teacher is Mr. Liu, a chubby man who is also our math teacher. He has a nephew in our class, so there is no doubt that the class president position is his. I don't care about these things because the class monitor won't bother me, and right now, I'm not interested in any positions. I just have this feeling that I don't belong here, including this school. When I was in 6th grade, I was filled with longing for the outside world, thinking that once I grew up, I could go out and work, living a free and unfettered life. I once thought that a daily wage of $70 or $80 was a lot, more than enough to spend. But this year, prices have risen again. Stir-fried noodles now cost $5, and adding meat slices makes it $6. It's like prices change every day. I watched it go from 2 yuan to 6 yuan, and it made me feel that even if I worked on a construction site until I died, I wouldn't be able to live a free and easy life. Liang Qiwen told me I'm a bit of a dreamer, and he is right. I don't have the skills, and I don't want to do menial work. This has left me increasingly confused, and I've started to resist the idea of my future at 18. That day after school, I went to Mr. Chen's house for tutoring as usual and didn't get home until evening. Liang Qiwen had actually managed to fix his old fishing net. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to go fishing with him and give him a hand. As we passed by the field, I saw a crowd gathered outside Mrs. Chen's house. Usually, this kind of situation meant there was some big scandal. I guess that Mrs. Chen had been caught cheating on her husband. They say a widow's doorstep is full of gossip, and Chen's widow was no exception. She was still quite attractive. I'm just a mortal, so I couldn't help but speculate. Liang Qiwen pulled me toward the crowd. He loved watching this kind of drama. Aunt Chen, I really didn't peek at you bathing, a familiar voice rang out. I pushed my way through the crowd and saw it was Zhou Huan. At that moment, he stood in the crowd, covered in mud, holding a black plastic bag. You little brat, you're so young and already up to no good. Peeking at an old woman bathing, Mrs. Chen grabbed Zhou Huan's hand and scolded him. I didn't Zhou Huan said, his face turning red under the strange glances of the crowd. He straightened his back and tried to explain. I never thought Zhou Huan and I were cut from the same cloth, Liang Qiwen said, stroking his chin with interest. You weren't peeping at an old woman bathing. What were you doing lurking around the door? Chen's widow spoke harshly. Don't let his good grades fool you, he's no match for her in a verbal fight. In Chen's widow's eyes, I saw a familiar gleam. Exactly, you're not peeping on someone taking a shower, so what are you doing standing at their door? I shouted from the crowd. I wasn't. I was here to catch toads. My dad is sick, and the doctor said we need dried toads ground into powder as a medicinal ingredient. Look, I'm not lying. Zhou Huan opened the bag in his hands to show everyone, and there were indeed a few toads inside. His voice trembled slightly. He had always been the teacher's favorite, but now he was being treated like a thug, his self-respect severely shattered. There are so many places with toads, why did you have to catch them right outside my house? I think you were just using this as an excuse to peek, you planned this all along. No matter how Zhou Huan tried to explain, Mrs. Chen refused to believe him. She was adamant that Zhou Huan had been spying on her while she was bathing, refusing to back down. Zhou Huan, you look like such a decent person with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you're actually this kind of person. Mrs. Chen, with someone like this, you have to teach him a lesson. I wasn't one to shy away from a good show, so I pushed my way to the front row. Fang Yuan, I didn't peek. Zhou Huan saw me and kept shaking his head in denial, tears streaming down his face. These well-behaved students all have this flaw: they can't handle pressure. When they're scared or nervous, they just cry. If you say you didn't look, then you didn't look. Aunt Chen caught you red-handed, yet you're still trying to deny it. I looked at him with disdain. Aunt Chen, in my opinion, he should compensate you for emotional distress for peeking at you while you were bathing. Otherwise, he'd have gotten away with it for free. I turned to the widow Chen, instantly transforming into a champion of justice. You're right, young man. He must compensate me for my mental distress. Mrs. Chen looked at me, and the more she looked, the more she liked me. Winning a woman's favor is that simple. Don't care if she is right or wrong, just support her and it's done. Everyone around was watching the spectacle, no one spoke up for Zhou Huan. How much compensation should he pay? Zhou Huan asked through gritted teeth. He looked at me, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Why are you looking at me? I wasn't peeking at you while you were bathing. Of course, it's up to Aunt Chen. I rolled my eyes at him. Call your father. At least 500 yuan for today's incident. Not a single cent less, or you're not leaving. Mrs. Chen knew Zhou Huan was just a child and couldn't afford that much. Children make mistakes, parents pay the price. It's only fair. Don't tell my dad. He is not in good health. Please, I'll pay you back a little each month, okay? Zhou Huan begged desperately when he heard Chen's widow was going to tell his father. You know you're scared, so don't do such dirty things. If you're short even a penny today, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Chen's widow grabbed Zhou Huan's arm and slapped him hard across the face. Zhou Huan was so stunned he dropped the bag he was holding, and several frogs crawled out. Exactly, this kind of person needs a lesson they'll never forget. I looked at the fierce Chen widow in front of me and furrowed my brows slightly. Chapter 104, Life Goals. Please, don't call the police. My father will be worried sick. I'll definitely give you the money. Zhou Huan was being dragged by Chen the widow, unable to move or explain himself. He feared that this news would worsen his father's condition. Zhou Huan's family was in similar circumstances to mine, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone fishing for crayfish in the wild pond on his birthday like I did. His father's health had always been poor, and 500 yuan wasn't an insurmountable sum, it was just that he didn't know how to ask for it. Which father wouldn't be angry if he heard his son had been peeping at a widow bathing? That's so shameful in the village. A sick person shouldn't get angry. Well, I don't care. If you don't give me the money today, I'll call the police. Chen the widow's face darkened, showing no mercy. Zhou Huan was cornered and had no choice but to pretend to kneel before Qin the widow. I grabbed him and pulled him up. Forget it, I'll lend you 500 yuan for now. I shrugged and said to Zhou Huan. After speaking, I waved toward Liang Qiwen in the crowd. At that moment, Liang Qiwen's face was even darker than Qin's. He knew I didn't have any money and understood why I had called him over. Got it? I asked. I wish I didn't. Liang Qiwen gritted his teeth, glaring at me angrily. He then pulled out the familiar cloth bag from his pocket, counted the money, and handed it over. It was all the money he had earned from fishing and catching eels over the past few days, $480, not a penny more. That's all I have. He handed me the money, muttering curses under his breath. I couldn't blame him for being angry. Last time when the rat got into trouble, I had asked him for some money, and now I was asking him again. With his stingy nature, it would be strange if he wasn't angry. But I knew that no matter how much he cursed, he would still lend it to me. In the end, it's still up to me. I pulled out the $20 from my pocket and made up the full 500. I then handed it to Mrs. Qin. Upon seeing the money, Qin the widow finally let go of Zhou Huan and took the money. This time, I'll let it go. Qin the widow glared at Zhou Huan and said coldly. Fang Yuan, I'll pay you back. Zhou Huan spoke stiffly, looking at me with no trace of gratitude in his eyes. At that moment, he must have been thinking that if I hadn't stirred things up, Qin the widow wouldn't have demanded such an exorbitant sum for emotional distress. There's no rush to repay the money. I smiled broadly, wrapping my arm around Zhou Huan, ignoring Liang Qiwen gritting his teeth beside us. Why don't you tell me about it? What does Aunt Qin look like when she's bathing? Is she pretty? Does she have big breasts? Is her skin smooth? I've never seen a naked woman before. I asked curiously. The crowd, which had been about to disperse, gathered again upon hearing my words, especially the few bachelors in the village, whose eyes were practically glowing green in the evening. Stop talking nonsense. I was wearing a nightgown, what could he see? Qin's widow, hearing someone making fun of her, immediately pointed at the crowd and shouted. What is that? Aunt Qin, do you like bathing in your nightgown? I turned to look at Qin the widow. She had just been so confident earlier there was no trace of shame or anger at being accused of something. I was just getting ready to take a bath. Qin the widow realized she had slipped up, her face turning bright red. Getting ready to bathe means you haven't bathed yet. You haven't bathed, so what could Zhou Huan see? You're just calling him a little pervert. I said coldly. I saw him lurking around my front door, thinking he wanted to peek. Qin the widow continued to stubbornly deny it. If he was trying to peek, that means he hadn't seen anything yet. Then aren't you just making false accusations? I retorted. The more nervous she got, the more guilty she felt, and the more mistakes she made. You didn't see anything, yet you want money? I walked up to her and snatched the money from her hand. Take it. Liang Qiwen worked so hard to earn that money, and you actually think you can just take it? Hey, all that fuss, and the kid didn't even see anything. The onlookers sighed in disappointment. They had come hoping for some juicy gossip, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. After a few complaints, they dispersed, finding the situation uninteresting. Qin the widow, knowing she was in the wrong, sulkily returned home and shut the door tightly. I returned the money to Liang Qiwen and looked at Zhou Huan, whose cheeks were swollen, shaking my head. What good is it to just study hard? Sighing, I picked up the fishing net from the ground and walked toward the wild pond with Liang Qiwen. You already knew Zhou Huan didn't peek, didn't you? Liang Qiwen asked me. With his character, does he have even half your cunning? I shot him a mocking glance. Then why did you stir things up earlier, demanding he compensate you for emotional distress? That was unnecessary. I thought today's money was going down the drain again, Liang Qiwen muttered angrily. He knew how hard he had worked for that money. Every night, he fished for eels, earning only 30 or 40 yuan, and on good nights, maybe an extra 10 or 20 yuan. That widow Qin was just trying to extort him. I was just speaking her mind. Doing so many bad things, I can tell what he is thinking just by looking at his reaction. A widow, caught bathing by a child, what would her reaction be? A shy one might keep quiet, but an impatient one might even slap the child and tell him to get out. But she wouldn't let go of Zhou Huan, insisting on an explanation. And what else could that explanation be but money? It wasn't something to be proud of, with a bunch of men gathered at the door of a widow's house. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it, and her intentions were clear. How do you know so much? Liang Qiwen stared at me in shock. I couldn't help but smile smugly. It was just experience talking. Jian Laoshi had said I was a troublemaker after causing trouble a few times. Experience naturally accumulates. You've been defending Qin the widow the whole time. I thought you had a grudge against Zhou Huan. He is trapped in a self-incriminating situation. Of course he'd look for a way to shift the blame onto someone else. Especially without evidence, self-incrimination is the most foolish approach. When I framed Zhang Tao last year, did he have any way to prove his innocence? Explanations are futile, every word sounds like an excuse. From the very beginning, when I saw the smug expression in Qin's eyes, I knew she was lying. That expression is one I see in the mirror all the time, it's as familiar to me as my own face. Accusing someone else and seeing them unable to explain themselves brings a sense of accomplishment. A few people might feel guilty, but regardless of the mindset, it proves she's lying. And I am naturally sensitive to lies and exceptionally skilled at detecting them. Qian, I know what I want to do when I grow up. I held the fishing net and my steps became lighter. Isn't your dream to be a laborer? Liang Qian asked, looking at me. I want to be a police officer. A police officer who distinguishes right from wrong. I looked up at the stars in the night sky, feeling a sense of purpose for the first time in my life. Chapter 105, A Small Gathering. The next day, I shared this idea with Mr. Chen. She looked at me with a pleased expression, nodding repeatedly. I believe in you, you will definitely make a great police officer. Miss Chen stroked my head with a bright smile. Such a smile was rare, as every teacher who saw me would instinctively furrow their brows. Becoming a good police officer isn't an easy task. When you face difficulties, you must handle them with care. Miss Chen guided me gently. She had always worried that I might go down the wrong path, so now that I said I wanted to be a police officer, she naturally agreed. Right is right and wrong is wrong. What's there to be difficult about? I said nonchalantly. Once I become a police officer, the first person I'll arrest is Left Qian's father, then I'll bring the rice cooker to the police station and starve him for 3 days and 3 nights. Teacher, test me. There was a woman selling fruits in the city. It was very hot, and the fruits were starting to spoil. A customer bought some fruits in the morning and came back in the afternoon to return them because they were spoiled. Both parties argued vehemently, each insisting the other was at fault. They eventually called the police. What would you do? Mr. Chen looked at me expectantly. I would pick out the good fruits, then take the money back from the woman who bought them. I deconfiscate both the fruits and the money. This way, the merchant loses the fruit and the customer loses the money. 2 negatives make a positive. Let's just pretend the transaction never happened. If anyone dares to object, I'll take her away and report her for obstructing public resources and interfering with judicial fairness. I replied to Mr. Chen. The gentle smile on her face faded and she swallowed hard. Why don't you just go back to being a laborer? I think it suits you. I didn't agree with her words because I really wanted to be a police officer. I like dealing with crime, but I didn't want to mediate such trivial matters. Being a police officer means you can outweigh criminals, and when you expose their lies, it's incredibly satisfying. I experienced that firsthand last night. Just thinking about interrogating criminals at the police station was fascinating. After school, I asked Mr. Chen for a day off, as we had planned earlier. We were going to have a small gathering once Yitong returned. Just as I was about to leave, a girl came to the classroom looking for me. I looked at her in confusion because I recognized her. She was He Shuet from the 9th grade, not a good person, just a troublemaker. Having been around the school for a while, I knew all the troublemakers. What do you want? I asked her. I didn't want to deal with people like her. Zhang Ying bullied me. Yesterday after school, she brought some people and beat me up, He Shuet said with a pout. Then why are you coming to me? Do you want me to write tragedy on your face? I asked, confused. You said if Zhang Ying bullies someone, we should come find you, He Shuet said. Hearing her say that, I finally remembered that I had indeed said that before. I also said that whoever reported her would get 100 yuan from me. However, it had been a while, and Zhang Ying had been behaving herself lately, so I had forgotten. I'll help anyone who's being bullied, but not you. I pointed at her and said calmly. Why? Because you're not exactly an angel either. Dogs bite dogs, and brothers fight among themselves. Zhang Ying had been so well behaved for so long, and I still had something on her. She wouldn't bully someone for no reason. He Shuai saw that I wasn't paying her any attention and stormed off angrily. I furrowed my brows. I'd have to go talk to Zhang Ying later. I didn't want someone else coming to complain, especially since I was broke. I didn't even have 100 yuan. Later, I went to the market with Liang Qian to buy some vegetables and some braised dishes. Su Wenqin said she could cook, but I had no idea how good she was, since I'd never tasted her cooking before. Better safe than sorry. Braised dishes were a safe bet. Let us have Yitong buy some coke later. That stuff is expensive, tell him to buy a few cans. I said while holding the braised dishes. Why not buy some beer? Liang Qian asked. Why drink that? I gave him a disapproving look. Earlier, when my dad was drinking beer, I took a sip. It was bitter and unpleasant. Coke is much better. Young people should drink what young people drink. With our arms full of loot, we returned to Su Wenqin's new home. It has to be said, men and women are really different. In just a few days, Su Wenqin had completely transformed the place and even placed potted plants in the living room. Fang Yuan, I heard you want to be a police officer? Su Wenqin asked, taking the dish from my hands. Yes. I felt that this aspiration was quite something to be proud of. One ear wants to be the Black Cat police chief. I wonder if he is targeting me, Liang Qian muttered under his breath. I think you'd make a great police officer, calm and full of justice. Su Wenqin nodded in agreement. Oh no, there is also a blind person. Please, when has Fang Yuan ever had a sense of justice? He's such a sneaky guy. Liang Qiwen had been teasing me non-stop ever since he found out I wanted to be a police officer. No way, I think Fang Yuan is very just. He's helped me a lot. And being with him makes me feel safe, like he can handle anything. Su Wenqin praised him generously. Those words were spot on, and I loved hearing them. If you can say it, say more. Actually, I know deep down that I don't have much sense of justice. I'm not a paragon of righteousness. I don't care about strangers' problems even if I see them. Only when it's something I want to get involved in do I put in the effort. At least Su Wenqin's favor wasn't in vain. This girl knows to appreciate what I've done for her and will be grateful. Unlike some people who, even if you help them, they're just ungrateful. Just wait and see. If he becomes a police officer, he'll be a corrupt one, just like Zhang Ying's father, Liang Qiwen said nonchalantly as he opened a can of cola. Impossible, I wouldn't do that, I kicked Liang Qiwen and said. You just won admit it. You're the boldest and most cunning of us all. If you had any power, you'd do whatever you wanted. Liang Qiwen snorted coldly. He seemed to despise the police profession from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 106, School Anniversary. I realized Liang Qiwen was a bit foolish. Having power and not abusing it are two completely different things. I can decide for myself what kind of person I want to be. Isn't that just a multiple choice question for the future? Plus, I'm a stubborn person. Once I set my mind on something, I have to do it, unless I suffer the consequences or hit a dead end. Su Wenqin must cook at home often. I noticed her stir-frying technique was quite skilled. I sneakily tried a piece of stir-fried pork, and it was indeed delicious. Whoever marries her will be living the good life. She has a good personality, looks nice, and at this age, she is already so mature. What suits me best is that she never argues. Whatever you say, she listens. She is not like that woman, Zuo Qian, who constantly criticizes you, saying this is wrong and that is wrong. Who could put up with her? Domestic violence is only a matter of time. Some might say that a woman like Su Wenqin, who has no backbone, isn't good. What is wrong with that? If you don't give her attention, she'll be miserable. I can't speak for her personally, but for those around her, she is great, very, very good. Have you heard? The school anniversary is coming up, and every class has to perform a program. Yi Tong said. The school anniversary is a school holiday. Why do students have to perform? We're here to study, not to be in a circus. Liang Qiwen snorted. He spoke with such conviction that someone unaware might think he was actually here to study. He's just like me, someone with no artistic talent. Nowadays, the internet is spreading rapidly, and students have access to a lot more things. MP4 players are widespread, and all kinds of songs and dances can be found online. I'm not saying I haven't tried. I actually want to be as talented as Zhou Huan, able to sing and dance, but I'm tone deaf by nature, and as for dancing, well, that's another story. When I dance in front of the mirror, it feels like I'm seeing the monkeys of a May mountain. In short, I have no talents whatsoever. If I were forced to cultivate a talent, I might have a natural aptitude for something else, like piano or violin. But the children in our village have never had the opportunity to be exposed to such things. All that untapped potential is being wasted. Otherwise, I might have become a pianist or something else. Mr. Chan also performs on stage. But I think our class will need another act. Yi Tong's words made me look forward to the school celebration a little. I wonder what Mr. Chen will perform, singing, dancing, or something else. Our class is already rehearsing. 2 boys are performing a skit. Su Wenqin isn't in our class. She's in 9th grade, so technically she's our senior. Whether we put on a performance or not, it doesn't really matter to me. There's no way they'd ask me to perform on stage. I dare to perform, but do they dare to watch? I can't guarantee the audience's survival rate. Why talk about such nonsense? We're a close-knit group of 4, we should gather more often. I held up my Coke, and all 4 of us smiled broadly, clinking glasses together. Of course we should meet often. The food was bought by Liang Qiwen, the Coke was contributed by Yi Tong, and the meal was prepared by Su Wenqin. I just brought my mouth along, eating to my heart's content. I'd love to have gatherings like this every day. But once Su Wenqin starts high school, it'll be harder to gather like this. High school is a bit far, and it's a boarding school, so Su Wenqin won't need to live here anymore. SSS level nanny experience card, only 1 year left before it expires. Wenqin, you seem different today, I said to Su Wenqin. Of course. Changing clothes is like changing into a different person, you look so much prettier. Yi Tong said proudly. Did you buy that for her? I noticed that Su Wenqin was wearing a dress today. Her entire demeanor was elevated, and the faded, worn-out clothes she used to wear were long overdue for a replacement. I didn't care much about my own life, so I never thought to buy Su Wenqin new clothes, but Yi Tong always noticed these little details. How about it? Doesn't she look great with Wenqin? Yi Tong raised his eyebrows, confident in his taste. Oh my, you're so nice to her. Are you up to something, trying to get her to marry you? I teased the 2 of them. That is how adolescence is. Even if we were classmates going to and from school together, I could still make up some nonsense. What are you talking about? We're all good friends, aren't we? Yi Tong's face turned red and he looked a bit embarrassed. Surprisingly, Su Wenqin didn't say a word, she just kept drinking her Coke. Here I'll mention it, Coke, especially canned Coke, is really delicious. I drank 6 bottles by myself that night and kept burping. We kept talking until 9 o'clock, which was the absolute latest Yitong could stay out. His dad was home, so he had to go back on the dot. Once he left, Liang Qiwen and I also left. After all, it was too late, and it wasn't appropriate for a girl to be out so late. Lately, I've been going fishing with Liang Qiwen every night, setting traps, then selling the catch at the market to seafood merchants. I calculated that at 30 yuan a day, we could pay back Liang Qiwen's 1,300 yuan in less than 2 months. This also meant that, like Liang Qiwen, I would fall asleep as soon as I got to school, unable to resist. There were several times when I dozed off during Mr. Chen's class. She would just wake me up, and the next second I'd fall asleep again, completely unconscious. Plus, my snoring is loud. Although our class S grades aren't great, there are still some students who study seriously, and I've disturbed them. I feel really embarrassed about that. Staying up late really drains your energy. Even if I sleep all day with my head on the desk until my whole body goes numb, I still feel exhausted. Liang Qiwen has been like this every day for over a year. I really admire him. Not dying suddenly is truly a blessing from the gods. Fang Yuan, Zhou Huan from class 1 is looking for you. Hearing my classmate call me at the door, I forced myself to get up and walked out. I didn't even need to guess why Zhou Huan was looking for me. Fang Yuan, thank you so much for last night, Zhou Huan said, looking at me. No need to thank me. Just think of it as payback for when you intentionally let me win the card game before. I yawned, shrugging it off. You. Don't mention it. If you really feel like you owe me, you can repay me another time. People like Zhou Huan give them a little favor, and they feel indebted forever. Actually, he's not a bad person, just not my type. He's smart, but also too weak. Last night, when Xin's widow scared him, he was completely flustered. Kids who cause trouble are psychologically stronger than good students. It's all from being tested. At first, I was scared too. Even if the teacher said they'd call my parents, I'd be at a loss. But now, I can handle most things. Zhou Huan has experienced too little. He, me, and Liang Qiwen are simply not cut from the same cloth. Chapter 107, Teasing. Mr. Jiang said Zhou Huan will definitely amount to something in the future. Maybe he's right, but he needs to grow up. He's just like Zuo Qian, academically excellent and a model student, suited for nurturing in a greenhouse to thrive. But I'm different. I'm like wild grass, and I can't stand these delicate flowers. Though I'm not as smart as him or as emotionally intelligent, I can grow in adversity. Zhou Huan, Fang Yuan, what are you two talking about? Just as we were talking, Zuo Qian happened to walk out of the classroom, saw the two of us, and came over to greet us. We were talking about you, I said, looking at her with a sour expression. About me? What did you say? She asked curiously. We're saying you're crazy. We're close friends, do we need to report back to you? I rolled my eyes at her. Why are you always so mean to me? You can talk to others nicely, Zuo Qian frowned at me. I thought to myself, well, others wouldn't come looking for a fight either. I've never gotten along with Zuo Qian since elementary school. We should just pretend we didn't TC each other. Zhang Ying saw me and went out of her way to avoid me, but she, on the other hand, kept coming over for no reason. What else could that be but asking for a fight? I even started to wonder if she had a masochistic personality. She must feel uncomfortable if no one scolds her. You two talk. I'm going back to do my homework. Zhou Huan noticed the change in atmosphere and prepared to leave. He is the type who knows how to read the room. Once he left, it was just me and Zuo Qian. What could I possibly talk about with her? I turned around and started heading back to the classroom. Why do you always look so annoyed when you see me, and why do you speak to me so rudely? Seeing that I was about to leave, Zuo Qian grabbed my arm. Isn't it obvious? Don't you hate me? I asked her. Of course you'd speak badly to someone you dislike. I don't hate you, Zuo Qian shook her head. Her answer surprised me. I'm self-aware enough to know I'm not exactly likable. Just look at Wang Min's attitude. Every time she sees me, she looks at me with disdain. Well, it's Saturday tomorrow. Want to go to town together? I thought Zuo Qian was pretending, even though she was doing a good job of it. Deep down, she hated me, but on the surface, she acted so innocent. After all, she was a class officer, always using the slogan of unity and friendship. Tomorrow? If you don't want to go, it's fine. I noticed she looked a bit conflicted, probably because she couldn't keep up the act anymore. No, should we invite Wang Min too? She shook her head and asked. Why bring her? She'll just argue with me. Every time Wang Min sees me, she acts like I owe her money. Alright, see you tomorrow. 9 o'clock in the morning, by the streetlight pole. Don't be late. After saying that, I turned around and went back to the classroom. Hey, you finally wised up. You actually asked a girl out to play. Liang Qiwen was like a spy, eavesdropping on my conversation with Zuo Qian. I shot him a disdainful glance and said nothing. I thought to myself, would I be like you, with your mind full of dirty books? That evening, I went fishing with Liang Chuan as usual. The wild ponds in this area were yielding fewer and fewer fish, and they were generally smaller. I even suspected that they had all been caught already. These small fish weren't worth selling, so I took them home for my father to drink with his alcohol. We fried them in oil, and they were crispy and fragrant. So I took Liang Chuan to the wild pond in the neighboring village. There were plenty of fish here, but fishing wasn't a major source of income because the fish were cheap, and without transportation, even if we caught a lot, it was hard to transport. The key was the wild eels, which were particularly in demand and sold for a high price that was the real money. But good things aren't just for us to think of. In the ditch near the field embankment, you could see the traps others had set up at a glance. I didn't care about stealing others' hard work, and Liang Chuan wasn't interested either. We were thieves with principles, I suppose. We have no limits when it comes to bad people, but we won't go out of our way to harm honest, hard-working folks. Go back to sleep. You've got plans to go out with Zuo Qian tomorrow morning, right? Liang Chuan kept urging me, repeating himself 3 or 4 times just while we were fishing. It made me think we were going to rob a bank tomorrow morning, so eager. It's okay, how will you carry all this fish by yourself? I said, looking at the bountiful catch. I'll just make an extra trip, he waved it off nonchalantly. Come on, you'll leave, and the fish will be taken by others before you're back. After all, this wasn't our own village. If you left, others might take the buckets used to hold the fish. I didn't listen to Liang Chuan and stayed with him until past 3 in the morning, then went to the seafood merchant to sell the fish. By the time we finished, it was already 5 o'clock. Take this money. Later, you and Zuo Qian can go out for something nice to eat. There's an ice rink in town. I noticed the girls all like to go there. You too can check it out. Liang Chuan stuffed all the money he earned that day into my pocket. He must have known I was broke. No matter how I refused, he insisted on giving me the money, saying that going out with a girl shouldn't be so stingy. I'm not as stingy as him. After we parted ways, I went home and took a shower. I was covered in the smell of fish and couldn't sleep without washing. I lay comfortably in bed and started snoring within minutes. Zuo Qian? Screw her. I never planned to go anyway. Let her pretend to be friendly and see if she'll still try to get close to me next time she sees me. It wasn't until a sudden clap of thunder at noon that I was suddenly jolted awake from my dream. I looked out the window with bleary eyes and realized it was raining. The dark, heavy clouds made the atmosphere feel oppressive. Zuo Qian must have left already. I glanced at the clock. It was almost noon. She must have figured out I was playing her. After waiting so long without me showing up, and with the rain falling, she wouldn't have been foolish enough to wait around. For some reason, I felt uneasy inside, and I had no appetite for food. After wandering around the house for a while, I finally decided to go to the internet cafe in town to play some games and take a look around the streets. Because of the rain, I didn't ride my bike. I walked toward town with an umbrella. When I reached the town square, I saw that there was no one near the utility pole. I let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. Just as I turned to head to the internet cafe, I caught a glimpse of a slender figure under the eaves of a nearby building. I hurried toward her. Is there really someone this foolish in this world? She saw me and stood under the eaves, waving at me repeatedly. Fang Yuan, do you know? As I approached her, she couldn't wait to speak. I knew what she wanted to say. She was definitely going to say, do you know how long I've been waiting for you? You're so unreliable. Do you know how little time you have? Do you know how terrible you are? Words like these, emphasizing the other person's faults and positioning oneself as the victim. This is the typical behavior of women. Though this time, she was indeed the victim. I know how impatient it is to wait for someone. Sometimes when I ask Liang Chuan to go online, he's half an hour late and I can scold him for hours. I stiffened my neck, ready to listen to her nagging. Do you know how worried I was about you? I saw you hadn't come for so long, and it was raining, so I thought you might have fallen off your bike into a ditch. But I didn't dare go look for you, afraid you wouldn't see me when you came. She wiped the water off her face, unsure if it was sweat or rain. I was ready for the verbal assault, but I never expected she was actually worried about me. Seeing her clothes soaked in rain, her bangs damp and disheveled, she looked a bit disheveled. But this time, I didn't feel the usual satisfaction of teasing her. Instead, I felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. What I took the most pride in was my cunning schemes, but when faced with Zuo Qian's sincerity and care, it seemed somewhat ridiculous. It was like a mouse in a cellar suddenly seeing sunlight, finding it blinding and instinctively rejecting it. Chapter 108, A Stroll in the Rain. I had imagined she would hurl countless venomous insults at me, but I never expected her to worry about me. Looking at Zuo Qian's slightly disheveled yet charming face, the uneasy feeling in my heart grew deeper and deeper. Is this self-doubt? Or am I ashamed of myself? I realized I absolutely couldn't let these negative emotions drain me mentally. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty forever, and how could I even function at school? You dare to curse me to fall into a mountain gorge? I glared at her with a sour expression. At most, I'll just avoid intentionally picking on her in the future. I didn't mean it that way. Hearing me say this, Zuo Qian looked flustered. Forget it, I won't hold it against you this time. I waved my hand dismissively. Have you had lunch yet? Seeing her pitiful expression, I couldn't bring myself to speak as harshly as before. She shook her head. She must have been staying here the whole time, too scared to leave. Let's eat first. I walked over to her and held the umbrella over her head. The rain was coming down pretty hard, and the small umbrella couldn't protect both of us. Zuo Qian had no choice but to move closer to me, getting closer and closer. Didn't you ever think I might have come on purpose? I asked her with a sour expression. If it were me, I would have started to doubt after more than 5 minutes. No way. You didn't have any reason to call me out to play and then not show up yourself. You must have been held up, right? She said with a smile. That smile was pure sarcasm to me. Zuo Qian carefully maintained her distance from me, but because of the rain, she cautiously moved closer. I turned my head and sniffed my body to see if there was still a fishy smell, which made her a bit disgusted. Ugh, what the hell am I thinking? Why do I care what she thinks? I'm such an idiot. I really wanted to slap myself. When did I become so insecure? If you don't want to be this close to me, just buy another umbrella. We were almost at the pedestrian street, and umbrellas weren't expensive. No, I just don't want you to feel uncomfortable. You don't like being too close to girls, do you? Zuo Qian looked at me and said. She was afraid I'd mind, so she kept her distance? I thought she found me smelly. If you don't like it, what can I do? Are you going to get soaked? Don't catch a cold tomorrow and blame it on me. Your mom will come over and slap me without even asking what happened, and I'm not going to take that. I pouted. Although I don't dislike Zuo Qian as much now, thinking about her mother still makes me furious. I'm sorry. It was my mom's fault earlier. She is just that kind of person, Zuo Qian said, lowering her head and pressing close to me. I really couldn't believe that such a family could raise such a pure-hearted child. I kept feeling that halfway there, Zuo Qian would pull out a small knife from her bosom and stab it into my gallbladder. Then she'd point at me and laugh hysterically. Fang Yuan, you finally fell for it. Are you really her biological child? You don't look anything like her. Maybe you were picked up from the trash bin. I often heard others scare children like that. That's impossible. Stop saying such things, Zuo Qian gently poked my shoulder with her finger. She doesn't seem so unpleasant to be around after all. By the way, what's your class performing for the school anniversary? Will you be on stage? Zuo Qian changed the subject. I can't do anything. What would I perform? What about you? Can you perform? Zuo Qian had been able to dance since elementary school, plus she was the class monitor and looked good, so it made sense for her to perform on stage. I signed up for a performance with Wang Min. We're singing. Our class is doing 2 performances, and Zhou Huan is also singing. The school anniversary isn't just for students to watch, many parents will come too. At that time, we'll get to see some real-life dramas. In my opinion, they should bring the rice cooker on stage and shoot it to entertain everyone. I said with a cold snort. Why? Zuo Qian looked at me in confusion. Because he made the students perform on stage. The more glamorous the students on stage, the more embarrassing it is for those below. Who knows how many times people will say, look at someone else's child. I can already picture the scene, some parents pointing at their child and saying, look at that child on stage, they can sing and dance. How talented they are. Now look at you, you can't do anything. Praising others' children and belittling your own, isn't that a tragedy? They won't even buy their kids an MP3 player, and then they blame them for lacking talent. This kind of scene plays out every time there's a school performance, and I always see it from the audience. But at least my dad doesn't compare me to others. In his eyes, I'm the best. That's why. Zuo Qian couldn't understand my thoughts. She's right. A child as outstanding as her would naturally want to be the center of everyone's attention. But light is always contrasted by darkness. Behind their brilliance lies the dark childhood of countless others. After all, who the hell wants to be the supporting role, especially when they're forced into it? Chen Yixuan has a song called Exaggeration, which he sings very well. I remember one line goes like this, at 18, at the school dance, standing like a bit player. Those classmates who didn't get to perform on stage, under their parents' oppressive education, were just standing there like extras. How could they have the heart to appreciate what the others were performing on stage? But this is also an opportunity to showcase oneself. Those with talent would naturally cherish this chance, Zuo Qian countered after hearing my perspective. No, why are you arguing with me? I didn't say you were wrong. I just think the school shouldn't force students to perform or let parents come to watch. I glared at her. I'm not arguing with you. We just can't interfere with the school's decisions, Zuo Qian continued. She was clearly arguing with me. I suppressed the urge to push her into the rain and walked forward in silence. As we approached the pedestrian street, I actually saw someone fall into the drainage ditch. It was a girl. Her bicycle was tilted in the gutter, and she was holding an umbrella. She must have been riding her bike while holding the umbrella, and when a strong wind came, she lost control of the direction. That's why I don't ride a bike and choose to walk into town instead. The girl struggled to push the car out, but with her left hand holding an umbrella, she could only use her right hand to lift it, clearly lacking the strength. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yu Qian's expression, which seemed moved. She must have wanted to help the girl. When a female classmate needed help, as a man, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. That wouldn't fit my persona. Hold the umbrella properly, I instructed Zuo Qian, feeling the warmth of her small hands as she alternated them. Without hesitation, I stepped into the rain. Actually, this world is simple. If everyone contributes a little love, it will become a beautiful place. The girl in the gutter noticed my arrival and looked up at me with hopeful eyes. Hey, you there? No parking here. I stood on the edge of the gutter, struggling to make a selfless contribution to urban management. Chapter 109, Skipping the Bill. The girl in the gutter froze, her lips moving silently in gratitude. She must have been deeply moved. Why didn't you help her? Zuo Qian caught up to me, holding an umbrella for me, only to hear me say that. I was helping her. I took the umbrella from Zuo Qian, holding her hand to stop her from impulsively going down to help. Lifting the car only helps her for a moment. I've helped her for a lifetime. Now she'll always remember to bring her brain with her when it rains. I pulled Zuo Qian along without looking back as we headed toward the pedestrian street. From now on, every time it rains, this girl will remember this scene in the gutter. How helpless she felt today will make her that cautious in the future. That's how I got through it, so my mental strength is extraordinary. Fang Yuan, we should. Seeing she was about to launch into another lengthy speech about unity and friendship, I felt a headache coming on. I quickly covered my ears, refusing to listen, like a turtle reciting sutras. What do you want to eat? Since our values were so different, talking more was pointless. Better to change the subject. You like burgers, right? Let us go eat one. Zuo Qian pointed to the burger shop by the road. I actually didn't like burgers. I had only mentioned it that day to trick her into eating something. But she probably liked them, so I didn't mind. It didn't matter what we ate. We walked into the burger shop, each ordered a burger and fries, plus a bottle of Coke. $30. Luckily Liang Qiwan had given me some money, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to pay for the meal, and that would have been so embarrassing. Zuo Qian took small bites of her burger, chewing slowly and elegantly. Though it was quite a sight to watch, she didn't eat as fast as me. I finished my burger in 3 bites and shoved the fries straight into my mouth. After finishing, I took a sip of the icy cold, refreshing cola. The feeling was indescribable, just 2 words, satisfying. Fang Yuan, are you really that hungry? Why don't you order another burger? Zuo Qian was stunned by my eating habits. She had only eaten half of her burger, while I had already finished mine. No, I'm already full. I eat that fast. I don't linger over my food. At home, I'm the same. I eat quickly and then go out to play. I won't waste time just to fill my stomach. Just as I was about to get up to pay, I reached into my pocket. It was as clean as my face. I had taken a shower and changed my pants in the morning and hadn't even checked if I had any money when I left. What was I thinking at the time? I slowly sat back down and looked at Zuo Qian. I felt my face getting hot. It was the first time I felt embarrassed because I didn't have any money. Let us finish eating, and you can go home first. I've got something to do, I said awkwardly, fidgeting with the soda bottle. Why don't I treat you this time, and you can treat me next time? How about that? Zuo Qian looked at me, probably guessing I didn't have enough money to pay. What's the matter? Do you think I don't have money? If I tell you to go home, just go. I turned my head away, my tone cold. Men, after all, always have that prideful habit. Alright, I'll go to the restroom first. Zuo Qian pouted. After she left, I sat on the chair, lost in thought. Once Zuo Qian returned, I would have to confess to the staff and see if there was any solution, or wait for the rain to stop and have them send someone to accompany me back to get the money. I looked out the window at the steady rain. Yipping must have felt the same way when she went home to ask for money back then. Fang Yuan, let us skip out on the bill later, Zuo Qian whispered in my ear after returning from outside. Skip out on the bill? I looked at her, slightly surprised. Zuo Qian, a model student, doing something like this? Yes, I've never done anything wrong in my life. I want to try it. She looked at me, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just like Yi Tong when she stole a pear, her excitement was mixed with anticipation. All right. Then follow my instructions. My mind was racing as I prepared to do something wrong. I didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed immediately. All right, I'll follow your lead. She nodded obediently. I carefully observed the store's layout. Besides the front door in the main hall, there was a back door in the hallway. Escaping through there was undoubtedly the best option. Due to the rain, the store was still quite crowded. As long as I ensured that Zuo Qian, the liability, escaped safely, I could blend into the crowd and leave through the front door. You go out the back door and pretend to go to the restroom. When the staff brings the food, I'll blend into the crowd and slip out the front door. We'll meet at the intersection. I quickly laid out the plan. With my agile movements, escaping would be no problem. All right, we'll meet at the intersection. Don't be late. Zuo Qian nodded seriously. I handed her the only umbrella I had. Girls are delicate, getting wet in the rain could make her sick. Her acting was truly terrible. I told her to act like she was going to the restroom. She should have been calm and composed, but she kept looking back, acting sneakily, just like a dog dealer going to steal a dog. Cute yet slightly sleazy. If I were the store clerk, I'd have noticed her odd behavior right away. Fortunately, the store clerk was oblivious, too busy to notice Zuo Qian's movements. I leisurely ate the fries left by Zuo Qian, not even sparing the soda. Waste is shameful. With a straw in my mouth, I strode out of the store and headed toward the intersection. The rain had eased slightly, but without an umbrella, I had to duck under the eaves one after another. At the intersection, that slender figure was waiting eagerly. I dashed into the rain, grabbed her hand, and ran. Run fast, the store clerk is chasing me. I led Zuo Qian around one corner after another. Her hair was already soaked through, and the two of us looked like drenched chickens. We ran all the way to the fork leading back to the village. Seeing each other's disheveled state, we couldn't help but laugh out loud. The store clerk was really chasing you? Zuo Qian asked, panting. Of course he was. I figured since I was already skipping out on the bill, I might as well eat more, so I ordered 2 more Big Macs. I mumbled, making up a story on the spot. What? You ordered more? Zuo Qian froze, her face turning bright red as she looked around nervously, looking just like a little thief on the run. Let us hurry home. If they catch up, we're in trouble. Left Qian grabbed my hand and dashed back into the rain. This time, however, she was genuinely panicking. This silly girl thought I didn't know she had secretly paid the bill. Thinking she could fool me. She might be the smartest person in the place, but first and foremost, I was willing to play along with her. And I'm the real smart one. I don't know why, but teasing her like this is actually pretty fun. She's so silly and cute, much more interesting than her serious class monitor persona at school. Watching this girl running through the rain, holding onto me, I couldn't help but curve my lips into a smile. Chapter 110, The Little Loser. Then what happened? Then what? Liang Qiwen, the nosy bystander, couldn't wait to come find me that night to get the latest scoop. We just went home, I said, rolling my eyes. No way? After all that, you didn't even hold hands or kiss? He looked at me skeptically. He thought everyone was as lustful as he was. What are you talking about? I covered the blanket, trying to suppress the smile on my lips. After returning from town, left Qian and I were soaked through, so we naturally went home to shower and change clothes. Fang Yuan, be honest with me. Did you feel a special kind of excitement? Did your heart race? Liang Qihua transformed into an emotional expert, trying to diagnose me. No way. I just think she's so cute and funny. Thinking about Zuo Qian's awkward expressions, I couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, you're lying. You're not heart-fluttered at all. He mocked me disdainfully. Even if I did feel something, what could I possibly think? Let us not even talk about our age difference, just her parents alone, you know how they are. My temper could handle them. I'd beat up the father-in-law and kick the mother-in-law. That's just a joke. Besides, with my status, we're not on the same level. Why think so much? It's just causing yourself trouble. I stretched lazily, unwilling to waste energy on this. Why worry so much? Just go for it first. If there's a chance to kiss, kiss. If there's a chance to hold hands, hold hands. Enjoy each day while it lasts. Liang Qiwen was munching on a tomato, lazily leaning against my bedhead. Forget it, you have too many ideas. I read a book yesterday, and there was a line that stuck with me. Unfulfilled desires leave scars on the soul that can never heal. Since you're not even remotely connected to someone, why bother getting involved? It's just asking for trouble. In the end, you'll just end up obsessing over it, making yourself look like a pathetic mess. Why bother? I've made up my mind I won't bother that silly girl anymore. Brother, take a look at your face. Liang Qiwen held up a mirror directly in front of me. The face in the mirror was flawless. I know I'm flawlessly handsome. Not chasing girls is a waste, but I'm a man of principles. I ran my fingers through my hair, admiring myself in the mirror. No, it's your old-fashioned, pretentious look that's so pathetic. Liang Qiwen rolled his eyes. What's the point of overthinking things? Adult problems can wait until you're actually an adult. Liang Qiwen and I have completely different attitudes toward the future. He has his own plans, and so do I, but when faced with unexpected situations, he acts on impulse, while I consider whether it's appropriate. Actually, focusing on this is the most pointless thing to do, and would Zuo Qian even notice me? Just thinking about it is a bit absurd. What's the point? I certainly don't want her to think I'm a hothead. Ah, yesterday is gone and cannot be brought back. Those who disturbed my heart bring me many worries today. I really wish I hadn't thought about it. The more I think, the more annoyed I get. Want to go online? The younger me seemed to have only this one way to relieve my worries. Right now, I still have work to do, Liang Qiwen said, widening his eyes. Work never ends. What's the harm in taking a day off? I glared at him, not noticing my own bad mood. I can't afford to lose those few dozen dollars. Alright, let us stay up all night then. He nodded. Liang Qiwen and I rode our bikes straight to the internet cafe and booked 2 all-night sessions. The money he gave me in the morning, I kept 12 yuan and returned the rest to him. $8 for the all-nighter, 1 for water, leaving 3 for a bowl of instant noodles later. Not bad. Who cares about girls? The game is so much fun. Holding the M416, I just went on a killing spree. The internet cafe was pretty crowded even at night. While getting water, I didn't expect someone to stomp on my foot so hard. I looked up at the person and saw a head of non-mainstream long hair with several ear piercings. He didn't look like a good person. Long hair is in style these days. Even I've gone from a buzz cut to messy bangs. The Korean wave blowing in from Southeast Asia is unstoppable. He glanced at me and walked away without saying a word. What's worse, he gave me a disdainful glance as he left. Am I just some insignificant nobody? What's wrong? Did your face turn red just because you bought a bottle of water? Liang Qiwen, who was watching a movie, noticed my displeased expression and asked hurriedly. Nothing, just got stepped on by some clumsy guy. I forced myself to suppress my irritation. As I've gotten older, my mindset has become more composed, and I don't get into fights over such trivial matters. Who was it? That guy with the long hair. I pointed in the direction of the person. Isn't he the son of the rice cooker guy? I think his name is Chi Hongyu. I saw him at school the other day. He transferred here from another city. Liang Qiwen glanced over and said. He used to study in the city with his mother. I wonder why he came here to study. No wonder he acts so arrogant and looks down on others. How do you know so much? I looked at Liang Qiwen in surprise. I'm the school's gossip queen. It's not just a title, he said proudly, raising his eyebrows. He better not mess with me. I glanced at Chi Honyu's seat and said coldly. This time, I'll let it go. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the annoying thoughts out of my mind and started enjoying my gaming time. I was completely engrossed in the game, playing all night long with unwavering energy. By the early hours of the morning, 2 blonde-haired guys approached Liang Qiwen and me. Since we were in a corner, they leaned against my chair, surrounding both of us. Kid, got any money? The leader of the blondes grabbed my shoulder and asked. His tone was full of threat. Damn it, we run into extortionists. Such people are quite common in game halls and internet cafes, though I hadn't encountered them before. You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. I have $3, I was planning to buy some noodles later. I pulled the money out of my pocket and placed it on the table honestly. The guy with the yellow hair grabbed the money without hesitation. What about you? Hand over your money. Another person threatened Liang Qiwen. The inner pocket where he kept his money was usually out of reach for others, and the outer pockets only held a few coins at most. Liang Qiwen looked at me in confusion, seemingly unable to understand why I was being so cowardly. Hurry up. It's just a few dollars. If they get angry, they might even hit you. Seeing Liang Qiwen hesitating, I reached into his pocket and took the money out myself. You're the smart one, Wang Mao said with a smile. It's the least we can do. Too bad we don't have much money either, otherwise we could treat the 2 of you to some internet time. You can look out for me in the future, I said in a flattering tone. Alright, if anyone bullies you, just mention my name, De Quan. Wang Mao looked up proudly, as if he had some connections. Liang Qiwen and I exchanged glances. De Quan? We never heard of him. Turns out he's just a small-time thug. Chapter 111, Model Citizen. Thanks for looking out for me, big brother. But to be honest, big brother, the 2 of you are a gang. Stealing a few bucks isn't worth it. I felt it was my duty to educate them. After all, what they did was robbery, and it was a gang crime. Extorting the weak is shameful, and the risks don't justify the rewards. It's just because we're broke, the blonde-haired guy said lazily, leaning back in his chair. Many people who are extorted don't report it to the police, so he feels so brazen. Too bad we don't have much money either. Look at the clothes we're wearing. We're nothing like Chi Hongyu, who carries hundreds of dollars whenever he goes out. I couldn't help but sigh. Who is Chi Hongyu? Huang Mao perked up at the mention of his name. I can't tell you that. If others find out, they'll think I have a grudge against him. I shook my head and looked at Liang Qiwen. You mean the principal's son? He is the one using computer number 26 right now, Liang Qiwen said blankly. Upon hearing Liang Qiwen's words, Wang Mao immediately fixed his gaze on Chi Hongyu, who was sitting nearby. At that moment, Chi Hongyu was still engrossed in his computer game. Huang Mao gave his companions a nod and headed toward computer number 26. Seeing them leave, I shut down the computer and dragged Liang Qiwen away. I said, why are you so cowardly today? You didn't even hold back earlier. Liang Qiwen shot me a disdainful glance. I had originally planned to let it go, but upon hearing that he was the son of the rice cooker, I couldn't help but get angry. Plus, Wang Mao was extorting him, so it was the perfect opportunity to divert the blame and use him as a pawn. With just a glance, Liang Qiwen would have perfectly coordinated with me. But we don't have to leave now. The machine is already on, Liang Qiwen said, unwilling to give up the 8 yuan for the all-night session. Are you stupid? If that guy gets the money, will you drink the water he offers? I saw when we bought the water Chi Hong Yu had at least several hundred yuan on him. If you don't drink, it's disrespectful. If you drink, you're an accomplice. If we don't leave now, what are we waiting for? Cutting ties and protecting oneself is the best choice. You're so sneaky, and you still want to be a cop? Liang Qiwen looked at me in disbelief. What's wrong with that? If you walk the path of the wicked, you'll leave them with no way out. Isn't it better to reform and do good? I shrugged it off. That Chi Hong Yu is so arrogant, being extorted like this must be infuriating. He'll either tell the rice cooker or call the police, and those two punks will definitely get what's coming to them. Getting caught early means getting reformed early, which is good for society by eliminating potential risks. The yellow-haired guy is also someone who knows how to repay a favor. He did this to repay my kindness and vent my anger for me. A perfect storyline, such a touching redemption story. I'd almost give myself a good citizen award. What should we do now? Liang Qiwen walked along the dark, deserted street, kicking small stones out of boredom. Let's go home and sleep. Now I can finally rest. My gloomy mood vanished, and I was sure I'd sleep soundly. Sure enough, when I got home and lay down in bed, I slept straight through until noon. When I woke up, Liang Qiwen was chopping wood at my house, helping my dad. It made me feel embarrassed, as if I wasn't being filial at all and wasn't helping my dad with the housework. Qiwen, from now on, take all this fish to sell. Don't bring it here every day, we can't eat that much. My father said while stir-frying at the stove. Here, have some with your drink. It's not like we can sell much of it anyway, Liang Qiwen said casually. My father is a frugal man. Fish that can't be eaten today can be reheated tomorrow. Liang Qiwen brings fish home every day, and there's always leftovers, way too much to finish. As someone who loves fish so much, I now feel a bit queasy just seeing it. If you get tired of it, I'll bring some eel tomorrow. Otherwise, eating at your godfather's house every day makes me feel awkward. Liang Qiwen lowered his head. Compared to his uncle's house, my home gave him a sense of belonging. Don't say that. Here, it's just like your own home. My father never treated Liang Qiwen as an outsider. This scene of a loving father and dutiful son made me feel like I was the outsider. Yellow eel sounds great. We don't get to eat that often. I stuck my head out and said with a smile. Wild eel is a real treat. I'll set out more traps tonight. Liang Qiwen loved money, just like me, but money was never his top priority. He was willing to give my father the most expensive eels, and he never skimped on things for people he cared about. You're the only one who knows how to enjoy life, Qiwen. Don't listen to him. Earn more money and save it for the future. My father patted my head and told me to brush my teeth and eat quickly. At noon, there was another large plate of braised fish, and I couldn't help but sigh. Fang Yuan, take Qiwen and deliver this fish to Mr. Chen's house. Also, ask Mr. Chen if Qiwen can join the tutoring sessions. My father brought out another fish from the kitchen, even larger than the one on the table. What? I held the fish, feeling a bit at a loss. What? You need to study more so you don't end up at a disadvantage because of your lack of education. My father urged me. Oh. I nodded in agreement. Since my dad had spoken, I had no choice but to obey. I thought to myself that even if we didn't study, we wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Godfather, I don't need to study. I don't have time for tutoring. After school, I have to help my uncle with work and go fishing. Liang Qiwen hurriedly pulled me away. Tutoring was a burden for him. My father furrowed his brows. Liang Qiwen's family matters weren't his to meddle in, after all, his uncle was Liang Qiwen's legal guardian. It's okay, stepfather. With my grades, why bother with tutoring? I won't understand it anyway. Liang Qiwen waved his hand dismissively. I knew he was just trying not to make my dad worry. After all, he could easily get into the top 10 in his class with just a few days of studying. He was clearly a natural at academics. Then let's not mention the tutoring. You two take the fish to Mr. Chen's place. We'll just end up wasting it if we make too much. My father had always held Mr. Chen in high regard, and whenever there was something good at home, he would have me give it to Mr. Chen. Because she tutored me, my dad always felt indebted to her. Liang Qiwen left with me, his head hanging low in silence. What's wrong? If you want to study, just study hard. I carried the fish and walked carefully on the road. How can I study? High school costs money, and I don't have any. Besides, someone like me wouldn't get much out of it. Liang Qiwen shook his head. I'll pay for your education. I can't study anyway. After graduating from junior high, I'll go to work, and my salary won't even be enough for his education. Police officers must make decent money, right? Do you think you can just become a police officer? You have to pass the civil service exam. A junior high school graduate wants to be a police officer? He looked at me speechlessly. Don't think it's like in the movies, where you can join the police academy with just a burst of passion. Nowadays, everything depends on your background and education. Chapter 112, still a pro? Actually, I don't really understand. If you're a police officer catching criminals, why do you need to read so many books? I have a strong physique, isn't that enough? Am I supposed to recite the 300 Tang poems to the criminals I catch? But societal rules won't change just because I question them. If I want to be part of this, I have to follow the rules, even if I don't understand them. Those guys who just sit in the office drinking tea, can they really catch criminals? As we approached Mr. Chen's house, Liang Qiwen was waiting at the door as usual. He didn't want to go in, and I wouldn't force him. Students are afraid of teachers, and so am I. When Mr. Chen saw me carrying a large plate of fish inside, he was very happy. She wrapped her arms around my shoulders and proudly showed off to Jiang teacher, "Mom, look what Fang Yuan brought me." A student bringing such a generous gift means I'm doing a great job as a teacher. Mr. Jiang looked at her with indulgence, smiling without a word. "You really haven't wasted my love for you," Ms. Chen said, smiling as she gently touched my forehead. To be honest, I think Ms. Chen is so hypocritical. Don't let her smile fool you. If I ever displease her in the slightest, she'll immediately say, "You ungrateful brat, I've been so good to you. Fang Yuan, come sit down and eat with us." Teacher Jiang brought the dishes from the kitchen and said to me, "No, my dad is waiting for me to go home for dinner." I shook my head and said, "By the way, Miss Chen, what are you going to perform at the school anniversary?" I couldn't resist my curiosity and asked, "Oh, the teacher's performance. I'll need your help with it." Mr. Chen picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. "Me?" I was taken aback. "What does this have to do with me? I'll be tutoring you on stage during the performance," she continued. I stared at her in disbelief, thinking, "Are you trying to poison me?" "Exactly, that's the expression I'm talking about." "Mom, I told you, but you didn't believe me. Every time I mention tutoring, he just stares blankly. It's so funny." Miss Chen covered her mouth and giggled, clearly teasing me. I've never seen such an unprofessional teacher. "Ms. Jiang, I'll head home first." I thought I'd better leave quickly. This woman didn't seem like a good person. In theory, Miss Chen shouldn't be able to take advantage of me. She's an adult, but she doesn't have as many tricks up her sleeve as I do. But she's a teacher and has always been kind to me, so I can't play tricks on her. That's why I've always been bullied by her. Are all women like this, with so many different faces? At school, she's proper in front of my dad, she's kind in front of Mr. Jiang, she acts like a child, and in front of me, she turns into a tutoring demon. A pleasant weekend always flies by in the blink of an eye. By Monday, my heart is already trembling. In the evening, I went to the nearby pond with Liang Qiwen again. We returned at midnight, barely had time to sleep, and had to go to school the next morning. Liang Qiwen even came to my house to wake me up, worried I'd be late. I felt this lifestyle needed to stop. If it continued, I feared I might collapse from exhaustion. When I arrived at school, I saw Chi Hongyu sitting in the principal's office playing with his phone. That doesn't make sense, I frowned, feeling confused. In my opinion, he should be covered in bruises. He couldn't have just handed over the money to Daquan and the others so easily. There must have been an argument, and he probably got beaten up and had all his money taken. How could he possibly have the nerve to sit in the office playing with his phone and smiling like that? Could he be a master who managed to turn the tables? "What are you looking at?" Liang Qiwen noticed my frown and asked curiously. Following my gaze, he also noticed the crucial detail. "Don't say it, but he is actually pretty handsome," Liang Qiwen remarked with a pair of TSK sounds. I really wanted to jump up and kick him. Where was his focus all day? I feel something's off. I looked up and walked toward the classroom. What's off? Liang Qiwen couldn't care less about such things. He just wanted to get back to class and take a nap. It doesn't make sense. I suspect he bribed those two blondes from the Daquan group. That was the only explanation I could come up with. Daquan and his gang went to extort Chi Hongyu, but Chi Hongyu bribed them, and they might have already become close friends last night. If they're bribed, so what? Are you stupid? If that's the case, then he'll know we were the ones who started it. Liang Qiwen might not recognize him, but I've met him before, and with Daquan's description, Chi Hongyu would definitely recognize me if he saw me again. What should we do now? I told you we shouldn't have done this. We've hit a snag. Liang Qiwen slapped his thigh in regret. Let us see what happens. I didn't expect things to turn out this way either. Chi Hongyu is truly the favorite son of the rice cooker. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem like the studious type, yet he was directly placed in the first class of the 8th grade, which is the same class as Zuo Qian. It has to be admitted that his appearance was quite popular in middle school. I can't understand the girl's taste, but it's the truth. He just flips his bangs around, and it drives the girls wild. He occasionally curve his lips upward, blow on his flowing bangs, and I thought it was really tacky, but those girls loved it, saying he looked like a Korean oppa. Fang Yuan, why are you staring at that transfer student? Yi Tong saw me sulking by the corridor railing and asked curiously. Do you think he's handsome? I wrapped my arms around Yi Tong's shoulders. He's okay, Yi Tong nodded. Is he handsome, or am I handsome? I asked, running my fingers through my hair. Yi Tong thought for a moment before answering confidently. At least he sounds like a normal person. Liang Qiwen, that guy must have something wrong with his eyes. Yi Tong, you have good taste. If you were a girl, you'd be so lucky. I shook my head. Yi Tong inherited his mother's good looks, but unfortunately not the gender he should have. The moon on the sea is the moon in the sky. The person before me is a yin-yang being. I sighed and patted Yi Tong on the shoulder, but he suddenly blushed and ran away. What the heck? I thought I didn't even say that last part out loud. Just as Yi Tong and I were chatting, Ji Hongyu had somehow crept over. You were the one who played a trick on me last night, weren't you? He leaned against the railing, fiddling with his latest smartphone. What are you talking about? You don't seem to understand. I'm the best at pretending to be clueless. Don't pretend. Daquan told me everything. He looked at me with the same disdainful expression. Being looked down upon by the same person twice. Since he knew Daquan's name, it seemed my guess was correct. He had indeed bribed those two yellow-haired guys. Could you please stop tossing your hair when you talk? It's really uncomfortable to watch. Every time he says a word, he flips his bangs. Doesn't that tire him out? Chapter 113, The Face of the Group. That's called personality. You wouldn't understand with your attitude. He snorted coldly. Do you think you're handsome? I looked at him with equal disdain. Do I even need to ask? When we stand next to each other, it's obvious who is better. Who decides? You decide? I glared at him coldly. The two of them got into another argument over the word handsome. The battle cry had been sounded and I couldn't back down. I couldn't lose in terms of presence, and I certainly wouldn't give an inch when it came to looks. Just ask anyone else and they'll tell you, Ji Hongyu said confidently, looking at me. All right. Hey, you there, Jiang Ying, come over here. I glanced over and noticed Jiang Ying trying to walk around me. I immediately waved her over. What's up? Jiang Ying looked at me, a bit timid. Who is more handsome, me or him? Think about it before you answer. I looked at Jiang Ying meaningfully. She clearly froze upon hearing my question. You, absolutely you. There's no doubt about it. Jiang Ying pointed at me, her eyes filled with desperation. See? The audience has sharp eyes. Do you think covering half your face makes you look better? I stretched lazily, feeling a bit smug. You must know each other, he said, unwilling to admit defeat. I really had no idea where he got the nerve to think he was good looking. I told you to ask anyone, and I did. But you won't admit it now. I looked down on his inconsistent behavior. Dare you let me ask someone? He challenged me with a defiant look. I couldn't help but frown. If he asked someone from the 8th or 9th grade, they would probably recognize me. After all, I had a reputation at school, and no one would dare to mess with me. But if he asked someone from the 7th grade, those younger students wouldn't know me. But if I refused to let him find someone, it would mean I was backing down. Fine. I'll see who he picks. Just then, Zuo Qian happened to walk past us. Zuo Qian. Ji Hongyu looked like he discovered a new continent and hurriedly waved at Zuo Qian. He has only just transferred here, and he is already striking up a conversation with Zuo Qian? Ji Hongyu, Fang Yuan, do you two know each other? Zuo Qian looked at us in surprise. From the way Zuo Qian was acting, it seemed like she was pretty familiar with Ji Hongyu. So your name is Fang Yuan. Ji Hongyu looked at me with a playful smile. The last person who looked at me like that was Zhang Tao. By the way, my dad booked a restaurant for tonight. He wants you to come with Uncle Zuo. Ji Hongyu said to Zuo Qian with a flattering tone. Seeing how close the two families were, I felt really annoyed. No wonder Left Qian's dad and the rice cooker are cut from the same cloth, birds of a feather flock together. Just ask if you want to know. Why all the nonsense? I interrupted angrily. You two are just chatting in front of me like this, as if I'm not even here. Zuo Qian, who do you think is more handsome between the two of us? Ji Hongyu flipped his bangs and asked confidently. Zuo Qian looked at us in surprise, probably not expecting me and Ji Hongyu to be so bored that we even compare such things. Men, especially those who haven't settled down yet, have a competitive nature. I was no exception. I watched Zuo Qian quietly, wanting to know her answer. Both of you are handsome, Zuo Qian said ambiguously, clearly not wanting to offend either of us. Are you deaf? There can only be one answer, who is it? Her response annoyed me, simply because she hadn't taken my side. Watch your tone, Ji Hongyu stepped in front of Zuo Qian. He even gave me the chance to play the hero, right? How I speak to her is none of your business. Zuo Qian, I'll give you one more chance to answer. I said angrily to Zuo Qian. This wasn't about who was more handsome anymore. Her answer really bothered me. You're the handsomest, aren't you? Zuo Qian said, then stormed back into the classroom. I looked at Ji Hongyu and couldn't help but stand up straight with pride. I never give up, especially when it comes to people I dislike. I have to win. You're just threatening her, it doesn't count. Losing twice in a row, this guy is getting desperate. He can't handle it. Face is something your parents give you. You're clearly not the type who relies on your looks to get by. I'll show you what it means to rely on looks. I stood at the classroom door and called Yi Tong out. See that? That model-perfect face, that skin, those features, that's what real handsomeness looks like. I touched Yi Tong's face and showed it to Ji Hongyu. Yi Tong's face was the most handsome I'd ever seen. As long as he didn't speak, he stood there like a standard-issue heartthrob. This was universally acknowledged, even I had to admit it. What are you doing? Yi Tong impatiently slapped my hand away. Seeing Chi Hongyu at a loss for words, I felt a surge of satisfaction. Total victory. I'm not really concerned about being handsome or not, I just can't let Chi Hongyu outshine me. Don't say anything, just act cool, I whispered in Yi Tong's ear. That's his only flaw, he doesn't speak with any masculinity. How about that? Got nothing to say now? That's what I call a clear winner. Even if you asked every student in the school and had your bangs swept back until you were bald, you still wouldn't be as good as him. I looked down at Chi Hongyu with a smug expression, like a victor. You're not him. Why are you so proud? So what? We're as close as two peas in a pod, wearing the same pants. You're not happy about that? The four of us were a tight-knit group, sharing both glory and shame, advancing and retreating together. Fine, I won't argue with you. Chi Hongyu turned away, unwilling to concede. Are you guys bored? Arguing over such a trivial matter? Yi Tong was speechless. You don't understand. I turned away. What's the point of arguing? The important thing is to win. Fang Yuan, are you jealous? You saw him getting along well with Zuo Qian and it's bothering you. Liang Qiwen said softly from the side. Nonsense. Me, jealous? Jealous of Zuo Qian? That's ridiculous. The feud with Chi Hongyu is already set in stone. Am I supposed to let him walk all over me? No way. I need to think of a way to get back at him. Chi Hongyu isn't someone to mess with. He won't just let last night's incident slide. Strike first, or be struck. I'm not the type to sit around waiting to be defeated. Taking the initiative is the only way to win. In that moment, several cunning plans flashed through my mind. What's your latest scheme? I'm telling you, he is the son of a rice cooker. It's not worth getting into a fight with him, Liang Qiwen tried to me. Aren't you the one who wants to be a police officer? Why are you always thinking about doing bad things? His words made me pause. I'm always like this, I get excited when I do something bad and can't stand to be wronged. When I'm in a bad mood, my mind goes wild and I'd even slap a passing dog. Chapter 114, Su Wenqin's mother. So you're telling me to give up? I looked at Liang Qiwen and said. When you should back down, just back down. Unless you don't want to study here anymore. He is just talking tough. Let him act like he wants to. Just ignore him. I'm not trying to boost his morale or dampen your spirit, but you can't always be the winner. Liang Qiwen was unusually serious. Some things aren't worth it. Just endure it. Like that night with Mr. Chen, we should have gone even if it meant dropping out, but now it's just a petty argument, it's meaningless. I'm a living example. Liang Qiwen urged. If you get expelled, think about your godfather. He patted my shoulder, telling me to think about the consequences before acting. Life sometimes requires you to learn to bow your head. Thinking about my father's disappointed gaze, my heart was filled with calculations, like a balloon that had been punctured, deflating instantly. My father loved me most, but the person I loved most was also him. I thought I was fearless, but it turns out I am afraid. Just thinking about my father's worried and disappointed gaze makes me want to back down. If this is what growing up is, then it's really unfair. Doing everything by first considering the consequences, then worrying about my family, restraining my actions, and being trapped in an invisible shackle. But I simply can't help but care about these things. Perhaps Liang Qiwen was right. I should indeed endure. Chi Hongyu isn't hard to deal with, but his father is the principal. With my abilities facing the principal, aside from that night when I took matters into my own hands, I have no chance of winning. It's zero, as close to zero as possible, a gamble even a gambler wouldn't bet on. Chi Hongyu has that backing, which is why he acts so brazenly. But I don't have that. Don't think about it so much. I'll treat you guys to some internet time. Yi Tong rolled his eyes. He has always been optimistic, living each day with a smile. Let us talk about it later. I'm too tired. I'll go back to the classroom and take a nap. I yawned and returned to the classroom, lying on the desk to catch up on sleep. I really want to graduate soon. With such a leader, it feels like my entire middle school life is being crushed by a ghost, making it hard to even turn over. Hey, Fang Yuan, wake up. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, I was woken up by Yi Tong. Wenqin's mom came to school and wants to take her home. Yi Tong looked anxious and worried. Hearing this, I snapped back to reality. I had thought that since her mother hadn't come to school in the days since the start of the term, she must have been turning a blind eye. After all, no matter how far Su Wenqin went, she was still her daughter, and they hadn't cut ties. She would still provide some support to the family in the future. But in the end, her mother's vision was incredibly short-sighted. She only cared about the immediate ease and wanted Su Wenqin to go home to take care of her younger brother. As I stepped out of the classroom, I saw a woman pulling Su Wenqin's hand, trying to force her away. Hey, what are you doing? I rushed over to stop her. I'm taking my daughter away. What is it to you? The woman glared at me angrily. Auntie, compulsory education is a legal right. Su Wenqin has the right to attend school. You have no right to interfere. No one could stop the implementation of compulsory education. I'm her mother. Why can't I interfere? The woman didn't care about compulsory education. All she knew was that Su Wenqin was her daughter, and she had the right to interfere in her life. Just because you're her mother doesn't mean you can make all her decisions. Compulsory education is a national policy. Are you bigger than the state? I held Su Wenqin's hand and glared at the woman. Our family can't afford to send her to school. What has the use of a girl getting an education? She'll just end up getting married anyway. Su Wenqin's mother hadn't cared about her daughter's feelings at all. Though she wasn't as strong as me, she still held onto Su Wenqin's hand tightly. Seeing the pain on Su Wenqin's face as she was being pulled, I couldn't help but let go of her hand and step in front of them. Education is so that she doesn't end up ignorant like you, unreasonable like you, and biased toward men. You keep saying you're Su Wenqin's mother. What have you done for her? Have you ever bought her new clothes? The clothes Su Wenqin wore every day were so worn out they were almost white, and these were even hand-me-downs from her aunt's daughter. The woman's malice toward Su Wenqin was so great that even Su Wenqin's aunt dared not show her kindness openly. From any perspective, the woman was unworthy of being Su Wenqin's mother. This is our family matter. I'm her mother. How I treat my daughter is my business. The woman was determined to take Su Wenqin away. I knew that if she left now, she would likely never escape her suffering. The woman only repeats one phrase, I'm her mother. She must be well aware of how she treats Su Wenqin on a daily basis. She has only this one advantage. This weak, helpless woman could only wipe away her tears. She didn't even have the courage to argue back. I know you're her mother, but besides slandering her, what have you done to treat her like a daughter? I pay for Su Wenqin's tuition and living expenses. You don't need to worry about it. Even if she goes to university, I can afford it. Facing the woman's arrogance and Su Wenqin's silence, I stood alone between them, refusing to budge an inch. I've never had a mother since I was a child. I have no concept of what a mother is. I don't understand why she could be so heartless toward her own flesh and blood. She wasn't even adopted. Auntie, please let Wenqin continue her studies. Girls can go to university too. Once she graduates and starts working, she can earn money to support you in your old age. Yi Tong also stood beside me, pleading with the woman. Let her go to college? I'm counting on her to take care of me when I'm old. She might as well just die. The woman glared at Yi Tong, her words filled with contempt for Su Wenqin, making them sound harsh and offensive. Then why don't you just die? Is someone stopping you? How much does a rope cost? I'll buy you the best one. Seeing her hysterical behavior, I couldn't hold back anymore. You, how dare you speak to me like that? Didn't your parents teach you any manners? The woman, upon hearing this, immediately flew into a rage and began to curse at me. The students gathered around were watching the spectacle. I noticed Chi Honyu's smug, mocking expression in the crowd. There were still a few good teachers at the school. Once the commotion started, they came over to try to calm the woman down. I'm taking her with me today, no matter what. The woman dragged Su Wenqin, not even glancing at anyone else. Well, you won't be able to take her today no matter what, unless she agrees to go with you. No one can out-argue me when it comes to being stubborn, not even a middle-aged woman. I could stay here at the school gate and wait all day and night. You little brat, are you coming back with me? The woman turned her gaze to Su Wenqin, this soft-hearted girl. Getting her to nod was as easy as saying a word. Su Wenqin was truly weak. She never dared to resist, enduring Zhang Ying's bullying in silence and only crying softly when I scolded her. Whatever I wanted her to do, all I had to do was give her a stern look, and she would immediately nod in agreement. I don't want to go home. I want to study. Su Wenqin raised her head, trembling, and spoke up in defiance for the first time. Chapter 115, I'm here. What did you say? Hearing Su Wenqin's response, the woman was momentarily speechless. That meek daughter actually dared to say no to her. You're defying me. She raised her hand and slapped Su Wenqin across the face with all her strength. I tried to stop her, but I was too late. The crisp sound of the slap alone was enough to tell how hard the woman had hit. The slap didn't hit Su Wenqin but landed on Yi Tong's face, who was standing in front of her. 5 fingerprints were clearly visible, and Yi Tong's face quickly swelled up. Oh, you're in trouble now. You hit him. Do you know who his father is? He is the richest man in town. You hit his son. You'll have to pay for this. He is a precious little thing. That one slap will cost at least 10,000 yuan. You'll have to eat ginseng and abalone for 2 months to make it up. I mocked her from the side, taking pleasure in her misfortune. I thought to myself, Yi Tong, you're really something, a real man. I didn't hit him. He came at me first. The woman, upon hearing that it was the son of the richest man in town, looked terrified. Look at that big fingerprint. You say you didn't hit him? I pointed at Yi Tong's face. His skin was already fair and delicate. That slap would probably take at least 3 or 4 hours to fade. The woman was the typical bully who only dared to pick on those weaker than herself. She could beat Su Wenqin without hesitation because she knew Su Wenqin wouldn't dare to retaliate, but others wouldn't tolerate her behavior. Call the police, Yi Tong. Have them arrest her and lock her up for 3 or 5 months, I shouted, eager for a spectacle. Originally, I didn't know how to handle Su Wenqin's situation, but now this was the perfect opportunity. Yi Tong had become the breakthrough. Oh, okay. Yi Tong didn't hesitate, pulling out her phone to call the police. My heart tightened. This fool is even more obedient than Su Wenqin. I told you to call the police to scare her, but you actually did it? Threaten her, negotiate terms. Yi Tong, don't call the police. Su Wenqin pressed her hand against Yi Tong's. She wasn't just weak, she was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see her mother taken to the police station. Fine, don't call the police. But today's incident must be resolved. I stood beside Yi Tong. He was slow on the uptake and couldn't think on his feet. This kind of negotiation was best handled by me. Auntie, let us talk aside. I gestured for Su Wenqin's mother to come with me to discuss it privately. Her mother was also feeling scared now and wanted to resolve the matter quickly, so she obediently followed me to the side. Auntie, I'll be honest with you. That boy's father has a terrible temper. He is their only son. If you slap him, his father will beat you senseless. Do you believe me? People who favor sons over daughters may be harsh on their daughters, but they truly cherish their sons. He came after him on his own. Even at this point, Su Wenqin's mother was still trying to defend herself. But you hit him. That's a fact. Considering you're Su Wenqin's mother, we don't want to make things too tense. Here's the deal, don't interfere with Su Wenqin's education anymore, and we'll call it even. How about that? I presented my conditions. Reporting it to the police wouldn't accomplish much, resolving the aftermath was the priority. But the woman's expression softened slightly, but she still didn't want to give up. Auntie, I really think you're not thinking this through. Think about it, what benefit does Su Wenqin get from going home to take care of her brother? She'll just have an extra servant. But if she continues her education and goes to university, she'll be able to earn money in the future. With her personality, wouldn't she be able to take care of you? Plus, she doesn't cost you anything to go to school. You're getting a free ride. I'll be honest with you, Su Wenqin's tuition, living expenses, and even the place she is staying now are all paid for by Yi Tong. Do you understand what I'm saying? Seeing she was still reluctant, I had to play my trump card. The son of the richest man in the city is close friends with your daughter. If they end up together in the future, you'll be living the high life. At that, the woman's eyes lit up. Really? She glanced back at Su Wenqin and Yi Tong, her eyes darting around, probably calculating in her mind. Can you really not see the truth? It's right in front of your eyes. I said, puffing out my cheeks. At that moment, Su Wenqin was gently rubbing the marks off Yi Tong's face, acting as close as two people could be. How could that be fake? Alright, let her continue her studies then. Su Wenqin's mother clenched her teeth, seeming to have made up her mind. This was a no-lose deal. As long as she wasn't foolish, she would agree. After all, she wouldn't have to pay for Su Wenqin's education. Alright, I'll go talk to Yi Tong about it. Let's just forget about it. After all, we might be family in the future, right? I said with a smile. After all, she was Su Wenqin's mother. What else could she do? Better to placate her for now. Once Su Wenqin comes of age and has the power to make her own decisions, even if they cut ties, it wouldn't matter. She has her plans, and I have mine. We'll each do what we can. It's settled. Your mother agreed to let you continue your studies and told you to maintain a good relationship with us. Most importantly, you must listen to me. I walked up to Su Wenqin and said. Really? She couldn't believe it. Why would I lie to you? I took her hand and walked over to the woman's side. Wenqin, from now on, just focus on your studies and get along well with your classmates. As Su Wenqin's mother said this, her eyes kept glancing toward Yi Tong. Yes, I'll study hard from now on. Su Wenqin's eyes welled up with tears. Her mother's casual remark had already moved her. Some people, you can be harsh with them every day, but if you say something nice to them once in a while, they'll convince themselves that you've changed your mind. Su Wenqin was an exception. She remembered the kindness but not the harshness. She thought her mother was telling her to study hard, but she had no idea there was another motive behind it. After her mother left, Su Wenqin was still a bit dazed. Fang Yuan, what did you say to my mom? She agreed so easily. Su Wenqin asked. What could I say? I just spoke to her as she is, I replied nonchalantly. If it's about ghosts, I'll talk about ghosts. Everyone, let's go. Don't watch anymore. If you keep watching, I'll charge you. It's not a free show. Why bother crowding in? I said to the gathered students. These people, they love to gawk at anything, acting all indifferent, yet occasionally chiming in with their own opinions. Just focus on your studies now. Don't think too much about it. The high school entrance exam is next year. I dispersed the crowd and turned to touch Su Wenqin's forehead. Ms. Jiang and her daughter's habit had successfully rubbed off on me. Now I also enjoyed touching others' heads. It was indeed quite amusing. Okay, Su Wenqin looked up at me and smiled. Her smile was pure and clean, without a single trace of impurity. You did well today. You dared to stand up against injustice. Here's a bottle of Coke as a reward. I reached into my pocket but found it empty, not even a single coin. Yi Tong, you pay. You be the good guy, I'll pay. Yi Tong reluctantly reached into his pocket. Because you're all supporting me, I dared to stand up for myself. Su Wenqin took the Coke I handed her and said, biting her lip. In the past, no matter who bullied her or what injustices she endured, she never told anyone, always enduring silently because she had no one to rely on. But now things were different. I'm here. Chapter 116, The Brave and the Dangerous. Su Wenqin's issue was resolved, but I still felt uneasy. Shi Hongyu's gaze felt like a stone pressing against my chest. That knife he wielded would eventually pierce me sooner or later. Endure, that word is like a knife piercing the heart. I took Liang Qiwan's advice and retreated into my shell like a turtle. In a chess game, when the enemy retreats, you advance. In reality, it's the same. I retreat, and Shi Hongyu advances. The more I avoid him, the more he takes advantage of me. In the days that followed, I deliberately avoided encountering Shi Hongyu, and my mood grew increasingly gloomy. I was truly unhappy. I couldn't muster the energy to do anything. I no longer skipped class to go online during the day, and I didn't feel like accompanying Liang Qiwan fishing at night. I just felt like I was living a pathetic life. I didn't feel like myself anymore. The school anniversary is approaching quickly. The class monitor organized the students to sign up for a choir performance, and I joined too, just to find something to do. I can't sing in tune, but I can blend in the middle and just open my mouth without making a sound. This feeling was actually quite nice. I could hear the voices of my classmates all around me, and I felt like I was part of the group without disturbing their harmony. The classmates in the class knew I was slacking off, but they didn't say anything. In a large chorus like this, it doesn't really matter if there's one more or one less person, as long as I don't cause trouble, they don't care if I'm on stage. After school, I joined them in rehearsal, trying my best to memorize the lyrics so I could lip sync. Mr. Chen saw how hard I was practicing and specially gave me a few days off so I could focus on the performance. Fang Yuan, you're also going to perform on stage, right? Wang Min, holding 3 bottles of water, passed by our class and saw me in the choir. She couldn't help but look surprised. She knew I'd never do something like that. Yeah, I am. I noticed she hadn't left yet, so I assumed she was also practicing. Zuo Qian had mentioned that she and Wang Min would be performing together. I remember your class has 2 performances. Zhou Huan hasn't left yet, has he? I asked. Zhou Huan left early. He never practices with us. Wang Min shrugged and leaned against the classroom doorframe, watching intently. Zhou Huan had left, but she was holding 3 bottles of water. Besides her and Zuo Qian, who else could it be? Shi Honyu's name immediately popped into my mind. In the past few days, I had seen him following left Qian and Wang Min more than once. Are you close with Shi Hongyu? I asked her. Just average. Actually, I don't really like that guy. He doesn't seem like a good person, Wang Min said, pouting her lips. Since elementary school, I've never heard her say anything nice about any boy, but today I completely agreed with her. Then why did you buy him water? I glanced at the water in her hand. I can't just buy 2 bottles and leave him there watching, can I? Wang Min explained. Actually, from the time her parents came to our house, it was clear that her family was well-mannered and refined in both speech and action. These social graces must have been instilled in Wang Min long ago. Do you want some? She asked, noticing I was staring at the water in her hand. No, thanks. I shook my head. I knew you wouldn't drink it, Wang Min said, biting her lip, her mood a bit downcast. How did you know I wouldn't drink it? It felt like she was a bit upset that I didn't drink it. You said you wouldn't drink anything of mine anymore. She turned her head away from me. Did I? I didn't remember, but Wang Min still did. I'm the kind of person who sometimes speaks without thinking, hurting others with my words. I just saw the 3 of you each had a bottle, so I said I didn't need one. I was being nice for once, and I didn't expect to be misunderstood. It's okay. I didn't want to give it to Shi Hongyu anyway. Then take both bottles. I'll just say the convenience store only had 1 left, and I'll share one with Zuo Qian. She placed the water on the desk by the door. She was smart. If she only took 2 bottles back, 1 for herself and 1 for Zuo Qian, leaving none for Shi Hongyu, it would seem too deliberate. You don't like me either, do you? Why give them to me? Wang Min doesn't like Shi Hongyu, and she doesn't like me either. In her eyes, I'm not a good person either. At least you don't hide that you're a bad person. I can't stand Shi Honyu's fake act. Wang Min looked resentful, as if she hated Shi Hongyu to the core. See? There are always people with eyes to see and a clear mind. Thanks. I picked up the water and took a sip. I was indeed a bit thirsty. I never expected to benefit from Shi Hongyu. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to drink this water. I'm heading back now. Zuo Qian is waiting for me. Keep practicing. I'll be watching your performance backstage during the school celebration. Wang Min waved goodbye and turned back to the classroom. All the other students were singing live, but I was the only one performing. The song we sang was Invisible Wings, a song about resilience and determination. But I didn't have those wings, they couldn't carry me or give me hope. I even began to reflect on whether I should have endured it when Chi Hongyu stepped on my foot at the internet cafe that day. If I had, none of this would have happened. After rehearsing for a while, the students gradually went home. I stuffed the unfinished water into my desk and walked toward the school gate. At the small shop, two guys with yellow hair were chatting and laughing. Chi Hongyu stood nearby, giving me a cold smile as I walked out of the school gate. At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was like a sponge that had been compressed to its limit, suddenly released, and the tension of relaxation filled my entire body. I walked toward Chi Hongyu, knowing that holding back was meaningless retreat. I'm not some ninja turtle. If safety requires cowardly retreat, I'll make Chi Hongyu in front of me know what it means to be bold and brave. Hey, you dare come out with Daquan standing at the door? You're pretty bold. Daquan looked at me, his legs trembling, his words full of contempt. His impression of me was still stuck on that night when I appeared weak and easily intimidated. After all, someone who could be scared into handing over money couldn't possibly be a threat. I ignored him because in my eyes, he wasn't even worth considering. I walked up to Chi Hongyu and stared at him coldly. I wouldn't be the first to act, but I wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Never thought this day would come, did you? Chi Hongyu looked at me smugly. To be honest, I hadn't thought it would come to this when I betrayed him that day. But over the past few days, I've even begun to hope he'd push me to the brink. That way, I'd have a reason to fight back, and I could convince myself it wasn't he because I couldn't bring myself to do it was because he was too despicable. I didn't respond because I was already gathering my strength. Daquan, seeing that I wasn't responding, kicked me first. And I, taking advantage of the moment, grabbed Chi Hongyu's hair. I finally realized his greatest advantage was his flowing long hair. Once I grabbed it, he couldn't escape. The surge of adrenaline made me numb to the pain of the punches and kicks behind me. I kept swinging my fists, each punch carrying the frustration I'd been holding in for days. Wild grass is still grass, its way of surviving is to grow wildly. Chapter 117, Take Back My 6 Yuan. I paid no attention to the two of them beating me up. With my left hand, I clung tightly to Chi Hongyu's hair, and with my right fist, I struck him on the head. At that moment, I felt no pain from being bullied. On the contrary, I was truly grateful to him for giving me this opportunity. Chi Hongyu was screaming in pain from my blows. He wanted to compete with me on looks, so today I'd beat his face into a mess and make him look handsome. By now, there weren't many students left, and no one was at the door. There were no good Samaritans coming out to break up the fight. I was kicked from behind and fell to the ground, but my left hand remained clutching Chi Hongyu's hair. He screamed in pain, but my fists never stopped, hitting him several times, causing his head to hit the ground, and my hands were covered in blood. Gritting my teeth, I didn't say a word, because I knew that once I spoke, my resolve would break and I wouldn't know how much longer I could hold on. I could be in a terrible state, but Chi Hongyu had to be worse off than me. Until I was hit on the head, momentarily dazed, my left hand unconsciously let go, and Chi Hongyu managed to escape. He got up and ran, and I chased after him with all my might. Just like when I had fled earlier, fear unleashed a potential far greater than anger, and he ran so fast that I couldn't keep up. Chi Hongyu didn't dare to look back, as if he had been scared out of his wits. He kept running wildly, and soon he had pulled ahead of me. I chased Chi Hongyu, while Daquan and the others chased me. We ran all the way to the small bridge. At that point, I realized I couldn't catch him, so I stopped and turned to look at Daquan. He hadn't even snapped out of the chase yet when I kicked him to the ground. Beating someone who doesn't fight back makes you feel confident, but when you feel the pain in your body, you suddenly realize that getting hit actually hurts. Chi Hongyu had already run away, and I couldn't let him escape again. Did you enjoy beating him up just now? I asked as I kicked him. At that moment, violence coursed through my veins, and restless cells danced wildly, even trying to split open from the exposed veins to take control of my entire body. All my reservations were cast aside. Maybe that's just who I am, someone who acts without thinking of the consequences. I changed, I endured, but no one would spare me just because I had changed. When blood blurred my vision, I realized that the blow to my head earlier hadn't been light. Daquan's accomplices tried to push me away, but they were so startled by my current state that they froze in place. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Do you think it's not funny? I crouched down and looked at Daquan. You were laughing so happily just now. After saying that, I kicked him several more times. How can you call yourself Daquan? The character Quan means king, and you're just a commoner. You're nothing but a pretentious fool. I couldn't stand people like him. He was already out in the world, yet he was acting like a big shot at the school gate with a student like me. Daquan seized the opportunity, scrambling forward on all fours like a dog. But I wouldn't give him that chance. I quickly pinned him down, wrapped my arms around his neck, and punched him repeatedly on the back of his head. You didn't answer my question and you want to leave? Speak up, why aren't you laughing anymore? I wiped the blood from my head and smeared it on his face. making his face look pitiful and ridiculous. Being beaten isn't scary, fear is what truly terrifies people. Speak up. Why aren't you laughing? I slapped Daquan's face and demanded. Smile for me, or you won't be leaving today. Daquan's eyes were filled with fear toward me, and he forced out an ugly smile. He was just like Zhang Tao bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. You're smiling so damn ugly. I panted, hitting him hard a few more times. You don't want to look at me, do you? No. He trembled, cowering on the ground. This time he was smart enough to respond, because he knew that if he didn't, I'd keep hitting him until he did. I'm this handsome, and you don't want to see me? Is there something wrong with your eyes? If they're no good, just donate them. I wasn't satisfied with that answer, so I punched him in the eye. I want to, okay? Daquan covered his face, afraid I'd hit his other eye. We're all men. You want to see me? You're mentally ill. I stood up and kicked him. Will you come back to harass me again? I want to come back. Then you're coming today, aren't you? Every time he said a word, I punched him. If he didn't say anything, I punched him anyway. I always find a reason for violence. This kind of person needs to be beaten until they submit. Give me back the $6 you extorted from me last time. You even stole the money for instant noodles. You're such a bastard. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Not only did he extort me and Liang Qiwen, but he also dared to block me at school today. Swallowing my anger only fuels their arrogance. These past few days, I've tried to endure it, hiding away like a turtle in its shell, but what is the result? Daquan pulled out some money from his pocket. There were quite a few bills, but I only took the $6 that belonged to me and Liang Qiwen. No one can take money from my pocket that I don't want to give away. Go to Xinguang City to work as a screwdriver. With your attitude, you're just wasting your time at home. I let go of him weakly. As the adrenaline faded, the pain returned. Daquan left with his companion's help, while I leaned against the bridge, gasping for breath. Occasionally, a few students passed by and saw me in this state, quickly avoiding me. I walked down to the riverbank and wiped the wounds on my head. The blood-red water soaked through my sleeves, and suddenly I felt like crying. I didn't want this to happen. I hate violence, but violence has chosen me. Fang Yuan? A clear voice rang out from behind me. I turned around to see Wang Min. The emotions I had been building up, ready to secretly wipe away a few tears, were instantly halted by her appearance. Did you get into another fight? Wang Min carefully stepped around the puddle. The mud on the ground had dirted her white shoes. Let me see your wound. She tiptoed to examine the wound on my head. I'm fine, don't worry about me. I didn't want anyone to see me looking so disheveled. You're bleeding. You say you're fine? Let us go to the hospital and get it checked out, she said with concern. It's just a small cut on my forehead, it's nothing serious. I don't need you meddling in my business. I just wanted to be alone, so I pushed her away impatiently. If you hadn't helped me before, I wouldn't have bothered. Wang Min pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket, dampened it with water, and carefully wiped the wound for me. You never learn. Fighting and causing trouble. I thought you'd changed, but you're still the same. She scolded me like a little teacher. Someone who didn't know her might think she was possessed by Mr. Chen. In this world, oh well. Just as I was about to act deep, Wang Min pressed down hard on my wound, causing me to yelp in pain. This woman has no conscience at all, she is just taking this opportunity to get back at me. Chapter 118, Mr. Chen's Guarantee. Wang Min's profile is quite pretty. She was leaning against me, and she smelled nice. Her slender, delicate neck was almost touching my nose. Don't move around so much. Your head is shaking like a rattle, Wang Min said discontentedly. I realized I'd really been corrupted by that bastard Liang Qiwen. Whenever I saw Wang Min's bare chest, I couldn't help but shake my head and sigh. It's all your fault for hurting me so much. I stubbornly closed my eyes, refusing to look or think about it. You deserve it. Who told you to fight with someone? She even had a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. I knew this woman wasn't a good person, she was doing this on purpose. Today's incident has nothing to do with me. I've been tolerating Chi Hongyu for a long time. He thinks he's the king of the school, bullying people around, and now he's even brought people to block me. Does he think he can stop me? To be honest, I've been waiting for this fight for a long time. It may seem like he started it, but in reality, I just needed a reason to convince myself. Why don't you just stop fighting and be a good student? Wang Min couldn't understand my behavior because she isn't me. She thinks I love fighting, but in reality, I'm the kind of person who loves to resolve conflicts. But I know that some people just can't be reasoned with. They're full of themselves, and if you back down, they'll just stand up straight and shove their face in your face. But I didn't bother explaining this to Wang Min, she wouldn't understand anyway. I'm talking to you. Are you pretending not to hear me? Seeing that I didn't respond, she gently tapped my forehead. I heard you, you're just rambling on. I stood up angrily and walked away. You think I'm rambling? If it were someone else, I wouldn't even bother. Wang Min pouted, her tone tinged with resentment. I noticed she really liked pouting, probably thinking it made her look cute. One day, I'll bring the clothespins from home and pinch her lips when she does it. Let her see what it means to have a wicked heart. From now on, just treat me like a stranger. My business doesn't concern you. How come I never noticed this annoying habit of yours before? I walked to the bridgehead, waiting for Wang Min to catch up. Fang Yuan, you really can't tell right from wrong. I'm doing this for your own good. Then don't be so nice to me in the future. You know how poor my family is. I can't repay your kindness, so I'll have to offer myself to you. I shrugged my shoulders, speaking in a rough, casual tone. Women hate such flippant words. What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants you? Wang Min's face turned red with anger, and she glared at me. But my family is penniless. What can I give you in return? You don't think I'm good enough, so you can't possibly want my father, can you? I casually plucked a blade of grass and held it between my lips. Fang Yuan, you're such a jerk. I'll never speak to you again. Wang Min walked to the bridgehead, glared at me angrily, then turned and left. Ignoring me is best. I don't want to chat with these girls anyway. You don't even know what's going on, yet you just tell me not to fight. Why don't you tell them not to hit me? Are you supposed to smile and say hello to them even if they're punching you in the face? Gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain, I rolled up my sleeves and slowly walked back home. I wonder how Chi Hanyu is doing now. I hope he has hurt worse than I am. That bastard really knows how to run. He only left me with a glimpse of his back. I didn't even get a clear look at his injuries. The next day, as soon as I entered the classroom, the homeroom teacher called me out, saying the rice cooker needed my attention. He called me out. It couldn't be anything good. Sure enough, it was about what happened after school yesterday. Chi Hongyu claimed he didn't even know Daquan or the other guy, completely denying any involvement, and said I had attacked him for no reason. You said Hongyu sent someone to beat you up. Did he actually hit you? The teacher, with his big belly sticking out, confronted me. Yesterday, Chi Hongyu didn't fight back. He wasn't trying to avoid it, he just didn't have the chance. I looked at Chi Honyu's face covered in bruises and thought, this guy is so shameless. 3 against 1, and he still can't admit defeat. I'm already shameless enough, but he doesn't even care about his reputation. I believe Fang Yuan. He may be mischievous, but he would never hit someone for no reason. Ms. Chen pulled me aside. In this room, she was the only one who believed me. Ms. Chen, the facts are right in front of us. This isn't about whether you believe it or not. Such behavior is a disgrace to the school's reputation. A student like this must be expelled to set an example. The rice cooker didn't care about any of that. He was obviously on his son's side. Besides, he has always had a grudge against me. Last time with Zhang Tao, I didn't give him any leeway. A student like me? He never tolerate me. And this time, it was his own son who was hit. He can tolerate someone like Zhang Tao, but when it comes to me, he suddenly becomes an impartial judge. When students make mistakes, we should help them correct them, not expel them. That's not the purpose of education. Our education isn't just about grades, it's more about teaching children moral principles. If every child who makes a mistake is expelled, then what's the point of having teachers? Ms. Chin didn't want me to be expelled. For my sake, she even argued fiercely with the principal. A leopard can't change its spots. Is this his first mistake? I've been a principal for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a student urinate in public. What does he think this school is? A public restroom? A student like him is a troublemaker wherever he goes. If we don't expel him, how can we ensure the safety of other students? The rice cooker slammed the table, speaking with righteous indignation. If I didn't know him well, I would have thought he was a principal who truly cared about his students. I'll keep an eye on Fang Yuan from now on. If he fights again, you don't need to say a word. I'll expel him first and then resign. Is that acceptable? Ms. Chen took full responsibility without hesitation, even risking her career. Teaching was her dream. I knew she wanted to be a respected teacher like Mr. Jiang. I stared blankly at Ms. Chen in front of me. This slender figure seemed like a giant shielding me from behind. The rice cooker opened its mouth, seemingly taken aback by Ms. Chen's firmness. But you still have to write a self-criticism and have it announced to the entire school. All right. Ms. Chen answered on my behalf. This was the best she could negotiate, a written reflection and announcement. At least it wasn't expulsion. After speaking, she grabbed my arm and led me out of the office. Ms. Chen, I'm so sorry, I said, lowering my head in apology. I never expected this matter would end up involving Ms. Chen. If you truly feel sorry, just behave yourself from now on. The teacher can only protect you this once. Ms. Chen turned around, her eyes red, but her tone was surprisingly gentle. Chapter 119, School-wide Announcement. I cherished Mr. Chen's kindness deeply in my heart. I silently vowed that even if someone hit me, I would never strike back. I couldn't let myself cause Ms. Chen to lose her job or the ideal she had been striving for all her life. When I returned to the classroom, the news of my fight with Chi Hongyu had already spread everywhere. Liang Qiwen looked at me with a complicated expression, saying nothing. Yi Tong rushed over to me, asking about the principal's stance. After I assured him everything was fine, he finally returned to his seat. The school was small, and news spread quickly. Within 2 classes, everyone knew about it. Su and Qin even came to our class to see me, making me feel like I had been beaten to a pulp. For the entire morning, I lay on the desk sleeping, feeling absolutely terrible. When I opened my eyes, I saw that my desk partner had become Zuo Qian. She was also lying on the desk, blinking at me. For a moment, it felt like I was back in 6th grade, during the time we were deskmates. If you can still sleep, that means nothing happened, she said, propping her head up with her hands. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. You wish something was wrong with me? I said with a scoff. I saw Chi Hongyu's face was all red, so I came to check on you. Now that I look at you, you are definitely a bit more handsome than him. Zuo Qian's playful words made me feel a lot more relaxed. Poof. I couldn't help but give a proud little snort. Now I get it. You were hesitating when I asked you earlier. Don't fight anymore. You'll end up getting hurt, and then you won't be handsome anymore. Zuo Qian joked. I've known her for so long, and this was the first time I'd ever heard her joke around. Usually, she'd lecture me on some moral lesson for even the smallest thing. If she had always spoken like this, I wouldn't have disliked her so much in elementary school. Got it, stop nagging. I didn't argue with her, just nodded impatiently. I'm going back now. Zuo Qian stood up and walked toward the classroom door. Watching her leave, I felt a tingling sensation in my heart. Nowadays, I barely leave the classroom except to use the restroom. I'm as obedient as a little angel. At night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I decided to go find Liang Qiwen and go fishing with him. Working at night and sleeping during the day meant fewer conflicts and more money to pay off debts, why not? Just as I reached the village entrance, I saw Liang Qiwen walking toward the town with his head down. He didn't even bring his fishing gear. I was about to call out to him when I saw him step down from the field embankment and walk along the path between the rice paddies. Halfway there, I saw him pull the stockings he'd been wearing earlier out of his pocket and quickly put them on his head. Hey, Qiwen. What are you doing? I hurriedly called out to stop him. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here? He yanked the stockings off his head and asked. I've been following you the whole way. Why are you walking with your head down? What are you up to? I asked, looking at him. His alertness was way too low. Wearing a pair of stockings clearly isn't a good sign, and he's being so careless. Nothing, just out for a walk. He turned his head and started to walk back. He clearly gave up because I caught him. Who would believe such a lie? Tell me the truth. What were you doing here in the middle of the night? I was genuinely concerned he might try to escape, and I wasn't sure I could always come up with a solution. Liang Qiwen walked forward in silence, but couldn't withstand my persistent questioning. I was planning to smash the glass of the rice cooker shop. If Chi Hongyu comes out, I'll beat him up for you. Hearing his words, I couldn't help but feel stunned. You said fighting over something like this was pointless. Is this really the same Liang Qiwen who told me to be patient? How could he be holding a pair of stockings in his hand, as if he were a different person? It was meaningless before because it was just a petty argument. But now he has sent people to beat you up. That's different. If I get the chance, I'll break his legs. Liang Qiwen clenched his teeth and said angrily. If someone else said this, I wouldn't believe them, but if Liang Qiwen said it, I wouldn't doubt him for a second. He really has the guts to do it. If you go smash his windows now, you're just dragging me into this. They'll definitely suspect me first. I rolled my eyes at him. I knew Liang Qiwen could run fast and no one could catch him, but at this stage, I didn't want to cause trouble. Because I can't cause trouble now, it would involve Mr. Chen. Plus, I wouldn't let Liang Qiwen do something like that. He can't get into trouble again, otherwise, he'll have to leave here and go to a juvenile detention center. Even though I'm the last person to tolerate such things, I was now firmly adhering to a policy of restraint. Let's go home. Take the cage. Let us go catch eels. Making money is the top priority. I patted Liang Qiwen on the shoulder and said. Just endure it. I've already endured it. Let us just let this go. Isn't there a saying, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head? After much persuasion, I finally convinced Liang Qiwen. His temper was really bad, even worse than mine. The next morning, I dragged my tired body to school. Today was the day I had to make a public self-criticism. I was as familiar with self-criticism as one could be. Under Ms. Zhang's strict supervision, my attitude of acknowledging my mistakes had been polished to near perfection. Standing on the podium, I looked at the hundreds of students facing me. Even with my thick skin, I felt humiliated. However, the point of the school-wide announcement was precisely this, to make you feel humiliated, so you would remember the lesson and never repeat it. I stared at the crowd for over a minute before the teacher beside me reminded me of my task. I am Fang Yuan from Class 4, Grade 8. 2 days ago after school, I used violence to beat Chi Hongyu from Class 1 at the school gate. After being criticized and educated by the school and teachers, I have now deeply recognized my mistake. I looked at the crowd, the familiar faces, and the new freshman mechanically reciting the memorized script. Among the crowd, Chi Hongyu's smug, mocking face caught my eye. Mr. Chen stood nearby, watching me with concern. At that moment, I fell into silence. Is all of this really my fault? Can I resist making mistakes again and avoid putting Mr. Chen at risk of losing his ideals? If such a day ever comes, I will never find peace in my life. Fang Yuan, keep going, Mr. Chen urged, seeing me standing there dumbfounded on the flag platform. Here, I solemnly apologize to Chi Hongyu. I clenched my teeth. The stares of countless classmates made me feel like ants were crawling all over my body. The words "I'm sorry" were stuck in my throat, but I couldn't bring myself to say them. I could almost envision my future school life, Chi Hongyu bullying me without restraint, the rice cooker being used for personal gain, and Mr. Chen's expectations of me. Suddenly, I couldn't understand why I had come here to study in the first place. I'm not going to read it. I raised both hands above my head, pointing my index and middle fingers toward the sky. In that instant, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Chi Hongyu, go to hell. Chapter 120, No Way Out. Fang Yuan. Mr. Chen and the rice cooker spoke at the same time, but their tones were completely different. Mr. Chen was urgent, while the rice cooker was filled with genuine anger. He never expected that I would publicly insult Chi Hongyu in front of the entire school. I knew the consequences of my actions. After the disciplinary meeting, I would have to face my father. I knew he would be disappointed and sad, but this wasn't my fault. It was the principal and Chi Hongyu's father who had pinned this blame on me. Standing on the flag platform, I decided to just let it all out. I didn't care anymore. Why should I spare the rice cooker any dignity? What I just said wasn't true. The truth is that Chi Hongyu brought two outsiders to the school gate to block me. The three of them beat me up, and when they couldn't win, they blamed it on me. When I was in elementary school, my homeroom teacher, Ms. Jiang, told me that if you didn't do something, you should never admit to it. So today, I won't admit to it, and I certainly won't apologize to such a scummy person. I shouted from the stage. Compared to my earlier nervousness, speaking the truth felt amazing. The rice cooker and a few teachers tried to stop me from speaking, but by this point, I had nothing to lose. Today, I voluntarily withdraw from school. I'll go back and face my father shortly. But you, Chi Hongyu, you bastard, I'll make you look me in the eye. Don't give me the chance, or I'll take you down in one go. I pointed at Chi Hongyu in the crowd and said it with hatred. I don't care who his father is as long as he's a human being, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. You're a complete scoundrel, daring to threaten someone in front of me. The rice cooker's face turned red with anger. You taught him that. You threatened me with expulsion too. With your kind of character, you deserve to be principal? Since I've already blocked my own path, I won't leave any room for the rice cooker. What kind of trash school is this? Bullying is rampant, and no one does anything about it? Today he forced me to stand here and apologize, not because I hit someone, but because the person I hit was his son. What was Zhang Tao like in the previous class? How many students did he bully? Did he ever apologize? I stood before hundreds of students, not showing the slightest sign of weakness. If I hadn't gone to great lengths to expel Zhang Tao from school, how many more people would have been bullied by him? Over the past year, I've stopped countless bullying incidents within the school. I'm sick and tired of this education system that doesn't care about anyone. Chi Hongyu and his gang blocking me at the school gate is bullying. Threatening me with expulsion is no different from mental abuse. He made me cower in the classroom, afraid to do anything, just like pulling the quills off a hedgehog and throwing it into a pack of wolves. In such a school environment, if I'm weak and easy to bully, there will be plenty of people to take advantage of me, and I can't fight back because if I do, it will cost Mr. Chen his job. My school life would only serve to tame me into a spineless coward. Rather than that, I'd rather drop out on my own. I, Fang Yuan, will not be threatened by anyone. This isn't a school, it's an invisible battlefield. Violence, bullying, oppression, you see it every day after school. Has anyone ever intervened, besides me? The students below were in an uproar. Even those who hadn't experienced it firsthand had seen it after school. The principal is so biased toward his son. When Chi Hongyu beats you, will you dare to fight back? I'll be the first, but I won't be the last. If Chi Hongyu dares to confront me, I'll have to face every one of you. I didn't mean to escalate the conflict, this is the truth. This person can't tell right from wrong. Don't expect the school to take your side. I pointed at the rice cooker. I'll report this to the Education Bureau and expose all your dirty deeds. Embezzling charitable funds, harassing teachers, and enabling your son to commit violence. The principal is just a job, the school isn't his. I don't believe no one can stop him. Who do you think you are, threatening to sue me? The rice cooker sneered disdainfully. Let me tell you who I am. I'm a young pioneer, the successor of communism, a citizen of the new China. Chairman Mao said that the people are the foundation of the nation. I'm the flower of the motherland, the hope of the future. What is that? You oppose me? I pointed at the rice cooker and demanded. If he dares to say a single word today, I'll immediately confront him and make sure he has no place to defend himself. The rice cooker was so upset by what I said that it couldn't even utter a word. Fang Yuan, good for you. I'll go with you. Yi Tong, who was enjoying the spectacle, immediately jumped in to support me. He wasn't afraid at all. His family was wealthy, so he could attend any school he desired. I didn't expect to divide my classmates and get them to stand up for me. Those tactics from elementary school don't work anymore. People are selfish. They won't stand up against the principal to help me because they still have to continue studying here. Even showing their faces is a huge risk. Liang Qiwen was about to step forward, but I stopped him with a glance. He is different from me. I can afford not to go to school, but he can't. Fang Yuan, have you finished? Mr. Chen walked up to the podium, glaring coldly at me. In this school, I can ignore anyone else's words, but when faced with Ms. Chen, I won't dare to argue. Let us go back first. She led me and Yi Tong down from the stage. I looked at the rice cooker's red face and flipped him off. I didn't give him any face. When I had no reservations, even if he was the principal, what did I have to fear? Ms. Chen sent Yi Tong back to the classroom and then took me to her office. She looked at me, saying nothing for a long time. I knew that my actions today had wasted all her efforts. Ms. Chen, I know I've disappointed you. I lowered my head. Facing Ms. Chen, I truly felt guilty. She treated me like an older sister, even giving me extra tutoring. Though it wasn't what I wanted, it was still kind of her. One must know how to appreciate kindness. I'm not disappointed. She stroked my head gently. The teacher was also wrong. I was only thinking about minimizing the issue and letting you continue your studies, without considering your feelings and making you admit something that wasn't your fault. My mother was right. Don't admit to something you didn't do. I looked up at her, my heart trembling, and my eyes stung with tears. I truly don't know what good deeds I did in my past life to deserve such wonderful teachers like her and Ms. Jiang. The teacher was just worried. What else could you do at your age if you didn't study? Ms. Chen furrowed her delicate brows and sighed repeatedly. In traditional thinking, education is the only way to escape poverty. If a child excels in their studies, they are destined to become a dragon among men. Even if I end up like my father, farming all my life, I won't starve to death. Not everyone can become a dragon or a phoenix. There will always be children who struggle with their studies. Farming or working are both ways of life. They're just different environments. I've grown accustomed to rural life and don't find it particularly bad. If I don't resist and endure this and finish junior high school here, I'll regret it for the rest of my life and spend the rest of my days paying for this weakness. Chapter 121, A Simple Way. Actually, I know what I'm doing. I wasn't acting on impulse when I spoke on stage. At first, I did plan to make a public self-criticism and then study hard to finish junior high school. But when I saw Chi Hongyue's smug expression, in an instant, my mind became crystal clear and I had an epiphany. If I can't change the school, I can drop out. If I can't find a good job later, I can just not work. My dad didn't bring me into this world to suffer. After saying goodbye to Mr. Chen, I returned to the classroom to pack my things. The books didn't matter, but I had to take my backpack. My dad bought it for me. On the way back to the classroom, all the students were staring at me, but I didn't feel like I was anything special. I had just spoken the truth. Just as I was packing my backpack, Yi Tong walked over. My dad said he'll handle this for you. You don't have to drop out. Yi Tong didn't want me to leave. Because if I left, he wouldn't have anyone to play with. Liang Qiwen was almost always asleep during the day. How will your dad help me? I looked at him in confusion. Yi Tong's dad was in business. Could he really get involved in school matters? Even if he did, would the rice cooker listen to him? Besides, things had gotten so tense today. I don't know. I just called my dad and told him about it, and he said he'd handle it. Don't rush off. Let us wait and see. My dad said he'll handle it, so it'll be fine. Yi Tong had complete confidence in his father. I had already decided not to go, but after Yi Tong said that, I actually started to hesitate. After all, I'm not an adult yet, I can't go out to work, and dropping out means I can't become a police officer. If there were other options, who wouldn't want them? Just before school let out at noon, 2 police officers entered the school with 2 men with dyed yellow hair. I saw clearly that it was Daquan and his 2 men. The rice cooker was smoking nearby, but the police didn't even glance at it. Under the identification of Daquan and his partner, Chi Hongyue's involvement couldn't be hidden. Now everyone knew that the fault didn't lie with me. Dad. It wasn't until I heard Yi Tong shout that I realized Yi Tong's father had also arrived. He was still the same old self, looking at me with a cold expression. Thank you, uncle. I walked up to him and bowed. He had proven my innocence, and I had to thank him. Actually, I had considered calling the police at first, but I knew it wouldn't make much difference. The police wouldn't even bother to investigate. Yi Tong's father's solution was simple and effective, but it also depended on the person involved. That's right, even if you call the police, it depends on who you call. Less than 2 hours after I said I was dropping out, the police had already arrested Daquan and his accomplice and uncovered the mastermind behind it all. That's the difference. If I had reported it, and if I had encountered Zhang Ying's father, whether they would even file a case would be a question. If it weren't for Yitong begging me, I wouldn't have bothered with a kid like you. What was an unsolvable problem for me was just child's play in Yitong's father's eyes. That's the difference in connections, status, and social standing. Thinking back to our conversation that day, it was indeed laughable. Our perspectives were simply on different levels. He can sit at the same table with the police chief, while I don't even know what the chief looks like. I furrowed my brows. Although the matter was resolved, I still cared about my reputation. I had just announced in front of all my classmates that I wasn't going to continue my studies, yet here I was, staying at school with a thick skin, feeling a bit ashamed. What's the matter? The issue is resolved, and you're too embarrassed to stay at school? Yitong's father snorted coldly. With such a weak mindset, you back down at the first sign of trouble. How can you claim you'll have a broader perspective than me in the future? It's better to drop out early. You won't amount to much anyway. I know he is trying to provoke me, but what he says is true. Before, I had no choice but to stay, but now that the issue is resolved, staying would just be stubbornness. People who only know how to be stubborn are a joke in life. I understand, I said, lifting my head. Facing the strange glances from my classmates was better than going home to face my father's disappointed gaze. If I wasn't afraid of that, why would I be afraid of their mockery behind my back? From now on, stay with my daughter, help her with her studies, stay out of trouble, and make sure she is not bullied. Yitong's father was very busy and had no time to spare. He gave a few instructions and prepared to leave. Don't worry, I'm here. No one will dare to bully him. I patted Yitong on the shoulder and said confidently. I couldn't say anything else, but I knew that while I might bully others, no one would dare to bully me. For some reason, I noticed Uncle's face twitch slightly. He gently ruffled Yitong's hair and got into his Y-shaped little car. Money really does make a difference. His old car was still pretty new, and now he's already upgraded to a new one. The city is developing quickly, and it's also driving development in the surrounding towns. Now several families in the town have bought cars. But Uncle Yi's car just looks better than everyone else's. I don't know if it's just in my head, but even though I don't know the price, I just feel like his car is more expensive. The police took Chi Hongyu away for questioning. Before leaving, he gave me a dirty look. I looked at him disdainfully. You think you're the only one with connections? I have them too. From now on, the tables have turned, my dear. I wrapped my arms around Yitong's neck. This little thing is truly precious. Upon learning I wasn't leaving, Liang Qiwen was unusually generous, inviting Su Wenqin to join us. The four of us sat at a table outside the small shop, each with a bowl of instant noodles, a slice of ham, and a bottle of cola. I thought my decision to stay at school would be mocked by my classmates, but it wasn't. When I walked on the street, people would greet me, and some of them I didn't even recognize. Miss Chen was very happy, probably because I, her long-term free laborer, could continue working for her. The matter of the self-criticism meeting was brushed aside, and the rice cooker never caused any trouble for me again. Chi Hongyu didn't get into any major trouble. Perhaps due to his age or because the rice cooker had connections, he probably didn't even get a disciplinary record. He continued studying in class 1, but became much more obedient and no longer caused trouble for me. This incident has given him a profound lesson. That is just how I am. If he doesn't bother me, I won't bother him either. But if he doesn't learn his lesson and provokes me again, as I said, I'll take him down in one go. Now, besides going to Mr. Chen's house for tutoring, I always sit at the school gate after school to see if anyone is bullying their classmates. Whether I know them or not, I'll stop them. I think this is pretty meaningful. At least it helps those with softer personalities, like Su Wenqin, so they don't have to deal with school bullying anymore and can focus on their studies. At least their school life won't be as gloomy as mine. Chapter 122, Reconnaissance. Mr. Chen, why don't you come over to our place tonight? In the office, after failing to get permission to leave early, I tried to convince Mr. Chen to join us. Our group of 4 meets every 3 days for a small gathering and every 5 days for a larger one. This means I don't have time to go to Mr. Chen's house for tutoring after school, so I keep asking for time off. Mr. Chen is someone who is addicted to tutoring. He wouldn't tolerate my attitude. Between tutoring and dinner, I obviously chose the latter. No way. Look at your grades, are they even worth looking at? Chinese 72, Math 69, English 61. I'm too embarrassed to tell anyone. I've been tutoring you every day, and this is the result? And that Yitong, the two of you should read more books and play less. Mr. Chen was so angry his face turned red, and it seemed like my ears were about to get a scolding. Miss Chen, I completely agree with you, but you also need to consider my perspective. Friendships also require time and effort to maintain, right? If I keep tutoring him every day, our relationship will grow distant over time. So I was thinking you could come over to our place for a visit. That way, I can maintain our friendship, and you can give Yitong some extra help with his studies. His grades are really terrible. He is failing English. It's a shame you've put so much effort into teaching him. I didn't hesitate to sell Yitong out. As the saying goes, brothers are meant to be sold out. Mr. Chen furrowed his brows slightly, considering my proposal. Tutoring one person is the same as tutoring two. It's just a matter of convenience, isn't it? Seeing that Miss Chen's expression had softened, I hurriedly encouraged her from the side. Don't let her age or her status as a teacher fool you. She's not very firm in her convictions and easily swayed. Now that you put it that way, it does make sense, Miss Chen nodded. Alright, I'll go take a look. What do you guys usually do? Let us go, there is still a lot to do. I quickly took the backpack from the senior and hung it around my neck. Yi Tong and the others had been waiting across the office for me to ask for permission to leave. Seeing Miss Chen following behind me, they immediately pretended not to notice me. Let's go. Mr. Chen is coming too. I rolled my eyes at them and said. After following me for so long, their acting is still so poor. Huh? They looked at me in surprise, their astonishment almost spilling out of their eyes. What's wrong? Don't you want the teacher to come? Mr. Chen was smiling, but from the student's perspective, it sounded like a threat. No, of course not. Yi Tong shook his head hurriedly. Good. Let us go. Miss Chen didn't put on any airs. She was more like an older sister. Most of the time, she didn't seem like a strict teacher at all. Yi Tong and Su Wenqin walked ahead with Miss Chen, while Liang Qiwen and I followed behind. Fang Yuan, what did you do? How did you manage to bring this guy here? Liang Qiwen said helplessly. He didn't like teachers, just like me. Every time I went to Miss Chen's house, he would rather wait outside than go in. There's nothing I can do. Miss Chen wouldn't let me leave, I replied helplessly. If I could get a day off, would I have asked her to come? Being in school, one has no choice. Let's reschedule then. We can meet up on Saturday. But Mr. Chen will be there. It'll be awkward. Liang Qiwen shook his head and sighed. Friends should share both good times and bad. I didn't know you guys were like this. If I go to Mr. Chen's for tutoring, the three of you will gather together, eating and drinking, while I'm the one suffering. You call yourselves good friends? Poof. They're having a meal together, while I'm suffering through tutoring. How awful does that feel? Is that what friends are supposed to do? Mr. Chen, that man. At school, he acts like a strict teacher, but in private, he's not that strict. Besides liking to exploit labor, he's actually pretty easy to get along with. Fang Yuan, what are the two of you whispering about back there? Mr. Chen suddenly turned around, startling me and Liang Qiwen. Oh, we were just discussing what to buy for dinner, I mumbled. Do you cook for yourselves? Mr. Chen asked curiously. Of course. It's cheaper to buy groceries ourselves. The vegetable market was not far from Su Wenqin's residence, convenient and cost-effective. Who's going to cook? Fang Yuan, it's not you, is it? Mr. Chen's skeptical gaze made me feel uneasy. It's Wenqin. She's a great cook, I said, pointing to Su Wenqin beside me. That's impressive. Even the teacher doesn't know how to cook. Mr. Chen praised her. She was telling the truth. Mr. Chen was a lazybones, and I knew it firsthand. She doesn't even wash the dishes at home. Every time she says the last person to finish eating should wash the dishes, but if I finish before she does, I have to go to the kitchen and add some rice to my plate, waiting for her to finish before I can eat. Otherwise, I'd be in for punishment extra homework. I've even been made to copy words because I scratched an itch. Over the past year and a half of living with Miss Chen, I realized her life was pretty boring too. She goes to work, grades homework, prepares lessons, and tutors me no hobbies. At most, she goes to town on weekends. Actually, I wish she had her own things to do, so she wouldn't focus all her energy on me, tutoring me every day without missing a single day. As we passed by the vegetable market, we bought a lot of vegetables. Miss Chen wanted to pay, but as a guest, we felt awkward letting her, so in the end, Yi Tong paid. So every time you guys go out to eat, Yi Tong pays? Miss Chen asked me. Yes, I nodded, answering matter-of-factly. Friends should complement each other as strengths and help one another. Well, he has money, so of course he pays. I didn't think there was anything wrong with that. But you can't always let him pay every time. Mr. Chen gave me a disapproving look, seeming a bit exasperated with me. Of course I let him pay every time. We each do our part. Yi Tong has money, so if he doesn't pay, should we make him cook? Who would dare to eat it? Su Wenqin is a good cook. Should I not let her cook and make her chop wood instead? Could she do that? Besides, if she chops wood, Qiwen wouldn't have anything to do. We should play to our strengths and do what we're best at to form a harmonious team. Don't you agree? I was completely thinking about the harmony of the team. Then what are you going to do? Mr. Chen asked doubtfully. I'll be in charge of eating. I looked up confidently. Everyone rolled their eyes at me. Hey, don't underestimate eating. Every time there's leftovers, I'm the one who finishes them off. If it weren't for me, you'd all be wasting food. Hey, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Yi Tong and the others didn't bother to respond, hurrying ahead. Only Liang Qiwen walked beside me. Did you find out anything? I asked quietly from behind the crowd. Shi Hongyu goes home this way every day. Liang Qiwen said slowly, chewing on a blade of grass. Chapter 123, Class Division. These days, we've been gathering for meals frequently. Besides indulging our appetites, the main purpose is to investigate Chi Hongyu's route home. It's not that I wanted to find an opportunity to ambush him, but knowing your enemy is the foundation of any battle strategy. He'd better stay put for now. Sooner or later, this information will come in handy. Women are generally easier to get along with, especially someone as docile as Su Wenqin. Which teacher wouldn't like her? But looking at Yi Tong, she is clearly on edge. Yi Tong, aren't you interested in English at all? This one do. You're always failing. How will you get into high school? Ms. Chen spoke gently but firmly. When it came to academics, she was straightforward and truly dedicated. Yi Tong, with her reserved nature, was cautious around Ms. Chen, standing straight and still while she scolded her. Liang Qiwen, on the other hand, was truly clever. He had already gone out to chop wood and avoided Ms. Chen like the plague. Fang Yuan, I wasn't talking about you, was I? What are you smiling at? Ms. Chen glanced at me out of the corner of her eye and immediately frowned. Move that table over here. I'll give you and Yi Tong some extra lessons. Have you finished your homework? I grimaced and followed Ms. Chen's instructions, turning the living room into a makeshift tutoring session. Liang Qiwen had already finished splitting the wood. When he turned around and saw me and Yi Tong picking up our books, he turned back and continued working. Mr. Chen couldn't say anything to him because he could easily score over 90 on any test, so tutoring wouldn't make much of a difference. Yi Tong was different. His grades had always been at the bottom of the class, even worse than mine. This time, he had really landed in Mr. Chen's hands. Tutoring felt completely different from regular class. In class, there were many students, so if you daydreamed or got distracted, the teacher might not notice. But during tutoring, Mr. Chen's eyes were fixed on you. I don't know how Yi Tong felt, but at first, I was terrified and felt extremely uncomfortable. This reminded me of the days in 7th grade when I would rather play with maggots in the bathroom than do my homework. Yi Tong, you'll study with Fang Yuan from now on. I'll tutor both of you, Mr. Chen said, frowning at Yi Tong's helpless expression. Yi Tong turned to me for help, but what could I do? I was in trouble myself. Besides, with Yi Tong by my side, my tutoring life wouldn't be too miserable. Yi Tong's foundation was indeed very weak. Although his family was wealthy, learning some knowledge couldn't hurt. Who knows, maybe one day he'll inherit his father's business. How could he possibly hold on to the family fortune with a little cutie like that? By the way, Fang Yuan, how is the rehearsal for your show going? Mr. Chen changed the subject and turned his attention back to me. I stood there dumbfounded, stammering and unable to form a coherent response. These past few days, Mr. Chen had given me plenty of time to practice, but I had been going through the motions. Everyone knew my singing could kill someone without them even noticing. Sing a few lines for me to hear, Mr. Chen said, looking at me. There's no need for that. We're singing in a choir. I dared not sing, for I knew my voice would give me away the moment I opened my mouth. Hurry up. I need to check your progress. Mr. Chen's tone left no room for refusal. Seeing her determination, there was no way to avoid it, so I decided to give it my all. I swallowed hard and sang a single line. Ms. Chen's face turned from red to black in an instant. Even Su Wenqin, who was cooking in the kitchen, couldn't help but peek out to ask if the pressure cooker had exploded. Fang Yuan, I gave you so much time, and this is the best you can do? Ms. Chen angrily pulled my ear. I should have never signed up for this. I'm just causing trouble for myself. I thought maybe no one would notice if I just went up there and messed around. I wanted to try performing on stage. From childhood to adulthood, I've always been the one watching from the audience. I envied them, even felt a bit jealous that they could stand on stage and perform. That kind of talent is exactly what I lack. I don't understand why I was born tone-deaf and uninterested in reading, unable to be like Zuo Qian, Zhou Huan, and others who have their own little moments of brilliance, getting noticed, admired, and praised. Few people ever praised me. Most of the feedback I received was that I was a troublemaker, or a troublemaker. But who doesn't have a little vanity in their heart? Especially at this age. But I really have no talents to speak of, so I resorted to pretending to play an instrument. Cancel your performance tomorrow. At such a young age, you've already learned to deceive others. What will become of you in the future? Ms. Chen couldn't tolerate any mistakes, and this trait was strikingly similar to her mother, Ms. Jiang. I rolled my eyes. It looked like I'd be sitting in the audience again. Tomorrow is the school anniversary, and I was so close to getting away with it. During dinner, Ms. Chen announced some major news to us. After the school anniversary, the classes would be reorganized. Some parents had complained that grouping students by academic performance would cause the underperforming students to fall further behind, so the school administration had held a meeting and decided to redistribute the classes. From now on, there won't be a situation where Class 1 is always better than Class 2. Even students like me and Yi Tong might be transferred to Class 1. Even teachers will be reassigned, which means that Mr. Chen might no longer teach our class. I really don't know which parent had nothing better to do and started this whole mess. I'm very satisfied with the current environment. There are 2 close friends in my class, and I also like Mr. Chen. If the reassignment happens, I might end up being the only student in a class. By then, our bond might fade, and Mr. Chen might have other students to tutor. Although I've always been against tutoring, if it really comes to changing teachers, I'll feel a bit reluctant. On the way back with Miss Chen, I felt a bit down. I rarely see you this upset. Are you thinking about the class reshuffle? Miss Chen touched my forehead and asked with concern. Are you going to miss your teacher? She asked, batting her eyelashes with a hint of pride. But she was right. Don't overthink it. Maybe you can't escape my grasp and I'll end up in your class with all the troublemakers. Even if I'm not there, you have to study hard and not cause any trouble. She spoke with a hint of warning, trying to sound casual. We were her first class as a teacher, so she must have felt bad too. Yet she had to pretend not to care and comfort me. After sending Miss Chen home, I walked through the fields feeling a bit down. Teacher's Day was approaching, and I decided to give Miss Chen a unique gift. Last time I gave a gift to Miss Jiang, there was an unspoken anticipation in her eyes. A student's gift doesn't need to be expensive, it represents the student's recognition of the teacher. This is something every person with a dream of becoming a teacher cares about. Chapter 124, Human Traffickers. I lingered outside for a while but didn't go home. Instead, I went to find Liang Qiwen. Before I even reached his house, I saw him carrying a fishing net and heading toward the neighboring village. Qiwen, want to go to the night market? I walked up and said. I wanted to give Miss Chen a special gift, but to be honest, I'm really not good at giving gifts. Plus, this was Miss Chen's first Teacher's Day, so it must mean a lot to her. So I thought I'd ask Liang Qiwen to come with me to the night market in town to see if there were any unique items with sentimental value. Upon hearing my plan, Liang Qiwen dismissed it with disdain. Fang Yuan, I'm not bragging, but when it comes to giving gifts to women, it's all about age. For those under 18, a doll is fine. For those over 18, lipstick is the 100% correct choice. He just threw that out there as the only option. I'm a student. Giving a teacher lipstick doesn't seem appropriate. I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It doesn't seem like something a proper student would give. Lipstick is definitely proper lipstick. Whether the student is proper or not, that is not so clear. Liang Qiwen gave me a meaningful look. This guy, if someone ever slashed his main artery, the blood that gushed out would be yellow. Stop talking nonsense. Come with me to town. I rolled my eyes at him. He sighed and went home to put down his fishing net, still muttering that I had blocked his fortune. It was about to rain, the perfect time to catch eels. Stop wasting time. I'll go with you after we get back from the night market. I kicked him angrily. The night market in town was still pretty crowded after all, there wasn't much else to do at night. Liang Qiwen and I looked around, but couldn't find any gifts we liked. Everything felt unoriginal and lacked any real sentimental value. The only thing that caught my eye was a jade pendant carved with an unknown bird. Unfortunately, the pendant had a flaw, it was missing a corner. I didn't know much about jade, but I thought it was beautiful. However, I didn't buy it because the seller asked for $200. Selling a flawed piece of jade for such a high price, they really think I'm a fool. Just then, the commotion from the night market nearby caught my attention, and I pushed Liang Qiwen toward the crowd. As we passed by a dry goods store, I grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. After all, eating sunflower seeds adds to the atmosphere. There weren't many people gathered, so Liang Qiwen and I stood comfortably in the crowd. A young woman was holding a boy's hand, fuming as she walked toward the alley entrance. The boy was around 11 or 12 years old, clinging to a pillar and wailing loudly. I figured he must have seen a toy he wanted, and his mother wouldn't buy it for him, so he was throwing a tantrum. Kids these days are so spoiled. If you don't give them what they want, they throw a tantrum. It's a common sight at night markets. You're not my mom. I want to go with you. You're a bad person. The boy clung tightly to the pillar, refusing to let go. Liang Qiwen and I exchanged glances. Could this be a human trafficker? I'd heard the term before, but I'd never actually seen it in action. For some reason, memories of 2 years ago flooded my mind the night I ran away from home, and my father found me in the dark. His panicked and terrified expression is still vivid in my memory. If this woman was really a human trafficker, how desperate must the parents of the missing child be? As the woman raised her hand, ready to strike the boy, I rushed out of the crowd and grabbed her wrist tightly. Who are you? What business is it of yours if I hit my own child? The woman glared at me angrily. He said you're not his mother. I heard it with my own ears. After saying that, I turned to look at the boy and asked again. She's not my mother. I don't know her. Big brother, don't let her take me away. The boy hid behind me, afraid I would abandon him. There was no escaping now, this woman was likely a human trafficker. Qiwen, call the police. I shielded the boy and told Liang Qiwen to go call the police. There was a small shop nearby, borrowing a phone to call the police wouldn't be difficult. Don't call the police, child. I'm really his mother. I live in this town. How could I deceive you? The woman saw that I was about to call the police and hurriedly stopped me. Liang Qiwen didn't listen to her and walked straight into the small shop. I remained outside, locked in a standoff with the woman. You're such a child. Why don't you trust people? The woman was furious at my disregard for her. She tried to push past me to take the boy away, but I wouldn't let her. I held the boy tightly behind me. At that moment, a man walked out of the alley. He was wearing a jacket and glasses, looking quite intellectual. "What's going on? Why aren't you going home?" the man asked the woman. From the way they speak, it's clear their relationship isn't ordinary. Xiaojie said I'm not his mother, and then this child blocked me, not letting me take Xiaojie back. The woman pointed at me and said angrily. The man glanced at me, smiled kindly, and said, "This young man is indeed our child. We live in the town." There was something about his demeanor that felt strangely familiar to me. He seems very similar to Left Qian's father. I turned to look at the boy, who was shaking his head at me in refusal. "I don't care where you live. You can't take him away before the police arrive." I looked at the couple and shook my head. "Young man, I know you mean well, but there's really no need for this. This child is just too spoiled. He had a little argument with his mother today and ran out in a fit of anger." The man reached out to take the boy, but I pushed him away. I said, "Before the police arrive, you can't take him away." I didn't care how well they were acting or whether it was true or not. In any case, we wait for the police to arrive. "Chi-Wan." I called out to Chi-Wan. He grabbed a chair and stood between me and the boy, and the two sides stood there in a standoff. If you're really his father and don't care about wasting this time, but if you're not his father, then his real father will have to waste his entire life searching for him. I couldn't understand the feelings of a parent, but I knew that if I were lost, my father would truly be unable to go on living. "Alright, then. Let us wait." The man had been trying to persuade me, but upon hearing my words, he instead waited patiently. Knowing the police were about to arrive, yet still having the heart to wait, I looked at him, then at the boy, and had already guessed the answer in my heart. From the expressions on his face and the woman's, I was almost certain they weren't lying. But what if they were? I had confidence in my judgment, but I wouldn't take the risk. Because I could be wrong 100 times, but this child only has one chance. A few moments later, several police officers approached. They recognized the man and greeted him familiarly. "Young man, they are indeed a family and live near the police station." One of the officers approached me and said. "I'd like to see your ID," I said. "You're pretty cautious," the officer said, pausing for a moment before pulling out his ID and giving me his badge number. The boy, upon seeing the police, immediately calmed down and reluctantly walked over to the couple. "Although it was a misunderstanding, you did the right thing. At such a young age, you're very thoughtful." "That's commendable," the police officer said, patting my shoulder. "My dream is to become a police officer," I said, looking up at him proudly. Chapter 125, I'm not a corrupt cop. From the police, I learned that the boy's surname was Wang. His name was Wang Jia. He was 12 years old, and he was in 6th grade. He had traded the family's brand new rice cooker for a game prop, and after his mother scolded him, he stormed out of the house in a fit of anger. His parents had always spoiled him, which was why he was so disobedient. Children need discipline. Sometimes a good spanking is necessary. At least he needs to stop lying. The woman looked at me, as if she wanted to say something, but was stopped by the man. "Young man, we really owe you today. If we had encountered human traffickers, you would have been Xiaojie's savior." The man remained smiling. "It's no big deal," I smiled, squeezing Wang Jia's shoulder and applying some force. If there weren't so many people around, I would have suppressed my anger and definitely broken his mischievous ways. This was the first time I'd seen a child more mischievous than me. If he wasn't disciplined, he'd be a troublemaker in the future. Some parents are cold and indifferent toward their children, while others spoil them rotten. Neither is acceptable. Comparing the two, I really should be grateful for having a good father. Otherwise, I would have turned into a troublemaker. "Big brother, what's your name?" Wang Jia looked up at me. "You don't need to know that yet," I said, smiling as I ruffled his hair. "When you start middle school, you want to know who I am." This child, Liang Qiwen, shook his head and sighed after they had gone. After all that effort, it was like a dog chasing a mouse. But with this kind of thing, you don't fear that he is fake, you fear that he is real. He's so cool. Unlike him, I looked at the uniform in the distance and felt filled with admiration. Wearing a police uniform, standing there, your authority. Wait until you get into the police academy. Right now, you think it's cool, but maybe one day you'll see a police uniform and run away. Liang Qiwen, chewing on a blade of grass, dismissed me with a scoff. Why should I hide? I shot him a disdainful glance. I'm honest and upright, a knight in shining armor, brave in the face of danger, helping the weak and oppressed, and even capable of striking from the shadows. What's there to hide from? Who knows? Reality and ideals often go in opposite directions, Liang Qiwen said. That just shows that person's resolve isn't strong enough. I puckered my lips. I was determined to become a police officer. Not even Jesus could stop me. Even if I don't get into the regular force, I'll work as an auxiliary police officer. Catching criminals and upholding justice, that's what gives life meaning, not working like a slave just to feed myself. Do you think you're living in some kind of fantasy world? Where hard work always pays off? He raised his eyebrows disdainfully, each word crushing my confidence. Qiwen, look over there. I pointed to the sky. As he turned his head, I kicked him into the ditch. We returned to the village in a rowdy manner, accompanied him home to fetch the fishing nets, and worked all night. Due to the impending rain, tonight's catch was abundant. By the time we sold everything at the seafood market the next morning, it was already time for school. Without time to bathe, Liang Qiwen and I headed to school. The fishy smell on our bodies was quite strong, and the students in the front row couldn't help but wrinkle their noses, but they dared not say anything. Today was the school anniversary, so we only had half a day of classes. In the afternoon, we just sat and watched the performances. During recess, I sat on the grass in the playground, lazily soaking up the sun. Just a quick glance, and I spotted Jiang Ying sneaking around the school gate, trying to avoid me. This girl's evasion skills are truly negative, they're terrible. If she had just walked normally, I might not have noticed her, but the more she tried to hide, the more my gaze focused on her. I didn't say anything, I just gave her a little wave with my finger. Jiang Ying walked over to me with a frustrated expression. "What do you want?" she asked, her face tense, clearly not wanting to have anything to do with me. I pointed to the empty spot beside me, gesturing for her to sit down. "Just say what you want," she said, standing there, unwilling to sit but too afraid to stay standing. Under my silent gaze, she reluctantly sat down beside me. "Sit closer." I noticed she was frowning and covering her nose with her hand, as if I smelled bad. She was already showing her disdain. When she spat in someone's mouth, she didn't seem very pleased with herself. "Is that better now? Just say what you need to say. I need to go back and do my homework." She shifted closer to me and said it with a displeased tone. But her lame excuse almost made me laugh out loud. A little troublemaker like her doing homework? "I'll ask you this, how did your dad become a police officer?" I asked. "I'm always worried my grades won't be good enough to get into the police academy." "Why do you want to know that?" she asked, looking at me in confusion. "Just asking. It's not a secret. Tell me about it." I didn't think her dad seemed very educated, so there was no reason he could do it and I couldn't. "Don't get so close." Jiang Ying covered her nose and looked at me with disgust. I lowered my head and sniffed my clothes. The fishy smell, intensified by the sun's heat, was indeed quite strong. "Now you know how mean you used to be, bullying everyone. You can't even tolerate the smell. Remember how you treated Su Wenqin?" I rolled my eyes at her. "I've changed. Stop staring at me. I've been avoiding you," Jiang Ying said, sounding a bit wronged. "When Su Wenqin was avoiding you, you didn't let her off either. Hurry up and tell me how your dad became a police officer. Was it through connections? Whose connections? How much did it cost?" I quickly steered the conversation back on track, realizing we were getting off topic. "I don't know. I never asked. I'll ask him when I go home, okay?" Jiang Ying looked at me, her expression not seeming to lie. "Alright, then ask her quickly. Don't make me wait too long." I waved my hand and lay back comfortably on the grass. "Well, I'll tell you, but can you stop calling me that in the future?" Jiang Ying took a few steps before turning back to speak to me. She was indeed quite afraid of me. But to be honest, I've never really bullied her. I just stopped her from bullying others. I've never laid a finger on her. "It depends on my mood," I replied nonchalantly. "I don't like bullying people, and I don't want to bully her either. But with her personality, if I don't keep her in check, she'll end up bullying others. As long as she stays in school and behaves herself, I won't go looking for trouble with her. I'm not that bored." "Wait." I opened my eyes and called out to Jiang Ying, who was about to leave. "Almost forgot what I came here for. Go to the convenience store and buy me a bottle of Coke. It's so hot out here, how can I manage without a bottle of Coke? Get yourself one too, as a tip for running errands." I generously pulled out 5 yuan, considering it payment for her information. After all, even the police have to pay informants for tips. I can't let someone work for me for free. I'm not a corrupt cop. I don't know who made the animation for me. Thank you. If you ever come to Nanjing, I'll treat you to hot pot. Also, I've been thinking about it for a while, but I can't come up with a cool novel title. Any suggestions? Chapter 126, Peach Blossom Madness. When I got home at noon, I took a shower. The smell was really strong. If I had sat in the audience to watch the performance in the afternoon, people might have thought I secretly brought some salted fish to dry. Since it was the school anniversary in the afternoon, I took my dad to school and moved the chairs to the playground early. I wanted to secure a good spot with a clear view, but Mr. Chen said each class had to sit in order. A large stage had been set up on the playground, showing that the school really valued this school anniversary. Speakers and microphones were all in place. Liang Qiwen didn't invite parents to watch the performance. He and his uncle didn't get along well. So he sat next to my dad, acting like his own son. "Qiwen, look at this." I pulled out the police ID I had carefully made from my pocket. Last night, I took a quick look at a police officer's ID and memorized it. I spent a long time making it and even stuck on my own photo. "You made this?" he asked, looking at me in surprise. "How about it? Not bad, right? Doesn't it look real?" I proudly lifted my head, even the frame I had traced with a ruler repeatedly, striving for perfection. Sometimes when you feel good about something, you just want others to acknowledge and praise you. It does look real. Are you planning to sell fake IDs after graduation? Liang Qiwan's expression was also very convincing. Hearing his words, I felt my brain shrink for a moment. With so many people around me trying to steer me toward the right path, he, with his first words, went against the law. Have I broken some unwritten rule? Can't I just do something decent and be a decent person? I was truly speechless. I want to be a police officer, so naturally I want to wear a police uniform and carry a police ID. It's the same as wanting to be the Monkey King and first needing to find a staff. How did it become the starting point for lawbreaking and disorder in Liang Qiwan's mouth? I glanced up at my father. If he weren't here, I'd kick him. I stuffed the police ID into my pocket and kept telling myself, forget it, normal people wouldn't hang out with me anyway. Let us just consider it childish talk, the ramblings of a child. More and more students gathered on the playground. Many hadn't called their parents because they were left behind children whose parents were working away from home. The teachers were there to maintain order, but to be honest, with so many people, especially boys without parents, it was impossible to keep them quiet. They were chattering like a protest rally. This was a great opportunity to make an appearance, so the rice cooker wouldn't pass it up. After his speech, the school anniversary celebration officially began. The first performance was by the first-year students. This year as freshmen were generally quite young and inexperienced. Although I was only one grade older than them, I was at least 2 years older. Compared to them, I felt like a little adult. Times have truly progressed. Watching those first-year students perform street dance on stage, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. My dad didn't understand either, he was just there to enjoy the show, just like me. Next up is Class 1 of the second year, with a song titled Cotton Candy performed by Zuo Qian and Wang Min. As soon as the host finished speaking, my eyes instinctively turned to the two people walking onto the stage. It was clear they had put a lot of effort into this school celebration, even matching their outfits. They were both wearing floral-trimmed long dresses with butterfly hairpins on their heads. I'll admit, they did look a little bit nice. After all, it's middle school, so even for a performance, they can't sing love songs. This song, Cotton Candy, is sweet without being cloying, and the lyrics are simple, a suitable choice. Zuo Qian and Wang Min's voices carried a youthful sweetness, and their performance was indeed quite charming. The performers on stage sang softly, and even the rowdy kids fell silent, listening intently without making a sound. You are the cotton candy in my heart, a sweet dream. With you, the world changes. Even if the sky is about to dawn. Can we just wander freely like this, let love bloom quietly in our hearts, and make a wish? Zuo Qian and the other performer faced the audience, gently tapping their fingers. I felt a sudden pang in my heart. It seemed as though she was pointing in my direction. This feeling was indescribable, my heart racing uncontrollably. Zuo Qian is looking at me, pointing at me. This damn charm is impossible to hide. A self-absorbed male classmate muttered to his friend, drawing a chorus of jeers. It wasn't just me who felt that way. In that moment, I suddenly snapped out of it, almost falling into a state of infatuation, thinking I was something special. When someone glances at you, you assume they're interested in you and get carried away. Psychology defines love at first sight as mania, which I had read about in a book before excessive self-confidence and heightened emotions. I rubbed my face, stretched, and realized I must be starving. Even swans would eat toads. Fang Yuan, is that girl the one who came to our house for dinner before? My dad asked, looking at Wang Min on stage. Yeah, Dad, you remember her? Right, she ate 5 pounds of lobster in one meal. That's definitely memorable. I explained to myself. You're such a stingy kid, my father said with a disapproving look. He's always been very generous with others. When villagers ask him for help, he never refuses, let alone turn down a meal. Even if Wang Min ate a hole in our house, he'd just laugh it off and fix it. But he was just too kind-hearted, which is why he sometimes got taken advantage of. This girl is a good person with proper upbringing. You mustn't bully her at school, my father said, looking up at the performance while reminding me. My dear old dad, I'm not even in the same class as her, and we hardly ever see each other. Why would I want to bully her? What bad intentions could I possibly have? Sigh, I pouted, feeling a bit annoyed. What does he think his son is? A troublemaker? It's all Wang Min's fault. She acts so well behaved in front of my dad. People who don't know her would think she is so obedient. I kept my head down and continued watching the performance. Next was Zhou Huan's solo performance. He sang Zhang Jia's song We Are All the Same. This guy sang it just like the original. I wanted to go up and check if he was really singing live. He sang so well that even my dad, who doesn't understand music, kept nodding his head. That little bit of pride in my heart started to rise again. I wanted to make my dad proud and show him how talented I am. That's why I signed up for the choir. I wanted my dad to see me on stage. Unfortunately, Mr. Chen discovered me the day before the performance. Dad, do you think they're really that good? I asked, feeling a bit down. They are talented, but my son isn't bad either. He patted my shoulder and smiled at me. Of course not. I bit my lip and turned away, feeling a bit proud. One day, I'll make you proud. Chapter 127, Class Division. I have a father who loves me, but not everyone does. The scenes I imagined would never come late, and they certainly won't fail to arrive. Look at other people's kids. You're just looking at yourself. You're not good at studying and don't even have any talents. The words of a classmate's parent rang clearly in my ears. I turned my head and saw it was the fat kid from our class. He was the one who had asked me to buy cigarettes to settle a dispute between me and Zhang Tao. He is a decent person, just a bit insecure. The chubby boy kept his head down, silent, clearly used to it. We were in class 4, so you can imagine that none of the students sitting around me had grades worth mentioning. Liang Qiwan was the exception. He simply didn't care about grades. But some people, you can see how hard they try. Even during breaks, they're reading books, but they just can't do well. What can you do? Not everyone is cut out for studying. The fat guy is one of the few in the class who is willing to study, but his grades aren't much different from mine. Why not just drop out and go work with me? The fat kid's father said angrily, frustrated by his son's lack of ambition. Seeing the fat kid didn't respond, he kept going on and on. I don't know if he's dissatisfied with the fat boy or with life itself. My father has never said such things to me. Sometimes I joke with him, saying that if I don't do well in school, I'll follow him and farm the land. My father always smiles and says, farming isn't shameful, there's nothing wrong with it. He never put any pressure on me, never mentioned how many points I should score or what great person I should become. Never. That kid named Kong Lo from my elementary school class would be upset for a long time even if he got a 96 on a test, because his dad expected him to get a perfect score. I think people like that are completely crazy. If I got a 96, the first thing I'd do is go home, slam the test on the table, and probably ask my dad for a big bowl of braised pork. The fat kid's dad kept going on, and I couldn't even listen anymore. I suddenly realized that I'm also two-faced. I used to say that Wang Min was two-faced, acting one way in front of me and another way in front of my dad. I'm no different. If it were any other time, I'd say something, but with my dad there, I didn't want him to see my temper, so I just sat there quietly. Sir, you shouldn't educate your child like this. How hurtful must that be for him? To my surprise, the one who spoke up was my own father. How I educate my child is my business. What does it have to do with you? The fat boy's father retorted angrily. But you shouldn't have said that in front of so many people. And I don't want my son to hear you say those things. My dad, who usually smiles at everyone, was unusually serious this time. Is there something wrong with what I said? He can't even read properly. What kind of future does he have? The fat boy's father said unconcernedly. Parents like him don't realize how much their words can hurt their children. Reading is about learning principles and distinguishing right from wrong, not about how successful you'll be in the future. I think the one who really needs to study is you. I have no idea how you manage to be a parent. I've never seen my dad argue like that before. But to be honest, I thought my dad was totally cool at that moment. The fat kid's dad was still ranting on and on. People like him wouldn't admit they were wrong just because of a few words from my dad. My dad pulled me and Liang Qiwan, took the chair, and walked to the edge of the playground, keeping a safe distance from the fat kid's dad. After all, it's their family matter. We can't interfere. It's best not to get involved. Students were only supposed to sit in their own class areas, but the supervising teacher just glanced at us and didn't say anything. Fang Yuan, Qiwan, listen to me. Don't listen to that man. Understand? Be good, do the right thing, and don't make mistakes. That's what good kids do. My dad ruffled my hair and Liang Qiwan's hair, speaking seriously. Everyone wants their children to be successful and outstanding, but my father could accept my ordinary nature. As long as I behaved myself and didn't cause trouble, he was satisfied. Liang Qiwan and I nodded obediently, thinking to ourselves, Dad, don't worry. Even if I do something wrong, no one will find out. Look, Mr. Chen is coming up on stage. Liang Qiwan excitedly tapped my shoulder and shouted. Oh my goodness, she looks even more beautiful than usual. I looked up at the stage. Miss Chen was wearing a cheongsam today, holding some kind of musical instrument in her arms. She sat down on stage and started playing. They say wild boars can't eat fine grains, but I didn't even know what instrument she was playing, and I had no idea what the melody was, but it sounded beautiful. She was also very beautiful. Miss Chen sat there quietly, resembling a noble lady from ancient times, just like on TV, graceful and dignified. Oh my god, how could I almost be fooled by her appearance? When she was ordering me around, she was as cruel as a slave owner. I slapped myself on the face, snapping myself back to reality. Don't forget her ugly face when she bullied you. Sure enough, once I thought about it, the filter in front of my eyes faded away. She's not that great after all. After Mr. Chen finished his performance, the school anniversary celebration was basically over. The rice cooker took the stage, delivered a grand speech, and brought the event to a close. Next came class assignments. Some parents went home, while others stayed at school to wait for their children, as school would dismiss once the classes were assigned. My father had to go back to the fields to work, so he left early. All the students had to move their desks out of the classroom and place them outside. After the classes were assigned, they would move their desks to the corresponding classrooms. Unlike elementary school, desks in middle school were personal property purchased by the students themselves at their own expense and had to be brought to whichever class they were assigned to. After moving the desks out, I went to the restroom. I wasn't too worried about someone swapping my desk because only someone with a screw loose would want to trade with me. Most of my classmates had new desks or second-hand ones bought cheaply from seniors. At least they were in good condition. My desk was one that a senior from the third year didn't want anymore. It had a broken leg, so I fixed it myself and had been using it since the first year of middle school. When I came back from the restroom, there were only a few students left outside. Liang Qiwen and Yi Tong had already been assigned to their classes, and their desks had been moved. I have no idea which class I've been assigned to. I hope we're still together. Fang Yuan, room 203. Hearing the teacher's instructions, I carried the desk and headed toward class 3. Along the way, I kept silently praying that the three of us would be assigned to Mr. Chen's class so we could continue having fun together. When I moved my desk to class 3, I peeked into the classroom and the unfamiliar faces of the students caught my eye. I couldn't help but freeze. What the heck happened to me? Is this even still in China? There wasn't a single familiar face. Chapter 128, The Midterm Exam Bet. I suspected I was being targeted, for real. Yi Tong and Liang Qiwen were assigned to class 2, along with Zuo Qian and Wang Min. Mr. Chen is also in class 2. And I am just a wall away from them. Don't ask about the distance between heaven and earth, this is the perfect example. Mr. Zhou, can you help me request a class transfer? After spending a week in class 3, I'm really feeling miserable. The teacher who used to teach Zhang Tao is now my homeroom teacher. He frowns whenever he sees me, but I feel the same way. It's impossible. If I could, I wouldn't want you in my class either. Mr. Zhou clearly doesn't like me, but there's nothing he can do about it. He told me that the class changes were completely random and not targeted at me. I was just unlucky. I sighed and returned to my seat. My desk partner was a chubby girl named Yang Feifei. She looked like the female version of Xia Wu, hard to describe. Everyone knows I never criticize others' appearances unless they criticize mine first. Yang Feifei probably has rhinitis. I often saw her with green snot running down her nose, and no matter how much she wiped it, it wouldn't come off. I'm not a neat freak, and I wouldn't isolate her just because she has rhinitis. On the contrary, I think she is a nice person. After school, she'd even call out to me to make sure I didn't oversleep. I brought her a nasal spray from home because I used to have a runny nose when I was a kid, and we have that kind of medicine at home. Where classmates and deskmates looking out for each other is only natural. The spray really worked well, and Yang Feifei's condition improved significantly in just a few days. It's worth mentioning that the class isn't completely devoid of acquaintances. That despicable Zhou Huan is also in class 3. I'd rather not have that acquaintance. Back in elementary school, I had already looked up to him for years, and I really didn't want to continue the dark past into middle school. Fang Yuan, you're not in class 2, so no one passes notes to me during class. After school, at the entrance of the small shop, Yi Tong couldn't help but complain. I wish I could be in the same class as you guys. The heavens aren't looking out for me. What can I do? Actually, my complaints run deeper, but there's nothing I can do. Mr. Zhou won't let me switch, and I asked Miss Chen too, but she said it's impossible. It's no wonder Yi Tong felt bored. Liang Qiwen had to work at night, so he spent his days in class daydreaming, and no one wanted to play with him. I'll buy you a phone so we can text each other, Yi Tong suggested. Forget it. I shook my head. Such an expensive thing, I daren't accept it. If my dad found out, he'd scold me to death. Hurry up, Ms. Chen is waiting, I urged, patting Yi Tong on the head. Although I wasn't in Ms. Chen's class, I still went to her house every day after school for tutoring. Ms. Chen is very persistent about tutoring. She said she would tutor Yi Tong, and she meant it. But that is fine. At least feeding the rabbit is now Yi Tong's responsibility. The older brother teaches the younger brother, and the younger brother tells the youngest brother. At first, Ms. Chen put on a show, but once she got to know Yi Tong, her true masterful demeanor became evident. This went on for nearly a month in class 3 until one day, I simply couldn't take it anymore. To be precise, I couldn't stand my desk partner anymore. Yang Feifei's runny nose had improved a lot, but I noticed that she was a bit dirty. During class, she would cover her face with her textbook, secretly pick her nose, and then wipe it under the desk. When she saw me, she would just turn her head away and pretend not to notice. But today, when I bent down to pick up a book, I looked up and saw under her desk. The scene was like a forest with towering trees and dense undergrowth. It was a sight so disgusting I couldn't bear to look. It gave me goosebumps and made my stomach churn. I had to switch classes. I had to. So I went back to the office to talk to Mr. Zhou. Over the past month, I've actually gone back and forth to see him 4 or 5 times. I've already told you it's impossible. There is no point in coming to me, Mr. Zhou sighed heavily. Fang Yuan, listen to me. This really isn't possible. If everyone started asking to switch shifts like you, things would get chaotic. Mr. Chen didn't take my side this time. I really understand, but I'm also finding it really hard to keep going. Tell the teacher what you're not satisfied with in class 3, Ms. Chen asked me with concern. I just want to switch classes, preferably to class 2. The current environment is really affecting my studies. I couldn't say it was because of Yang Feifei, she's actually a nice person, just a bit mean. I'm afraid if my words get out, it'll hurt her feelings, especially since no one in the class talks to her much anyway. Hearing my reasons, several teachers in the office covered their mouths and giggled, even Mr. Chen was speechless. Fang Yuan, are you going to class 2 for the sake of studying? If you're going to make an excuse, at least make it a decent one. Mr. Zhou shook his head, a faint smile still on his lips. What's wrong? Can't I try to improve myself? Can't I study hard? Even I, who usually has a thick skin, felt my cheeks flush, but I still insisted. You should ask yourself that. But Mr. Chen tutors you every day, and look at your grades. Is that what you call a serious attitude towards studying? You sleep through class and skip lessons whenever you can. Is that what you call striving to improve? Mr. Zhou's tone didn't carry any anger, because he had already given up on students like me. Not every teacher is like Mr. Jiang or Mr. Chen. But many scientists, like Newton and Einstein, didn't do well in school either. That doesn't mean they didn't want to improve. I countered. You're comparing yourself to Newton? He discovered the law of universal gravitation from an apple falling from a tree. What have you discovered from skipping class and causing trouble? That it can put pressure on me? Mr. Zhou turned his head away, unwilling to look at me. I admit that 99.99% of students will never achieve more than Newton, but you shouldn't say that. He was indeed extraordinary, an unattainable peak, but his life has already ended, while mine has just begun. The future is the future because it holds countless unknown possibilities. Perhaps decades from now, I'll be a nobody, buried in an unremarkable grave, but who can say for certain that I'm not a pearl hidden in the mud? Even if there's only a 0.01% chance, you can't erase that faint hope. What about Newton? His teacher's apple, I waited by the pound, I pouted, refusing to admit defeat. I don't care, I want to switch classes. I acted like a spoiled child, and since Mr. Zhou wouldn't let me switch, I came every day. I really don't have time to argue with you. You said you came here to study, right? Alright, in just over a month it'll be the midterm exams. I don't even care if you're first in the grade, just be first in the class. If you do, you can choose any class in the second year, and I'll talk to the principal for you. If you don't bother me anymore. Mr. Zhou looked utterly exasperated. You're just making things difficult for me. That ruthless Zhou Huan is in class 3. He wants me to get first in the class. What's the difference between that and first in the grade? You're the one making things difficult for me. Hearing the bell ring, Mr. Zhou hurriedly picked up his textbook and prepared to go to class. Alright, deal. I shouted after his back. I'll give it my all. Chapter 129, Average. From that day on, I never skipped class again. But to be honest, studying really isn't easy. Every time I felt like giving up, I would crouch down and look under Yang Feifei's desk. You really agreed to Mr. Zhou? On the way to Mr. Chen's house, Yiton looked at me in astonishment. I had no choice. Either take a gamble or stay in class 3. Yang Feifei's insults might have just been the catalyst, because I really wanted to transfer to class 2. Otherwise, I could have asked Mr. Zhou to switch my desk partner. Well, good luck to you then. Zhou Huan is also in class 3, isn't he? Yitong didn't believe I could get first in the class. Don't even mention him, I didn't really believe it myself. But that's just how I am. If others don't think I can do it, I'll prove them wrong. In any case, over the next month, I'll study hard. Don't even think about dragging me out to skip class and go play. I shot Yitong a disdainful glance. By the way, Chiwen, I want to be able to go with you to release the cages in the evenings from now on. Liang Chiwen shrugged indifferently. He could handle it alone, it was just a matter of doing more or less. The money I've earned for him these days is almost enough to repay the loan he gave me earlier. Also, when you're fishing at night, catch some frogs for me. I gave him a quick instruction. What do you need those for? Liang Chiwen looked at me in confusion. Just catch them. They're useful, very useful. Catch as many as you can. The more, the better. After giving Liang Chiwen his instructions, we parted ways at the fork in the road and went our separate ways. When I arrived at Ms. Chen's house, I put aside my usual laziness and put all my effort into remembering the knowledge she taught me. This was all thanks to the solid foundation she had laid for me over the past year, so at least learning wasn't as painful as before. English was manageable, but math was truly challenging. Those complex equations and the calculation processes still left me restless. You're in a different mood today, aren't you? Ms. Jiang was surprised to see me actively seeking her help with problem-solving strategies. In her impression, I'd rather be a million miles away from the exam questions. But now, I've completely transformed. Once I decide to do something, I'll do my absolute best. Math is a subject that has literally made me sick from doing so many practice problems. This isn't an exaggeration. On the way home, I actually threw up. Fang Yuan, it's so hard, just give up. Stay in class 3 in another year and a half, it'll be the high school entrance exam. Yitong patted my back and said. No way, I refused firmly. Am I the kind of person who gives up easily? I don't believe I can endure a month and a half of hardship. Just like when I worked as a laborer at Mr. Chen's house, the more my body ached, the more I pushed it. I wouldn't let anyone treat me like that, not even my own body. Since my stomach loves to vomit so much, I won't eat tomorrow night. Let's see what it has to vomit then. I've made up my mind to give it my all. No one can talk me out of it. Liang Qiwen knows my temperament. He doesn't comment on what I want to do unless it's something bad. In the days that followed, I dedicated all my time to studying, memorizing vocabulary with Mr. Chen and solving math problems with Mr. Jiang. Even on weekends, I stayed at Mr. Chen's house. I found myself in a situation where I was going head-to-head with myself and refusing to compromise. Sometimes I even dreamed about solving problems, and when I woke up in the middle of the night, I couldn't tell if I was awake or dreaming. The flaws I repeatedly hammered away at would no longer be flaws. Besides studying, I would also gut the frogs caught by Liang Qiwen, place them under the sun to dry, and leave them until all the moisture had evaporated. Every month, there was a small mock exam in class. After this period of diligent study, I had some confidence in the exams. When the test papers are handed out, I smile to myself, as many of the questions are ones I've encountered while practicing. A good memory is no substitute for a pen and paper is truly a timeless truth. I carefully verified the answers and wrote them on the exam paper, striving for meticulousness to ensure no points were lost due to carelessness. After the exam, I felt confident that I would achieve a good score this time. Seeing Zhou Huan frown as he walked out of the classroom, I couldn't help but ask him. In a good mood, I didn't mind chatting with him for a moment. Oh, I didn't do well this time, Zhou Huan said with a gloomy expression, which made me chuckle. I thought to myself, if this had been the midterm exam, Zhou Huan, my biggest threat, would have underperformed, and my chances of winning would have increased. It's okay, it's not the high school entrance exam. There will be plenty of opportunities. Just pay more attention to the questions next time. I comforted him insincerely. Hey, I want to go check my score with Mr. Zhou. Want to come with me? Zhou Huan asked, sounding unenthusiastic. His suggestion was exactly what I wanted. So I followed Zhou Huan to the office to find Mr. Zhou. After learning our intentions, Mr. Zhou handed us the test papers. I eagerly looked at the score on the exam paper, wanting to know the results of my hard work over the past few days. The prominent red mark, with a big 94 written on it, made my heart skip a beat. All right. I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Wow, Fang Yuan, you got 94 points. Mr. Chen hurriedly leaned in to look at the score, exclaiming in astonishment. Seeing her expression, I couldn't help but feel incredibly proud. Even Zhou teacher, who never gave me a second glance, looked at me differently this time. Lately, my attitude toward studying has been evident to everyone. Fang Yuan, you did really well this time, Zhou Huan said to me. Just average, third in the class. I scratched my head and straightened my back. If you hadn't performed poorly, you would have done better than me. I smiled and looked at the test paper in front of him. At a glance, my smile faded. 99 points. You call that not doing well? I picked up his test paper. The entire sheet had only one mistake in a judgment question. You call this not doing well? I finally knew what it felt like to grind my teeth in anger. Why the hell didn't you just die? I looked at Zhou Huan in front of me and couldn't help but curse inwardly. I almost ground my molars to dust. If I were to pretend to be modest, I never would have thought it would turn out to be true. After the results for the 3 subjects came out, I really did end up third in the class. This is already my limit, and in just 1 week, it's midterm exams. After the exams, there will be new subjects added, including physics, and then it will be even harder for me to get first in the class. This Zhou Huan is truly unbelievably strong. On a 320-point exam, he scored 315 and still said he didn't do well. How can I tolerate that? Zhou Huan, I must get first place this time. I can only say sorry, brother. Chapter 130. There are 2 ways to improve your ranking: keep working hard or bring down your opponents. Working hard is difficult, but there are plenty of ways to bring down your opponents. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so bad, but Zhou Huan is a real obstacle. The threat is too great. To be honest, even if you copy the answers openly, you can't guarantee there won't be any mistakes, but he can. Don't underestimate the gap between third place and first place. It's a huge chasm that's extremely difficult to cross. I don't have the confidence to surpass him in grades, so I can only eliminate him. Oh no, it's going to rain. On the way home from school, I looked up at the sky filled with dark clouds and thought to myself, this isn't good. So I quickly borrowed Yitong's phone and called home, asking my dad to help bring in the dried frogs from the backyard. Times have changed, my family now has a phone too. Fang Yuan, why did you dry so many frogs? Yitong put away his phone and asked curiously. What else? To tease Zhou Huan, of course. At first I was curious too. Why make me catch frogs? This guy is so sneaky, he must have planned this all along. Liang Qiwen said with a light snort. Sure enough, he knows me best. What do you mean? Posting some toads can handle Zhou Huan? Yi Tong remained confused. That night at Qin's widow's doorstep, Zhou Huan said he was catching frogs to treat his father's illness. I've looked into it. His father's condition requires long-term medication. The medicine requires dried toads as an ingredient. He went out late at night to catch frogs for his father. What does that mean? It means Zhou Huan is a devoted son. Though few people use it, it shouldn't be cheap either. After all, this time of year, there aren't many toads around. When the time comes, I'll stuff that big bag of dried toads into his arms. I'm sure it'll humble him. Moreover, it's just a midterm exam, not the high school entrance exam. It doesn't mean much. Even if he gets first place, he'll only get a few notebooks as a reward. But for me, it means something different. Plus, these toads require cleaning out their innards and drying, which is a lot of trouble. Is that really worth more than a few notebooks? This deal isn't bad for him. Goodness, Fang Yuan, you thought of this plan the day you promised Mr. Zhou? Yi Tong stared at me with wide eyes. That's obvious. The frogs have been drying for days. I'm not crazy. Working hard for a month to beat Zhou Huan, that's not a joke, is it? I knew Fang Yuan would find a way to do it. Su Wenqin smiled, biting her lip. Since she moved out to live alone, she has been smiling a lot more. But seriously, Fang Yuan, how did you do it? In just a month, you managed to get third in the class. Su Wenqin was also surprised. Just memorized it, I said honestly. There's no trick to it, it's all about memorizing with your brain. Constantly doing practice problems to reinforce the concepts and forcing myself to memorize every possible exam topic. But I can't remember them, Yi Tong asked. Because your brain is too small and doesn't have enough capacity. Go ask Uncle Yi to buy you some Sanlu formula milk. Once you turn into a big-headed baby, you'll remember everything. I joked, rubbing his forehead. Only God knows how much I suffered to memorize all this. I even doubted my brain was overloaded, which is why I felt like vomiting. Yi Tong, don't copy him and memorize things so rigidly. It's bad for your brain. Learning should be gradual. He can look at the schedule once and remember all the class times. Can you do that? Liang Qiwen said from the side. He was right. This method was mentally exhausting, but the results were undeniable. The downside is that it makes you hate studying even more. I just want to get first place as soon as possible and transfer to class 2. Otherwise, if I have to keep doing these practice problems every day, I'll really die. Then Fang Yuan, you won't have any rivals this time. Yi Tong also wanted me to transfer to class 2 so he'd have someone to play with. Not necessarily. There's still the second place student in the class, unless... I pondered, glancing toward the teacher's office. No way, if we get caught, it'll be a major offense. Liang Qiwen refused without a second thought. He knows me better than I know myself. Just as I was about to sneak a peek at the test paper, he noticed. I was just thinking about it. I wasn't planning to do anything. I turned my head away and snorted. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand a word, Yi Tong fidgeted nervously, completely clueless about the meaning behind Liang Qiwen's words. Because we often communicate with just our eyes. Plus, anything we couldn't agree on, we'd instinctively avoid mentioning around Yi Tong. He is the kind of person who craves excitement. If I told Yi Tong I wanted to peek at the exam paper, he'd just say, bring me along. It's so hard to learn good things, but it's so easy to learn bad ones. Uncle Yi had done so much for me I couldn't let Yi Tong go down the wrong path. A heavy downpour interrupted our casual chat. None of us had brought an umbrella, so we had to take shelter in the small store just outside the school gate. I stood in the innermost position because, being selfish, I wanted to use Liang Qiwen's body to block the occasional splashes of rain. Every time the rain splashed on his clothes, I would secretly smile to myself, enjoying this petty pleasure. Many students were taking shelter there, and the small shop was already crowded, with people standing shoulder to shoulder. Yet no one was standing near me. I thought I was at the center, with 2 pairs of shoes distance between me and the next person. Yi Tong and Su Wenqin were watching the rain up front, while I stood alone at the back, surrounded by a few female classmates who were deliberately keeping their distance from me. I lowered my head and sniffed. I had taken a shower in the past few days, and I hadn't gone fishing at night recently, so there was no fishy smell. Why did everyone avoid me like I had stepped in dog poop? Excuse me, could you let us through? A clear female voice reached my ears, sounding familiar. Before I could remember who it was, a slender figure pushed through the crowd and collided with me. Zuo Qian's hair was dripping wet, and her blouse was soaked in several places. She looked up in panic and, upon seeing that she had bumped into me, her expression grew even more flustered. I'm sorry. Before she could finish, she was knocked over again by Wang Min, who had pushed her in. Seeing that Zuo Qian was losing her balance and about to fall onto me, I quickly used my hand to support her forehead, helping her steady herself. That was close, she almost ended up on top of me. Liang Qiwen turned around and raised an eyebrow at me, his provocative gaze clearly begging for praise. I'm sure that was intentional on his part. I cursed him under my breath. What a lunatic. Seriously, pushing these two people next to me, does he want them to fight for my air and suffocate me? Liang Chuan hummed a tune under his breath, still enjoying himself as he pushed his way inside, causing Zuo Qian and Wang Min to press closer to me. I pulled the two of them to the wall behind me, spread my arms to create some space for them, then suddenly pushed backward, sending Liang Chuan flying out of the small shop. It was pouring rain outside, and he was instantly soaked to the bone. Chapter 131, The Old Man Who Fell in the Rain. Fang Yuan, you don't have to stay so far away from us. Zuo Qian looked around at the crowded students, noticing that only the two of them were separated from the crowd by the space I had created. You think you're pretty clever. I deliberately kept my distance from them. I didn't want any physical contact. The reason was simple, I was determined not to let my mind wander. You're not happy, are you? Wang Min puckered her lips, clearly displeased with my attitude. I turned my head and kept looking around the small store. What a pity they didn't sell any clips here. Though I had kept my distance, it was no more than the length of my arm. Why are you keeping your head down? Did you drop your money? I noticed Zuo Qian staring down at her hair and couldn't help asking. Your shoes are torn. Hearing my words, Zuo Qian lifted her head and looked at me. At that time, I was wearing flat canvas shoes because they were durable and suited my active lifestyle. The shoe was indeed torn, but not completely. My dad said it could still be worn, and I agreed, so I kept wearing them. Then fix it for me, I said, looking into Zuo Qian's bright eyes. Her eyes were large and round, just like the dried toads in my family's home. I don't know how, she said, looking at me helplessly. You don't even know how to do this? Whoever marries you will be so unlucky. I snorted lightly. I felt secretly pleased because I could. I'm much better than her. At that moment, laughter erupted from the crowd. Everyone knew I loved to watch the commotion. So I immediately left Zuo Qian and Wang Min behind and pushed my way toward the crowd, nearly driving myself crazy with anxiety, afraid of missing any interesting scenes. When I finally managed to push my way to the outer perimeter, all I saw was an old beggar who had slipped and fallen on the wet ground due to the rain. The bottles he had picked up were scattered all over the ground, and the old man was lying on the ground, struggling to get up. Hearing the laughter of the students around me, I had no idea what was so funny. If my dad had been there, I dared not laugh out loud, for his slap would have landed on my head without hesitation. Since the incident of running away from home, my father has rarely hit me. Sometimes when I upset him, he would just pretend to hit me, but if I mocked someone else's helplessness, he would really hit me. Liang Chuan stood on the outskirts, staring coldly at the old man. Seeing that the old man hadn't managed to stand up after all that effort, I pushed through the crowd and walked out. After helping the old man up, I knelt down to pick up the bottles for him. I glanced back at the crowd. The mocking laughter stopped abruptly. At school, there weren't many who dared to cross me. Liang Chuan silently walked over to my side, squatted down, and helped me pick up the bottles, placing each one into the old man's snakeskin bag. Yi Tong and Su Wenqin wanted to help, but I stopped them. They were too frail, getting wet in the rain might make them catch a cold. Thank you, young man, the old man said, taking the bag and thanking us before shuffling onward. Liang Chuan and I were completely soaked by the rain, but getting a little wet wasn't so bad, it actually felt quite refreshing. What were you laughing about earlier? Was it that funny? I looked at the classmates taking shelter from the rain in the small shop and asked through gritted teeth. This is the so-called education at our school. Besides basic arithmetic, even the most basic principles of respecting the elderly and caring for the young have gradually faded out of the curriculum. Were you laughing because he is old and can't move properly, or because he fell over and looked ridiculous? I always thought my education was terrible because I was always causing trouble and had a bad attitude, but these people's education was even worse. They would mock others' misfortune. You were the one laughing the loudest just now. Come out. I pointed at the boy standing at the edge. I didn't laugh, he said timidly, looking at me. I dragged him out of the store. I had seen it with my own eyes, he was the one laughing the loudest, even bending over with laughter. Tell me, what is so funny? Explain the joke to me, I demanded. The boy lowered his head, looking like he knew he was wrong. This expression was all too familiar to me, it was like a carbon copy of my own. He wasn't truly sorry, he was just afraid of me. Isn't he looking ridiculous now? Why aren't you laughing? I looked at the boy, who was soaking wet, and asked his friends. You've really read your books into the dog's belly, I said, pointing at them angrily. I raised my hand, instinctively wanting to slap him on the head, but then thought better of it and lowered it. Suddenly, I recalled Ms. Jiang's expression when she had taught me. Her feelings at that moment must have been the same as mine now. The older I got, the more I admired Ms. Jiang. After teaching for so many years, she must have encountered countless mischievous children like me, yet she still taught us with such dedication. It must have been incredibly difficult. Show some compassion in the future, you bunch of troublemakers. I waved my hand. The boy and his friends ran off in the pouring rain, as if their lives depended on it. Sometimes I really don't know what to say. I've never hit a classmate, so I don't understand why they're so afraid of me. I'm not Zhang Tao, I don't kick people just because I don't like them. I walked into the small shop, took off my shirt, and squeezed out the rainwater. Liang Qiwen was standing under the eaves, soaking wet. He rarely ever went shirtless outside, only taking off his clothes when he went swimming. Fang Yuan, you look just like a teacher earlier, Yitong said, giving me a thumbs up. Really? I scratched my head. I just thought those boys were being a bit too much, so I couldn't help but say a few words. Yes, you were so serious, even a bit fierce. But you said that if you see an old person fall, you don't need to help them if they're not seriously injured, and if they're seriously injured, you shouldn't help them either, because it's pointless if they're already dead. I was going to help at first, but then I remembered what you said, so I didn't. Yitong looked at me and said. I looked up and exchanged a glance with Liang Qiwen. Damn, I forgot. I should have turned away indifferently and pretended not to see. It's all those idiots' fault for making me laugh so hard. I forgot. Here, Yitong, go buy a few bottles of Coke. I'll punish myself with one. I slipped the wrung-out shirt back onto my body. It was still wet, but at least it wasn't as sticky anymore. After all, there were female students at the convenience store and it wasn't appropriate to be shirtless. If you want a Coke, just say so. Why punish yourself? Yitong rolled her eyes at me and turned to buy the Coke. I looked up at the eaves, where the rainwater was sliding down the tiles and dripping into the muddy puddles. Drip, drip, in sync with my heartbeat. I couldn't help but wonder what had come over me. Why had I suddenly become so righteous? Had I been possessed by some evil spirit? Sure enough, whenever I encountered that woman, Zuo Qian, nothing good ever came of it. Chapter 132, Conspiracy. I wouldn't recommend betting on others' kindness, because it's not a good deal. A simple thank you doesn't come close to the risks involved. But in my case, it's different. Because I'm the kind of person who never forgets a grudge. That old man who fell down, if he dares to lie there and extort money from me, I'll ask everyone in the town until I find out where he lives. Then, when he gets up at night, I'll put on a hood and kick him. Whatever he extorts from me, he'll pay back in medical expenses. Not a penny will be spared. Fang Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so compassionate. Zuo Qian walked over to me and whispered softly. Was she complimenting me? If I remember correctly, this is the first time she has ever complimented me. Since elementary school, the most common things I've heard her say are, Fang Yuan, you can't do that. What you're doing is wrong. You're being too much, and so on. That said, after spending some time with her, I don't dislike her anymore. Being praised by her made me feel a little proud. But you shouldn't be so harsh to your classmates. I saw she was about to lecture me again, and my face immediately fell. Alright, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say anything. Zuo Qian tugged at her skirt hem, noticing my impatience, and didn't continue. We stared at each other, and the conversation came to an abrupt halt. Seeing that the rain had stopped, I picked up the Coke Yitong had bought and turned to leave the small shop. I had important things to do. I didn't have time to waste here with her. Yitong, you go to Mr. Chen S for tutoring and ask him to excuse me. I need to go see Zhou Huan. I knew that if I went to ask Miss Chen for a leave of absence, she probably wouldn't approve. I had no choice but to act first and ask for permission later. Yitong nodded. This matter concerned my transfer to another class, so he wouldn't refuse. I returned home, took a quick shower, and changed into some clean clothes. I packed all the dried frogs I had sun-dried over the past few days into a large bag. This was my first time visiting Zhou Huan's house, so I wasn't familiar with the area. After asking several people in the village, I finally found out where his house was. Even before I entered Zhou Huan's house, I could smell the scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Zhou Huan. I stood at the door and called out. A few coughs came from inside the room, followed by a middle-aged man stepping out. Are you Zhou Huan's classmate? He's not home, the man said to me while coughing. He must be Zhou Huan's father. His complexion didn't look very good. Uncle, where did he go? I need to see him. I asked politely. When dealing with elders, I always maintain proper manners. He should be at the village entrance. Zhou Huan's father pointed in the direction not far away. Thank you, uncle. After bidding farewell to his father, I hurried toward the village entrance. Zhou Huan was indeed there. I saw him pulling his pant legs up high, catching frogs in the field. It had just stopped raining, making it the perfect time to catch frogs. Walking over to the bag behind him, I peeked inside. The large bag contained only 2 small frogs. I noticed another area where he wasn't as skilled as me. He wasn't as good at catching frogs as I was. He didn't know how to choose the right spot. To catch frogs, you had to go to places near irrigation channels, where there were far more than in the fields. The area near Mrs. Chen's house was indeed a good spot for catching frogs, but Zhou Huan probably wouldn't dare go there again. Hey, Zhou Huan. I called out to him. He turned around and saw me, looking a bit confused. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here? I came here specifically to find you and bring you a special gift. I raised my eyebrows. This is a gift you won't be able to refuse. Zhou Huan wiped the sweat off his face and walked toward me in confusion. When he saw the bag full of toads in my hands, he was so surprised that his mouth dropped open. For me? He stared intently at the bag in my hands. Of course. We've been in the same class since we were kids, and we've known each other for 6 or 7 years. I tossed the bag to Zhou Huan with a flattering smile. Mr. Jiang always says you're smart and destined for great things. Just like I thought. You'll definitely be the most capable person in our class. I wrapped my arm around his shoulder, acting very familiar. Fang Yuan, stop laughing. I'm scared. Zhou Huan took the bag and looked at me warily. This guy is so ungrateful. He takes everything without giving anything in return. Why doesn't he have any sense of gratitude? What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. I rolled my eyes at him. You're lucky I'm giving you a smile, and you can't even appreciate it. You change your face too quickly. Just say it straight, what do you want me to do? Zhou Huan was still pretty sharp. Since I had come to find him specifically and given him such a generous gift, he could probably guess what I was after. So I told him about my agreement with Mr. Zhou. Alright, then. I'll intentionally get a few questions wrong on the midterm exam. He nodded. After all, a meaningless exam pales in comparison to his father's medicine. He knew exactly what was more important. I don't know about others, but Zhou Huan could definitely control his grades precisely. He had that confidence, but I didn't. I was worried that if I made a mistake and ended up scoring a few points lower than Zhou Huan, that would be the end of me. You didn't understand what I meant. I leaned in close to his ear and whispered. The temperature has been fluctuating a lot lately, you should be catching a cold. Actually, there were only the two of us there, but when plotting something, I had the habit of speaking very softly. I thought it would be safer if he didn't show up. You want me to pretend I'm sick? Zhou Huan was quite surprised. Someone like him, such a good student, probably hasn't even lied to his teacher before. You don't have to pretend. Just take a cold shower when the wind picks up at night. If you find it too difficult, just forget it. I thought you cared so much about your dad that you wouldn't even want to endure a little hardship. Seeing he was still hesitating, I snatched the bag back. I'd come up with the idea and used reverse psychology. If Zhou Huan still refused, I'd just assume I'd misjudged his filial piety. I hugged the bag and turned to leave, feeling more and more guilty as I walked away. Damn it, didn't he even try to stop me? He is more patient than a clothing store owner. Could I have misjudged this guy? He seems so filial, but is he really just a thankless bastard? After taking about 7 or 8 steps, my heart sank. For a moment, my heart was in turmoil. I hesitated whether to add some leverage or force him to repay the debt of saving his life in the pond last time. Morality, great kindness, filial piety, 3 chains weighing him down. That's right, today I'll force him to agree no matter what. I suddenly turned around, only to find him right behind me, nearly scaring me half to death. 9 steps. I thought you could make it to 10, Zhou Huan said with a mischievous smile, revealing his 2 fangs. Was he testing my patience, or just teasing me? Furious, I turned around and slapped him on the head. Damn it, he's so timid in front of Mrs. Qian, yet he uses all his cunning on me. Note, don't ask why there are 3 updates today. The old men love to read, so I have to update. This month has been busy, but next month I'll start with 3 updates. Chapter 133, The Beverage Stall. This Zhou Huan is really asking for it. It was a win-win situation, but he had to get hit on the head before agreeing to cooperate. I was just practicing my stress tolerance. Now I won't be so flustered when faced with problems in the future. He rubbed his head and hugged the bag to his chest. After spending all day trying to catch geese, he ended up getting pecked in the eye by a goose. I'd become his training partner. Fang Yuan, why do you want to go to class 2 so badly? Zhou Huan packed his things and walked alongside me on the field path. I just want to go. All my friends are in class 2. If I don't go to class 2, am I supposed to stay here and be Yang Feifei's desk partner? Who wouldn't want to stay with their best friend forever? That's nice. I've never had a true friend in my entire life, Zhou Huan said with a melancholy expression. I spoke honestly. It's not easy to be friends with someone as smart as him. If you don't have friends, just stay single. You'll meet someone eventually. I said with a dismissive wave of my hand. Don't force things. At the fork in the road, Zhou Huan and I went our separate ways. He is actually a decent person, but our personalities just don't mesh. Forcing ourselves to hang out together won't make any sense. After dealing with Zhou Huan, to be honest, a weight was lifted off my shoulders. Hey, Zhou Huan, I gave your father such a big gift and even saved your life. You owe me a big favor. Don't forget to repay me someday. Thinking about it, with someone like him, it's better to keep reminding him of the favor. Who knows, maybe one day he'll become wealthy and let me have a taste of his success. Alright, I'll remember. He turned around and smiled at me. I hope he is a grateful kid who knows how to repay a favor. After working so hard for so many days, my brain was exhausted. Plus, I didn't have to go to Mr. Chen's house for tutoring today, so I called Liang Qiwan and decided to go to town to relax and have some fun. I didn't bring Su Wenqin because she lives in town, and going out at night might cause her parents or neighbors to talk behind our backs. Coincidentally, Liang Qiwan was also planning to go to town. His fishing net was completely ruined, and he needed to buy a new one to continue earning money. As soon as I returned to the village, I saw him waiting for me at the village entrance. We rode our bicycles together, racing to see who could go faster, both standing up and pedaling with all our might. The breeze felt so refreshing. That feeling was truly wonderful. First, I accompanied Liang Qiwen to the store to buy a new fishing net. We took turns haggling with the shopkeeper, every penny counted. When the price was lowered, the shop owner didn't want to sell, so Liang Qiwen and I refused to leave, persistently haggling with him. Finally, the shop owner grew tired of it, and we managed to get the 60 yuan fishing net for 28 yuan. Saving 32 yuan is like making 32 yuan. After all, we only made that much in one night. Liang Qiwen is pretty tight-fisted, and I'm not much better. It's just that money is hard to come by, and we don't have many other sources of income, so we have to be careful with our spending. Let us buy a drink and stroll around the night market, I said to Liang Qiwen, looking at the stalls by the roadside. I haven't even prepared a gift for Mr. Cheng yet, and Teacher's Day is coming up soon. I've been busy reading lately. Sigh. Why does it feel like I'm busier studying than my dad is working? Let's just buy a bottle of mineral water. Drinking too much soda isn't good for your health, Liang Qiwen said, carrying a fishing net on his back. I knew him well, he was always so stingy. Stop pretending. I'll treat you, I said, pulling out a 10 yuan note from my pocket and speaking generously. Seeing me pay, Liang Qiwen's attitude changed immediately. There were several drink stalls on the street, but only one was set up farther away. There's a saying, good wine needs no bush. He set up his stall so far away, not clustering with the others, he must have something special. I pulled Liang Qiwen toward the stall. Young man, what would you like to drink? The owner asked with a smile. Anything is fine, as long as it's good. I'm not picky, but I just don't like plain water. Something with a bit of flavor, preferably sweet, would be best. Liang Qiwen didn't care either, as long as he wasn't paying. I glanced sideways and noticed the shop owner's movements were a bit stiff when he turned around, so I paid closer attention. Turns out he was disabled. No wonder he was alone at the stall. Probably because of his physical disability, he was ostracized by the other vendors and had no choice but to set up here. Sigh, it seems that bullying isn't just in schools, it's also common in real life. This couldn't help but remind me of the days in elementary school when I was bullied and looked at with strange eyes. I felt a surge of sympathy for the vendor. I silently decided that whenever I came to the night market in the future, I would only buy from his stall. Here you go, young man. The vendor handed the drinks to me and Liang Qiwen. I took a sip immediately and, to be honest, my earlier decision was already starting to waver. The taste wasn't great. Normally, I'm not picky about flavors, and I can tolerate anything that's not too bad. I turned to look at Liang Qiwen, and his brows were furrowed as he drank. How much is it? I thought better of it. After all, tastes vary, and the boss was running a business despite his mobility issues. 12 for 1 cup, 24 for 2, the boss replied with a smile. How much? I was taken aback. I just bought fishing nets from Liang Qiwen for 28, and you dare to sell these 2 cups of water for 24? 24. After confirming the owner hadn't made a mistake, I clenched the 10 yuan in my hand and grabbed Liang Qiwen's arm. In an instant, dozens of thoughts flooded my mind. I knew some vendors would rip off outsiders, but I lived here all my life and spoke the local dialect. In this area, which stall would dare to sell a drink for $5? That's why I didn't ask the price before ordering. 12 yuan for a cup? This isn't just treating me like an outsider, it's like they don't even see me as a person. Run? Liang Qiwen looked at me and whispered. I had indeed considered it, even thinking of overturning his stall and kicking the cripple's good leg. But not paying for a drink and running away, especially when the person is disabled. If this gets out and reaches my father's ears, I'm afraid I'll end up like this stall owner, limping on one leg for the rest of my life. Pay up, you pay, I gritted my teeth, lowering my head and speaking slowly, not even remembering how to breathe. Liang Qiwen rummaged through his pockets and reluctantly paid the money. I let go of his arm, leaving 5 clear fingerprints on Liang Qiwen's arm. All along, I thought I was pretty good at judging people, but I never expected to get such a big surprise. No wonder he was alone at this stall, there was a reason he was being pushed around. I held my drink, standing in front of the stall, reluctant to leave. I couldn't fight him, but enduring it was even harder. Sir, this drink is really tasty. Have you been to a big city before? I forced myself to smile and asked the vendor. I used to live in Xinguang City. It's so bustling there, with skyscrapers and cars everywhere. The vendor sighed. The difference between a town and a city is like night and day. Yi Tong had told me that the prosperity of Star City was unimaginable, and even his father couldn't make a name for himself there. I looked at the stall owner. He must have seen the world, and now he was back in the countryside, treating us like pigs to be slaughtered. I don't know how much a drink costs in the city, but here, you dare to sell it for 12 yuan a cup? That's gutsy. Chapter 134, The Embodiment of Justice. Your drink is delicious, 12 yuan isn't expensive at all. I took a big sip and couldn't help but smack my lips. You think so too? The vendor replied with a smile. But your stall is here. To be honest, business isn't easy. You don't even have a sign. People get thirsty and don't even notice you. Most vendors stick together, setting up stalls in groups, stir-fried noodles, drinks, toys all clustered together. People come to the night market to browse, eat, and drink, which helps boost sales. The sign is being made, it's not finished yet. We'll hang it up in a couple of days. The vendor replied, but I noticed his evasive gaze. It didn't seem like the truth. Thank goodness they didn't make a sign, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to rip off me and Liang Qiwen, this pair of unlucky souls. Sir, let me tell you, in business, you have to shout to attract customers, right? Without a sign, you have to shout even more. Just waiting for customers to come to you won't work. I tried to strike up a conversation with the vendor. Liang Qiwen glared at me with displeasure and whispered in my ear, why are you telling him all that? At this price, what kind of business is this? I'd like to tear down his stall. I rolled my eyes at him and continued chatting with the stall owner. My family also runs a business. My dad always says I'm too timid to shout out. Making money isn't that hard, you know? I blurted out without thinking. And your drink is really tasty. It's a shame there's no business. How about this? I'll help you hawk it for free. It'll give me a chance to practice my courage. The vendor looked at me, a bit surprised. After all, people like me weren't exactly common. Alright, young man, thanks a lot. Who wouldn't want some help with business? After all, who would turn down a chance to make money? Seeing that the vendor agreed, I didn't hesitate and stood beside the stall, shouting loudly. Don't miss out. The most famous drink in Starlight City, great value for money. Hey, sir, want to try a cup? It's delicious. I worked hard to promote the stall and attract customers, as if it were my own business. I would ask everyone who passed by. Hey, kid, is it really that good? Soon, a bald man with tattoos and a gold necklace thicker than my finger walked up to the stall with a few companions. Of course it is. Would I lie to you? You're not just anyone, your aura says you've seen the world. I flattered him. You're pretty smooth, the bald man snorted. I'm just telling the truth. Look around the street, who else looks as stylish as you? Flattery works every time. Even Mr. Chan falls for it. Who could resist? You're a shrewd little businessman, the bald man said, running his fingers over his shiny head, a smug smile spreading across his face. Behind him were a few companions. Everyone has a bit of vanity, and with me praising him like that, I gave him plenty of face. How could he not feel proud? How about a drink? I asked tentatively. After waiting so long, I finally caught this big fish. Alright, one for each of us. The bald man waved his hand and ordered a cup for each of his companions. Alright, the vendor replied cheerfully. There were 6 of them, 6 drinks, which came to $72. How could he not be happy? Soon, the drinks were ready. The bald man generously shared them with his companions behind him. But when he took his first sip, his eyebrows furrowed so tightly they could have crushed a fly. I waved my hand behind me, signaling Liang Qiwen to step back. Once the matter was settled, he faded into the background, keeping his identity hidden. At this point, it was important to minimize one's presence. How much is it? The bald man asked the vendor, his face already showing signs of displeasure. Liang Qiwen and I quietly stepped back a few paces and then jogged off to a safe distance. In those days, large-scale anti-gang operations hadn't yet begun, and to put it bluntly, street fights weren't uncommon. When I steadied myself and turned back, the bald man and the vendor were already arguing, but they were too far away for me to hear what they were saying. All I could see was the bald man pointing at the vendor while his companions had surrounded the stall. Fang Yuan, you're being too harsh, Liang Qiwen panted. What are you talking about? I'm helping him do business. How is that bad? Which merchant doesn't want customers coming in? The bald man was clearly dissatisfied, probably with the merchandise or the price. Could it be because he was upset by my shouting? If this were any decent merchant, I'd be giving him business, and he'd be thanking me. Just as we were talking, I saw the bald man flip over the vendor's stall and stomp it to pieces in a fit of rage. He didn't hit anyone, probably because he saw the vendor was limping. As it turned out, it had nothing to do with me. The stall owner was just doing business the way he was, and it was only a matter of time before something like this happened. He took my sympathy and turned it into a knife to slaughter me. Selling a cup of water for $12, the audience could see right through him. When you cross a ruthless person, the outcome is inevitable. If he had offered value for money, the bald man wouldn't have dared to act that way. In business, you have to be honest, not just set prices arbitrarily. Do you think that bald guy won't come after us? Liang Qiwen asked worriedly. He already smashed their stall and vented his anger. Why would he come after us? In the end, we're the ones who lost out because we actually paid the money and ended up being the suckers. Thinking about those $24, I can't help but feel upset. If the bald guy had bought it before us, we wouldn't have fallen for it. You're pretty good at shifting the blame. I said the stall owner ripped us off, and you're helping him get business. I thought you were just being overly sympathetic. Liang Qiwen patted my shoulder. I did feel sorry for him at first, but some people just aren't worth pitying. A bowl of fried noodles costs so little, yet he dares to charge $12 for a drink. Even if he put up a sign, I would have tolerated it. He is clearly just ripping people off one by one. This time, let us just consider it a lesson from the bald-headed boss. I hope he'll be more honest in his business dealings from now on. These days, people are very compassionate. Even if he were doing legitimate business, he'd have an easier time than most. Don't just think about getting rich quick. Especially when he is taking money from kids like me. $24 is so hard to earn. Liang Qiwen and I have to work half the night pulling fishing nets, and our hands are calloused from the work. For such unscrupulous merchants, we need someone like the bald-headed boss with the courage to say no. Don't just grit your teeth and accept your misfortune. If it weren't for fear of my father scolding me, I would have shut down this stall myself. Why bother going through the trouble of convincing the bald-headed big brother to play the role of a righteous hero? My stance on injustice has always been unwavering. Even if I ever go into business, I'll never sell subpar goods or set prices arbitrarily. Chapter 135, The Chance of Zero. Although the vendor received the punishment he deserved, I still feel a bit unhappy. We had agreed that I would treat everyone, but now Liang Qiwen has to foot the bill. But I never expected to encounter such a dishonest merchant. Under normal circumstances, 2 drinks for $10 is a no-brainer. It's okay, we're all friends here, Liang Qiwen patted me on the shoulder. After the bald man and the others had left, I deliberately went back to take a look at the mess at the scene and comfort my wounded heart. The vendor, dazed and disoriented, was slumped on the ground. When he saw me striding over, his eyes were filled with anger. Oomph, I snorted coldly. How dare he still dare to get angry? Qiwen, when doing business, you must always be down to earth. Otherwise, your legs will be broken by others. I patted Liang Qiwen on the shoulder, speaking loudly. Of course. If I ever cheat anyone, let them tear down my stall, Liang Qiwen replied obediently. The two of us stood in front of the destroyed stall, putting on a show, making the stall owner's face turn pale with anger. If mockery isn't directed at someone's face, it's meaningless. I couldn't see the stall owner's expression, so the bald man's sense of justice would have been in vain. He was standing up for my injustice. As we walked and shopped with Liang Qiwen through the night market, I couldn't help but feel a bit down, maybe because of the stall owner's mood. We browsed many shops but couldn't find a suitable gift for Miss Chen. However, I spotted a desk lamp. I noticed that Ms. Jiang prepares lessons and grades assignments every night, and her lamp is old and dim, which could strain her eyes over time. Teacher's Day is coming up, and it wouldn't be right to give a gift to Ms. Chen and not to Ms. Jiang. So I borrowed $30 from Liang Qiwen and bought the desk lamp. Being friends with me has been a real misfortune for Liang Qiwen. If I ask him to buy me a drink, he'll make excuses, but when I ask him for money, he never refuses, even if he is reluctant. The next day was the weekend. Yitong didn't go to tutoring, but I went to Ms. Chen's house early to ensure I got first place. You're here so early. But the teacher doesn't have time today, she has to go to town. You can do your homework at home, and if you have any questions, ask my mom. Ms. Chen was wearing a beautiful long dress and was getting ready to go out early in the morning. Ms. Chen, are you dating someone? I took out my textbook and asked curiously. She never wore makeup before today, she was all dressed up. Could she be going on a date? Mind your own business and do your homework. She gave me a disapproving look as her high heels clicked on the floor. I couldn't help but silently pray. I hoped the man she was on a date with would die peacefully and suffer less. After Ms. Chen left, it was just me and Ms. Jiang at home. Ms. Jiang also cooked lunch. Many times, I felt like this place was more like my second home. Ms. Jiang was like my mother, and Ms. Chen and I were like siblings. There was no longer the awkwardness from when I first arrived a year ago. Jiang teacher and I would even chat while sitting at the dinner table. In the afternoon, I split firewood while Ms. Jiang sat in the courtyard basking in the sun, occasionally giving me problems to solve. She has an old palm fan, and I often see her holding it in her hands, wondering if it has any special meaning. Are you tired, Fang Yuan? Take a break if you're tired, Ms. Jiang asked kindly while lying on the chair. No, I'm not tired, I shook my head. This was no big deal. Every time I split firewood, I tried to gather as much as possible to avoid running out for cooking. Ms. Jiang was getting older, and Mr. Chen didn't do any chores, so I relied on my labor. Math requires flexibility, you can't just apply formulas blindly. It's manageable in middle school, but in high school and college, the problems become increasingly complex, Ms. Jiang said, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. I understood what she meant, but to improve quickly in a short time, this was the simplest method I knew. As for high school and college, I don't know if I'll be able to attend, but for subjects like math, if you're not proficient, it's not very useful beyond passing exams. Alright, I understand, I replied while splitting wood. I can tell you're just letting it go in one ear and out the other, Ms. Jiang said with a helpless expression. Teacher, you know I'm not interested in studying. Most of this knowledge won't be useful in real life. Besides, I just want to be a police officer, catching criminals. I think that kind of life has meaning, not sitting in an office with a high degree waiting for a promotion. To be honest, I still don't understand why being a police officer requires a degree. Investigating crimes can be done by professionals. A police officer just needs to memorize the laws and regulations, follow the rules, and be quick on their feet. That's all it takes, right? I see on TV that some troublemakers who reform can become police officers. Why do I have to go to school if I want to be a police officer? Mr. Jiang, what do you think is the meaning of education for children who don't perform well academically, besides learning right from wrong? I couldn't help but ask curiously. As my father said, education is about learning how to be a good person, but moral education is only taught in elementary school. By middle school, high school, and even university, no one cares about such things anymore. So what's the point of a child who doesn't do well in school and isn't interested in learning continuing to study? Just wasting time and wasting my family's money? I want to be a police officer, but to become one, I have to spend countless hours learning knowledge that is completely irrelevant to the job. Shouldn't they be cultivating my sense of justice and moral standards instead? Because society needs a long time to discover your strengths and then focus on cultivating them. Miss Chen had quietly come up behind me and tapped my head as she answered. Is there anything else you don't understand? I'll explain it to you today. Mr. Jiang walked back to the room fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, and Miss Chen immediately sat down, smiling at me. Your answer is just as good as no answer at all. I rolled my eyes. Clearly, Miss Chen's answer didn't help me at all. What do you mean it's the same as not answering? Elementary school, middle school, high school, these are stages. If you're particularly good at the humanities, you can pursue a career as a writer. If you're good at math, you can participate in the Olympics. If you're good at English, you can become a translator. The country needs diverse talents. And what can a child your age do without studying? School is a small society. You need to adapt to campus life to gradually understand the complexity of human nature. Only then can you live a stable life in society. Mr. Chen lay back in his chair, looking very composed. When one's mind is not yet mature, they need teachers to guide them. Entering society too early is an unstable factor. She was clearly pointing at me, just short of saying I was an unstable factor. Put. I waved the axe dismissively. Mr. Chen, let me ask you this, if someone like me can't become a police officer and doesn't have a legitimate job, even if I stay in school for years, what are the chances I'll end up doing something bad? I looked at Ms. Chen and asked. The probability is 0. She looked at me without hesitation. Chapter 136, Duty Day. I looked at her in surprise, as I didn't have much confidence in myself. Come here, Ms. Chen beckoned to me. I put down the axe and reluctantly approached her, feeling like she might suddenly lose her temper, grab my ear, and demand, you still want to do something bad, huh? Lean your head closer, she said, batting her eyelashes. I cautiously leaned forward, watching her every move. If she made a move, I'd bolt immediately. Ms. Chen pulled out a jade pendant from her pocket and gently slipped it around my neck. It's for you. I stood up and took the jade pendant. It was the same broken piece I had admired earlier. Do you know what kind of bird this is? Ms. Chen asked, looking at me. I shook my head. A crane. As the records of the Grand Historian says, how can sparrows understand the ambitions of a crane? It symbolizes lofty aspirations. I've heard of it. I nodded. After all, Cao Cao said something similar in the Three Kingdoms. It's actually just a swan. Do you like it? Mr. Chen asked, smiling as he ruffled my hair. I always say I'm a swan, but I don't even know what one looks like. I wanted to buy one too, but it was broken. I touched the broken corner of the jade pendant. A broken jade pendant? That's a symbol of royalty. A king? A king among people? That sounds weird, like a sausage. Wear this jade pendant given by the teacher, and you won't be able to do bad things. Seal away all those bad thoughts. Mr. Chen drew circles with his finger, pointing at the jade pendant as if performing a ritual. She's really so childish. Did she leave her brain in town? Why did you give me this? I asked, puzzled. It's not even a holiday, and besides, it's only students who give gifts to teachers, not the other way around. It's a reward for you. Yesterday after school, the teacher saw you stand up for what's right and even scolded your classmates. That's good, very good. She tried to reach out and touch my head, but I dodged her. Are you spying on me? This is so strange. How does she know everything I do? Even when I beat up Lai San's dog, she saw it. Yes, so you can't do anything bad. I'm always watching you. She made a gesture as if she were monitoring me. Alright, you're watching me, I wouldn't dare. I continued splitting wood in silence. Miss Chen lay back in her chair, humming a tune, basking in the sun, looking every bit the part of a landowner, keeping an eye on her only free laborer. Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was time for the midterm exams. Zhou Huan, that adorable comrade, couldn't take the exam because she caught a cold. Oh well, such a young age and already so frail, truly a pity. But it's okay. He can't be first in the class, someone has to be, like me. All these days of effort, just for this moment. I've never been this serious before. The midterm exam results wouldn't be released for 2 more days. Mr. Zhou walked into the classroom holding the test papers, his face as pale as a ghost. Sitting below, I kept taking deep breaths, feeling quite nervous. First place, Fang Yuan. Only when he called out my name did my heart finally settle. I slammed my fist on the desk in relief. The sound of the impact drew the attention of the entire class, but I didn't care. Mr. Zhou, do you still stand by what you said? I stood up and asked. Mr. Zhou looked at me. Though his expression wasn't pleasant, he didn't back down. During the exam, he had been watching me closely and must have known that I hadn't cheated. I had earned first place on my own merit. I underestimated you. Although Zhou Huan was sick and couldn't take the exam, your score is good enough to rank in the top 10 in the grade. You're quite capable. Move your desk out, Mr. Zhou said, shaking his head. This class change was final and couldn't be changed arbitrarily. I knew Mr. Zhou was also in a difficult position, but what could he do? As a man and a teacher, he had made a promise in front of so many colleagues and couldn't go back on his word. Upon hearing his words, I quickly moved my desk out of the classroom and followed him all the way to class 2. Mr. Chen was teaching in the classroom. Upon seeing Mr. Zhou and me behind him, he immediately understood what was happening. You really came over. Mr. Chen maintained a serious demeanor as a teacher at school, rarely smiling, but he was a completely different person in private. If we didn't let him come, who knows what trouble he'd cause. Besides, we already promised him. Breaking our word would set a bad example for the students. Mr. Zhou's few words were accompanied by at least 5 sighs. I bet he must have endured a lot of frustration over this matter at the rice cooker. Alright, Fang Yuan, move the desk inside and find a spot at the back for now. We'll see if we need to adjust the seating later. Mr. Chen pointed coldly toward the back of the room. Alright. I carried the desk to the corner at the back of the classroom. The back row by the window Wang's hometown. Ah, this is the campus life I've always wanted. After all I've been through, I'm finally back. Yi Tong and Liang Qiwen already knew I was coming to class 2, so they didn't react much. However, Wang Min and Zuo Qian kept turning around to look at me throughout the entire class, as if they had seen a ghost. I leaned on the desk, quietly listening to Mr. Chen's lecture, feeling as though I had returned to my first year of middle school. Fang Yuan, stay after school to clean up. As soon as school let out, Wang Min walked over to me and said coldly. Are you kidding me? I just got here today. I couldn't believe my ears. I had just arrived, and she wanted me to clean up? My name wasn't even on the duty roster. Who told you to sit at the back? Today it's your turn to clean with me. Wang Min puckered her lips, looking just like a toad spitting out air. Fine, I'm in a good mood today. I won't argue with you. I replied sarcastically. Anyway, everyone has to take turns cleaning, so it doesn't matter if it's a day earlier or later. Classroom duty doesn't really require much cleaning. When I was in elementary school, I just did it half-heartedly. But Wang Min was meticulous about everything, whether it was wiping windows or the podium, just like someone with OCD, making sure every speck of dust was gone. Fang Yuan, can you be more careful? You're just going through the motions. Look, you didn't even wipe it clean, Wang Min said, pointing at the window I had wiped. That's why I don't like working with women. They're so picky and talk too much. Yi Tong and the others were still waiting for me at the school gate. We had planned to celebrate together tonight. At this rate, it'll take at least an hour. Just give it a quick wipe. Even if you clean it perfectly, it'll get dirty again tonight when the wind blows. Why bother? I really don't understand who does their chores like her. Hearing me say that, she immediately got fired up and started chattering nonstop. She started talking about how one should be serious and responsible when doing things, and it made my head spin. The stronger you act now, the worse you'll be in my imagination tonight. I tossed the rag into the bucket and spoke bluntly. Wang Min was taken aback at first, but then she caught the underlying meaning in my words, and her face turned bright red. You're a jerk. You're a man, can't you just give me a break? To be honest, I've already been lenient enough with her. If it weren't for the fact that she wiped my wounds earlier and I remembered her kindness, I would have cursed her out long ago. If I really let you have your way all the time, you'd just be unhappy. I said after glancing at her. No way, I'd be very, very happy. She hurriedly replied. Really? I feigned disbelief. Really? Wang Min nodded firmly. Seeing this, I started to walk out, not wanting to keep Yi Tong and the others waiting too long. Where are you going? Seeing me leave, Wang Min stopped me and asked in confusion. Going back. You haven't finished your duty yet, and I haven't left either. She looked at me in surprise. But you told me to let you do everything, right? I'm doing exactly what you said. You can sweep the floor, you can wipe the windows, you can do all the work. Isn't that very, very nice of me, huh? Taking advantage of Wang Min's momentary distraction, I slipped out of the classroom. There really are all kinds of people in this world, making such unreasonable demands. I really had to satisfy her bizarre obsession. Chapter 137, Fishing. As soon as I stepped out of the classroom door, I saw Liang Qiwen. I was wondering why you were so slow today. Someone else here, huh? Liang Qiwen smiled smugly. Who's that? I squinted at him. My brain must have been boiled in a hot pot. After all, being on duty isn't something that happens every day. I think Wang Min has a crush on you, Liang Qiwen said, putting his arm around my shoulder. We're not friends, why are you still here? I pushed his hand away. This guy is like poison. Last time, he kept going on and on in front of me, making me think I was some kind of heartthrob. In the end, I actually went and asked Zuo Qian. Who could understand that awkward feeling of having to eat a bun to hide it, while trying not to look too awkward? This is my face, not a curb for people to step on, I said, slapping my own face. If I had listened to him and gone to ask Wang Min, she would have laughed at me until graduation. How would I ever survive in school? If I had asked today, by tomorrow the whole school would have heard about it, and everyone would be laughing at me behind my back. They say I'm narcissistic, thinking the class beauty has a crush on me. Based on my years of clinical experience, this time I'm absolutely certain, Liang Qiwen insisted. Get lost, I said. Even if I was lying, it was only half true. Liang Qiwen's words were always off the mark, they were complete nonsense. A month's worth of coke bet or not? If I'm wrong, I'll buy you a month's worth of coke. If you're wrong, you don't have to do anything. Liang Qiwen, the stingy guy, was actually betting so much. This made me pause for a moment. No way, I'll be laughed to death. Though I didn't care much about others' opinions, I didn't want to give them a reason to laugh either. Just rephrase it. Ask her out tomorrow and see how she reacts. Liang Qiwen is really persistent. But then I thought about it. Just asking one question could get me a month's worth of coke from him. That's a pretty good deal. Whoever backs out is a turtle. I pointed at Liang Qiwen to make sure he didn't tee back out. Alright, if she refuses, I'll leave a month's worth of cola money at the convenience store right now. I won't go back on my word. He swore solemnly. I steeled myself and walked over to the window. Wang Min was cleaning the window. Our eyes met, and she turned away angrily when she saw me. This woman is playing hard to get and getting angry. Seeing her like this, I immediately wanted to leave, but then I thought about that month's worth of coke. Well, I stammered for a while, feeling like my mouth was glued shut. What are you talking about? If you're apologizing, just forget it. I don't deserve it, Wang Min said, pouting as usual. I turned to look at Liang Qiwen, who was hiding nearby, and for the first time, I felt that speaking was so difficult. Do you want to go out and play tomorrow? After saying that, I looked left and right, up and down, pretending to be very busy. Poof. Wang Min crossed her arms across her chest, turned her head away, and snorted disdainfully. Never mind then. I waved my hand dismissively. With her attitude, it was obvious. I'd better go to the convenience store and drink my coke. What are we going to do? Wang Min asked as I was about to leave. Let's go fishing. I mentioned it offhandedly. What's so fun about fishing? I don't even know how to do it. Wang Min wiped the window, hesitating. Never mind. Hey, I didn't say I wasn't going. Wang Min was clearly annoyed by my impatient attitude. It's not that I'm saying she is troublesome, but she really is. If you're going, just go. If you're not, just say so. Why ask so many questions and drag your feet? Just tell me if you're going or not, I asked Wang Min. I'll go. I've never fished before, so I'll give it a try. Wang Min nodded in agreement. I furrowed my brow. Damn it, my coke is gone. Then meet at the village entrance at 9 tomorrow morning. Clean the windows properly. I've given you all the work and you don't even have to make breakfast. I should have never let you do it. I pouted, unable to help feeling sorry for myself. That was a month's worth of cola. You. Wang Min glared at me, angrily wiping the window, each stroke forceful. It seemed like she was about to start a fight with the window. See? I told you. With a master's guidance, results are immediate. At the corner, Liang Qiwen leaned against my shoulder with a smug expression. What results? Didn't you see her expression? She looked like I owed her money. She's just curious. She's never gone fishing before. I rolled my eyes at him. If she agreed to go out with me, that meant she was interested in me, right? Then Zuo Qian must be interested in me too. Crazy. Liang Qiwen insisted on arguing with me, boasting about being an expert in emotions. Put. I knew him well enough. When he saw that girl named Xiaohan, he couldn't even muster a single word, yet he came to me and acted all cool. The next morning after breakfast, I grabbed 2 fishing rods and waited at the village entrance. Don't ask why I didn't go to tutoring, I quit. I waited until 9:10 before Wang Min finally showed up. What are you wearing? We're going fishing, not shopping. I looked at her speechlessly. The path to the wild pond was covered in mud, and she was wearing a long skirt and brand new white sneakers. I didn't know, Wang Min pouted. I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten an important item, the clothespins. Don't cry if your dress gets dirty, I said, holding the fishing rod and walking ahead. When we arrived at the wild pond, I baited the hook for her, acting all gentlemanly, as if I were the only one who knew how to do it. The bait we used for fishing was earthworms I had dug up from the vegetable garden, fat and plump. I was sure we wouldn't come back empty-handed today. Wang Min was wearing a long skirt, and there was nowhere to sit by the pond, so she had to hold onto the hem of her skirt and squat down with me. Seeing how uncomfortable she was, I gave her the bucket I had prepared for the fish to sit on. Strangely enough, I started to wonder if all the fish in the pond had been caught by Liang Qiwen. After half a day, we hadn't caught a single fish, just small ones nibbling at the bait. As the sun grew hotter, it was almost noon, and my mood began to grow irritable. Wang Min, however, didn't seem to mind. She looked around at the scenery, played in the water, and acted like she was on a vacation. After a morning of hard work, I came up empty-handed, and I felt a bit embarrassed. On the way here, I had even boasted a bit. Just then, the float suddenly dipped. I gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands. This was a big one. I didn't pull it hard but instead reeled it in slowly, waiting until the fish was exhausted before dragging it out of the water. Fang Yuan, it's a fish. It's a fish. Wang Min was very excited beside me. All that was nonsense, didn't I know it was a fish? Quick, get the net. I hurriedly told Wang Min. This morning had finally paid off. It must have weighed 8 or 9 pounds. This weight was enough to make it onto my fishing record. Chapter 138, The Position of Class Monitor. Wang Min excitedly grabbed the net and scooped up the only catch of the morning. I quickly removed the hook, already imagining how I would brag to my dad when I got home. Just then, Wang Min slipped or stepped on her skirt, stumbled, and the fish in the net fell to the ground. As the fish was about to jump back into the water, I dived forward and managed to grab a scale. The fish, right under my nose and in the palm of my hand, slipped straight into the pond. I lay on the bank, no longer caring about the mud on my body, staring at the ripples on the water's surface, my heart filled with endless regret. I'm sorry, Fang Yuan, I didn't mean to, Wang Min said, holding the net, standing there helplessly. What good does saying sorry do? A fish that weighs over 10 pounds, do you think it'll come back just because you apologize? I sighed deeply, wanting to throw the fishing rod into the pond. I'll buy you another one at the market. Don't be so mean, Wang Min said, though her apology lacked sincerity. But a fish bought from the market could never be the same as one you caught yourself. I hung my head, and just thinking about the fish slipping out of my hands made my heart ache. Forget it, don't bother. I said coldly, picking up the fishing rod and walking away in silence. I didn't want her to compensate me, but I was definitely upset. Wang Min pouted and followed behind me, looking all wronged. Fang Yuan, wait for me. My stomach hurts so much. Just as I reached the village entrance, Wang Min clutched her stomach and shouted. Lazy people have a lot of bowel movements. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look at her. There were plenty of thatched huts with outhouses in the village, so there was no need to worry about finding a toilet. Are you done yet? After waiting for several minutes, I grew impatient and urged her. Fang Yuan, could you please go buy me a sanitary pad? Wang Min said timidly from inside the outhouse. Compared to her usual loud and brash tone, her voice was now soft and gentle. What a hassle. As a second-year middle school student, I already knew a thing or two about such matters, thanks to Liang Qiwen, who had taught me a bit about women's needs. The small store was just a short walk away, so I figured I could at least help her out with this small favor. I couldn't just leave her there. A pack of sanitary pads cost 7.5 yuan, which felt a bit expensive to me. Luckily, I hadn't spent the 10 yuan I had last time, so I could afford it. As I walked down the street holding the sanitary pad, I couldn't help but wonder why something so thin and small cost so much. So I opened the packaging and took out a pad to examine it. One side was like adhesive tape, extremely sticky, and it wouldn't come off my hand no matter how hard I pulled. Even if you pulled it off with force, it would still cause a sharp pain. I wondered, do women really treat themselves this harshly? This thing pull out all the hair when you stick it on? I didn't understand, but I respected it. I slipped the pad through the door crack to Wang Min. A moment later, she came out, looking slightly more relaxed. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? I asked curiously, noticing her expression. It's okay, Wang Min nodded slightly, seeming a bit embarrassed by the question. I rolled my eyes. Women are such strange creatures, but whether she was uncomfortable or not wasn't my concern. The pad is 7 yuan 50, and the delivery fee is 50 cents. I held out my hand to her. You can't help someone for free, can you? She glanced at me, pulled out 10 yuan from her pocket, and handed it to me angrily. Keep the change. It's all for your transportation. Wang Min pouted arrogantly. Thanks. An extra bottle of Coke, that's a nice little bonus. How can you be like this? So greedy. You ask for help and then want running errands money? If you asked me for help, I wouldn't be so petty. Wang Min snorted. I'm not obligated to help you. If you give, you should expect something in return, especially for a small favor. No one will remember it, so it's better to get something in exchange. I rolled my eyes. Even if I didn't take the fare, would Wang Min remember my kindness? Mutual help is mutual. Since I don't need others' help, I don't need to help others either. I have no obligation to do so. Besides, she let all my fish escape, and I didn't even hold it against her. Glancing at the time, it was already mealtime, so I headed home, and Wang Min returned to her own home. Liang Qiwen was helping my dad cook dinner. When he saw me come back, his little eyes sparkled with curiosity. Weren't you out fishing? Where's the fish? My father asked, looking at the empty bucket. It's all Wang Min's fault. Dad, you didn't see it. Such a big fish, I finally managed to pull it up, and she let it escape. It must have weighed over 20 pounds. Thinking about it, I felt incredibly regretful. Why did I let Wang Min use the net? She is good at messing things up. Over 20 pounds? That's a bit of a shame, Liang Qiwen remarked from the side. You're telling me? I sighed. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. Even when I went to bed that night, the image of that fish kept playing in my mind. It might have been more than 20 pounds just looking at its size, it could have been 30 pounds. Regret is like that, it grows endlessly in your heart. On Monday morning, when I saw Wang Min, I didn't even want to acknowledge her. Fang Yuan, what is going on between you and Wang Min? As class monitor, Zuo Qian always came to ask when classmates weren't getting along. The way Wang Min and I were acting, anyone could tell something was off. I don't feel like talking about it, I said, lying on the desk with no interest. It's just a fish you lost. Is that really worth making such a big deal out of? Wang Min said nonchalantly. It's just a fish. Do you know how many chances a person has in their lifetime to catch a fish weighing over 30 pounds? I snorted coldly. You said it was over 20 pounds, didn't you? Liang Qiwen asked in a low voice. I glared at him and motioned for him to keep quiet. Nonsense, that fish couldn't have been any bigger than that. At most, it was 6 or 7 pounds. Wang Min gestured with her hands to indicate the size of the fish, looking as though she had been greatly wronged. Liang Qiwen burst out laughing. Fang Yuan, you should go stock the fish pond. A fish that has 6 or 7 pounds will grow to over 40 pounds in 2 days. I silently reached into my pocket, intending to give Wang Min a taste of his own medicine, but just then the bell rang, and Mr. Chen walked into the classroom. Students, I have something to announce. We need to elect a class monitor. Fang Yuan, come up here. Mr. Chen called my name. I walked up to the stage in confusion. The class monitor had always been played by Zuo Qian. What did he want me to do? From now on, Fang Yuan will be the class monitor. Does anyone have any objections? Mr. Chen asked the students below. The students looked at me, but no one spoke up. It was unanimously approved. With my nickname, who would dare to stand up and oppose me in front of everyone? I looked at Zuo Qian, who was sitting in the front row, smiling at me. I don't want to be class monitor, Mr. Chen. Please choose someone else. I have always obeyed Mr. Chen's instructions, but I don't want to be class monitor. A position comes with responsibility, and I didn't want to take on that responsibility. Chapter 139, many years ago. Why not? Mr. Chen looked at me in confusion. After all, the class monitor position was something everyone coveted in school, everyone wanted it. I just don't want to do it. I think Zuo Qian is doing a great job. The duties of a class monitor aren't just academic, sometimes you have to mediate conflicts between classmates. I don't like doing those things, and I especially don't like doing them for free. Seeing my firm stance, Mr. Chen didn't press the matter further. He told me to return to my seat and that Zuo Qian would continue to serve as class monitor for now. During recess, I sat on the empty ground in the playground, staring blankly, watching the other students play and laugh. I felt a strange emotion I couldn't quite put into words. Fang Yuan. Zuo Qian walked over and sat down beside me. I turned my head slightly, as if we weren't that close. Although I had decided not to bully her anymore, we rarely sat together or talked in school. Why did you refuse to be class monitor? She asked. You're doing a good job, aren't you? I rolled my eyes. It was a thankless task, and I didn't want to do it. I always called Zuo Qian a busybody, but if I became class monitor, I'd have to handle all the trivial matters. Why should I have to handle them? What is the point of being class monitor? It doesn't even earn you a single penny. Even if you help your classmates, they won't remember you for it. I really think you're the best person for it. Zuo Qian seemed to be here to persuade me, which caught me off guard. Suitable my ass. With my personality, how could I be suitable? I picked a blade of grass and lay lazily on the lawn. If you call me selfish, I won't even bother to argue. Someone like me being class president? That's a joke. You were class president before, don't you remember? In 3rd grade. Back then, I had just transferred to the school. During recess, I twisted my ankle in the hallway, and you carried me back to the classroom and gave me a piece of candy. At that moment, I knew you must be a good person. Zuo Qian looked at me and said softly. You're crazy. We're in 8th grade now. Who remembers 3rd grade? I rolled my eyes at her. It's been so long. How old was I back then? How could I possibly remember what happened on the afternoon of September 21, 2004, during the 2nd period? But I remember. Every time a classmate needed help, you never refused and always helped others wholeheartedly. Zuo Qian's voice was very soft. Helping out for free is the stupidest thing you can do. No one will remember your kindness. People are selfish. Even if you go out of your way to help a classmate, they'll just say thank you and forget about it the next day. What is the point? So now, even if I'm running errands, I make sure to get paid. I won't do anything that loses money. But you helped Su Wenqin, didn't you? Zuo Qian said. I helped her because it was an investment. Do you understand? If Su Wenqin becomes successful in the future, I can benefit from her success. Besides, I've kept track of every penny I've given her, and she'll have to pay me back someday. In any case, I want to be class monitor. If you like it so much, you can keep it. I believe in you. I stood up and winked at Zuo Qian. Fang Yuan, you're more suited to be class monitor than I am. Zuo Qian stared straight at me. The breeze ruffled the strands of hair on her forehead, making her eyes hard to see. I want to be class monitor. They don't need my help, and I want to help them either. I don't have that obligation, and I don't need that position. If people knew how to be grateful, you wouldn't have become class president in the first place. I turned around and said to her resolutely. Perhaps my voice was too loud, startling her. Zuo Qian widened her eyes and looked at me, tears clearly hanging from her eyelashes. I was just joking with you. Why are you so timid? I shook the wild grass in my mouth and spoke softly. The class monitor position is just a shackle, making you feel guilty for not helping your classmates. I don't want it. Let whoever wants it take it. Back when I was class monitor, I always thought of others first. Even if classmates asked for help with chores like moving desks, I'd volunteer, thinking they'd remember my kindness. But how would they remember? If they even knew how to write the word thank you, I wouldn't have lost to Zuo Qian, who transferred here less than 2 months ago. So the whole act of unity and mutual help is not for me. There is no real benefit in it. Fang Yuan, are you blaming me? Blaming me for taking your class monitor position? That's why you hate me so much? Zuo Qian's body trembled as she looked at me, her eyes filled with tears. I didn't answer her because I didn't know what to say. Being petty for too long makes you forget how to be forgiving. I didn't know how to comfort her, so I just let her be, letting her cry it out for a while. When I went to Mr. Chen's house for tutoring that evening, I was a bit upset because Mr. Chen hadn't consulted me about making me class monitor. Oh, someone's upset. You look pretty cool just staring at your homework, Mr. Chen said, watching me and teasing me endlessly. I really couldn't help but laugh. I'm not upset, I pouted, refusing to admit it. Really? Then you didn't even notice you wrote all the words wrong. Don't be upset. Actually, I didn't expect you to refuse. I thought you'd be happy. Miss Chen gently stroked my forehead. You didn't think that at all, I said, pouting. I didn't know her well yet. Though her tone seemed gentle and regretful, she didn't mean it at all. She knew, and she did it on purpose. You're really smart. You noticed that too. Here's an apple for you. Miss Chen placed the washed apple in front of me and Yitong. Actually, I hope you can help with the class discipline. Left Qian is a girl after all, and there are a few rowdy kids she can't handle. Miss Chen said, looking at me. What's wrong? You want to even help the teacher? She tilted her head and tried to be friendly with me. It made me feel guilty for not helping her. Think about it, I mumbled, nibbling on the apple. It was Zuo Qian who suggested you become class monitor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make a last-minute change. Mr. Chen said. Normally, even if they wanted to change the class monitor, they'd have to wait until next semester. Always giving me trouble. I bit into the apple angrily, thinking I'd just fool around for a few days and maybe Miss Chen would forget about it. 2 days passed like this. I noticed that my classmates were looking at me strangely, and wherever I went, I felt like people were pointing and whispering behind my back. I stared at the window, trying to figure out what was wrong, but I looked the same as always, still handsome. Why were they looking at me like that? Fang Yuan, I heard you're dating someone? Yitong whispered to me as she approached. This question caught me off guard. With who? With you? I rolled my eyes at him. Everyone knew I didn't get along with women, our stars weren't aligned. Chapter 140, Haircut. Yitong's face turned red as a monkey's butt. I really don't know why he is so shy. It's not uncommon for guys to joke around. The other students are saying you're dating Wang Min and even went out on a date. Yitong had his share of female admirers. He was always the first to hear the latest gossip around school. Who said that? I furrowed my brows, feeling bad. Everyone's talking about it. Even the students from the neighboring class know. Just then, I saw Wang Min walk into the classroom, with Zuo Qian hugging her shoulder and whispering something. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having just cried. The feelings I never confessed to Huang Yao in 6th grade have now come back to haunt me. Early romance is a very serious issue. If it gets back to the teacher and they call my dad to school, I'm finished. I always said you shouldn't get too close to women, or you'll end up in big trouble. Do you want to explain? Liang Qiwen asked, leaning on the desk. Explain what? Should I grab a megaphone and shout it from the school building entrance? I shot him a disdainful glance. This kind of thing was just baseless gossip. The more you explained, the more trouble you'd get into. The more you explain, the worse it gets. The incident where Zhou Huan was caught peeking at Mrs. Qin is still being talked about by some classmates from time to time. Who cares if it's true or not? It's just idle gossip for fun. What should we do? Just admit it and let them talk. I sighed, lying on the desk, wondering who was spreading rumors behind my back. This kind of thing can't be proven. Left Qian and Kan Lu are perfect examples. Wang Min, who was usually arrogant and unreasonable, now dared not step out of the classroom, afraid of being pointed at and gossiped about. After all, she was just a girl with a thin skin. 2 days passed, but the buzz didn't die down. Some even said I was studying hard just to get into class 2 to be near Wang Min. They could make up such lies, and worse, some people believed them. Only those caught in the whirlwind can truly understand. These rumors are often more painful than knives. Wang Min has been deliberately avoiding me these past 2 days, not saying a single word to me. She thinks that by staying away, she can stop the rumors. Actually, it's my fault too. If I hadn't encouraged you to ask Wang Min out, others wouldn't have talked behind your back, Liang Qiwen said apologetically. Since you're so sorry, why don't you take me online? I patted Liang Qiwen on the shoulder and said. I didn't blame him, because those with malicious intent will always find a target to target, even if it's not Wang Min, it would be someone else. You still have the heart to go online at a time like this? Hearing my words, Liang Qiwen was taken aback, thinking I was really carefree. I just don't feel like it, so I want to play. What's the point of sitting here? I hadn't skipped class in ages. If I didn't practice, I'd probably forget how to bypass the firewall. Plus, from my angle, I could see Wang Min's side profile. Every time I looked up, I saw her crying, which was so annoying. I noticed Wang Min has been pretty upset lately. Why don't you go comfort her? Yi Tong said from the side. Why should I comfort her? I'm the victim here. Who is going to comfort me? Besides, if I go comfort Wang Min now, that'll just give others a chance to gossip. Most importantly, I don't know how to comfort people. Yi Tong, you care so much about Wang Min. Why don't you go comfort her? I'll go online with Liang Qiwen. It's settled. Before Yi Tong could refuse, I dragged Liang Qiwen out of the classroom. As we walked along, Liang Qiwen looked at me in confusion. You're really just going to let it go? That's not like you. Who wants to let it go? If I could catch the person spreading the rumors, I'd beat them senseless. The problem is, we can't find them. They just said it offhand, and now it's spreading like wildfire. Where do we even start looking? It's like being hit by a ghost in the middle of the night. When you have to admit it, you just have to admit it. As we approached the internet cafe, I walked into a barbershop by the roadside. I hadn't gotten a haircut in half a year, and I finally grew my hair long enough to get a new style. Sir, give me the coolest buzz cut. I sat down in the chair and told the barber. At that time, long hair was in style, especially among children. When the barber heard my request, he was stunned. After confirming several times, he finally picked up the razor. Liang Qiwen stared blankly. In the entire town, there probably wasn't a single child with a shaved head. How about it? Cool, right? I asked, stroking my bald head with a touch of self-admiration. You're not handsome at all, you're ugly as sin, you look like a prisoner. Liang Qiwen said with a look of disgust. You don't know anything. Being handsome is a feeling, I said, looking at the hair that had finally started to grow back on the ground, feeling dejected. You're not seriously thinking about becoming a monk, are you? That would just prove the rumors true. Don't be silly, who would believe that? Liang Qiwen reached out to touch my shiny head, but I blocked him. My head isn't something just anyone can touch. You know, that's actually a good idea, I raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. With this appearance, I still get a lot of attention on the street. Long hair can hide flaws, that's a fact. Few people can pull off a bald head, not even me. I don't understand women, but I sure know how to read gossip. It won't take long before their conversation shift from Wang Min is dating me to how could Wang Min possibly be interested in me. And then to Wang Min would never look at me, and finally to Wang Min definitely doesn't like me. They even helped me debunk the rumors about us dating early. People are like that, they get jealous when they see a beautiful woman with an ugly man, and without a clear answer, they instinctively disapprove. At this point, if Wang Min steps forward to clarify, most people will believe her. After all, during adolescence, as long as a girl's eyes aren't broken, who would fall for a bald guy with no sense of style? As for me, I don't care. I have thick skin, let them say whatever they want. I don't want to see that woman crying every day, it's so annoying. After spending some time online, I returned to school with Liang Qiwen. Walking through the campus, we were the center of attention. I proudly showed off my new hairstyle. When I returned to the classroom, my classmates looked at me as if they didn't recognize me. There is nothing I can do about it, I'm just that stylish. Fang Yuan, what happened to you? Shaving your head like that? You look terrible. Yi Tong looked at me, her eyes filled with shock and a hint of disgust. You don't know anything. This is what a real man looks like. Hair will grow back eventually, but rumors can destroy a person completely. Looks don't matter to me. For the sake of Wang Min, who once wiped my wounds, I'll let it go. Being mocked alone is better than being mocked together. At least those classmates wouldn't dare to do anything to me in front of others, but they might say some hurtful things to Wang Min, a girl. I'm so glad that in 6th grade, I only thought about it and didn't act on it. Chapter 141, Close Your Eyes. When Miss Chen saw my bald head, I felt her eyes sparkle. Even when I got home, I couldn't wait to call Jiang teacher out to see. I really felt offended. What do they think I am? A monkey at the zoo? Even my dad couldn't help but mutter a few words, telling me not to shave my head bald in the future and at least get a crew cut. As a result, the rice cooker even made an announcement over the intercom, strictly prohibiting students from shaving their heads. Fortunately, things turned out as I had hoped. The rumors gradually died down, and Wang Min stopped crying. There were more people talking about me than her. As the saying goes, when you have many fleas, you don't feel the itch. What I did, I wasn't afraid of them talking behind my back. Did you find out who started the rumor? I crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it onto Yi Tong's desk. Though it's hard to investigate such matters and the culprit is unlikely to be found, I couldn't help but feel curious. After all, I'd been stabbed in the back for no reason. Before long, Yi Tong's note came back. A lot of people say you spread it yourself, just to get together with Wang Min. It was all a setup. Seeing Yi Tong's note, I couldn't help but furrow my brows. This is clearly targeting me. They want to ruin my reputation? Otherwise, the rumors wouldn't always target me. Who could it be? Someone who hates me so much? Shi Hanyu? Or Zhang Ying, who just won't give up? But he's still too inexperienced. This is just a textbook case of failure. You have to strike at the heart of the matter, but he can't even find my weak spot. He has no strategy. Why would I care about my reputation? Sometimes, the crowd is truly blind. As I said before, only those who wrong you know how wronged you are. I'm sure in my classmates' eyes, I must be as despicable as they can imagine. The way the female classmates look at me, with fear mixed with disdain, probably because they think I'm a despicable person who'll do anything to achieve my goals. On the way home from school at noon, I walked alone to the riverbank and idly skipped stones on the water. It felt like I was being bullied again, just in a form I couldn't possibly resolve. If school life is already this complicated, what will happen when I enter society? I'll probably end up bottling everything up until I die. Yes. 9 skips. I'm really skilled. I clenched my fist, smugly muttering to myself. Only 9? What is there to be so proud of? Just as I was enjoying myself, a clear female voice rang out behind me. I turned around and saw it was Wang Min. I had no idea when she had arrived or how long she had been sitting there. I hadn't even noticed her. If you're so good, go do it yourself. Her tone annoyed me. 9 water balloons. Do you think that's easy to throw? Wang Min walked over to me, picked up a tile from the ground, bent over, and took a stance. She looked pretty skilled. She threw the tile, sending ripples across the river's surface. 11. I rubbed my bald head. I never expected her to be able to skip 11 stones. I had underestimated her. See? It's just a matter of having hands. After saying that, she sat down on the rock, looking at me with a smug expression. What are you doing here? Did you come to confront me? I asked, continuing to skip stones. Wang Min must have heard the rumors too, otherwise she would have avoided me the past few days. Now she suddenly comes looking for me. That doesn't make sense. You didn't do anything wrong. Why would I come to confront you? She asked, looking at me in confusion. All the students say I started the rumor. Didn't you hear? I turned to look at Wang Min. Even I know about it. How could she not? I heard about it, but I don't believe it. Wang Min rolled her eyes still a little swollen, clearly from crying too much lately. You don't believe them, so you believe me? I asked with a smile. You see, ever since elementary school, Wang Min had always disliked me, and whenever she got the chance, she would mock me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put a toad in her desk. Yeah, if you did it, why would you shave your head so badly to save me? Wang Min looked at me, and at that moment, her eyes shone brighter than the ripples on a river. I underestimated you. You actually have a brain after all, I said, lifting the corners of my mouth and unable to suppress a smile. Wang Min shot me a disdainful glance and turned her head away. She just sat there, neither speaking nor moving. I played with my water-skipping stones, and she stared off into space, each of us in our own world. Fang Yuan, thank you, Wang Min said softly after a while. For what? I walked up to her, hands in my pockets. Thank you for helping me out. She looked up at me, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Perhaps the sun was getting hotter later on, as her face had turned slightly red. So how do you plan to thank me? Just a casual remark like that? I leaned in close to her face, staring intently into her eyes. How do you want me to thank you? Wang Min instinctively took a step back. It's simple. Just close your eyes. Why? Why close my eyes? She swallowed hard, her words stumbling. I noticed her hands clutching the hem of her skirt tightly. She must have been feeling quite uneasy at that moment. I don't think you're being sincere. Forget it. At this point, I had to play hard to get and use a little reverse psychology. But you can't be too much. She was so easy to fool. A little trick was all it took. Wang Min closed her eyes tightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly. I could clearly see the fine hairs on her lips. I clenched the clip I'd been holding in my pocket for a long time. I'd been planning this for ages, and today was finally my chance. I gently pinched Wang Min's 2 lips between my fingers. In an instant, she opened her eyes wide, staring at me in disbelief. Her expression was so intense that I could have sworn she was about to devour me. She wriggled her body, hopping around like a half-cut earthworm ID snapped off while fishing, twisting and writhing just like her. This head was definitely worth shaving. What a thrill! Old grudges and new ones, all settled in one go. Fang Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Wang Min removed the cloth from her mouth and stormed toward me. If I didn't run now, when would I? Years of experience climbing walls came in handy at that moment. I climbed up the bridgehead nimbly and sprinted away, leaving Wang Min far behind. Want to catch me? Not so easy. Fang Yuan, I hate you. Seeing she couldn't catch me, Wang Min shouted angrily. But there are plenty of people who hate me, she's not even on the list. Hating me at this stage is the right thing to do. If we keep in contact, who knows what rumors she'll spread next? I can't always come to her rescue. After all the commotion, I felt my mood lighten and I went home happily to eat. Some things are beyond my control, but I can control my own mood. Happiness is easier to pass the time than sadness. Chapter 142, The Collapse of the Taoist Heart. In the afternoon, I went to the junior high school to find Zhang Ying. She was already afraid of me, and with my shaved head, she was even more terrified now. To be honest, I've never bullied her. As long as she doesn't pick on others, I treat her like any other classmate. And to be fair, she was the one who started causing trouble with me in the first place. Did you spread the rumors? I asked her. She probably wasn't the one, but I just asked out of curiosity. It wasn't me. I saw you avoiding me, and I don't know who you're close with, nor do I want to know, Zhang Ying said timidly. Her expression told me she wasn't lying. You don't have to be so afraid of me. I didn't hit you. Did you get any results from the favor I asked you to do last time? I asked. I wouldn't give up on becoming a police officer easily. I asked. My dad said they were hiring externally back then, but they're not hiring anymore. You can either apply to a police academy or join the military. That's the most direct way. Zhang Ying said. What about using connections? Police academy is a bit tough, and the military is too long. I want to become a police officer as soon as I graduate. I'd rather start now. I don't know. My dad doesn't have any connections either, Zhang Ying shook her head. That makes sense. Her dad has been working there for so many years and is still just a junior officer. If he had connections, he would have been promoted long ago. This is bad news for me because there's no shortcut. That means I have to keep studying to have a chance at the police academy. To catch a thief and outsmart criminals, I have to first study until I'm half dead. My dad also said that auxiliary police officers have basically no authority to handle cases independently, and it's very difficult to be promoted. He said it's better to work as a construction laborer than be an auxiliary police officer, Zhang Ying added. So, after all this, it seems I'm destined to be a construction worker. I really envy your dad, I sighed deeply. I didn't catch a good time. What is there to envy? Being a police officer isn't all it's cracked up to be. You're always running around and don't make much money. Zhang Ying seemed to harbor some resentment toward her father. You don't understand. It's such a righteous job. It's normal that you don't get it. I snorted. Someone like her, who likes to bully others, could never understand my noble ideals. What sense of justice? Being a cop in this small town, there aren't even a few cases a year, and they're all trivial matters. Zhang Ying's words made me frown. Yeah, if I had worked so hard to get into the police academy and ended up in a small town dealing with trivial matters, that wouldn't be the life I wanted. Her casual remark nearly shattered my resolve. What I wanted was a life of outwitting criminals, of heart-pounding excitement, just like in those police dramas on TV. In a small room with the desk lamp on, interrogating a suspect, slowly breaking down their psychological defenses, and obtaining clues, that's what gives me a sense of accomplishment. I still can't forget the state of mind I was in when Zhang Ying's father interrogated me, that exhilarating feeling. Ordinary police officers just do routine work. What you see on TV is all fake. If you're so into thrilling lives, why not become an undercover agent? The pay isn't great, and you won't live long. Zhang Ying's words were like poison. If you can't speak properly, just shut up, I glared at her, unable to be kind to her in the slightest. She had no respect for her elders. Zhang Ying obediently shut her mouth and lowered her head, saying nothing more. I told you to dress normally. This looks much better than before. Simple is better than trying to be fancy. Zhang Ying's current appearance was now similar to that of an ordinary student, without the flashy hairstyle or the 7 or 8 earrings in her ears. She looked much more comfortable. Let's go. This is your last year. Don't cause any trouble. I still have something on you. Before leaving, I couldn't resist reminding her one last time. Recently, there have been fewer incidents of school bullying, and they're almost non-existent now. The overall atmosphere on campus has improved significantly. Because they're all too busy mentally bullying me to do anything else. Although I've helped many classmates, I've also offended quite a few people. If it weren't for that, the rumors wouldn't have spread so quickly. In the hallway, I unexpectedly ran into Chi Hongyu. He was still the same, flipping his bangs around and giving me a disdainful look. Despite always coming out on the losing end, he still looked down on me. How to put it? Class arrogance, I guess. He didn't have to work hard, the rice cooker would pave the way for him. Of course, he looked down on me, a country bumpkin with no connections. Since the day of the public self-criticism, we both silently ignored each other. Hey, did you spread those rumors? I asked him, carefully observing his expression. He looked at me, snorted disdainfully, and didn't even bother to acknowledge me. Clearly, it wasn't him. With so many people in school, it'd be hard to find out. I couldn't go around asking everyone, could I? As I approached the classroom, I saw Zhou Huan leaning against the corridor wall. When he saw me, he immediately looked away. Since he accidentally caught a cold last time, I hadn't seen him much. What ass with the expression? Feeling guilty? I stared at him intently. Zhou Huan shook his head, his eyes darting downward, looking slightly tense. What the hell are you trying to pull? I aimed a finger at his head. You don't even look like you're pretending to be a ghost. You're trying to fool me. I was already in a bad mood, and he was deliberately provoking me. A gentleman uses his words, not his hands. Why are you always hitting people? Zhou Huan muttered, rubbing his head in annoyance. Who told you to act like a thief caught in the act and trick me? Last time I wasn't prepared, but you're doing it again. How did you figure it out? Didn't I look convincing? Zhou Huan looked disappointed and made a disapproving sound. That's called talent. You can tell it's fake at a glance. You'll need to practice for a few more years. I've been learning this disguise from Jiang teacher for so long, and you think it's that easy to learn? Lying is a skill. Do you really think I'm just a little cutie? You're playing with me. I'm in a bad mood right now. I don't have time to argue with you. I said irritably. Because of the rumors? He leaned against the railing, looking at me with a half smile. To be honest, his expression was a bit provoking. What else? I stretched lazily. This was more troublesome than physical bullying because he was hiding in the shadows. This was my usual tactic. Don't you think this is just like when we were in 6th grade? Zhou Huan said. So you mean the same person? I pondered. Zhou Huan's words made some sense. But even if it was a 6th grade classmate, there were plenty of them. The fact that he could come up with such a self-incriminating excuse in such a short time means he is very familiar with this process, Zhou Huan said, looking at me quietly. I narrowed my eyes. The answer was already on the tip of my tongue. I figured it out on my own. It's not a favor. You still owe me one. When you make it big, you'll have to repay me, I hurriedly told Zhou Huan. You're really something. You won't take a single loss, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. Chapter 143. It was indeed him. This really isn't my fault. He was the one who kept mumbling without saying his name. Since I figured it out on my own, it can't be his credit. Hey, Fang Yuan, I have a question for you. Seeing that I was about to leave, Zhou Huan looked a bit awkward. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm in a hurry. Now that I know who the mastermind is, I can't help but target him. I want to ask you how you make friends with girls. Zhou Huan hesitated. Huh? I looked at him, my curiosity piqued. Who? Which girl? If you don't tell me who it is, how can I teach you? I love this kind of gossip. Please tell me more. No one in particular, just asking. I noticed you're pretty popular with the ladies. Zhou Huan shook his head. After all that, you don't even have a target? You're just messing with my nerves. What's wrong with your eyes? Besides Su Wenqin, who else is close to me? You've come to the right person for this. Everyone knows I'm a natural at this. I wrapped my arm around Zhou Huan and started sharing my insights with him. Women don't like to be bothered, so if you want to get to know a girl, you can't just approach her out of the blue. Selfless dedication is the first step to getting close to a girl. For example, silently sending her home. A good man is definitely a plus. I looked at Zhou Huan and said this very seriously. But if you don't know her, silently sending her home, isn't that just stalking? Zhou Huan looked at me skeptically. Only ugly people are stalkers. You at least look somewhat like a person. What, don't you believe me? You ask me and then don't believe me? Are you doubting me? I immediately frowned at him. No, I believe you. What else? Zhou Huan nodded vigorously. There's more? You need to know your place. Bulls find bulls, horses find horses, frogs can't go after toads. Remember that, the prettier the woman, the closer you shouldn't get. Along the way, I shared many of my insights with him. Seeing how seriously he was taking them, I couldn't help but smile inside. It wasn't until we reached the entrance of his classroom that I let go of his shoulders. Really, I don't tell these things to just anyone. I said seriously to Zhou Huan. Seeing him nod, I almost burst out laughing. How mean are you? No girl would like that. You're just trying to trick Zhou Huan, aren't you? Just as I was enjoying myself, Zuo Qian's voice came from behind me. From the tone of her voice, she must have overheard our conversation earlier. So what? I snorted. You don't even see how outstanding he is. If he ends up with a beautiful girlfriend, I'll be jealous to death. Don't get so close to me. There's been a lot of gossip lately. I hurried forward. This woman is pretty bold. She's already caused trouble once before, and now she's getting involved again. Doesn't she know to stay out of the way when things are heating up? I know you fall in love early. You don't have a heart. Zuo Qian followed closely behind. I turned to look at her. What does no heart mean? My heart stopped. Look at you, you're the one with a heart. Do you even know what it feels like to have a heart? The little brat was trying to act innocent in front of me. I know, she said, looking at me. Hearing her words, I couldn't help but freeze. Even just talking to him, every breath feels sweet. Zuo Qian bit her lip and said, her face full of longing. Lately, the class has been passing around the 3-part series by Ming Xiaoxi, such as There Will Be an Angel to Love You, Fiery Song, and Summer of Bubbles. I saw the girls in class, holding the books like they were possessed, just like Zuo Qian's expression right now. Even your breath is sweet? He must have poured sugar up your nose when you weren't looking, I scoffed, unimpressed. So sweet, doesn't she worry about consuming too much sugar and getting diabetes? Ha? Diabetes? I smacked my lips. Wang Min probably doesn't have that problem. You really are, Zuo Qian glared at me angrily, stumbling over her words. She glared at me and turned around to go back to the classroom. I knew what she wanted to say. He's really handsome, isn't he? Who doesn't know that? I ran my hands over my head. To be honest, this bald head feels pretty smooth. Back in the classroom, I shared my speculation with Liang Qiwen. So he screwed you over twice? As expected, in the same class, there can't be two kinds of people. One is always more cunning than the other. Liang Qiwen still seemed a bit gleeful. This guy, really? I suddenly understood how Zuo Qian felt earlier. It was really frustrating. I can't let this go. I have to teach him a lesson. If I can't find the mastermind behind this, I'll just have to accept it. But now that I've found him, he deserves the harshest punishment. I need to verify it first. Though I think it's him, I can't be too hasty. Thinking this, I hurried out of the classroom. Even if I had to deal with him, I had to confirm the target first. Since starting middle school, I'd barely kept in touch with my elementary school classmates. Which class was Kong Lu in again? I think he is still in class 1. Excuse me, is Kong Lu in your class? I need to speak with him. I walked into class 1 and asked the students near the door. Since he was sitting by the door, he must be the class messenger. Kangdal just left. The student glanced inside the classroom and told me. I nodded. Class was about to start, so I decided to wait at the door for him. Before long, Kangdal came walking over from the direction of the restroom. When he saw me, his brows furrowed slightly, then he pretended nothing was wrong and walked past me. Kangdal, why do you look so unhappy when you see me? I asked first. Nothing. We're not that close, are we? He glanced back at me, his tone calm. He hit it well, at least better than Zhou Huan. Everyone who is good at lying knows how to act. But ironically, this was my specialty. His timing was off by just a little. He still felt uneasy when he saw me. How could that be? We've known each other since 1st grade, all the way through 6th grade. That's 6 years. We're practically old friends, right? I tried to be friendly. Class is about to start. If you don't have anything else, I'll head back. Kong Lu's tone remained icy. No problem, just chatting since we ran into each other. I waved my hand. He glanced at me and turned toward the classroom. Do you remember the rumor in 6th grade about you and Zuo Qian? I blurted out as Kong Lu reached the door. Upon hearing my words, Kong Li's body froze suddenly. But he quickly pretended nothing had happened and walked away, as if he hadn't heard a thing. If he wasn't feeling guilty, he would have at least asked a few questions. Instead, he deliberately pretended not to hear. Kangdal had always been a model student in class since he was a child, and he hadn't been interrogated by Teacher Jiang enough times. His character still needed some polishing. A toad pretending to be a little frog ugly and playing tricks. He has been fooling me all this time and making me take the blame for so long. If it weren't for Teacher Jiang believing in me, I wouldn't dare think about how many beatings I would have had to endure. Note, I'm quite busy today. The next chapter is still being written. Chapter 144, That Desk Lamp. I'm the kind of person who never forgets a grudge. I have to get revenge. He keeps targeting me, and I won't let him know how much it hurts. Who knows what other dirty tricks he'll come up with in the future. This guy is so cunning. I remember the Huang Yao incident earlier, the way he looked like he wanted to eat someone alive. It was all an act, wasn't it? He has got some real skills. If it weren't for meeting Mr. Chen, I wouldn't have gotten into psychology. I'd just be acting, unable to tell if others were acting too, and I'd miss out on opportunities. Those books cost hundreds of dollars. They weren't bought for nothing. All this time, I thought I was a bad person, that I was special. I've finally met my match. I don't care what his motives were, but if he did something like that, he has to face the consequences. Back in the classroom, I buried my face in the desk, furious. Having been wrongly accused, I endured so much scorn and gossip in 6th grade. This time, I'm willing to drop out of school just to give him a good beating. Let him spread rumors, I'll knock out 2 of his teeth. What do you mean? Liang Qiwen asked. What else can I say? We just have to do it. After school, I'll block his way and give him a good beating. Anger welled up inside me, and I couldn't think straight. Violence was the only way. But when I looked down, I saw the jade pendant Mr. Chen had given me, lying quietly on the desk. In that moment, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over me. If I beat up Kong Lu, he'd never admit it. Without evidence, it's not a mistake, and in the end, I'd be the one at fault. If he made a big deal out of it like I used to, even Mr. Chen wouldn't be able to protect me. She would be so disappointed, Jiang teacher would be disappointed, my dad would be disappointed, and my butt would be disappointed because it would get beaten badly. I'd become a complete loser. I've also considered turning the tables on him. Spreading rumors is cheap, and I could easily use that tactic. But doing so would hurt an innocent girl. She would end up like Zuo Qian and Wang Min, trapped in a whirlpool of rumors, suffering and in pain. This is so frustrating. Why am I suddenly so full of doubts? But as the saying goes, a gentleman takes his time to avenge himself, so I shouldn't act impulsively. It's not worth ruining myself over someone like that. Keep your weapons hidden and wait for the right moment. At worst, keep an eye on him and wait for the right opportunity to strike him down. Teacher's Day is just around the corner, and I've already decided what to give Mr. Chen as a gift: the first ever student yearbook. For this, I went out of my way to find all the students from class 4. After all, the first time is always the most important. However, it's still a bit challenging. Given my current reputation, asking female classmates for photos is tricky. The way they look at me, they clearly think I'm a pervert. Fortunately, Yi Tong is there. His face is like a pass, he can get any photo he wants. It took me several days to collect all the photos. Soon, Mr. Chen welcomed his first Teacher's Day, with flowers and cards piled high on the table. When I went to her office after school, I saw her flipping through the cards one by one, occasionally covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. I could tell she was deeply satisfied. These were all signs of her students' recognition of her. After all, her dream was to become a respected teacher like Ms. Jiang. Stop smiling. Are you going to leave or not? Seeing how reluctant she was to leave, I feared she might want to stay there all night. Fang Yuan, why didn't you bring me a gift? Ms. Chen neatly folded the cards, placed them in her drawer, and then picked up her bag to go home. Seeing her treat the greeting card like a treasure, I rolled my eyes. Every teacher receives many greeting cards on Teacher's Day. Such common gifts aren't worth giving. Many teachers don't even bother to read the cards, and by tomorrow, the trash cans will be filled with cards from students. I guess only Ms. Chen takes it so seriously. Here, take this. I pulled out the photo album, knowing that Mr. Chen had a thick skin and would just ask for it directly. What is this? Mr. Chen took it curiously, opened the album, and flipped through the pages one by one. So many photos of your students. You must have put a lot of effort into this. Seeing my gift, Mr. Chen was deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes. Actually, she didn't shed a single tear. She just looked at me gently, holding the album close to her chest. It's not bad, I didn't put much effort into it. I scratched my head awkwardly, trying to hide my embarrassment. It took me a long time to come up with this idea, it was so difficult. If it were something mischievous, I'd have endless ideas, but when it comes to giving gifts, I really have to rack my brain. On the way home, I deliberately stopped by my house and brought the lamp along. This was the gift I had prepared for Ms. Jiang. When I handed the lamp to Ms. Jiang, she looked at me with a kind smile. All along, she had dedicated herself to teaching me, trying to change me for the better. But I couldn't understand her back then and even harbored resentment toward her. Fang Yuan, what do you think about Qingying wanting you to be class monitor? Ms. Jiang took my hand and gestured for me to sit down on the nearby chair. I don't want to be class monitor. I can't even manage myself, how can I manage others? I looked at Ms. Jiang and spoke honestly. Ms. Jiang looked at me and sighed deeply. Do you know why I gave you that certificate before graduation? Ms. Jiang asked. I shook my head. I couldn't figure it out either. With my poor grades and bad behavior, how did I deserve that certificate? It was still hanging on the wall in my living room, shining brightly, almost blindingly so. Because your teacher has always believed that you are a good child. Every time I saw you misbehaving and causing trouble, I felt both angry and helpless, always thinking that I hadn't taught you well enough. Ever since that girl, Zuo Qian, became class monitor, you've been like a different person, uninterested in studying and unwilling to get along with your classmates. The teacher knows you're upset and feel wronged. If we had kept you as class monitor, you wouldn't have turned out this way. Ms. Jiang said to me with a solemn expression. Mr. Jiang, I don't feel wronged. Class president is an elected position, I'm not as good as her, so it's only natural. When Zuo Qian joined our class, everyone liked her, so electing her as class monitor was only natural. In a vote, Ms. Jiang couldn't break the rules and force me to be class monitor. I've never blamed Mr. Jiang for this. Everyone has different experiences and undergoes varying degrees of change, that's just part of growing up. It's just a matter of whether you change for the better or worse. I've already changed, why should I care what caused the change? You're no worse than anyone else, so the teacher hopes you can be class monitor and become more responsible. Mr. Jiang turned on the desk lamp I had given him, and the bright light seemed to penetrate my heart. Note, I check the comments every day. How come there are still women reading my book? Also, I really haven't saved any drafts. I just wrote this one. Not a single word saved. This month has been busy, but next month should be slower. Chapter 145, The Education System. I didn't get elected class monitor. Am I upset? How could I not feel wronged? I worked so hard to help my classmates, yet who remembers? Ha! Seeing the newly transferred student, Zuo Qian, become class monitor and bossing me around in front of me, how could I not feel resentful? Even if Wang Min had become class monitor, I'd feel better, at least we're all in the same class. But Zuo Qian, who has only been here for 2 months, what has she done for the class? Just because she is pretty and popular, she can take my place? This makes me feel like everything I've done for the class was so ridiculous. I know it's not Zuo Qian's fault, but I can't help but dislike her and oppose her. In Ms. Jiang's eyes, I'm becoming more and more mischievous, and she is getting stricter to control me, creating a vicious cycle. I don't know how I became this way. Maybe it's just my nature. To avoid punishment, I learned to lie, argue, and pretend. Gradually, I became who I am today. If I had to go back to who I was before and experience all that disappointment again, how could I ever go back? I don't have confidence, Ms. Jiang. I don't know if I can do it. I looked at Ms. Jiang and said sincerely. When classmates argue, if you try to mediate, you might end up making them angry. In the past, I would comfort myself by thinking that as class monitor, I couldn't afford to get angry. Now, I might just end up getting kicked or physically restrained. I have full confidence in you, Mr. Jiang nodded. She believes in me, and Ms. Chen believes in me too. This trust feels like a kind of pressure. I didn't want to let them down, but I also resisted the responsibilities that came with being class monitor. Alright, I'll give it a try, I nodded in response to Ms. Jiang's kind gaze. When faced with someone you deeply respect and who is kind to you, even if you feel some resistance, you can't refuse their request. Alright, go review your lessons. Don't neglect your studies. Ms. Jiang waved her hand, signaling for me to leave. She grades assignments every day and prepares lessons until late at night. The desk lamp casts her shadow on the wall like a giant. Ms. Jiang dedicated her entire life to education, and I was just one of her many students. Like a silkworm spinning its thread until death, like a candle burning itself out until it's nothing but ashes. My literary skills have improved a bit more. As Mr. Chen's mother, Ms. Jiang also prepared a Teacher's Day gift for him, a very beautiful cabinet. When I went to Ms. Chen's room for tutoring, she was still enjoying it. Is it really that beautiful? I asked curiously. Although the design and patterns were indeed beautiful, it was still just a wooden cabinet. I noticed that Ms. Chen was smiling as she looked at it, as if she were mesmerized. You don't know anything, Ms. Chen glanced back at me. I can put all the greeting cards my students give me here, year after year. Once it's full, my dream will be fulfilled. Ms. Chen said that when she was a child, she saw Mr. Jiang's cabinet full of greeting cards, which inspired her to become a teacher. She planned to open the cabinet and look at each card one by one when she grew old. It turns out that a simple greeting card can become a teacher's most cherished gift. Perhaps only teachers who cherish their students' gifts so much can continue to dedicate themselves to education without growing weary. Fang Yuan, I've decided. During the winter break, I'll set up a tutoring class and give you all free lessons. Ms. Chen rubbed the cabinet, full of energy, as if she could get up in the middle of the night to teach her students. Why? Yi Tong and I exchanged glances, seeing the pain in each other's eyes. That meant there would be no holidays all year round. Ms. Chen, there's no need for that, I hurriedly tried to dissuade her, as it also affected me. It's absolutely necessary. 8th grade is the most critical stage of life, and we'll be introducing new subjects. Students with weak foundations will fall further and further behind. Ms. Chen's gaze was unwavering. I already knew what she'd say next year, that 9th grade is also the most important stage of life, and doing well on the high school entrance exam is the only way to get into a good high school and continue your education. Teacher, I'm going to Star City with my dad during winter break. Yitong quickly removed himself from the conversation. But the problem was, what excuse could I possibly come up with? Winter break is the most leisurely time during summer break. I could at least say I need to help with farm work at home. Now I can only hope that Miss Chen is just acting on a whim and will forget about it in a few days. The next day when I went to school, I deliberately took a look at the trash bin at the school gate. Sure enough, countless students' greeting cards were thrown here. The gifts that Mr. Chen treasured like treasures were discarded by many teachers. This is the gap in education. You can feel the difference in attitude even during regular classes. Since the class was randomly assigned, the students in each class had varying levels of discipline. Ms. Chen was right, some of the rowdy students, with their personalities, were simply unmanageable. They laughed and joked around during class, and when Ms. Chen tried to reason with them, they ignored her completely. Ms. Chen refused to give up on any student, but her personality couldn't overpower these students. She could only control me. During an English class, despite Ms. Chen's repeated reminders, those students continued to whisper among themselves. Miss Chen didn't inherit Ms. Zhang's strictness. She didn't advocate corporal punishment except for me, so her authority over the students was practically non-existent. Back when we were in Ms. Zhang's class, we dared not make a sound. Even if we wanted to read a comic book, we had to do it secretly. If we were caught, we'd get a spanking. Miss Chen leaned on the desk with both hands, looking at the students below with a helpless expression. As she looked, her gaze fixed on me. I stood up and slowly walked to the front of the classroom. The students looked at me in surprise. I tapped the desk, and the restless murmurs fell silent. The classroom is a place for learning. Some students may not enjoy studying, but they should not disturb others. Reading novels or listening to music in secret is acceptable, but making noise is a lack of basic respect for the teacher. If you don't understand what it means to respect your teachers, I'll give you a proper lesson after school. After speaking, I looked at those few students. They avoided my gaze and lowered their heads. There is a silver lining to being strict. At least it has some deterrent effect. Whether they truly respect me or not, I don't care. As long as they follow the rules on the surface, that's enough. After my warning, the classroom discipline improved significantly, and Mr. Chen's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. But if you think Mr. Chen will thank me, you're dead wrong. What do you mean? If they don't like studying, they can read novels or listen to music. You should make them all pay attention in class and study hard so they can contribute to society in the future. Instead, you threaten them. How are you going to teach them after school? Are you going to fight them? Is that what you want? During recess, Miss Chen called me into her office, grabbed my ear, and gave me a stern lecture. If she used these methods on others, they would have obeyed long ago. But she only knows how to bully me. Chapter 146, False Friendship. These days, I haven't caused any trouble for Konglo, and Liang Qiwen is a bit surprised. He thought I was enduring this humiliation to become class monitor. After all, the class monitor must set a good example. Fighting like a thug would have a terrible influence. Most importantly, there is no evidence. If it escalates to the police station, it'll just be me making a scene out of nothing. After all, it's all just my speculation. Even if the guesses are accurate, they can't be used as evidence. Fang Yuan, I'll tell you, Konglu is going to get beaten up after school. During recess, Liang Qiwen excitedly sat down next to me and said, "Really?" I didn't even bother to look up, uninterested. You didn't hear me clearly? It's Konglu. Someone's going to beat him up. It's like getting revenge for you. Liang Qiwen rolled his eyes at me. By all logic, I should have been thrilled at this point. Revenge should be taken personally. I yawned and went back to sleep. In the afternoon, there were 2 elective classes, and I slept straight through until dismissal when Liang Qiwen woke me up. He dragged me to the small grove and told me that Konglo had provoked Zhuang Chang from class 4, and Zhuang Chang had already threatened to teach him a lesson after school. A lot of students were waiting to watch the show, and there were quite a few people there. Lately, thanks to my intervention, school violence had become rare, but it wasn't completely gone. A few bullies with some clout didn't fear me, so we just left each other alone. Sometimes when I tried to break up a fight, they give me some face. When they start fighting, we'll step in to break it up and kick that bastard a few times to vent our anger, Liang Qiwen said with a malicious grin. He was there with the intention of doing something underhanded. I don't know if I've been influenced by him more or he's been influenced by me more, but our thoughts have gradually become the same. The two of us crouched together, unable to hold back a fart for long. Stay here and watch. Don't get involved no matter what happens, I said, sitting on a tree stump and drinking a Coke. What? Liang Qiwen looked confused. Just follow my lead, I'll explain later. I signaled Liang Qiwen not to speak, as I had already seen Zhuang Chang grab Con Lu and drag him into the woods, with several companions following behind. Leo's flying cake, I finally got to see it today. Con Lu's small frame was sent flying a meter away. Curious about the expressions of the onlookers? They turned their heads in fear, murmuring under their breath, then continued to stare intently. A few students tried to intervene, but they were all intimidated by Zhuang Chang's menacing expression and dared not speak. Kangol may be cunning, but he's also cowardly. He's a coward when facing Zhuang Chang head-on. Back in elementary school, he wouldn't even dare to speak in front of me, and now, facing Zhuang Chang, he doesn't even have the courage to fight back. Stop! I shouted, pushing through the crowd and stepping forward. Like a messenger of justice, with my bald head shining, I spoke with righteous indignation. Kangol is my elementary school classmate. Give him some face. In this area, everyone knew I always stepped in to break up fights. You're nothing. Fang Yuan, do you really think you're someone? Give you face? Zhuang Chang spat on the ground, his words dripping with sarcasm. Others may fear you, but I don't have behave yourself and get out of here, or I'll beat you too. He gripped my collar tightly, threatening me. I noticed Liang Qiwen standing nearby, quietly picking up a brick. I quickly gave him a look. I'll tell you this, I'm handling this. After saying that, I kicked Zhuang Chang away and dragged Con Lu out of the forest. After stopping bullying many times, I realized that most students are sometimes stubborn. Even when they're being beaten, they don't know to run away and just stand there getting bullied. Kangol was the same. After being beaten by Zhuang Chang, he didn't even think to run. Even if he couldn't escape, he should have run anyway. I dragged him through the crowd, but Zhuang Chang was quick on his feet and grabbed Conlu by the hair. A flurry of punches and kicks followed, and I, who had joined the fight, wasn't spared either. Damn it, I'll beat you every time I see you. Zhuang Chang snorted coldly, then kicked Conlu one last time. After saying that, he walked away with his companions, head held high. It had been ages since I'd been beaten up. I'd forgotten what it felt like. The crowd slowly dispersed, and Liang Qiwen was nowhere to be seen. Are you okay? I asked Conlu, who was leaning against a tree, panting. Why did you help me? Conlu looked at me in confusion. Do you really need to ask? We're classmates. Back in 3rd grade, you even voted for me to be class monitor. I brushed the dust off my clothes and said it nonchalantly. He looked at me but didn't say a word. Don't worry too much about Zhuang Chang. I'll handle it. I patted Conlu on the shoulder and helped him up from the ground. I extended a hand of friendship toward him. Making friends is much easier than making enemies. That's how I became friends with Liang Qiwen. Thank you, Fang Yuan. Conlu looked at me, his expression awkward. It's nothing, we're friends. After that, I took Conlu to the riverbank to wash off the mud from our feet, which had almost become a routine after a fight. Kangol remained cold and indifferent. Watching his departing figure, I could guess how he felt. Feeling guilty, aren't you? After doing so many things to hurt me, when trouble came, only I was there to help you. Don't you feel ashamed? Decades later, lying in his hospital bed, he would still mutter, Fang Yuan, I'm sorry. Going through all that trouble to play the victim just to make him feel guilty? After Kangol left, Liang Qiwen yawned as he emerged from behind the trees. I told you to keep giving me signals. Even Zhuang Chang can't beat you. Your combat strength has suddenly become so weak. What do you know? Gaining trust is crucial. I rolled my eyes and kept my distance from him. How could I have any proof? Since he enjoys acting so much, and I happen to be skilled at it as well, let's see who has the deeper understanding. That's right, Zhuang Chang was also my doing. Everyone saw what I did for Conlu today. If they find out he framed me and spread rumors, how could he still show his face at school? Would anyone dare to associate with him? Teasing among classmates can be forgiven, but Conlu doesn't deserve sympathy. From that day onward, I waited for Conlu after school every day and even invited him out to play on weekends. Whenever someone bullied him, I was always the first to step in. For this, I even set aside Yitong and Liang Qiwen. Children's friendships are very fleeting, especially since I helped him so much. The better I treated him, the more guilty he felt. Guilt needs to be confessed and forgiven. Kangol was very guarded, but my patience was unwavering. No matter how strong his defenses, they couldn't withstand the power of sincerity. One day after school, Conlu and I were walking along a field path when he finally opened up to me and apologized. He was smart. He knew that apologizing in such a secluded place meant that even if I really got angry, he could deny it. This way, he could apologize to ease his conscience without taking responsibility. It was very much like me. But he never imagined that the MP4 player Yitong gave me could record audio. Who knows how much I sacrificed for that apology. The experts were right, children shouldn't mature too quickly. It's easy for them to go down the wrong path. In 6th grade, he was already experiencing his first crush. Wasn't he that asking for trouble? And the worst part was, he blamed it all on me. Fang Yuan, I'm sorry. Kangol looked at me, his eyes filled with guilt. It's okay, I patted his shoulder comfortingly, because I was about to wrong you too. Although your confession is over, my revenge has only just begun. Chapter 147, Let the rumors come even stronger. Do you know that feeling of planning something for a long time and suddenly getting exactly what you want? That indescribable excitement? All these days, I've been acting alongside Conlu, and it's been driving me crazy. Since we're brothers, we should share both the good and the bad. The verbal abuse I've endured, you'll get to experience too. Some might wonder how I came to know Zhuang Chang from class 4 and got him to act with me. To be honest, we're not close. I asked him to help me with something, and he might not have agreed, but when I asked him to beat me up at the school gate without worrying about retaliation, a chance to show off and act tough, do you think he'd say no? Now that he's in class 4, you can imagine how big his face is. After enduring so much suffering to gain Conlu's trust, it really wasn't easy. I clutched the MP4 tightly in my hand all the way home, unable to hide my excitement. Acting bravely and using a desperate ploy. Don't even mention women, he'd kill men too. Fang Yuan, why hasn't Teacher Jiang come over these past few days? My father placed the dishes on the table and asked me, glancing at me. He didn't come? I was taken aback. These days, I've been busy with tutoring and trying to get close to Kangol, so I hadn't paid much attention to Liang Qiwen. He hasn't come to eat for 2 days. When I went to work this morning, the rice in the field had already been harvested. Probably Qiwen harvested them overnight. My father ate while occasionally glancing toward the door. Oh no, I'm an outsider now. Liang Qiwen is planning to sneak out. I'll go check on him later, I said, pushing my rice aside. After finishing my meal, I went to Liang Qiwen's place. From a distance, I could see him in the field. What have you been up to these past few days? My dad said you didn't come home for dinner. I walked up to the field embankment and asked, helping my uncle with his work. The rice needs to be harvested these days, so I didn't have time to go to my stepfather's place for dinner. Liang Qiwen swung the sickle in his hand and worked efficiently. Are you harvesting the rice at my house too? I asked. Yeah, I saw your dad's back wasn't feeling well, so I helped him out. It's supposed to rain in a few days. Liang Qiwen nodded in response. You rascal. I jumped into the field and couldn't resist giving him a light kick. Then I picked up the sickle from the field embankment and joined him in his work. Did you handle Kong Li's matter? Liang Qiwen asked, still working without stopping. It's taken care of. I pulled out my MP4 player and handed it to Liang Qiwen. Tomorrow I'll spread the rumors again and make a big deal out of it. You find an opportunity to give this recording to the school leaders. I said, bending down to gather the rice. The rumors about Wang Min and me had mostly died down, with more people now saying that Wang Min, the toad, was trying to marry a swan. Do we really need to make such a big deal out of this? Kong Li shouldn't bother you anymore, right? If we spread the rumors again, Wang Min will just cry every day. Liang Qiwen put the MP4 back in his pocket and said, let her cry. Spreading rumors must be stopped. If we don't make a big deal out of it, more people will spread rumors in the future. The rumor mill must be stopped at its source. Bring Kong Lu out as an example to make an example of him. Spreading rumors is cheap, and it's hard to catch the culprits. If the punishment isn't severe, people will follow suit, and the school will become a mess. Today it's me and Wang Min, tomorrow it might be Liang Qiwen and Monkey. It's terrifying, I dare not think about it. Let Wang Min suffer a little, I'm here with her, RNTI? Your image is too bad to spread. No one will believe you. Now everyone is saying you're a toad trying to eat a swan. Liang Qiwen started spouting nonsense. Who is the toad? Anyone with eyes can see it's clearly Wang Min. Don't worry, that girl is easy to fool. I'll find an opportunity. I bent down and stacked the cut rice into piles. Sometimes, standing next to you, I feel like a rookie. You'd only last 3 episodes in a palace intrigue drama. Liang Qiwen shot me a disdainful glance. There wasn't a hint of praise in his words. Stop blabbering. Remember to come over for dinner tomorrow so my dad stops asking about you. And don't sneak around helping my dad with chores. Next time, invite me alone. It makes it look like I'm not filial at all. After working for a while, I stood up straight and said, unlike Liang Qiwen, I love to slack off while working, taking breaks every few minutes. How big of a fuss are you planning to make? Liang Qiwen pressed. Of course, I want the school leaders to find out. The school takes early romance very seriously, especially during middle school. It's like a devastating knockout blow. Once discovered, the lightest punishment is calling the parents. This was also the main reason why I decided to give up delivering letters for money when I first started pen pal writing. Just think about it, those who deliver letters end up in trouble, and the consequences of falling in love are even worse. The next day, I arrived early at the dumpling shop, bought 12 dumplings, and divided them into 4 portions, one for Liang Qiwen, one for me, one for Wang Min, and one for me. Perfectly divided. As for Yi Tong, his dad was always home for breakfast, so there was no need to prepare anything for him. Under the surprised glances of my classmates, I casually sat down at Zuo Qian's seat, which was Wang Min's desk. Here you go, I said, holding out the breakfast to Wang Min. She looked at me in confusion, then pulled her hand back mid-air. You're being so kind? Bringing me breakfast? I don't eat it, she pouted and snorted. Ever since the last time she had a bad experience with a clamp by the river, she has been glaring at me with eyes that seemed to pop out of her head. Never mind, then. I stood up and started to leave. I could eat 3 portions by myself, skip lunch, and sleep in a bit longer. What's in your bag? Seeing me about to leave, she stared intently at the bag. Big buns from the market. Are you going to eat them or not? I leaned against the table and asked. I'll have one then. I didn't have breakfast. She licked her lips like a little glutton. I knew it. Someone who can eat 5 pounds of lobster in 1 meal won't pass up breakfast. Eat more, you're so skinny. I placed the bag on her desk and slowly returned to my seat under the gossiping glances of my classmates. Watching Wang Min eat with such relish, I felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for her. Actually, I didn't want to see Wang Min crying either. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shaved my head to save her. But some things just have to be done. Now everything is in place, all we need is the right opportunity. If it comes to it, I'll make it up to her later. Chapter 148, As Close as Brothers. The wind never stays still, it carries rumors into the ears of every gossip monger. Now we just have to wait for things to simmer a bit longer, letting the fire burn a little brighter. After school, I was munching on spicy snacks with Yi Tong at the snack shop, our most relaxed moment of the day. Mainly because Yi Tong was there, and we could eat as much spicy noodles and drink as much soda as we wanted, which was incredibly enjoyable. Just then, Wang Min and Zuo Qian happened to walk out of the school gate, and I hurriedly waved to them. During dismissal, there were many students at the gate. Wang Min was reluctant to be seen with me in public to avoid suspicion. After all, the rumors were about her and me. What's up? Wang Min walked up to me with a cold expression, deliberately keeping her distance. I wasn't looking for you, I was looking for Zuo Qian. I shot her a disdainful glance. That was Wang Min's personality. If you specifically sought her out, she'd ignore you, but if you ignored her, she'd immediately get upset. What do you want from me? Zuo Qian asked, looking at me. Nothing much. I was just talking about you with Yi Tong earlier. I told him you're very smart, but he didn't believe me, so he asked me to give you a test of intelligence. I said to Zuo Qian. Ha? I didn't. Upon hearing my words, Yi Tong's eyes widened in surprise, about to protest, but I quickly stuffed a piece of pork into his mouth. Zuo Qian, don't listen to him. He's probably up to something again. Wang Min pulled Zuo Qian aside and whispered. She actually got smarter. Wang Min, can't you admit you lost? You couldn't even answer a question a kid could last time. I mocked her disdainfully. You're lying. You were just cheating and deliberately leading me on. I actually got all the answers right. Wang Min glared at me, clearly. Put. If you don't believe me, lend me $1. This time I'll make you lose so badly you'll have no choice but to admit it. I shrugged indifferently. Alright, here you go. Wang Min confidently pulled out a coin and handed it to me. She fell for it again. A little bit of provocation and she couldn't resist. Think carefully before you answer this time or you'll really be beyond help. I pretended to remind her to be careful, but I was actually waiting for her to lose so I could mock her. Why don't we just stop playing? You always end up losing to him. Zuo Qian, probably still traumatized from being tricked by me, quickly pulled Wang Min back, trying to stop her from challenging me. Oh, don't pull me back. I've got this. As long as I deny his questions, I'll win 100% of the time. Wang Min completely ignored Zuo Qian's pleas. She seemed to have forgotten that she had initially advised Zuo Qian not to play. She must have figured out the game rules inside out. Watch closely. I held the coin in front of Wang Min for several seconds before clenching it tightly in my palm. If you don't play now, you won't end up embarrassing yourself later. I knew that the more I provoked her, the more she wanted to play. Poof. Go ahead and ask whatever you want. Wang Min crossed her arms across her chest and looked down on me with disdain. Alright, I'll ask then. What year is on the coin? I looked at Wang Min, the corners of my mouth curling up slightly. Wang Min froze, staring at me for several seconds. Don't ask that. If you ask that, whoever doesn't know loses. Just ask already. Wang Min impatiently pulled my hand. But I remained unmoved. I'm asking about the year. The coin is yours, and I let you look at it for so long. You can't possibly not know such a simple question, can you? This silly girl. Sigh, I wouldn't use the same trick twice. She had built up her confidence for so long, only to hit a pillow. The contrast left Wang Min red-faced with embarrassment. You're cheating. I don't want you to ask that. She shook my hand, completely forgetting that we were at the school gate, in front of countless students. Many classmates were watching us with curiosity. Such behavior wasn't unusual. Students often playfully tease each other, but between Wang Min and me, there were already rumors circulating, so they couldn't help but speculate. Moreover, Wang Min's actions and tone at that moment were reminiscent of someone throwing a tantrum. That's the terrifying thing about rumors. Once you hear them enough, they become psychological suggestions. Even if Wang Min and I just exchanged a normal greeting, they would think my gaze was suggestive. Noticing the stares from the surrounding students, Zuo Qian quickly pulled Wang Min away and whispered something in her ear. Wang Min looked around angrily, glaring at me with reddened eyes, before being dragged away by Zuo Qian. Why did you provoke her? Yi Tong, who was eating spicy pork, had a flushed face from the heat. He couldn't understand why I had been avoiding Wang Min a few days ago and suddenly decided to provoke her today. What else could I do? I just made $1. I proudly waved the coin in my hand before putting it in my pocket. Yi Tong rolled his eyes at me. After all the commotion, the previous rumors started spreading again among the students. People loved gossiping, especially during breaks when they had nothing better to do, and they were eager for some entertainment to talk about. The news spread quickly, and it was no surprise that it did. After all, I had been beaten up by Zhuang Chang, and my intimidating presence was no longer what it used to be. If I couldn't even retaliate after being beaten by Zhuang Chang, what threat could I possibly pose? Mr. Chen, with a stern expression, called me and Wang Min into his office. Explain yourselves, she demanded, glaring at us. Wang Min hadn't stopped crying. She stood there, unable to speak clearly. Let me explain. It happened like this. I started to recount the facts, but Miss Chen yanked my ear hard. What did I tell you? No early romance. Are you ignoring my words? Miss Chen glared at me angrily. Now everyone knows about it, even the principal is aware. Do you have any idea how serious this is? Mr. Chen didn't even give me a chance to explain, he just started hitting me. It's not true. I'm innocent with Wang Min. Someone is spreading rumors. I hurriedly defended myself. Who spread the rumors? Say it. Mr. Chen let go of my ear and slammed the desk, making a loud bang. I don't know who spread the rumor, but I really didn't have an early romance. I'm not interested in women. I patted my chest as I spoke. As soon as I finished speaking, the teachers watching the scene in the office all turned their eyes toward me. I'm not interested in men either, I hurriedly explained, afraid of sparking more rumors. Just then, a teacher walked into the office and said the principal had already found out who spread the rumor. Liang Qiwen must have already handed over the recording to the principal. Do you know the one named Kong Lu? After understanding the situation, Teacher Chen turned to me and Wang Min and asked. Mr. Chen, are you saying that Kong Lu spread the rumor? Wang Min asked with wide eyes. Back in elementary school, she and Kong Lu had been pretty close after all, they were both part of the top performing group. Mr. Chen nodded, confirming Wang Min's words. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I shook my head repeatedly, looking unconvinced. Kangdal and I are like brothers. He wouldn't betray me. There must be a mistake. I hope the school investigates thoroughly, clears Kong Li's name, and severely punishes those who spread the rumors. Such people are like a cancer in our school, ruining the harmonious and friendly atmosphere. I stood on the moral high ground, radiating a brilliant light. Chapter 149, Pleading for Kong Lu. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. I know this is hard for you to accept, but the principal has concrete evidence. Mr. Chen pulled me aside and tried to calm me down. What does he plan to do about Kangdal? I looked up and asked Mr. Chen. My fingers clenched tightly into a fist. I couldn't completely hide my emotions yet, as I almost burst out laughing. The principal asked me to take both of you to his office. The specifics of how it will be handled are still unclear. Mr. Chen frowned. Which teacher wouldn't be stressed by such a situation? We followed Mr. Chen toward the principal's office. I tried to walk as slowly as possible, keeping a distance from Mr. Chen and Wang Min. Liang Qiwen, who had been waiting for me at the door, quietly followed behind us, keeping pace with me. I played the recording for the rice cooker, and I told him I don't want to show my face, Liang Qiwen said nonchalantly. I felt like we were underground operatives making a secret meeting. Alright, you go back first. I'll see what the rice cooker has to say. I scratched my head and ran quickly, successfully catching up with Mr. Chen. What were you whispering about with Liang Qiwen just now? Wang Min looked at me with reddened eyes. I told you you're pretty and have long legs, that's all. I snorted. This Wang Min is truly nosy, she wants to know everything. Last time when I was discussing family secrets with Liang Qiwen in the corner, she came over to eavesdrop. We've known each other for 7 or 8 years, and this is the first time I've heard you say something normal. Wang Min puckered her lips, but her eyes were almost crescent-shaped. If you want to laugh, just laugh. She was holding it in, her expression as odd as a monkey's. It's really tough on her. It took her 7 or 8 years to finally understand human speech. Fang Yuan, why do you think Kangdal did that? I thought you were getting along pretty well with him lately, Wang Min asked me. I don't know either. Maybe it's because you're so annoying. Otherwise, why would he spread rumors about you? I tried to shift the blame onto Wang Min and asked her for 2 bottles of Coke as compensation. He is the one spreading rumors about you. I'm just caught in the middle because of you. She suddenly became very clever and refused to take the blame. What are the two of you whispering about? Hurry up. Mr. Chen had already reached the door of the principal's office and turned back to shout at me and Wang Min. Opening the door, the rice cooker was sitting on the chair, and Kangdal was standing straight in front of him. Mr. Chen greeted them briefly before letting Wang Min and me go inside. Kangdal turned his head to look at us. Wang Min snorted coldly and turned her head away, while I gave him an assuring glance. Since you've admitted to everything, there's nothing more to say. We'll handle this officially. Have your parents come over, and you'll be suspended for half a year. The rice cooker took a sip of tea and spoke in a cold tone. Ha! From the way he spoke, had Kong Lu already confessed? He didn't even play the recording, and the rice cooker got him to confess? His mental toughness is way too weak. I thought Kong Lu would deny it to the end, but this saves me a lot of trouble. He kept his head down, lost in thought. I noticed his fists were clenched tightly. His mind must be a mess right now. Fang Yuan, Wang Min, you two are the victims. Now that you've given Kong Lu such a punishment, are you satisfied? The rice cooker tapped on the table and looked at me and Wang Min. Whatever. Wang Min glared at Kong Lu. I think this punishment is too severe. Just have Kong Lu apologize and explain to the classmates. I spoke up on Kong Li's behalf. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to me. They were probably thinking, he never takes a loss for himself, yet he's pleading for someone who framed him. In this situation, dropping out was the best way for Kong Lu to escape. Making him continue his studies was the real punishment. He would feel the cold stares and mockery, as well as the isolation from his classmates. That was the punishment the rumor monger deserved. Not letting him just walk away, wait a few months or a year, and then come back to school. By then, no one would even remember what happened. Fang Yuan, are you out of your mind? You're actually speaking up for him? Wang Min looked puzzled, and she was a bit angry at my actions. Mr. Jiang said that everyone makes mistakes. As long as he truly repents, what's wrong with giving him another chance? I said with a sense of righteousness. Mr. Chen looked at me with admiration, and even Kong Lo was almost moved to tears. Principal, I've decided not to pursue this matter. However, since it has affected Wang Min's reputation, Kong Lo should still explain himself publicly. That way, the rumors won't spread any further. I looked at the rice cooker and said, "Alright, I'll handle it." The rice cooker looked at me for a moment before nodding. "You all may leave now, but Fang Yuan, stay behind." After Mr. Chen and the others had left, the rice cooker stood up and stared intently at me. "Your voice reminds me of someone." He narrowed his eyes, resembling a large yellow weasel. In that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine. Oh no, I forgot to change my voice. Last time I beat him up, I used my real voice. Who is it? I asked in a slightly lower voice. Never mind, the rice cooker shook his head and sat back down in the chair. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I listened to the recording. If you really didn't want to pursue this, you wouldn't have recorded it, let alone let Liang Qiwen give it to me. You made Kong Le stay behind just to humiliate him, didn't you? The rice cooker had climbed to this position he couldn't possibly be without ulterior motives. Principal, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I knew he knew, but I wouldn't back down. I don't care if you understand or not. Just behave yourself at school and stop causing trouble. The rice cooker said impatiently. As long as no one provokes me, I won't provoke others. Even when facing the rice cooker, my attitude remained the same. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The rice cooker snorted disdainfully, looking down on me. Of course you're afraid of me. Because I don't follow the rules, because I don't obey authority. You're afraid that more students will be like me, making your outdated, unreasonable management system a complete farce. You train the students to obey like sheep, making them do whatever you tell them. Of course you're afraid that someone like me might show up. You don't care if students cause trouble, you just don't want them to cause trouble for you. I stood at the window, looking at my shadow on the ground. Maybe I don't act with integrity, maybe I'm naturally a dark shadow, but that is not my fault. If the school were truly responsible, there wouldn't be troublemakers like Zhang Tao, and I wouldn't have been bullied. Without bullying, I wouldn't have resisted. So the real culprit is the so-called principal standing before me, a man with a beer belly, unworthy of his position, and doing nothing but collecting a paycheck. Chapter 150, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. He wasn't afraid of me as a person. He was a principal, how could he be afraid of a student? He is just afraid that more students will follow my example and rise up against injustice, which would be difficult to manage. If he truly cared about the school and the students, he would have assigned 2 teachers to monitor the school gates for half an hour after school, which would have completely prevented bullying from occurring. It's his inaction that has allowed bullying to run rampant, giving rise to someone like me who dares to resist without fear. Anyone who wrongs me, no matter how unjustly, I will find a way to get even if the methods are despicable and shameful. Liang Qiwen says I'm cunning beyond belief, but wasn't I driven to it? If I were Qi Hongyu, with a father who was the school principal, or like Zuo Qian, with a father who was an official, would I need to be so underhanded? I don't have any of that. I can only rely on myself, on shameless tricks, on having no limits to my face, forcing myself not to be oppressed. Whoever messes with me, I'll mess with them. Without that belief, I'd still be getting beaten up by Zhang Tao. You're a student, you have to listen to your teachers at school. If anything happens in the future, come talk to me first. I'll help you resolve it. Don't cause any more trouble for me. The rice cooker now wrinkles his brow unconsciously whenever he sees me. If he could, he'd rather never see me again in his life. Thank you, principal. I never expected him to stand up for me. This was truly unexpected. Goodbye, principal. The water cup on your desk is really beautiful. You must be a person of taste. I flattered him and opened the office door. The weather was still sunny, and the sunlight felt warm on my skin. But for some people, their hearts must be freezing at that moment. Did you hear? It was that Kong Le spreading rumors saying Fang Yuan and Wang Min are dating. There's no truth to it at all. What a jerk. A few days ago, I saw Fang Yuan protecting Kangol, and he was being beaten by Zhuang Chang from class 4. I never thought Kangol would spread rumors about such a good friend. That's nothing. I'm in the same grade as Kong Le, and he spread rumors about him and Zuo Qian before. I bet he started it himself. Walking down the school hallway, listening to the students' whispers, I felt a mix of emotions. When I returned to the classroom, all the students' eyes were fixed on me, filled with sympathy and guilt. There were several bottles of Coke and snacks on my desk. Who bought these? I looked at Yi Tong. There were so many, and I couldn't possibly eat them all. It wasn't me, the classmates bought them for you, Yi Tong shook his head and said. I looked at the other students in the class in confusion. These people, who had been giving me dirty looks yesterday, were now being so kind as to buy me food. You should know that I've never been very popular, especially after the rumors spread. They've almost isolated me, and they avoid me whenever they see me. Fang Yuan, we were wrong before. We believed the rumors. We're all classmates. Please don't hold it against us, a female classmate said. I remembered her. She used to be in class 4. We were classmates in 7th grade. When we were making a photo album for Mr. Chen, I asked her for a photo, and she called me a psychopath. As soon as Wang Min came back, she explained everything for you. It was Kong Luo who started the rumors. How could you keep helping him all this time? Yi Tong said angrily. There were many things I didn't tell him because I didn't want him to go down the wrong path. He didn't know that those were all my desperate tactics. Now, in the eyes of my classmates, I'm the pitiful person who was willing to do anything for a friend but ended up being stabbed in the back. Those classmates who once despised me now know I'm innocent. Upon learning I even pleaded for Kong Luo and shaved my head to help Wang Min, they feel deeply guilty toward me. This move achieved 3 goals. First, it cleared my name. Second, it earned me the goodwill of my classmates, and third, it avenged myself. After all, I promised Jiang teacher that I would accept the class president position. Without the support and affection of my classmates, even if I became class monitor, carrying out my duties wouldn't be smooth sailing. It's okay, we're all classmates. As long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. I waved my hand dismissively, not caring at all. If you ever need help, feel free to ask me. Playing the good guy, I'm no stranger to that. I'm a former class president, after all. I've got this routine down pat. I picked up a bottle of Coke and took a satisfying sip. It's true that it's not as good as the canned version, but it's still sweet. Just thinking about Kong Luo's current situation made me feel a lot better. After school, I deliberately went to Kong Li's class and left with him. Hey, Fang Yuan, why are you still hanging out with someone like him? Kang Le's classmates looked at me with sympathy. At this age, it's all about loyalty, especially in an era when gangster movies like Young and Dangerous were all the rage. People who betray their brothers are hated to the core. It's okay, it's all in the past. The more lenient I was toward Kang, the worse the rumors about him became. But I didn't pity him, because the pain Wang Min and I had endured in those days was no less than his. I was okay, after all, I had a thick skin. But Wang Min, that poor girl, her eyes were swollen from crying. Kang followed me to the riverbank outside the school. I felt around for smooth pebbles and skipped them across the water. This time, however, my mood was much better than before, and I even broke my own record 10 skips. This might be my limit. I have no idea how Wang Min managed to get 11. Fang Yuan, I might drop out. Kang sat on the rock, looking completely dejected. There were several handprints on his face, probably from his classmates. Those who spread rumors are more despicable than tattletales. Kids don't bother with lectures if they find you annoying, they might just lash out. I knew that with Kong Li's temperament, he couldn't endure such humiliation, so transferring schools was inevitable. But I never thought he couldn't even last a day. No wonder he confessed so quickly in front of the rice cooker. Transferring schools is fine, but I think you should still come tomorrow and publicly apologize to Wang Min. Because of you, she's suffered a lot and been gossiped about. Admit your mistakes, stand tall when you're punished, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I said softly. Back then, I too had considered harming Huang Yao. Now, just thinking about it makes me feel guilty. Recalling Zuo Qian's tear-streaked face, she stood there helplessly asking me, Fang Yuan, why did you do this? I dare not imagine what would have happened if I had actually done that back then. Could I really be at peace with myself now? Rumors can truly ruin a girl's life. Kong Li's apology, at least, can spare Wang Min's youth from such pain. Chapter 151, Playing Cards. The next day, Kong Li stood on the flag platform and made a public apology. Just like the day I made a public self-criticism, in front of the entire school. The students below booed him loudly. That was the harshest punishment he could receive. Back in elementary school, he was always among the top 3 students, and going up on stage was just to receive awards. The praise from his classmates and teachers contrasted sharply with the boos he was receiving now. I finally understood what Mr. Jiang had said. Good grades don't necessarily mean good character, and being a 3 good student isn't just about academic performance. Some things can only be truly understood when you experience them firsthand. Before Kong Li transferred schools, he came to find me once, crying so hard that snot was streaming down his face. I didn't dare to get close to him. I just stood by his side comforting him, because I was afraid his snot would get all over my clothes. From getting close to him to seeking revenge, in a way, I was very similar to him, because I had also considered spreading rumors, but I didn't act on it. Fortunately, his resolve wasn't too strong. I even feared that if I were Kong Li, would there have been any chance to debunk the rumors? This was also a warning to me. After sending Kong Li away, I silently vowed to myself never to harm innocent people, and I regarded this as my bottom line. After the rumor died down, I smoothly took over Left Qian's position as class monitor. I suddenly realized that the class monitor position was a trap, because I had to stand up and greet the teacher at the beginning of every class, which meant I couldn't skip class and had to sit in the classroom every period. It seemed like Chen teacher had played a trick on me. Zuo Qian is now the study committee member, and Wang Min became the deputy class monitor, as Wang Min has a straightforward personality and can at least keep the girls in line. So we divided the responsibilities. I handle the boys, and she handles the girls. Time passed day by day, and in another month it would be the final exams. After the exams, it would be winter break. The weather is getting colder, and there is not much work to do in the fields. My dad just goes to the village to hang out, visit neighbors, chat, and watch others play cards. One day after school, I saw my father playing mahjong at Lai Laosan's house at the village entrance. I didn't have much concept of gambling, and since the villagers were just playing small games for a few coins, I didn't think much of it, just a bit of fun. But it depends on the people involved. Lai Laosan was a notorious troublemaker, and to make matters worse, the woman sitting across from my father was Qin the widow. Everyone in the village knew that Mrs. Qin was addicted to gambling. She had even lost several pairs of underwear in her gambling debts. Even Zhou Huan, who was just a child, she accused of peeping at her while she was bathing, and to demand compensation, she didn't even care about her reputation as a widow. She must have lost so much money that she was desperate. People who gamble long-term are never short on money. For money, they'll do anything. From a young age, our teachers warned us to stay away from gambling and drugs. How is it going, Dad? I ran over to my father and asked about the situation. Bad luck, lost a little, my father said with a smile. He's a laid-back guy, and that's precisely why I worry he might get taken advantage of. How much did you lose? I pressed further. Be open and honest with the noble, but always be cautious with the dishonest. 200 or 300, my dad roughly counted the money on the table and replied. Losing 200 or 300 in an afternoon. If he kept playing, he'd end up losing at least 1,000. I didn't know if they had cheated my father, because I knew nothing about mahjong and couldn't find any evidence of a setup. So if he lost, he had to accept it. Dad, it's time to go home and cook dinner. I'm starving. Originally, Yitong and I were supposed to go to Mr. Chen's house for tutoring, but now that this had happened, I needed to find an excuse to convince my dad to go home. I looked up at Lai Laosan and Qin Guifu, feeling that they had ulterior motives. Because my dad rarely plays cards, he just watches others play while sipping tea and chatting. Alright, let us call it a day. My dad stood up readily. He wouldn't insist on winning back the 300 yuan he'd lost. Old Fong, if you leave now, we'll be one short. Just let the kids buy something to eat and play a little longer, Lai Laosan hurriedly persuaded him as he saw my dad about to leave. My father looked at me, then at Yitong behind me, and stood up firmly. The kid's hungry, and he's got a classmate with him. Let's play another time. I need to go home and cook. My dad smiled as he ruffled my hair, showing no interest in the game. He led me away without paying any attention to Lai Laosan and the others trying to stop us. Fang Yuan, this is the first time I've met your classmate. Did you meet him during the class change? My father asked, looking at Yitong. Hello, uncle. My name is Yitong. Yitong looked a bit shy but was quite polite to the elders. This kid is really good looking. My father rarely complimented people and couldn't think of any adjectives, so good was the best praise he could muster. Dad, why did you play cards with Lai Laosan and the others today? I quickly steered the conversation back on track. They were one short, so they asked me to fill in for a bit. My father waved his hand dismissively. You should play with the neighbors instead of Lai Laosan and Qin the widow. I was worried they might set my dad up, making our already struggling family even worse off. Alright, I won't play cards anymore. Now you're telling me what to do. My dad laughed in response. Just as the three of us arrived home, Liang Qiwen came over carrying a bluefish. The weather was getting colder, and fishing was getting tougher. When he saw me and Yitong, he couldn't help but look surprised and asked why we hadn't gone to Mr. Chen's for tutoring. I quickly shushed him and told him about Mrs. Qin and the others asking my dad to play cards. When I'm not home, keep an eye on him and don't let him play with them. Those people have more than 800 tricks up their sleeves. I don't know others, but I know my dad. He's honest and straightforward. If someone tricks him, he'll just think it's bad luck. Alright, I got it, Liang Qiwen replied. Qin the widow was no stranger to Liang Qiwen. He had been there when Zhou Huan was falsely accused last time. The three of us are eating at your place, leaving one Qin alone at home. That doesn't seem right. Yitong spoke up from the side. If he hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot the four of us have always shared our blessings together. Then go get Su Wen Qin over here. I'll ask my dad to cook a couple more dishes, and on the way, we'll pick up some soda. I said to Yitong. Since we weren't going to tutoring today, we might as well gather together. Besides, my dad wouldn't object. Yitong didn't say a word. He hopped on my bicycle and set off. It wasn't far, so he'd definitely be back before the dishes were ready. I told you Yitong has a thing for Su Wen Qin. He never forgets to invite her, and he keeps calling her Wen Qin all the time, I said to Liang Qiwen as I watched Yitong's back, speaking softly. Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. Kong Lu just left, and you've already forgotten? Liang Qiwen rolled his eyes at me and carried the firewood into the kitchen. This isn't spreading rumors, it's just casual chatting, really. Hey, stop being so attentive at my place. It makes me look lazy. I hurried after him, snatching some firewood and hugging it to my chest. Note, I've laid all this groundwork to explain the harm and malicious nature of rumors, hoping that readers won't do such things in the future. It's raining in Nanjing. I'll go check the rain on the car and write more this afternoon. Chapter 152, Stepmother? When I entered the kitchen, I kicked Liang Qiwan aside and cheerfully started the fire for my father, asking him to cook a few more dishes because a friend was coming over. My father agreed readily. Seeing that I had made so many friends, he was happy for me. Behind the house was the vegetable garden. There wasn't too much else, but there were plenty of vegetables. Yi Tong quickly brought Su Wenqin over. When my dad saw she was a female classmate, his attitude changed immediately, saying one fish wasn't enough to eat and he'd go buy some braised dishes from the street. As soon as my dad left, Su Wenqin took the spatula and started cooking, as if she'd been doing it all her life. At my house, I didn't treat them like outsiders. Even Yi Tong had to wash vegetables and help out. Soon, the meal was ready, and the 5 of us sat around a full table. Our house rarely gets this lively. The last time was when her parents came over with 5 pounds of lobster. "Uncle, here's the wine for you." Yi Tong picked up the wine bottle from the cabinet and handed it to my father. It must have been something he brought back when he went out to pick up Su Wenqin. "My dad said we can't just eat at your house for free. I told you to go pick someone up and you came back home?" I took the wine bottle and examined it carefully. Unfortunately, I don't know much about these things and can't tell the difference between good and bad. I went back to get something and ran into my dad. He gave me this bottle of wine and told me to bring it over. Yi Tong picked up some food, eating as he spoke. My father kept refusing. It was just a meal, why would he care? "Dad, just take it. This must be good wine. I'm not one for beating around the bush. Uncle Yi gave it to us, taking it back would be hurtful." He immediately opened it for my father. The aroma filled the room, though it was a bit overpowering. Honestly, I didn't really detect any particular fragrance. "You're such a kid," my father muttered, but seeing that I had already opened the bottle, he didn't say anything else. I quickly poured some for my dad. He usually drinks loose wine, which costs around 20 yuan. Those large plastic bottles can be filled to the brim. Uncle Yi brought it, so it must be good wine. My dad doesn't get to drink it often, so why not enjoy it while we can? Once I start making money, I'll buy him some every day, as much as he wants. "This wine costs over 800 yuan a bottle," Liang Qiwan said softly in my ear while picking fish bones. "How much?" My hand holding the chopsticks trembled. "Just this much wine, over 800 yuan? That's equivalent to Mr. Chen's internship salary. Teachers don't make much, and since Mr. Chen hasn't passed his probation yet, his monthly salary can only buy a bottle of wine. That's really excessive." I took back what I said earlier. I'll still buy some for my dad, but I might not be able to afford enough. Watching my dad drink the wine, his expression was pure enjoyment. "I just don't get it. Is it really that good?" I once secretly drank some of my dad's white wine, and it was so spicy it was unbearable, worse than beer. "Qiwan, how do you know how much this wine costs?" I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "I saw it in the city before," he shrugged, giving me a dismissive glance before continuing to eat. The atmosphere at the dinner table was pleasant. My dad isn't one to talk much, he just sat there drinking and eating, while the 4 of us chatted away at the table. Just as we were about to finish, Mrs. Qin, the widow, unexpectedly came to our house. As soon as she entered, she called out, "One more to make a game." I promised the kids I wouldn't play cards anymore. "Find someone else," my father waved her off. "Oh, you're even drinking Moutai now. Life must be good," Mrs. Qin said, her eyes fixed on the wine bottle on the table. "Aunt Qin, my dad said he wouldn't play cards anymore. Please don't ask him to play in the future." I stood up and pushed Qin the widow toward the door. "Really, they even came to my house? Can't they find a single card partner in the whole village? If you really can't find anyone, you'll have to look for the problem within yourselves. You brat, how dare you interfere in adults' affairs?" Mrs. Qin was pushed out the door by me and glared at me with a cold expression. "My dad doesn't play cards. He lost several hundred today, so just consider it a meal on us. Don't come looking for my dad again, or I'll kick you out next time." I didn't have any good feelings toward her. This woman has no moral character. Though I'm not exactly a saint either, my father is a decent man, so we can't associate with him. Every village has a few good-for-nothing troublemakers. Lai Laosan was the most notorious troublemaker in our village. Qin the widow had been a widow for years, had no job, didn't farm, and spent her days gambling. What kind of person could she be? Qin the widow, who had been pushed aside, glanced at me, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. I thought the matter was settled, but to my surprise, Qin the widow started coming to our house frequently after that day. Her attitude toward me and my father became much kinder. As the saying goes, a widow's doorstep is full of gossip. The neighbors saw this and started saying that Qin's widow had set her sights on my father and wanted to be my stepmother. Go to hell. I don't oppose my father finding a companion. Having someone to take care of him is something I'd gladly accept, even if she's not kind to me, as long as she's good to my father. But Qin the widow, does she even seem like someone who knows how to live? With what my dad earns in a year, she could gamble it all away in no time. I strongly oppose this, and fortunately, my father doesn't have that idea either. But you don't fear a thief who steals, you fear one who keeps you in mind. I have to go to Mr. Chen's house for tutoring every day, and I'm not home much. My dad is too honest to say anything harsh. Qin the widow is like glue, once she sticks to you, you can't shake her off. Several times when I came home, I saw Mrs. Qin sitting in our living room cracking sunflower seeds and chatting with my dad. This really annoyed me, but there was nothing I could do about it. Most women have some sense of dignity, but she is different. She ignores what others say behind her back. When it comes to thick-skinnedness, I finally met my match. We're evenly matched. To be fair, Qin the widow does have some beauty, and over time, my father couldn't help but be swayed. After all, they say that when a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil. One evening, my father hinted around and asked me if I would agree to have a stepmother. My mind went blank. I immediately told my father that if he wanted to find a companion, I wouldn't stop him, but it definitely couldn't be Qin the widow. If not, he could ask the matchmaker at the village entrance to introduce someone. Seeing my firm stance, my father didn't say anything else. From that day onward, the widow Qin didn't come to our house much anymore. I guess my dad must have told her I didn't approve of the idea. My father cared deeply about my feelings, so if I refused, the matter was settled. Seeing that Qin the widow wasn't causing trouble anymore, I focused all my attention on my studies. After all, I was the class monitor, and my grades couldn't be too bad. That wouldn't make sense. Yi Tong was also making rapid progress under Mr. Chen's tutoring. Soon, the final exam day arrived. After finishing the exam, I just stepped out of the school gate and saw Qin the widow standing there, looking around nervously, as if waiting for someone. I thought to myself, it can't be waiting for me. But when I stepped out of the school gate and made eye contact with Mrs. Qin, she immediately waved at me. My heart sank. It was over. She really was waiting for me. Chapter 153, She's not an innocent person. After confirming her gaze, I knew she wasn't an innocent person. Things you can't avoid, I usually don't avoid. I just love going head to head with someone who knows how to act. Aunt Qin, what are you doing at the school gate? I walked up and greeted the widow Qin with a smile. I came here specifically to find you. There is something I need to talk to you about, Mrs. Qin said, flipping her bangs aside. Let's South talk at my place. It's almost time for dinner. I said, carrying my backpack. On the last day, all these books need to be returned. After graduation, I'll sell them all. No, let us talk alone. It's about your father. Mrs. Qin waved her hands repeatedly. She probably wants to convince me to agree to her relationship with my father. Hey, Wang Min. I pretended not to hear Qin's words and waved at Wang Min, who had just stepped out of the school gate. What's up? Wang Min walked up to me with a stern expression, not giving me a single friendly glance. Nothing much. My dad wants to invite you over for dinner. I blurted out a lie. What? Uncle invited me to dinner? Wang Min looked at me in disbelief. Yeah, that is right. Are you coming? If you're inviting me, I definitely won't go. But if Uncle is inviting me, of course I'll go. Wang Min said with a pout. She looked like she didn't want to be there. Let me introduce you. This is Ms. Qin. She might be my stepmother in the future. I pointed at the widow Qin and said to Wang Min. She only then noticed the woman standing in front of me. Sorry, Aunt Qin, I didn't see you earlier. Upon seeing an elder, Wang Min immediately became well-behaved. How could someone so grown-up not see her? Maybe she should donate her eyes to someone who needs them. Aunt Qin, it's not that I don't want to chat with you, but I really don't have time today. I looked at the widow Qin and said, pretending to be in a hurry to go home. It won't take long. Mrs. Qin grabbed my hand, refusing to let me go. All right then. Are we just going to stand here and talk? I rubbed my stomach and looked at Mrs. Qin. Let us find a place to eat. You must be hungry after a day of school. Mrs. Qin stroked my head, looking concerned. I couldn't tell if she was feeling sorry for me or for the money. Though I felt a bit uneasy about her gesture, I didn't show it. She pulled me along, and I pulled Wang Min, following the path by the door all the way to the restaurant entrance. Order whatever you like. Qin's widow handed me the menu on the table. I opened it and saw there wasn't even a single dish with abalone, shark's fin, or sea cucumber. 5 portions of the stir-fried shrimp in oil and a few of your signature dishes will do. After all, she was treating us, so we couldn't order too much that would be impolite. That is so much, can you even finish it all? Qin's widow's eyebrows twitched. Shrimp was expensive this time of year. It's fine, Aunt Qin. This isn't even enough for her to eat alone. I pointed at Wang Min. Wang Min glared at me angrily, her face turning red. What are you talking about? I'm full after just a little. At that moment, she was still trying to argue. That night, the table was littered with shrimp shells and ironclad fat. And I had called her over specifically to make Qin the widow go broke. Ignoring Wang Min, I turned my gaze toward Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin, if there is anything on your mind, just speak up. It's like this, Fang Yuan. Look, your father works hard, taking care of you while doing all the chores. He's still single. Auntie here lost her husband early and is also alone. I think your father is a reliable, honest man. Qin's widow took my hand and spoke convincingly. That won't do. You're bringing bad luck to your husband. I quickly pulled my hand away. Upon hearing my words, Qin's cheeks twitched like apple cheeks. You're such a child. When I married into this family, my husband was already in poor health. How can you blame me? Now that auntie is getting old, she wants someone to rely on. Your father said that if you don't agree, he won't either. Qin the widow beat around the bush before finally getting to the point. She had come today specifically to get my consent for this matter. Oh, I see. Well, that's not your fault. But I'm serious, Aunt Qin. How could you possibly like my father? What do you see in him? I'll go back and ask him to change his mind, okay? Auntie just wants someone who cares about her. Don't worry, once I'm in your family, I'll treat you like my own son. Qin's widow was painting such a rosy picture that I felt full even before I'd eaten. I don't believe a single word she says. My dad is just a rough man. How could he be considerate? You haven't seen the calluses on his hands. Aunt Qin, you're so beautiful with such delicate hands. If you follow my father, you'll just be suffering. I looked at Qin the widow, furrowing my brows. A person with a hard life isn't afraid of hardship. All I hope for is someone to keep me company when I'm old. Qin the widow wiped away tears that weren't even there. She was more of an actress than any professional. Her acting wasn't good, or maybe she just saw me as a child, thinking I was easy to fool. Some people just don't learn from their mistakes. Last time she framed Zhou Huan, it was me who intervened. She doesn't even bother to put any effort into or act with me. Aunt Qin, you mustn't belittle yourself. You're in your prime at 30-something. Look at the young women and married women in the village who is more beautiful than you. I figured out one thing, as long as you flatter a woman enough, you can stay on the same page with her. That's true. Qin the widow stroked her face with self-admiration, her expression full of pride. Her expression was identical to that of Wang Min sitting beside her. Women, especially those with some beauty, sometimes have blind confidence in their appearance. Add to that the occasional glances from the village bachelors, and that confidence just keeps rising. After all, which man wouldn't take a second look at a beautiful widow? Even Liang Qiwen stared at her intently. Someone as beautiful as you, with such a good figure, what kind of man couldn't you find? My father is just a block of wood, and there's no savings in the family. If you marry into our family, you'll have to work the fields. Why bother? You'd be better off marrying a rich man, shopping, playing mahjong. That's the life you deserve. After saying this, I stared straight at Qin's widow. Hearing my words, Qin the widow hesitated noticeably. From her expression, I wouldn't believe her if she said she liked my father. In those fox-like eyes, all I saw was cunning. The honesty and diligence she spoke of were certainly not the reason she had approached my father. What could it be? What made her suddenly have such thoughts? Recalling the scenes of her coming to my house, I suddenly remembered the bottle of Mao Tai wine that Yi Tong had given my father that day. When Qin the widow saw it, her eyes widened. She must have thought my dad bought it himself. After all, someone who can afford such wine must have some money at home. If you follow my father, you'll suffer. Drinking a bottle of Mao Tai is just leftovers from others. You'll spend your whole life toiling over a few acres of land, facing the soil in the sky. What kind of life is that? I said with a sly smile. Fang Yuan, you're being too harsh. Even a dog doesn't despise its own home. Uncle raised you all these years, and you're talking behind his back like this. Do you have any conscience? Qin the widow hadn't said anything yet, but Wang Min, sitting beside her, was so angry she slammed the table, leaving me speechless, my mind going blank. It's none of your business. Eat your shrimp. I pointed at the oil-braised shrimp on the table. Eat my ass, I'm not eating. Wang Min stood up, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and stormed out angrily. Chapter 154, Preparing to set up a stall. Her actions left me speechless. My original plan was to flatter Qin's widow so she'd look down on my dad and wouldn't even consider coming to our house. Bringing Wang Min along was purely because she could eat. I thought that since Qin the widow had beaten my dad by over 300 yuan a few days ago, I'd make her pay it back through food, that was all. Watching Wang Min's retreating figure, my thoughts were completely thrown into disarray. What? Fang Yuan, tell auntie the truth that Mao Tai was left over from someone else? Qin's widow looked at me in astonishment. She was clearly very concerned about this. I knew she wasn't right suddenly taking an interest in my dad out of nowhere. She must be hiding a mountain of debt. It's not my fault for thinking badly of her. It's just that she is not someone I can trust. Even if she farts, I do think she has poisoned the fart. Yeah, that's right, Aunt Qin. It was given to me by my classmate's father. Damn it. I clenched my fists and rubbed the hem of my shirt. This damn Wang Min, she has ruined my mood for acting. I tried to calm myself down. This was about my father's lifelong happiness. Aunt Qin, let me be honest with you. I fully agree that you want to be with my dad, but I'm only thinking about you. Think about it with your looks, you could marry the richest man in town. Why insist on marrying a farmer like my dad? What if a wealthy man takes a fancy to you later? You'll be widowed and divorced, how shameful would that be? It'll ruin your reputation. When trying to change a woman's mind, you first have to become her ally and find every possible way to tell her that you're thinking of her best interests. Qian's widow wouldn't see me as one of her own, but she would still think about it, considering whether there was any possibility to what a child had said. Hearing my words, she furrowed her delicate brows, clearly deep in thought, considering the truth of my words. In reality, she knew the truth: my family's circumstances had always been among the worst in the village. I didn't wait for her. I had said all I needed to say. If she had thought it through, that was fine. If she hadn't and was still determined, then I would have no choice but to let her go. As I walked out of the restaurant toward home, I saw Wang Min kicking stones to vent her frustration halfway there. I walked up to her and grabbed her by the arm. Seeing her pouting lips, I couldn't help but get angry. Throwing a tantrum and slamming the table. Do you know how much it cost to fix it? Money, money, money. All you care about is money. Why don't you just marry money and live with it for the rest of your life? Wang Min snorted coldly, refusing to acknowledge me. I'd actually love to spend my life with money. That'd be amazing, but no one is willing to give it to me. I really underestimated you, Fang Yuan. I never thought you were this kind of person. Wang Min glared at me, her temper as fiery as ever. You didn't misjudge me. Didn't you call me a money grabber when we were in elementary school? When I was punching holes to make money in 6th grade, she mocked me. It's different. I just thought you were greedy back then, but how could you look down on your own father? I really feel sorry for uncle. To be honest, I was a bit surprised. Wang Min actually has pretty sound values. I always thought she was the kind of arrogant, self-centered, spoiled princess. I was talking about my dad, not yours. Why are you so upset? But that Qian widow isn't a good person. I just don't want her to be with my dad. I don't know why I felt the need to explain myself to her. Back then, if she said 2 words to me, I'd have wanted to punch her. But this time, when she criticized me, I actually thought she wasn't so bad. After hearing my explanation, Wang Min looked at me with a hint of apology and timidly asked, why didn't you tell me earlier? Can we still go back and eat now? Go to hell. We're not going back. We already left. Going back? I couldn't bring myself to do that. I was looking forward to tricking Qian's widow into a meal, but in the end, I didn't even get to eat much. It's all her fault. I should just eaten my meal quietly. Then let's south go to your place. Uncle said he'd treat me to dinner. As expected, no matter what, she only remembers food. That was a lie I told Qian's widow. I specifically brought you here to have a nice meal. Too bad you're so stupid. I rummaged through my pockets and found only 7 yuan after a while. Want some spicy hot pot? I pointed to the street stall and asked. This kind of street-side spicy hot pot is cheap, tasty, and comes in large portions. Sometimes when I'm really craving it, I'll just order 2 servings of noodles and I'll be full. Let us eat. Wang Min didn't hesitate for a moment and nodded immediately, fearing I might change my mind a second later. So we sat down at the roadside stall, holding plastic bowls, and ate with relish. Fang Yuan, what are you doing during winter break? Wang Min asked, slurping her noodles. It was only 7 yuan, so I didn't dare order any meat, just 2 servings of noodles with some spinach. What else can I do? Earn money, of course. I blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Over the course of a semester, Su Wenqin's money had already been spent almost entirely. No matter how frugal we were, 700 yuan wasn't enough for half a year. Since I had promised to support her education, I wouldn't give up halfway. Although Yitong had the ability to help, it was my promise, and I didn't like shifting responsibility onto others. What I hate most are people who talk a good game but don't follow through. If I can't do something, I want to say I can. Once I say it, I'll damn well make it happen. I plan to go to Xinguang City with Yitong in the next few days to buy some leggings to sell. I checked the night market, but there were no stalls selling leggings. In business, it's all about information advantage. While others haven't noticed this market, we should make as much as we can. You're a guy going to sell leggings? Wang Min looked at me in surprise. So what? I wear them too. I snorted. Useful things aren't gender specific. I won't let these rules hold me back. Other people's opinions don't matter as much as the money in my pocket. Pride won't make you money. In business, you have to be shameless, no face, no skin. After finishing the spicy hot pot, I drove Wang Min home. Her parents saw me and greeted me. This couldn't help but remind me of the scene when I sent Zuo Qian home. It was truly like night and day. As soon as I got home, I started packing and brought along 2 sets of clothes to change into. This was my first time traveling far from home. To be honest, I felt a mix of anxiety and fear, but also a touch of excitement. I had always heard Yitong talk about how bustling and lively Xinguang City was, but I had never seen the scenes described in books, the constant flow of vehicles and the brightly lit streets. This time, I finally had the chance to experience it for myself. Some might ask, don't you need money to go shopping? It's not a small amount. Where did you get it? That's right, I emptied Liang Qiwan's pockets again. Prices have risen so quickly these days. The price of fried noodles, which used to be a benchmark for inflation, has now reached 6 yuan. In just 2 years, the price has tripled. Plus, it's getting colder, and fishing is getting harder. I had to drag him along to set up a stall. This money is just an investment. Chapter 155, Starlight City. Why do I always want to grow up faster? Because only when I'm older can I do what I want to do. Take this trip, for example. To reassure my dad, I told him I was going with Mr. Chen. To get Mr. Chen to cover for me, I said I was riding in Yitong's dad's car. But in reality, I went alone and took a long-distance bus. I told Yitong we'd meet at the station. Yitong also told me to just go with his dad since it was on the way. But I don't like to trouble elders, I always feel guilty. But friends are different, friends are there to be troubled. Before leaving, I specifically told Liang Qiwen to stay home and keep my dad company, and keep an eye on Qingguofu. If she comes to her senses, we'll go our separate ways. But if she is still not satisfied, she'll have a taste of her own medicine when I return. Originally, I wanted to go with Liang Qiwen, but he refused. Since Yitong will be there to meet us in Xinguang City, there shouldn't be much risk. There is no bus station in town, you have to hitchhike on the national highway. When you see a long-distance bus heading to the corresponding city, just wave it down. The next morning, I waited by the national highway for half a day before finally getting on a passenger bus. The bus was already packed, with even the aisle filled with small stools. These days, overcrowding is standard procedure. After paying, I made my way inside and found a small stool in the aisle, sitting down one after another. The bus was almost completely packed, with no windows open. The air felt thick and stale. Some passengers were carrying live chickens and ducks in plastic bags, with only their heads sticking out, squawking loudly the entire journey, making my scalp tingle. The bus smelled of everything: the scent of poultry, steamed buns, and a strong odor of feet. I've always considered myself someone who isn't particularly clean, but in such an environment, even I felt a bit queasy. I forced myself to endure the nausea, leaning my head on my arm and using my clothes to filter the air a bit, at least making it slightly more bearable. But then the woman next to me vomited, and the smell was indescribable. In that moment, I felt my stomach churn violently. I clenched my teeth tightly to stop myself from vomiting. What was supposed to be a 3-hour journey of 300 kilometers turned into a nightmare. Halfway there, the driver claimed there were traffic police ahead and forced all of us without seats off the bus, saying a colleague would come to pick us up later. I didn't want to get off, but the other passengers seemed to have grown accustomed to this. Seeing so many people get off, I followed suit. We waited from noon until the afternoon, a full 4 hours. I even thought no one would come to pick us up, until it started to get dark, and finally a bus arrived late, picking us all up. By the time we arrived in Xinguang City, it was almost 10 o'clock. Looking at this unfamiliar city, I didn't know what to do for a moment. I felt even more lost than when I was in the mountains, at least back then I had Zuo Qian and Wang Min with me. Without a phone and unable to contact Yitong, I could only think of finding an internet cafe to log on to QQ and send him a message, or look for a payphone to call him. There was an internet cafe right at the station entrance, but when I went in to turn on a computer, the staff asked for my ID. Upon learning I wasn't an adult, they refused to let me use the computer. I tried to borrow his phone to call Yitong, but he refused and told me to leave immediately. I realized how cold-hearted city people were. After leaving the internet cafe, I wandered around outside the station, asking several people to borrow a phone. Some said they didn't have one, while others simply refused, all looking at me with suspicion. I wasn't even asking them for money. Why be so unfriendly? I'm already cold enough, but I rarely refuse to help someone in need. Xinguang City is indeed very prosperous, with bright lights and bustling traffic. The streets are filled with cars. But none of it had anything to do with me. All I saw were cold, towering buildings and cold, indifferent hearts. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. Hearing someone call my name, I turned around and saw it was Yitong. He ran toward me, and I gave him a quick slap on the head. We agreed to meet at the station entrance, and here I am, standing here all this time. I'd been waiting for you all day. Why did you come so late? Yitong held his head, looking extremely upset. Actually, I was still pretty touched inside. After all, he had waited so long, it was already dark and he hadn't left, still searching everywhere for me. It's all that damn driver's fault. He dropped me off halfway. Thinking about today's ordeal, I was still furious. I've already noted down the license plate number. If I ever see him again, I'll make him pay dearly. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me take you somewhere to eat first. There's a great steakhouse nearby. Yitong pulled me along and hailed a taxi. Sitting in the car, I looked out at the bustling world and the well-dressed people on the streets, feeling like I wasn't living in the same world as them. Mr. Jiang was right. This world is developing so quickly that even if you try your hardest, you can't keep up with the times, let alone stand still. Yitong had long since gotten used to it. He kept telling me about all the fun places in Starlight City and where to eat. But none of that mattered to me. I was more interested in where the wholesale market was and where I could buy leggings at a cheaper price. The taxi stopped in front of a restaurant. I followed Yitong into the lobby. The interior was lavishly decorated, so much so that I dared not step inside with my torn canvas shoes. Yi Tong pulled me to a seat and ordered with ease. He must have been here many times before. Fang Yuan, what do you want to eat? Order whatever you like. Yi Tong handed me the menu. I'd never tried any of these dishes and had no idea what to order, but I knew the standard response. Same as you. Soon, the waiter brought the steak, along with knives, forks, and other utensils. After sitting down, I noticed how the guests next to us used their cutlery. Such things are easy to pick up by watching for a moment. I'd heard people say that eating Western food with a knife and fork could be embarrassing, but what's so hard about it? You just use your hands. I told you to ride with my dad's car, but you insisted on taking the long-distance bus. Now I had to walk all the way there and didn't dare to leave, just waiting at the station the whole time. Yi Tong ate quickly. He must have been starving. I didn't want to either. I'm tired from the whole day. Let us find a place to stay tonight and go to the wholesale market tomorrow. We'll finish up and head back to the village early, I said while eating my steak. Yi Tong said the steak was delicious, but I didn't think it was that good. It wasn't as satisfying as stewed beef. Such a small piece, how could that be enough to fill you up? Why don't you stay at my place tonight? My dad went to the next city for business and won't be back for 2 days. I'll take you there tomorrow after we wake up. That's great. I nodded eagerly. That saved me some money. I felt pretty good about it. Chapter 156, Heart-to-Heart Talk. After dinner, I followed Yi Tong back home. His family was truly wealthy. Their house in Xinguang City was larger than all the houses in my village. The life of a second-generation rich kid is so simple and unassuming. Yi Tong, your family is so wealthy. Why did you choose to go back to the village to study? I sat on the sofa, looking at Yi Tong in confusion. With such a background, what school could you not get into? Why go back to our mountainous area to study? You must be out of your mind. Knowledge knows no borders, but it does no boundaries. The quality of education in Star City and our village is obviously different. We don't even have computer classes, let alone art classes. According to Mr. Chen, those with talent can even apply to art schools. In our village, who even knows about such things? Singing and dancing are just a waste of time. Grades are the only thing that matters. My dad said childhood is more important than grades. I want to study wherever I want. Yi Tong turned on the TV and handed me a bottle of iced cola. Canned. What he said wasn't wrong. With his family's background, whether he goes to school or not, he'll live a good life. Uncle Yi doesn't need to aspire for his son to become a dragon, because he is already a dragon. His child was born with a life of comfort and security. But there is nothing to envy. Dragons have their way of living, and insects have their own freedom. You can sleep in the guest room tonight. The housekeeper will come to clean it in the morning, Yi Tong said, pointing to a room on the side. I'm not picky about my surroundings. Even if I have to sleep in the living room, I don't mind. This sofa is more comfortable than my own bed. After watching TV for a while, I went to take a shower. Wow, I couldn't help but exclaim, wow. The bathroom was filled with all sorts of bottles and jars: shampoo, body wash, conditioner, body lotion, everything you could think of, except for the soap I use every day. As a guest, I couldn't very well ask Yi Tong to go buy me some soap. I applied some body wash and gave myself a quick wash. But to be honest, the body wash isn't very good. No matter how much I wash, it feels like I'm not clean, and it's slippery. It doesn't have the refreshing feeling of soap. Yi Tong went back to his room early to sleep. I wandered around the guest room for a while, probably because it was my first time in the city and I was too excited to sleep. Since I couldn't sleep, I couldn't let Yi Tong sleep peacefully either. So I opened Yi Tong's door and walked right in. At that moment, Yi Tong was already asleep, lying on the bed and snoring softly. I wonder where he picked up this bad habit of going to bed so early. As a kind person, I had to correct his bad habit. Yi Tong. I sat by the bed and shook Yi Tong's shoulder. What's wrong? Yi Tong opened his sleepy eyes and looked at me in confusion. Nothing, I just wanted to see if you were asleep. I laughed awkwardly. Yi Tong rolled her eyes in exasperation. If you're not going to sleep, why are you in my room? Seeing that I had no intention of leaving, Yi Tong rubbed his eyes and sat up to ask. I can't sleep, let's chat, I said, pulling back his blanket. It was so cold and I was only wearing a shirt. I couldn't afford to catch a cold. As soon as I got into the bed, Yi Tong jumped out like he'd been electrocuted, landing on the floor barefoot. What's wrong with you? I asked Yi Tong, who looked confused. I'm thirsty. I'll get a glass of water. Yi Tong turned around and picked up the water cup on the table. What's wrong with you? Drinking water is such a big deal, you scared me. Yi Tong, do you know why I insisted on coming to Xinguang City? I tucked the blanket around me and peeked out from under it. Aren't you here to restock? Yi Tong held the teacup and sat down on the chair. Are you kidding? There are other places to restock, not just Starlight City, and it's so far away, 300 kilometers. I gave him a disapproving look. The nearest city to our village is only 60 kilometers away. It's definitely because Star City is famous. You want to come and see it for yourself? Yi Tong said. I shook my head. That wasn't the real reason. Because you're here, that's why I came. I looked at Yi Tong and said. I've never been far from home before, and I still feel a bit anxious about the outside world. But with Yi Tong here, having someone I know makes me feel much more at ease. So I'd rather give up going to the nearest city and come here instead. Hearing my words, Yi Tong's expression grew slightly uneasy. It's not cold outside. Come back under the covers. I pulled back the blanket, leaving a space for Yi Tong. He hesitated for a moment, put down his cup, and slowly sat down beside me. When I got off the bus today, I didn't see you. I wandered around the station entrance for a while, not knowing where to go, I said with a touch of emotion. In an unfamiliar place, one really feels lost, especially when so far from home. Without a map or anything, I trusted Yi Tong completely, which is why I dared to take the bus and come straight here to find him. If he had stood me up or left without waiting for me, I wouldn't even know which bridge I'd be under right now. I told you to bring my phone so we could stay in touch, but you refused. Yi Tong curled his legs up to his chest, huddled under the blankets, with only half his face showing. At first, I didn't think much of it. I figured Xinguang City was just a bigger city with more skyscrapers. But once I arrived, I realized how different the city was from the countryside. After all, in the village, everyone was familiar. After getting used to the smell of tractor diesel, suddenly being surrounded by car exhaust fumes was a bit overwhelming. Fang Yuan, have you ever considered selling something else? You're a grown man, selling leggings doesn't seem appropriate. Yi Tong looked at me and asked. What's wrong with that? When it comes to work, you need to be bold yet cautious. In business, you have to be down to earth. My knowledge is limited. There might be many ways to make money, but I haven't come across them. Since I know selling leggings is a viable business and can make money, what's wrong with that? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Maybe some people think it's embarrassing for a man to sell this, but my face isn't worth much. As long as it makes money, helps Liang Qiwen make a little extra, and allows Su Wenqin to continue her studies next year, what is there to be ashamed of? I'm not stealing or robbing anyone. If I earn money, I'm proud of it. What can anyone do to me? It's all good. Actually, I could help with Wenqin's education. You don't have to bear the burden alone, Yi Tong said. He does have the ability to do so. I don't know how much Uncle Yi gives him each month, but he has never been short of money. If you want to help her, that's your choice, but I can't just open my mouth and dump all these troubles on you. Before making a promise, I always think it through carefully, rather than acting impulsively and agreeing to something I'll later try to back out of. Chapter 157, Riding the Car. That night, I talked a lot with Yi Tong and fell asleep without realizing it. When I woke up, I was alone in bed. I stretched lazily, looking around the room. Though it was a bit feminine, it was indeed very pleasing to the eye. A small horse made of transparent glass, a crystal ball filled with snowflakes, and various other decorations were scattered around, creating a dazzling display that could easily fill a small stall. Just as I stepped out to get ready, I saw Yi Tong sitting in the living room having breakfast. He had gotten up pretty early. Hurry up and brush your teeth, then come eat breakfast, Yi Tong called out to me as soon as he saw me. That's why I had to come to Starlight City. Having a friend who isn't short on money means your living conditions are taken care of. The wholesale market is a bit far. Let us take a taxi there later, Yi Tong said as soon as he sat down. It's not that far, let us just take the bus. Save where you can, spend where you must, why waste the money? In the city, the bus is convenient. It only costs 1 yuan to get there, which is so much better than the 3-wheeled carts in the village. Although Yi Tong had been to Starlight City many times, he wasn't familiar with the transportation routes. Fortunately, his family had a computer, so he could easily look up the routes in maps. I carefully memorized the route and bus number to the wholesale market and confidently led Yi Tong out the door. My adaptability is pretty strong. After a night to adjust, most of my anxiety and unease had faded. As the saying goes, even the most meticulous plan has its flaws. I had thought of everything, but I hadn't considered needing change. There were many people waiting for the bus, and Yi Tong and I were almost pushed onto it. When we were about to insert the coins, we realized we didn't have any change. When Yi Tong reached into his pocket, all he had were 100 yuan bills, with the smallest being 50, while the smallest I had was 10. The bus had already started moving, so going to get change wasn't an option. So I stuffed the $10 bill into the fare box. Fang Yuan, there's a seat in the back. Let us go sit there, Yi Tong said, pointing to the seats behind us. You go ahead, I waved my hand, giving him an extra $8. I had to stay here and ask the passengers getting on later for money. The bus quickly arrived at the next stop, and a couple got on. I hurriedly explained the situation to them and asked them to pay the fare directly to me. The driver saw that I had put in 10 yuan, so he didn't stop me. However, the couple clearly didn't want to listen to me and directly put the money into the fare box. This happens a lot. People don't want to cause unnecessary trouble, which is understandable. However, some people have asked the driver first and then given the money to me. After 3 stops, I successfully recovered $5. Fang Yuan, just forget about it. It's not much money. Yi Tong stood beside me, tugging at my sleeve. He kept his head down, his face red. Do you think I've embarrassed you? I asked him. I don't care what others think of me, but Yi Tong is my good friend, and the fact that he thinks that way makes me feel very uncomfortable. He has money, he doesn't need to care about a few dollars. But taking back my own money, what's wrong with that? Taking back what rightfully belongs to me is not something to be ashamed of. Every single dollar was earned by Liang Qiwen and me staying up all night fishing for eels. Of course I'd use it sparingly. Go sit in the back. Pretend you don't know me. I said coldly. There were only $3 left and I had to get them back. Don't get angry. I didn't mean it, Yi Tong hurriedly said, seeing my expression change. Then stand here and help me get the 3 yuan back. After saying that, I pulled him to my spot. Yi Tong looked at me reluctantly. He was naturally introverted and didn't even like talking to strangers, let alone asking for money. You don't have to come either. Just go back later. You don't have to stay with me. I found a place to sit down, feeling very uncomfortable. It felt like my pride had been slightly hurt. Yi Tong stood helplessly by the car door. I didn't acknowledge him and looked out the window. Soon the next stop arrived, and several people got on. I glanced at Yi Tong out of the corner of my eye. He was fidgeting with the handrail, hesitating to speak, watching helplessly as the passengers dropped their money into the fare box. And so, we arrived at another stop. This time, only one female passenger boarded. Yi Tong stepped in front of the fare box, stammering. Did you put in too much money? Let me give you your fare back? Seeing Yi Tong's hesitant expression, the woman guessed what was going on. Yes, Yi Tong nodded hurriedly. The female passenger handed $1 to Yi Tong and gently patted his head. Taking back your own money isn't something to be ashamed of, and no one would laugh at you. It's only by overthinking and worrying about others' gazes that something that should be simple becomes complicated. With the first time out of the way, the rest went smoothly. Soon, Yi Tong managed to get the remaining 2 yuan back as well. Here, don't be upset. Yi Tong sat down next to me and handed me the 3 coins. I'm not angry. He overcame his psychological barrier to help me get back the $3. To be honest, I was a bit moved. At least he didn't turn around and get off the bus just to save face. I know that 3 yuan isn't much to Yi Tong, he probably wouldn't even bend down to pick it up if it fell on the ground, but he went out of his way to ask the passenger for the fare for me. What does this mean? It means he values me as a friend. I'll use this money to buy you a Coke later. I wrapped my arm around his shoulder, being unusually generous. Our lives are on different levels, and such things will inevitably happen again. If Yi Tong can't accept that, then I think it's better to see my true colors sooner rather than later. Friends should be tolerant of each other. I can tolerate his generosity, so he should tolerate my frugality. As soon as we got off the car, I bought him a large Coke and headed straight to the wholesale market. The place was crowded, almost shoulder to shoulder. I held Yi Tong's hand and wandered around the clothing market area. Even with no business experience, I knew the importance of comparing prices at multiple stores. There are 3 types of leggings: anti-slip, body-hugging, and warm. It was almost winter, and since I didn't plan to sell them long-term, I only needed the thermal option. I haggled with each vendor, estimating the best price in my head, then asked around at different shops. We kept going from morning until afternoon, skipping lunch altogether, and eventually bought 300 pairs of leggings for $3.60. Don't let the lightweight nature of a single pair fool you. 300 pairs filled 2 large bags, making them quite heavy. They were heavier than the cement I used to carry when working as a laborer at Mr. Chen's house. Yi Tong, with her petite frame, squatted down and strained every muscle to lift the bag onto her back. But before she could take 2 steps, the weight pulled her down, and she landed with a thud on the ground. Chapter 158, Restocking. Previously, when selling book covers, the goods were delivered directly by Yi Tong's father. Now that she had to do it on her own, she realized that procurement was also a hurdle in business. It wasn't just about price and quality, but also transportation, all of which were unavoidable issues. I transferred as much of Yi Tong's goods as possible into my own bag to lighten his load. I didn't know how many pounds the goods weighed, but they were definitely as heavy as 2 Mr. Chen's. Gritting my teeth, I carried the goods out of the wholesale market step by step and returned the same way. Only when I boarded the bus did I dare to relax. Fang Yuan, your shoulders are bleeding. After sitting down, Yi Tong looked at my shoulders in panic. Despite the cold weather, I was sweating profusely. The innermost white shirt was stained red with blood at the shoulder. I said, no wonder it's getting more painful. Especially after sweating, the wound felt like someone had poured salt on it. It's nothing, I waved it off, not giving it a second thought. Earlier, when I helped Mr. Chen's family fence their yard, my shoulders were also scraped raw, but they'll heal soon. No big deal. I patted the 2 bags, one big and one small, in front of me, feeling quite pleased with myself. Selling these back would at least double the profit. Once I get 1,000 yuan, after deducting travel expenses, the past few days of staying at Yi Tong's place eating and drinking for free will be like no expense at all. Su Wenxin's living expenses for next semester will be sorted out. When school starts again, I'll sell some book covers and paper. Life is so wonderful. You're all injured like this, and you're still smiling? Yi Tong looked at me with a complicated expression. I'll tell you, this is called a sense of accomplishment. You know, earning money through your own labor is a very happy thing. I raised my eyebrows. Although these goods are a bit heavy, when I think about it, my father works in the fields all year round, and he doesn't earn as much as I do. Yi Tong probably couldn't understand my feelings, because 1,000 yuan was just a matter of opening his mouth for him. After getting off the car, there was still a distance to Yi Tong's house. Despite my protests, he insisted on helping me carry the weight, forcing many pairs of leggings into his bag and struggling to carry them on his back. The 10-minute walk took him over half an hour, stopping and starting along the way. Once we got home, we both collapsed onto the sofa, too exhausted to move, and fell asleep without even realizing it. It wasn't until his feet kicked me in the face that I was woken up by the smell. Pft, pft. I wiped my mouth and slapped his foot. I didn't even know if I had been sleeping with my mouth open. Yi Tong rubbed his eyes, looking exhausted, clearly having been just as tired today. Why did you hit me? Are you hungry? He asked, looking at me. I should have kept my mouth shut. Now that he mentioned it, I was indeed starving. Besides breakfast, Yi Tong and I hadn't eaten anything all day. I rubbed my stomach and looked out the window. It was already dark. Take a shower, and I'll take you out to eat. Yi Tong stood up, rubbing his shoulders. Oh, and put some ointment on your shoulder, it might get infected. He went into the room, grabbed a first aid kit, and came back out. I quickly took off my shirt and waited for Yi Tong to apply the ointment. Seeing me bare-chested, Yi Tong quickly turned away. Jealous? Look at these 8 abs, I said, proudly flexing my stomach. Since deciding to become a police officer, I'd been working on my physical fitness. Sit still, I'll apply the ointment. He walked behind me holding the first aid kit. Don't let the wound get wet when you shower later, it'll hurt a lot. I suspected he was making it up, because even if touching water hurt, it couldn't hurt as much as when he poured alcohol on it. I didn't know if he was doing it on purpose. Everyone else uses a cotton swab to gently wipe the wound, but he just poured it directly on top, like it wasn't worth anything. The pain made me wince. After cleaning the wound and taking a quick shower, I went to the night market with Yi Tong. I planned to head back early tomorrow morning. I hadn't even had a chance to experience the bustling nightlife of Xinguang City yet. The night market here is very different from the one in our town. The crowd is so dense it's scary, with people practically shoulder to shoulder. I used to think our town was already pretty lively, but now I know what a crowd really is. Did I just mention something unpleasant? Leggings are very common in Xinguang City. Every girl on the street, even in this cold weather, wears a short skirt paired with leggings, looking both fashionable and stylish. Just like when I first saw Ms. Chen wearing them, they look so vibrant. This hasn't caught on in our small town yet. What a business opportunity. Are they really that nice? Yi Tong asked, noticing my eyes sparkling as I looked at the beautiful women on the street. Absolutely stunning, I replied with a smile. He thought I was looking at the beautiful women, but in reality, all I saw were walking bills. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got, wishing I could go back to town right now and set up my stall. Why don't you stay here a few more days? That way, you can see them every day, Yi Tong said, sounding a bit down when he found out I was leaving tomorrow. After all, he was alone here, and Uncle Yi was always busy and didn't have time to accompany him, so he would get bored. I shook my head. Making money couldn't wait, I had to hurry. There are no buses at night, otherwise I'd leave right now. Seeing that I was determined, Yi Tong stopped trying to persuade me and offered to take me out for hot pot. I felt that hot pot was similar to the spicy noodle soup back home. You get a pot base and cook whatever you want in it. With Yi Tong around, I didn't have to worry about expenses, so I could indulge freely. The colder the weather, the better the beef and lamb taste. If there's one thing worth remembering about Xinguang City, it's definitely the steaming hot pot. The lamb tastes so tender and juicy, while the beef has a satisfying chewy texture. Compared to my wolfish eating, Yi Tong clearly wasn't in the mood. After a few bites, he propped his head up and stared blankly. Back when we were in 7th grade, he used to do this all the time, and I even called him a back then. What's wrong? You look so gloomy, I asked, my mouth full and speaking indistinctly. We rarely buy beef at home either, it's expensive, so I try to eat as much as I can when we do. Fang Yuan, actually, today is my birthday. Yi Tong stared at me intently. Cough cough. This unexpected answer caught me off guard. Why didn't you say so earlier? This was so awkward. I didn't even buy a small gift, and I made him accompany me all day, working himself to exhaustion. Plus, he waited until now to tell me there's no time to prepare a gift for him now. Does it matter if I said it or not? No one has ever celebrated my birthday with me since I was a child. Yi Tong tapped the bowl in front of him, looking dejected. How could that be? Uncle Yi didn't celebrate your birthday for you? I swallowed my food, finding it hard to believe. He has never celebrated my birthday with me. Every year at this time, he goes out to do business. I feel like my dad doesn't like me at all. As Yi Tong spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. When did you lose your mind? I looked at Yi Tong and asked. Uncle Yi might as well have the word spoiled carved on his forehead. He wasn't being subtle enough. If he didn't tea like Yitong, how could he have stepped in to call the police and help me deal with Chihan Yu just because of something Yitong said? Besides, every time he comes to pick up Yitong, all I see in his eyes are 4 words, beloved son. Chapter 159, Casual Chat. And don't say no one was there to celebrate your birthday with you. Am I not human? Even though I'm so ugly I could kill myself, my species is beyond dispute. Who doesn't know I'm a living, breathing human being? That counts as celebrating your birthday. Yitong shot me a disapproving glance. How isn't this celebrating your birthday? There's no cake, but there's hot pot. There's food and drink, and I'm here with you. What more do you want? I snorted lightly. Even though I didn't prepare a gift, I've got thick skin. A simple happy birthday is all I need to score a free hot pot meal. At least sing the birthday song, Yitong said with a straight face. That's it? Singing a birthday song isn't that hard. It's not like it's some impossible request. I'll sing it for you. I stood up and cleared my throat with a couple of light coughs. This is just a matter of having a mouth. The moment the song began, all the customers turned to look at me, and Yitong was so moved that she buried her head in the table. Fang Yuan, stop singing. Yitong lifted her head, her face as red as the chili oil in a hot pot. Why are you so hard to please? One moment you want to sing, the next you don't. More demanding than Zuo Qian. It's my first time singing for someone, and you're already complaining. If it weren't for his birthday, I wouldn't bother with him. I wasn't being picky, there were just too many people. Yitong looked around, shrinking his neck like a thief. He's always so shy. My dad says boys should be more outgoing, and I've told Yitong that many times, but he just can't seem to change. Yitong, you just said your dad never celebrated your birthday with you. What about your mom? I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. My mom is gone. Hearing my words, Yitong's eyes darkened. Gone? Where did she go? I was momentarily speechless. Because just a few days ago, when he took a day off, he said he was going to visit his mom. Only then did I realize why I had never met Yitong's mother. I recalled the photo in Yi uncle's study of the aunt who bore a resemblance to Yitong. She had already passed away. I tapped my forehead, realizing I'd brought up the wrong topic. For a moment, the atmosphere grew awkward, and Yitong fell silent. Actually, my situation is similar to yours. Although your mother passed away, my mother didn't live a long life either. Seeing Yitong's sad expression, I couldn't help but comfort him. What? Yitong looked at me with wide eyes, completely surprised. To be honest, I have no concept of my mother at all. There isn't even a single photo of her in my house, and I don't even know what she looks like. I was eating hot pot, unsure how to describe this feeling. A person who was once so important yet now so insignificant was nothing more than an empty position in my mind. When I curse, I always say go to hell because I've never been afraid of others cursing my mother. When I was a child, I asked my father about my mother, but he always remained silent. Given my dad's personality, if my mom had passed away, he would have taken me to pay respects every year, but he didn't. What does that mean? It probably means my mom left us because she thought our family was too poor. Although we live in a village, it's not some remote mountainous area, and my mother wasn't abducted or sold, so the only reason she left our family must be this. Therefore, the word mother is completely foreign to me, and I have no feelings for her, whom I've never met. She better not come back. If one day a stranger shows up and tells me she is my mother, I'll hit her over the head with a stick. I'd rather she were dead, at least then I'd have a reason to miss her. Actually, I've never seen my mother either, I've only seen her photo. Every year, my father takes me to pay respects to her, Yitong said. No wonder he takes so many days off every year. Mr. Yi is quite devoted. I saw her photo in his study. I murmured. Given Uncle Yi's status, he is definitely a eligible bachelor, yet he hasn't even found a stepmother for Yitong after all this time. The more I hear, the more I think Uncle Yi's situation is so similar to the path I suggested to Mrs. Qian. He's rich and doesn't have a wife. What did I say back then? I think I mentioned that she could easily marry the richest man in town. Isn't Yitong's father the richest man in our town? Ugh, I hope Qian the widow didn't take that to heart. I grabbed my newly grown hair, feeling like my brain had vanished. If I were to bring Qian the widow to Yitong's house, that would be a sin. Yi uncle wouldn't be interested in Qian's widow, right? Yes, definitely. I kept reassuring myself. What about you, Fang Yuan? Are you a loyal person? Yitong asked me. When it comes to matters of the heart, I occasionally discuss them with Liang Qiwen. Of course I am. That's a given. I find it hard to fall for someone. If I really do, I won't go after another person because it's too much trouble. One is enough. Do you have someone you like? I didn't expect Yitong to be so nosy, just like Liang Qiwen, always prying into my personal life. Unfortunately, I don't have any privacy for him to pry into. I'm not going to think about such things at my age, I said, shaking my head. At this age, when you're not even sure if you like someone or not, thinking about relationships is just being a fool. Watch fewer romantic dramas, and you won't have these worries. Of course, I shouldn't be like Liang Qiwen and watch too many action movies either. What? You do? I noticed Yi Tong's odd expression and couldn't help asking. Hearing my words, he blushed so much he couldn't hide it. You must never be like Zhou Huan, otherwise you'll be in big trouble. I warned him seriously. What happened to Zhou Huan? He's going through puberty, you know. He even asked me how to approach girls. His father is sick and he was falsely accused by Mrs. Qin. In such a situation, he still has the time to daydream. His love life is bound to be a mess. Plus, he has personality flaws. Though he is capable, he lacks confidence. Even if he does meet a girl he likes, he'll probably just let her slip away. I wrapped the sliced beef in lettuce and ate while speaking. Why are you talking about him like that? I think Zhou Huan is pretty good. Yi Tong countered. He is a nice person. When we played card games in elementary school, he even let me win on purpose. This point couldn't be denied. Zhou Huan was indeed a decent person. You said he is a good person, so why can't he get the girl he likes? Yi Tong didn't believe me and said I was just talking nonsense. I've already told you, he lacks confidence and has poor observational skills. Even though he is so popular, he comes to ask me how to approach girls. Don't you think there is something wrong with him? Even if he meets a girl he likes in the future, he won't have the courage to confess his feelings. That's just a mess. Chapter 160, Setting Up a Stall. Someone is insecure as Zhou Huan. Even if he truly likes someone, he can't help but wonder if he is capable of giving them a better life or if he is even worthy of them. He's trapped himself in rigid rules, doing everything cautiously and overthinking everything. If it were me, I'd just say it straight out. Let the concerns go to hell. With such strong abilities but lacking confidence, I can't even imagine how arrogant he must be. Did you teach him how to approach girls? Yi Tong asked curiously. I then told him the entire story in detail. How mean of you. If he really believed that, he'd be doomed. Yi Tong laughed so hard he was bending over. He is really not even developed yet. I hope Zhou Huan isn't that stupid. Actually, if Zhou Huan just stays true to himself and gives himself a little more confidence, he should still be pretty popular with girls. But compared to that, I'm more concerned about Yi Tong's development. At his age, he hasn't developed a Adam's apple yet. That's not normal for his age. But this kind of thing is hard to talk about openly. I'll ask the neighbor next door someday. I heard he used to study veterinary medicine, so he might know something. Fang Yuan, to be honest, I've never seen anyone as confident as you. Yi Tong looked at me with admiration. Of course not. Seeing his expression, I couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Who doesn't have a little vanity? It's a family trait passed down through generations. My dad never complains either. Though he is a farmer, he knows exactly when to transplant rice seedlings and when to harvest them. That's his specialty. Every day when he goes to the fields with his hoe, he's full of confidence. When you're particularly skilled at something, that confidence only grows stronger. Sometimes I overlook my own flaws just to maintain that confident mindset. Without this mindset, I would become insecure, and insecure people can't achieve remarkable things. Being bullied makes one cowardly, unable to stand up for oneself. When treated unfairly, one only endures in silence. This is definitely not the life I want. After finishing the hot pot, I went home with Yi Tong. On the living room table was a package of birthday gift that Uncle Yi had bought for Yi Tong. Although Uncle Yi didn't celebrate Yi Tong's birthday with her, he didn't forget, did he? My dad is the same. He has never said happy birthday to me, let alone sung a birthday song. Fatherly love is sometimes very simple. It's often expressed without words. My father will never say he loves me, but I can feel it. I think Yi Tong should feel it too, otherwise he'd just be an ungrateful brat. Yi Tong opened the package and found a small horse statue made of crystal, similar to the decorations in his room. It must have been given to him by Uncle Yi. He must care deeply about Uncle Yi, otherwise he wouldn't have placed these decorations where he could see them the moment he opened his eyes. Family matters are the most troublesome. I pretended not to notice and walked into the bathroom. After washing up, I returned to the guest room to lie down. We have to get up early tomorrow to catch the bus, and it's almost midnight. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, Yi Tong shook me awake, saying he couldn't sleep and wanted to chat with me. He must have thought I was him. Once he woke up, he couldn't fall back asleep. I buried my head under the covers and fell asleep instantly. It wasn't until the alarm rang that I poked my head out from under the covers. Rubbing my sore shoulders, I noticed the other corner of the blanket looked like it had been trampled by a pig. No doubt Yi Tong had been curled up there for a while last night. I quietly opened the door, not wanting to wake Yi Tong, planning to get ready and sneak out without him noticing, because I didn't like saying goodbye. But to my surprise, Yi Tong was already awake and breakfast was already on the table. He smiled and greeted me as usual. This made me feel a bit too clingy. After breakfast, Yi Tong had already called a taxi, insisting it was to save me money, and he was determined to carry the sack and take the bus. Since the taxi was already there, I figured I might as well take it after all. Carrying that sack was genuinely tiring. After instructing the driver to drop me off at the station, Yi Tong didn't get in the car with me. He said he had other things to do, but I knew his true nature. He was just as much of a sentimental fool as I was, hating the feeling of parting. The bus station in Xinguang City was quite formal, requiring tickets, and all seats were reserved, so there was no need to worry about being kicked off midway. The journey went smoothly, and in half a day, we arrived at the familiar town. I left the goods at the small shop, gave the owner 2 yuan, asked him to keep an eye on them, and then took a 3-wheeler back to the village. I don't like to procrastinate, so I had to set up the stall tonight. So I called over Liang Qiwen and Su Wenqin, prepared 4 small stools and a rectangular wooden board, and set up a makeshift stall. There were no authorities to regulate street vendors in the town, and no urban management officers to stop us. We could set up wherever we wanted. After finishing everything, we waited for nightfall. During the day, everyone was busy working, and only after dinner would they come out for a stroll. After a quick meal, I sent Su Wenqin home. Her family lived in town, and I didn't want her parents to see and cause trouble. I neatly arranged the leggings, even daydreaming about the joy of collecting money until my hands were numb. Soon, night fell, and the night market began to buzz with people. The stall next to mine, selling children's clothing, was bustling with customers, but my stall had not a single customer. Most people just glanced at them and walked away, while a few would ask a question or two. This was completely different from what I had imagined. Such a useful and stylish item should be in high demand, but here it was, sitting there unsold. Don't miss out. Fleece-lined leggings, comfortable, warm, and suitable for all ages. Despite my constant efforts to attract customers, passers-by showed no interest. I thought to myself, I'm not charging that much. The cost price is just over $3, and selling them for $8 isn't expensive, especially since I'm the only one selling them in town. That lame guy is selling a drink for 12 yuan. Why not sell them cheaper? If they don't sell, we'll be stuck with them. Liang Qiwen frowned and said. This was all his money. At this rate, he'd lose everything. Plus, all the items he bought were winter style, and if they didn't sell by winter, they'd be worthless. I shook my head. This definitely wasn't a pricing issue. There were hardly any customers asking about the price. From the initial enthusiasm to the eventual dejection, it only took 2 hours of fruitless effort. Before the night market even ended, Liang Qiwen and I packed up early. We only sold 2 pairs of leggings, and they were bought by a fashionably dressed woman. Since there was too much inventory, moving it back and forth was too much trouble, so we had to give the convenience store owner $5 to store the goods overnight. After deducting costs, the 2 leggings only made less than $9. After giving $5 to the shop owner, Liang Qiwen and I worked all day and earned $2 each. This didn't even include the money we spent on food during the day. It was so pitiful even a dog would shake its head. The problem was that this was Liang Qiwen's hard-earned money. If we lost it all, what would we do? It was really frustrating. Chapter 161, The Most Beautiful. I really can't accept this failure. This money is very important to me. It's precisely because I have enough confidence that I dare to ask Liang Qiwen for it. But given how sales are going, breaking even would be a miracle. Liang Qiwen had his brows furrowed all night. On the way back, he even comforted me, saying that after winter we could continue fishing and it wasn't a big deal. How could it be no big deal? Over $1,000 down the drain. This isn't a joke. For the first time, I began to doubt myself. I also didn't understand where the problem lay. It was indeed very useful and not expensive. Why wasn't anyone interested? Watching the crowd moving through the night market, I turned my gaze toward the clothing stalls. Sir, how much is this skirt? I picked up a skirt from the rack and asked. 30. The vendor glanced at me before busy attending to other customers. At this time of year, everyone was trying on down jackets, and dresses like this weren't in demand, though the price wasn't bad. I paid without hesitation, didn't even haggle, then went back to the convenience store to grab a pair of leggings, hopped on my bike, and rode off. Hey, suddenly changed your mind? Who's this gift for? On the way, Liang Qiwen looked at the short skirt in my hand and asked. At a time like this, he's still thinking about such trivial things. It's for the god of wealth. I rolled my eyes at him. By the time we got back to the village, it was already dark. As soon as I got home, I collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. That day had really worn me out. After waking up, I didn't even have time to chat with my dad. I quickly ate a bowl of porridge and rode my bicycle to Mr. Chen's house. Mr. Chen was sitting by the fire watching TV, munching on sunflower seeds and dates. Fang Yuan, you're back? I was just about to tell you about the tutoring class. Seeing me, Mr. Chen's eyes lit up. She hadn't forgotten about it after all. There were tutoring classes in town, but teachers looking to make extra money were plenty. However, there was no one like Ms. Chen who didn't charge for tutoring. Precisely for this reason, I actually didn't want Ms. Chen to start a tutoring class. It would be blocking others' livelihood, and she'd end up being targeted by other teachers at school, working hard for no reward. Let's talk about the tutoring class later. Ms. Chen, why don't we go to the night market tonight? I've set up a small stall. Come by tonight, and I'll treat you to snacks. I said, trying to be friendly. No, it's freezing outside. Mr. Chen shook his head in refusal. No matter how much I pleaded, she remained unmoved. Mr. Chen, you said before that if I scored in the top 10 in the grade, you'd grant me a small wish. Do you still mean it? You're a teacher, you can't lie to your students. Last time, I actually studied hard and made it into the top 10 to switch classes. I've been saving that wish all this time, but it looks like I have no choice but to use it today. What are you up to now? Your eyes don't look right. Mr. Chen narrowed his eyes at me. This is so hard. Even Mr. Chen, whom I respect the most, is guarding against me. It's not a sneaky plan, Mr. Chen. Just wear this outfit, dress up a bit, and stand by my stall. I hurriedly handed her the skirt and leggings I had bought, speaking to her earnestly. With Ms. Chen's looks, she'd be a perfect model. I don't believe she can't attract any girls. These leggings are way better than those thick woolen pants. Faced with the choice between losing money and feeling guilty, I chose to sacrifice Ms. Chen. What are you doing? Why do I have to wear this? Ms. Chen picked up the skirt, her eyes darting back and forth at me. I ordered a batch of leggings to sell at the night market, but they're not selling at all. The people in town aren't even interested in checking them out, so I had to ask you to model them. If they see how good they look, they'll definitely buy them. Please help me. I rubbed my hands nervously, feeling embarrassed. The main thing is that this batch of goods can't afford to lose money. I'd bet everything on it. Children from poor families don't have much room for error. Fine. Go chop some firewood first. I'll come over tonight, but I'm warning you I don't know how to run a business. Mr. Chen placed his short skirt on the fire pit and said lazily. No need, just sit there. I'll handle the rest myself. I nodded hurriedly. Seeing that Miss Chen had agreed, the weight on my heart finally lifted, and I ran out to the courtyard to chop wood. After just 2 days, the firewood in the kitchen was all gone. Without me, this household wouldn't even have a hot meal to eat. After finishing the firewood, I hurried to find Liang Qiwen to set up the stall. The sooner I sold this batch of goods, the better. Although Miss Chen was lazy, she kept her word. Before it got dark, she arrived as promised. From a distance, I could already see that striking figure. The winter night market is different from the summer one. It doesn't last long because it's very cold at night, with chilly winds blowing. By 9 or 10 o'clock, there's hardly anyone left. Miss Chen, over here. I called out to her loudly. Hearing my voice, Miss Chen spotted my location among the many stalls. After all that, you gave that skirt to Miss Chen? Liang Qiwen said, looking at Miss Chen in the distance. You don't understand. It's a living advertisement, a money-drawing charm. I rolled my eyes at him, knowing he'd take it the wrong way. Tonight's business depends on Miss Chen's charm. However, Miss Chen's charm was undeniable. As she walked over, not just men, but even women couldn't help but glance at her a few extra times. People are naturally drawn to beautiful things. You've brought in so much stock. Will you be able to sell it all? Miss Chen walked up to the stall and asked, looking at the pile of leggings stacked like a small mountain. Yesterday, I would have been confident, but after a quiet night, I wasn't sure anymore. Miss Chen, please sit here. I pulled out a small stool and said to Miss Chen. I've already come, and I've done what I promised. If they don't sell, don't blame me. Mr. Chen sat down on the stool, took out the books from his bag, and began reading leisurely. With her natural beauty and scholarly demeanor, even passing dogs would glance twice. Everyone, come take a look. The latest style of leggings, slimming, comfortable, and versatile. Only $8 each. You won't regret it. Seeing the crowd growing, I hurriedly shouted out. With Mr. Chen as a reference point, many girls were tempted. After all, beauty is a woman's nature. In winter, who doesn't wear woolen pants for warmth? Those things are thick and uncomfortable to move in. Seeing Miss Chen dressed so lightly yet not feeling cold, how could one not be tempted? And the price? Who could resist? Skipping a meal could let you wear a beautiful dress in winter. I even wanted to buy 2 for myself. Young man, is what you're selling the same as what she's wearing? A woman stopped at the stall and pointed at Miss Chen. Absolutely the same, ma'am. Trust me, look at this. It's fleece-lined, warm, and slimming. You'll look even better than her. To make money, I'll say anything. After all, the money in the customer's hands is the most beautiful thing in my eyes. Chapter 162, for business. 8 yuan isn't expensive, but people in small towns are used to haggling. Seeing her hesitant expression, I spoke up before she could say anything. Sister, these pants are really not expensive. Look at the quality. I brought them all the way from Xinguang City. Whether it's good looking or not, there's a reference point. It's slimming and makes your legs look longer. I pointed to Ms. Chen beside me and said to the woman. Ms. Chen is probably around 5 feet 7 inches, and her legs are so long you can't even imagine longer than my life. She sat there, crossed her legs, and her elegance just radiated. Alright, I'll take one. The woman picked up a gray pair of leggings and reached for her wallet. One isn't enough. You should get at least 2, one to wash and 1 to wear. That way, you can be the most beautiful version of yourself every day. I grabbed another pair and handed it to the woman. Hurry up and sell them, get the money back quickly. Hopefully everyone will buy a few extra pairs. You're a shrewd little boss. Alright, 2 pairs then. The woman smiled and handed me the money. $16, not bad. Take your time, I said, holding the money and smiling warmly at the woman. You're really suited for business, Mr. Chen said, holding the book in his hand and looking at me meaningfully. Whether I'm suited for business is a matter for later. Right now, I just want to sell these goods as quickly as possible. Mr. Chen's arrival had visibly improved the stall's business. More people were asking about the prices, mostly teenage girls. Easy to fool, easy to convince. Really, if you wear the pants I'm selling, you'll get 100% of the attention. Don't believe me? Look at the beauty behind me, you're not any less attractive than her. Just 8 yuan, and you can wear a skirt in winter. A woman should always look her best. The stall was getting busier, and I was so busy I could barely catch my breath. Liang Qiwen was busy packing and fetching goods. Take over for me for a moment. I pointed at Liang Qiwen. After talking for so long, my voice was almost hoarse. I can't take your place. You've praised that pockmarked face into a goddess. Liang Qiwen shook his head repeatedly in refusal. Those words really got under my skin. I was just trying to make a living, after all. This unreliable guy. Fortunately, my efforts weren't in vain. The stock of leggings has decreased significantly. At this rate, 2 days no, 3 days should be enough to sell them all. The joy of collecting money is the real joy. I worked until the night market closed before reluctantly packing up my stall. I placed them in the small shop as usual, still priced at $5 each. Miss Chen hadn't left yet. It was a cold winter night, and the biting wind made it even colder, even though she was wearing warm leggings. Sitting there for so long, her blood wasn't circulating properly, and she must have felt cold. After packing everything up, I rode my bike back to the village with her. It was pitch black, and there were no streetlights. Miss Chen sat on the back, leaning gently against me. Fang Yuan, you mentioned tonight that 32 women are more beautiful than me, 7 have longer legs than me, and 16 have better figures than me. As I was pedaling my bicycle with all my might, I suddenly heard Mr. Chen say those words, and a chill ran down my spine, from the soles of my feet straight to my forehead. I finally understood how Zhang Ying felt every time she spoke to me. In business, you have to flatter your clients, right? I admit there was a bit of intention to use Mr. Chen as a foil. But with some customers, if you flatter them enough, they'll spend more. Humph, Mr. Chen snorted, his tone clearly displeased. I won tea be coming tomorrow. I have something to do. She didn't dwell on it. Without Miss Chen around, business won't be as good, but it's not a big deal. We sold so much today there will definitely be customers tomorrow, even if it takes longer to sell. It's winter break anyway, so selling a few extra days won't hurt. Miss Chen, are you dating someone? I asked curiously. Who told you that? Who could possibly be good enough for me? Miss Chen hummed a tune, not looking like a teacher at all. But you've been single all this time. Doesn't Teacher Jiang teacher worry? I almost blurted out, how are you going to get married? Oh, is that your concern? Mr. Chen gave me a sharp rebuke on the spot. It must have hit a nerve. Miss Chen is unmarriageable, ha ha ha. After sending Miss Chen home, Liang Qiwen and I started counting money by the roadside, eager to know today's earnings. How much do you have? I counted the bills, while Liang Qiwen counted the coins. I've got 205. Liang Qiwen shook his bag of coins, making a clinking sound. 205 plus my 531 equals 736. Divide that by the unit price of 8 yuan, and we sold at least 92 pairs of leggings tonight. Damn, I thought we sold at least over 100 pairs. Put the money with you. We'll take the coins to the bank tomorrow to exchange them. I told Liang Qiwen. First, I'll collect the initial investment and return it to Liang Qiwen. The profits will be distributed after everything is settled. If everything goes smoothly, we should break even tomorrow. Seeing the money in my pocket really motivates me. The next afternoon, I went to town early and set up my stall. There weren't many customers at that time, but I still enjoyed it. Because every person who passed by might force money into my pocket. Fang Yuan. You're really here setting up your stall? Wang Min and Zuo Qian held hands and walked up to my stall. The weather was getting colder, and both of them were wearing pink scarves. When they squatted down in front of my stall, they looked like toads wearing flower crowns. Don't touch if you're not buying. Seeing Wang Min rummaging around, I immediately stopped her. Just take a look. You're so stingy. Poof. Wang Min puckered her lips and made a pig-like snort. Fang Yuan, how's business? Zuo Qian looked up at me. We haven't tea even opened yet today. The stall was just set up, and there were no customers yet. Wait, aren't there 2 people over there? Zuo Qian, I remember you love wearing skirts. Why not try 2? I'm telling you, they're really warm, and you'll look great in them. I picked up a pair of leggings and started pitching them to Zuo Qian. I already bought some when I went to the city earlier. Zuo Qian blushed. I only then noticed that the pants she was wearing were very casual and looked well fitted, so she must have already put them on. Girls from wealthier families tend to be exposed to things earlier than those from ordinary households. After hearing what Zuo Qian said, I looked at her again and didn't think she was that attractive anymore. She wasn't as pretty as Wang Min. I quickly shifted my gaze to Wang Min, ready to give her a proper recommendation. Don't look at me, I still have several pairs left at home. Wang Min had anticipated my intentions and, before I could speak, dashed my hopes. Those two little clowns. It's so cold outside, why aren't they staying home by the fire? What are they doing wandering around town for? Chapter 163, The Snobbish Me. There are only two kinds of people in this world, those who are useful, like customers interested in leggings, and those who are useless, like this guy just sitting here staring at something he is not going to buy. Fang Yuan, once you've sold all this, let's go fishing. Wang Min stood there for ages, chattering nonstop at the stall. No way. If you're not busy, don't hang around here and get in my way. She really knows how to rub salt in the wound. Last time, she let my 50-pound big bluefish escape, and now she's bringing up fishing again. You look like a carp with a hooked mouth. You want to go fishing? Just fish for yourself. Then I'll buy 2 pairs of leggings. Wang Min pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it to me. Hey, I've always said you're not only beautiful but also have a wide range of interests. Fishing, right? No problem. I'll come find you after I'm done. I quickly took the money and packed the pants. You're so materialistic, Wang Min rolled her eyes and said. Not at all, I'm just being honest. A smooth start to the day. A good day begins with making money. Can I stay here now? Wang Min asked softly. Of course you can. Stay as long as you like. I'll get you a chair. The customer is always right. As long as she pays, she can even step on my face. Zuo Qian, Wang Min bought 2. Aren't you going to buy any? Let me tell you, this is the latest model I picked out with great effort from Xinguang City. It's amazing for slimming legs. It's definitely better than what you bought. Look at you, you're so pretty, but your legs are so thick. It really ruins your appearance. There were only 2 people at the stall. Wang Min had already bought 1, so I might as well try to convince Zuo Qian to buy 2 as well. Even if she doesn't wear them now, she can always wear them next year. Are my legs really that thick? Zuo Qian stood up and examined her legs from all angles. They're not thick at all, they're like barrels. But if you wear these leggings, they'll make your legs look even and shapely. I shoved the pants directly into Zuo Qian's arms. You're really scaring me. Can't I just buy them? Zuo Qian shook her head and pulled out some money from her pocket to hand it to me. I quickly took the money, packed the pants, and in just a few minutes, I sold 4 pairs. That was satisfying. Look now, your legs are much slimmer. I handed her the wrapped pants. That's too fake. I haven't even tried them on yet. She widened her eyes, speechless as she looked at me. The pockets are empty, so your legs look thinner, right? Such a simple concept, and yet she doesn't understand. Ms. Jiang used to always say she was smart. Soon, the crowd started to grow, and the stall wasn't as deserted as before. Thanks to yesterday's promotion, tonight's business was pretty good. This kind of business can only be done once. Once you sell well, sharp-eyed people will start restocking and selling them long-term, eventually saturating the market. If I want to sell leggings next year, I won't even get a single customer. There are more and more customers, and I can't handle it all by myself. That damn Liang Qiwen hasn't shown up even after dark. Does he want to kill me? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Faced with the customers urging, I wished I could turn into Neza and grow 3 heads and 6 arms. Let me help you pack. Zuo Qian stood beside me and offered. Even Wang Min, who was eating pickled plums, came over to help, showing how busy we were. The night market is only this busy for a short while. Once it's over, it'll be quiet again. So I handled the sales, Wang Min collected the money and gave change, and Zuo Qian did the packaging. We had worked together before when selling book covers, so we worked together seamlessly. I'm exhausted. After a busy spell, I plopped down onto a stool. I never expected today to be busier than yesterday. There weren't many leggings left. If we sell for 1 more day tomorrow, we should be able to wrap things up. The cold wind blew, and I saw Wang Min and Zuo Qian rubbing their hands together, constantly breathing on them to warm up. Their little faces were frozen red. So I walked over to the neighboring stall and bought each of them a pair of gloves. Thank you for today. There aren't many customers left, so you should head home. It's already so late. I handed the gloves to them, as a token of appreciation for their help today. I always ask for compensation when I help others, so I wouldn't ask them to help me for free. Alright, we'll head back then. Zuo Qian and Wang Min took the gloves and nodded in agreement. After all, they were girls, and it wasn't safe to be out so late, plus their families would be worried. Oh, you're getting sentimental. After the two had walked away, Liang Qiwen suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing him, I kicked him. Where the hell were you? You didn't show up all night. If it weren't for Zuo Qian and Wang Min helping out, I would have been exhausted at the stall. I was just cracking sunflower seeds at the dry goods store. Seeing how well you two were working together, I didn't want to disturb you. This bastard had been here all along, just watching the show. Seeing that someone's hands were cold, he even knew to buy a pair of gloves. This is still the Fang Yuan I know, Liang Qiwen said in a sarcastic tone. I snorted inwardly. A pair of gloves only costs $2, 2 pairs for $4. $4 to get 2 people to help out, that's a steal. Plus, you don't owe anyone a favor. If you just gave them money, even $10 would feel a bit stingy, but giving a gift is different, it's the thought that counts. Besides, the money comes from the sheep themselves. Those 4 yuan were earned by selling leggings to them. Watch the stall. I'll go over there to check out the down jackets. This morning I saw my dad's cotton coat was all worn out, and he has been too stingy to replace it. Now that I'm making money, I'll buy him a new one. I picked and chose, not caring about the style or how it looks, just focusing on warmth. I know my dad doesn't like bright colors either. Black is fine, and it's also easy to keep clean. After buying the clothes, I returned to the stall. Liang Qiwen was packing and collecting money. Running a business is all about practice. The more you do it, the better you get. It's just buying and selling. Being sweet-talking helps sell things faster. Did Mrs. Qin come looking for my dad while I was away? I asked Liang Qiwen. No, but Lai Laosan keeps coming to find my stepfather, asking him to go play cards. My godfather hasn't gone. These past 2 days have been too busy. I haven't had time to deal with these issues. It seems like this Lai Laosan has really set his sights on my dad. There are so many well-off families he could target, but he has come after ours. Calling once or twice might be because they're short one player, but coming to find my dad every time, I wouldn't believe it if you told me there is no trick involved. We need to have a serious talk with my dad about this. We can't just ignore it. There are plenty of people who lost everything to gambling. Note, buy groceries, cook dinner, then write chapter 3 after eating. Chapter 164, The Extortionist Woman. As the crowd thinned out, the night market gradually grew quieter. Liang Qiwen and I sat at our stall, carefully counting the money. Today we sold a total of 132 pairs of leggings, plus yesterday's, making 224 pairs in total. The total income was 1,792, minus costs and transportation fees, leaving us with just under 600. Additionally, when I had some free time, I picked out 12 pairs with damage. I'm not sure if they were already damaged or if I accidentally scratched them during transportation. These definitely can't be sold. I'll keep them for myself. Oh, and I also gave one to Mr. Chen. In total, if everything sells, I should make around 1,000 yuan. Liang Qiwen and I can split 500. When I think about it, it doesn't seem like much money. Selling book covers is faster money, and it's so tiring. Just as Liang Qiwen and I were about to pack up, a woman walked up to my stall, glaring at Liang Qiwen and me. Sister, want to buy some pants? Seeing her aggressive demeanor, I had a bad feeling. The pants from your shop are defective. I bought them and found a hole. The woman threw a pair of leggings at me. I picked it up and saw that there was indeed a hole, with the threads around it pulled out of place. It must have been torn by something sharp. Did you sell this? I asked Liang Qiwen. In the clothing business, such issues occasionally arise. Though I'm greedy for money, I've always conducted business honestly. If it's damaged, I compensate the customer. I don't make money dishonestly. It wasn't me. I just sold 2 pieces earlier, both to young girls, Liang Qiwen said, waving his hands. Since it wasn't Liang Qiwen who sold it, every customer was handed over to me, and I don't recall anyone like her. Sister, if it's damaged, we'll definitely compensate you. Whoever bought it can come back, and we'll either refund the money or exchange it. I turned to the woman and said. I checked, and the leggings were indeed the same brand as mine. No matter who bought them, I'll replace them. Even if she damaged it after taking it home, I'll exchange it to avoid any misunderstandings that could affect my business. It was me who bought it. You sold it to me yesterday, the woman pointed at me and said angrily. In the biting cold wind, I touched my head and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Are you sure I sold it to you? I squinted at her. Although there were many customers yesterday, I definitely hadn't seen this woman before. It was you. $8 for one, I remember clearly. The woman spoke with certainty, insisting it was me. Alright, I'll give you $8. Is that okay? I pulled out the money and handed it to the woman. She was lying. I had no idea where she had bought the pants, but they definitely weren't from my shop. But I didn't want to argue with her too much. 8 yuan was 8 yuan. I'd pay it and move on, since I had more goods to sell tomorrow and didn't want her causing a scene. I don't want the money. Give me 3 new ones instead. The woman didn't take the money but pointed to the leggings on the stall. When I heard that, my head started spinning. She really thought I was a sucker, taking advantage of me. I didn't feel like arguing with her, but she was getting more aggressive. Why not go to the bank to extort money instead? She is even extorting leggings. Has she given up on life? How do you prove these pants were sold to you by me? I threw the torn leggings back at her. Damn it, I won't put up with this. There's only one place that sells leggings here, and the brand is the same. What, you're trying to renege on the deal? Everyone, come and see. This dishonest merchant. So young, and already so heartless. Selling torn pants and now refusing to acknowledge it. The woman slapped her thigh and shouted until she was hoarse. The once quiet night market was suddenly filled with onlookers drawn by her shouts. I watched the woman's ridiculous behavior. Could she really be an innocent person? Ignoring the stares of others, I put down my work, pulled over a small stool, and sat down in front of the woman. I watched her perform in silence. I won't pay you back and I won't give you the pants. What can you do to me? If you're not satisfied, go call the police. I challenged her. Did you realize you have nothing to threaten me with? All you have left is your helpless rage? Do you think shouting and screaming can threaten me? This is a mobile stall. Tomorrow I'll take the bus to the next town and sell the same thing. I had originally thought it was better to avoid trouble and quickly sell the remaining goods safely. But who knew that when I took a step back, she pressed forward relentlessly. I was being so reasonable, letting you have your way, and you still don't know a good thing when you see it. Go to hell. The woman was so enraged by my insolence that she immediately started cursing at me. Her spit flew all over my face. What did you eat tonight? It smells like leeks. My old man is too old for this kind of physical labor. If you want to exert yourself, take it out on him. He can handle it. I pushed Liang Qiwen toward the woman and said. Her face turned red with anger. I rarely curse anymore because every time I say a dirty word, I have to copy it down once more. I've managed to kick the habit of cursing so easily. Everyone, please judge for me. This unscrupulous merchant is truly heartless. Seeing that my words didn't affect her, she tried to use the crowd to force me to give in. This tactic I've been using since 6th grade. Before you all understand the facts, if you want to watch the show, feel free, but please don't comment, as this might cause psychological harm to an innocent person like me. I'm not yet an adult, and my mind is still fragile. I stood up and addressed the crowd. Additionally, I hope those with phones can call the police and report that a malicious woman is trying to defraud 2 minors. Thank you all. Hearing my words, those who had been about to speak up quietly stepped back. I couldn't stand such a person. I'd rather carry goods to the next town tomorrow to sell them than endure her abuse. A pair of leggings sells for 8 yuan. Even such a small business is being targeted. Some people are like that: the smaller your business, the more daring they are to cause trouble. On the other hand, those with big stores rarely have such issues. What's going on? Just then, a police officer in uniform walked over from the crowd. The woman didn't back down. Instead, she stepped forward, completely unafraid of the law enforcement officer. She wailed to the police, accusing me of running a dishonest business and intentionally selling her pants with holes, portraying herself as the victim. She dared to lie so brazenly for one reason: the penalties were too lenient. Even if she was exposed, she would only receive a verbal warning. To her, it was no big deal. Officer, you finally arrived. This woman came to my stall yesterday, took the pants, and ran off without paying. There were too many people around, and I couldn't catch her. I had already accepted my loss, but today she came back with another pair of torn pants, demanding I give her 3 new ones. This is outright bullying. It's completely unreasonable. I'm not the kind of person who lets her talk nonsense, because this is what I'm best at. You're lying. I never took the pants and ran. The woman immediately denied it. It was last evening. You were wearing the same clothes. I saw it clearly. While I was busy up front, you stole a pair of underwear. I caught you, and you ran all the way to the street. I chased you for ages but couldn't catch you. Officer, please help me. I lowered my head and pretended to wipe away tears. You little brat, you're such a liar. I was still in the city yesterday and only came back this afternoon. How could I have stolen your pants? The woman started yelling at me, looking as upset as a llama. You say you were in the city yesterday, then how did you end up at my stall buying pants? Do you think you're Naruto Uzumaki and can split into multiple clones? I looked up at the woman with disdain. Chapter 165, Down Jacket. Seeing that I had cornered her, the woman's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Maybe I remembered wrong. I think I bought them somewhere else. Her excuse was so flimsy, yet so effective. The young man is just trying to make a living by selling things. Be more careful in the future. After the police warned her, they let her go. That's why I became a police officer. Some criminals get off too lightly. Especially in rural areas, the cost of making false accusations is so low, almost risk-free. If you investigate and find out, you just apologize. If you don't, you come out ahead. A single mention of fellow villager turns law enforcement into a mess. People like her should be publicly shamed with posters and banners so everyone knows what she's like. She got off easy. Look at her, she doesn't seem like a first-timer, Liang Qiwen muttered, fidgeting with his hands, his eyes brimming with resentment. Then follow her and find out where she lives, I whispered to Liang Qiwen. His eyes lit up, and he walked out of the crowd. After the police and the crowd had left, I quietly packed my things. The weather was getting colder, and the frostbite on my hands was starting to itch again. Many children were like me, their hands would crack in the winter, and some of the more severe cases would even rot down to the bone. It's finally time to slack off again, I stretched lazily and muttered to myself. Every year at this time, my father wouldn't let me do any chores. I'd just eat and sleep all day. I noticed that adults rarely get frostbite, but children almost always do. Among my classmates, 7 out of 10 have it. After thinking about it for a long time, I figured out why. It's because children have homework to do, while adults don't. When they get cold, they just put their hands in the fire to warm up. So, homework really isn't a good thing. It's harmful to both the body and mind. I'll burn my winter break homework when I get home. Just as I was about to finish cleaning up, Liang Qiwen returned. Our eyes met, and no words were needed. Riding my bicycle back to the village, as I approached my home, I saw 2 bicycles parked at my doorstep. One of them was a small one, which belonged to Mrs. Qin, the widow. I signaled to Liang Qiwen not to make a sound and quietly made my way to the door. Inside the house, Lai Laosan and Qin the widow were sitting in the living room, while my father sat across from them, frowning and smoking. Come play a game. We're one short. There's nothing to do at home on such a cold winter day. Lai Laosan had come again to drag my father into playing cards. Such people are the most despicable. He doesn't go find those who love to play cards, he has to drag my father into it. Exactly, we're just sitting around. Playing cards and chatting, we're all from the same village. Qin the widow chimed in from the side. She had indeed given up on my father, but not on the money. The money from gambling is so easy to make. Just move your hands, and you earn more than I do selling goods at the market. Selling goods requires restocking, and in the middle of winter, you have to stand outside like a fool, begging for customers. They sit by the fire, move their fingers, and the money flows into their pockets. I didn't rush in right away, I wanted to see what my father's attitude was. I'm not going. I promised my son I wouldn't gamble. Find someone else. My dad waved his hand, lit a cigarette, and puffed away. Your son is out playing and can't even be found. Besides, who has a son to tell his old man what to do? Lai Laosan and Qin the widow chimed in, almost ready to grab my father and drag him out the door. If I can't even keep my own word, how can I teach him? Teach him to lie, teach him to gamble? Here's 200 yuan. Consider it my loss. Don't come looking for me to play cards anymore. My father pulled out the money from his pocket and slapped it on the table in front of Lai Laosan and Qin the widow. Winning money from gambling is one thing, but taking it like this makes us look like beggars. Seeing my father's firm attitude, Lai Laosan and Qin Guifu could only leave grudgingly. It seems I was overthinking things. My dad is truly my idol. I was worried all day that those two would trick him. After waiting outside for several minutes, Liang Qiwen and I finally strolled home. You finally decided to come back? It's already so late. Seeing me return so late, my father glared at me. He then went to the kitchen and brought out the food that had been kept warm. It was cold, and after being busy all day, my stomach was growling with hunger. Liang Qiwen and I each devoured 2 large bowls of rice, and only then did we feel like we were back to life. Dad, I bought you a down jacket. I handed the jacket to my father. My dad took the jacket and examined it carefully. Why spend the money? I already have a coat. His eyes were filled with delight, but he kept complaining that I was wasting money. This jacket is just a cheap knockoff, not worth much, but the material is decent. I tried it on, and it's actually pretty warm. Your old coat is falling apart. The pockets have a big hole in them. The pockets on this coat broke 2 years ago. When I was short on money, I rummaged through my dad's pockets, and the hole was bigger than my hand. I helped my father take off his old cotton coat and put the new one on him. It's a bit too small because this is the first time I bought clothes for my dad. He knows my size, but I've never realized how broad his shoulders are. Not bad, it fits perfectly. My father shook the collar, clearly satisfied. Just like the pot of tea I had fried earlier, it was burnt and smelled bitter, but he would brew a cup every day and drink it with relish. The next day, Liang Qiwen and I went out to set up our stall as usual. The woman's false accusation from last night hadn't affected our business at all. Since we didn't have much inventory, Liang Qiwen and I weren't in a hurry. After all, once we sold everything, we have nothing else to do. Now that fishing was no longer an option, and eels couldn't be caught in winter, there were almost no other ways to make money. We should be able to sell everything today, and then we can split the money, I said, looking at the few remaining pairs of leggings, a smile curling at the corners of my mouth. It was only at the moment of splitting the profits that I felt the effort was worthwhile. Don't split it. Give me back the initial investment, and keep the profits for Su Wenqin. I can earn more money in the spring at LLB enough. Liang Qiwen waved his hand dismissively. He was a very stingy person, saving to the extreme he could go an entire week without spending a single penny, and when he was thirsty at school, he drink tap water. Yet he was also very generous, willing to give away hundreds of dollars without a second thought, as he had done when selling book covers last time. I've never refused a friend's generosity. As I told Jitong, Su Wenqin is also his friend. If he wants to help, it's his choice. I'm just fulfilling the promise I made. Seriously, Fang Yuan, why are you helping Su Wenqin so much? We both use Jitong's internet, but every time you make money, you give it all to Su Wenqin. Liang Qiwen asked while counting the money. I don't know either. It's like I can't even figure out why Jiang Laoshi is so kind to me. Maybe she doesn't want to see my life turn out too badly, and I don't want to see Su Wenqin's life become too tragic either. Tragedies I can't see don't concern me, but when they're right in front of me, I feel like I have to help her or else my heart will feel heavy. All I can say is, what a mess. Who told me to get involved? Who told me to meet her? Chapter 166, Ending the Street Stall. My family is poor, but my father has never deprived me of food or clothing. My circumstances are completely different from Su Wenqin's. In fact, her family might even be a little better off than mine. But can that even be called a home? A place without love can't be called a home. The reason I gave the money to Su Wenqin is because I don't need it right now. Even if I gave all the money to my father, he would just save it. I don't need the money either, because I have Yitong to rely on. But giving this money to Su Wenqin could change her life. What a bargain. I said the two of you aren't home in the afternoon. Where did you go? A familiar voice rang out, and both Liang Qiwen and I looked up. Dad, what are you doing here? Seeing my father, my heart skipped a beat. I came to town to buy some New Year's provisions. The New Year is almost here, so I thought I'd buy you two some new clothes. My dad sat down at the stall with a smile. Try them on and see if they fit. My father handed the bags in his hands to me and Liang Qiwen. The same style, just different sizes. It wasn't something we got every year usually, we only bought new clothes every 2 or 3 years. Liang Qiwen and I put on our new clothes, which fit us perfectly, as if they had been tailor-made. Take them off, we'll wear them again during the new year. After saying that, my father put the 2 new outfits into a bag, so we could wear them on New Year's Day. You didn't even tell the family you were going out to set up a stall, afraid I'd ask you for money, huh? My father glanced at the leggings on the stall and didn't dare to reach out and touch them. No, it's just selling things for women. I don't know how to explain it. What others say doesn't matter to me, but every word my father says, I take to heart. Selling things at a stall is just business. What is the difference between men and women? Earning money on your own isn't something to be ashamed of. My father didn't say much else, but he encouraged me instead. Come back early tonight. I'll keep dinner warm for you too. Ride carefully. Seeing a customer asking about the price, he didn't linger and left. His approval was the greatest encouragement to me. By the time the night market was almost over, only the last 2 pairs of leggings were left unsold. I wasn't going to come back tomorrow just for those 2 pairs of pants. I took the chairs home, leaned the wooden boards against the wall, and left them there for someone to take home as firewood. Humming a tune, Liang Qiwen and I each hung 2 stools on our bikes, declaring the day's stall closed. Finally, I could sleep soundly. The colder the winter, the cozier the bed. My family still uses those old wooden beds, and even with 2 layers of mattresses, they're still hard as a rock. I couldn't help but miss the comfortable life at Yitong's house. That bed was so soft. Once I have money, I'll get one for my dad so he can try it too. The next morning, I went to look for Su Wenqin. She was inside the house wiping the table. This habit of doing housework diligently is probably something instilled by her original family. Fang Yuan, you're here. How did the pants sell? Su Wenqin looked very happy to see me. Yitong had left, and Liang Qiwen and I were setting up our stall in town every day. She must be so bored staying home alone all day. They're all sold. I raised my eyebrows. I pulled out the small cloth bag from my pocket, exactly 1,000 yuan. Don't ask where the change went after working hard, you deserve a good meal. Liang Qiwen will be coming soon, and we'll buy some nice ingredients for a feast. Take this money. It should be enough for next semester. Here, take these 2 pairs of leggings too. You look good in skirts, so you should wear them more often. I stuffed the money into Su Wenqin's palm and handed her the leggings as well. The damaged ones I'll keep for myself. They're worn underneath anyway, and no one will pull down my pants to look. As long as they keep me warm. Fang Yuan. Su Wenqin took the money, her big eyes staring straight at me, tears welling up in her eyes. At this moment, she had no other choice but to accept the money to continue her education. Don't look like that. You've been crying since 8th grade. Next year you'll take the high school entrance exam. If you don't pass, you'll have to go out and work. The money has to be repaid. This 1,000 yuan I'll take 500, and Qiwen will take 500. Write it down in a small notebook and don't forget. I reminded her. Even if she does have to work, it's better than going back home. Just hearing her mother's words is suffocating. I don't like this kind of tearful scene, but Su Wenqin's soft-hearted nature makes her cry uncontrollably at the slightest touch of emotion. I'm going out to buy groceries. You cook dinner tonight. Qiwen will be here soon. Seeing Su Wenqin about to say more thank yous, which were a bit too sentimental for my taste, I quickly found an excuse to leave. While shopping at the market, I ran into Ms. Chen. She saw me and brought up the tutoring class again. I told her to discuss it thoroughly with Jiang teacher before making a decision. Ms. Jiang is so dedicated to her students. Over the years, many teachers have started tutoring classes to make extra money, but she has never done that. She must know all the ins and outs of it. Some things are better said by Ms. Jiang than by me. After all, Ms. Chen has always looked up to Ms. Jiang as a role model. If I were to say the same things, it would only cause unnecessary trouble. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Although she wants to be responsible toward all her students, when it comes to others' interests, it's no longer just a matter of teaching. It's like if I sell leggings and someone sets up a stall across from me, giving them away for free, how can I run my business? I'd hate him so much that even at midnight, I'd think of a way to get back at him. Ms. Jiang doesn't want to make that kind of money, which is why she's never opened a tutoring class. All these years, she's just been dedicated to her teaching at the school. When I returned to Su Wenqin's home, Liang Qiwen had already arrived and was splitting firewood by the wall. He always splits a lot, piling them up like a small mountain. Su Wenqin was washing rice in the kitchen. This small place had become our other little home, but unfortunately Yitong wasn't there, and even the cola seemed more expensive. I curled up in the fire pit, stretching lazily, waiting for dinner. It wasn't that I was lazy, it was because I had frostbite on my hands, and in this weather, I couldn't work. Reluctantly, I had to curl up by the fire to keep warm. Note, more to come later. Cooking in progress. Chapter 167, Knowing the Law but Breaking It. Su Wenqin, are you scared living here alone? I asked, munching on sunflower seeds as I looked toward the figure in the kitchen. Not at all. It's much better than my own home. She shook her head and continued chopping vegetables skillfully. But you should lock the doors and windows at night, right? I reminded her, better safe than sorry. Stop chatting nonsense. It's about to rain. Bring the firewood inside. Liang Qiwen shouted from outside. Hearing his words, my ears went deaf instantly. It's so cold outside, how can I work with my hands like this? Patients need to rest properly, that's what the doctors say. You're such a lazy bum, Liang Qiwen said as he carried the firewood into the kitchen, not forgetting to give me a glare as he turned around. Let him glare. At least I don't have to work. Cooking was entirely handled by Su Wenqin, neither Liang Qiwen nor I would interfere, as Su Wenqin cooked better. Did you get a good look at where that woman lives? I turned on the MP4 and placed it on the table to watch a movie. Yeah, I told you, her family runs a store in town, selling daily necessities. It's the kind with a physical storefront. Liang Qiwen put his feet into the fire bucket, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and watched the movie with me. Having a storefront in town means their living conditions aren't bad, whether it's their own house or a rented shop. Yet she's running around for $8, trying to play tricks on me. Some people just one take a loss. Probably bought some leggings somewhere else, got ripped off, came back to find a hole, and didn't want to bear the loss themselves, so they tried to find someone else to take the fall. You shouldn't have come after me. Others might have let you off, but my family used to be cowherds. Tonight, I'll borrow a loudspeaker. We'll go to town tomorrow and expose her dirty deeds at her storefront, I whispered to Liang Qiwen. Such a dishonest person shouldn't be in business. If she had just done business honestly, I'd cut off my head and give it to Mr. Chen as a handheld ornament. What are you talking about? Su Wenqin brought the dishes to the table and, seeing Liang Qiwen whispering to me, couldn't help but ask. Nothing, I stood up and went to the kitchen to serve the dishes, preparing to eat. 3 people, 5 dishes after all this hard work, we deserved a treat. Fang Yuan, you don't need to support me anymore. After finishing next semester, I can work during summer vacation to earn money for high school, Su Wenqin said softly, keeping her head down. I knew what she was thinking. You're thinking too highly of yourself. There's no need to repay me. Look how clever you are. I'm just lending it to you. It's over 1,000 yuan. Once you have the money, I'll charge you interest. I said while munching on a chicken drumstick. Girls, especially someone like Su Wenqin, have a strong sense of self-respect. She's just soft-hearted, not lazy or greedy. If she had any other way, she wouldn't have asked for my money. There are no opportunities to make money in the village, and her family lives in town, so they're stuck there. However, after finishing junior high school, she's almost an adult, so her parents can't force her to do anything anymore. Summer jobs aren't bad either. If there's a good opportunity, I'll bring you and Qiwen along too. Working hard to earn money isn't shameful. It can help lighten the family's burden, which is good. All right. Su Wenqin took small bites of her food, her face lit up with a smile. She was a very easy-to-please girl, obedient and well-behaved, the perfect choice for a wife. Yitong had truly struck gold. This guy really has a good life. After finishing dinner and chatting for a while, I left with Liang Qiwen. At this time of year, it gets dark very quickly. 2 grown men staying at a woman's house, it wouldn't look good. When I got home, I borrowed a megaphone from the vegetable vendor at the entrance and decided to give that woman a piece of my mind tomorrow. If I hadn't gotten her to spill the beans, my stall would still be open. She just said she made a mistake, then tried to walk away. It's not that easy. The next morning, I took the megaphone and called Liang Qiwen to go to town together. When we arrived, the woman who had falsely accused me was sitting in her shop, smiling happily. When I walked into the store, she saw me, her eyes darted away, and then she pretended nothing had happened. Don't you remember me? I smiled at her. I don't remember you, the woman said, her face darkening as she turned her head away. Are you really that stupid? You run a shop, yet you came to my place acting like a bully. Now that I'm not selling anymore, can't you just close your shop? All because of a pair of pants? Do you think that just because the police said to let it go, I'll really let it go? I looked at the woman with a smirk. What do you want? I'm warning you, don't cause trouble for me. The woman stood up and pointed at me threateningly. But I'm not the type to be intimidated. Everyone, come and see. The owner of this shop is a dishonest merchant. Yesterday, he went to 2 children's stalls and tried to extort money from them, only to be scolded by the police until he was red-faced. Never buy anything from her store again. She is dishonest, her store is corrupt, and the quality of her goods is unguaranteed. I turned on the loudspeaker and started shouting outside her store. Once I started doing this, I felt every pore in my body open up. This was way more interesting than doing business. Watching the woman's face turn pale with anger, the sense of satisfaction kept building up inside me. Especially since it was still morning, with a lot of people around. After I shouted, a crowd of onlookers quickly gathered. The loudspeaker had a recording function, saving me a lot of effort. I stood at the woman's shop entrance and played the recording on loop. You little brat, turn off that megaphone right now. The woman grabbed the broom by the door and shouted at me angrily. I'm not even standing in your store. If you dare touch me, I'll lie down on the ground right now, and if I don't tear a hole in your pants, I'll give you credit for your tailoring skills. I wasn't afraid of her threats. The more she got worked up, the angrier she was, and the angrier she was, the happier I was. What's most important in life? To be happy. Thanks to me, the shop's reputation was truly ruined, but it wasn't enough. I decided to come back every day and shout a few times. Young man, turn off that loudspeaker. Just as I was feeling smug, a police officer stepped out of the crowd. It was the same officer who had been at the stall that night. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't want to turn it off because I felt the punishment for that woman wasn't enough. You've already violated the Public Security Administration punishment law, the police officer said to me. What law? I was taken aback and quickly turned off the loudspeaker. According to Article 23 of the Public Security Administration punishment law, if your shouting disturbs the normal lives of nearby residents and disrupts public order, I have the authority to impose a fine on you. In severe cases, you may be detained. The police officer walked up to me and said this while looking at me. Yes, arrest this little brat right now. The woman stood at the store entrance, her face filled with anger, as if she wanted the police to shoot me on the spot. To be honest, at that moment, I was a bit nervous. Since you're still young, I'll let you off this time. But don't do this again. The police officer glanced at the woman, probably understanding why I had acted that way. I've always thought the town police weren't strict enough, always trying to smooth things over, but today I ended up benefiting from their leniency. I reluctantly put away the megaphone. This matter could only end here. On the way back, I walked into the small shop and, after thinking it over, decided to call Yi Tong. Fang Yuan, why did you suddenly call me? Yi Tong's voice sounded delighted on the other end. I need your help, I said in a low voice. What kind of favor? Yi Tong is a reliable person, he has never turned down a request. I need you to bring me some books on laws and regulations. As the saying goes, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Chapter 168, Another New Year. People must always obey the law. How could one possibly do something illegal? Once Yi Tong brings the books back, I will study them day and night. Day by day, the couplets on the front door were replaced with new ones. My father held the paste, applying layer after layer, hoping the couplets would stick more firmly. The wheel of time quietly turned another full circle. I sat on the doorstep, staring blankly at the couplets. I had reached the age of 17, 18, 19. Mr. Jiang said that nowadays, children start school at an increasingly younger age. In a few years, children my age might not be in middle school but in high school. That's terrifying. If they can't get into high school, and they're not even adults yet, they'll just be stuck at home. If they can't go to school, no one will hire them to work. Starting school so early seems to have nothing but drawbacks. Unlike me, if I can't get into high school, I'll just be a laborer once I leave the village. What are you thinking about, so deep in thought? Liang Qiwen asked me while holding a pair of couplets. Nothing. Qiwen, you're not wearing glasses, yet your eyesight is still so good. I looked at Liang Qiwen curiously. His character was supposed to be a four-eyed frog, but his sleazy aura seemed to be fading. I'm not nearsighted, he scoffed, joining my father in pasting the couplets. Then why did you wear glasses before? To look cool? I looked at him speechlessly. Liang Qiwen didn't say anything, he just continued pasting the couplets seriously. Those glasses must have been important to him. Even when Zhang Tao beat him up, he protected them in his chest. Our family's New Year's custom is to invite the gods, divided into 2 parts, one for the ancestors and one for Guanyin Bodhisattva. On odd-numbered days, we burn incense and set off firecrackers until the Lantern Festival, then send them away. But our family is an exception, we only invite the Bodhisattva. Fang Yuan, Qiwen, come over and kowtow. My father bowed 3 times first, then motioned for me and Qiwen to come forward and pay our respects. He takes this very seriously. Every time he bows, he does so with great reverence, and he doesn't allow us to play or make noise during this time. After inviting the deities, it was time for the New Year's Eve dinner, my favorite part. There was plenty of meat and fish, so fragrant it made my mouth water. My father had his usual 2 shots of wine, while Qiwen and I each had a bottle of Coke. We just ate the dishes, no rice, and we were so full we felt like our stomachs would burst. During the meal, my father pulled out 2 red envelopes and handed one to me and one to Liang Qiwen. You're another year older. Make sure to keep this lucky money safe and stay healthy, my father said with a smile, sipping his wine and puffing on his cigarette. Sometimes I wonder why he can be so happy every day. Aren't adults supposed to have a lot of worries? After dinner, my dad moved the brazier into the room. At this point, watching the Spring Festival Gala became the only form of entertainment. That's right, our family now had a TV. We had it for a while, but times were changing so quickly that, for young people, a TV was no longer the best form of entertainment. Liang Qiwen and I took some incense and went out to look for fireworks that hadn't exploded. After searching our own house, we went to others' homes to look. Fang Yuan, do you think Su Wenqin is alone at home during the new year? Isn't that too lonely? Liang Qiwen said while lighting the firecrackers. Let's go visit her then. Later, you go to the convenience store and buy some fireworks. She can't play with these firecrackers, I suggested. Why aren't you buying any? Liang Qiwen hugged his pockets, looking like a miser. Alright, whoever gets to her house first buys them. I finished speaking and sprinted towards Su Wenqin's house. Liang Qiwen cursed me for breaking the rules and chased after me with all his might. This guy was so determined not to spend money on fireworks that he was running like he was in the Olympics. Before long, he had overtaken me. It turned out he wasn't lying at that speed, no one could catch him if he went up the mountain to steal food. Liang Qiwen kept a steady lead and arrived at Su Wenqin's house first. He leaned against the doorframe, panting heavily, looking at me as if he couldn't catch his breath. How about that? Admit defeat? He said triumphantly. I'm impressed. You can even outrun Big Yellow. I gave him a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. I never thought you'd go to such lengths just to buy fireworks for Su Wenqin. I had slowed down halfway through, so I didn't feel that tired. Why should I buy them? You were the one who said whoever got there first had to buy them. Oh, damn it. Liang Qiwen wiped the sweat off his face and finally realized what had happened. I told you to pay attention in class. Mr. Chen reminded you repeatedly to read the questions carefully. Answering quickly is useless. I chuckled and knocked on Su Wenqin's door. Who is it? Su Wenqin's voice came from inside, sounding a bit guarded. Good, she's alert. That's a good thing. It's me, Fang Yuan. I replied. Upon hearing my voice, Su Wenqin immediately opened the door. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at home with Uncle? Su Wenqin looked at me and Liang Qiwen with a puzzled expression. I sniffed the air. There was a strong smell of instant noodles. Turning my head, I saw a bowl on the table in the inner room, along with a packet of instant noodles. On New Year's Day, Su Wenqin was eating this. It's not that I didn't want to invite her to my house for the new year. She is a girl, and I was worried the neighbors might talk behind our backs, which wouldn't be good for Su Wenqin. You're just eating instant noodles for the new year? I walked into the inner room and asked, looking at the half bowl of instant noodles left on the table. I'm alone, so it doesn't matter what I eat. Simple as fine, Su Wenqin said with a carefree smile. Actually, I fried an egg, but I already ate it. You didn't see it. Her smile was pure and innocent, almost without a trace of impurity. Then hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I'll take you to set off fireworks. Qiwen is being generous for once. I didn't say much else, letting Su Wenqin eat first. As she ate, I told her about the competition with Liang Qiwen, making her smile so much that her eyes crinkled like crescent moons. Liang Qiwen leaned against the doorframe, occasionally sighing in frustration. Tonight, he'd have to pay the price and learn his lesson. What good is running fast? It's not like we're 2 tigers. Quick thinking and reaction speed are the keys to victory. After Su Wenqin finished eating, the 3 of us went to the small store and bought some fireworks and firecrackers. Su Wenqin dared not play with the firecrackers, she only dared to play with the small sticks that sparks. But Liang Qiwen and I were different. We found an empty box and competed to see whose firecracker was more powerful, aiming to blow the box up as high as possible. Happy times are always short-lived. The firecrackers were soon used up. The 3 of us sat on the steps, gazing at the distant houses lit up by the lights. Fang Yuan, Qiwen, thank you for keeping me company. This was my first time playing with fireworks. Su Wenqin's words were filled with regret and resentment toward her childhood. Her misfortune was laid bare in the air. Chapter 169, Visiting Neighbors. It's New Year's Eve. Why be so sentimental? Make up for what you missed in the past all at once today. Liang Qiwen turned toward the small shop and bought 16 fireworks, saying he wanted Su Wenqin to have a good time. I knew he didn't want Su Wenqin to dwell on the past. Among the 3 of us, I was the happiest. I didn't know much about Liang Qiwen's past because I didn't like to pry into others' pain. If he didn't mention it, I didn't ask. If only every person's regrets could be made up for, that would be wonderful. He watched Su Wenqin playing with the fireworks on the empty lot, smiling wryly. I don't like using psychology to analyze my friend's feelings. Your biggest regret is that you never got the chance to play the role of an incompetent husband, right? I changed the subject and teased him. Liang Qiwen, this guy, had once said his ideal was to make short films. Go to hell, Liang Qiwen cursed. Saying such vulgar things on New Year's Eve is sure to bring bad luck for the whole year. I stood up and ran away, as he looked like he was about to attack. We kept fighting and playing around until midnight, then finally sent Su Wenqin back to her place and went our separate ways. The next morning, Liang Qiwen came to my house early because my father was going to the temple to burn incense and had asked him to come over for chicken noodle soup. I curled up in bed, unwilling to get up. The weather was simply too cold. I wanted to sleep a little longer, but the occasional sound of firecrackers kept me awake. After dawdling for a long time, I finally got out of bed, shivering. Liang Qiwen was carrying a sack, intending to collect larger firework casings to sell for money. He never missed any opportunity to make money. The new clothes my father bought him, he had only worn for one day. I guess he didn't want to get them dirty while working. I accompanied him, picking up shells all the way from the village to the outskirts. When I heard someone calling my name, I realized something was wrong. Before I knew it, I had walked into Mr. Chen's property. Fang Yuan, didn't you think to pay your respects to the teacher for the new year? Mr. Chen, wearing a red down jacket, leaned against the doorframe, smiling at me. Well, you have to give a red envelope for New Year's greetings, I said, thick-skinned. You really are a money grabber. If you want a red envelope, you have to say something nice. I'll only give you one if I'm satisfied. Perhaps because it was the new year, Mr. Chen seemed to be in a good mood. What exactly makes you satisfied, Ms. Chen? You know I'm not good with words. I don't even know how to compliment you. After all, you're both talented and beautiful, with a graceful demeanor and a heart as pure as a flower. Everyone in the town knows that. I rubbed my hands together, looking at the red envelope in Mr. Chen's hand and grinning. Your Chinese has improved. You can use so many idioms now. One for each of you. Mr. Chen handed me 2 red envelopes and pointed to Liang Qiwen in the distance. That guy didn't even say hello to the teacher, he was just picking up shells. He must be riding my coattails. Here, Mr. Chen gave this to you. I handed the red envelope to Liang Qiwen. What about mine? Did you say thank you for me? He took the red envelope without hesitation, shamelessly. That's just nonsense. Of course I'll say thank you when I get money. You're so good with words, why don't you get along with Zuo Qian and Wang Min? Liang Qiwen quickly crushed the yellow mud on the backseat from the firecracker shells, shook them clean, and put them back in the bag. Are you crazy? It's money from Mr. Chen. I tapped the red envelope and rolled my eyes at him. What could those 2 girls give me? Stupid. After the new year, it was time to visit relatives, but unfortunately, my family had no relatives, and Liang Qiwen didn't keep in touch with his either. The 2 of us stayed at my house every day, huddling around a fire bucket and watching TV. We had planned to go to the internet cafe, but it was too cold to even stick our hands outside. Before we knew it, it was the 5th day of the new year, and there were less than 2 weeks left before school started. A new storm was brewing, we couldn't afford to stand still. Even if the winter break was as comfortable as it could be, what was meant to come would eventually arrive. Liang Qiwen's uncle never seemed to care about him. Even during the new year, he could stay at my house from morning till night. But that was fine. Someone can help me chop wood and do chores, so I can focus on recovering. Qiwen, save some of the chicken drumsticks for me later. Smelling the aroma wafting from the kitchen, I'm certain my father has made my favorite dish, pickled radish stir-fried with chicken drumsticks. Chop the chicken legs into pieces, add the pickled radish, throw in some chili peppers, and stir-fry with plenty of oil. That's my dad's specialty dish, and it's the second best thing in my heart after braised pork. My dad always cooks a big bowl, but it's never enough because Liang Qiwen's mouth is like a black hole, he inhales everything and eats super fast. I moved the fire bucket to the living room and planned to sit there and eat later. Eating a hearty lunch means I can sleep well in the afternoon. Just as I was eagerly preparing to eat, there was a knock on the door. When someone is home, we usually don't lock the door during the day, we just leave it ajar. Familiar people, like the neighbor next door, who usually comes over to chat with my dad, just walk in without knocking. I stood up, opened the door in confusion, and the first thing I saw was that pink scarf. 5 pounds of lobster? What are you doing here? I stared at Wang Min and her parents in shock. During the new year, everyone visits relatives. Why were they at my house? Had they gotten lost in the village? What did you say? Wang Min's eyes widened in anger as she glared at me. I meant I was surprised you came. I rubbed my forehead, realizing I'd accidentally said what I was thinking. Who is it? My father saw me standing at the door and put down his chopsticks to come over. Seeing that it was Wang Min's parents, my father was taken aback. Fang Yuan, what are you standing there for? Open the door. It's so cold outside. My dad walked up and ushered Wang Min's parents inside. We bought some milk and other things to help Fang Yuan recover. Wang Min's father entered the room and placed the gifts he was holding in the corner. Did they come all the way to our house on purpose? From childhood to now, I've never seen anyone bring gifts to our house during the new year. No need to be so formal. Have you eaten yet? My dad offered them cigarettes, also surprised by their visit. So, the Wang family of 3 naturally sat down at the table. My dad even specially placed a small chicken drumstick in front of Wang Min. Liang Qiwen and I exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Adults had their own topics to discuss, and Wang Min and I had nothing to talk about. Watching her eat the chicken drumstick while swaying her head, looking so relaxed and content, Liang Qiwen and I could only pick at the green vegetables in front of us, feeling so frustrated. "Uncle, this is really delicious," Wang Min said with a smug glance at me, then turned to my father with a sweet smile, as if she wasn't too afraid of being chased by bees. I really wanted to grab the ends of her scarf and pull it hard. Chapter 170, Red Envelopes. Wang Min's parents were way too polite, so much so that even I, with my thick skin, felt embarrassed. Just for bringing Wang Min out of the mountains, they came twice and bought so many gifts. "We're from the same town, not too far apart. Let us keep in touch more often." Wang Min's father raised his glass and clinked it with my dad's, one after another. From the way he spoke and acted, it was clear he was well read, unlike my father's honest and straightforward demeanor. There was nothing to criticize about him. The biggest flaw in their family was probably Wang Min. Originally, the meal was for 3 people, but now there were 6, so it wouldn't be enough. I dragged Liang Qiwen out and bought some braised dishes and peanuts to serve as snacks with the wine. But when I returned, the life-saving fire bucket had been taken over by Wang Min. She was sitting comfortably on it, chatting cheerfully with my father. I placed the braised dishes on a plate and set it on the table, then moved the fire bucket over to my side without hesitation. "Uncle, Fang Yuan won't let me warm the fire bucket," Wang Min said, just like Zuo Qian, immediately tattling to my father. Everyone's eyes turned to me, and I had no choice but to move the fire bucket back. Wang Min looked at me with a mischievous smile. Fortunately, the fire bucket was large enough for 2 people, but I preferred to curl up inside it rather than just put my feet in. The 2 of us warming ourselves by the fire wasn't very comfortable, and we accidentally touched Wang Min's feet. I wonder if she has athlete's foot. I hope she doesn't give it to me, or I'll end up like Liang Qiwen, sitting on a chair picking at my feet all the time. "You said you'd take me fishing once you were done with work. It's already New Year's." Wang Min stomped on my foot in frustration. "Damn it, the money is already in my hands. I completely forgot about that. Let us wait until spring. The river is frozen solid now. In the middle of winter, even that small pond is frozen over. How could we possibly catch any fish? Unless we go to the riverbank far away, but that is too far. It'd take 2 or 3 hours by bike. No way am I going. What do you usually do at home?" Wang Min hadn't stopped talking since she arrived at my house. After finishing her meal, she started eating sunflower seeds again. "What is there to do? Watch TV, of course." I rolled my eyes at her. "If there was anything fun to do, would you even be here? I've planned to go to town with Zuo Qian this afternoon. Do you want to come along?" She looked at me and Liang Qiwen and asked in a low voice. "I have something to do this afternoon. No time." Almost at the same time, Liang Qiwen and I both declined. $20. Wang Min whispered to me. "Ha? Deal. Why didn't you just say you'd pay earlier? All that nonsense was unnecessary. Going through fire and water for you, princess. 20 for 1, 40 for 2. I always haggle to get the best deal. Go ahead. I really have something to do this afternoon." Liang Qiwen waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest. "What is your problem?" I leaned in close to Liang Qiwen and said. "This trip is only 20. It's like getting it for free. We're going to pick up shells." Liang Qiwen replied. "Are you crazy? How much can you make picking up shells in an afternoon? Why not take the easy money and work yourself to death?" No matter what I said, Liang Qiwen refused to go. "Are you guys going or not?" Wang Min pouted her lips, looking slightly cute under the allure of money. "I'll go. If he wants tea, I will." I thick-skinnedly held out my hand in front of her. Out of sight of the adults. "I'm sending you to help us haggle." Wang Min pulled out 20 yuan from her pocket and handed it to me. I never thought my reputation for haggling had reached Wang Min's ears. "Haggling? Then you have to add 5 more. After all, there was an extra condition now. You're really something." She gave me a disapproving look and pulled out another 5 yuan, handing it to me. "Thank you, sir." I stuffed the money into my pocket, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. "Wait for me at the village entrance." Seeing the adults about to leave, Wang Min hurriedly stood up. She was wearing black knee-high boots, and I thought to myself, those must not be very breathable. So I lifted the thin blanket off the fire bucket and took a deep breath. Thankfully, it didn't smell too bad. My father brought out a red envelope from the inner room and tried to slip it into Wang Min's hand. It was New Year's Day, after all, and giving red envelopes when visiting neighbors was a must. Although Wang Min refused, she couldn't resist my father's insistence and had to accept the red envelope. As she was leaving, she smugly patted the pocket where the red envelope was. The meaning was crystal clear. Idiot. I looked at the gifts on the ground and thought to myself, this must be worth hundreds of dollars. You're showing off over a small red envelope. After Wang Min left, I quietly asked my dad how much he had put in the red envelope. 300. My dad held up 3 fingers. That much? My mood immediately soured. Liang Qiwen and I only put in 88 yuan. She's an outsider, how could she possibly spend 300 yuan wisely? Come back early tonight and don't sleep in tomorrow morning. We'll go together to return the gift, my dad hurriedly reminded me as I was about to leave. Return the gift? To Wang Min's house? I was taken aback and turned to look at my father. I've never visited anyone's house before. They've already sent gifts. You have to return the favor. That's called reciprocity. Otherwise, who will want to associate with you in the future? My father was already 7 parts drunk. His alcohol tolerance had always been low, and he loved to drink. Alright, I understand. Though I wasn't very eager, many things were decided by my father. If I didn't go, he would definitely be upset. Riding my bicycle to the agreed-upon village entrance, Wang Min and Zuo Qian hadn't arrived yet, so I picked up some firecrackers from Lai Lao-san's doorstep to play with. After waiting for a long time, they finally arrived. Where is your bike? I asked, puzzled, since they were walking over. We took a car. It's not convenient to ride a bike in dresses, Wang Min said, swaying her skirt. What a hassle. Taking a car means waiting, while a bike is so convenient you can just go whenever you want. But since we already paid them, I couldn't just turn them down, so I locked my bike to a tree at the village entrance. We took a 3-wheeled motorcycle and went to town with them. It's no exaggeration to say there were a lot of people, especially at our age. With some pocket money, we looked for places to spend it. As we passed by the hamburger shop, it was packed inside. Zuo Qian covered her face with her hand and hurried past, afraid the staff inside would see her. I'm sure she still thinks we really did skip out on the bill. I suddenly recalled the girl in the rain, standing under the eaves, so firmly believing in me. Zuo Qian, want a burger? I called out to her from behind. Are you still hungry? Aren't you afraid of being recognized? You forgot last time when we skipped out on the bill. You ordered a Big Mac and didn't pay for it. Zuo Qian turned around, looking at me in surprise. She covered her face tightly with her hands, leaving only her big eyes exposed. Chapter 171, The Encirclement. Ha ha. I thought this version of Zuo Qian, so innocent and clueless, was actually pretty amusing. When did you guys come to eat burgers? Why didn't you call me? Wang Min leaned in, curiously asking. She actually had the nerve to ask that question. Who dared to call her? With her appetite, even Yitong would have to wash dishes to pay for her meal. I didn't bother with her. After all, I was here to help them haggle, not to chat. I followed them casually, and the two of them chattered non-stop like sparrows, occasionally covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. The whispers they exchanged were deliberately kept out of my ears. I wonder if they were secretly gossiping about me behind my back. It's snowing. Crystal clear snowflakes drifted through the air, gently landing on Zuo Qian's nose. Such a big deal. It snows every winter. I rubbed my hands together, feeling the itch of frostbite starting again. Large snowflakes fell recklessly, but the pedestrians on the street didn't seem to care. If only I could cast a spell to turn the snow into rain, so that Zuo Qian and Wang Min would get soaked to the bone. The snow was falling heavily, showing no signs of stopping, and the two of them remained just as enthusiastic, with no intention of stopping either. What are you two buying? It's almost time to go home for dinner. I watched them wander around, entering many stores, yet they hadn't bought a single thing. This was wasting my precious time. Why are you in such a hurry? Haven't you seen anything you like yet? Wang Min pulled her scarf tighter around her neck, exhaling white breath to warm her already frozen hands. It wasn't just her, I was shivering from the cold too, my feet numb. Snow water had seeped through my cotton socks, and I could feel my toes stiffening. My shoes were ice cold. I just wanted them to finish shopping and go home quickly. I thought this would be an easy task, but who knew shopping with women could be so exhausting. Fang Yuan, how did your hands get so badly frostbitten? Wang Min saw the frostbite on my hands and quickly took off her gloves, offering them to me. So sometimes I say she's really stupid. My hands are much bigger than hers, so how could she possibly put them on? I can't use these gloves. I stuck my hands in my pockets, and the cold had cracked the skin in several places, making them look pretty bad. Just buy whatever you need and hurry up. I need to go back. In this weather, if I have to ride my bike back, my frostbite will get worse. Sigh, I should have never taken this job. I came here for the money, but she's here for my life. Alright, I'll buy it right now. Can we go back soon? Wang Min snorted lightly, giving me a slightly displeased look. She's being so stubborn. If it weren't for the money, I would dragged her into the supermarket and slapped 20 clips on her lips. After saying that, Wang Min dragged Zuo Qian into a store by the roadside. Just as I was about to follow, I suddenly felt like I saw Liang Qiwen. Fang Yuan, come in. Hearing Wang Min call me from inside the store, I hesitated before stepping inside. Liang Qiwen said he went to collect shells in the afternoon and shouldn't be in town. Plus, I saw a girl standing next to him earlier. What are you spacing out for? Try them on. Wang Min handed me a pair of leather gloves filled with fluffy stuff. But my mind was filled with the image of the man from earlier. The more I looked, the more he resembled him, even down to the clothes. Damn, that girl couldn't be Xiao Han, could she? This guy must have intentionally ditched me to go shopping with Xiao Han. No way, I have to go check it out. I won't be able to sleep tonight if I don't find out. So I quickly stepped out of the store and followed them cautiously. Peering around the corner, I watched the two figures emerge from the jewelry store. That bastard, it really is Liang Qiwen and Xiao Han. Watching them chatting and laughing on the street, they must be having such a good time. They even lied to me, saying they were going to pick up shells to sell for money. I crouched down, ready to roll a snowball and throw it at him, but I realized my hands were wearing gloves. No wonder I didn't feel cold. I suddenly remembered I'd left those two women in the store. I hadn't even paid for the gloves. So I hurried back, and halfway there, I saw Wang Min with her lips puckered up, and Zuo Qian comforting her. Oomph, Wang Min turned her head away, pretending not to see me. I had something to do earlier. I don't know how the gloves ended up on my hands. I thought to myself, I didn't take the gloves either. You have the nerve to say that? I just put them on you, and you ran off with them. The shop owner wanted $20, and there was no room to haggle. Wang Min's face turned red with anger. She gave me $25 to help her haggle, but I ended up being the biggest obstacle to getting a better price. The gloves were already taken. How much they wanted was up to the boss. It's okay, I'll pay you back, I said and started walking toward the store. What are you returning? We've already paid. Just keep them. Wang Min wrapped her arm around Zuo Qian's arm and started walking back. But how can I accept your things? I'll give you the money. I pulled out the 20 she had given me at lunch and prepared to return it to her. But Wang Min didn't take it, snorted coldly, and walked toward the town entrance with Zuo Qian. It seemed like they were heading back to the village. After wandering around for half a day, we didn't buy anything, and she even spent her own money to buy me a pair of gloves. This made me feel a bit guilty. Why don't I treat you to some fried skewers instead? I caught up with Wang Min and said. At least you have a conscience. Wang Min finally stopped when she heard I was offering to treat them. Then can you help me with something? I asked. Upon hearing my request, Wang Min immediately scowled. It's no big deal. You can have as many skewers as you want later. I quickly upped the ante. There were 3 of us, and I only had over $20. It might not even be enough to eat. If we wanted to eat our fill, we'd have to find someone else to foot the bill. I'm wearing gloves, I want to repay the favor, I want to eat the fried skewers, but I don't want to pay. Then tell me what it is first, Wang Min said, looking at me warily. You're judging me by your own standards. It's simple. Later, the 2 of you go around from the back, then head toward the street. Someone will treat us to fried skewers, and there'll be plenty. I looked at the guy not far away, dressed exactly like me, deliberately avoiding me while on a date with a girl. Why? Wang Min and Zuo Qian looked at me in confusion. Don't ask, just do as I say. I waved my hand and told the 2 of them. Zuo Qian nodded and pulled Wang Min around the corner of another street, forming a pincer movement with me. This would leave Liang Qiwen in a bind. Chapter 172, Snowball Fight. So I followed Liang Qiwen and Xiao Han all the way. He even bought Xiao Han a grilled chicken leg, which cost over 2 yuan. Every time I asked him to buy me a bottle of Coke, he would complain endlessly, but now he is spending money so freely. He doesn't spend money on his brothers, yet he spends it on a little girl. Soon, Zuo Qian and Wang Min appeared in front of Liang Qiwen. His eyes were so sharp, how could he not notice the 2 of them? Plus, he knew I was in town with Zuo Qian and Wang Min today. Seeing them, he must have thought I was nearby too. He must be hiding, otherwise he wouldn't have come here behind my back. Why not just come to town openly with the 5 of you? I wouldn't have been so bored, following 2 spoiled girls around like a bodyguard all afternoon. Sure enough, as soon as Liang Qiwen saw Zuo Qian and the others, he quickly pulled Xiao Han into an alleyway. Oomph, holding hands like that, giving you a chance, huh? I quietly walked to the back of the alley and saw Liang Qiwen hiding Xiao Han behind him, peeking out at the street. There was already quite a bit of snow on the ground, so I slowed my steps and didn't make much noise. When I finally reached Xiao Han's side, she noticed me and her eyes widened. I made a shushing gesture to her. What are you hiding from? I asked softly. I told you, I'm hiding from Fang Yuan, Liang Qiwen said without turning his head. After a few seconds, he realized it wasn't Xiao Han's voice, and he suddenly turned around. Seeing it was me, he plopped down onto the snow. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here? He asked, looking at me. That's what I should be asking you. Sneaking around and hiding from me, I glanced at Xiao Han beside me. There was no need to guess, it was definitely Xiao Han who had suggested going to town to play, so Liang Qiwen had risked being discovered rather than refuse. When did this start? I pointed at the 2 of them and asked. Start what? Don't guess. We just happened to run into each other on the way and decided to kill some time in town. Liang Qiwen stood up and brushed the snow off his clothes. I turned to look at Xiao Han. Liang Qiwen was good at handling pressure, he could act convincingly. But Xiao Han was different. Seeing me look at her, Xiao Han's face turned bright red. She turned her head away, unable to meet my gaze. Keep making things up. You know I don't usually make mistakes. I pointed at Liang Qiwen and said. If you told me Liang Qiwen and Xiao Han had nothing going on, I wouldn't believe it. Stop making things up. It's not that serious yet. I finally managed to get her out on a date. Liang Qiwen pulled me aside and whispered. I don't want to make things up either. My mouth gets restless and I just want to say something. After all, I don't have any chicken legs to eat. I sighed. Fine, I'll buy them. Just make sure there's enough. Liang Qiwen looked at me and sighed deeply. It's not just me who saw it. You know women love to gossip. Zuo Qian and Wang Min had already noticed us and were walking over. Fine, I'll buy it. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Liang Qiwen rolled his eyes at me, looking utterly exasperated. This is the price I pay for lying to him. He needs to learn his lesson. Really, even if he had just told me directly, what could I have done to stop him? Why sneak around like that? The snow was falling heavily, but it couldn't dampen our enthusiasm for the free buffet. Wang Min, that little glutton, was sitting on an outdoor bench, completely oblivious to the snowflakes landing on her head, twisting her body as she ate, looking thoroughly satisfied. I noticed that she always twisted and turned while eating, never staying still, unlike Zuo Qian, who sat quietly, savoring the flavors in small bites. The two of them are so different in personality, one quiet, the other lively. I have no idea how they ended up together, yet their relationship is so good. Owner, give me 2 more sausages. I devoured the fried skewers. The chicken drumsticks from lunch had all been eaten by Wang Min and I was still hungry. And the colder the weather, the more delicious the hot fried skewers became. Sprinkling some chili powder on top made the flavor absolutely amazing. My tongue was tingling, and with a bottle of small cola, life was perfect. I want 2 more too. Wang Min couldn't even swallow the food in her mouth before she blurted out. Goodness gracious, this woman can really eat. Liang Qiwen kept pulling out money, his gaze on Wang Min had changed. You're right, this woman is impossible to feed, he whispered in my ear. That's right, you saw how she ate at my house at lunchtime. She couldn't even finish a bowl of chicken legs by herself. I completely agreed with him. Looking at her like that, Zuo Qian seems much more reserved. Liang Qiwen glanced at Zuo Qian again. Feeling our gaze on her, Zuo Qian looked up at us. I'll have 2 more pieces of ham. She played with the snowflakes on her forehead and said with a smile. That's not allowed. She just eats slowly, her portion isn't any smaller than Wang Min's. Liang Qiwen shook his head, feeling sorry for her as he reached into his pocket. In the blink of an eye, over $30 had been spent. We ate from dusk until it was completely dark. I felt that if it weren't time to go home, Wang Min could have sat there eating all night. But strangely, no matter how much she ate, she never gained weight. In our village, pigs that eat a lot but don't gain weight are considered inferior breeds. We came with 3 people, but by the time we left, there were 5 of us. The women must have made something, because in just a short while, Wang Min and Xiao Han had started playing together, whispering to each other. Liang Qiwen and I were walking ahead of them, discussing plans to sell book covers for the new school year, when suddenly a snowball hit me. The shattered snowflakes trickled down my neck and into my clothes, icy and bone-chilling. I turned around and saw Wang Min covering her mouth and giggling. She quickly rolled another snowball and threw it at her. It hit her forehead dead center, a perfect shot. Wang Min fell onto the snow with a thud and burst into tears. She was such a clumsy little troublemaker. When I walked over to her, I noticed a red mark on her forehead, probably from the force of the throw. I only threw it at your back, but you aimed for my face. Wang Min cried even louder. Who told you to sneak attack me? I knelt down, wanting to comfort her but not knowing what to say. Back then, I used to play snowball fights with the boys too. Sometimes I'd get a nosebleed, but no one ever cried. If you can't handle it, don't play. Starting a fight and then wanting to stop once you've gained the upper hand, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I was about to help her rub her face, but she suddenly grabbed some snow from the ground and threw it at my face. I finally got you. Ha ha ha. Wang Min quickly climbed out of the snow and ran off. She kept laughing as she ran. Doesn't she know I'm a long-distance running expert? Zhang Tao and the others couldn't catch up to me. How could she, a little girl, outrun me? In just a few breaths, I caught up to her and grabbed her by the back of the neck. Note, the keyboard is broken, so I'm typing this on my phone, which is a bit slow. Chapter 173, New Year's Greetings. Wang Min, who was firmly held, tried to escape from my grasp. How could that be possible? With her neck locked, she was as helpless as a martial arts master whose collarbone had been broken. There was no way she could escape. Wang Min flailed her arms wildly, but couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Do you know you're wrong? I said, squeezing her neck. At first, she clenched her teeth and refused to give in, but as soon as she exerted any force, she started wailing. I'm sorry. Let me go, you bastard, Wang Min said, shrinking her neck. Dare you curse me again? I tightened my grip. I won't curse anymore, please let me go. Wang Min pouted her lips, pretending to cry. But I wasn't falling for that. She had tricked me earlier. I've always been the one to deceive others. No one has ever deceived me. To be tricked by a little girl, how would I ever face anyone if word got out? Wang Min looked just like the frogs I used to catch. All you had to do was grab the neck and squeeze, and it would squawk. It's actually kind of fun. If I made it into a toy that squeaks when you squeeze it, it'd probably sell pretty well. It'd be a great stress reliever. Hey, have you had enough? Wang Min puffed out her cheeks and said angrily. I'll let you off this time. At such a young age, you've already learned to lie. What will you be like when you grow up? This is a moral issue. I withdrew my hand and imitated Mr. Chen's tone. But I learned it from you. Why do you always lie to me? Wang Min looked at me. This little girl is getting smarter and smarter. Now she's even learned how to fight back. You'll get your comeuppance someday. Liang Qiwen smirked and patted my shoulder. He was delighted to see me at a loss. Poof. Wang Min walked over to Zuo Qian with a smug expression, wrapped her arm around her, and swayed forward. Seeing her smug expression, I really wanted to make another snowball and give her a taste of her own medicine. Such a simple lie fooled you. Were you really worried about her just now? Liang Qiwen said with a mischievous smile. You're full of it. I was just worried she'd start crying and I didn't want to argue with her. I shot him a disbelieving look. He thought everyone was as foolish as him, completely bewitched. You're just worried, that's why you couldn't tell she was faking it, Liang Qiwen kept going on. Say another word, and I'll beat you up. You're so angry you want to kill me and cover it up. Liang Qiwen walked faster, afraid I'd kick him from behind. This bastard is sometimes impossible to deal with. He loves to talk nonsense and run so fast. We rode the three-wheeler back to the village entrance, and the five of us went our separate ways. Liang Qiwen said he was going home, but I was sure he was going to send Xiaohan home. Under normal circumstances, he would go to my house first and stay for a while. I didn't bother exposing his transparent lie. I hopped on my bicycle and left, because when I said I was going home, I meant it. There was no need to escort anyone. Zuo Qian and Wang Min lived in the same direction. They could go back on their own. The bicycle rolled over the soft snow, making a crunching sound. Wearing warm leather gloves, riding wasn't so uncomfortable at the moment. Usually when I rode my bike, I would keep my hands tucked inside my sleeves as much as possible. She has good taste, that girl, I thought, looking at the gloves. They were indeed warm, especially the soft fur inside, which felt very comfortable. Compared to these, the cloth gloves I bought for them that day seemed a bit shabby. But I quickly let it go. Those two came from well-off families. They could afford anything. When it comes to gifts, it's all about the thought, right? Yeah, that is right. The next day, I was woken up early by my father because we were going to visit Wang Min's family for the new year. I suddenly thought it might be better not to go, at least I could sleep in. Wang Min's parents are really polite. Coming all the way to pay New Year's calls during the holiday, this back and forth visit might mean we have to keep in touch every year from now on. Fang Yuan, go return the wine and gifts to the supermarket, then add some money to buy something else from a different brand. My father pointed to the gifts in the corner of the room. There are rules to gift giving. You can't just return the gifts you received exactly as they were. If you have many relatives, you can rotate the gifts, but we're only visiting one family, so we have to exchange these gifts. The cigarettes don't need to be exchanged, but the wine, milk, and such definitely can't all be the same. People will notice right away. Alright, I understand, I nodded. Returning the gifts from the Wang Min family and buying new ones would save a lot of money. Keep the 2 boxes of milk. You and Qiwen can each have one. I saw the advertisement saying milk is good for children's health, my father said after thinking for a moment. With our physiques, we're among the strongest in the class. What calcium could milk possibly add? It's useless. It's better to return them and get the money back. Every little bit helps. But my dad insisted, as if he'd been brainwashed by the advertisement. I couldn't persuade my dad, so I took the remaining gifts to the supermarket and returned them, exchanging them for another brand. This back and forth of giving and returning is the same as not giving at all, just letting the supermarket make a profit. Who came up with this custom? It must have been the supermarket owner's idea to boost sales. After buying everything, my dad went to the market and bought some pork. The gifts he brought were more than what Wang Min's dad brought. I couldn't help but grimace. We're losing money here. That's not how you do business. But I dared not say much, or my dad would scold me again. Previously, when I sent Wang Min home, I had never entered her house before, so I had no idea what it looked like. When we arrived, Wang Min's father was drinking tea in the living room. Upon seeing us, he hurriedly invited us inside and asked his wife to cook chicken noodle soup for us. My father and I hadn't eaten breakfast, and since we're both honest people, we accepted the food without hesitation. I didn't know you were coming today. I'm sorry you saw the mess. My child hasn't woken up yet. Wang Min's father handed us cigarettes, complaining about Wang Min, but his eyes were full of affection. Dad, who was here? Just as the adults were chatting, Wang Min came downstairs wearing a big bear pajama set. At that moment, I was slurping noodles at the staircase, marveling at how delicious Wang Min's mother's noodles were. Our eyes locked, and I could see clearly the sleepy, ugly expression on Wang Min's face. She widened her eyes, as if she had seen a ghost, let out a startled cry, covered her face, and ran upstairs. I thought to myself, I'm not a glutton, am I? Does eating look that scary? Crawling and rolling around like that? It was completely out of the blue. After a while, Wang Min came downstairs in a different outfit and politely greeted my father. Just moments ago, she looked sleepy and disheveled, but now she was full of energy. Did you sneak back to take some stimulants? I asked in a low voice. Wang Min turned around and glared at me, her expression as if we had some deep-seated grudge against each other. Have another bowl. Wang Min's mother was very polite and enthusiastic. Seeing that my bowl was empty, she prepared to serve me another bowl. I was already full, but auntie, your noodles are so delicious, I can eat another bowl. I said with a smile. What a charming child, Wang Min's mother said, gently touching my forehead with a smile. She was clearly a very kind and gentle person, while Wang Min's father was polite and considerate. Two such outstanding individuals, yet their daughter turned out to be so unreasonable. Why was she unreasonable? Because she had just glared at me for no reason. Note, typing on a phone is slow, and it took a lot of time. I promised 3 updates, so I won't add any more, though there won't be much more either. Chapter 174, I'll come back next year. Wang Min has been frowning ever since she came downstairs. Someone might think I owe her money. You'd better forget everything you just saw, Wang Min said to me in a harsh voice, her back turned to the adults. Forget what? I slurped my noodles, feigning ignorance. Once school starts, I'll tell everyone that Wang Min is a slob at home, running around in her pajamas with her hair all messy. Forget how I looked when I came downstairs, she said, waving her fists at me in a threatening manner. Do you know that last year Zhang Tao brought 6 or 7 people and none of them could threaten me? And you're just one person? If you hit me with that fist, I'll just think it's a massage. I rolled my eyes, speaking disdainfully. I'm not the type to be intimidated. The more you tell me not to do something, the more I want to do it. You. Wang Min gritted her teeth and glared at me, her eyes bulging with anger. But she couldn't do anything to me. Everyone knew I didn't respond to either soft or hard tactics. Do you remember now? She pulled out $10 and slipped it into my pocket. I don't remember much, just the big bear pajamas. I forced a smile. What about now? She slipped another 10 yuan into my pocket. Now I only remember your most beautiful appearance. Oh, no, you're always as beautiful as a fairy. I pressed my hand against my pocket, unable to control the smile spreading across my face. Sure enough, women's money is the easiest to earn. Humph, Wang Min snorted lightly and turned to eat breakfast. Her small ponytail brushed against my face. It felt like the gentle touch of money. After breakfast, the adults were chatting in the living room, while Wang Min and I squeezed into the bedroom by the fire pit to watch TV. Her family had a big color TV, similar to Yitong's, with crystal clear picture quality. At the time, The Legend of the Condor Heroes was very popular, and I loved watching it, especially the scene where Lady Rong pierced the needles. How could she be so cruel? Wang Min clenched her teeth in anger, as if she wanted to rush in and beat Lady Rong herself. Everyone is just doing their job. There's no such thing as good or bad. To achieve one's goals, one must be willing to use any means necessary to eliminate one's opponents. Villains have their own thoughts and standpoints. You have no sympathy at all, she said, glaring at me angrily. It seemed like I was in the wrong for not joining her in condemning the villain. I'm just a farmer. Why should I feel sorry for a princess? Are you out of your mind? Besides, this is just a movie. It's not real. Wang Min easily gets caught up in emotional fluctuations and is very sentimental, but I find it hard to let TV dramas affect my mood. As soon as I think about it being just a movie, I find it amusing. Do you have any cop shows at home? I asked Wang Min. Because we don't have a DVD player, and the TV shows aren't my cup of tea. I prefer mysterious, suspenseful, or detective-style movies. Let me look for one. Wang Min walked over to the DVD cabinet, rummaging through it for a while but couldn't find a movie I liked. Just then, I heard my dad calling my name. He must have been getting ready to leave. I'm leaving, I said as I stood up. Oh, aren't you staying for lunch? Wang Min pulled open a drawer, turned around, and looked at me with a disappointed expression. Never mind if you didn't find it. Why make such a face? I covered the thin blanket on the fire bucket to keep it warm. There is no reason to eat 2 meals at someone else's house. My dad had already said to come home before mealtime. When I reached the living room, my father was already waiting at the door. Uncle and Auntie, we're leaving. I waved goodbye to Wang Min's parents and followed my father out the door. Hurry up and grab me. Hurry up and give me the red envelope. After taking a few steps, I was desperately anxious. I've never received a red envelope from anyone besides my dad. Oh, wait, Mr. Chen gave me one a few days ago. Uncle Wang, hold on to me. Your entire reputation is at stake, don't let it all go to waste. As I was about to step out of Wang Min's courtyard wall, my heart sank. On the way there, I had imagined how I would politely decline the red envelope when the time came. Darn it, I didn't even get a chance to act. I'm definitely not coming next year. Poof. Just then, I heard a rush of footsteps behind me. Here they come, here they come. He's coming toward me with the red envelopes. Before I could turn around, a large red envelope was slipped precisely into my pocket. My dad saw this and hurriedly told me to give it back. I didn't know if adults also had to politely decline gifts, but I had heard from classmates that when elders give red envelopes, you shouldn't show that you want them too much. You should act like you're reluctant to accept them, so the elders will think you're mature. Uncle, it's not necessary. Just being able to come to your house and eat the noodles auntie cooked is already enough for me. I took out the red envelope and handed it to Uncle Wang. I roughly felt the thickness of the red envelope. If they were all 100 yuan bills, there should be 500 or 600 yuan inside. It's the new year. Not taking a red envelope would be rude. Take it. Even though I kept refusing, Uncle Wang managed to slip the red envelope into my hand. It's not much money. Let the child buy some snacks. At this point, Wang Min's mother also came over to persuade me. Under such warm hospitality, my father finally nodded in agreement. It wasn't until my father agreed that I finally put the red envelope away. Goodness, the procedure is so complicated. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, I said politely, looking just like a good little kid. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Wang Min leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, with a slightly disdainful expression, clearly saying, "Go ahead and act, keep acting, I'll just watch you act." I thought to myself, when we were receiving red envelopes at my house, you acted pretty well too. After receiving the red envelope, I wished I could teleport home instantly. I couldn't wait to open the red envelope and keep the money for myself. After saying a few goodbye words, I followed my father out. On the way home, I couldn't resist and opened the red envelope. It was the maximum amount I had expected. 600 yuan. Mr. Chen's internship salary was only 800 yuan. Uncle Wang was really generous. Dad, take 500 and keep the remaining 100 for yourself. We spent quite a bit on the way here, and my dad also gave Wang Min a red envelope. I couldn't let him lose out on the benefits. I kept one and handed the rest to my dad. The red envelope money someone gave you, just keep it. But don't spend it recklessly, you don't want to end up being wasteful later. My dad didn't take the money, he gave it all to me. According to my classmates, most parents take the red envelope money, saying that children shouldn't keep too much money on them. If that is the case, does that mean my dad already considers me an adult? Regardless, this trip wasn't a loss, I even made a profit. I'll come again next year. Chapter 175, You look so beautiful when you smile. The following days passed without incident, and there was nothing to do. Liang Qiwen, that good for nothing, kept going to town every few days. I guessed he was going out with Xiaohan. I, on the other hand, stayed cooped up by the fire pit watching TV every day. With the freezing cold outside, I didn't want to go anywhere, and I ended up staying home all the way until the Lantern Festival. Today is the day Yitong is coming back, but I don't need to pick him up. After all, his family has a car, so they'll just go straight home. I bit off a piece of ice and sucked on it, then rode my bike to Yitong's house early. These past few days, I've been waiting for Yitong to come back, eager to get the books he is bringing. It's just like playing video games, you have to understand the rules and how to play to get through safely. If you fail, it just means your skills aren't good enough, but at least you did everything you could. I waited until around 10 in the morning before Yitong's father's car finally pulled into the courtyard. "Hello, Uncle Yi," I hurriedly greeted him. I tried to be as polite as possible. "You're not here just to ask for a red envelope, are you?" Yitong's father looked at me and joked, which was rare for him. But it wasn't funny at all. "Don't say that again. Fang Yuan, I brought the book you wanted, but I didn't know which one you wanted. So I bought a few options. Take a look." Yitong came out of the car holding a box, which was quite thick. I took the box. It was pretty heavy, quite a few books. "Are there any books on criminal law inside?" I flipped through the books with one hand and asked. "Yes, there are also books on public security and business. If you need anything else, let me know specifically, and I'll bring it next time." "You don't even have a phone. I couldn't contact you when I was buying the books." Yitong complained. "There's nothing I can do. A phone is still a luxury for me. How many students can afford one these days? Alright, I'll take them home to read first. If I need anything else, I'll let you know." "How much did these books cost?" I asked, rummaging through my pockets. "No need, they're not expensive." Yitong shook his head. "Alright, then I'll treat you to something nice when school starts." My eyes were fixed on the books in the box, all I wanted was to get home and read them carefully. "Are you leaving already?" Yitong asked as I was about to leave. Is there anything else?" I looked at him, puzzled. "I came to get the books now that I have them, should I stay here to eat?" "Nothing." He shook his head, looking a bit downcast. "Alright, I'll go then." I wedged the box between the back of my bicycle and got on, ready to go. Damn it, once I learn all this, no one will be able to fool me anymore. As I passed by the school, I saw several tables set up at the entrance, and the snack shop was already open. "Get me a Coke." I walked into the store and noticed they had set up a special stall with many elegant book covers, some with stickers and others with little steel ball toys. There was a wide variety of them. Since they didn't make any profit from book covers last semester, the school store really went all out this semester. They really know how to compete. To secure the book cover business, they put in a lot of effort. It seems like the book cover business is a dead end. As I sipped my Coke, I looked at the few tables by the door and shook my head. Many businesses are one-time deals. Seeing others make money and jumping on the bandwagon only leads to failure. No need to guess, some students must have seen me making money selling book covers last semester and decided to try it this semester. This time, they're probably going to lose their entire investment. At least I was cautious enough to check first. A few days ago, I was even discussing with Liang Qiwan about going to the city to buy some book cover paper. Never mind, better not to make a profit than to lose money. Back home, I picked up the books in the box. The first one was about criminal law. The rules and regulations inside were nothing like psychology, which had the joy of thinking, observing, and experimenting. Law is solemn and serious, but also extremely boring. It's just a bunch of rules with no desire to read them. After reading 3 pages, I felt a chill run down my spine. It was more frustrating than solving advanced math problems. But I knew that to avoid breaking the law, I had to understand it. Otherwise, when the authorities told you what you'd done wrong, you'd be in big trouble. I forced myself to memorize each clause, not just read them, but memorize them. To truly understand these regulations, you have to memorize them until you know them by heart, with no shortcuts. My dad was naturally pleased that I suddenly developed a love for reading. After all, which parent doesn't appreciate a child who loves to learn? Your school teaches a lot, that's good. My father turned down the TV volume, thinking it was part of my studying. He hadn't gone to school, so he didn't know what subjects were taught, but he was right about one thing: learning some basic legal knowledge would prevent you from breaking the law in the future. In the days that followed, I gave up watching TV. Every day, except for meals, I would curl up by the fire pit and memorize the provisions, repeating them over and over. For example, after memorizing 10 provisions, I would start from the first one again when learning the 11th, continuing until I reached the 11th, and then start from the first again when learning the 12th. This process was repeated endlessly to reinforce the information deep into my memory. This required a lot of time and patience, but I had the patience, not because I liked it, but because I feared the consequences. Have you finished your English homework? On the eve of the first day of school, Liang Qiwan looked at me, who was reciting the text, and asked. Ugh, in that moment, my mind went blank. After memorizing the clauses for several days, I couldn't even recall the first one now. Thinking about Mr. Chen's angry face, a chill ran down my spine. Even a fire bucket couldn't warm me up. Other assignments could be skipped, but not the English homework. If I didn't do it, my ears would be pulled tomorrow at school. So I quickly put down the criminal law textbook and rushed to my room to look for my homework notebook. Better late than never. That night, I stayed up late doing my homework, writing until 3 in the morning. The problem was that the English homework couldn't be done half-heartedly, because Mr. Chen checked it very carefully. The next day, I went to school with puffy eyes. After waiting in line for a long time to get my books, I put them in the classroom and thought about taking a quick nap on the desk. There were no classes today, so most of my classmates had already left after picking up their books. I was so tired I could have fallen asleep anywhere. Although it's already spring, the temperature is still quite low, and the longer I slept, the colder I got. I wanted to go home, but I was too tired to move. It was really uncomfortable. In a daze, I felt someone cover me with a blanket, which still retained a bit of body heat. I sniffed the fabric. It had a pleasant scent. When I opened my eyes, I saw Qian sitting at my desk, smiling at me. Has anyone ever told you that you look beautiful when you smile? I asked her softly. No one has. She covered her face, but couldn't hide the blush spreading across her cheeks. Then why are you grinning like an idiot? I said teasingly. Opening your eyes to see someone smiling stupidly at you, how creepy is that? Chapter 176, Winning Hearts. Upon hearing my words, Zuo Qian froze for a moment, no longer smiling, but her face remained bright red. Why aren't you going home? I stood up and stretched. My feet were ice cold, stiff as rocks. I was planning to go back, but I saw you sleeping here. It's so cold you might catch a cold. She picked up her clothes and put them on. Which winter doesn't have a few colds? I'm used to it. I yawned. Having never lived a pampered life, I'd grown accustomed to having a runny nose in winter. Don't forget to collect the class fee tomorrow morning. 5 yuan each. Zuo Qian reminded me. Each class has a class monitor who collects the class fund. Items like brooms and dustpans are purchased with the class fund. Sometimes when the school organizes a spring outing, the class fund is used to buy things like command flags. Got it, I nodded. The class monitor was responsible for handling various small matters in the class, while the study monitor was in charge of collecting homework and such, with clear divisions of labor. I accidentally burned my winter homework in the stove. I won't be able to hand it in tomorrow, I said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zuo Qian is currently the class study committee member, so she's in charge of collecting homework. You didn't even write it, did you? Zuo Qian glanced at me and said. From elementary school to junior high, I've never handed in my winter or summer homework, so she knows me pretty well. What do you mean by that? You're intentionally fabricating false facts, defaming someone's character, and damaging their reputation. According to Article 246 of the criminal law, I can sue you for defamation. Hearing her expose my lie, I blushed and immediately retorted. Ah. She looked at me in surprise. But since you're a first-time offender, the circumstances aren't severe and no harm has been done, just buy me a bowl of instant noodles and add a sausage and we'll call it even. I rubbed my stomach and said. I hadn't eaten breakfast and my stomach was growling. Okay. Zuo Qian shook her head, looking at me speechlessly. Don't think I'm taking advantage of you. This concerns my reputation. Watch your words. What do you mean I didn't do my homework at all? Am I that kind of person? I gathered my textbooks, neatly stacked them, and placed them in my desk. Fine, your reputation is so important. Left Qian's dismissive attitude annoyed me a bit, but I let it go after all. She did buy me a bowl of instant noodles. We walked to the small shop near the school gate. Left Qian bought herself a bowl of instant noodles too. We sat at the table by the door, slurping our noodles. As I expected, there were 3 classmates selling book covers at the door, plus the small shop, making a total of 4. There aren't that many students, so there's not enough to go around, especially since some people, like me, wouldn't buy book covers in the first place. Even if each person bought 5 book covers, it wouldn't be enough to cover the inventory of the 4 vendors. Losing money is inevitable. The small store can keep selling every day and continue next year, but these 3 students are finished. You're pretty smart not to continue selling book covers this year. Otherwise, you'd have lost money too, said Zuo Qian, taking small bites of her instant noodles, her eyes filled with admiration. Humph, I snorted, fiddling with my bangs that hadn't grown long enough to cover my forehead. I think you could be good at business. You've got the brains for it. I'd never do business. I'd just be exploited by others. You think doing business is about choosing what product to sell or some business strategy? Nonsense. The key is whether others let you do the business. Being at someone else's mercy leads to many problems, whether it's a big company or a street vendor. Take the woman I encountered when I was selling things at the stall. If I couldn't explain myself clearly, she'd cause a scene every day. How could I do business? Or the students selling book covers at the entrance, I could scare them away and sell them myself and still make money. So doing business is actually a highly complex and troublesome endeavor. It's not something you can just do because you're smart or have good insight. And the bigger the business, the more problems you'll face. What I want to do is always be an enforcer. As long as I want to, certain business people won't be able to continue. This is much more interesting than doing business. Of course, I wouldn't do that. I'd handle every case fairly and protect the citizens' rights I believe in legally. But I think your mind is wasted on anything but business, Zuo Qian disagreed. In this day and age, business people are called bosses wherever they go, like Yi Tong's father, who makes a fortune. You don't understand, I scoffed. The people don't compete with officials. Merchants are also part of the people. Besides, business is so tough these days. Selling leggings? Without Chen Laoshir's connections, you'd lose everything. Any business has risks, but enforcers are in an unbeatable position. The key is, my ideal has never been about making money. Fine, I don't understand. You're the one who knows everything. Zuo Qian rolled her eyes, and from her expression, she was clearly. I don't know if merchants are the most profitable, but if she just pays more attention to the gold and silver jewelry her mother wears, she'll know that in this society, power and interests are closely intertwined. Power is far more important than money, and besides, you can choose your own path. I can choose to be a good enforcer, or I can choose to be myself. Do you want some sausage? I asked, poking at the sausage with a fork. No, you eat it. Zuo Qian looked at me and shook her head with a smile. Then I want to be polite. So, under Zuo Qian's puzzled gaze, I picked up the ham from her bowl and put it on my plate. You don't want it but you take it? That's wasteful. It's just that I don't mind. After finishing, I burped, still holding the fork in my mouth, and walked over to the stall selling book covers. These 3 people had stocked up on a lot of goods, with book covers piled several layers high. Clearly, business was slow, and they hadn't sold much by this time. Moreover, the designs were nothing special. The small stores had all sorts of book covers, so why would anyone buy from them? How much are these book covers? I picked up one with a nicer color and asked. 1 yuan each, the vendor replied. Last year, when I sold them, they were the same price. That's too expensive. I'm buying a lot. I shook my head and started to head to the next stall. Then how much do you want? The student knew that book covers weren't selling well these days. Making a profit was out of the question. Breaking even would be a miracle. Plus, school starts tomorrow, and he won't be able to sell them then. He only has 1 day left. $10 for 100 sheets. Last year, this kind of paper cost between 10 and 30 cents per sheet, but I don't know the price this year. He definitely wasn't making a profit, but I wasn't losing anything either. Add a little more, it doesn't even cover the cost. He looked at me, his expression conflicted. Selling it means a loss, but not selling it means an even bigger loss. But that's how business works. You have to make decisions quickly. I shook my head and started to leave. Seeing my firm attitude, he had no choice but to agree. Are you buying all these book covers to sell elsewhere? Zuo Qian curiously followed behind. I'm giving them to my classmates as a perk for being class monitor. Sometimes, a little favor goes a long way in getting things done. After all, it's only $10 for all of them. Giving each student 2 book covers is just 2 cents each. As a leader, you have to win people over. Note, typing on a phone is slow. The keyboard will arrive in a couple of days. Typing quickly. Chapter 177, Eating Buns. I won't be like I used to, thinking that if you're nice to others, they'll remember your kindness. If you want someone to be grateful, it also requires effort. It's like doing business, the same price, but some people feel they've been cheated, while others will say thank you as they leave. I distributed the book covers, 2 per seat, to the 40+ students. The remaining ones I tore up and threw into the trash. When distributing benefits, it should be done evenly, otherwise, it's better not to distribute at all. You bought book covers for the students. You should wait until they come tomorrow morning to give them out, so they'll remember your kindness, Zuo Qian said to me. Do you know why I didn't put any book covers on my own desk? I asked her. Zuo Qian shook her head, not understanding. Never mind, I hummed a random tune. On the first day of school, I was already putting on a show as the class monitor. The next morning, I arrived early and waited for Zuo Qian on her way to school. When she saw me, she was surprised because our routes to school were in opposite directions. You didn't come here just to wait for me, did you? Zuo Qian turned back in disbelief. Don't say that. We've known each other for years. We could even call ourselves childhood friends. What's wrong with waiting for you to go to school together? The buns at the market are pretty good. Let me treat you to breakfast, I said with a smile. Fang Yuan, can you stop smiling? I just have a bad feeling something bad is going to happen. Hearing my words, Zuo Qian looked at me warily. You're ruining the mood. I'm treating you to breakfast and you're saying something bad will happen? Are you cursing me? I looked at her annoyed. This time, I was genuinely inviting her to breakfast. There was no ulterior motive. You used to talk about unity and friendship, but it was all a lie. I pulled a face and stormed off. Hey, don't be angry. Fine, let's eat. Zuo Qian caught up with me and nodded repeatedly. That's more like it. Let's each have 6, and we'll eat until we're full before going to study. I patted her on the shoulder and said. 6? That's too much. I can only eat 3. Zuo Qian heard about the 6 buns and shook her head repeatedly, saying she couldn't finish them. If you can't finish them, just eat them slowly. There's no rush. I smiled, pulling her along as we headed toward the dumpling shop. This dumpling shop was indeed good. I could eat 7 or 8 of them. Once inside the shop, I asked the owner to bring 12 dumplings, 6 for each of us. She ate very slowly, chewing each bite thoroughly, which looked quite elegant. She took small bites and occasionally wiped her lips with a tissue. Elegant, truly elegant. However, it didn't matter. I devoured mine in no time, eating 2 buns in 1 bite, washing them down with soy milk. 6 buns were gone in 3 minutes. By the time she picked up her second bun, she was stunned by how quickly I was eating and stared at me in disbelief. Are you still hungry? I can't finish them anyway. Here, have this one. She handed the bun to me. I'm full. I bought these specially for you. Finish them before going to school. If you throw it away or waste it, you'll be responsible for the consequences. I looked at her and specifically told her to finish everything before leaving. After saying that, I left her there to eat slowly and went out alone. When I arrived at class, most of the students were already there. As soon as I entered the classroom, countless eyes turned toward me. Some looked sympathetic, some disdainful, and most were gloating. I ignored them and neatly stacked my textbooks on the desk. Fang Yuan, someone's targeting you. Yitong sat down beside me, looking angry, and whispered to me. Who? I asked, feigning confusion. I don't know who it is. He gave book covers to everyone in the class but didn't give you one. Someone must be upset with you and is pulling these petty tricks. Yitong grabbed the book covers, crumpled them into a ball, and tossed them into the trash can. She watched me with her eyelids twitching. You weren't here earlier, and some people were talking really badly about you, Yitong spoke up for me, clenching her teeth. Never mind, it's okay. Let them talk. Class is about to start. Go back to your seat first. I patted Yitong on the shoulder and said. Liang Qiwen had been watching me at first, but when he saw I wasn't reacting, he just lay down and fell asleep. Out of respect for my reputation, the students whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing back at me. That's how it was in school. Even the smallest things could spark a lot of talk. Everyone, please quiet down. A new semester has begun. Everyone must pay 5 yuan for class fees tomorrow morning. I walked up to the podium and addressed the students below. Class fees again? We never know where the money goes. Exactly, the glory is none of my business, but I have to split the costs. As soon as I finished speaking, a few students started complaining in a sarcastic tone. I could understand their feelings, because I had been one of the complainers before. These class fees are mostly used to reward students with good grades, such as buying notebooks or pens for the top 10 students in exams as rewards. Meanwhile, the underperforming students only have to pay year after year without even getting a bottle of water. However, the class fees must be collected, and that's the class monitor's job. Every year, some students drag their feet, making it a thankless task. They won't voice any complaints to the homeroom teacher, but they harbor deep resentment toward the class monitor. I'm just the messenger and the one collecting the money. If you have any grievances, you can take them up with the homeroom teacher, I said calmly. I didn't want to get into an argument with them. That's how you act as class monitor. No wonder others are dissatisfied with you. Everyone bought book covers, but you didn't get one, a troublemaker whispered. I heard it, but I pretended not to hear and let them speak. Many students, due to my nickname, would give me some face out of respect, but ever since I was beaten up by Zhuang Chang, their fear of me has grown each day. Some nosy students no longer even acknowledge my existence. Needless to say, even collecting the class fees was a struggle for me, let alone others. I walked down from the podium, looking at the students' gazes, my heart as calm as water. It wasn't until the bell rang that the whispers finally died down. I looked at Left Qian's seat, which was empty. She was late. Having known her for so many years, from elementary school to middle school, this was the first time I'd ever seen her late. Report. Just as the math teacher was frowning while explaining a problem, Zuo Qian appeared at the classroom door, her face flushed. Seeing it was Zuo Qian, the top student in the grade, the math teacher didn't say much, he just nodded and let her return to the classroom. Zuo Qian kept her head down, her face as red as a ripe apple. Little did she know that as soon as she sat down, she let out a loud burp, causing several classmates to cover their mouths and giggle. Chapter 178, Unyielding Righteousness. Zuo Qian had a thin skin, and being laughed at by her classmates made her face flush all the way to her ears. Could she have really eaten at the dumpling shop until now? I was sitting behind her, secretly watching her blush. She kept covering her mouth, trying not to make any burping sounds. The sight was indeed quite amusing. Soon it was time for class to end. I leaned on the desk, flipping through the textbook aimlessly. The students were still whispering about the book covers. They were curious who had bought book covers for everyone else but not for me. Why did the rumors about me and Wang Min spread so wildly? Because these students' after-school lives were really boring, they had nothing to do, so they just looked for topics to gossip about. How would they know that I was the one who bought the book covers? But I didn't say anything because I had a scholar to defend me. Don't say that about Fang Yuan. He bought the book covers for all of you. I can vouch for that. I was there yesterday. He bought the book covers at the school gate and placed them one by one on your desks. Hearing the students' whispers, Zuo Qian stood up to explain for me. Hearing her words, all the students looked at me in astonishment. However, this time there was no sympathy, and certainly no schadenfreude. Psychology Lesson 1, Guilt. I didn't expect 2 book covers to win over all my classmates. A few cents worth of things, do you really expect everyone to be grateful to you? I just needed an opportunity to present myself in a better light. Fang Yuan, why didn't you keep a few for yourself? Yi Tong asked. No, there were enough to begin with. A few were damaged, so I didn't bother. Anyway, I don't like book covers. I waved my hand dismissively. It's obvious I'm the kind of person who sacrifices their own interests for the greater good and noble character, need I say more? I didn't use any for myself, I gave them all to my classmates. Then why didn't you explain earlier? Now I threw away the book covers you gave me. Yi Tong pulled the crumpled book covers out of the trash can. Liang Chuan leaned on the desk, smiling without a word. There's nothing to say. As class monitor, it's my duty to look out for my classmates. Such a small thing, and you're making a big deal out of it, as if I bought the book covers for my classmates to win their favor. I shook my head, looking righteous. Why did I invite Zuo Qian to eat buns? It was because I didn't want her to arrive at school too early. This misunderstanding needed time to ferment. The longer it lingered, the more rumors the students would spread. By the time the misunderstanding was resolved, they would feel even more guilty. With that sense of guilt, they'll be more obedient in small matters, which is very helpful for management, such as collecting class fees. Everyone, don't feel guilty. In the future, when the teacher assigns tasks, I hope you'll cooperate with me. I stood up and addressed the students. I glanced at the troublemakers, who quickly turned their heads away, looked me in the eye. Done. Seeing Yi Tong still struggling to smooth out the 2 book covers, I wrapped my arm around his shoulder and pulled him to the school store. It's just 2 pieces of book cover paper. Why bother picking them up after throwing them away? I pointed to the book covers in the store and told Yi Tong to pick any he wanted. This is different. You gave me something for the first time, and I threw it in the trash. Yi Tong didn't seem happy that I was giving him new ones, he was still a bit upset. What's the big deal? They're not worth anything. I rolled my eyes. It's not like I threw away gold. Last time I brought you the books, I said I'd treat you to something nice. I'm a man of my word. Seeing that Yi Tong wasn't in the mood, I changed the subject to food. I bought a pack of sliced pork, 2 packs of crispy noodles, and 2 bottles of Coke, then dragged Yi Tong to sit at the school gate and started eating. I don't like pork belly. This is spicy. You picked all the things you like. Yi Tong looked reluctant. Nonsense, you love it the most. I said, then shoved a piece of sliced pork into his mouth. How could anyone not love sliced pork? It's sweet and spicy, it's absolutely delicious. Just then, Liang Qiwen staggered out of the school, saw Yi Tong and me eating spicy snacks, grabbed a piece of large knife-cut pork, and shoved it into his mouth. Qiwen, did you already know it was Fang Yuan who put it there? I saw you didn't seem surprised at all. Yi Tong's face was bright red from the spice, and he asked with a mouthful. I didn't know, but I saw him stay silent, so I knew it had to be him. I don't understand his motives. I don't know his personality yet. If someone was targeting him, he would have already spoken up. He's just sitting there without saying a word. There's definitely something fishy going on. Liang Qiwen shot me a look, as if he knew but wasn't he going to say anything. Eat less. I bought this for Yi Tong. I swatted Liang Qiwen's hand away. This guy was taking one piece after another, he'd finish it all in no time. You bought it for him? Look how red his face is from the spice. If he eats more, he'll be sniffling. Liang Qiwen snatched several pieces when I wasn't looking. Seriously, why do you always use Zuo Qian as a pawn? It just happened to work out that way. She was there yesterday, and besides, I treated her to buns this morning. She spoke up for me, so we're even. I hadn't shortchanged Zuo Qian. 6 big buns, that's $3. It's not like I asked her to lie or anything, or go against her conscience. You won't take advantage of me in the future, will you? Liang Qiwen licked the chili oil off his fingers and looked at me. That's an insult to my character. When have I ever schemed against a friend? I rolled my eyes at him. Last time you bought fireworks for Su Wenqin, you pulled a fast one on me. Liang Qiwen still couldn't forget that night's fireworks. Look at you talking like that. I'm asking you, isn't it reasonable to spend a little money for a friend? I looked at him and said. The words are fine, but... No buts. Friendship is in the heart. When you're in trouble, I'll definitely help you too, right? Owner, charge this to him. I pointed at Liang Qiwen and told the convenience store owner. Then I dragged Yi Tong away from the scene at lightning speed. Friends are like that, you help them when you can, and when you can take advantage of them, you don't let them off the hook. While Liang Qiwen was cursing and pulling out his wallet, I quickly returned and grabbed 2 book covers with small toys for Yi Tong, then hung them on Liang Qiwen's head as well. After the book cover incident, collecting the class fees the next day went unusually smoothly. I collected all the fees in the morning and counted the money. The homeroom teacher even praised me for my efficiency. Now, whatever I do, I always use a little trick. It's become a habit, but it's a win-win situation. I complete my tasks, and my classmates benefit too. In the past, I never resorted to such tactics, but my classmates never acknowledged my efforts. The results speak for themselves. Those who scheme are always more efficient than those who just get things done. Working hard and being honest has no future. Note, updated after dinner. Chapter 179, Another Day in the Air Force. People's changes are generally permanent. For example, being stingy, cheating, and being sly. Once such a personality is formed, it's hard to change. Especially since I don't see anything wrong with it, I wouldn't even bother trying to change. Speaking of which, I must praise one of my virtues. I keep my promises. I promised to take Wang Min fishing in the spring, and I will definitely keep my word. However, this time I've learned my lesson and won't let her help with the net again. So I invited Yi Tong along to show off my skills. I originally wanted to invite Liang Qiwen, but he is always busy on weekends, you know how it is. So I've always said there's no need to grow up too fast, you'll miss out on so much joy. Even your wallet will visibly shrink. Yi Tong, you mustn't fall in love too early, understand? I handed Yi Tong a makeshift fishing rod and said to him very seriously. Especially don't spend money on a girlfriend. Keep the money for your friends to spend. That's what being loyal is all about. Liang Qiwen is already ruined. Yi Tong, you mustn't follow in his footsteps. Oh. Yi Tong took the fishing rod and nodded. Fang Yuan, why are you always filling Yi Tong's head with all these weird ideas? Wang Min sat on her own little stool, looking at me disapprovingly. What do you know? Men shouldn't fall in love too early, or they'll be possessed by a poor guy and end up leaving their social circle. Liang Qiwen is a perfect example. Now when we go out to play, he's off hanging out with others. What do you mean, possessed by a poor ghost? Wang Min glared at me angrily. It means he is poor, literally. My explanation was hard to understand, wasn't it? Being poor is just how he is. It has nothing to do with whether he is in a relationship or not. Wang Min snorted, nearly flinging her fishing hook into the tree. I pointed at Wang Min and looked at Yi Tong, implying there's a cutie over there. But dating costs money, doesn't it? I fiddled with the fishing rod, waiting for a big fish to bite. Once you start working, it's fine, but dating while still in school is just like being a poor person. I see Liang Qiwen going out to play all the time. How long can he keep up that little savings account? Someone who truly loves you wouldn't waste your money, Wang Min said, pouting her lips. There was some truth to what she said. If that is the case, then Liang Qiwen's little savings must be running dry. Has he been scammed by Xiao Han? They finally caught the sucker. But upon further thought, it probably wasn't possible. Liang Qiwen was too sharp for a young girl to deceive him. By the way, Fang Yuan, the school is organizing a spring outing next month. Should we buy a tent? Yi Tong said, shaking his fishing rod. He has no patience for fishing. The slightest movement makes him pull it up to check. Who told you that? I was taken aback. Why is the school organizing another spring outing? Does this school have nothing better to do? They go on a trip every year. I heard it from a classmate. Do you think there might be some exciting adventures? Yi Tong looked at me with anticipation. What a load of nonsense. It's just going to wander around a turtle hole. Why buy a tent? Do you think we're going on a vacation like on TV? I suddenly remembered that Yi Tong wasn't there last time we went on a spring outing. He had taken a leave of absence. Unless you're like certain people who love to go to remote mountain areas, maybe there'll be some amazing adventures. I glanced at Wang Min beside me. It's only been a year, and I almost forgot how this guy almost got me stuck in the mountains. Now, just the smell of ginseng makes me feel sick. Wang Min sat there with a red face, unusually silent. Ah, that sounds so boring, Yi Tong said listlessly, shaking his fishing rod. In his imagination, a spring outing would involve a group of people camping on the grass, eating, drinking, and having fun. But this was the countryside, and while they called it a spring outing, it was really just hiking, no fun at all. On the day of the spring outing, I'll sneak out to go online. It had been ages since I last went to an internet cafe to enjoy the thrill of intense gaming. Just as I was reminiscing about the fun of CS, Yi Tong's float suddenly dipped, and he excitedly grabbed the fishing rod, pulling it up, and a large bluefish was pulled out of the water. On my side, there was no movement at all. Fang Yuan, I caught a fish. Yi Tong beamed with joy, pulling the fish ashore and placing it in the bucket. It must weigh 6 or 7 pounds. Pfft, such a small fish, and you're so excited. You've never seen anything before, I said with a scoff. Glancing over at Wang Min, ever since that guy let my fish go, I hadn't caught a decent one. It must have gone back and told its friends about how skilled I am at fishing, so now they all hide whenever they see me. Just as I was muttering to myself about Wang Min, she also caught a fish, a knifefish. This wild knifefish is a hot commodity. Fried in oil, the aroma is irresistible. Before long, Yi Tong and Wang Min both caught fish, but I was still empty-handed, with my float barely moving. I kept reeling in the line and checking the bait, but it was baffling. 2 beginners could catch fish, yet I could only watch helplessly. I was so frustrated I wanted to throw the fishing rod away. It was simply too much. The fish in the bucket stared at me with wide eyes, as if mocking me in silence. By the time evening came, Wang Min and Yi Tong had caught plenty of fish, while I was left with just my fishing rod. Today was so much fun. Let us come again next time, Wang Min said, looking at the fish in the bucket with a bright smile. I'm not. I'll take one home, and you can have the rest. Wang Min pointed to the fish in the bucket and said to me. But that's too much for me. I quickly picked the biggest fish, tied it with some water plants, and handed it to Wang Min. See? Fishing really helps cultivate one's character and stay humble. From now on, I'll always invite you fishing. Looking at the few fish in the bucket, I couldn't help but smile. Fang Yuan, I'll give you my fish too. My dad doesn't eat fish, so I'll take one for one Qin. Yi Tong handed the bucket to me. Alright, I knew you were nice to that girl. I'll pick the biggest one for you. No wonder those bosses are so smart, they can't do the work themselves, so they get others to do it and reap the benefits. From now on, I'll be responsible for providing fishing rods for Wang Min and Yi Tong so they can go fishing. When I returned home carrying 2 buckets, Liang Qiwen was splitting firewood in the corner. Seeing all the fish I brought back, he couldn't help but give me a thumbs up. Good catch today, caught so many. Just average, I said, patting the buckets and bragging. I saw Yi Tong's father in town earlier, Liang Qiwen whispered in my ear. Just say hello if you saw him. No need to make a big deal out of it. I replied nonchalantly. I also saw Qin the widow. Ha! I furrowed my brows and turned to look at Liang Qiwen. Seeing anyone was normal, but mentioning the two together was unusual. Yi Tong's father was even planning to buy a gift for Qin the widow. Liang Qiwen deliberately lowered his voice. What? My mind went blank. I had just blurted it out. Could it really be true? Yi Tong, brother, I'm sorry. According to Yi Tong's father, he is buying a mirror for Qin the widow so she can go home and take a good look at herself. Note, you read a chapter in 2 minutes, but it takes me 2 hours to write one. I'm writing this after dinner. Chapter 180, Mr. Chen's evaluation. Ah, that's right. That's how a normal person thinks. If Yi Tong's father really has his eyes on Qin the widow, I'll definitely find 2 Taoist priests to exorcise him. Someone who's been around the mall for so many years must be a real shrewd person. I don't believe he could be charmed by Qin the widow's looks. As for whether Qin the widow believes it, that's another story. I have no idea where she gets her confidence from, but she's really daring to go after him. Is she that bold? I won't deny she's got some looks. At least among the bachelors in the village, she's considered a real looker. But that's only in comparison to the village bachelors. Yi Tong's father has seen it all. I'd been to Xinguang City once, and the night market there was filled with sexy girls coming one after another. They were far more alluring than a widow. You didn't see Qin's face, it turned pale and red in an instant. Yi Tong's father must have been going to town on business. As soon as he got off the car, I saw Qin the widow sitting in the passenger seat, swaying her big butt. At first, Yi Tong's father was pretty polite, with a smile on his face. I don't know what Qin the widow said, but in the end, Yi Tong's father just pulled her out of the car. Liang Qiwen vividly described the scene, laughing so hard he could barely stand up. He was laughing happily, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen. That widow Qin won't tell Yi Tong's father that I set them up, will she? There can't be someone that stupid, can there? I swear, when I was lying to Qin the widow, I was just making things up on the spot. I never intended to shift the blame onto Yi Tong's father. If because of this little mistake, he doesn't let Yi Tong associate with me anymore, then no one would invite me to drink coke anymore. I'd lose another easy target. If everyone around me is like Liang Qiwen, those scheming bastards, life would be so boring. How is your relationship with Xiaohan going? I asked while gathering firewood. It's just that, ordinary friends. Liang Qiwen split the firewood, his lips curling upward. He looked like a smug little villain. How much have you spent? That's exactly what I wanted to know. What money? The biggest expense was when you brought those 2 bottomless pits and left me to foot the bill. Liang Qiwen shot me a disapproving glance. My dad seems to be calling me. I chuckled and carried the firewood back to the kitchen. In the kitchen, smoke filled the air as my father cooked at the stove. I placed the firewood beside the stove and helped my father stoke the fire. Dad, I saw Mrs. Wang at the village entrance this afternoon. I told her to find you a companion. I said to my father. Actually, my dad was pretty lonely too. Finding someone to keep him company would be good, as long as it wasn't someone like Mrs. Qin, the widow. Aren't you the one who doesn't want a stepmother? My dad raised his eyebrows and asked. I felt like he wasn't really that concerned about finding a companion. Mentioning Qin the widow was just off the cuff, otherwise, we wouldn't have cut ties so cleanly with no contact at all. It's just that I don't want you to be lonely. To be honest, I think it doesn't matter whether there's a woman in the house or not. Life goes on anyway, what difference does it make? My father and I rarely talk about my mother. When I was a child, I would ask, but now I'm too lazy to bring it up. My father said that he saw me staring at a mother and son on the street for a long time, which made him think about finding a companion. Plus, Qin the widow was being quite attentive at the time and mentioned how much she would take care of me if I came to live with her, so my father just asked my opinion. At this age, it's not about love anymore, it's just about living together. But how would my dad know that I was staring at that mother and son because I was looking at the chicken leg the child was holding, golden brown and sizzling with grease? I don't even want my own mother, let alone a stepmother. We can't possibly choose Qin the widow, her reputation is too bad, I muttered, stoking the fire. Our family isn't wealthy, and my father isn't particularly skilled, so we don't have much to choose from. But at least she should be someone who can manage a household. Beauty doesn't matter. A widow's doorstep is full of gossip. 9 out of 10 have a bad reputation. My father smiled, not seeming to care much. He was that kind of person, often tolerant of life's hardships. But was Qin the widow the kind of person who would settle down? But regardless, since my father didn't have that idea, I felt at ease. The next day, I secretly observed Yi Tong's reaction and found everything was normal, so I felt at ease. If I lost a wallet because of nonsense, that would be bad enough, but losing a beloved relative would be a real loss. When Yi Tong mentioned the spring outing, I also confirmed it with Mr. Chen. These school leaders keep talking about expanding outdoor activities and how they're beneficial for mental and physical health. I don't know where the health is in that. We have so many mountains here, do we really need them to organize activities? Every year they have to go through this formalism. Last time, 3 students almost got lost, and they haven't learned their lesson. Mr. Chen's internship is almost over, and soon there will be city officials or someone from the bureau coming to observe his class. I can tell he's very nervous. I've known her for so long, and this is the first time I've seen her so concerned about something. Actually, she doesn't need to worry so much. She's the most popular teacher in the school. As long as she prepares her lessons properly and doesn't make any mistakes, she'll be fine. Plus, these kinds of classes are always rehearsed in advance, and everyone who raises their hand to answer questions is already assigned. It's just going through the motions. All I have to do is talk to the troublemakers in the class beforehand and tell them to sit quietly, not daydream, and not fall asleep. You're still young. When you grow up, you'll understand that there are things you care deeply about, and even if you think you've got it all figured out, you'll still feel nervous, Ms. Chen said, patting my head. This is her ideal: teaching and nurturing students, becoming a formal teacher. It's not just about the salary. Ms. Chen, I believe in you. You will definitely become a respected teacher like Ms. Jiang, I said, looking at her. There was no insincere flattery. If someone is dedicated to education as she is can't pass the evaluation, then how many others can? In education, you don't necessarily need to be highly knowledgeable, but you must be dedicated and responsible toward your students. Like Ms. Chen and Ms. Jiang, never giving up on a struggling student, that's the essence of nurturing, and I am a living example of that. Even now, Ms. Jiang's words still echo in my ears. That's true, like mother, like daughter. Ms. Chen clenched her fist, encouraging herself. I need to prepare my lessons carefully these days, so I won't be able to tutor you and Yitong. She looked at me apologetically. That's great. Hearing her words, my heart raced. What did you say? Ms. Chen furrowed her brows and stared at me intently. I meant that Ms. Chen will soon become a full-time teacher. That's wonderful. I quickly backtracked. This damn mouth, stop smiling, or else this hard-earned freedom will be ruined. Chapter 181, Tutoring a Classmate. Ms. Chen was a lazy person who didn't like doing housework. She would always tell me to do everything, big or small. Sometimes she even lies in bed watching TV while eating. If it weren't for her features and good looks, she'd just be a sloppy little girl. But the one thing she takes seriously is education. For example, Yitong, who was at the bottom of the class, she tutored until he passed. Don't doubt my respect for Ms. Chen. Despite her many flaws, I truly admire her from the bottom of my heart. Because I'm a very pragmatic person, asking me to tutor someone for free is like a joke. Precisely because I can't do it, I genuinely admire those who can. Of course, if Ms. Chen could shorten the tutoring time a bit, that would be ideal. Fang Yuan, you're now the class monitor, and your grades are good. You should help the classmates who are struggling, Ms. Chen said as she picked up the homework book and checked it while speaking to me. I really wondered if she had some kind of psychic ability to read my mind. I had just said I couldn't do it, and she immediately assigned me a task. Ms. Chen, maybe we should just forget about it. Some people just don't like studying, why force them to learn? I really didn't want to take on this task, it's hard work and doesn't pay off. Helping students who don't like studying only makes them more resistant. I've only been class monitor for a few days, and now I'm being handed this hot potato. This task is perfect for Zuo Qian. She loves helping her classmates, and she is the study committee member. I immediately brought up Zuo Qian. Back in elementary school, she was a great little teacher. She writes practice questions for me every day, though I never do them myself. At least she contributes a few flashcards. Then go ask Zuo Qian to help me. Mr. Chen thought about it for a moment and agreed it was a good idea. Alright. As long as it wasn't me, anyone would do. So I hurried back to the classroom and told Zuo Qian that Mr. Chen had something important for her. Zuo Qian went happily and came back happily. For her, helping classmates didn't seem like a big deal. Mr. Chen said to have you help me tutor the students. As soon as Zuo Qian returned to the classroom, she walked up to me and said, "Your mom." Hearing her words, I stood up, and the curse words I'd been holding back for over a year almost slipped out. Did Mr. Chen suggest it, or did you bring it up? I was much more mature than I was in elementary school. At least before blaming her, I needed to understand the situation first. I suggested it because some of the boys don't listen to me, Zuo Qian said, lowering her head. After she finished speaking, my fists clenched tightly. I pushed and dodged to get out of it, but she dragged me into the fire with her. After all that, she came back smiling because she had dragged me into it. If they don't listen to you, just don't bother with them. Why not tutor those who are willing to study? You're making a big deal out of it. They're paying you for the tutoring, aren't they? I was truly exasperated. I think helping classmates is a meaningful thing to do. You're the class monitor. If the whole class's grades improve, that's a good thing, isn't it? Don't you want your classmates' grades to improve? Zuo Qian looked up at me and said it matter-of-factly. For a moment, I couldn't refute her, because as class monitor, if I didn't care about the class's honor or the students' grades, it would mean I wasn't fulfilling my duties. Sigh, this girl silenced me with just a few words. It feels like the people around me are getting smarter and harder to fool. Mr. Chen said you're a very responsible person and will definitely help tutor the classmates with me. Zuo Qian stood across from me, the sunlight shining on her face, even her smile sparkling. Flatter me to death. But even though I knew she was trying to flatter me, I still had to force myself to admit it. Because there were other classmates around, I couldn't very well say, I'm an irresponsible class monitor, I don't even know how to tutor my classmates. People value appearances, after all. Of course, as class monitor, it's my duty. Looking at Zuo Qian's smirking face, is this really Zuo Qian? How could she use such a cunning tactic? It doesn't make sense. When did this woman become so calculating? Based on what I know about her, she would just pout and say, Fang Yuan, can you please help me tutor the classmates? I'm afraid I can't handle them. Did Ms. Chen teach you to say that? I hesitated to ask. No wonder she came to me with such confidence as soon as she entered the classroom. She has got the winning card now. Not all schemes are underhanded, some things are laid out in the open, and you have to jump into the trap willingly. No, I've always thought you're very responsible, Zuo Qian said with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. With that expression, I could tell for sure that it was Mr. Chen's idea. Otherwise, Zuo Qian wouldn't have that kind of insight. She was so rigid and demanding in elementary school, suddenly having an epiphany? I don't buy it. Heaven knows I never intended to harm Miss Chen, but she stabbed me in the back. No wonder the school only teaches geography. There's no justice in this world. Let us discuss it after school and figure out who needs tutoring and come up with a plan. Zuo Qian took Ms. Chen's assignment very seriously and had strong execution skills. But when it comes to things I don't really want to do, I tend to procrastinate. Ms. Chen only said to teach English. She didn't mention tutoring math. Just keep the students who failed English after school and assign them homework. That's what I was thinking. Assign them some homework, then check it the next day. I can't possibly be expected to teach them from scratch like Mr. Chen, starting with vocabulary and grammar. That won't work. They'll only know how to write the words but not how to pronounce them, and they'll easily make mistakes on listening questions. Zuo Qian shook her head repeatedly. She thought this kind of tutoring was completely irresponsible and wouldn't help improve their grades much. But that's exactly what you used to do, I snorted. Back when Jiang teacher had me sit next to Zuo Qian, she just wrote me a problem every day. She never taught me step by step either. That's because you've always hated me. I could only give you problems. Even if I taught you step by step, you'd just think I'm a bother. Zuo Qian pouted, as if everything was my fault. If you want to teach, go ahead. I'll make sure the classmates stay behind. Is that okay? I slumped on the desk, speaking weakly. I really don't know what Zuo Qian is thinking. She's so serious about this thankless task. Alright, fine. Zuo Qian looked at me and nodded. Then you have to wait for me after school, okay? Chapter 182, Acne. Mr. Chen really gave me a tough assignment. You see, for someone who doesn't like studying, the moment they step through the school gates, they're only interested in one thing, going home. Keeping them in class for tutoring sounds like a good idea, but in reality, even a dog would shake its head at it. Several classmates nodded vigorously in agreement when I said this. It's already after school and we still have to stay for tutoring? Class monitor, I'm not trying to criticize you, but do you think we're the kind of people who can get into high school? We'll just work for 2 years and then go out to find a job. Why make us learn English? What's the use? When I tell the construction foreman I'm a foreigner, he'll just give me 2 extra bags of cement. Led by Lu Shaoguo, a few troublemakers, upon hearing they had to stay after school for tutoring, opened their mouths wide, as if they could eat 2 people to satisfy their hunger. This was exactly the same attitude Mr. Chen had when he wanted to tutor me. It was hard to accept. They never did their homework and never cared about their studies. Asking them to give up their free time to study was indeed painful. To be honest, I didn't know how to persuade them, because I didn't want to do it myself. I'm definitely not going to study. Even if the teacher tells my parents, I won't go. Exactly. Going to the internet cafe to play games is way more fun than sitting in a classroom. Lu Shaoguo slung his backpack over his shoulder and was about to leave the classroom. A few troublemakers followed closely behind. Looking at them, I saw myself reflected in them. It seemed like every person who didn't like studying was just like them. They were the worst students in the class. If their grades could be improved, the average score would go up significantly. It's not me teaching you, it's Zuo Qian, the class beauty. Besides, chatting while studying isn't so bad, is it? I stepped aside to block the door and said. Hearing this, Lu Shaoguo's eyes lit up. It's adolescence, after all. There's no such thing as liking or disliking, you just want to hang out with girls. There weren't many opportunities to spend time with the class beauty usually. Left Qian is teaching us, Lu Shaoguo said, her face turning slightly red. I didn't understand what made Zuo Qian so attractive. From elementary school to junior high, so many people liked her. Yeah, that's right. There aren't many chances. Have you ever played in that little chapel? Left Qian was the teacher. I nodded confidently. Alright, since it's the teacher's request for extra tutoring, it's fine to catch up a bit. Lu Shaoguo reluctantly put down her backpack and sat down at her desk. Her back was straight as an arrow. Standing outside the classroom door, I couldn't help but shake my head. What was that? A beauty trap? But at least the task was completed. Zuo Qian's worries were completely unnecessary. These troublemakers wouldn't dare disobey her. It was a piece of cake. By the time most of the students had left, only a few underachievers remained in the classroom, along with me, Wang Min, and Zuo Qian. I didn't know why Wang Min was still there. Her grades weren't as good as Zuo Qian's or Zhou Huan's, but she was still one of the better students in the class. She didn't need extra tutoring. Aren't you going home? I leaned on the desk, lazily looking at Wang Min and said. I'm waiting for Zuo Qian to leave with me, she pouted, staring intently at the young teacher at the front of the classroom. Since it was a small chapel, everyone was seated in the middle. Wang Min was sitting next to me, and I wasn't sure if she was really studying. I saw her taking out her notebook and writing furiously. Zuo Qian was at the front, starting with the basics. She knew that most of the students had a weak foundation. In her, I actually saw a glimpse of Mr. Chen when he was a child. What surprised me was that these troublemakers were actually quite quiet. One might have mistaken them for good students. Students, finish your homework tonight. I'll help you check it tomorrow. If there's anything you don't understand, write it down and come ask me tomorrow, Zuo Qian said softly as it grew late. After school, she would only stay for an extra hour of tutoring as the students all needed to go home for dinner. Actually, she shouldn't be an architect. Being a teacher like Mr. Chen would be a good choice too. During the class, I was completely out of it, with only 2 words on my mind: sleep. It felt more troublesome than tutoring at Mr. Chen's house. Finally, when Zuo Qian said it was time to go, I stood up and left. Fang Yuan, wait a moment, Zuo Qian called out from behind me. What's wrong? I yawned, just wanting to go home to eat and sleep. Let's walk together, she suggested. I didn't mind after all, part of the way out of the school gate was in the same direction. How did you think I taught today? Zuo Qian asked, looking at me. It was pretty good. In reality, I had been sleeping for most of the time and hadn't paid much attention. I said she taught well because if I said she didn't, she'd make me teach. Better safe than sorry. Don't argue with women. That's a piece of wisdom I picked up from Mr. Chen. So I walked on the far left, with Wang Min and Zuo Qian on the right, chatting idly along the way. Zuo Qian, are you going through puberty? As we reached the bridge, where the paths split, I looked at Zuo Qian and asked. Why do you ask? Her face turned slightly red. I noticed you have a pimple on your forehead. I pointed to her forehead. That pimple was quite well placed, right between her eyebrows, as if it had been deliberately placed there. Ah? Zuo Qian touched her forehead, looking at me with a mix of panic and confusion. Pimples either don't appear at all, or if they do, they stick around for years. There's a classmate who has a face full of them. Even someone with a severe case of acne would faint at the sight. For a girl who cares about her appearance, it was almost devastating. Don't listen to Fang Yuan's nonsense. It's just a regular pimple. It'll go away in a couple of days. Wang Min glared at me and turned to comfort Zuo Qian. Why are you lying to her? It's just acne. I rolled my eyes. I couldn't tell if it was acne or not. Wang Min glared at me as if I had said something wrong. I won't end up like Zhang Shui, will I? Zuo Qian repeatedly touched the pimple on her forehead, her face looking even more bitter than a bitter melon. The Zhang Shui she was talking about was the girl I mentioned earlier, the one with a face full of acne. Maybe you'll end up with more than her. I'm just a blunt person. Anyway, I've never seen anyone with just one pimple on their face. Either none at all, or they come out in clusters. In the future, there'll probably only be one girl in the class with acne. Hearing my words, Zuo Qian's eyes welled up with tears. From childhood, she had always been confident about her appearance. That's also the main reason she has always been popular in class. Everyone likes her because of her pretty face, right? If her face is covered in acne, what charm will she have left? I touched my own face. I'd give anything to have acne. Can't you just say a little less? Wang Min had always been nice to Zuo Qian. Seeing her upset, she took out her frustration on me. As if scolding me would make her feel better. I was just being kind, with no ill intent. Discovering it early and treating it is better than keeping it a secret, isn't it? Note, don't ask me about the female lead. To be honest, there is no female lead in my outline. I'm currently writing the story while outlining it, still in the process of developing it. Chapter 183, Beautiful Eyes. A word spoken in jest became a prophecy. Zuo Qian's acne on her face grew more and more, and her confidence gradually faded. The young tutor who used to give after-school lessons to her classmates gradually fell silent. In just 1 week, the acne began to spread wildly across her face, almost obscuring her once beautiful and delicate features. Every day after school, she would huddle in her seat, waiting for her classmates to leave before being the last one to walk out. When talking to her classmates, she kept her head down the entire time. Wang Min took over her role as the tutor, helping her classmates with their homework. As for me, I've never been one to get involved in such matters. I leaned on the desk, watching Zuo Qian from a distance. It seemed that losing something important could leave one so distraught. Back then, whenever there was something going on in class, Zuo Qian would always butt in. Now that she has suddenly become so quiet, it's actually a bit unsettling. That girl who used to bother me all the time is now avoiding me just like Zhang Ying. Fang Yuan, want to go all-nighter tonight? Yi Tong's dad had gone on another business trip. Every time this time of year comes around, Yi Tong drags me to the internet cafe for an all-nighter. He is not interested in shooting games at all. He can play online games like stealing vegetables and fighting over parking spots all night long. I shook my head. Games are addictive. The more you play, the more you want to play. But if you don't play for a while, you lose interest. Then let us go find Wenqin. It's the weekend tomorrow, and we haven't had a group meal in ages. Seeing my lack of enthusiasm, Yi Tong suggested again. Let's see. You go home first. If I sneak out later, I'll come find you at your place. I patted Yi Tong on the shoulder and said. He looked at me, nodded, and told me to definitely come or he'd be bored. Yi Tong has a computer at home, so I wonder why he always wants to go to the internet cafe to play. By the time most of the classmates had left, I noticed Zuo Qian was still packing her things with her head down. The game in the small chapel never stopped. Wang Min's grades were good, so teaching those troublemakers some basics wasn't a problem. Actually, I think underachievers aren't necessarily lacking in manners. At least Lu Xiaoguo and the others are decent. They had originally stayed because of Zuo Qian, but now that she is covered in acne and sits silently at her desk every day, they haven't said anything. They continue to attend tutoring sessions every day without saying anything harsh to provoke her. They also completed their homework on time and handed it in to Zuo Qian's desk in the morning. Actually, it's pretty heartwarming, isn't it? Even though there are no comforting words, they act exactly the same as before, and that's enough. After the tutoring session ended, I told Wang Min to leave first and offered to walk Zuo Qian home. I'm warning you, don't provoke her. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook, Wang Min said to me, waving her little fists angrily. Relax, relax. I'm not that bored, I said, waving my hands and speaking softly. Does she really think I'm a gossipy busybody? Zuo Qian, I have something to do today, so I won't wait for you. Wang Min said, then picked up her backpack and left without waiting for Zuo Qian's response. Seeing Wang Min leave, Zuo Qian raised her hand but quietly lowered it again. The other students left one after another, but I remained lying on the desk, quietly watching Zuo Qian's back. She glanced back at me every now and then, probably to see if I had left yet. We stayed like that, neither moving, for a very long time. Until the sky gradually grew dark. Fang Yuan, aren't you going back? After such a long silence, she finally spoke. I'm just waiting for you. I'm curious to see how long you can drag this out. I stretched lazily, yawning repeatedly. Why are you waiting for me? Zuo Qian whispered softly. Although she had always spoken softly, her voice now sounded so fragile. You insisted on coming with me earlier, but now that I want to go with you, you're not happy? I plopped down on the table and looked at Zuo Qian. No, let us go. She pushed her bangs aside, slung her backpack over her shoulders, and kept her head down. Just as she was about to reach the door, I gently pulled her sleeve. You haven't smiled at me in ages. I almost forgot how she used to smile at me while I was sleeping. I lowered my head, but she immediately turned away. I don't look good right now, Zuo Qian's voice trembled slightly. There's a big difference between girls and boys. I could walk around campus with a shaved head without a care in the world, but Zuo Qian had a few pimples and felt so insecure she wanted to disappear. Are you that ugly? If you're ugly in a surprising way, I'd actually find it interesting. I leaned against the doorframe, smiling at Zuo Qian. She wanted to leave, but how could she avoid me, the roadblock? What are you doing? Why are you always picking on me? She crouched down, burying her face in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She was really strange. When I actually bullied her, she didn't think I was bullying her. Now I was just teasing her, but she thought I was bullying her. I don't know how to comfort girls. I have no idea how to make her stop crying. So I squatted down across from her and watched her cry in silence. When her tears had dried up and she was too tired to cry anymore, she stopped. What are you trying to do? Zuo Qian asked me, covering her face with her arms. Meeting me was her bad luck, because she couldn't do anything about me, she couldn't leave or hide. I won't say anything else. It's been a long time since you smiled at me. Just smile, and I'll let you go. I blinked at her. But I can't smile right now. Even though she was covering her face, I could tell she was pouting. Well, there's nothing I can do then. You know me, I'm always persistent. I spread my hands, looking helpless. This isn't my first time being a scoundrel, it's my specialty. I know you just want to see me like this and mock me. Go ahead and laugh. Zuo Qian lowered her arms and bit her lips tightly. How bad must I be in her eyes? You have 16 pimples. I counted each one on her face, and with each one I counted, her face grew redder. But I don't need to laugh at you for that. At this age, many people have acne. Does that mean I should mock someone with acne on the street? And your eyes are still so beautiful, like crystal. I stared into her eyes and whispered softly. Really? She looked at me, her lips curving into a smile. Yes, you still look so silly when you smile. Let us go home. I pinched her lips and smiled. She was indeed a bit ugly, but I couldn't bring myself to say it, so I just complimented her eyes instead. As the sky grew darker, she and I walked home together, glancing sideways at Zuo Qian. She was looking up, lost in thought, smiling. Chapter 184, You smell so good. Did you find some money? You're smiling so stupidly. I walked on the left side of the road and asked Zuo Qian. It's not just about finding money that makes me happy. She took small steps, humming an unknown tune. Fang Yuan, do I look ugly right now? After walking for a while, her mood began to sink again. What's wrong with being ugly? What's so great about being pretty? I looked at Zuo Qian in confusion. Is appearance really that important? Besides, acne isn't permanent, it's just a few years at most. I'm afraid people will laugh at me, Zuo Qian said, sounding a bit insecure. You're overthinking it. People might look at you a few extra times if you're good looking, but no one will laugh at you if you're not. Most people in this world are ordinary. Of course, someone like me with this level of good looks is lucky. You'd have to pay to see someone like me. I messed with my hair and tried to look cool. Can you stop being so self-absorbed? Zuo Qian was amused by my expression and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, her laughter as pleasant as the tinkling of wind chimes. Fang Yuan, do you remember when we were in 6th grade, you skipped class to play video games and were caught by Teacher Jiang and dragged back to the classroom? Zuo Qian said softly. Her words sent my thoughts drifting back 2 years. You even called me the class traitor. She continued with a pout. I didn't expect you to hold a grudge like that. It had been so long, and Zuo Qian still remembered it. I had almost forgotten. Well, I was wronged, so of course I remember. You even forced me to write a pledge, saying that if I tattled again, I'd end up as ugly as a leper, and then you'd cross the Yellow River with the kids from the next class, and I'd have to bring Mr. Jiang to stop you. Zuo Qian said with a pout. I finally understood. So, according to her, it was me who forced her to write the guarantee letter, which caused her to break out in acne. I'm the one to blame. If a pledge really worked that well, the police could all retire, I said dismissively. It's just superstition. I wonder if she's trying to extort money from me. Wash your face with clean water morning and night, go to the hospital for some ointment, and let it heal slowly. Don't pick at it, or you'll get scars. I told Zuo Qian the method I found online. You have to face everything head-on. Running away won't solve anything. Keeping your head down all the time and avoiding your classmates, how can that work? You can't even handle being the class monitor properly. You're just causing trouble for me as the class president. I understand, Fang Yuan. Thank you. As she reached the bridge, Zuo Qian whispered softly. Why thank me? I'm just doing my duty as class monitor. I wouldn't bother with you otherwise. Upon returning home, I searched high and low for the pledge letter and finally found it in the corner of the wardrobe, a piece of paper filled with neat, elegant handwriting. Superstition, I muttered, tossing it into the stove. To monitor my own growth, I wrote myself a pledge, promising never to do anything wrong again, or else I would punish myself by becoming a billionaire. I placed this pledge in the box containing my graduation photos and put it on the top shelf of the wardrobe. After dinner, once my dad had gone back to his room, I sneaked out the window. It had been a while since I stayed up late. This Yi Tong was really something, always asking me to stay up all night with him. How could I resist such temptation? Maybe school life was too boring. Indeed, besides attending classes and sleeping, there was nothing else to do. Otherwise, Yi Tong wouldn't find stealing pears from the mountains so entertaining. When I arrived at Yi Tong's house, he was already waiting for me. I grabbed a bottle of Wangzi milk and rode with him to town. As we passed by Lai Laosan's house, I saw a familiar figure. Xin the widow. What was she doing at Lai Laosan's house so late at night? This made me stop the bike. Where are you going? Yi Tong looked at me in confusion. I made a shushing gesture to him, then led him to sneak behind the wall surrounding Lai Laosan's house. Through the cracks, I saw Lai Laosan and Xin the widow chatting. As for what they were talking about, I was too far away to hear clearly. All I caught were words like money and good figure. Eavesdropping without being able to hear the conversation is half the fun. So I crept closer and closer until I reached the entrance. Through the courtyard wall, as long as I didn't make a sound, they wouldn't notice me. So Yi Qinglin isn't interested in you at all. How are you going to pay me back? Lai Laosan's oily words were clear and distinct. Yi Qinglin is Yi Tong's father. You couldn't even get Fang Shozhong to come out and play cards when I told you to. Are you planning to renege on the debt? Lai Laosan's tone was fierce. From the sound of it, Xin the widow owes him a lot of money. I told you, these two guys didn't have good intentions when they asked my dad to play cards. Why did I hear my father's name? Yi Tong tilted her head in confusion and looked at me. Don't say a word. I really wanted to give him a hard slap. Eavesdropping and then offering your opinion? If we get caught, we're finished. Fortunately, the two people inside didn't notice us. The gap in the wall was too narrow, and I couldn't see the whole scene. All I could see was Lai Laosan placing his hand on Qin Guifu's buttocks. Let us just pay some interest first. Lai Laosan's lecherous voice made it clear even through the wall what he was up to. Yi Tong also saw this. In the dim moonlight, I could see his flushed face. Seeing Lai Laosan embrace Xin the widow and enter the inner room, I pulled Yi Tong and walked around the house, coming to the window of the inner room. I peered inside. Fang Yuan, let's go. Yi Tong, his face flushed, pulled at my sleeve. He only glanced once, and his face turned as red as blood. I watched with great interest, which reminded me of the scene in the woods where I had watched Liang Chuan and someone else. It wasn't that I had a voyeuristic tendency, it was just that these two had always had ulterior motives, and I wanted to gather some evidence against them, just in case. Yi Tong, does your phone have a camera? I suddenly remembered that the person standing next to me was a wealthy second-generation heir with a phone. Oh, you want to take a photo? That is not appropriate, Yi Tong looked at me in surprise. At that moment, I didn't care about morality. Prevention is better than cure, after all. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a crumbling wall, he crouches in the corner of a window. If you want to take a photo, take it yourself. Yi Tong handed me his phone. I took the phone, opened the camera function, and crouched in the corner of the window. I must admit, I really have a talent for photography. I found a frame where Lai Laosan and Qin Guifu were both in the shot. Click. When I pressed the shutter button, the phone emitted a loud bang. It startled me so much I almost dropped the phone. Who's there? Lai Lao-san isn't deaf. He suddenly turned his head toward the window. Luckily, I was quick on my feet and didn't get caught. Hearing footsteps growing louder, I dragged Yitong into the nearby grass pile. In the spring, there was a lot of rain, and the straw at the bottom of the pile had started to rot, giving off a pungent, unpleasant odor. Combined with the musty smell of mud, it made me feel sick. Yitong and I huddled in the grass pile, not daring to move a muscle, afraid of being discovered by Lai Lao-san. You smell so good. The scent of shower gel on Yitong's body, especially his hair, was like a sanctuary in this foul environment. I almost buried my face in his hair. Chapter 185, The Handprint on Yitong's Face. After waiting for a while and confirming that Lai Lao-san hadn't noticed us, Yitong and I crawled out of the grass pile and made our way around the back of the house to the village entrance. At that moment, both Yitong and I were covered in mud and smelled awful. There was no way we could go to the internet cafe like this. We had no choice but to ride our bikes back the way we came. As soon as Yitong got home, he grabbed his clothes and went to take a shower. He was quite particular about cleanliness. But I'm not a slob either. Just as I was about to enter the bathroom, Yitong pushed me out, saying he wasn't used to showering with others. What a weird habit. I wonder where he picked that up. Covered in mud and feeling sticky and uncomfortable, I couldn't stand it anymore. I decided to just take off all my outer clothes and sit in the living room wearing only my underwear. Yitong really takes his time in the shower. Something that should take 5 minutes takes him half an hour. I wonder if there's really that much dirt on him. Fang Yuan, I'm done. You can go now. After a long while, Yitong came out drying his hair. Seeing me like this, he quickly turned away. You're taking forever. I almost thought you fainted. If it weren't a bit cold, I would have just rinsed off with well water outside. After taking a shower, I didn't even have a pair of underwear to change into. Yitong's family had a washing machine, so I threw my jacket into wash. I'll have to stay at Yitong's place tonight. I can't ride my bike home in just my underwear. The attention I'd get would be too much. It's better to keep a low profile. You can sleep in the living room tonight. I'll get you a blanket. Knowing I was staying over, Yitong let me sleep in the living room. I didn't mind. I could sleep anywhere, especially since his sofa was very comfortable. Tomorrow is the weekend, so I can wait until the clothes dry before leaving. Lying on the sofa watching TV, this is truly the life of a landlord, so comfortable and leisurely. There's also an endless supply of snacks. If I could stay here forever, I would be happy. Even by midnight, I still couldn't sleep. I thought about going to chat with Yitong, but he had locked his door from the inside. Fire safety and theft prevention are one thing, but this is clearly to keep me out. When dawn broke, Yitong emerged from his room. He looked like he had slept soundly, while I had only managed to doze off briefly in the early hours of the morning. Why are you locking the door now? Are you trying to keep me out? I said to him with a hint of annoyance. No, it's just a habit, he said while brushing his teeth. That's complete nonsense. Last time we went to Xinguang City, he didn't even have the habit of locking the door. Oh, the friendship is fading, aren't we? Even friends are being guarded against. They say you can't judge a book by its cover, and it seems they're right. I sat on the sofa and said sarcastically. I won't lock it anymore, okay? I give up. But you can't just barge into my room either, at least knock first. Yitong, with toothpaste foam all over his mouth, glared at me. Sigh, what kind of best friends who can talk about anything are we? You still have your own secrets. Even entering a best friend's room requires knocking on the door. It seems you don't consider me one of your own. I continue to sigh. Fang Yuan, stop talking like that, okay? It's early in the morning, and you're being so sarcastic. By the way, you never told me what you were taking photos for last night. Yitong finished washing up and sat down on the sofa, asking. Nothing, just to put on your phone. The less I know, the better. Better safe than sorry. I didn't want to get involved in whatever was going on between Qin the widow and Lai Lao-san. As long as they don't bother me, let them be. I took the photos because they had ulterior motives from the start. I wanted to keep some evidence just in case. After finishing the breakfast Yitong bought, I continued lying on the sofa watching TV. My jacket wasn't dry yet, so I couldn't go out. Yitong said we were going to have dinner at Su Wenqin's place tonight, so I asked him to go find Liang Qiwan and pick up some ingredients. The weather was nice today, so I figured the clothes would dry by noon. Lying on the sofa, I soon fell asleep again, only to be woken up by a faint cry. What are you crying about? What's wrong? Yitong had come back without me noticing and was hiding in the room, quietly sobbing. Nothing. He turned his body sideways, saw that I was awake, and quickly wiped away his tears. He's the most emotional guy I've ever met. I don't understand him, and I don't respect him. I walked over and grabbed him, wanting to ask what trivial matter it was. But I saw a clear handprint on his face, and his entire face was swollen and red. Who hit you? Seeing him like this, my anger flared up instantly. Uncle Yi wasn't home, so it couldn't have been him. Plus, given how much he dotes on Yitong, he must have done something really wrong to deserve such a harsh beating. It's nothing. It'll be fine in a while. Yitong covered his face and shook his head repeatedly. I'll ask one last time. Who did this? I asked coldly. I knew I shouldn't have been so harsh with him, but he wouldn't say anything, which was practically forcing me to lose my temper. It was Zhuang Chang from class 4. Yitong finally spoke up, seeing that I was angry. Why did he hit you? Since I had him help me with the act last time, he has been acting all tough at school, acting like the boss and even recruiting a few followers. I just finished buying groceries and was heading to the supermarket to buy some soda. On the way, I ran into Zhuang Chang. He asked me for money, and when I refused, he slapped me. Yitong's voice grew softer, but my anger only grew. After hearing his words, I frowned, not bothering to dry my clothes, and rushed out. Fang Yuan, just let it go. There are several of them. Yitong pulled on my sleeve, not wanting me to go. I promised your father I wouldn't let anyone bully you. I have to keep my word. I shook off Yitong's hand, told him not to follow, and walked toward the supermarket. I walked quickly because I was scared. I was afraid I wouldn't find Zhuang Chang, that bastard. Even my people dared to touch him. He has really gotten too big for his own good. I didn't call the police because I wanted to handle it myself when it came to someone I hated so much. I circled around the supermarket 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, but I didn't see Zhuang Chang anywhere. I held my breath, unable to vent my frustration. I wandered aimlessly around the village, feeling unwilling to give up, when I bumped into Liang Qian halfway through. He was on his way to Su Wenqin's house because they had planned to have dinner there that night. After hearing about Yitong's situation, he didn't say a word and accompanied me to search every possible place. He must be gone back to his mother's womb. Not even a shadow of him. It had been far too long since something had made me this angry. I thought it was because I had become more refined and used fewer swear words, but it turned out I just hadn't reached the peak of my anger yet. Forget it. You can run but you can't hide. I'll go to school on Monday to settle this with him. Liang Qian didn't say anything to me, just that we should wait until school to deal with Zhuang Qian. Because he knew I wouldn't just let it go. Just then, Yitong and Su Wenqin came over, worried that I might act impulsively and lose control. As I've always said, if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. Since Zhuang Chang had crossed my line, I had to fight back and see whose head was harder. Chapter 186, Premeditation. To put it bluntly, Zhuang Chang climbed to his position by stepping on my face. However, I don't mind. All along, I've been trying to shed the label of violence, but I forgot that this is what protects myself and those around me. A tiger without teeth, no matter how fierce it may be, is no threat. Zhuang Chang dared to lay a hand on Yitong. Does he not know that Yitong is my friend? He simply doesn't fear me. He treats me as if I'm already dead. Since we didn't find Zhuang Chang today, he got lucky. But no one can be lucky forever. Fang Yuan, let us go back and eat. Yitong pulled me, who was still unwilling to give up, and headed towards Su Wenqin's house. Without a target, I could only go back first. Even if I stayed outside all day, it wouldn't make a difference. I've decided. On Monday, I'll go to school and publicly challenge Zhuang Chang to a fight. I won't let him off with just a few slaps. I'd be letting my uncle down if I did. He's currently strutting around the school like a big shot. If I challenge him, he'll have to accept for the sake of his reputation. Otherwise, how could he continue to get by at school? As long as he accepts the challenge, I'll see to it that his mouth is beaten crooked. Yitong was pulling on me, as if I was the one who was going to get beaten up. I was fuming with anger, but he was acting like nothing was wrong. I'm doing this for you, and you act like it's none of your business. I glared at Yitong, feeling annoyed. If he had woken me up earlier, maybe I could have cornered Zhuang Chang. I know, you're so kind, Yitong said, looking up at me. The swelling on his face had already subsided a lot. I didn't expect him to fight back or join me in a fight. Given his character, I had already given up on him. But at least act a little angry. You're such a loser, I pointed at Yitong, not knowing what else to say. I told him everything I should and shouldn't have, and this was the best he could do. It's really strange. I'm such a masculine man, yet I get along so well with him. What was supposed to be a joyful dinner ended up being unappetizing. When I have something on my mind, my appetite disappears. I only ate a little bit of food and drank several bottles of Coke. Wenqin, this chicken drumstick you made is delicious. Yitong was munching on the small drumstick, occasionally praising it. It seemed like he had already forgotten today's unpleasantness. How do you plan to deal with Zhuang Chang? Liang Qian asked in a low voice. There is no need for a plan. We'll just do it openly, make him lose face in front of the entire school, and see how he manages to get by. He thinks he's the tough guy of the school, but once we crush his pride, he'll back down. As a student, he doesn't know how to study, just acts like a thug every day, extorting his classmates. He'll be a menace to society when he grows up. As soon as I finished speaking, I was stunned myself. Now I was speaking in the exact same tone as Mr. Jiang. They say that meeting a good teacher in one's youth is like having a standard to measure one's actions by. Before, I always thought Ms. Jiang was too strict with me, but now I see that her teachings have influenced me without me even noticing. Calling her my mentor is no exaggeration. Fighting after school isn't a good idea, I'm not available. Liang Qiwen ate his food, a flash of coldness in his eyes. I knew what he meant. He wanted to find an opportunity to take down Zhuang Chang, beat him up, and then distance himself from it. His current situation is complicated. If we get into a fight, we only get a warning or a fine, but he is different. But if Liang Qiwen couldn't step in, and Yi Tong and Su Wenqin were no match for Zhuang Chang, how could I possibly take him on? After all, he wasn't alone, there might be 5 or 6 of them beating me up. If that happens, Liang Qiwen 1T just stand by and watch me get beaten up. If he intervenes, the consequences will be severe. I can't help Yi Tong by getting Liang Qiwen into trouble. I watched Yi Tong showing off his meal, constantly calculating in my mind. I need to vent my anger and take it out on someone, but I absolutely cannot afford to lose money. You thought of that? Liang Qiwen asked, sipping his coke. You thought of it too? I narrowed my eyes. Liang Qiwen glanced at Yi Tong, then looked at me with a meaningful expression. I felt he had already guessed what I intended to do. Once the decision was made, my heart felt much lighter. Cabbage tastes better than chicken legs when you're hungry. I'm going to be a police officer in the future, how could I break the law? I could only act bravely in the face of injustice. 2 days passed, and it was time to go to school. I went to school as usual and encountered Zhuang Chang at the school gate. He was hanging out with a few friends at the snack shop drinking coke. Drinking coke this early in the morning? He'll end up with gallstones, liver cirrhosis, and diabetes for life. He saw me too, and their eyes kept staring at me. I looked away and pretended nothing had happened. Time fades many memories. They had already forgotten that it was at this school gate where Zhang Tao had his leg broken by me. Hearing the carefree laughter of Zhuang Chang and his friends behind me, I thought to myself, go ahead and laugh while you still can. I didn't spread the word at school, nor did I cause trouble for Zhuang Chang. Adults often say that dogs that bite don't bark, and there seems to be some truth to that. Fang Yuan, after school, I'll treat you to a burger in town. Yi Tong had been passing me notes all day. His words were so cryptic and jumbled, as if he couldn't finish what he wanted to say. I knew he was trying to distract me and didn't want me to get into a fight with Zhuang Chang. How much money did you bring? I tossed the note back to him. Just a few hundred yuan. Not much, but it should be enough. Soon, the note came back. In a small town, it's not easy to spend a few $100s. Just on food and drinks, Yi Tong and I could easily spend 50, and that's considered a lot. After school, I wrapped my arm around Yi Tong's shoulder and slipped a pencil sharpener into his pocket when he wasn't looking. Before we even left the school gate, I saw Zhuang Chang and a few others in the woods near the school entrance. Go wait by the bridge. I casually took Yi Tong's phone, saying I needed to call my dad. Yi Tong didn't suspect a thing and walked out with his backpack on. I leaned against the door, watching him pass by the small shop, then the woods, before being blocked by Zhuang Chang. From Zhang Tao, I learned a lesson: if you're weak and easy to bully, they'll keep picking on you endlessly. Even when they have nothing better to do, they'll find you to make fun of. Yi Tong being stopped by Zhuang Chang didn't surprise me. If he hadn't stopped Yi Tong, that would have been the real surprise. Middle school students are all financially strapped. Those who eat at home are considered lucky if they can scrape together 10 yuan a week for pocket money. Yi Tong was an exception. His pocket money was beyond your imagination, so he was undoubtedly the best target for extortion. The kind where you just tap once and coins pour out. Zhuang Chang doesn't care if Yi Tong is willing to give it or not, he just reaches into his pockets. Facing Zhuang Chang's extortion, Yi Tong stood helplessly in place, his hands crossed over his chest. What a fool, they're searching your pockets, and you're covering your chest like a chicken. Chapter 187, Taking Up the Weapons of the Law. Yi Tong wasn't like Liang Qiwen, he didn't have the habit of hiding money. All his money was in his pockets. As soon as Zhuang Chang pulled out the money, his eyes lit up. Along with the money, he also pulled out a small pencil sharpener. Oh, you even brought a knife? Trying to scare me? Zhuang Chang pulled out the knife mockingly. The knife was small and commonly used, usually for sharpening pencils. Zhuang Chang held the knife and drew with it, his face brimming with pride. From this angle, it actually looked pretty cinematic. Make it look more menacing. If that doesn't work, just draw a few lines on Yi Tong's face. I held up my phone and crept out from the shadows. This Nokia takes such clear photos. Using violence, coercion, and robbery to take someone's property, that's at least 3 years. Plus, it's armed robbery with a knife and a gang crime. The nature of the crime is heinous. You're looking at a decade or more. I put away my phone and looked at Zhuang Chang with a smirk. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence, have you forgotten who Yi Tong's father is? You only know he is rich? He is the richest man in the city. You're bullying his son like this, do you think you'll go to jail? How many years do you think you'll get? Don't you still think you're a kid? Do you think you can get away with it by saying you don't know any better? Let me educate you on the law. Once you're over 16, you're criminally liable. I said slowly. That's why I had to learn the law, because I'm old enough now. You're lying. You framed me. Zhuang Chang kept swallowing his saliva. This outcome was something he had never imagined. Fighting and demanding money from others, these were things he had experienced as a child. He knew they were wrong, but no one had ever told him the consequences. He thought the worst would be getting his parents called in for a warning. In his mind, he still considered himself a child, but legally, he was old enough to be sentenced. Don't frame me. That knife isn't mine. Zhuang Chang took a step toward me. What are you doing? There are so many people watching. Help me. He is killing me. I sat motionless on the tree stump, smiling and shouting for help. Then I pulled out my phone and took another close-up photo of him. Just as he was about 4 or 5 meters away from me, Liang Qiwen, who had been hiding nearby, kicked him to the ground, kicked the knife away, and then beat him mercilessly. If you fight back, it's violent assault, which is a more serious crime. He hit you because he was acting in self-defense, a good citizen. I stood up and coldly looked down at Zhuang Chang on the ground. This is the difference between knowing the law and not knowing it. Even if there are some differences in defense, the legal classification won't change. Hey, you guys, don't just stand there watching. You're all accomplices, none of you will get away. I pointed at Zhuang Chang's companions. Fang Yuan, we were just tagging along with Zhuang Chang, we didn't know it was this serious. Can we just let it go? We won't cause trouble anymore. This group of people stood there, their eyes blank, wanting to leave but dared not move. That's not acceptable. You assaulted someone, extorted money from a classmate, and robbed them at knife point. This is a gang crime. I looked at them with a smirk, repeating the phrases knife point robbery and gang crime over and over. They were scared out of their wits. Zhuang Chang was being kicked by Liang Qiwen on the ground, screaming in pain, but no one dared to help him. They all stood by watching the scene. If they were going to fight, they had to beat them until they were scared. Why are you beating Yitong? I asked Zhuang Chang, whose face was covered in bruises. Liang Qiwen wiped the sweat off his face. This was no easy task. Just for a few coins, Zhuang Chang said, covering his face with his hands, afraid Liang Qiwen would keep hitting him. Pick up the knife, I said to Zhuang Chang, pointing at the small knife on the ground. He hesitated, move. If you don't pick it up, I'll call the police right now. I pulled out my phone, scaring him into scrambling to pick up the knife. Wait, you really picked it up? Looks like you're still up to no good, trying to stab me. I pretended to be nonchalant as I spoke. Fang Yuan, stop playing with me. I'm sorry, isn't that enough? Zhuang Chang quickly threw the knife on the ground, his voice trembling with tears. I wouldn't dare play with you. You're the boss. You hit anyone you don't like. Who dares to make you admit you're wrong? You slapped Yitong. How are we going to handle this? I stood in front of Zhuang Chang and asked. Can I let him hit me back? Zhuang Chang ran over to Yitong and told him to hit him hard, but Yitong's personality probably wouldn't allow him to hit anyone. Frustrated, Zhuang Chang slapped himself twice, leaving half his face swollen and red. Yitong, I'll give you all the money back. Let us just forget about this time. I'll never bully you again. Zhuang Chang knew that begging Yitong was easier than begging me. Fang Yuan, what about you? Yitong looked at me, he felt this was enough. Originally, I had planned to make Zhuang Chang look like a fool at the school gate, but since Yitong had spoken, what else could I say? He didn't even think about it. When Zhuang Chang was beating him, did he ever think about letting it go? Zhuang Chang, you were going to go to jail, but Yitong said to let it go. I'll give you one chance. From now on, after school, you'll stay here and not bully your classmates or let others bully them. I patted Zhuang Chang on the shoulder and said. Seeing him beaten up like a pig's head, it was clear that Liang Qiwen hadn't held back at all. Back when I was at the school gate to stop bullying, my deterrent effect was much stronger. But after becoming class monitor, I didn't have as much time, and the bullying became more frequent. I'll have Zhuang Chang stay here and watch over things. After all, I have something on him. This way, I can get revenge and help the other students avoid being bullied, killing two birds with one stone. Alright, no problem. From now on, I'll be the security guard here after school. Zhuang Chang nodded repeatedly. He was the most influential person in school now, so with him around, bullying would decrease significantly. After doing so many bad things, it's time to do some good deeds to accumulate some merit. All day long, he flatters the powerful and does nothing for others, thinking that his tough appearance gives him the right to bully his classmates. I snorted coldly and walked out of the woods. With these photos, I wasn't afraid that Zhuang Chang would give up his evil intentions. Mr. Jiang had said that everyone makes mistakes, and if someone truly repents, they deserve a second chance. Besides, really pushing Zhuang Chang to the brink wouldn't be any more meaningful than this. Hey, Zhuang Chang, I've taught you so much about the law. You buy me a Coke? As I stepped out of the woods, I felt a bit thirsty and turned back to say to Zhuang Chang. Please, right away. Zhuang Chang nodded vigorously and hurried to the convenience store to buy me a bottle of Coke. Obedience test, perfect score. He was the school's top dog, and I specialized in taking down top dogs. Behave yourself. Not everyone is as lucky as you to get a second chance. Liang Qiwen wrapped his arm around Zhuang Chang's neck, looking like a thug. Zhuang Chang looked at Liang Qiwen with caution. He was still afraid of this guy who would go all out. Liang Qiwen was a brutal fighter. Take the time he saved Mr. Chen by kicking the rice cooker if given a reason not to take responsibility. Every kick he landed was aimed at someone's head. With Zhuang Chang's matter resolved, the weight on his heart was lifted. Though it wasn't entirely satisfying. Given my old temperament, I wouldn't have spared him. In the end, there had been some subtle changes. I won't handle things in such an extreme manner anymore. Holding the jade pendant on his chest, he couldn't help but wonder if Mr. Chen really had magical powers and if there was truly a seal inside. Chapter 188, The Eve of the Spring Outing. Time flew by, and the day of Mr. Chen's assessment arrived. In the past few days, they had already gone through the mock lessons several times. The students weren't particularly nervous. After all, it was just a few extra teachers observing. What's the big deal? Most of them didn't need to answer questions, they just had to maintain proper posture and stay awake. The only one who was nervous was probably Mr. Chen himself. Everyone knew this was just a formality. After all, it was only a 45-minute simulated lesson that had been carefully prepared. There was no way it could go wrong. Mr. Chen, don't worry. Just show half of your usual teaching ability, and you'll pass with flying colors. In the office, I sneakily ate some candied plums from Mr. Chen's desk and said. The next class was her time to shine. If everything goes smoothly, by the second semester, when the new students enroll, she'll be the homeroom teacher for one of the classes. Once she has made it to the top, given time, she'll be the next Ms. Jiang. With the inheritance of educational genes, I wonder if Mr. Chen's children will also be passionate about the education field in the future. I'm just afraid of making mistakes. Ms. Chen is still too young, her mental resilience isn't as strong as mine. If you forget your lesson plan, just call Left Xian and Wang Min and have them have an English conversation. That'll take care of it, right? In my opinion, many things are easy to solve, just have others do your work. Pass the buck to others. Wang Min and Zuo Qian are proficient in English. If we hand it over to them, there shouldn't be any issues. During the dialogue, I can adjust my mindset, nod occasionally to show agreement, and glance at the lesson plan. Before you know it, 45 minutes will be over. I could do it myself. That makes sense, Mr. Chen nodded, looking much more relaxed. Class is about to start. I'll go first. Good luck. I grabbed a handful of candied plums and stuffed them into my pocket before hurrying back to the classroom. I shared some plum candies with Liang Qiwen and Yi Tong. Mainly for Liang Qiwen to stay awake. That guy went out last night to catch eels, and I'm worried he'll doze off at his desk. The other troublemakers had already been warned in advance. In short, I had everything under control for Ms. Chen as long as she didn't mess up herself. Soon, the bell rang, and besides the school teachers, 2 outsiders arrived, probably some officials from that bureau. What surprised me was that I recognized one of them. Earlier at the night market, that kid named Wang Jie kept insisting his mother was a human trafficker, but I stopped him and called the police. And among the officials who came this time was Wang Jie's father. He clearly noticed me and nodded in my direction. It wasn't until my desk mate nudged me that I stood up and shouted, "Stand up." "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning, everyone." Ms. Chen, dressed in a formal outfit, smiled and waved. Before entering the classroom, she might have been a bit nervous, but once the lesson began, she exuded confidence from the inside out. There were no mistakes or pauses. The entire lesson flowed seamlessly, from teaching to questioning, flawless in every way. If there was any flaw, it was that I was a bit late in shouting "stand up." I observed the expressions of the teachers observing the class from the back row, occasionally nodding and smiling, clearly satisfied. Only Wang Jie's father had a slight frown on his forehead. Throughout the entire class, I didn't see his eyebrows relax once. Could it be because I reported him earlier and he's seeking revenge? The bell rang, and the teachers left the classroom through the back door. I hurried to follow them. "Mr. Wang," I called out from behind. Wang Jie's father turned around, saw it was me, and his furrowed brows slowly relaxed. "Young man, it's you. I didn't expect to see you here listening to the class," he said with a smile. His tone was very friendly, with no trace of his usual authoritative demeanor. Mr. Wang, you were frowning the whole time during the lesson. Did you find something wrong?" I knew this evaluation was very important for Ms. Chen, and failing it would be a severe blow to her. "Oh, I wasn't frowning because your teacher isn't good at teaching. It's just a habit. She taught very well. You care a lot about your teacher, don't you?" Wang Jie's father nodded. "Yes, she's very responsible toward her students, and everyone respects her." "So, Uncle Wang, is her evaluation still on track?" I wanted to feel him out. After all, it wasn't a secret. It should be fine." He nodded. I knew that someone in his position wouldn't make any guarantees, since the process wasn't complete yet. There are still department signatures and such to handle, which I don't understand, but since he said that, it's probably fine. After chatting for a few more minutes, his colleague called him over, and the two of them went to the principal's office together. "Fang Yuan, do you know him?" After Wang Jie's father left, Mr. Chen walked over to me and asked. "I guess so. I asked for you earlier, and it should be fine. Plus, you did an excellent job teaching this class." I hurriedly flattered him. "Stop flattering me. Go back to class, it's almost time for class." Hearing my words, Miss Chen's eyes were filled with laughter, but at school, she was always cold and stern. In her words, this was the only way to keep the students in line. After all, some students wouldn't listen if you were too friendly with them. A few days passed, and Miss Chen was promoted without any issues. The smooth sailing felt great. On the day she was promoted, she had a smile on her face the entire time. Thanks to the effectiveness of the small group sessions, the grades of those few troublemakers in the class also improved significantly. Miss Chen felt she had found the right approach and asked me and Zuo Qian to keep it up. She didn't mention the tutoring again, which relieved me. Perhaps it was because my grades were now more stable and didn't require targeted tutoring anymore. Spring outing day is almost here, and we have to climb the dreaded mountain again and wander around the boring turtle cave. The only one who's happy is Yi Tong. He bought a bunch of snacks and said that he's never gone on a spring outing with his classmates before, and he's super excited. His happiness is something I can't quite understand. What's there to be so happy about? Oh, wait, Liang Qiwen is also happy. I remember last time, he was walking and chatting with that girl named Xiaohan, so happy that he didn't even notice I was missing. I hope everything goes smoothly this time, up the mountain and down the mountain. Yeah, the main thing is to stay away from that toxic person, Wang Min. Chapter 189, A Little Story. Given the previous incident, this time for the spring outing, my dad not only gave me 2 extra rations but also specifically instructed me not to wander off with Liang Qiwen. He is really overthinking things. This time, I'll stick with the group no matter what. That's my only rule for this trip. When we arrived at school, the students were all pretty excited, probably because they didn't have to go to school today. Their happiness is pretty simple, isn't it? Just getting to take a break and go out to play makes them all smile from ear to ear. This is so much better than sitting in the classroom with a frown on your face. Listening to their chatter and laughter, the atmosphere felt completely different. What the heck? Why bring so much Coke? Are you going to sell it on the mountain? I saw Yi Tong carrying a big bag. When I opened it, there were 2 cans of Coke alone. That's 6 cans in total. What are you going to sell? You'll drink several cans yourself. Yi Tong rummaged through his backpack, which was filled with snacks. It was clear he had prepared thoroughly for this spring outing. Liang Qiwen was about to head up the mountain empty-handed, so I tossed him some snacks, cookies and apples my dad had bought. We waited until the homeroom teacher arrived before the students lined up neatly and gathered on the playground. Once everyone was gathered, the homeroom teacher led the way, followed by Mr. Chen, and we followed the large group toward the turtle cave. Yi Tong, that good-for-nothing, was carrying a big backpack. After walking only a few hundred meters, he was already sweating profusely, saying he couldn't take it anymore and needed to rest. I had already guessed he would act this way before we even left. So I took his backpack off his shoulders to lighten his load. They walked like this for nearly an hour. Yi Tong lay on a stone by the side of the road, refusing to get up no matter what. Why aren't we there yet? He asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead and panting heavily. We're only just at the foot of the mountain, I said, giving him a light kick to get him up and catch up with the group. If we wanted to rest, we'd have to wait until we reached our destination. We could eat and drink there, and maybe even find a place to sleep. Everyone, keep up. Don't fall behind. Mr. Chen shouted from the back of the group. But I really can't walk anymore. Yi Tong shook his head repeatedly. I'll carry you then. I said to Yi Tong. Really? His eyes lit up at that moment. You wish. I turned around and gave him a hard slap. If you're not going, just stay here. I'm leaving. With that, I picked up my big backpack and returned to the group. Since Yi Tong wasn't coming, I could drink 2 more cans of Coke. Seeing that I really didn't care about him, Yi Tong hurriedly followed me. It's like hitting him once and he takes a step back. It's not that I didn't want to stay and rest with him. To be honest, I didn't want to go up the mountain either. There's nothing fun to do there. But I'm the class monitor now. Whatever I do, I have to take responsibility. I need to help the teacher keep an eye on the students and prevent any more incidents of students going missing. If it weren't for this responsibility on my shoulders, I would have already slipped away. Walking on flat ground was fine, but once we started climbing the mountain, by the time we reached halfway up, many students were already exhausted, sitting on the rocks panting for breath. Zuo Qian and Wang Min are even worse. They've been resting for 10 minutes and still don't seem ready to continue. Mr. Chen, you go ahead with the students. I'll stay here and watch over them. The group can't be left unattended, and Yi Tong is almost out of breath. I'll stay here and wait for him to rest before joining the others. Alright, I'll go ahead then. Make sure no one gets left behind, understand? Mr. Chen patted my head and instructed. I understand, I assured him. I then pulled out Yi Tong's phone to check the time, giving the resting students a half-hour buffer. Yi Tong lay lifelessly on the rocks. If he weren't still breathing, I would have thought he was already dead. It wasn't just our class. Students from several other classes were resting here too. After all, there were more than a few students with poor stamina. I opened my backpack, popped open a can of Coke, and chugged it down. It wasn't cold, which was a bit of a letdown. Yi Tong's good looks were undeniable. Even lying flat on the rock, his features stood out sharply. He's good looking. Damn it, why didn't he get that looks on my face? Even during this short break, several female classmates were lining up to hand him water. That face is more valuable than money. Thank goodness he is rich. Otherwise, after graduation, I'd trick him into becoming a gigolo, find a wealthy woman to sponsor him, and have him support me. That'd be the life. Fang Yuan, you shouldn't drink carbonated drinks right after exercising. Have some water instead. Without noticing, Zuo Qian walked over to me and handed me the water bottle. I didn't expect anyone to care about me. Unfortunately, it was too late. I'd already finished my bottle of Coke and wasn't thirsty anymore. Zuo Qian, let us go pick some fruit. At that moment, Wang Min looked longingly at the wild fruit on the hillside and said to Zuo Qian. No way. Hearing her words, my scalp tingled. A dog will learn after being beaten a few times, but she doesn't seem to learn at all. Last year's incident she's already forgotten so quickly? Why are you being so mean? Wang Min pouted and turned away unhappily. What else? Did you forget how you fell off the mountain last year? Are you planning to go on another jungle adventure? I said irritably. We'll be careful next time. We just weren't paying attention last time, Wang Min said stubbornly. Seeing her like this made me even more annoyed. No, you're not listening to me, are you? I asked her. This stubborn, defiant attitude she just had to go against me. Even though you're the class monitor, you can't restrict our freedom. It's just picking a fruit, what business is it of yours? Wang Min glared at me with her big eyes, as if anything I told her not to do, she had to do. Fine, go ahead. I pointed at Wang Min, momentarily speechless. While everyone else resting, I'll tell you a little story. Seeing that Wang Min was stubbornly going against me, I got up and shouted to the students who were resting. There was once 2 girls and a boy who fell off a mountain at night. One of the girls was using the restroom when she saw a snake nearby. She cried out for the boy to get rid of it, but when he knelt down. Before I could finish, Wang Min quickly jumped onto the rock where I was standing and covered my mouth tightly. Her pretty face turned bright red, her teeth bared as if she were about to eat someone, especially those big eyes, which seemed to be spitting fire. I had no idea where she got such strength. She lunged at me, and I lost my balance, falling backward along with her. On the hillside, the ground was covered in small pebbles. If she hit her head, the consequences would be unimaginable. I could only hunch over, using both hands to protect her head, trying to minimize the damage. I'm not Superman, and I don't have a body made of steel. Falling from that height would be excruciatingly painful. The stones of various sizes felt like nails piercing my body. Especially that sharp rock. If I hadn't been holding Wang Min's head, her skull would have hit it, and even Hua Tuo himself would have shaken his head in disbelief. Chapter 190, A Piece of Candy. Fang Yuan, are you okay? Yi Tong hurriedly pulled me up and asked with concern. I shook my head and sat down on the rock, frowning. The back of my left hand had been cut by a stone, leaving a fairly large wound that was bleeding steadily. Fang Yuan, I'm sorry. Wang Min stood up, looked at the wound on my hand, and her eyes immediately turned red. I knew she didn't mean to. She might be bad, but she wasn't that cruel. It was just an accident, but I was still angry. Are we still going to pick the fruits? I asked her. No, I'm not going. Wang Min shook her head, clearly still shaken by what had just happened. Don't even mention her, I was still scared. It was too dangerous. If it had been on the grass, it would have been fine, but this was on a mountain. The loose rocks could be deadly. Fang Yuan, you need to clean that wound or it'll get infected. Yi Tong grabbed a bottle of mineral water and poured it directly onto the wound. She didn't even care if it hurt. Indeed, there was still some sand and dirt in the wound, and it would be troublesome if not cleaned. Wang Min stood beside me with a guilty expression, but I really didn't feel like talking to her right now. After cleaning the wound, I motioned for my classmates to move forward. Once we reached the turtle hole, I felt relieved. Wang Min finally settled down, following the crowd up the mountain in silence, occasionally glancing back at me. Fang Yuan, you didn't finish your story earlier. What happened after you encountered the snake? Yi Tong, who was walking with me, asked curiously. What else? We encountered a snake, we must have been bitten to death, right? I glared at Wang Min's back and said angrily. It seems I really don't get along with women. Whenever I get close to one, bad things happen. What? Just like that? I thought the guy would be a hero and save the beauty, then live happily ever after. Yi Tong shook her head, her words tinged with regret. I told you to stop reading so many romance novels. Your brain's been corrupted by them. I poked Yi Tong's head in annoyance. Rescue the damsel in distress? That guy would give you 2 ounces of dandruff if he let you have her. You're such a nuisance. When we arrived at the turtle cave, there were already quite a few classmates sitting there chatting and eating. The turtle cave was quite large, even speaking in a loud voice could echo. Plus, the cave was cool and comfortable, with small fish and shrimp in the water, and even tiny turtles visible to the naked eye. The overall environment was pretty nice. In our hometown, it's a fairly famous tourist attraction. I placed the Coke in the cool stream and eagerly started moving the small stones aside. We had already reached our destination, so there was no need to watch the other students, everyone was free to do as they pleased. I had to find some small shrimp to supplement my nutrition. Those transparent freshwater shrimp taste really good. Sweet and delicious, one bite at a time. Liang Qiwen was so engrossed in his conversation with Xiao Han that he didn't notice me. I just couldn't understand what women found so attractive. How could they be so captivated? Fang Yuan, can you eat these raw? Yi Tong looked at the shrimp he had just caught and asked curiously. Of course you can eat them. I used to go up the mountain every day and catch crabs and shrimp to eat. When I was in elementary school, I couldn't afford snacks, so if I wanted to eat something, I had to catch it myself. Small fish, shrimp, crabs, and frogs all meat. Now that life is better, I don't catch them much anymore. A bite of shrimp, a sip of cola, it was pure bliss. But won't eating them raw have parasites? Yi Tong hesitated, looking at me. What's the big deal? I've been eating them since I was a kid and nothing's ever happened to me. All the kids in the village eat them like this. I've never heard of anyone dying from eating shrimp. Seeing that Yi Tong dared not take a bite, I stuffed the peeled shrimp directly into his mouth. He chewed a few times with a look of resistance, then his eyes lit up. How about it? Delicious, right? I said proudly. Although Yi Tong came from a wealthy family, he had never tried this snack before. The firm shrimp meat, combined with the sweetness from being washed in mountain spring water, left a lingering flavor. Put the little crabs in the box. We'll take them to my place tonight, grill them, sprinkle some chili powder on top. Yum. Chewing them shell and all, they were fragrant and delicious. That's the way it is. Make the most of what you have, whether it's mountains or water. Don't fear hardship, just don't forget to find joy in it. Did you live like this when you were a child? Yi Tong asked cautiously, holding the crab. Yes, that's right, I nodded. Most of the children in the village were like me. But nowadays, kids prefer to play games online, so there are far fewer of us running around the mountains these days. Otherwise, these crabs wouldn't be so easy to catch. Back then, we had to fight others for them. There were too many of us and not enough crabs. I'll take you back to my childhood days in a couple of days, I said as I gathered the crabs. There are also larger crabs here, considered the best. I always break off their claws to prevent them from escaping, then put them in a box. Catch a dozen or so, add some sesame oil and chili, then stir fry with instant noodles soaked in hot water. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. This is already an upgraded version of the food we had back then. I remember in 4th grade, I caught 2 crabs, then mustered up the courage to ask a classmate who was eating instant noodles for a seasoning packet. I used a clean treasure porridge jar as a pot, lit a fire, cooked the crabs, and ate them. It tasted delicious to me. Yi Tong finds it hard to imagine my childhood life, just as I can't imagine what his childhood was like. These were just everyday things for me, but Yi Tong finds every single one of them fascinating. He grew up in Starlight City, which is very different from the countryside. To put it bluntly, the difference between the two in the early 21st century was like 2 different worlds. Zuo Qian was a perfect example. When she transferred to our class in 3rd grade, all the students stared at her. There was no other reason. It was just like country bumpkins gawking at something fashionable, so beautiful it made you want to call out to your mother. At that time, I was still wearing clothes with patches, while she was dressed in a floral dress with a pink hairpin on her head. Standing next to us country kids, she truly seemed like she was from another world. I had a piece of candy in my pocket that I couldn't bring myself to eat for days, but on her first day in class, she gave one to every student. Thinking about it now, it still bugs me. That candy I had been saving for so long, she ended up eating it. So I glared at Zuo Qian on the shore. As if sensing my gaze, she turned her head and looked at me in confusion, her expression puzzled. Do you want some too? She asked, handing me the potato chips in her hand, looking dazed. Under her surprised gaze, I took out all the potato chips. I stuffed them into my mouth and crunched them to pieces. To be honest, they were pretty good. Eat slower, don't choke. I have more in my bag. After saying that, Zuo Qian opened her backpack and handed me a bag of unopened potato chips. Sometimes, compared to her, I feel so stingy. I even remember a piece of candy, but she never minds such things. Chapter 191, The Art of Communication. I don't even know if she is faking it. That punch landed so softly. What is the greatest joy in bullying someone? Is it seeing their angry and confused expression? You ate her potato chips, and she still smiled and asked if there was enough, saying she had more. What joy is there in that? I didn't take her potato chips, but she still smiled and sat back on the shore, chatting with Wang Min. Excessive tolerance can also be frustrating because there is no outlet for frustration. It's like when you express your opinion to someone and they just say, yeah, you're right, in a dismissive tone. Yi Tong rolled up his pant legs, waded in the stream, and caught crabs with great enthusiasm, moving this rock and that rock, his smile never fading. Even such a boring spring outing could be so much fun for him. I lay on the riverbank, dipping my feet in the stream and swaying them back and forth, occasionally taking a sip of cola. It was an indescribable sense of comfort. Everyone has their own way of entertaining themselves. Some students gather in groups of 3 or 5, sitting together chatting and sharing the snacks they brought, while others pick wild fruits and flowers at the entrance to a turtle hole. At this time of year, the mountains were covered in azaleas, a sight to behold. I love this environment not because the scenery is so beautiful but because the air is filled with laughter. Laughter is truly healing, some crisp and clear, some joyful, some gentle, and some soft and slow. But there are also those whose laughter is as loud as a bell, cackling like ducks. Liang Qiwen, what are you laughing at? I picked up a piece of bread and threw it at the man crouching beside Xiao Han. As always, it hit perfectly. With my aim, I'm a natural-born grenadier. It's really ruining my sleep. I just don't understand how he and Xiao Han could possibly have so much to say to each other. From the moment we started climbing the mountain, they've been talking non-stop. They could probably talk for hours about the day they were born. Life is so boring, there's no way there's that much interesting stuff to talk about. What's wrong with you? You look so gloomy. Liang Qiwen walked over to me and casually opened a bottle of Coke. I'm not in a bad mood. You're the one disturbing my sleep. Do you and Xiao Han really have that much to talk about? What are you two talking about? I couldn't help but feel curious. What could girls possibly talk about? The things they're interested in don't interest me, and the things I'm interested in don't interest them. How are we supposed to communicate? Just small talk, nothing much to talk about. Liang Qiwen waved his hand dismissively. How can you chat without a topic? I suspected he was trying to fool me, just like he had with Zhou Huan. Just talk about whatever you want. Like what you usually eat, what you like to do, find some common interests. Liang Qiwen said while drinking his Coke. Just start with something, like ask her what book she likes, then gradually move on from there. After saying that, he grabbed another bottle of Coke and handed it to Xiao Han. He wasn't here to ask me why I was in a bad mood, he was clearly here to steal Coke. The bread he threw over earlier was a bit dry, wasn't it? He was eating and taking things at the same time. Just then, I saw Zhang Ying walking over. I hadn't seen her in a while, so I called her over to try out the method Liang Qiwen had taught me. What's up? Zhang Ying walked over to me, her expression looking like she had the world against her. Nothing, just chatting with you. I'm a pretty easygoing person. I don't understand why she is so afraid of me. As long as she doesn't do anything bad, I won't bully her. What's there to talk about? Zhang Ying glared at me. What kind of books do you usually like to read? I asked, using Liang Qiwen's words. I knew how to start a conversation. I don't like reading books, Zhang Ying shook her head. One sentence and the conversation was over. She must have no emotional intelligence, no doubt about it. Then what do you like? I looked at Zhang Ying, refusing to believe that communicating with the opposite sex could be this difficult. I like being far away from you. If there's nothing else, I'd like to go play with my friends, Zhang Ying said, pointing to her friends nearby. It seemed like she couldn't stand being around me for another second. Go ahead. I clenched my teeth and waved her off. I knew Liang Qiwen was just making stuff up. This kind of conversation had no desire for communication. Better to just go to sleep. I stretched, found the most comfortable position, and lay down by the shore, occasionally dipping my feet in the stream. Fang Yuan, does your hand still hurt? Just as I was starting to doze off, Wang Min walked over to me and asked softly. Try it and see if it hurts. I glared at her. Such pointless questions. That wound is still fresh, any pressure makes it feel like it's tearing. I'm sorry, I didn't think about it at the time. Why did you bring it up? You promised not to mention it. Wang Min splashed the stream water, looking dejected. If you hadn't insisted on picking the fruit, I wouldn't have used this to threaten you. I hadn't really meant to say it, I was just trying to scare her. After all, saying it out loud wouldn't reflect well on me. Which boy doesn't cherish his own purity, right? Who knew she'd react so strongly? Alright, I understand. By the way, Fang Yuan, what kind of books do you like to read? Wang Min sat beside me, picking at her fingers as she asked. Am I the one who reads books? I rolled my eyes at her, annoyed. She was just looking for something to talk about. Then what do you like? I like to sleep in peace and quiet. If you have nothing to do, go chat with Zuo Qian. I'm tired. I turned my head and snorted coldly. I was just about to fall asleep, but she came over and started asking all sorts of questions, none of them serious. What's wrong with her? Upon hearing my words, Wang Min stormed off, her lips puckered up in anger. If I hadn't been lying in such a comfortable position, I would have gotten up and pinched her mouth shut. After she caused such a commotion, all my sleepiness vanished. I turned my head to watch Shitong catching crabs. Every time he caught one, he showed it off to me. I couldn't help but scoff. At that speed, he couldn't even catch as fast as I did when I was in elementary school. How dare he brag? Just then, I sensed someone reaching for my Coke, so I turned around and grabbed the little thief. Liang Qiwen was holding 2 bottles of Coke, his eyes still fixed on Xiao Han. How about that? I taught you the trick, Liang Qiwen said with a smirk. He actually had the nerve to come over and take credit. The method you mentioned is complete nonsense. I tried it, and even Zhang Ying wouldn't even talk to me. Zhang Ying was so scared of me that she wouldn't even talk to me for a moment. It's no wonder Liang Qiwen was just playing me. He was flirting with the girls, leaving me here alone, bored to the point of growing mushrooms on my head. This guy prioritizes women over friends, he has no humanity when it comes to women. Note, I'm working day and night to finish this, not daring to take a break. Please bear with me, readers. Chapter 192, Brainwashing Yitong. If I had Yitong's looks, I wouldn't have any trouble finding someone to chat with. He catches crabs, and girls come to chat with him. It's really true that people are so different, it's enough to drive you crazy. Fang Yuan, is this enough crabs to eat? Yitong held up the box, showing me his spoils. That's enough. Don't catch too many. You shouldn't eat too many crabs. I waved my hand dismissively. Hearing my words, Yitong closed the box and put it in his backpack. These crabs must be eaten tonight, otherwise, they'll go bad. Once we get down the mountain, we'll give them a proper send-off with some garlic and oil. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep on the shore and was awakened by Mr. Chen. It's time to go back. She knelt down and tapped my cheeks. Her long, flowing hair tickled my face. At that moment, I noticed that many classmates had already lined up, ready to head down the mountain. I stood up, rubbing my eyes, and looked around for Yitong. That little rascal, where did he go? He didn't even call me before leaving. Finally, in a corner, I spotted Yitong sound asleep. Get up, we're leaving. I walked over and kicked his butt with my foot. I'm so tired. Can't I sleep a little longer? He rubbed his butt, half lying on the ground, his eyes barely open. Hurry up, get up. I reached out and pulled him up from the ground. It was already afternoon. If we slept any longer, it would be night. This mountain wasn't safe at night, and not a single classmate could be left behind. After gathering everyone, I carefully counted the number of students in the class, afraid that someone else might be as careless as Yitong and end up sleeping in a corner. Everyone else was lying in plain sight, but he went and found a secluded corner to sleep in. If it weren't for me, he would have had to spend the night out here. The group returned along the same path, just as we had come, with teachers supervising both the front and back. This spring outing went relatively smoothly without any incidents. This was all thanks to me. Last time, something went wrong because I wasn't the class monitor and didn't keep an eye on Wang Min and Zuo Qian, leading to a tragic incident. This time, I stopped them in time, so everything ended perfectly. I'm not being self-centered. People need to praise themselves more to build confidence and stay self-assured. Fang Yuan, can I delete the photos on this phone? Yitong fiddled with her phone while whispering to me. They're all useful. Keep them for now. Why delete them? We don't have enough storage space. Every photo has its own meaning. What's the point of this one? It's so upsetting to look at. Yitong pulled up a photo of Zhuang Chang with a black eye and swollen face, which I had taken secretly. I can understand keeping photos of Qin the widow, and the one of Zhuang Chang with a knife could be used against him, but what is the point of this one? It's useful. Don't delete it. Later, when we see Kong Lo, we can use it to get a big meal. Zhuang Chang beat him up and I avenged him by beating Zhuang Chang. That's a huge favor. Ugly, Yitong said, looking at the screen with disgust. I took his phone and snapped a selfie. Here is another photo of me looking so handsome it's indescribable as compensation. After taking the photo, I handed the phone back to him. Zhuang Chang's photo might come in handy someday. I wouldn't let any useful resources go to waste. Pfft, narcissist. Yitong rolled his eyes at me and put the phone back in his pocket. Hey, let me tell you, narcissism is a man's greatest virtue. It's a confidence so strong it swells to the point of arrogance, allowing him to fear no storms and dare to challenge anything. Thick-skinned is a man's passport. Look at that guy. I pointed at Liang Qiwen in the crowd. Xiaohan wasn't in our class, but Liang Qiwen had forced his way into someone else's class and was walking and chatting with Xiaohan. This is like sticking the skin from one cheek on the other. One side has no shame, and the other is thick-skinned. Are you jealous of him? You've been talking behind his back lately. Yitong asked me. Huh? I'm jealous of him? That's ridiculous. Why would I be jealous of Liang Qiwen? Just because he has a female friend? I don't believe their conversations ever run out. They're always chatting non-stop. Wait until they have nothing left to say, and then we'll see if he still sticks to Xiaohan. Yitong, let me tell you, men should hang out with men, you know? Look at Qiwen's behavior, he is beyond hope. You have to stay away from any women who get close to you. Otherwise, you'll end up like Qiwen, on a path with no return. I only have a few friends. Don't let them all leave me, leaving me all alone. That wouldn't be right. No way, don't worry. Yitong shook his head, swearing solemnly. Not falling in love too early is what good kids do. I'll go home and cook you some crab. His answer satisfied me. Done. Yitong is easier to brainwash. Liang Qiwen is too cunning. He has clear goals for what he wants and will pursue them relentlessly. Once he sets his mind on something, even I find it hard to change his thoughts. The main group returned to school, took attendance, and then everyone went home. My dad was already used to Yitong's visits, having seen him several times before. After cleaning the crabs, the smaller ones were directly charcoal grilled, just like roasting corn. They were secured in place and thrown into the stove, ready in just a few minutes. A sprinkle of chili powder, and they were ready to eat. These small crabs didn't need to be gutted, they were eaten shell and all. Yi Tong was hesitant at first, but seeing me and Liang Qiwen taking bites one after another, crunching them crisply, he closed his eyes and took a bite. This tastes really good. He licked his lips and picked up another small crab to put in his mouth. Yi Tong had a relatively affluent upbringing, so this kind of village snack was a first for him, and of course he found it novel. Yi Tong, help me tend the fire. I'll make you a spicy crab dish. My cooking skills are nothing to write home about, but this spicy crab dish is the only thing I can really pull off. In my family, whether it was Yi Tong or Liang Qiwen, I never treated them as outsiders. When it was time to work, everyone had to pitch in. Yi Tong must have been doing this for the first time. He couldn't even hold the tong steady. Calling him a good-for-nothing wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thankfully, we're well off. Otherwise, someone like him wouldn't even be able to find a wife in the village. When I asked him to start a fire, it was either too big or too small, and it went out twice in the middle. What good are you? Go wash your face. I saw his face covered in black soot, smudged all over by his hands, looking like a spotted cat. I hurried him out to wash up in the kitchen and had Liang Qiwen take over the fire. A master's touch reveals the difference. With Liang Qiwen and my combined efforts, a large plate of spicy crab was soon served on the table. Just the aroma alone was enough to know it was a heavenly delicacy. Chapter 193, A Deaf-Mute Woman. My father never interfered in my friendships. When friends came over for dinner, he would cook an extra dish and never pry into their business. He'd pour himself a small glass of wine, listen to us chatter away, and never say a word. Yi Tong was a bit shy the first time she came, but now she feels right at home. That's my father's attitude, making my friends feel very at ease. A plate of spicy crab, Yi Tong ate half of it because he caught it himself, and it tasted even better. This is the greatest emotional value of labor, far more meaningful than anything bought. After dinner, Yi Tong suggested going to the night market in town. Now that we have a bicycle, it's convenient to go back and forth, so we can go to the night market whenever we want. Liang Qiwen finally had a change of heart. I guess he felt guilty for not going out with us much lately. When Yi Tong suggested going to the night market, he didn't even mention the plan to go to the rice paddies at night to set traps for eels. The three of them rode their bicycles to the night market. The night market wasn't as bustling as it had been before the new year. After all, most people had left to work elsewhere. They left the small town on foot and headed to the city, where they transformed themselves into oxen and horses. But that didn't stop the three of us from strolling around. Shopping with men is completely different from shopping with women. 3 words: eat, drink, and play. Clothes and shoes weren't even worth a glance. A small Coke in one hand, a big chicken drumstick in the other, and occasional discussions about funny things that happened at school. That's what strolling around is all about. It's nothing like accompanying Wang Min and Zuo Qian shopping. They see a clothing store and go in, try things on without buying anything, and just thinking about it makes my legs ache. Fang Yuan, look over there, Yi Tong pointed curiously toward the end of the street. There was a crowd gathered there, clearly something interesting was happening. As someone who loves watching dramas, I wouldn't miss this opportunity for anything. As we passed by a dry goods store, I grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, left $1, and rushed toward the crowd. I pulled Yi Tong into the crowd and saw a man and a woman in the middle, apparently arguing about something. The woman was around 40, while the man was much younger, in his 20s. Old man, what's going on? I asked an elderly man nearby while munching on sunflower seeds. When you're eavesdropping on a scene, you have to ask for the full story, otherwise, you'll be left in the dark and won't understand the nuances. I'm not sure. The woman is deaf and mute. She has been gesturing for ages, but no one can understand her. It seems like the man didn't pay for something, and the woman won't let him leave, but the man says he already paid. I don't get it either. The old man shook his head, speaking a bit slurred. Although he spoke unclear, I heard clearly. The deaf-mute woman was selling things at the stall, and the two were arguing over whether payment had been made. Looking at the two people in the middle, the woman was indeed deaf and mute, as she kept signing with her hands at lightning speed, like a ninja from Naruto. In such a situation, even if I wanted to help, I couldn't do anything. I just couldn't understand what was going on. I couldn't just believe her because she was deaf and mute. I'd already been scammed into paying an exorbitant price for a cold drink before. I already said I paid. Why are you holding on to me? The man pushed the woman away impatiently. He tried to leave, but the woman held onto his clothes tightly. At the same time, her other hand kept gesturing frantically. Her voice was hoarse, but she couldn't form a clear sentence. Fang Yuan, can't you help her? Yi Tong bit her lip and looked at the woman with sympathy. Do you think I'm a god? I can't help with everything. This kind of thing was hard to explain, especially since the woman couldn't even speak. We can't just feel sorry for her and say she's right. Forcing ourselves to help her, even though her expression does look very wronged and pitiful. Call the police. Let professionals handle professional matters. I don't want to get involved in something I'm not sure about, lest I end up unable to explain myself later. Just then, the man roughly pushed the woman to the ground, knocking over the stall behind her, then strided away arrogantly. Just as I hesitated whether to stop him, a figure rushed forward, pinned the man to the ground, and landed a punch straight to his face. The man's nose started bleeding profusely, his face contorted in pain as he lay on the ground, howling in agony. It all happened too quickly for me to react. Ugh. I grabbed my hair and took deep breaths. Because a huge problem was now staring me in the face. The one who had attacked him was none other than Liang Qiwen. This man, who seemed to have the word patience carved into his face, had suddenly attacked him without any warning in front of everyone. Are you out of your mind? Just stop him. Why did you have to get involved? I rushed to Liang Qiwen and shouted angrily. His irrational behavior made me extremely angry. The premise of helping someone is to ensure you don't get involved. Doesn't he understand that? I would rather have been the one to act, because there would still be a chance to make things right. Even if the man refused to compensate, I wouldn't have to go to jail. Liang Qiwen already has a criminal record. If he gets arrested for fighting this time, especially since he is already over 16, the consequences would be severe. I dare not even think about it. This kind of person deserves a beating. Liang Qiwen glared at the man on the ground with bloodshot eyes, raised his fist, and didn't hesitate for a moment. I really suspect that the chicken leg earlier had poisonous mushrooms in it. Does this guy even know what the consequences of this punch could be? I quickly grabbed him, but he was too strong, and the man took another punch without any surprise. What does this have to do with you? She is just a mute. Why should you care if she is being bullied? I pulled Liang Qiwen aside, and Yi Tong came over to help me hold him back. As I said those words, I realized they were inappropriate and a bit harsh. But at that moment, my mind wasn't clear. I watched helplessly as Liang Qiwen was about to walk into trouble. How could I stay calm? Compared to the people around me, I didn't care what she was. She wasn't as important to me as Liang Qiwen. I really couldn't understand why Liang Qiwen had endured so much, getting beaten up by Zhang Tao twice at school without even thinking of fighting back, all for such an outsider. Was it worth it? What's wrong with the mute? Hearing my words, Liang Qiwen turned to look at me. His eyes were icy cold. I'd never seen him look at me like that before. My mother is also mute. Deaf mutes deserve to be bullied, don't they? They deserve to die. Liang Qiwen's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted at me. He seemed to be blaming me, accusing me of discriminating against disabled people like his mother. Chapter 194, A Big Loss. I didn't mean it that way at all. I've never discriminated against anyone. I just think it's not worth risking myself for someone who doesn't matter. Yes, I'm selfish, but I'm also worried about Liang Qiwen. Besides, I don't even know what his mother's situation is. Liang Qiwen's gaze made me feel inexplicably upset. If he wanted to help that woman, he should have told me, and I would have found a way. Why act so impulsively? Even if I had tried to stop him, he went ahead and acted anyway. He's no different from me when he's angry. He loses his rationality and acts without regard for consequences. That day in the fields, I gripped the sickle, intending to kill Zhang Ping, but he stopped me, telling me not to act impulsively. He said it wasn't worth it. Is today worth it then? Liang Qiwen, don't do this. Fang Yuan is just worried about you. Yi Tong pulled Liang Qiwen back. He was timid, but he knew how serious the consequences could be. I didn't want to argue with Liang Qiwen about who was right or wrong at that moment. I didn't want to explain that I didn't discriminate against the deaf and mute. Why the hell would I discriminate against them? I forced myself to calm down, but my mind was in chaos, unable to think of any solutions. You little bastard, dare to hit me? Wait for the police to come and arrest you. The man on the ground, holding his nose, stood up and glared at us menacingly. He dared not attack us, but he wouldn't just let it go either. Don't call the police, I instinctively stopped him. During negotiations, whoever backs down first will be at the mercy of the other. I knew that, but I had to give in. What was going on between the man and that woman no longer mattered. From the moment Liang Qiwen made the first move, the nature of the situation had changed. We'll pay compensation, I said to the man. This is the only way to ensure Liang Qiwen gets off scot-free. That, I won't give him a single penny, Liang Qiwen muttered angrily from behind. Don't bother with him. Is 200 enough? I pulled out 200 yuan from my pocket and handed it to the man. He looked at me without saying a word, as blood trickled slowly from between his fingers onto the back of his hand. Those greedy eyes never left the money in my hand. 300. I kept raising the offer, because I recognized that look all too well. He wasn't refusing, he just felt it wasn't enough. 500. I raised the offer to 500 yuan and handed the money directly to him. Fang Yuan, don't give it to this scoundrel. People like him deserve to die. Liang Qiwen broke free from Yi Tong's grip and tried to stop me. I shoved the money into the man's hand and told him to leave quickly. This matter was settled. You're lucky this time. The man took the money, pointed at Liang Qiwen, and left cursing. Why did you give him money? Why give money to someone like that? Do you know that he used just paper money to buy things? He's just bullying people who can't speak up and can't explain themselves. People like him deserve to be beaten to death. Liang Qiwen looked at me in confusion, even wanting to chase after him to get the money back. I don't care what he did or who he bullied. I only know that if he calls the police, you're finished. You're worth more than that damn $500. You have to take this loss, whether you want to or not. I shouted loudly. I'm not any quieter than you, so what else with the attitude? I paid the money, and now I have to put up with your attitude? Did I want to give it to him? I've never taken such a big loss in my life. I emptied my pockets and ended up like Zhang Tao, a money-giving fool. Now I'm caught in the middle, and you're the one feeling wronged. Where the hell am I supposed to go to complain? The red envelope Wang Min's father gave us, we've never dared to use it, and now it's almost all gone. Enough. You've already hit him twice. You should calm down now. Yi Tong pulled Liang Qiwen, afraid he'd do something impulsive. Liang Qiwen turned his head, still fuming. I'm leaving. Seeing his pathetic state, I'm boiling with anger. Fine, let him be angry. Who cares? If it comes to that, we'll just go our separate ways. I can live just fine without him. Just then, an old woman stopped me. She gestured for a while, but I couldn't understand a thing. Auntie, I don't understand your gestures. I need to go home now. I got on my bicycle and said to the woman. Hearing my words, she pulled out a cloth bag from her pocket and handed me all the money inside, from $50 bills to 1-cent coins. She mumbled something while gesturing with her hands. I couldn't understand her sign language, but when she handed me the money, I knew she was trying to compensate me. In the end, this was all because of her, but it had little to do with her. The money I gave to that man wasn't for her, but for a complete scoundrel. No, thank you, Auntie. Keep it for yourself. I hopped on my bike and left, giving Yi Tong a nod, then went back alone. On the way home, I cursed Liang Qiwen 100 times for making me lose 500 yuan and giving me that cold shoulder. If I had known, I never would have forced Zhang Tao to drop out of school. I should have let him beat Liang Qiwen a few more times. I couldn't sleep all night, my pockets were empty, and I had lost something very important on my trip. It's all Yi Tong's fault. After eating crab, he didn't go back to sleep but insisted on going to the night market. Now look at us. I don't know how I eventually fell asleep, but when I woke up in the morning, I was still furious, not a bit calmer. When I got to the classroom, there was a packed plate of stir-fried noodles on the desk, piled high. Yi Tong looked at me and pointed at Liang Qiwen with his finger. Oof. What kind of fried noodles are these? They sold me a portion for $500. Don't count on me. I'll just let it go. Even if you put more meat in it, it won't make a difference. The entire day, Liang Qiwen and I didn't exchange a single word. In the evening, he still came to my house for dinner, each of us busy with our own affairs. He no longer goes out to catch eels either, saying the market is bad. At night, he goes to the night market to help that woman set up her stall. I heard all this from Yi Tong. Liang Qiwen and that woman seemed to get along well. After I left that night, he chatted with her for a while. Perhaps it's because the woman's situation is somewhat similar to his mother's. But regardless, I didn't do anything wrong. The one at fault is Liang Qiwen. If he doesn't apologize to me, there's no way we can reconcile. A week passed like this. Every day, there was an extra portion of stir-fried noodles with extra meat on my table. But even the tastiest food gets boring after a while. Eating the same thing every day, I wish he'd change it up a bit. Add some beef tomorrow, be a bit more generous, I muttered, slurping the noodles. How long will it take to make up for this? Beef is expensive. Just eat some pork. Liang Qiwen, wearing headphones, listened to music leisurely. You're so cheap. How much more expensive could it be? Seeing his stingy attitude, it really annoyed me. That is still money, and besides, eating too much beef isn't healthy. He looked at me unconcerned. Get lost. This guy will always be like this, never able to be generous. Chapter 195, The Role of Class Fees. Liang Qiwen's apology was insincere and half-hearted. If it weren't for the class bell ringing, I would have kicked him hard. Stand up. Seeing the homeroom teacher, Mr. Jiang, enter the classroom, I put the remaining half box of fried noodles into my desk and assumed the role of class monitor. Good morning, teacher, the students chorused in unison. Sitting in the back row, I mostly heard weak, lackluster voices. Although Mr. Jiang was our homeroom teacher, many students in the class didn't like him. He had a terrible temper and would either hit or scold students who performed poorly. Ms. Jiang also often pulled my ears and made me stand as punishment, but she did it for my own good. This Mr. Jiang, however, treated students like punching bags. He loves making the underperforming students answer questions on stage. If they can't answer, he hits them on the head with a book and curses at them in the most vulgar way. Behind his back, the students call him Zheng the Skinner. The test scores are out. The top 10 students come to the front: Zhen Qian, Wang Min, Jian Xiaolai, Fang Yuan. Mr. Jiang stood at the front of the class, reading out the names of the top 10 students. After each exam, he would give the top 10 students small rewards, sometimes notebooks, sometimes ballpoint pens. Students like Zuo Qian and Wang Min never had to buy their own notebooks all year round. Their names were always among the top 10. My grades fluctuate, sometimes I manage to squeeze into the top 10, and other times I fall out. Now that I'm trying to be a good student, I have to do homework every day. I can't believe I actually had to buy notebooks before. The top 3 students each receive 5 notebooks, while the rest get 2 each. Those on stage are smiling and happy, while the introverted ones keep their heads down with a slight smile. As for those below, the first 3 rows gaze up with admiration, as they still have a chance to stand on stage, but those in the rows behind them look down with disdain and mockery. They weren't mocking the top 10 students, they were dissatisfied with Zheng Baopi. As for the reason for their dissatisfaction, I understood it all too well. After Zuo Qian and the others had collected their textbooks, they all returned to their seats. Only I remained on stage. Fang Yuan, do you have something else to do? Mr. Jiang pushed his glasses up his nose and looked at me. I want to know if these homework books were bought by you, Mr. Jiang, or with the class fund. I looked at him and asked. What do you mean by that? Being publicly questioned in front of so many classmates, he looked a bit displeased. I don't mean anything by it. I just want to clarify. If you bought them for us, I want to thank you. But if they were purchased with class funds, then I should thank the students below. I can't take someone else's things without knowing who to thank, can I? I stood up straight because I had been planning to do this for a long time. Now that I had the authority, I had to do what a class monitor should do. Using class funds to reward students with good grades is standard practice in every class. Don't cause trouble for me. Go back to your seat. Mr. Jiang pointed at my seat and said. It was clear he didn't want to argue about this. The class fund is contributed by all the students. Did you ask their opinions before giving rewards to the top-performing students? Did they agree? I pointed to the students in the back row. I didn't even need to think about it, they wouldn't agree. I've been sitting in the back row for so long, how could I not know? Every time I see the teacher using the class fund to reward students with good grades, I curse under my breath. Even if he had told us once, we wouldn't have been this angry. Using our money without even a word, as if it were his right. From the moment I became class monitor, I had already decided to change this unwritten rule. I disagree. The class fund is paid by us, and not a single penny should go to them. Exactly. They give out rewards, and when there is no money left, they make us pay. We don't even see a bottle of water all semester. Led by Lu Xiaoguo, the troublemakers immediately jumped in. They weren't without ideas or courage, they just needed someone to take the first step. If no one else will, I will. What are you trying to do? Every class does this. If you're so capable, you can get into the top 10 and win rewards too. Why didn't you study harder? Mr. Jiang slammed the desk, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He couldn't accept it, the authority of a teacher being challenged. What others do doesn't mean we have to follow them. It's our own money, of course we have the right to use it. You may be a teacher, but you can't speak for us. Besides, I collected the class fees, so I'm responsible for every penny of every student's contribution. I looked at Mr. Jiang and said with utmost seriousness. 2 years ago, the class fees I paid just disappeared like that, and I've been upset about it ever since. Now that I'm class monitor, I finally have the chance to lead the students in resisting this. I've been waiting for this moment for far too long. By using the rumors about Wang Min to make the classmates feel guilty toward me, I was able to smoothly become class monitor, then distribute book covers to win their hearts, establish my authority all for this moment. To have a legitimate reason for my actions. The class fees were collected by me, so I naturally have to take responsibility for them. Besides, I am also a beneficiary. From any angle, I am doing this for the good of the classmates. Only by dividing the camp and gaining the support of my classmates can I change the existing rules. This is a principle I understood in elementary school, and it remains relevant today. Fang Yuan, Mr. Chen recommended you for class monitor, and this is how you do it. Mr. Jiang stared at me with wide eyes. The class monitor represents the opinions of the students in the class, not the teacher's opinions. Only by standing on the side of the students can a class monitor thrive. Those who stand on the teacher's side aren't called class monitors, they're called yes men. Such a class monitor, even if they speak or act, the students below will only pay lip service, with no sense of unity. Because of the class fund issue, the underperforming students in the back rows have been harboring resentment for a long time. I don't know if the teacher is aware of this, or if she knows but doesn't care. After all, she doesn't have to collect the class fund herself. Zuo Qian also said that being class monitor and collecting class fees is a thankless task. And I have to do this every semester, not just once. Over time, the students' resentment toward me will only grow. Rather than putting in all this effort for nothing, I might as well flip the table over. At least that would get the support of my classmates, and besides, I've wanted to do this since 7th grade. What is going on? Fang Yuan, did you cause trouble again? Mr. Chen walked past our classroom and saw me and Mr. Jiang facing off on stage, the atmosphere tense, so he came in to ask. He said I shouldn't have misused the class fund to reward students. You mean, which class in the entire school doesn't do that? What is the problem? Encouraging students to be proactive is a good thing. Mr. Chen, this is the class monitor you recommended? He is leading the charge against the teacher. What does he think he is doing? Mr. Jiang glared at Mr. Chen, his words filled with displeasure toward me. Actually, Mr. Jiang, I think this is indeed not ideal. Some students haven't received a single reward all year, and they pay just as much in class funds as others. For them, it's indeed unfair. After understanding the situation, Mr. Chen did not take Mr. Zhang's side. These words really angered Mr. Jiang, who threatened to resign and go find the principal. I thought to myself, go ahead and find someone else. I'd be happy to have a different homeroom teacher. Chapter 196, The Focus. As expected, the matter escalated to the principal's office, who summoned me to his office. From the moment I walked in, he frowned inside at least 5 times. Fang Yuan, why do you always get into trouble? Can't you just quietly finish middle school without causing trouble for me? The rice cooker looked at me and shook his head. Principal, this really isn't my doing. The class fund can't be used like this. I'm speaking on behalf of the students. It's not just my opinion. I tied our interests together to avoid being singled out as an example. With so many students in the class, the principal couldn't ignore the situation. After teaching for so many years, I've never encountered such a problem before. I'm truly puzzled. Why is your shadow always involved whenever something goes wrong? The rice cooker really disliked me. The contempt in his eyes was almost tangible. There's nothing we can do about it. We just happen to be in this situation. There's a saying in the book, when faced with injustice, one must dare to resist. I'm a student. I learned this knowledge, so I must use it. Otherwise, why go to school? The class fee itself is unfair to most students. What do you think, principal? If I took money out of your pocket and gave it to Liang Qiwan as a reward, could you handle that? I chuckled awkwardly. When dealing with the principal, one must maintain the respect a student owes their principal, at least on the surface. Only then will he consider my opinion. All right. We'll discuss this in a meeting. The rice cooker waved his hand impatiently. I'll head back then. I slowly backed away. He didn't want to see me, and I didn't want to see him either. Wait a moment. Seeing me about to leave, he waved me back. Is there something else? In 2 months, it's the high school entrance exam. Make sure you're at the school gate then and don't let any students leave. The rice cooker said to me. I furrowed my brows. What did he think I was? A security guard? I've agreed to handle the class fund. Is that okay? His brows furrowed even deeper than mine. All right then. I nodded. Last year, one of the students who took the high school entrance exam finished early, went swimming with friends at the reservoir, and drowned. It caused quite a stir at the time, and all the students at the school knew about it, though no one knew how much the school ended up paying in compensation. The rice cooker told me to stay at the school gate to prevent such an incident from happening again. That's why they sent me instead of a teacher. Because after the exams, the teacher's authority over the third-year students is completely gone, but I'm different. I rely on force. When I returned to the classroom, the students looked at me differently, as if I were a hero returning from victory. This was clearly the role of a leader. The principal said the class fund issue will be resolved, I said to the classmates with my head held high. The class monitor is awesome. Lu Xiaogui was the first to give me a thumbs up. Cheers erupted. Though different from Zhou Huan, in this moment, I was equally the center of attention. This irresistible charm, unfortunately, Zhou Huan couldn't see it. As far as I could see, Wang Min was looking at me with a pout, her lips moving as if to say, show off. But since I was in a good mood today, I decided to let her off for now. I'd give her a big gift another day. Fang Yuan, you're so amazing. Yitong sat down next to me, looking at me with admiration. It's nothing, I said. Even though I'm usually so composed, I couldn't help but feel a little proud. The feeling of being surrounded by an aura of glory was indeed exhilarating. Yitong, who had been giggling with me a moment ago, suddenly sat up straight and returned to her seat without a word. I turned my head to look out the window. Miss Chen was standing outside, pointing at me and gesturing for me to come out. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. She stood by the willow tree in the schoolyard, her long dress swaying gently, elegant yet beautiful. But her face was pale. I walked over and stood in front of her. Are you feeling pretty smug now? Ms. Chen furrowed her brows and looked at me. Miss Chen, do you think I was wrong? I asked her. Since the beginning of 7th grade, I had been a poor student. The class fund was unfair to students like me. We're not unwilling to contribute to the class. If the class fee were spent on the class, no one would object. It's just that it's always spent on the top few students. The teacher gets all the credit for the good deeds, but the costs are shared by everyone. I don't think you're wrong, but I think you should have told me about this. I could have talked to Mr. Jiang instead of openly confronting him in front of so many classmates. What you did makes it hard for him to continue teaching this class, Mr. Chen sighed. Then don't teach it. Mr. Chen, you don't know what kind of person Mr. Jiang is. The students all call him Zhang the skinflint behind his back. He is always punishing students. I said nonchalantly. If he weren't so unpopular, I wouldn't have been so ruthless. Why would I make things difficult for Mr. Chen? Even Mr. Zhou, Zhang Tao's previous homeroom teacher, I would nod and greet him when I saw him. Teachers are also divided into good and bad. You're always causing trouble, always wanting to be the one to speak up. Miss Chen raised her hand, and I thought she was going to pat my head. Now that I'm almost as tall as her, she still does this out of habit. Every time she raised her hand, I would slightly bend over and tuck my neck to accommodate her. Who knew she was going to pull my ear this time? If there's anything, come talk to me first. Did you hear me? She leaned in close and said it in a stern voice. I know, it hurts. I covered my ear and nodded repeatedly. Promise me. She seemed to no longer trust me. I swear. From now on, I'll tell you first if anything happens. Is that okay? I should have known she was going to pull my ear. I shouldn't have stuck my head out. That's more like it. Miss Chen withdrew her hand and nodded satisfactorily. No matter who teaches our class in the future, don't ever do this again. After saying that, she asked me if my ear still hurt, typical of someone who gives a slap and then a treat. The rice cooker was quite efficient. By the afternoon, the class fund rules had been revised. All class funds could only be used for the class's daily necessities. For example, buying mops, brooms, dustpans, and teaching supplies like chalk and rulers. The students had no objections to this. Reasonable matters were easily accepted by everyone. After dinner, Liang Chuan prepared to go to the night market to help the woman set up her stall. I was just hanging out with nothing to do, so I went with him. Because the woman's situation was somewhat similar to that of Liang Chuan's mother, that's why he was so concerned about her. I never interfere with his decisions. If he wants to do something, I'll support him depending on the situation. According to Liang Chuan, the woman was from the neighboring village, and she was the only one left in her family. She spent her days making bamboo baskets and sieves at home, then sold them at the night market to make ends meet. But because she couldn't speak well, her business had always been poor. Chapter 197, The Woman's Stall. During the off-season night market, there weren't many people around. This means fewer customers, and to be honest, not many people buy bamboo baskets or sieves. When Liang Chuan and I arrived at the night market, the woman was already setting up her stall. She saw me and immediately smiled warmly, then gestured to explain. She said thank you for the other day, Liang Chuan translated. It's no problem, auntie. It's what I should do, I nodded. The woman took my hand. Her hands were covered in wounds, likely from making bamboo baskets or baskets, cut by the sharp bamboo strips. I took a look at the bamboo baskets on her stall. They were of excellent quality. In business, good quality means slow sales. A bamboo basket lasts for years. Why would someone buy another one? Her choice of items to sell was a huge mistake. In a small town, selling these items would never be profitable. Other shops sell these items as a side business, but relying on them to make a living is barely enough to get by. But perhaps this is the only thing she is good at. There's no solution. I originally came to the night market to see if I could offer some advice and help this woman. After all, Liang Chuan cares about her. When she handed me the money that day, I knew she had a kind heart and was a good person. At least she understood the situation. If I can help, I will. If I can't, there's nothing I can do, and I won't force myself to help. That's just who I am. Fang Yuan, can you think of a way to make her business a little better? Liang Chuan looked at me and asked softly. No, I shook my head. Selling bamboo baskets and sieves has a very limited customer base. It would take many households to make it a sustainable business. Today Zhang San comes to buy, tomorrow Li Si comes to buy, but how many people are there in the town? And most of them just buy what they need at the general store. Setting up a stall at the night market is just a matter of luck. This kind of business, it's not like we're selling crafts that can be priced higher to catch an unsuspecting customer. The woman looked like a very down-to-earth person. She was selling a winnowing basket for $3. Coca-Cola is already 2 yuan. Upon hearing my response, Liang Chuan glanced sideways at the woman's stall and sighed softly. Chuan, does she remind you of your mother? I asked. She does look a bit like her. Liang Chuan pursed his lips. Fang Yuan, I've never told anyone about my past. Do you want to hear it? He sat on the curb, his eyes filled with sadness. I don't want to hear it, I shook my head. It's not a happy story, and my life isn't sweet. Why make me chew on bitter melon? I didn't need to know too many details about Liang Chuan's past. It was already bitter enough. Those scars all over his body, plus his mother who couldn't speak. I couldn't even imagine what kind of life he had lived before. Plus, his mother is gone. Recalling the past is like reopening old wounds. There's no need for that. I don't want to subject Liang Chuan to unnecessary pain just to satisfy my curiosity. From his anger that night, it's clear he hasn't moved on yet. If one day he can relax and talk to me freely about the past, then I'll be his loyal listener. Having known him for so long, he has always kept quiet about the past. Today, he suddenly wanted to talk to me not because he wanted to, but because he wanted me to know the reason behind his anger that night. He feels guilty toward me. As friends, even when apologizing, there is no need to hurt oneself to explain everything. Liang Chuan looked at me and smiled softly. I'm a simple person, just comfort me, don't overthink it. After all, fried noodles are also delicious. Sometimes I think you're too mature. From 7th grade to 8th grade, you've changed so much. He patted my shoulder and said. The drawbacks of psychology, I said, rolling my eyes. But I wouldn't deliberately use this approach to analyze my friends, including Wang Min and Zuo Qian. Only such friendships are interesting and feel like real life. If I knew every single one of her emotions inside out, spending time together would be too boring. Nevertheless, the drawbacks of psychology are still very evident, as my thoughts are more mature than those of my peers. Fang Yuan, are you really going to become a police officer? Liang Qiwen's question seemed to repeat endlessly. Do you hate police officers? My intuition told me that Liang Qiwen didn't want me to go down this path. The waters are too deep, I'm afraid you won't be able to navigate them. And you're pretty good at business. Why not start a small business in the future? Liang Qiwen shook his head. I won't consider the future anymore. My only goal now is to get into the police academy. Overthinking the future is like killing the present self. In a way, the Fang Yuan who used to skip school every day and dreamed of working on construction sites with the older neighbor after growing up is already dead. If I were to change my aspirations again, the Fang Yuan who was going to become a police officer would also disappear. This leads to a conclusion: overthinking leads to self-destruction and death. Therefore, one should live without overthinking, letting circumstances dictate the direction, rather than one's thoughts. Take Wang Min, for example. Look how happy she is, wandering around the night market, looking here and there. Wang Min. I waved at Wang Min, who was strolling through the night market. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here? Wang Min hopped over to the steps. Seeing the grease stains on her lips, she must have just finished eating fried skewers on the street. Just taking a stroll. Are you alone? I asked her. Yeah, I am. Are you too? Wang Min nodded repeatedly. Hearing her words, I furrowed my brows. Are her eyes just for show? Liang Qiwen is standing right next to me, can't she see him? I looked at Liang Qiwen, but he turned his head away, pretending nothing had happened. Sorry, Liang Qiwen, I didn't see you. Wang Min stuck out her tongue and apologized to Liang Qiwen. It's okay, I shouldn't have been here anyway. Liang Qiwen waved his hand and returned to the woman's stall. Want me to walk with you? I asked Wang Min. Oh, sure. She looked at me for a moment, a bit surprised. Let us go to the jewelry store. I saw a hairpin there last time that would look great on you. I stood up and pulled Wang Min into the jewelry store next door. The store was filled with small accessories, and there were many girls browsing around. I deliberately picked out a butterfly hairpin with a clip. Earlier that afternoon, she had teased me about showing off, thinking I hadn't heard her. Isn't it pretty? If you like it, I'll give it to you. I pinned the hairpin in her ponytail, being unusually generous. It's nice. She admired herself in the mirror. It was clear she was quite pleased with the hairpin. Thank you for the hairpin. Wang Min smiled sweetly at me, which was rare. Then could you help me out later? Buy a bamboo basket and a sieve to take home. I pulled out some money and handed it to the jewelry store owner. Sure. Wang Min nodded without hesitation. This girl is acting so different today, so decisive. Chapter 198, The Most Disciplined Student. I couldn't help the woman much, I was well aware of that. Even if she asked me to help her sell at the stall, I wouldn't be able to sell anything. Business is all about supply and demand. Liang Qiwen was shouting his lungs out at the stall, but most people just glanced and walked away. Without demand, there's no market. That's the law of business. Who is that woman to Liang Qiwen? Wang Min stuck her little head out and asked, looking toward the woman's stall. Why are you asking so many questions? Just buy it and go home. It's so late and you're out wandering around alone. I said impatiently. Why are you always so mean? I'm just asking what's wrong. Wang Min turned to look at me, her tone still defiant. Mind your own business. Go buy it quickly, and I'll take you home afterward. I waved my hand dismissively. A young girl out alone at night, wandering around the night market, doesn't she fear being kidnapped by human traffickers and sold to some remote mountain village? You're going to take me home? Stop wasting time. Go and come back quickly. I pushed her head and said. Wang Min walked toward the woman's stall, occasionally glancing back at me, muttering under her breath I couldn't tell if she was cursing me. Soon, she returned with a bamboo basket and a wicker tray. Liang Qiwen followed Wang Min's direction and spotted me immediately. With his sharp mind, he must have figured it out already. I made a gesture to go back. After all, Liang Qiwen was different from Wang Min. It was late at night, pitch black, and no one would let him get the short end of the stick. He was alone outside, the danger was only for others. Let us go. Wang Min placed the bamboo basket into the bamboo tray and motioned for me to return to the village. Where is your bike? I asked her. I didn't ride a bike. I took a three-wheeler. She shook her head. You have a bike and you don't ride it? You spend money on a tricycle every day? You must be rich. I was speechless. A tricycle isn't free, and $1 isn't nothing. Never mind, I'll take you back. I pushed my bicycle and gestured for her to get on. Where should I put this? Wang Min looked at the bamboo basket and then at the bicycle, realizing there was no place to put it. At that moment, the intelligence of a pig was made tangible. I strapped the bamboo basket onto Wang Min's back and looked at her like she was a little cutie. Why are you always so mean? She puckered her lips, looking so pitiful. But I hadn't said a single word. Others might spoil her, but I won't. I reached out, took the butterfly hairpin from her ponytail, and in the blink of an eye, clamped it onto her pouting lips. That's the feeling I was going for. I didn't expect to use it so soon. I'm a frugal person, so I wouldn't waste a single penny. Every penny has to be spent wisely. Wang Min's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at me. But human reactions are always faster than pigs. By the time she swung her little fists, I was already on the bike. I rode slowly, but I was just a tiny bit faster than Wang Min. I couldn't catch her, and I couldn't hit her. It was just for fun. Before long, Wang Min was panting heavily, sitting by the roadside. With a bamboo basket on her back, she looked like a little girl going to the mountains to pick wild vegetables, playful yet adorable. If you're not angry, I'll take you home. I stopped the bike less than 5 meters away from her and said. Humph, she snorted, turned her head away, and puckered her lips. Then, noticing the hairpin in her hand, she pressed her lips together again. Think it over. If you keep sulking, I'm leaving, and I won't come back to pick you up. I parked the bicycle in front of her. She looked at me, reluctantly stood up, and sat on the back of the bicycle. Before we had even ridden 5 meters, I felt a sharp pain in my waist. Looking down, I saw that the damn Wang Min had secretly retaliated, pinching my stomach with her fingers. If you pinch me again, I'll throw you into a stinky ditch. I shook the handlebars back and forth to scare her. I won't pinch anymore, I won't pinch anymore. Don't shake it. She clung to me, too scared to move. You little brat, daring to get back at me. I'll scare you to death. Don't doubt the truth of my words. I'm a real man, no nonsense. If she keeps pinching me, I'll turn the bike around and plow straight into the stinky ditch. If it comes to that, I'll take Wang Min home and tell her parents there was a rock on the road. They won't blame me. Fortunately, Wang Min didn't cause any more trouble, successfully dispelling my resolve to go down with her. We're home. Go back inside. Don't wander around alone at night anymore. I walked her to the front door. Got it. She turned and walked home with her bamboo basket on her back. She didn't even look back or say thank you. What an ungrateful girl. I had been pedaling the bike for ages. The next morning when I went to school, the table was already empty. Liang Qiwen, that stingy bastard. As soon as we made up, he went back to his old ways. I even saved money on fried noodles. I should have just waited a few more days. Now I didn't even eat breakfast. Never mind, I'll just have some instant noodles. Hee hee, it's been ages since I last had them. Eating instant noodles in the morning is good for your health. Don't ask why it's healthy. Eating something tasty puts you in a good mood, which can extend your life. Too bad Yitong hasn't arrived yet, otherwise I wouldn't have to pay for it myself. At the convenience store, I bought a packet of instant noodles, not the cup noodles, because the cup noodles are more expensive than the packet ones, and the price difference could buy 2 sausages. I tore open the package, added the seasoning packet, used the bag as a bowl, poured some hot water over it, and let it sit for a bit. The taste isn't much different from the bucket-style ones. I'm broke now, so I have to save wherever I can. I used to be a big spender, but now sigh. I squatted at the entrance of the small store, slurping the instant noodles, when I saw Miss Chen walking toward the school. I tried to hide, but she spotted me. She pointed at me with her finger, and I was so scared I didn't dare move. Eating instant noodles this early in the morning? Can your stomach handle it? She asked, looking at the noodles in my hand with a displeased expression. Throw it away and eat some buns, Miss Chen said, handing me the bag she was holding. Okay, I swallowed hard, reluctantly tossing the instant noodles aside. It was such a waste to throw it away after eating just a few bites. Plus, if I had soaked the bun in the noodle soup, the flavor would have been amazing. But Miss Chen has always disliked me eating instant noodles. She says they're unhealthy, but I think they're pretty healthy. They're tasty and filling. Adults can be pretty stubborn sometimes. Miss Chen was at school, serious and stern, glaring at me with a cold expression, making me feel like I'd committed a crime just for eating instant noodles. Miss Chen, do you need anything else? I asked timidly while nibbling on the dumpling. There are only 2 minutes left before class. Are you planning to finish eating here before going back to the classroom? She said coldly, glancing at her watch. I'll go back right away, I'll make it. I hurriedly swallowed the dumpling in my mouth and ran back to the classroom. This is the downside of being a good student. Before I knew it, I had become the most rule-abiding student in the class. Note, I have something to do, so I'll update later. I'll write it all tonight. Chapter 199, The Delights of Human Life. As soon as I stepped into the classroom, the bell rang. Fortunately, the teacher hadn't arrived yet, so I hurried back to my seat. I turned to look at Yitong's seat, but it was still empty. This guy is late. When he comes, I'll make him buy 2 bottles of iced cola. But even after 2 consecutive classes, Yitong still hadn't shown up. I asked the teacher and found out he wasn't feeling well and had taken a sick day. I always told him to drink less cola, but he never listened. Now he is sick. Serves him right. After school that morning, I packed some food and brought it to Yitong's house. When I arrived at his house, he was lying on the bed in his bedroom, his face pale and sallow. Oh no, his fair-skinned, delicate appearance is gone. Uncle Yi, you can't go bankrupt, or else I'll starve if I follow Yitong around. Are you still alive? I sat down by his bedside and said. There was no thermos at home, so I brought the food in a bowl wrapped in a plastic bag. It's okay, Yitong gave me a disdainful look and leaned weakly against the bed. Did you see a doctor? I opened the bag and handed him the food. I did. They said to rest for 2 days and I'll be fine. Yitong ate weakly. Looking at his weak state, it seemed like he couldn't even chew the rice. After just a few bites, Yitong put down the bowl, seeming unable to even hold it anymore. Damn it, what a useless guy. I held the bowl and fed him spoonful by spoonful. For our future happy life, please don't die. Or maybe Uncle Yi could take me in as his adopted son. After feeding him half a bowl, I saw he really couldn't eat anymore and gave up. A sick person needs to eat more to regain their strength. The midday break was short, and to bring Yitong a hot meal, I didn't eat myself. After finishing his meal, Yitong lay back in bed, at least looking a bit more alert than before. I'll come back to see you after school. Uncle Yi wasn't there, and with Yitong in this condition, I really couldn't leave him alone. Alright, thank you, Fang Yuan. He lay on the bed and said softly. I waved my hand dismissively. Between friends, it's no big deal. As I was leaving, I took 2 bottles of Coke, a bottle of 8 treasure porridge, a few bags of Wan snow biscuits, and a bag of Jiang from his house. Right? Among friends, what's that? Just eat something. After all, you have class in the afternoon. As a qualified, diligent, and ambitious student, studying is very physically demanding. I walked along, munching all the way. No wonder Jiang is so popular, it's sweet and spicy, even better than sliced pork. The spiciness hits you, and then you take a nice sip of Coke. It's so good I wouldn't trade it for anything. At this time of day, there were still quite a few students on the road. They looked at me in astonishment, and I couldn't blame them. After all, at their age, living a life like mine was something they couldn't even dream of. Fang Yuan, your eating manners are terrible. Wang Min rode up on her pink bicycle and stopped beside me. Left Qian was with her. Pfft, I snorted, not bothering to respond. It was clear she was just jealous, sour grapes. Let me tell you, Mr. Chen is right behind us. Seeing that I wasn't responding, Wang Min continued. Cough, cough, she said, and the words made me choke. The spicy flavor shot straight up my nose, and I almost coughed up a big snot bubble. I turned around suddenly, and Mr. Chen was indeed not far behind me. Scared out of my wits, I shoved the spicy snack into Wang Min's arms. Mr. Chen hadn't noticed me yet, but since Wang Min and I had stopped in the middle of the road while talking, it was hard for him not to notice us. Our eyes locked, and I knew I couldn't leave now. That would be like admitting guilt. Go back to the classroom first, put the spicy snack on my desk, and don't eat it, I told Wang Min. With her appetite, she'd eat everything. I'm not doing that. Mr. Chen will definitely think I ate it, Wang Min said, handing the spicy noodles back to me and getting on her bike with Zuo Qian standing beside her. I had miscalculated. I should have given it to Zuo Qian. With her timid nature, she would have been too shy to refuse me. At this point, I had no way out. I could only hold the spicy snacks and wait for Mr. Chen to come over. Eating this junk food again? As expected, Mr. Chen walked over and directed his attention at me. It wasn't Ni who ate it. Wang Min forced it on me. I pointed at Wang Min's back and said, Really? Mr. Chen looked at me skeptically. Of course not. I've always remembered your teachings, Mr. Chen. Earlier, I saw Wang Min eating spicy noodles on the way here, drooling all over herself. I immediately recalled what you've told me before, and after I pleaded with her, she realized her mistake and gave the spicy noodles to me. I plan to throw it in the trash later. After all, we can't litter on the street, right? We're civilized people. I said stubbornly. But your face is so red, and you're still breathing heavily. Mr. Chen teased me with a playful look. As if she had already seen through my lie, she watched me perform in silence. Lying isn't hard, but continuing to lie after being exposed is what's truly difficult. Keep your eyes darting around and keep coming up with excuses. Let's see how many strange reasons you can come up with today. Mr. Chen crossed his arms across his chest and stared straight at me. Why don't you try one too? I handed the spicy snack to Mr. Chen and whispered. Since I couldn't avoid it, I decided to face it head on. Alright, I'll see for myself what the magic is. Mr. Chen pulled a spicy snack from the bag, put it in his mouth, and took a small bite. She chewed slowly, her furrowed brows gradually relaxing. Some people are just so attractive, even the way they eat is something others can't imitate. Even eating spicy noodles can be so elegant. My former classmate Young Feifei from class 3, the one who always picked her nose, ate spicy noodles in the most brutal way. I'd believe her if she said she could eat a person. She already had a stuffy nose, and she loved spicy snacks. While eating, she would drip green snot from her nose, chewing with relish. The red chili oil and green snot complemented each other perfectly, creating a masterpiece worthy of a world-renowned painting. At that moment, you couldn't look at her, or she'd blush and give you a shy smile, her snot bubbles bursting, then politely offer you some spicy noodles and ask if you wanted some. I shook my head, trying to shake off the dead memories. Doesn't tea taste great? I asked Mr. Chen flatteringly. You can tell it's made with MSG. You're still young, eating too much of this won't help you grow, Miss Chen said coldly, taking the spicy noodles from my hand. This time I'll let it slide. I'll throw away the spicy noodles for you. But if I see you eating this stuff again, you'll have to copy the words 20 times. Mr. Chen didn't give me a single kind word and walked straight toward the school. Adults' taste buds are really different from ours. My dad also says spicy snacks aren't tasty, but I just think they're the best thing ever. Chapter 200, I'm a genius. I returned to the classroom with a sour expression. Wang Min was still chatting and laughing with Zuo Qian. When she saw me, the smile on her lips grew even wider. What a thankless person. I gave her a hairpin yesterday and even drove her home, and this is how she treats me. I'm so angry, so angry. Why are you staring at me? When she noticed me looking at her, she glared back defiantly. Can't you just look at how good looking you are? I forced myself to look at her despite my irritation, and she was actually wearing the hairpin I had given her. You're crazy. She turned her head away, her face flushing red. Hey, Wang Min, Mr. Chen gave me a problem earlier, and I've been thinking about it for ages but can't figure it out. I sat down next to Wang Min, frowning and sighing. What kind of problem? Is it hard? She looked at me curiously. It's a brain teaser. Mr. Chen said only exceptionally smart people can solve it. Really? Tell me what it is. She raised her eyebrows. The question is this, there's a city with two identical skyscrapers. To distinguish them, they were named A and B. One day, one of the skyscrapers displayed a sign that read, I am skyscraper A, what does the sign on the other skyscraper say? I looked at Wang Min's clear eyes, eager to know the answer. There are only two buildings, so building A is already ruled out. The answer is obvious. The other building's sign must read. Wang Min looked at me with an expression as if she were looking at a cute child. Wang Min, don't say it. Zuo Qian pulled Wang Min, trying to cover her mouth. I'm building B. Zuo Qian's reaction was always a split second too slow for Wang Min. You're so smart, your IQ must be at least 250. I patted Wang Min on the head, unable to contain the smile on my lips. Is that not right? Wang Min stared at me blankly, then turned to look at Zuo Qian, her expression confused. Right, you're building B, everyone agrees. I nodded in agreement. It wasn't until that moment that Wang Min snapped out of it. Her face flushed red, and she reached out to hit me, but my reflexes were too quick. I had already returned to my seat. Just as she stood up, the bell rang, and she had no choice but to sit back down. For the entire class, she kept glancing back at me with a glare. Being gazed at so intensely by the class beauty was an honor beyond compare, something many people only dreamed of. As soon as class ended, I slipped out. I returned just in time for the next class, and Wang Min couldn't do a thing about it. Watching her puff out her cheeks like a frog all afternoon, the annoyance I felt had completely vanished. After school, I didn't give her a chance to get back at me. I bolted out of the school in a flash. After eating dinner at home, I took some food over to Yi Tong. He was still very weak, lying in bed looking ill. Did you even see a doctor? Your complexion is terrible. He was still sallow at noon, but now his face was pale. I did. It's nothing. I'll be fine after resting for 2 days, Yi Tong nodded. What kind of illness is it? Did you get any medicine? I handed the food to Yi Tong and asked. The doctor said it's seasonal flu, Yi Tong said softly while eating. Oh my god. I stepped back several paces and covered my mouth and nose. Why didn't you say it was the flu? It's contagious. I wonder if I've been infected by the bacteria. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yi Tong looked at me with a guilty expression. I'm not afraid of catching it from you, I'm afraid I'll infect my classmates. It could spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100. I'm not afraid of getting the flu, it's just a fever, a cold, and a runny nose, but some of the girls in the class have weak constitutions, and if they catch it, they'll be in a world of pain. It's not that serious. The doctor said it's not a big deal. You call that not serious? You're bedridden. I rolled my eyes at him. Look at yourself, you're a mess. I'm not feeling sick because of the flu, it's my stomach that hurts, Yi Tong explained. What a sickly person. I knew he was weak, but I didn't expect him to be this weak. He's so young, and he's always sick with this and that. Did you tell your father? I boiled some hot water. According to the adults, stomach pain is usually caused by gastrointestinal issues, and drinking hot water can help with recovery. When I mentioned Uncle Yi, Yi Tong stubbornly shook his head, saying he didn't want to tell his father. Sometimes I really have no idea what's going on in his head. If I were to get even a minor illness, I'd tell my dad right away, take a day off work, and then politely ask for some braised pork to boost my energy. Unfortunately, with my healthy constitution, I rarely get sick all year round. Yi Tong, do you have some misunderstanding about your dad? I always feel like Yi Tong is a bit distant from his dad. I can't put my finger on it, but he doesn't seem as natural around his dad as I am with mine. No. He turned his head away, clearly not wanting to talk about his dad. It's none of my business, so I really shouldn't pry. If he doesn't want to talk about it, then let's not. You're home alone, and I'm really worried about you. I looked at Yi Tong. If he were to get a fever at night with no one around to take care of him, that would be dangerous. It's okay, you should go home. Yi Tong said, then lay back down. Even eating a meal had taken a lot of effort for him. Seeing how weak he looked, I couldn't possibly leave him alone. Yi Tong lay on the bed and fell asleep soon after, breathing evenly. I grabbed a blanket and slept in the living room, so he wouldn't be uncomfortable at night with no one else home. Sigh, I'm just too kind-hearted. As I had expected, by the middle of the night, Yi Tong had indeed developed a fever, rambling incoherently and drenched in sweat. He looked like he'd been pulled out of the water. I've had a fever before, and my dad would always wrap me in a cotton blanket to sweat it out. The entire night was exhausting for me because Yi Tong kept kicking off the blankets, and I had to keep applying cold towels to him until dawn, when he finally calmed down. Taking care of someone else is such a tiring thing. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Despite the exhaustion, I didn't let it interfere with going to school on time. When I left in the morning, Yi Tong's complexion had improved significantly. Seeing him like that, I felt reassured. Mr. Yi really shouldn't be like this. He is only concerned with making money and doesn't pay much attention to Yi Tong's life. When he gets sick, no one takes care of him. Just giving money isn't enough. It would be better if he gave the money to me and asked me to take care of Yi Tong. That way, I'd earn money, and Yi Tong's life would be taken care of. It's a win-win situation. I'm a genius. I'll see if there's an opportunity to talk to Uncle Yi about it in the future. Chapter 201, On the Brink of Bankruptcy. As soon as I entered the classroom in the morning, Liang Qiwen approached me with a sinister expression. Last night, Wang Min went to the night market and it seems like she was looking for you. He looked at me with a gossipy expression. Come on, it's not that bad. I was taken aback. It was just a joke with her. Why would she go all the way to the night market to find me? Just as we were talking, Wang Min walked into the classroom, glanced at me, and turned back to her seat. Well, at least she didn't seem too angry. How is the aunt's business going? I asked Liang Qiwen. He shook his head, clearly not very optimistic. Does her family have any farmland? In the countryside, people mainly rely on farmland for a living. My father's rice fields are enough for our family to eat, and we can sell some to supplement our income. I've been raised on these fields. Although we don't have much money, we can still get by. Hearing my words, Liang Qiwen shook his head again. No land, no money, no job. Life would be impossible without a miracle. Going to the city to work, no one will hire you. Qiwen, tell me the truth, can you still catch eels now? I asked him. Yes, but not many at this time of year. Liang Qiwen hadn't gone fishing for eels in the past few days. Instead, he'd been helping that woman set up her stall at night. Tell the aunt not to go out at night. You catch eels at night and let her sell them at the vegetable market in the morning. That way, you can earn money, and she can earn money too. It's better than letting those seafood merchants make money off you, right? Wild yellow eels are still pretty expensive, and this way Liang Qiwen can still make money, and the woman can earn a little too. She sells bamboo baskets and bamboo trays, earning only 5 or 10 yuan a night. Selling eels can earn more than that just from the price difference. Plus, she wouldn't have to work so hard making bamboo baskets and end up with all those injuries. That's right, I'll go talk to her tonight. Liang Qiwen's eyes lit up. He truly wanted to help that woman. I support his decision. Everyone has their own thoughts. Just like how I help Su Wenqin. If you want to help, just do it. You don't need any special reason. When something comes up, just act on your first instinct. There is no right or wrong, it's just a matter of whether you want to or not. Wang Min seems to really be ignoring me now. When I walk past her, she turns her head away. Yesterday's joke might have been a bit too much. After school, during the small study session, I was lying on the desk, listening to Wang Min lecture on stage. A small piece of paper rolled to my desk. I opened it and saw the familiar, neat handwriting. No need to guess, it was definitely from Zuo Qian. Can you try to cheer up Wang Min? She cried for a long time last night. That girl was crying? No wonder her eyes were red today. I don't know how to comfort people. After writing the note, I tossed it back. Zuo Qian read the note and looked at me speechlessly. Asking me to comfort someone is just making things difficult for me. Alright, that is all for today. Wang Min finished her lesson, returned to her seat, and began packing her bag. The students gradually left, and Zuo Qian kept giving me meaningful glances. I walked up to Wang Min, but the words "I'm sorry" stuck in my throat like the sticky rice cake my dad made, and I couldn't get them out. Zuo Qian, with her backpack on, patted my shoulder before leaving, giving me a thumbs up. What is the matter? Wang Min looked up at me, her eyes wide with annoyance. What the hell? Every time she looked at me like that, I wanted to pinch her. Did you cry yesterday? I asked. None of your business, she said, continuing to pack her things. I have no idea where she got all that stuff to pack. I was just joking with you. Why take it so seriously? I knew that sometimes jokes can go too far and actually hurt people. But damn it, I couldn't even bring myself to say a single word of apology. Poof. Wang Min slung her backpack over her shoulder, gave a cold snort, and walked out of the classroom. I'll treat you to fried skewers. I called after her. She paused for a second before continuing on her way. 3 times. I upped the ante. Then I have to be able to choose whatever I want. You can't just order the cheap stuff. Wang Min turned to look at me and said, alright, but it'll have to be in 2 days. I nodded reluctantly. She eats so much and always picks the expensive stuff. How can my little wallet handle that? Tonight, I'll go catch some eels with Liang Chuan to supplement the household income. That's more like it, she pouted and snorted. What a spoiled princess. I couldn't help but shake my head. Better to stay out of her way in the future. What does shaking your head mean? Wang Min frowned and looked at me. Shaking your head is against the law? I shook my head even more vigorously. Do you know how annoying you can be sometimes? You're always picking on me. Wang Min stomped her feet angrily, as if she were about to perform a ritual. Earlier, when we watched a movie, those shamanistic rituals involved stomping your feet non-stop while muttering incantations. Am I really that annoying? I felt pretty righteous. Wait, no, it's righteous. Yes, you're very, very mean, a criminal of the worst kind. Wang Min clenched her fists and glared at me angrily. Alright, since you're so insistent, we'll have to postpone the skewers. I shook my head inside. What? You're trying to back out again? Wang Min heard this and immediately became unhappy. No, I'm just getting ready to go on a long trip. Where are you going? To Hangzhou. I said with a frown. Why are you going to Hangzhou? Wang Min looked at me in confusion, as our place was extremely far from Hangzhou, even farther than Star City. What else could I do? You said I'm so wicked and despicable, so of course I'm going to Hangzhou to move the statues of Qin Hui and his wife. I'll kneel there. I said with a pout. That's not so bad after all. Hearing my words, Wang Min covered her mouth and giggled softly. If you're laughing, then it's all forgiven. I looked at Wang Min and said. Then you're not allowed to bully me anymore. She puckered her lips, her big eyes staring straight at me, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. You're making demands? Do you remember last year on the mountain, that snake? I had to bring out my trump card. Oh, why do you keep bringing that up? Every time I mentioned it, Wang Min would get angry and embarrassed. But that was the leverage I held over her. It was extremely effective. As long as I wasn't afraid to lose face, the one who would be afraid was her. Wang Min dared not take the risk because I had already done enough things that I didn't care about my reputation. Who told you to push your luck? I even treated you to fried skewers, and now you're making demands? I held my head high, refusing to compromise with the dark forces. Alright, is it the fried skewers from the night market? As we approached the bridge, Wang Min still asked me which place to take her to eat. Yeah, that's the one. The fried skewers at that place on the night market had the most varieties, but they were also the most expensive. This Wang Min really knew how to eat. These 3 times of fried skewers were going to bankrupt me. I felt like crying. Feeling the last few dozen dollars in my pocket, I couldn't even speak confidently. I hope I can catch more eels tonight with Liang Chuan to ease my financial pressure. After parting ways with Wang Min by the bridge, I first went to Yitong's house. Seeing that he was almost fully recovered, I returned home to meet up with Liang Chuan. Tonight marks the official start of our grand plan to catch eels. Chapter 202, The Beginning of Civilization. After dinner, I set off with Liang Chuan and the traps toward the wild pond. To be precise, our target was the field ditch, as that's where the eels are most abundant. In the countryside, there aren't many ways to make money, so we weren't the only ones catching eels. Some people have no manners at all. They come early and take all the eels from others' traps, and the worst ones even take the traps themselves. So Liang Chuan and I had to stay nearby, keeping watch while also fishing in the wild pond. After all, we were just hanging around, so this was extra income. Whether it was overfishing or just bad luck, Liang Chuan and I didn't catch much tonight. Not only were there few eels, but the fish were also scarce. After working so hard all night, the income was completely disproportionate to the effort. Let us try the field at the foot of the mountain tomorrow night. As the sky began to lighten, our grand plans for the night came to an end. I'll take these to Aunt Tian. Liang Chuan put the eels and fish into a bucket. Aunt Tian is the deaf-mute aunt. Just give her the same price you gave the seafood merchant earlier. Don't give her too little. I told Liang Chuan. Aunt Tian would definitely make a profit, and this way, both Liang Chuan and I wouldn't lose out on income. Helping Aunt Tian is fine, but we also have to consider our own interests. I'm fine, but Liang Chuan will need money for high school later. Even if he doesn't go to high school, he'll need money to work. This is a very practical matter. Money is important at any time. People must rely on themselves. Su Wenqin is the same. I can only help her until she becomes an adult. The path ahead is hers to walk alone. I understand, Liang Chuan nodded in agreement. Have Aunt Tian sell it first. Once she gets the money, she can give it to us. I washed my hands and hurried back before my father woke up. The rest of the matters were left for Liang Qiwen to handle. After a sleepless night, I returned home, took a shower, and lay in bed for just a moment before it was time to go to school. I looked in the mirror and felt like I was more precious than a panda. Those dark circles under my eyes were way too obvious. It had been a long time since I'd done this kind of work, and staying up all night was a bit too much for me to handle. I forced myself to stay awake and went to school. The entire morning felt like I was walking in a dream, surviving on the 10-minute breaks between classes. This is the biggest drawback of being class monitor, having to call everyone to stand up at the start of every class, and not being able to sleep openly. Otherwise, how could I set an example for my classmates? This is literally killing me, the real, literal kind. I didn't even bother going home for lunch. I just slept in the classroom until the afternoon. Yi Tong's illness has already recovered, and he came to school in the afternoon. I managed to get through the afternoon by forcing myself to stay awake with the 2 bottles of Coke he brought me. After school, I ate a quick meal and collapsed onto the bed, sleeping straight through until 9 o'clock at night before heading out with Liang Qiwen. Based on yesterday's meager harvest, I decided to give up the wild pond and try the rice fields at the foot of the mountain instead. That area was deserted at night because it was too dark, with fields stretching endlessly without a single house in sight, giving it a somewhat eerie feel. But Liang Qiwen and I were known for our bravery. Especially with the allure of money, our courage was as bold as a tiger's, with no trace of fear. With our flashlights in hand, we made our way to the edge of the rice field and placed the cage in the pit. There was no need to stay overnight, as no one would ever come by. All we had to do was return in the morning to collect the catch. We hoped the gods would protect us so that when we came back in the morning, we'd be grinning from ear to ear. This kind of work is something only the bold dare to do. In the dead of night, walking in the dark fields and by the river, you can occasionally hear sounds coming from the distance. The chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs echoed in the air. If we happened to encounter a snake, well, that would be quite an adventure. Go back and sleep for a while. Liang Qiwen walked along the path, kicking a toad that was busy mating. The toad spun 360 degrees in the air before landing in a rice field nearby, its fate unknown. I told you this guy couldn't do anything decent at night. Why don't you come over to my place and take a nap too? We'll get up early tomorrow morning to collect the traps. Pulling an all-nighter is really tough. I can't keep up with daytime classes. I slept all day, how can I sleep at night? Go back. I'll watch a movie and be done by then. Liang Qiwen pulled out his MP4 player, put on his small headphones, and found a stone bench on the field path to watch. I leaned in to take a look. The scene was truly enlightening. A lesson in civilized behavior. Watch less of that. Seriously, it's easy to get obsessed. I was truly amazed. In the middle of the night, on a rural path, and he still had the mindset to enjoy it. Once I leave, the atmosphere will be so eerie and spooky, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. How can he stand it? But you can't deny that this is the simplest way to find joy. Unless you find something else to replace it, throughout human history, this kind of pleasure is enough to make one forget everything else. He shook his head, completely engrossed in what he was watching, dismissing my advice with a wave of his hand. But his words were indeed beyond my rebuttal. Well, I'm really leaving then. I yawned, already exhausted. Liang Qiwen glanced at me, waving his hand impatiently, as if my presence was ruining his mood for watching the movie. Seeing that he was determined, I turned and went home. After all, I hadn't had a chance to rest during the day. I slept straight through until dawn, didn't even brush my teeth, and rushed to the place where the cage was kept. When I arrived, Liang Qiwen had already finished all the work. A full bucket of eels, a bountiful harvest. In this secluded place, resources were abundant. Liang Qiwen and I carried the eels to the vegetable market, handed them over to Aunt Tian, and collected the money from yesterday's sales. Following the price agreed with the seafood merchant, yesterday's earnings were $20, with Liang Qiwen and I each getting $10. Today's catch was much better, at least $50, so I could get over 20. Just give me 30 in total. As the saying goes, even brothers should settle accounts clearly. I'm short on cash, so I won to be polite with Liang Qiwen. What the hell? So I didn't make a single penny, and I even had to pay 10 more? Liang Qiwen pulled out $10 from his pocket, along with the $20 Aunt Tian gave me, and handed it all to me. Today's earnings won't be available until Aunt Tian sells everything, so Liang Qiwen is basically covering the costs in advance. I won tea short you. Don't worry, I'm the one who needs the money. I stuffed the money into my pocket. I have no idea how much Wang Min's 3 meals of fried skewers will cost. If you're short on money, just say so. I've got a little left. Here, take 200 first. Liang Qiwen rummaged through his pockets, ready to give me more money. No need. It should be enough. If it's not, I'll ask you later. I waved my hand. Given Liang Qiwen's meager savings, I couldn't bear to spend his money. I won't go with you to catch eels anymore. You can do it on your own. I stretched lazily and headed toward the school. Chapter 203, A Chance Encounter. I won't go eel fishing with Liang Qiwen anymore. Because he doesn't need my help at all, he can do it on his own. Having me along just means one more person to split the profits with, and besides, I can't stay up late for long periods anymore. There's nothing wrong with that. I can focus on managing the class and studying, and he'll earn more. Although Aunt Tian can't speak, she only sells one product. She writes the price on a sign, weighs it, and calculates the money. She has sold at night markets before, so she has some experience and can handle these issues well. This way, Aunt Tian can earn money to support herself, and Liang Qiwen's income won't decrease either. That's wonderful. Youth should be this beautiful, with all problems solved easily, leaving no room for helplessness or regret. As I passed by the vegetable market, I spotted the figure of a scoundrel. It was the man who was punched by Liang Qiwen until he bled from his nose that night, forcing me to pay $500. Although I felt sorry for the money, I wouldn't go out of my way to get it back, because it was a lesson for Liang Qiwen. In the future, when he acts impulsively, he'll remember this lesson. But if I get the money back, Liang Qiwen 1T feels satisfied, and the lesson 1T be severe enough to calm him down when he is angry. So, the money can't be recovered. Watching the man stroll past me, munching on a fried dough stick, his carefree demeanor made me seethe with anger. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Anger leads to an early grave. I took a deep breath and kept telling myself to calm down. Never mind, never mind. After all, Liang Qiwen had already beaten him up once. I lifted my foot and walked about 10 steps, feeling a surge of pent-up anger in my chest. Damn it, Liang Qiwen beat him up, but I haven't even touched him yet. I couldn't stand the humiliation, so I turned around and followed the man. I knew the terrain here like the back of my hand. Seeing him head toward the alley entrance, I jogged ahead of him. When he wasn't looking, I grabbed the garbage bin filled with slop by the roadside, slipped it over his head, jumped up, and kicked him hard. As he fell to the ground, I quickly darted into the alley. The alley was a maze of interconnected paths. I circled around and emerged from another exit. Who the hell did that? The man was covered head to toe in stinking rice water, and passers-by avoided him like the plague. Don't let me catch you, or else. Every time he spoke, the rice water would flow into his mouth, making him vomit. Watching his pitiful state, I felt the anger in my chest finally subside. If I hadn't let it out, it would have suffocated me to death. I wasn't afraid of him catching me. There were no cameras around, and he had no way to stop me except to accept his fate. Fang Yuan, do you have a grudge against him? Just as I was gloating to myself, a sudden voice nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned around to see Zuo Qian peering at me. No, I don't even know him. I'm just watching the show. I shook my head. I saw everything. You were the one who put the trash can on his head. Zuo Qian stared at me intently, her eyes clear as crystal. You're lying. Do you have proof? Stop making things up. I swallowed hard and tried to stay calm. Earlier, when I was at the alley entrance, I had confirmed that no one was around before acting. How could Zuo Qian have seen that? I was upstairs just now. I saw everything clearly. Zuo Qian pointed to the house across from the alley. Hearing her words, I couldn't help but frown. I had underestimated her. Earlier, I had been too focused on watching the pedestrians on the street. I should have involved Zuo Qian as well. Shut up, I said, pointing at her threateningly. Why aren't you in school? What were you doing spying on me from upstairs? At your age, you should be learning something instead of peeping. Don't you know that peeping is illegal? Confusing the issue and turning the tables on her, I decided to mess with her mind first. I didn't I just happened to see it. Zuo Qian froze, her eyes filled with confusion. How come no one else saw it? You just happened to see it at that exact moment? Are you following me? Do you have ulterior motives? Tell me. I'm giving you a chance to confess now. Ignoring the essence of the matter, he shifted the focus to another topic. Mr. Chen's signature move. No, I really wasn't following you. Zuo Qian shook her head, trying to explain. I want listen. There can't be so many coincidences in the world. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at lying. I'm so innocent, how could I possibly tell? Walking a woman's path, leaving her with no way out. So what do you want me to do? Zuo Qian looked at me speechlessly. Take me out for breakfast and comfort my wounded heart. I clutched my chest and pointed to the dumpling shop by the roadside, saying to Zuo Qian. Ha! You can't just leave me here and go back to class first. Zuo Qian hesitated, looking at the dumpling shop. Last time I treated her to buns, she ended up being late for school. That was the only time she had ever been late since we had known each other for years. We can eat while we walk. But with Zuo Qian's slow eating pace, I didn't have the patience to wait for her. I bought 4 buns and an egg. Zuo Qian bought 2 buns for herself, and we ate breakfast while walking. Fang Yuan, you haven't told me yet what's your beef with that guy from earlier? Zuo Qian took a small bite of her bun and asked me. She had indeed become much smarter, she actually remembered that. What guy? Which guy? I looked at her in confusion, completely clueless. The guy you just threw into the trash can. Zuo Qian looked toward the alley entrance, but the man had already left. What trash can? What man? Are you thinking about men? I held the egg and tapped it on Zuo Qian's forehead. The sound was perfect for cracking an egg. I was just looking for a place to do it. She really thought I was after her buns. I was just stalling her until the guy left. As long as I didn't get caught red-handed, I wouldn't admit it later. Zuo Qian didn't know the man, so the chance of me being discovered was zero. Although I don't think Zuo Qian would expose me, I'm the kind of person who always puts safety first. Once it's safe, that's when it's time to turn on someone and deny everything. It hurts, Zuo Qian said, holding her forehead and looking at me pitifully. It hurts, that's good. Stay out of adults' business in the future. I said while eating an egg. You're the same age as me, Zuo Qian said, still looking a bit with her backpack on her back. She really did look like a little troublemaker, with her face covered in small pimples and her lips puckered. Have you been washing your face with clean water every day? Did you apply the medicine? I asked her. The acne on Zuo Qian's face showed no signs of fading. I washed it and applied the ointment. But the doctor said these pimples might stick around for a long time. Zuo Qian's eyes grew dim. I couldn't understand her feelings because I didn't have any concerns about my appearance. Actually, you don't need to feel bad. After all, you weren't that attractive before either. Chapter 204, Catch Your Dad. Hearing my words, Zuo Qian's eyebrows furrowed. You just said I was pretty. She said while biting into a bun. Really? I scratched my head. I didn't remember saying that. You said the prettier a woman is, the better she is at lying. So are you good at lying? I asked, looking at her. No, I'm not good at it. Zuo Qian shook her head. Well, that's it then. Beautiful women are good at lying, and since you're not good at it, that means you're not beautiful. Hearing my words, she lowered her head and bit into her bun, saying nothing. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. She was still the same as she was in elementary school, always crying at the slightest provocation. No, how did you get first in your class with that brain of yours? If I say you're not pretty, does that make you not pretty? From childhood to adulthood, everyone who saw Zuo Qian said she was pretty. Although I always said she wasn't that great, it was because we didn't get along. But you think I'm not pretty. She stopped chewing and looked up at me. Looking at the pimples on her face, I bit my lip to suppress a smile. Lately, I've been watching TV with my dad, the 1997 version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. There's a character named Ouyang Feng. Every time Zuo Qian looks at me, I feel like she is about to mimic Ouyang Feng, shouting the first move of the toad technique. And charging at me. Actually, you really don't need to care about what others think. After all, they're just passing by. Once you get to high school, you'll meet new classmates. By then, Zuo Qian's acne would have mostly faded, and after all, her features were still there, she was still pretty. Feeling insecure because of acne and wasting several years of your youth is an incredibly foolish thing to do. I've noticed Zuo Qian's behavior lately. She always keeps her head down, communicates less with her classmates, and seems unhappy all the time. Although I tried to console her last time, it didn't have much effect. This is a deep-seated emotional issue. Will you go to high school? She sniffled, trying to compose herself. Of course I will. I want to go to police academy. How else would I get in without high school? For my dreams, I'll keep trying. I'm not a loser. As long as there's hope, I'll give it a shot. You really want to be a police officer that badly? Zuo Qian looked at me curiously. Yeah, I do. I want to arrest your dad. I glanced at her, saw that she had calmed down, and continued eating my bun. You're joking, right? She froze, staring at me blankly. Actually, I've really thought about it. If I ever get the chance, I'll definitely do it without hesitation. Zuo Qian's father, no matter how you look at it, he's not fit to be a decent person, not fit to be an official, and only fit for prison. Yeah, I'm just joking. I said casually while eating the bun. I haven't even gotten into the police academy yet. It's still early. Zuo Qian, do you think your father is a good person? I asked. He has been good to me. Hearing Zuo Qian's answer, I knew she was well aware of her father's true character. If she thought her dad was a good person, she wouldn't have been worried earlier, she would have confronted him. Putting myself in her shoes, if someone said they were going to arrest my dad, I'd definitely start cursing right away. Because I have the confidence. He is nice to you, but he is very cruel to others. I knew telling Zuo Qian this wouldn't do any good, but I truly had no good feelings toward her father. If it weren't for him, Mouse and Aunt Chang wouldn't have had to move so far away. Those who do wrong will eventually face consequences, even if it's not me who brings it upon them. Besides messing around with women, I don't know what other crimes her father has committed, but just looking at the gold jewelry on her mother's hands, it's clear she has taken bribes. That is certain, inevitable, investigate, and you'll find proof. That is just how it is in our small town, no one dares to target him. On the way to school, Zuo Qian followed me in silence. But you're not like your father, I said softly to Zuo Qian as we were about to enter the classroom. The Zuo family, to produce someone as pure and kind as Zuo Qian, is a disgrace to their family name. I won't impose my dissatisfaction with her father onto her. What's different? Just then, Wang Min also arrived at the classroom door. Her habit of only listening halfway and always interrupting had remained unchanged since elementary school. She could be considered a loyal person. Especially when it comes to eavesdropping on others. Why are you always around? I said irritably. Fang Yuan, get your facts straight. This is school. Is it so strange that I'm here? Wang Min pouted in displeasure. I reached out to remove the hairpin from her hair, but she dodged me swiftly. This girl is really on guard around me now. Why is Zuo Qian upset? Did you make her angry? Wang Min looked in Zuo Qian's direction and asked in an annoyed tone. She and Zuo Qian were very close. Whenever I made Zuo Qian upset, she would always be the first to stand up for her. You used to call her Qian, why are you calling her by her name now? I suddenly realized that Wang Min's way of addressing Zuo Qian had changed at some point. She used to call her Qian all the time, but now she just uses her first name. That's because there was another girl in our class named Zhang Qian. Every time I called her Qian, she would look over, so I changed it. Wang Min replied. I remember your class had another girl named Xiaoyu, who was pretty cute. Back then, Class 1-1 was truly an elite class, with many academically excellent and good-looking girls. What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, Xiaoyu wouldn't be interested in you. Wang Min looked at me with a guarded expression. I wondered why she was so guarded she wasn't Xiaoyu. What's wrong with me? Back in the day, I was the hottest guy around. I ran my fingers through my hair, speaking with a touch of self-admiration. Narcissist, Wang Min rolled her eyes, looking at me with a blank expression. She's a bit scatterbrained. If I change the subject a few times, she'll forget all about it. She'd even forgotten about Zuo Qian. Glancing at Zuo Qian out of the corner of my eye, I saw she had calmed down, so I felt relieved. The reason I was chatting aimlessly with Wang Min was just to distract her, so she wouldn't keep pestering Zuo Qian with questions. Sigh, as class monitor, I really am too responsible. Not only do I care about my classmates' emotional issues, but I also consider their needs in every way. Who else would be qualified to be class monitor if not me? Don't forget to treat me to fried skewers tonight, Wang Min said as she was about to return to the classroom, turning back to remind me. Got it, I waved my hand dismissively, speaking absent-mindedly. This girl is all about food. I don't even need to bother changing the subject, just talk about fried skewers with her, and it'll have the same effect. Can I bring Zuo Qian along? Wang Min is a good friend, she even thinks to bring Zuo Qian along when there's something good to eat. Chapter 205, The Thoughtful Me. But the one who really suffered was my wallet. Using my money to maintain your sisterly bond, Wang Min, you're so calculating. Go ahead, go ahead. I waved my hand dismissively. I didn't mind her bringing Zuo Qian along. After all, she had already treated me to breakfast this morning. As a person, one should be considerate, even if I might not have that quality myself. I've taken advantage of them so often this time, I'll just consider it payback. Upon hearing my words, Wang Min hurried off to tell Zuo Qian. The two of them whispered to each other, occasionally glancing back at me. At least the girl was smiling, right? Zhang Baiopi really turned down the position of our class homeroom teacher. The one taking over is Zhou teacher, yes, the same Zhou teacher who bet with me and got me switched classes. Stand up. As soon as I saw Mr. Zhou enter the classroom, I hurriedly shouted. As soon as he entered the classroom, his eyes were fixed on me, from the moment he stepped through the door until he stood at the front of the class. He sighed at least 5 times. I felt like every teacher in the school, except for Mr. Chen, seemed to have something against me. But Mr. Zhou had one good quality, he didn't single me out, and he kept his word, even though he didn't like me. This doesn't affect his work as a teacher, and in a way, the relationship between students and teachers is just a cooperative one. After a day of studying, I took Wang Min and Zuo Qian with me and rode a 3-wheeler to the night market. Our intention was clear, we were heading straight for the fried skewers stall. I heard from Yitan that you've been catching eels at night lately? Wang Min tilted her head and asked me. Yeah, that is right. I nodded. Without catching eels, how could I afford to treat you to fried skewers? All nonsense. Who wants to work if they have money? Is it fun? Hearing my answer, Wang Min's big eyes were filled with curiosity. This spoiled little miss, who had never done any manual labor in her life, actually thought catching eels was fun. It's just to make a living, sister. It's fun. Don't go home tonight. I'll take you to catch eels. We'll go to the rice fields at the foot of the mountain. I rolled my eyes at her. That rice paddy? To be honest, I wouldn't dare go there alone. I guess only Liang Qiwen would dare to stay there by himself. Oh, I have to go home tonight, or my parents will worry. Wang Min pouted regretfully. Seeing her like this, if it weren't for her strict parents, she would have gone. There's no hope for her, she's so greedy and loves to play. You can't go out at night, it's not safe, Zuo Qian admonished Wang Min. She was much more sensible than that girl, Wang Min. At least she uses her brain. Order whatever you want, there aren't many opportunities like this, I said to the two of them as I stood in front of the skewered meat stall. Then I won't be polite, Wang Min grinned, picking up the small basket beside her and selecting some food. At that moment, Zuo Qian also picked a few skewers. Just as she was about to put them in the basket, I stopped her. You can't eat fried food or spicy food. I pointed to the pimples on her face. Ha ha ha, you're out of tricks now. I'm treating you, but you can't eat it. No extra money spent, and I still get a reputation for being generous. Smart as I am. Zuo Qian was very self-conscious about the acne on her face, so even though she really wanted to eat them, she could only sigh and resist. You can't eat fried skewers, but I'll treat you to a roasted sweet potato. I pointed to another roasted sweet potato stall and said to Zuo Qian, a sweet potato for $1 is still something I can treat her to. Otherwise, it'd be a bit awkward if she watches us eat later. Sure, Zuo Qian nodded, not caring what she ate. She wasn't as greedy as Wang Min. So I bought a roasted sweet potato, peeled it, and placed it on the table for her to eat more conveniently. After doing that, I turned to look at Wang Min, who was still at the stall picking things up. Wow, this person is really trying to bankrupt me. How much is that? Can she even finish it all? My dad always told me to be thrifty with food and not waste it. If there's even a single scallion left, I'll pry her mouth open and shove it in. But when I walked over to Wang Min, I noticed her basket only had a few vegetables. You picked all day and only got this much? I looked at her speechlessly. She was so indecisive. Last time Liang Qiwen treated us to a meal, I saw her wanting this and that, taking forever to decide. I'm not very hungry. I'll just eat a little to taste it. Wang Min handed the basket to the vendor and sat down next to Zuo Qian. Sir, add 4 sausages, less oil, too spicy, too mild. I pulled out money to pay and added a meat dish for the two of them. Heavy meat. Wang Min and Zuo Qian are really close. They chat face to face, their faces almost touching, with their lips less than 10 centimeters apart. I really wanted to throw a garlic clove into their mouths to see if they still stick their faces together. Fang Yuan, was catching eels tonight tough? Seeing me sit down, Wang Min turned to me and asked. What's the matter? Are you feeling sorry for me, so you didn't want to order anything extra to save me money? I didn't. Wang Min turned her head away. I knew you weren't that kind-hearted. I was almost moved. Poof. Wang Min puckered her lips, gave a cold snort, and no longer paid me any attention. Fang Yuan, you don't sleep at night, and it's tough during the day. This isn't sustainable. I saw you almost falling asleep while standing yesterday. Zuo Qian poked at the roasted sweet potato, biting her lip as she looked at me. Do I need you to tell me? I won't go out at night anymore. These past 2 days have nearly killed me. That's good. Zuo Qian nodded and continued eating the sweet potato. The atmosphere grew silent. I knew it, those two have no emotional intelligence and can't hold a conversation. A few words and the conversation is dead. Fortunately, the vendor's fried skewers were ready, and he brought them to the table, breaking the silence. Wang Min couldn't wait to reach out and grab a skewer, biting into it eagerly. After trying so many places, this one has the best flavor. Wang Min took a bite, closed her eyes tightly, and shook her head in satisfaction. She's never seen the world, huh? I asked the owner to drain the oil and not add chili sauce, so you can eat it. I pushed the 2 sausages over to Zuo Qian's side. Thank you, Zuo Qian nodded, thanking me modestly. Compared to Wang Min's hearty eating, Zuo Qian was much more reserved, taking small bites and chewing slowly. Fang Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Wang Min, with a trace of oil on her lips, looked at me in surprise. It was as if she had seen something she couldn't understand. Put. I snorted coldly. Without a meticulous mind, how could one outwit others and uncover hidden secrets? If you're not careful, you'd have been outwitted long ago and wouldn't be sitting here eating fried skewers with you all. Including treating everyone to fried skewers. I agreed to let Zuo Qian come, so I planned the menu in advance, calculated every penny, and made sure everything was perfect. Always cutting and cutting, what are you so proud of? Wang Min shot me a disapproving glance. Of course I'm proud when you praise me. I retorted matter-of-factly. When others praise you, you should be more humble. Wang Min didn't agree with my viewpoint. Come on, you're not much better than me. I waved my hand dismissively. I'm much better than you. She puffed out her cheeks, still looking unconvinced. But when I complimented you on your looks earlier, you called me crazy. How do you explain that? I looked into Wang Min's eyes and asked. Chapter 206, Illogical Matters. That's because you weren't being sincere when you complimented me. Wang Min bit into a fried skewer, glaring at me angrily. Then do you think you're good looking? I asked. Of course I'm pretty. Wang Min lifted her head arrogantly. But complimenting someone who's already good looking for being good looking, is that illogical? It's like this fried skewer. If you tell the owner, this fried skewer is delicious, and the owner gives you a disapproving look and says you're crazy, do you think that makes sense? I looked at Wang Min and asked. That's different. Wang Min shook her head repeatedly. What's different? It's just different. She couldn't explain why, but she stubbornly kept shaking her head. That's why I've never liked arguing with women. It's impossible to reason with them. That's because you only consider logic, but there are many things in life that have no logic. Zuo Qian interjected. If it's illogical, then it's unreasonable. When faced with such a situation, it's like being punched out of nowhere on the street. But some things have no logic, yet they still have their own reason, Zuo Qian said, staring at me with a determined expression. Her gaze was so intense that I instinctively wanted to look away. You women just don't get it. I waved my hand dismissively and took a piece of fried skewered meat. Wang Min hadn't ordered much and finished quickly. She licked her lips, still wanting more. If you're not full, order some more. I pointed to the skewers on the stall. We weren't short on money. We shouldn't eat too much at night and it's getting late. Let us head back. Wang Min shook her head. That is how the three of us rode back to the village in a three-wheeled motorcycle. After dropping Wang Min off at her house, I walked with Zuo Qian toward her place. The last time I sent her home was on the first day of the first semester. She was hiding in the bathroom because she had her period, and I carried her home on my back. Time flies. Before we knew it, another 2 months had passed and our second year of junior high school was over. The evening breeze rustled Zuo Qian's skirt as she walked ahead, head down, lost in thought. Since she developed acne, I felt she wasn't as cheerful as before. What are you thinking about? You're not thinking about asking your mom to slap me again, are you? I walked up beside her and walked alongside her. You don't have to say that, Zuo Qian said, still looking down, sounding a bit downcast. Such a funny joke, and she didn't get the punchline. No sense of humor. If I told Liang Qiwen, he'd be laughing so hard he'd hold his stomach. Then tell me what you're thinking. I didn't bother arguing with her. Because all the energy she has been consuming lately is going toward nourishing her acne, her sense of humor has been starved to death. There's just so much going on, it's really frustrating. Zuo Qian looked down at her chest. I wonder what she's looking at. She doesn't have Xiaohan's figure, yet here she is, admiring herself. So young, and already so full of worries. Can't you be more like me? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help. Seeing her gloomy expression, I couldn't help but feel something was off. Never mind, I won't say anything. Zuo Qian looked up at me, then lowered her head again. Say what you want. We're home. I'm leaving. I really couldn't stand her temper. As we were almost at her house, I turned and walked away. Stop me. Quick, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me everything that's bothering you, let me cheer you up. But this time, the tactic of teasing to provoke a reaction didn't work. I had already walked a good distance away, and Zuo Qian didn't stop me. I turned back and saw she was looking at me too. Seeing me turn around, she waved at me and said goodbye. It seems like there won't be any juicy gossip today. Back home, I lay on the bed, flipping through the criminal code. This was important work no matter how busy I was, I wouldn't forget it. It might come in handy when I become a police officer someday. The next day, I went to the market early. Aunt Tian had already set up her stall. I saw the shadow of hard work in her, just like Liang Qiwen. Earning money is steady, there's no need to rush for quick gains. Aunt Tian, I called out to her from behind. But she didn't respond at all. She can't hear you, Liang Qiwen said, carrying a bucket of water and looking at me. Oh, I shrugged, thinking Aunt Tian was just mute. She is not mute, she can't hear sounds, so she never learned to speak. Liang Qiwen seemed to have read my mind. Aunt Tian's background was quite tragic. According to Liang Qiwen, she had been abandoned by her family. In her time, the preference for sons over daughters was severe, and with her hearing impairment, it wasn't surprising that she had been abandoned. I didn't know what a world without sound was like, but it must be terrible. As a normal person, I couldn't possibly understand. But Aunt Tian has never been pessimistic. She always wears a smile on her face. When she saw me and Liang Qiwen approaching, her smile couldn't be contained, even at the corners of her eyes. Aunt Tian is asking if you've had breakfast yet, Liang Qiwen relayed her gesture. I don't eat breakfast in the morning, I said, waving my hands. With Liang Qiwen translating, I didn't need to struggle to explain using sign language. Aunt Tian looked at me, gestured with her hands, then walked to the dumpling shop and bought some dumplings for me and Liang Qiwen. She gestured with her hands and made a hoarse sound with her mouth. I didn't need Liang Qiwen to explain, I could understand what she meant. She was saying that not eating breakfast in the morning was bad for your health. I don't understand sign language, but I can infer her thoughts based on what she does. I've always been mindful of elders' intentions and never refused them outright. Seeing me eat the buns, Aunt Tian smiled kindly. She herself was eating the steamed buns she had brought, and from the shape, they must have been homemade. Frugal people wouldn't spend extra money to buy them from a store, but the buns she bought for me and Liang Qiwen were meat-filled. I wasn't mistaken, she was indeed a kind-hearted person. How has business been these past few days? Did you sell all the eels yesterday? I asked Liang Qiwen. With such a large bucket yesterday, if they sold it all, the income would be decent. There's a little left, but most of it sold. Liang Qiwen replied. Eels are hardy and don't require much care, they can be sold the next day. The market demand is limited, and eels aren't cheap either, so not everyone buys them to eat. Did you go to the mountain foot again last night? I noticed that the eels Liang Qiwen brought this morning were more than before. There can't be such abundant resources in the wild ponds. Yeah, there's no one there, so I can catch a lot. Liang Qiwen isn't afraid of the dark as long as he can make money. He'll go to those uninhabited rice fields every night. I think going twice a week is enough. Catching too many 1T cell, and that's no use. A small town isn't like a big city. People's spending power is limited. Relying on catching eels to live a wealthy life is impossible. It's only enough to make ends meet. Chapter 207, Zhang Ying's Apology. Liang Qiwen nodded. He understood the logic. Whether it's about being a person or doing things, you must have a clear sense of your place and know your limits. You're about to enter 9th grade. You should set aside some time to study. No matter how smart you are, you can't always cram at the last minute. I don't plan to go to high school. Liang Qiwen shook his head. But Xiaohan has to go to high school, right? Often, the temptations of the outside world are far greater than the allure of studying. I don't know how others think, but if there's no compelling reason to study, I wouldn't spend another day in school. So you have to find something that motivates you to study, like a dream or that special someone. We can work part-time during summer break and study part-time. I knew Liang Qiwen's concerns. High school was self-funded. But with our hands and feet, earning tuition shouldn't be too difficult. This guy is usually pretty frugal as long as he doesn't spend recklessly. The pressure isn't too bad. Times are changing quickly, really quickly. Old ways of thinking will crumble bit by bit as we grow up. Those at the bottom will be gradually phased out. 2-cent snow cones are already a thing of the past in small towns now. Drinks cost at least 50 cents. The economy is improving visibly. Even if I go to college, what's the point? Liang Qiwen has no plans for the future. He just lives day by day. He is a dedicated person. From the moment I met him, he was waiting to graduate from junior high school to work as a laborer in Xinguang City, and he is still doing the same thing now. As for me, I started as a laborer, then worked in a factory assembling screws, and eventually became a police officer. In just 2 years, things have changed so much. What's the point? You can always go work for Yitong's family. Other companies 1T hire someone with a criminal record, but Yitong would, right? Right, his family is rich. They 1T even let you go hungry. As long as you have value and connections, there's always hope for a better future. Even if Uncle Yi refuses, when Yitong takes over the business, with his character, he 1T be able to manage it well. With Liang Qiwen helping him, he'll be better than an outsider. If you have resources around you, you should use them. You're not taking advantage of him. It's mutual benefit. Besides, if you don't go to high school, Xiaohan might end up with someone else. There are plenty of people dating in high school. Actually, the main reason is that I'll lose a playmate. If Xiaohan can't find a boyfriend, what does that have to do with me? But without Liang Qiwen, high school life would be much more boring. Plus, high school isn't in our town, it's in the next town over. A new environment with someone familiar would make me feel safer. Plus, we could stay in the same dormitory. Liang Qiwen furrowed his brows slightly, clearly feeling a bit tempted. I'll think about it, he nodded in response. I didn't rush him, because our circumstances were different. Everything had to be done on his own, with no one to rely on. Every step he took required consideration that was often countless times greater than that of an ordinary person. Because he had no family to fall back on. Class is about to start, I should go. After finishing my bun, I headed toward the school. Liang Qiwen wasn't coming to the first 2 classes. He was helping Aunt Tian sell eels, which was the peak time at the morning market. Although I was the class monitor and had a duty to keep an eye on my classmates and prevent them from skipping class, I always considered multiple factors before making a decision and wouldn't judge someone harshly without considering the circumstances. As soon as I arrived at school, I saw Zuo Qian and Wang Min carrying their backpacks toward the classroom. They were whispering to each other, completely unaware of my presence behind them. This scene felt so familiar, like I was back in elementary school, the day I put a toad in their desks. Bang! I stepped between them and spoke suddenly. The loud noise startled Wang Min and Zuo Qian, who screamed and patted their chests, glaring at me angrily. Wang Min even chased after me, waving her arms wildly. Come on, make a scene. We got all the time in the world. I laughed and ran toward the classroom. Actually, studying isn't so bad after all. While studying, he was teasing the female students. At that moment, I saw Zhang Ying and Su Wenqin sitting on the lawn, talking about something. A bully and a victim sitting together, what could possibly be good about that? Zhang Ying had sharp eyes. She saw me coming and stood up to leave. I pointed at her with my finger, my tone full of threat. She froze in place, lowering her head and daring not to move. You're just a dog that can't change its spots, trying to bully your classmates again, aren't you? I walked up to Zhang Ying and glared at her coldly. No, I didn't mean to bully her, Zhang Ying said softly. Then why did you go after her? Stay away from her. Su Wenqin is my friend. I won't let her be bullied by Zhang Ying again. Fang Yuan, she didn't bully me. Su Wenqin pulled on my sleeve and shook her head. Then why did she come after you? I really didn't mean to think so badly of Zhang Ying. Every time I see her, she is bullying Su Wenqin. She came to apologize to me. Su Wenqin looked at me with a smile on her face. This silly girl Zhang Ying bullied her so much, and an apology is enough to make her forgive her? Really? I looked at Jiang Ying, furrowing my brows slightly. It's mainly because Jiang Ying made such a bad first impression on me. Even if she really apologized to Su Wenqin, I still suspect she is hiding something malicious. Yes, Jiang Ying nodded. Her eyes showed no panic or guilt. If I find out you're bullying Su Wenqin again, even if you graduate, I'll find you. I leaned close to Jiang Ying's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of us could hear. Hearing my words, Jiang Ying's body trembled slightly. Don't worry, I won't. I'll go now. Jiang Ying looked at me, eager to leave. I waved her off and let her go. What did you say to Jiang Ying? She seemed really scared of you. Su Wenqin looked at me curiously. Nothing. She used to bully you so much, and you forgave her just because she apologized? I looked at Su Wenqin in confusion. That personality is way too good. You're such a pushover, with no backbone at all. Even now, I can't forgive Zhang Tao for bullying me. She knows she was wrong, and besides, it's all in the past. Su Wenqin smiled brightly. Such a pure and forgiving heart, I couldn't possibly match that. With that kind of personality, you're bound to get taken advantage of. I looked at her speechlessly. What seems like a misfortune may turn out to be a blessing. If it weren't for Jiang Ying, how would I have met all of you? Maybe I would have dropped out by now, Su Wenqin said. Her perspective on things is truly unique. I even doubt if she has a normal person's mind. Then you should buy something nice to thank Jiang Ying. I said sarcastically, as I strongly disagreed with her personality. Is there anything you want to eat? I can buy it for you too, Su Wenqin nodded and said. Wait, you're really going to buy it? I looked at Su Wenqin in shock, feeling like my brain had frozen. When did you escape from the mental hospital? Chapter 208, Quitting Coke. I always felt that Su Wenqin's kindness was excessive. Despite enduring so much hardship and suffering in her childhood, she remained so forgiving. Seeing her dejected expression, I couldn't bring myself to get angry. Sigh, never mind. Do as you please, but if Jiang Ying bullies you again, don't hide it from me. I said to Su Wenqin. She has her own thoughts, and I shouldn't interfere too much. As long as she's not being bullied, that's enough. I didn't want to tell her what she should do because she is an independent individual. I can't use the excuse of doing what's best for her to restrict her life. Unfortunately, Miss Chen doesn't understand this. She always uses the excuse of being good for me, telling me what I can't do and what I can't eat. Alright, I understand. Then I'll bring you a bottle of Coke. Su Wenqin nodded. She really went to the snack shop. I shook my head and returned to the classroom, hoping her kindness wasn't being fed to the wolves. If Jiang Ying bullies her again, I really won't be able to tolerate it anymore. Just before class started, Su Wenqin came by. She had bought 3 bottles of Coke, one each for Liang Qiwen and Yi Tong. You're just riding on my coattails. You have to give me one back tomorrow. I handed the Coke Su Wenqin had bought to Yi Tong. I'll return it to Wenqin. Why would I give it back to you? Yi Tong said while drinking the Coke. I really wonder if that high fever last night fried his brain. He wasn't this smart before. They say you learn from your mistakes, and that's definitely true. The people around me are getting harder to take advantage of. Maybe by high school, I'll meet a new batch of naive kids and get a little advantage over them. Fine, I'll buy it for you. Why are you giving me that cold face? I've bought you things before. Yi Tong shot me a disapproving glance. I'm counting on you to keep me alive. I'll die of thirst without Coke. I hugged Yi Tong tightly. No, I clung to the money god with all my might. Though taking advantage of friends is a bit unethical, drinking Coke is really satisfying. Coke has high sugar content. If you keep drinking like this, you'll end up being a chubby police officer who can't catch criminals. Wang Min had somehow appeared behind me. She really doesn't know how to speak nicely. If you can't say something nice, just don't say it. It just makes you look like you have a mouth. Looking at the Coke in my hand, it suddenly didn't taste as good anymore. Forget it, I won't drink it anymore. I opened the Coke and took several big sips. Although Wang Min's words were harsh, she did have a point. I read books and exercise every day. Isn't it all to become a good police officer? If I end up as a fat cop, how am I supposed to catch criminals? Sticking out a big beer belly, making the bad guys stand still and wait for me? This cola really needs to be quit. Drinking it regularly is like having an addiction. If I don't have it for a few days, I feel off. You're really going to quit? Yi Tong looked at me in surprise. Yes, starting tomorrow, I'm quitting. I nodded firmly. So you don't need to buy it for me tomorrow. Just buy it today. Since I've decided to quit, I have to have one last drink today. So as soon as class ended, I dragged Yi Tong to buy a can of Coke, sat down at my desk, and drank it greedily. That morning, I couldn't stop burping. Extreme indulgence always has its drawbacks. I ended up running to the bathroom +1 times that day. I'm the kind of person who either doesn't say anything or, once I say it, I'll definitely do it. Since I said I'd quit Coke, I have to stick to it. I don't know what's in Coke, but it always draws me in, constantly reminding me of its existence. That sense of euphoria when I drink it often tempts me. So, I've set a rule for myself. Every time the urge strikes, I do 50 squats. I do it every single time I think about it. I refuse to believe that this round thing on my neck can be so stubborn. This isn't the first time I've gone against myself. Through this head-on confrontation, it took me half a month to completely quit cola. Any obstacle standing in the way of my dream of becoming a police officer will become a thing of the past. I can't remember how many squats I did to quit cola, but the definition of my abs proves my effort. If I'm not afraid to study hard to become a police officer, how can I not overcome the temptation of cola? Fang Yuan, sometimes I feel like you're really scary. Yitong looked at me, his brows tightly furrowed. What's wrong? What are you talking about? I playfully slapped him on the back. It was just something I did on the spot. Back when you were trying to switch classes, you were the same. You kept doing practice problems until you were sick, and now you're doing squats non-stop to quit cola. Do you have a grudge against yourself? Yitong covered his head, looking at me in confusion. Yitong, let me tell you, when you do anything, you have to give it your all. Don't let a little setback make you want to give up, unless you're in a dead end. I'm determined to become a police officer. I won't let any external factors influence the direction of my future. Do you have any aspirations? I asked Yitong. No, I don't. Yitong looked up at the sky blankly. I knew you were just a spoiled rich kid living off others. This damn life is truly enviable. Unlike ordinary people, Yitong only needs to avoid squandering his fortune and indulge in eating, drinking, and leisure to enjoy a lifetime of comfort. If ordinary people have no aspirations, it means they lack ambition, and anyone who sees them would say they have no future. But Yitong is different. He was born with ambition as his steed. I don't know anything, and I have no idea what I'll do in the future. Yitong looked at me and laughed foolishly. At least he was self-aware. However, many things are only learned through experience, and one gains knowledge gradually. So did you go to high school here, or did you go to Xingguan City? Junior high school is almost over, and then comes senior high school. The quality of education in our small town can't compare to that of big cities. Uncle Yi might send Yitong to the city for high school and then send him abroad for further studies. With the widespread use of the internet, we've gained some understanding of what's happening in the world. Those wealthy young men from wealthy families are all like that. It's all about getting a golden ticket, as they call it online. Stay here and study. I don't want to go there. I don't know anyone there. Yitong shook his head. Then you better hurry up. Your grades are average at best. Mr. Chen, who had been tutoring Yitong, noticed his grades had been in the middle range but were slowly dropping. Don't end up not getting into high school. Then you'll just have to watch us go. Deep down, I still hope that Xianguan could go to high school with us. After all, with him around, we can eat better. We could even have a meal together every now and then. Liang Qiwen doesn't need to worry at all. As long as he studies seriously, getting into high school is no problem. If you can't get in, just buy the grades with money. Yitong shrugged indifferently, not taking it seriously at all. Are you even human? I thought. I knew Yi uncle was rich, but he didn't have to be so blunt about it. Yitong's tone was as casual as if he were buying a bag of spicy snacks. Chapter 209, The Gatekeeper. I don't know if this is the case at every high school, but where we are, you can buy grades. If you don't have enough points, you just pay for them. I think it's like 1,000 or 2,000 yuan per point, but I haven't looked into it in detail. For families like ours, buying grades isn't even an option. If you can't get in, you don't go to school. Once you're an adult, you just go out and work. That's how it is. Money talks, and Yitong is the perfect example of that. Then study harder, and Uncle Yi 1T have to spend money. If you're short by 10 points, that's another 10,000 or so. My dad can't earn that much in 2 years. Just giving it to the school like that, just thinking about it makes me feel sorry, even though it's not my money. Money is meant to be spent, Yitong said nonchalantly. That's true, but it would be better to save it. If it's really necessary, you can give it to me. Stay after school and study with me. Earning money for the school isn't as good as trying harder. Even if you have to buy grades, buy fewer of them. Tutoring again? I wanted to go to Wenxin's place to watch TV and eat her dinner. Yitong's face fell as soon as he heard about tutoring. Since Uncle Yi wasn't home, Yitong went to Su Wenxin's place for dinner. No wonder he disappeared as soon as school let out. He was probably hanging out at Su Wenxin's place. You go to Su Wenxin's house every day. Aren't you distracting her from her studies? She's about to take her high school entrance exam. How can you distract her by making her take care of you? This stage is crucial for Su Wenxin. As long as nothing goes wrong, she's guaranteed to get into high school. Usually she eats a simple meal alone, but when Yitong comes over, she spends all her study time cooking for him. Stay after school for tutoring, then come to my house for dinner. I didn't give Yitong a chance to refuse. In just over a month, it'll be the high school entrance exam. Why go bother Su Wenxin? He can buy grades, but she can't. This is her one chance in life. Let her strive for herself. Oh, Yitong replied reluctantly, keeping his head down. I know what you're thinking, but you should also consider Su Wenxin, right? Once you get to high school, there will be plenty of opportunities. Seeing Yi Tong's gloomy expression, I knew he had fallen into the same trap as Liang Qiwen. What opportunities? Yi Tong stared at me blankly. You're just pretending. Everyone knows about your little schemes. I knew that one day he would become someone else's cash cow, but I still hoped that day would come later. But if it's Su Wenqin, it's not impossible. After all, that girl has suffered so much she deserves a little happiness. Yi Tong isn't very manly, a bit stupid, physically weak, has many flaws, and isn't very tall. But his heart is kind, so he is a good person. I wasn't pretending, Fang Yuan. Did you misunderstand something? Yi Tong looked at me with a shy expression. I won't say anything else, okay? I waved my hand to stop Yi Tong from speaking. But I wonder if Su Wenqin has the same intention. After all, she doesn't even like a man like me, who's as strong as an eagle. But I noticed that Su Wenqin was quite kind to Yi Tong, and their relationship seemed a bit intimate, so there's still hope. Hey, Fang Yuan, listen to what people are saying. What are you daydreaming about? Yi Tong kept muttering in my ear, trying to hide his intentions. Unfortunately, I wasn't swayed. The best way to make someone furious is to refuse to listen to their explanations. I listen. I covered my ears, chewing on a blade of grass, and lay lazily on the lawn. Yi Tong's face turned bright red, and he stormed back into the classroom. However, he didn't leave after school and stayed in the classroom to study. After finishing, I took him back to my house for dinner. My dad found out that Yi Tong was home alone, so he told him to come over every day for dinner. Just like with Liang Qiwen, there were now 2 more freeloaders in the house. Although our family isn't well off, to be honest, my dad doesn't mind having 2 extra bowls of rice. It's not easy to eat well, but at least we can eat our fill. Yi Tong also occasionally buys some braised dishes for my dad to drink with, so having him eat at our house is a net gain. We don't lose anything. Liang Qiwen and I can also get a taste of the good food. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was time for the high school entrance exams. During the summer break for 7th and 8th graders, the school was left with only the seniors from 9th grade. Since I promised the rice cooker, I'll be waiting at the door, so I'll definitely come. Good luck. Just do your best. Seeing Su Wenqin a bit nervous, I comforted her. She looked at me, nodded, took a deep breath, and walked into the school. Su Wenqin had always been a good student. As long as she could handle the pressure, read the questions carefully, and use Liang Qiwen's awkward pronunciation, she'd be fine. Liang Qiwen and I sat at the entrance of the small store. Our only task was to make sure no students left. Once that was done, our job was complete. During this time, the rice cooker even came to the school gate to take a look. Seeing me and Liang Qiwen standing at the entrance, he smiled at me once. Hey, let these 2 kids have something to eat here. I'll pay for it tonight. Seeing that Liang Qiwen and I were just hanging around, the rice cooker told us to eat whatever we wanted at the snack shop, and he'd settle the bill later. Truly the principal, he has the courage and the grace. It's these kinds of leaders who know how to handle people, they're the real deal. Thank you, principal. I'll make sure to complete the task. I stood up and saluted in a standard military posture. That's the kind of person you need, someone who can bend and stretch. After the rice cooker left, Liang Qiwen and I ate our fill at the small store. Normally, when spending the money from the Flower Leaf Children's Fund, Liang Qiwen and I would be more restrained, but since the rice cooker was treating us, we had to eat our fill, otherwise, we'd be cheating ourselves. The country bumpkins chicken drumsticks, 2 bites each, crunching away we picked out the best and most expensive ones. Until our stomachs were so full we couldn't move, we asked the shop owner, only to find out we'd spent over 60 yuan. Money is hard to spend in a small place. Eating won't make you poor. The rice cooker was right. Even before the exam ended, some students had already handed in their papers and were preparing to leave school, but Liang Qiwen and I stopped them. Even if there's no exam, you have to wait for the bell to ring before you can leave the school gates. A few 9th graders were initially unwilling to accept it, but they didn't dare to confront him directly. They muttered a few words and returned to school. I gave Liang Qiwen a bottle of water and a bag of spicy noodles. This was the crucial moment for keeping watch. I knew these students who didn't like studying well. Besides reading, they could come up with anything. With the main gate blocked by me, they would inevitably try to climb over the wall near the restroom. That's why I brought Liang Qiwen here, to have him guard the wall by the restrooms. When the bell rings, come over for lunch. The rice cooker is fully covered, so there's no need to go home for lunch. Later, I'll call Su Wenqin and we'll eat instant noodles at the snack shop, putting 8 sausages in it once, living it up. Chapter 210, Mr. Chen stealing spicy snacks. Su Wenqin came out after the bell rang. Seeing the relaxed expression on her face, she must have done well. Su Wenqin. I waved at her, gesturing for her to come to the convenience store. Don't go home to cook lunch. Let us eat here. Take whatever you want. I'll pay for the rice cooker. I said boldly. Spending someone else's money sure makes you feel generous. Su Wenqin took a packet of instant noodles and sat down at the entrance of the small store to prepare them. That's just the kind of person she is. She is so used to saving money that when she is told to spend, she doesn't even know how to do it. I grabbed a handful of sausages, counted 8, and handed them to Su Wenqin, saying, 8 sausages, not 1 less. I can't eat that much. Su Wenqin waved her hands repeatedly. The money for the rice cooker, why not spend it? I glared at her and peeled the sausages, putting them directly into her noodle bucket. How was the assignment? Is it hard? It's okay, not too hard, Su Wenqin said while slurping her instant noodles. There are still a few more exams left. Eat more, stay focused, and do your best. I handed her a bottle of drink. Be careful when reading the questions. Once you get into high school, we'll meet there. Okay, I will. Su Wenqin nodded in agreement. By the way, I asked my aunt to find me a job in the city. I'll leave tomorrow after the exam. In such a hurry? To be honest, I was a bit worried about Su Wenqin. With her personality, I wasn't sure if she'd be able to handle working outside. Yeah, it's already arranged. I'll be working as a waitress at a restaurant with meals and accommodation provided and a monthly salary of 700 yuan. Su Wenqin smiled happily. This salary and benefits were more than she had expected. I knew she had wanted to earn her own money for a long time. She had a strong sense of self-respect and didn't like relying on others to live. Alright, focus on your exam first. I said to her. People ultimately have to rely on themselves. Su Wenqin will eventually have to learn to be strong, and the sooner she learns, the better it will be for her in the future. At noon, Yi Tong also came to encourage Su Wenqin. We all hope that Su Wenqin can change her current fate through education and escape her current family situation. If she doesn't get into high school and has to start working after junior high, the pay will definitely be terrible. Just like the job she is looking for now, it's only manual labor. It might be tolerable for a while, but if it's for a lifetime, that would truly be the end of her. Coming from a humble background is not a disgrace. Being able to endure hardships and adapt is what makes a true person. This saying applies to both men and women. Of course, no matter what achievements she may have in the future, our friendship will not be affected by these circumstances. As for whether Yi Tong's friendship with her will change, that's hard to say. During the 2 days of the high school entrance exam, I stood at the door for 2 days straight, not daring to stop talking for a moment. After all, the wool from the rice cooker is something you can't usually get your hands on. I chewed snacks until my jaw ached. Su Wenqin finished her exam and left in a hurry, without even time for a meal, and took a car to the city. Yi Tong bid her farewell reluctantly, while I and Liang Qiwen remained expressionless. The senior students were relieved, but we still had to continue going to class. Life went on as usual. Liang Qiwen still went out every night to catch eels, while I continued my role as the model class monitor. Yi Tong, however, would occasionally mention Su Wenqin. It was driving me crazy, so I finally agreed to go with him to the city during summer vacation to see how Su Wenqin was doing. Ms. Chen had recently finished her busy work and, after being promoted, she looked radiant every day and was even more dedicated to her work. According to reliable sources, her salary has already exceeded 2,000. It's more than double her internship salary. In her free time, she successfully took over the tutoring work for the small class, making Lu Xiaoguo and the other troublemakers tremble with fear every day after school during tutoring. After all, the pressure from teachers and students is no joke. I've experienced it firsthand, but I've grown accustomed to it now. The students in the small tutoring class are all volunteers, and more underperforming students are joining in. If they refuse, Ms. Chen will ask me to talk to them until they agree to join the tutoring sessions. Mr. Chen is truly addicted to tutoring. He is obsessed with it and never gets tired of it. However, she does listen to Mr. Jiang and didn't organize tutoring classes during the holidays. Otherwise, my academic life might have had no breaks at all. Under such tutoring, it's hard for grades not to improve. Ms. Chen takes every student seriously, teaching them words and pronunciation step by step. For students with a weak foundation, Ms. Chen patiently guides them. In terms of education, she can be described as diligent and responsible, with no flaws whatsoever. Our class's English grades are far higher than those of the other 3 classes, and this is all thanks to Ms. Chen. One day, Liang Qiwen brought some eels to my father, who asked me to take some to Ms. Chen. Although I no longer need to go to Ms. Chen's house for tutoring, I still visit her from time to time to help her chop some firewood. I used to be afraid to go to her house, but now it feels like home to me. I placed the eels in the living room, knocked on Ms. Chen's door, and walked in without waiting for a response. What is that smell? I sniffed. It smells like spicy noodles. I eat it all the time, so I'm very familiar with the smell. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here? Ms. Chen was sitting at the desk where I used to study, bent over correcting homework. My dad told me to bring you some eels. I looked at Mr. Chen in confusion. Could I have smelled wrong? Oh, just leave it there. My mom will be back soon. You can go home first. I'm a bit busy today. Mr. Chen didn't look up, maintaining a serious expression. Mr. Chen, did you eat spicy snacks? I didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Fang Yuan. Hearing my words, Mr. Chen turned around and looked at me. How could a teacher eat such things? Is it because I haven't pulled your ears lately, and your skin is itching again? She frowned, looking like a strict teacher scolding a student. But Ms. Chen, you didn't wipe the chili oil off your lips. I pointed to the corner of her mouth. Really? Ms. Chen quickly turned her head to look at the mirror. Actually, there was nothing on her lips, but her action was clearly a case of denying something you know to be true. Alright, Fang Yuan, you're even lying to your teacher now. Miss Chen stood up and immediately grabbed my ear. She always did this, get angry and take it out on me. Miss Chen, you're the one eating spicy snacks and you won't let me have any. She truly embodied the saying, the officials can light fires, but the common people can't even light lamps. It's all your fault. Last time you insisted I try it, now I can't stop thinking about it. Miss Chen completely denied being greedy and just kept blaming me. Chapter 211, A Pair of Sneakers. Mr. Chen is the least teacher-like teacher I've ever met. Sometimes he acts as childish as a kid, then switches to being a kind and gentle older sister, and finally pretends to be a strict teacher for no apparent reason. The worst part is that she always drags me into it to take the blame, even though it's something I'm actually good at. Every disadvantage I've ever suffered in my life, I've experienced under her guidance. Miss Chen, do you think it's possible that you're just a glutton, so you secretly ate the spicy snacks? I whispered in my defense. No way. I've never liked junk food like that. Miss Chen tugged on my ear, showing no intention of letting go. I knew that if I didn't take the blame, she would never let go. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let Miss Chen come into contact with this junk food. I lied, taking the blame for her. That's more like it. Hearing my words, Miss Chen satisfiedly let go of my ear. The face of someone bullying others. Since you're here, take these shoes. Miss Chen handed me a shoebox. Inside were a brand new pair of sneakers. My dad said I can't accept things from others. I quickly returned the shoes. My mom bought them for you. She was planning to bring them to school tomorrow. Hurry up and change those holy shoes, said Mr. Chen, looking down at my shoes. Those shoes had another hole in them compared to before. But as I always said, as long as they don't let the wind in, they're good shoes. They're still wearable. Hurry up and take them. Don't make me do it. Mr. Chen looked at me, his tone full of threat. Alright, thanks for telling Mr. Jiang for me. I took the shoes with both hands. A true man, born under heaven, bends but does not break. On one side were new shoes, on the other a beating. The little cutie couldn't tell the difference. We need to keep a closer eye on Liang Qiwen's grades. Seeing that I had taken the shoes, Mr. Chen shifted the topic to Liang Qiwen. She pulled out some spicy snacks from the drawer, took one, put it in her mouth, and didn't forget to lick the spicy oil off her fingers. Wow, you're a pro at this. Caught red-handed, no need to act anymore, just give up and go all out. Alright, I'll talk to him. I reached out reluctantly, wanting to try one. You can't eat it, you're still a kid. Miss Chen swatted my hand away. She's just being protective of her food. Luckily, I managed to get a bit of chili oil, so I quickly licked my finger. It tasted pretty good. Just then, the sound of the door opening came from outside. It must be Miss Jiang returning. Miss Chen hurriedly handed the spicy snack to me. Fang Yuan, why do you always eat such unclean things? I was completely dumbfounded, still not processing what was happening before I was framed. No wonder people say that those who can harm you are often the ones closest to you. Especially those exceptionally beautiful women. They're naturally skilled at lying, and their lies are as big as the sky. This came completely out of the blue. How was I supposed to respond? When Mr. Jiang walked in, Mr. Chen was acting like a drama queen, portraying a dedicated teacher to perfection. Didn't I tell you before to eat less of this? It's bad for your health. Why won't you listen? Mr. Chen lectured me with such sincerity that I almost cried. Mr. Jiang looked at me but didn't scold me. He simply reached out, took a napkin, and wiped the corner of Miss Chen's mouth. The bright red chili oil on the napkin made Mr. Chen's face turn red. Do the shoes fit? Jiang teacher ignored Mr. Chen's excuse and turned to look at me. They fit perfectly. I nodded. Although I hadn't tried them yet, the size was correct, and since Mr. Jiang had given them to me, they had to fit. Even if they were too small to fit, it would be my fault for having such big feet. As long as they fit. Mr. Jiang nodded reassuringly before turning back to look at Mr. Chen. Meeting Mr. Jiang's gaze, Mr. Chen immediately softened. Mr. Jiang, I'll go ahead then. I held the shoebox tightly, eager to leave. Later, when Mr. Chen gets upset, he'll inevitably take it out on someone else. Staying here would just be asking for trouble. For my own safety, I needed to stay away from unpredictable people. Upon returning home, I put the shoes on my feet. They fit perfectly. After taking a few steps, I put them away, planning to wear them again when I went out to play. Wearing such nice shoes to school every day is a waste. There was only 1 week left until the final exams. After the exams, I would accompany Yitong to the city to see Su Wenqin. I'll wear them then. I don't really understand the meaning of final exams in 7th and 8th grade. They say it's to assess the results of the semester. I know my own level. I have a clear idea of my abilities. Why do I need a test? Just do the problems, why bring in this assessment of achievements? But as students, we can't change the education system. Every class has gone through this. Fang Yuan, here is this workbook. You'll need it for the exam. On the way home from school, Zuo Qian handed me a workbook. She does well on exams. She has got some skills. She reviews the key points every time, but I'm different. I review everything as a whole. If I don't understand something, I just don't get it, and if I make a mistake, I study it again. I don't need it, I said, waving my hand. I haven't done any extra homework outside the textbook since I switched classes. It's not the high school entrance exam, so why bother about grades? Making mistakes is better, at least you know where your weaknesses are. Hearing my words, Zuo Qian put her exercise book into her backpack. She lowered her head, biting her red lips, looking deep in thought. Do you need to talk to me? I stopped in my tracks and grabbed the strap of her backpack. About the burger you mentioned earlier, is that still on? Zuo Qian said softly. Ugh, I couldn't help but inhale sharply. She was just waiting to take advantage of me. I should have pretended not to hear her. Fine, fine. Let's meet at the village entrance tomorrow morning. I waved my hand dismissively. After all, I had nothing to do on the weekend. You didn't say what time, she asked, pulling on my sleeve as I started to walk away. 10 o'clock. Last time I stood her up for half a day, so this is my way of making it up to her. Money, you really can't resist spending it. After treating Wang Min to 3 rounds of fried skewers, my pockets were as empty as my face. Although Wang Min didn't eat much, I didn't have much money either. I mustered up the courage to ask my dad for $50, saying I needed it for study materials. My dad didn't suspect a thing and handed over the money without hesitation. It's been a long time since I used this trick on my dad, but it still works every time. This was especially evident during my school days. As long as parents heard it was related to studying, they wouldn't hesitate to give money. Zuo Qian, that girl, has a small appetite. 50 yuan should be more than enough. The main reason is that last time I treated her to a burger and didn't bring any money. Thinking about it now, it's a bit embarrassing, so this time I'd better make sure to bring enough money. Wherever you lose face, you have to pick it up from there. Chapter 212, Threat. The next day, I arrived at the village entrance early. I arrived at 9:59 a.m. I waited exactly 1 minute or 60 seconds, but Zuo Qian still hadn't arrived. She must be trying to stand me up and make me wait here like an idiot. Fang Yuan. Just as I was about to leave, Zuo Qian grabbed the hem of her skirt and ran toward me. Her face was covered in sweat, probably from running all the way here. Sorry, my bike broke down. Zuo Qian was panting heavily, and I was worried she might collapse from lack of breath. The book said that if someone faints, you're supposed to perform CPR. Take it easy, don't faint. I certainly didn't want to blow air into her mouth. It's okay, I just didn't want you to wait too long, so I ran all the way here. Zuo Qian calmed her breathing and spoke slowly. No need to rush. We can wait a little longer. I waved my hand dismissively. Then why don't you ride with me later? It'll be more convenient for the way back. I pointed to the bicycle and said to Zuo Qian. I don't like riding in a 3-wheel taxi. You always have to wait, and the driver won't leave until it's full. Sure. Zuo Qian nodded, smiling at me. Being late and still smiling, that's only because you met someone as kind as me. If it were someone else, they'd have already started yelling. I pushed the bicycle and let Zuo Qian get on the back seat first. She tucked her skirt and sat down. This maneuver made me frown. The normal way to sit is with both legs spread apart, one on each side, but she was sitting sideways with her butt sticking out. This position made it hard for me to maintain balance when starting, and her skirt was crossed, making it even more inconvenient. What's wrong? Seeing me frown and not getting on the bike, Zuo Qian looked at me in confusion. Why are you wearing a skirt when we're going out to play? I gripped the handlebars tightly, afraid that I might lose control and crash. You said I looked good in a skirt, she muttered under her breath. I had intended to roll my eyes at her, but since I had just started moving, I needed to keep my eyes on the road and dared not look back. Zuo Qian gripped the seat cushion tightly, swaying back and forth in the back. This rural path was already uneven to begin with. Have you ever ridden a bicycle before? You have to hold on to me, or else you'll fall off. How could there be someone as clumsy as Zuo Qian in this world? As soon as I finished speaking, a pair of small hands slowly reached out from both sides of my waist and gently wrapped around me. Don't always be so mean. You're always getting angry. Zuo Qian said softly. Well, you're not very smart either. You need someone to teach you how to ride a bike? I pedaled the bicycle, thinking to myself, how could this person be the top student in the grade? But it's my first time riding your bike. If I had just held on to you, you would have scolded me too. Zuo Qian said with a pout. I didn't even need to turn around to know she was puffing out her cheeks. With my left hand on the handlebars, I reached around my neck and tapped her on the head with my right hand. You're the one who can predict things, right? Although what she said was possible if it hadn't happened, as long as I didn't admit it, she was just guessing. That's exactly what I'm saying. Every time I do something, you think I'm wrong and have to tell me. So I always wait for you to speak first before doing anything. After spending so much time with me, Zuo Qian had even come up with her own conclusions. Are you afraid of me? I asked slowly while riding my bike. From the tone of Zuo Qian's voice, she had always been cautious around me. I just don't want you to talk about me. Zuo Qian leaned gently against my back, her arms wrapped tightly around me. I didn't say anything, turning my body slightly, intending to let out a fart to stink her out, but after trying for a while, there was nothing in my stomach. Reluctantly, I let her off the hook. After riding for a while, we finally arrived in town. I even wondered if she had fallen asleep in the back. I had already stopped the bike, but she didn't make a single sound of getting off. "Do you have to wait for me to tell you to get out?" I said, tapping my waist. Hearing my words, Zuo Qian shrunk her neck and hurriedly got off the bike. Watching her back, I couldn't help but shake my head. What was this girl thinking about all day? Her reactions were so slow. After locking the car, I took Zuo Qian to the hamburger shop. With plenty of money to spare, I waved my hand and told Zuo Qian to order whatever she wanted. She stuck to her usual 3 items, a burger, fries, and a Coke. I ordered 2 Big Macs and bought a bottle of mineral water from the small supermarket at the entrance. "You really aren't drinking Coke anymore?" Zuo Qian looked at me in surprise. "I've quit. I said I wouldn't drink it and I wouldn't touch a drop." "You used to love it so much, can you just quit like that?" Zuo Qian stared blankly at the Coke in front of her. "Liking something isn't important, what matters is whether it suits you. The book says that any kind of liking is blind, it's an illusion created by touch, taste, smell, sight, and sound. Only when you truly understand and try something do you know if it's suitable for you." I bit into my burger and looked at Zuo Qian. She has been acting strange lately, full of anxiety and uncertainty. As I spoke, I studied her expression closely. I never used psychological analysis on those close to me before, but today was an exception. "You're making it sound so complicated." "I don't quite understand," Zuo Qian frowned at me. "It's like this burger in front of you. It looks delicious, smells great, and tastes good, but your stomach might not be able to digest it, so it might not be suitable for you." I narrowed my eyes at Zuo Qian. Hearing my words, she fell into deep thought, her brows furrowing even more. "Do you have something on your mind?" I baited her. "No, nothing." Zuo Qian lowered her head and took small bites of the burger. She tried to hide it, but her acting was terrible. "Something about your love life?" "No, don't guess." Zuo Qian held the burger in front of her face, but her flushed cheeks spoke volumes. "Who? From our school? From our class?" Based on Zuo Qian's micro-expressions, I slowly closed the distance between us. "No, there is nothing to it." Zuo Qian denied it vehemently. But whether she admitted it or not, I could see the truth in her expression. "Do I know this person well?" When I asked this question, her pupils dilated. "Fang Yuan, can you please stop doing this? Speculating about someone else's thoughts is really, really bad." Zuo Qian suddenly stood up, startling me. "It's just a game. Psychology isn't always accurate, and besides, I haven't mastered it yet." I lowered my head guiltily because I was certain my guess was spot on. And her over-the-top reaction only confirmed it. However, seeing Zuo Qian's expression, which was on the verge of tears, I couldn't bring myself to ask any further. This process of probing didn't bring me any sense of accomplishment. Instead, after getting the answer, I felt a strange sense of loss. "Don't fall in love too early, or I'll tell the teacher." I didn't know why I was threatening her, but I didn't want to see her with anyone else.